A sudden and unforeseen event occurred. It turned me from the heaven's favorite prodigy into a worthless wretch, unable to live past 30. The once unattainable campus belle proposed to me at this very moment. He even threw out a dowry of 5 million yuan. Everyone thought I would sink into obscurity and become the much-envied son-in-law of a wealthy family. But I publicly refused her. Because they don't know that my golden finger is about to arrive. I will let everyone know. I am the man who can turn ants into divine beasts. My name is Jiang Yun, a beast tamer, though my talent is poor, but today, my golden finger awakened. Dusk, at the entrance of Luoxue City's first experimental middle school, the setting sun cast a golden glow. The girl in yellow, Su Xiyue, the daughter of the Su family, is also a proud daughter of heaven who has awakened the mutated combat profession of flame warrior. He walked straight up to me, tossed out a gilded black card, and proposed to me. The onlookers erupted in uproar. I, a good-for-nothing with a brain width of only 10, almost incapable of contracting any spirit beasts, actually have a marriage engagement with the eldest daughter of the Su family? Although everyone believes my future is completely ruined, the Su family has not broken the engagement. They even want me to marry into their family. Everyone looks at me with envy, jealousy, and resentment, thinking I'm about to turn my life around and become the Su family's esteemed son-in-law. From now on, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing, and you'll live past 100. However, I picked up the black card but shook my head. Sorry, we're not a good match. Su Xiyue couldn't believe it, her beautiful eyes brimming with anger. She, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family, had actually been rejected after proposing in public. I still want to continue on the path of a professional and have no interest in marriage. My tone was firm. Ha, with just you? Su Xiyue mocked. Without the Su family's help, you wouldn't even pass the qualification review, let alone talk about a professional path. That's not necessarily true. I responded calmly. Then let's wait and see. I hope you won't be begging me on your knees. Su Xiyue snorted coldly, turned and left, getting into the sports car and speeding away. I tightened my collar and walked towards home. I knew what people would say about me, but I didn't care. Because today, my golden finger, that pale golden ring brought from my previous life, finally activated on my coming-of-age day, which was my 16th birthday. As the countdown reached 0, the ring transformed into golden light and merged with my body. A light screen that only I can see appears. Name, Jiang Yun. Age, 16. Occupation, beast tamer level. Lifespan, 14 years. Talent, Multiverse Fishing, unique, skills. Contract. My profession panel has gained an unprecedented unique talent. Multiverse Fishing, unique. Every 10 levels, perform a fishing action to obtain a mythical grade skill. This fishing can be repeated infinitely, until I find a satisfactory mythical level skill. My breathing quickens. In this world, the highest level of talent and skill is legendary, while the mythical level exists only in legends. And I could actually fish for mythical level skills an unlimited number of times. Back at home, the 2-bedroom apartment felt cold and desolate, with only a photo of my parents on the wall and my younger self. My parents were both professionals. When I was 10 years old, my father perished in a beast tide, and not long after, my mother also passed away from depression. Before her death, my mother told me 2 things. First, we have a marriage agreement with the Su family, and second, if I pursue the path of a professional in the future, I must not lose my virginity before achieving the rank of king. I didn't understand at the time, but the Su family soon came knocking, wanting me to marry into their family. I immediately understood that my mother's words were not the ramblings of madness. There must be some hidden secret about my body. Compared to the unfamiliar Su family, I trusted my mother more, so I decisively refused and have lived alone ever since. The Su family still hasn't given up. It seems they truly have designs on my body. To avoid losing my virginity, I had to reject Su Xiyue and resolutely embark on the path of a professional, seeking the secrets of my parents and my body. I knew that with my 10-point brain domain width, it was almost impossible for me to contract any beast. But with the divine talent of multiverse angling, my future would no longer be limited. I decided to take the first step as a beast master, contract a pet beast. However, with my aptitude, I can't even contract the worst low-level pet beasts, let alone those expensive elite-level ones. I arrived at the residential area and found my target under a street tree. It was a black ant with mouthparts resembling scissors. It doesn't belong to any category of fierce beasts, nor is it even recorded in the Beastmaster Association's guide. No one would form a contract with an ant. But for me, it's good enough, and it doesn't cost a thing. I bit my finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it onto it, silently reciting in my heart, contract. A 7-colored magic circle merged into the iron black ant's body, forming a mysterious connection between the two of us. I can sense its emotions, panic, confusion, and a closeness toward me. Contract successful. With a single thought, the iron black ant vanished from my hand and reappeared within my beast taming space. The profession panel was updated accordingly, adding a pet panel, name, none %% race, iron black ant %% quality, inferior %% level. 1 skill, bite attribute, can devour minerals to enhance defense. This is the worst pet stat sheet I've ever seen. Its 4-dimensional attributes are shockingly low. I'm not particularly gifted at naming things, so I straightforwardly named it Little Black. Stroking Little Black's head, my heart swelled with confidence. With the blessing of a mythical class skill, even a mere iron black ant will eventually stand atop the world's summit. Now comes the most crucial step. I returned home. Multiversal angling. Suddenly, a delicately suspended pond materialized before me, its waters flowing with starlight. A golden fishing rod appeared in my hand, and with a swift flick, the hook plunged into the pond. A few breaths later, the fishing line twitched, and I swiftly lifted the rod, revealing a glowing orb shimmering with iridescent light before my eyes. Mythical skill, Heartsteel. After pondering for a moment, I shook my head. This skill can enhance vitality and physical constitution, making it a divine technique for boxers and swordsmen, but it is not suitable for beastmasters. My wrist trembled, and the light orb fell back into the pond once more. The fishing rod was lifted again and again, only to be lowered time after time. I've hooked all sorts of powerful or bizarre skills, yet none of them seemed quite right. Until a colorful light sphere appeared again, and my eyes lit up. Feature extraction. By touch, one can extract the traits of other lives and infuse them into oneself or objects. This skill holds immense potential. Gritting my teeth, I reached out and grasped the glowing orb. The orb shattered, transforming into countless rays of multicolored starlight that surged into my body. The profession panel popped up, and my skill bar now displayed trait extraction. The sky had darkened, and I returned home. On Pet Street, I touched every pet I could reach, selecting a few traits suitable for Little Black from among them. I placed Xiao on the table, where it was happily gnawing on a piece of scrap metal. I opened my palm, and a faint golden light gradually bloomed, revealing two characters at its center: reproduction. With a flip of my hand, I infused it into Xiao's body. Xiao's eating speed suddenly accelerated, and an intense sense of hunger transmitted through our mental connection. I immediately took out all the metal items and food in the house. After Little Black finished eating, its body secreted black crystals, encasing itself. Finally, it transformed into a hexagonal black crystal, from which a small iron black ant crawled out, expressing reverence and submission to me. The pet panel refreshed again. Name, Little Black. Race, Black Iron and Queen. Quality, Common. Level 1. Skills, Bite, Nest building. Traits, Infinite reproduction, Devour minerals, Enhanced defense, Forge and Nest. My speculation came true. Just one trait elevated Little Black from inferior quality to ordinary quality, granting it the ability to reproduce soldier ants. I then infused the soul thread trait stolen from a ghost corpse butterfly and the flame burst trait obtained from a fiery goose, sequentially into Little Black's body. As the third trait fused, an even stronger hunger surged forth. Little Black's appetite was far greater than I had imagined. The food and minerals prepared at home were quickly depleted. I realized that building my ant army would require astronomical resource consumption. I picked up my phone and started making purchases. A large amount of food and black iron was delivered to the house, and the queen ant transformed from Xiao began to devour them voraciously. However, this purchase cost me most of my savings, leaving me with no money even for meals. I must find a way to earn some money. I cast my gaze upon my mythical level skill. Traits can be attached not only to living beings but also to non-living entities. I went to the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife. 4. Arrogant. With a flick of his hand, he brushed against an iron black ant, and the metal devouring trait fell into Jiang Yun's grasp. He flipped his hand, infusing this trait into the kitchen knife. Moments later, a faint bronze glow emanated from the blade. This signified that the once ordinary kitchen utensil had now transformed into a piece of equipment. The bronze glow signified it had reached bronze tier status. The power of mythic tier skills still surpasses my imagination. Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel, an item of equipment just appeared like that? Though it was the lowest tier bronze equipment, it still required meticulous crafting by a blacksmith with a life profession, commanding a steep price. Unlike his pet beast, the black iron ant, Jiang Yun lacked the appraisal skill to view the knife's detailed stats. Yet the bronze glow was undeniable, meaning this ordinary kitchen knife had truly become a bronze tier item. An ordinary kitchen knife cost only 2 Xinxia coins. Bronze equipment started at 200 coins, those with special effects cost even more. Jiang Yun's lips curled upward as he toyed with the cleaver in his hand, filled with delight. He never imagined his financial troubles would be resolved so easily. Selling this knife would, at the very least, provide enough to build up his army of ants to a combat-ready force, allowing him to enter the secret realm for leveling. With that thought, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. He picked up the knife and stepped out of the room. Moments later, he stood before a colossal structure built of marble. The structure radiated an imposing, awe-inspiring presence. Countless figures bustled in and out of the building, creating a scene of intense activity. The sign above the central entrance bore the building's name: Tianxia Auction House. This was the official auction house of the Xinxia Kingdom. Most of the equipment crafted by life-oriented professionals, potions, and materials obtained through combat by battle-oriented professionals were sold here. While prices weren't as high as some private auction houses offered, the reputation of Xinxia Kingdom backed its legitimacy, ensuring no worries about trouble. Jiang Yun stepped inside to find the first floor hall lined with countless stalls selling various materials and equipment. Many people were haggling over prices at the stalls. This was the free trade hall. Jiang Yun circled around, pulling out his freshly forged kitchen knife to attempt to trade. But he was quickly rebuffed. This? 100 Xinxia coins. A middle-aged man glanced at the kitchen knife Jiang Yun had named Black Devourer, let out a dismissive snort, and tossed it back at him. 100? That's too low. Jiang Yun frowned. Even the most basic bronze equipment would fetch 200 Xinxia coins. This middle-aged man had just slashed the price in half with his first offer. You should be grateful I'm even considering it. The man sneered coldly. You don't look like a blacksmith to me. You picked up some bronze gear someone used for practice and think you can sell it? Jiang Yun frowned, forcing patience. At least use your appraisal skill to check it. He had seen clearly that the man had merely glanced at it with the corner of his eye, not even bothering to use appraisal. Not necessary. Who do you think I am? A single glance tells me everything about this junk. A low-grade bronze weapon forged into a kitchen knife shape? What use is that? The man chuckled, puffing out his chest. The hammer-shaped silver medal on his chest gleamed. The silver medal signified he was an officially certified level 2 blacksmith by the Forging Guild. His name, Reggie, was engraved upon it. A gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a chorus of sycophantic praise and mocking laughter directed at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, said nothing, sheathed the Black Devourer blade, and turned to leave. He didn't leave, however, but instead walked past several more stalls. It was clear that this blacksmith named Lei Jia held considerable authority here. Many had noticed the commotion earlier. When Jiang Yun sold his items, the prices were the same or even lower than Lei Jia's. After circling the stalls, Jiang Yun came to a halt and fell into deep thought. After a few breaths, he turned and walked toward the reception counter. Hello, I'd like to consign this equipment for auction. Consignment auctions carried significant risk. The final sale price could easily fall below market value. There was also the possibility of the item failing to sell, resulting in no income at all. Therefore, unless one was exceptionally confident in their auction item, consignment was rarely chosen lightly. Many people witnessed Jiang Yun's actions and couldn't help but let out a series of derisive snickers. Hilarious. No one wants this thing, and he still chooses consignment? Watch out, you might not even get 50 Xinxia coins. Unfazed, Jiang Yun completed all procedures. After confirming his Black Devouring blade was listed for consignment, he left his account details and walked away. Stepping outside the auction house, Jiang Yun let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Things weren't going as smoothly as he'd imagined. He had no idea how much this Black Devouring blade forged on a whim would actually fetch. Still, it was just a casual project with minimal costs, so Jiang Yun wasn't particularly heartbroken. As for the mockery from others, with Jiang Yun's temperament, it had long since blown away like the wind. His goal was distant, so he had to tread his own path carefully. As long as he knew he was on the right path, he didn't need to pay the slightest attention to others' opinions. Shortly after Jiang Yun departed, the first floor hall erupted in commotion. At the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, two figures descended amidst a crowd of guards, drawing everyone's attention. The first floor of Tianxia Auction House was open to anyone, but access to the second floor and beyond required a certain level of strength and capital. Soon, someone recognized the two figures, prompting gasps of astonishment. Level 40 Forging Master, Su Ming, the cornerstone of Luo City's Tianxia Auction House. And the other is Battle Madness Zhang Henxue, a 38th level Blade Lord. Admiration shone in the eyes of those watching them. A level 40 Forging Master could craft golden, even diamond-grade equipment. Their work commanded deals worth hundreds of millions. And that battle madman? He was the hero who single-handedly saved an entire city, crushing hundreds upon hundreds of ferocious beasts. To witness such luminaries here was sheer fortune. Lei Jia trembled with excitement. Pushing through the crowd surrounding him, he strode forward with head held high. This was a rare opportunity. If they took notice of him, he could strike it rich. Su Ming and Zhang Henxue, however, were utterly unfazed by the commotion around them. They remained calm and composed, chatting and laughing as if nothing unusual was happening. Old Su, I'm counting on you for my gear this time. Su Ming shook his head. Your standards are truly high. I never imagined that the entire Tianxia auction house wouldn't have any gear worthy of your attention. If even the weapons I crafted with all my effort don't meet your standards, you might have to head to big cities like Divine Capital or Magic City next. Not at all. I have complete faith in your skills, Old Su. Just then, Su Ming's gaze suddenly halted, settling on the kitchen knife displayed on the counter. Staring at the knife whose appearance and grade stood out starkly from the other consigned items, Su Ming's face brimmed with curiosity. A bronze-grade kitchen knife. What's the story behind this kitchen knife? The young woman who had just processed Jiang Yun's consignment quickly replied, it was a young man who just... Master Su, pay no mind to that person. Spotting his chance, Lei Jia stepped forward to introduce himself, recounting the earlier incident in a manner that was thoroughly disparaging toward Jiang Yun. In his account, Jiang Yun became a clown seeking attention, while he portrayed himself as the righteous hero who had successfully defended the blacksmith profession's honor by rebuking Jiang Yun. I see. Su Ming listened, his interest waning. Out of professional habit, he casually cast an appraisal spell. A flash of white light revealed the blade's surface before his eyes. Suddenly, Su Ming froze completely, unable to move. "Old Su, what's wrong?" Jiang Yun asked curiously. Jiang Yuan's call snapped Su Ming back to reality. He licked his lips, his voice unexpectedly dry and hoarse. "Old Jiang, use your appraisal skill too. Maybe I saw it wrong." Jiang Yun froze, then cast his own appraisal spell. The knife's data panel instantly appeared before him. Black Devouring Blade, Bronze Grade, Strength +10, Agility +5, no usage requirements. Properties: Devour. Can consume minerals to grow, reaching a maximum of epic tier. Gains varying attribute bonuses and awakens different skills based on the type of mineral consumed. In an instant, Jiang Yun froze. His eyes locked onto the Black Devourer's description, pupils trembling as he let out a near moan. A weapon capable of self-improvement actually exists. Divine skill, absolutely divine skill. Su Ming trembled with excitement. As a blacksmith, he understood the terrifying potential of this kitchen knife all too well. How could anyone possess such forging prowess? Is it a king tier, a sanctuary tier, or even higher? Seeing the pair's reactions, even the slowest-witted professionals in the arena realized something was off about this kitchen knife. Instantly, everyone unleashed their appraisal skills. What followed was a chorus of gasps and incredulous shrieks. This weapon can grow to epic tier. Holy crap! A self-improving weapon? That's legendary. Amidst the collective gasps, all eyes turned back to Reggie. He stared blankly at the data before him, his face ashen. 8 million in revenue. If there was one word to describe Lei Jie's current state of mind, it was regret. Why did he have to show off like that? Just a single cast of appraisal would have revealed this weapon's extraordinary nature. Even a fool could see it. Bronze tier quality, kitchen knife appearance. What did these flaws matter in the face of such terrifying properties? Even without connecting with that master weaponsmith, this weapon alone would fetch at least 100 million on the market. A fortune lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Reggie wanted to slap himself silly. Smack! 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 Someone was already paying the price, slapping themselves hard across the face. These were the stall owners in the first floor lobby, who also bought and sold various equipment. Back then, Jiang Yun had also approached their stalls to sell items, but they had refused without even glancing at them. Recalling their own attitude back then, they regretted it bitterly, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked at Lei Jie. If it weren't for your misleading advice, how could we have been so stingy as to not even use a single appraisal spell? Lei Jie! Su Ming suddenly bellowed, his eyes blazing as he fixed them on Lei Jie. What is that youth's name? He demanded urgently. Only a true divine craftsman could forge such a weapon. That youth must be connected to the divine craftsman who forged such a divine artifact. As he spoke, Su Ming's face brimmed with reverence, clearly eager to connect with that legendary divine craftsman through the youth. Lei Jie shuddered. Master Su Ming remembering his name should have been a good thing, but Lei Jie wished it had never happened. Under the silent stares of the crowd, Lei Jie's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, yet not a single word emerged. Thud! He collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Seeing Lei Jie in such a state, how could Su Ming not realize how much embellishment had been woven into his earlier account? His expression darkened. Tell me everything that happened earlier in detail. He turned to question the others. From their scattered accounts, the truth of the matter gradually came together. After a moment's thought, Su Ming turned to instruct the staff. The divine craftsman must have his reasons for this. End this matter here. Do not investigate that youth's identity, lest we incur the divine craftsman's displeasure. The bank account that youth left belongs to Luo City. As long as he's from Luo City, we'll see him again sooner or later. 100,000. Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Everyone turned to see Jiang Yun standing before the counter, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the black devouring blade as he declared the figure. The others realized what was happening, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the black devourer blade. Almost forgot this item was consigned for auction. An item capable of devouring to grow, potentially reaching epic tier. It would likely send shockwaves through all of Luo City. At this moment, no one cared about its peculiar shape anymore. It even seemed to possess an unusual beauty. Look at that curve, it's pure artistry. What? It looks like a kitchen knife? Bull. That's clearly a masterfully unique design. Ordinary people just wouldn't get it. 300,000. Su Ming immediately called out a figure, raising the price by 200,000. Brother Su, this item is very important to me. Could you part with it? Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid not. This piece holds immense appeal for me too. If you want other equipment, I can cover the cost for you, but not this one. Self-upgrading weapons were exceedingly rare, each one a legendary artifact. Now that it had appeared before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? 500,000. 600,000. 1 million. The two began bidding against each other. Soon, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the price climbed to a terrifying height. Others had tried to join in earlier, but they quickly backed down. Compared to these two, the money he'd painstakingly earned over most of his life seemed utterly insignificant. Lei Jie stirred awake, heard a few words, rolled his eyes, and passed out again. 8 million. Brother Su, for the sake of our past friendship, do me a favor. Jiang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice bordering on pleading. He had come this time to prepare the gear needed for his level 50 Noble Marquis class change quest, with a budget of 5 million. 8 million was nearly double his budget. But there was no way around it, this piece of gear was exactly what he wanted. What truly captivated him wasn't the Black Devourer blade's self-upgrading feature, but its ability to devour different minerals and gain varying attribute bonuses. With skillful handling, he could even forge a powerful weapon perfectly matched to himself. Such an opportunity was simply too good to pass up. Seeing Jiang Yuan's expression, Su Ming sighed and reluctantly agreed. After all, as time passed, news of this equipment would soon spread throughout Luoxue City. By then, the influential clans with deep-rooted connections would all get involved, leaving the two of them with nothing to gain. Fine, Su Ming relented, but promise me this, if you ever connect with that divine craftsman, don't forget about me. No problem, no problem. Jiang Yun grinned from ear to ear, promptly paid the bill, and tucked away the Black Devourer blade. Envious glances followed him as he departed. Having secured the desired weapon, Jiang Yun made no further delay. He and Su Ming hurried away, and the others quickly dispersed as well. Only Lei Jie remained, lying on the ground, now awake but too terrified to face reality. It was easy to imagine how swiftly everything that had transpired here would spread throughout Luoxue City. Ding! Jiang Yun's phone rang just as he reached his front door. He picked up the phone and immediately drew a long breath. He double-checked the number multiple times, counting each zero one by one, before finally confirming that 8 million yuan had indeed just been deposited into his account. A full 8 million. This was the auction proceeds from the Black Devouring blade. A plain kitchen knife, merely infused with a single special property, and it was worth that much? Jiang Yun felt a momentary daze, but a smile quickly spread across his lips. This time, he gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying power and might of his mythic tier skill. So, if I keep selling gear non-stop, wouldn't I be raking in millions every minute? Jiang Yun gasped in astonishment, then quickly pulled himself back to reality. If he really did that, it wouldn't take long before some major power snatched him up and forced him to craft gear for the rest of his life. Even more terrifying things could happen. This was not the life he wanted. Thankfully, I had the foresight not to leave any concrete personal information behind. But with those major factions' far-reaching influence, it's only a matter of time before they track me down. Oh well, I'll just cross that bridge when I come to it. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Yun opened the door and stepped inside. The scene that met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. The piles of food and black iron that had filled the hall had vanished, leaving only a massive hexagonal ant nest, roughly 3 meters in size, suspended mid-air. Constructed entirely of black crystals, the nest was covered in holes, appearing both mysterious and exquisitely crafted. Sensing Jiang Yun's arrival, the nest emitted a warm, delighted energy. One by one, iron black ants emerged from the nest, forming a precise formation before him like a military array. This is... Jiang Yun picked up one iron black ant and examined it closely. Typically smaller than Jiang Yun's thumb, these iron black ants now stood as large as his palm. Their massive mandibles snapped open and closed, producing a crisp metallic clang that radiated formidable menace. Their bodies, as black as steel, were now covered in countless golden red patterns that flowed like molten lava, adding a touch of regal beauty. What astonished Jiang Yun even more was that some of these iron black ants had grown wings, soaring through the air. Jiang Yun quickly opened the attribute panel to inspect. Name, Xiao. Species, Molten Iron Black Flame Ant Queen. Quality, Epic. Level, 1. Skills, Nest Building, Mental Link. Traits, Infinite Breeding, Mineral Devouring, Mutation. Attack, 0. Agility, 0. Mental, 500. Constitution, 500 plus 2000. Jiang Yun couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. With 3 traits boosting him, Xiao's grade had shot straight to Epic. The first pet to reach Epic tier, such an occurrence likely didn't exist anywhere in Luoxue City. Especially since this Epic tier pet was entirely his own creation. Jiang Yun was now bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Not only that, but Xiao had gained a new trait, Mutation. This trait naturally awakens when ordinary ants ascend to queen ants and their colonies expand. Ants were a highly specialized colony, with each ant fulfilling a distinct role within the hive. The most common were the diligent worker ants, while flying ants were another distinct category. Jiang Yun looked at the iron black ant in his hand. No, it should now be called the Molten Iron Black Flame Ant. Species, Molten Iron Black Flame Ant Offspring. Quality, Elite. Level, 1. Skills, Bite, Flaming Self-Destruction, Sturdy Exoskeleton. Traits, Mineral Devouring. Attack, 50. Agility, 50. Mental, 50. Constitution, 50. After the quality upgrade, the original ability to form a protective shell on the body surface by consuming minerals, thereby increasing defense, has officially become a skill, Hardened Shell. This trait and ability are inherited from the mother ant. The true uniqueness lies in the self-destruct skill. This trait was fused into Xiao by Jiang Yun, embodying the flame explosion ability in offspring reproduction and serving as the primary attack method of the iron black ants. Individual ants possess weak abilities, relying instead on sheer numbers. Even at the elite quality tier, the four-dimensional stats of soldier ants are merely passable. Self-destruction is the true trump card Jiang Yun has prepared. Jiang Yun had communicated with Xiao. Xiao, newly endowed with sentience, proudly declared that with a steady supply of resources, it could breed 500 soldier ants daily. Imagine the terrifying spectacle of so many molten iron black flame ants detonating themselves. Gazing at the iron black ants in his hand, Jiang Yun felt an irresistible urge to test the explosive power of the molten iron black flame ants. But glancing around, he forced himself to suppress the urge, mindful of the safety of his room. Jiang Yun picked up the phone. "Hello, boss? About that shipment I ordered earlier, send another one. No, make it 5. Money truly made one feel so generous." After receiving the shipment and stacking it beside the ant nest, Jiang Yun turned and headed back to his room to rest. All possible preparations were now complete. Once Xiao bred enough offspring, he would head to the secret realm to level up, preparing for the qualification review and university entrance exams. 6. Dungeon, Gloomy Forest. 3 days later, at the outskirts of Luoxue City, the Gloomy Forest. As usual, the place was already teeming with people. After awakening as professionals, students had 1 month to level up and train in preparation for the upcoming university entrance exams. This was undoubtedly the most crucial exam of their lives. Whether they would rise to prominence or fade into obscurity depended entirely on whether they could gain admission to their desired institutions. Everyone was fully focused. For the novice adventurers of Luoxue City, the Gloom Forest was the ideal place to grind for experience. This man-made beginner dungeon housed monsters carefully curated to prevent any overly dangerous encounters that could wipe out entire student groups. Even so, many still perish within its depths each year. Every year, awakened students from all 8 middle schools across Luoxue City converged here. Jiang Yun arrived relatively late, finding the others already grouped up and entering the instance in an orderly fashion under the guidance of official staff. As they made their way toward the instance, Jiang Yun could still overhear various murmurs. "Leveling up is just too hard. I grinded for ages and didn't even gain a single level. Be grateful you're not injured. Rest up before going back to grind. At this rate, getting into River Sea University might be a long shot. What kind of monsters are those who level up 7 or 8 times in a month?" As he listened, Jiang Yun organized the intelligence he'd gathered. To gain admission to a top-tier university, a professional's level was a hard requirement. The student mentioned earlier was referring to Hohai University, a local institution near Luoxue City. It was considered a second-tier university with a minimum requirement of level 7. Only those meeting the level requirement could qualify for the subsequent trials, otherwise, they wouldn't even get past the gate. For even more prestigious universities, the level requirements were even higher. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun had already arrived at the instance registration area. A crowd of students gathered here, holding up various signs. Team needs 1 more frontline fighter knight or fist master welcome. Level 4 mage leading the group fast and furious grinding. Need a ranged DPS. Archer or mage welcome. Spotting Jiang Yun alone, the crowd immediately swarmed around him, vying for his attention. "Hey buddy, what class are you? Our team's missing someone right now. Hey, handsome, come this way." Facing the solicitations, Jiang Yun remained silent, simply waving them off as he made his way to the registration desk. A yawning staff member efficiently processed all his paperwork. Noticing he was alone, the clerk asked curiously, "Hey, where's your team?" "No teammates." "What? You plan to explore alone?" The staff member's voice suddenly grew louder. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Yun. This guy wants to grind monsters and level up alone? He must be out of his mind, he'll probably die in there. Just another attention seeker. He'll be crawling out with a black eye and a broken nose before long. Some sneered, others chuckled under their breath. "Young man, I urge you to reconsider. Don't risk your life just for a few extra experience points," the staff member urged, unable to bear the sight. While teaming up for dungeons offered safety, the experience and gear gained from slaying monsters had to be split among the entire party. Thus, there were always skilled and daring professionals who chose to solo, claiming everything for themselves. Of course, they also bear the risks alone. Soloing dungeons is something typically done by seasoned, high-level adventurers. For a newly awakened novice to attempt this, doesn't he realize he's asking for a quick death? Amidst the mocking stares of the crowd, Jiang Yun remained resolute. After completing the formalities, he set off alone toward the instance. The so-called instance was a pale blue door, towering 3 meters high. As Jiang Yun approached, an interface panel popped up. Gloomy Forest. Multiplayer Dungeon. Recommended levels, 1-5. Enter? Enter. Jiang Yun murmured silently. With a swish and a flash of blue light, his entire figure vanished instantly. Just then, the sound of wheels approached, growing louder from afar. Several buses pulled up, and dozens of young boys and girls stepped out, accompanied by a few individuals who appeared to be teachers. They're the top students from various universities. Someone murmured, and envious glances swept across the crowd. These were the carefully selected students who had awakened their abilities from the major high schools of Luoxue City. Unlike ordinary students, they received preferential treatment, access to the school's resources, and even had powerful professionals assigned to accompany them. Their sole purpose, to achieve outstanding results in the upcoming major exams and bring glory to their schools. While other students had to handle their own meals and lodging during training, these elite candidates were fully supported by their schools, with daily shuttle services provided. Hey, old Shen, your school's really hit the jackpot this year, nearly 500 combat professionals, right? Not at all. Your academy has produced a full 3 mutated professions this time. Accompanying these elite students were high-level professionals around level 30 specialist instructors from various secondary schools. As the seed players prepared to head to the dungeon for leveling, these special grade teachers gathered together, bragging and chatting, creating a lively scene. Some shared close bonds, while others had strained relationships. So, Lu Yun, I hear one of your promising seeds at first high washed out. Rumor has it he even broke off his engagement with the Su family? Wang He from Sunqing Middle School grinned as he asked Lu Yun from First Experimental Middle School, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Lu Yun's face darkened. He snorted coldly but offered no reply. The ruined star pupil Wang he referred to was none other than Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun excelled academically, consistently ranking first in his grade. By all logic, such a prodigy should have shown only moderate results in his awakening. Yet, he delivered a massive upset. The moment his awakening results were announced, the school immediately revoked Jiang Yun's poverty-stricken student status and all associated subsidies. By all accounts, this was completely against regulations. After all, these benefits were earned through Jiang Yun's genuine academic merit. Yet no one cared after all. Who would care about injustice done to a good-for-nothing? Especially since he'd had the audacity to reject a marriage proposal from the eldest daughter of the Su family. To be connected to the Su family was an honor countless people would kill for, yet this clueless good-for-nothing had actually turned it down. He was beyond redemption. As for Jiang Yun himself, he had no mind to concern himself with such matters. All his energy these days was focused on cultivating his pet beast. As they spoke, the conversation naturally turned to their own seed contenders. Shall we make a bet? See who reaches level 5 faster? Sure, I'll bet 10,000. I'll wager a silver grade equipment piece. Bets were placed left and right. A teacher from Qingyun Middle School sighed softly, too bad Su Mingxi isn't here leveling up. Otherwise, this would be a foregone conclusion. The group fell silent, none daring to contradict the statement. Su Mingxi, the Su family's legitimate daughter, a fire warrior by profession. The sheer weight of that name was overwhelming. Even looking back over the past 5 years, no one possessed better talent than her. Word had it that professors from Huaqing University had approached her, and she was now a pre-enrolled student there. If she joined the competition, there would be no contest, she'd simply dominate. Mingxi, are you really not going to level up with me? Inside a black sedan parked not far from the dungeon, a girl with skin as translucent as jade tugged at Su Mingxi's arm, her voice filled with pitiful pleading. Her dark hair was pulled back into a ponytail, hanging diagonally across her chest. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Su Mingxi was undeniably stunning, yet standing beside this girl, they seemed equally captivating. Xiao Xue, stop fussing. I believe in your abilities. Su Mingxi looked at her best friend helplessly. My father worked hard to secure this spot for me to level up at Crystal Peak. I can't miss it. Fine. Lu Xiaoxue sighed, then asked curiously, so what was that proposal business all about? It was an engagement arranged by my grandfather. I couldn't go against it. Su Mingxi sounded utterly detached. Even though grandfather's been gone to the planar battlefield for 10 years, I still don't want to go against his wishes. My ambition is to reach the pinnacle of the profession. I have no interest in romantic entanglements. Marrying anyone is the same to me, I couldn't care less. Who knew that person would be so ungrateful? A flicker of irritation crossed Su Mingxi's eyes. Though her ideals were lofty, as a young woman, the sting of being rejected outright was impossible to conceal. After exchanging a few more casual words, they bid each other farewell. Su Mingxi boarded a vehicle bound for the leveling grounds, while Lu Xiaoxue headed toward the dungeon. As soon as she arrived at the instant's entrance, the top players from various colleges enthusiastically greeted her. Many boys' eyes held undisguised admiration. But Lu Xiaoxue shed all traces of the playful, soft-spoken demeanor she'd shown Su Mingxi. Instead, she radiated an icy detachment, like a crystalline snowflake atop a mountain peak. This was the snow fairy of Qingyun Academy, familiar to all. Her other side only surfaced in front of a select few close confidants. Though not as dazzling as her best friend Su Mingxi, she was an exceptionally outstanding presence herself, a top prospect at Qingyun Middle School. Occupation, archer. Let's go level up, she said, heading toward the dungeon, the name Jiang Yun involuntarily surfacing in her mind. The boy who had rejected her best friend. Rumor had it he was now a useless person. Wondered what he was up to right now. Beastmasters are born with a beast-taming space, and I heard they have an advantage in delivering takeout in packages. Was that what he was doing now? Inside the instance. In a deep, shadowy forest. Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings and took a deep breath. He spread his palm, revealing a dazzling rainbow-colored magic array before him. Immediately, over 30 fist-sized ants materialized before him. 5 flying ants circled around him, while the others scattered in all directions. After preparing, Jiang Yun strolled deeper into the forest. 7. First level up. The gloomy forest is inhabited by crawlers, ratmen, and rotten tree demons. A multiplayer instance meant this dungeon could accommodate multiple teams, potentially leading to competition for monsters. As he walked, Jiang Yun reviewed the relevant information about the gloomy forest. As a beginner dungeon, the Gloomwood posed minimal danger. Still, it was his first time, and Jiang Yun felt a bit nervous. Though he appeared to walk alone through the woods, countless ants scurried through the surrounding grasses. Jiang Yun halted abruptly, sensing these ants transmitting messages to him through a psychic link. When pieced together, the information formed a complete map in his mind. This was the marvelous utility of the trait, Soul Thread. Suddenly, Jiang Yun halted and gazed toward the nearby grass. A verdant rat-headed creature emerged from the foliage, brandishing a bone club. It glared at Jiang Yun with a vicious expression. Jiang Yun raised his hand and cast appraisal. With the money in hand, Jiang Yun promptly purchased the appraisal scroll he'd coveted for so long. This basic spell was practically a must-have for everyone, and while it wasn't overly expensive, it still cost a hefty 20,000 gold pieces, enough to make Jiang Yun, who was used to being broke, wince. This rat-headed man was only 5 levels below Jiang Yun, so he easily obtained its data. Rat Man Elite. Level 4. Skills, Swing Club, Rough Skin, Battle Cry. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. He never expected his luck to be this good, encountering an elite Ratman on his very first try. Gah! The Ratman Elite let out a strange cry. A crimson flush surged beneath its brown fur as it swung its club toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun thought for a moment, and a flying ant beside him intercepted the attack. Clang! The flying ant collided with the bone club, sparks flying. The Ratman staggered backward. The flying ant was knocked back a distance, circling in the air before returning to Jiang Yun's side. Jiang Yun examined it closely. Not a single scratch marred its body. It seems that evolving from an ordinary iron black ant into a molten iron black flame ant significantly enhances the defensive strength of its exoskeleton. Next, I'll test the power of its self-destruct. Jiang Yun focused his mind, and one flying ant flapped its wings, heading toward the rat-headed man. As it drew nearer, the red patterns on its body began to glow, growing increasingly bright. Boom! The flying ant collided heavily with the rat-headed man. In the next instant, a miniature sun ignited within the dense forest, steadily growing larger. Finally, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a violent explosion whose shockwave rippled outward. When the dust settled and the chaos subsided, Jiang Yun could finally see the scene before him. A massive crater gaped before his eyes. As for the rat-headed man Ben Lin, not a single bone remained. Simultaneously, a notification appeared on his profession panel. Elite Ratman slain, 300 damage dealt, plus 5 years to lifespan. That power, it's incredible. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but marvel. A single strike had slain an elite Ratman. Such destructive force would likely be beyond even the so-called canon mage class at this stage. And this was merely the explosive force of a single flying ant. Jiang Yun probed his mind into his pet beast space. Within the 50 square meter space, the ant nest floated at its center, surrounded by countless soldier ants. Only Jiang Yun and the queen ant knew the exact number of soldier ants within the pet beast space at that moment. 1,500. With sufficient resources, the queen ant could produce 500 soldier ants like these every single day. What lay within the pet beast space was the queen ant's output from the past 3 days. The queen ant had now ceased breeding soldier ants, as Jiang Yun's pet beast space could hold no more. I'm getting pretty powerful now. Jiang Yun mused, spreading his hand to summon a burst of multicolored light. One by one, soldier ants materialized before him. This time, Jiang Yun summoned a full 500 soldier ants. 500 might not sound like much, but when they materialized before him, the sheer swarm of them formed a dark, menacing mass that radiated formidable power. With the sheer numbers and physical strength of these soldier ants, ordinary monsters can be dealt with by sheer force of melee. For elites or large groups of monsters, will resort to self-destruction. Having formulated his strategy, Jiang Yun stepped forward once more. The soldier ants scattered around him. The wingless ground ants departed from all directions, vanishing into the mountain forests. The winged flying ants soared into the sky, circling erratically as they surveyed everything from above. Jiang Yun walked alone through the mountain forest, his stride confident and unhurried. Though seemingly alone, he commanded an army of thousands. Go! Seek out living creatures and slay them. Jiang Yun gave the order, and the soldier ants around him began acting autonomously. With Jiang Yun at their center, they charged swiftly toward the distance. The aerial ants moved faster still, exploiting their aerial advantage to swiftly spot their prey. A crawler. Rumored to be humans corrupted by contamination before the apocalypse, these creatures appeared to have no skin, their bodies drenched in blood as they crawled on all fours. These creatures posed a greater threat than the ratmen. Not only were they incredibly swift, but their steel-hard tongues capable of flinging several meters posed an even greater threat. But before Jiang Yun, it didn't even have the chance to get close. Amidst a buzzing hum, several flying ants dove down, their massive jaws snapping open. With Jiang Yun's command, when not facing formidable monsters, they simply used their most basic bite skill to attack. Even so, bolstered by the elite-tier pet stats, the crawler met its end within mere moments, overwhelmed by the swarm of soldier ants. As for its tongue thrusts, they proved utterly useless against these tiny, steel-hard flying ants. Killed crawler, dealt 200 damage, gained 2 years of lifespan. Killing an elite monster grants 5 years of life, while a regular monster grants 2 years. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yun's lifespan surged from a meager 14 years to 21 years. Yet not a trace of joy appeared on Jiang Yun's face. This lifespan barely reached the average age of humans before the apocalypse. It was woefully inadequate for pursuing the path of a professional. For any professional, advancing from level 1 to level 2 required a full 100 years of lifespan. But beast tamers were unique. They had to split their experience points with their pets, meaning it took a full 200 years. Thus, it was no coincidence that beast masters were ranked as the most resource-intensive and slowest-growing entry-level profession. And that's only when grinding solo. If he were to team up, dividing the gained lifespan among several people would only make it even harder. Leveling up is so damn hard. Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh, spreading his hands wide. A rainbow of light blossomed beneath his feet as an endless black tide surged outward, spreading in all directions. He released another 500 soldier ants. A full 1,000 soldier ants began spreading out in all directions. I'm about 2 days behind the other students in leveling up. Since that's the case, there's no time to waste. Time to level up at full throttle. Jiang Yun murmured, and soon, the surrounding area echoed with continuous roars and screams. The soldier ants had found their prey and commenced the slaughter. Killed ratman, dealt 250 damage, gained 2 years of life. Killed crawler, dealt 300 damage, gained 2 years of lifespan. In an instant, a dense swarm of kill notifications flashed before Jiang Yun's eyes. His life reserve began to surge wildly. This efficiency far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Moreover, Jiang Yun didn't need to manage the actual combat. The soldier ants, born for battle, were far more professional in this regard than he was. Only when facing formidable opponents would they seek his command to unleash their devastating self-destruct attacks. This was only when Jiang Yun gave the order. Otherwise, given the nature of these soldier ants, any threat within a kilometer of the mother nest would be eliminated without hesitation through self-destruction. But Jiang Yun wouldn't do that. He had no choice. Having been starved of resources, he had to calculate every move meticulously. With a flick of his thoughts, a flying ant landed in Jiang Yun's hand. It immediately took flight, using Jiang Yun as its starting point. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Feeling the mental link with the soldier ants gradually weaken until it was nearly severed, Jiang Yun finally issued the command for the flying ants to return. 3,000 meters, that was the absolute limit of Jiang Yun's control over the soldier ants. Beyond this range, the soldier ants would be ruled by their biological instincts and begin indiscriminately attacking anyone. Jiang Yun would never risk that. After all, this was a multiplayer instance. If he got into a fight with other leveling adventurers, it would only invite trouble. Finding a clean spot, Jiang Yun sat down, closed his eyes to rest, and waited quietly. It seemed he wasn't here to level up, but rather for a day trip. After a dozen minutes, Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes. Before him, his profession panel unfolded. Lifespan, 234 years. Level up! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, the lifespan figure on the panel began rapidly decreasing, finally settling at 34 years. Simultaneously, a white light rose from Jiang Yun's body. Upgrade complete. 8. Rapid upgrade. This was Jiang Yun's first upgrade. Jiang Yun immediately checked his profession panel. His constitution, agility, and strength attributes each increased by 10 points, while his spirit attribute rose by 20 points. The area of his beast-taming space also expanded by 10 square meters. The Molten Iron Black Flame Ant Queen had also ascended to level 2, with her stats enhanced accordingly. Molten Iron Black Flame Ant Queen. Level 2. Attack 0. Agility 0. Mental 600. Constitution 600 plus 2000. A single level up increased my stats by 100 points. Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel, gaining a deeper understanding of the gap between pets of different qualities. Of course, the queen ant's unique nature also played a role. With 2 attributes at 0 out of 4, wouldn't the entire upgrade boost be applied to those 2? Turning to the soldier ants, each stat had increased by 30, a solid, if unremarkable, improvement. However, the golden red patterns on the soldier ants grew increasingly vivid and luminous, clearly indicating that their self-destruction power had also grown stronger. Closing his eyes, a complete mental map of the surroundings unfolded. Nearby monsters had been cleared. Checking the soldier ant count, none were lost except for the one Jiang Yun had previously tested for self-destruction. He glanced at the pet beast space again. With the extra room after the upgrade, Little Black immediately began breeding soldier ants, seemingly intent on filling the space once more. As for food sources, it was even simpler. Iron black ants were omnivorous, and the molten iron black flame ants inherited this trait. Trees, flowers, grass, even flesh, bone, stone, and iron, nothing was beyond their consumption. Jiang Yun was delighted to see this development. After all, the more they consumed here, the less economic pressure he faced. At this moment, the soldier ants seemed to have increased in number since their departure. Make the most of this time and keep leveling up. Jiang Yun rose to his feet and, surrounded by countless soldier ants, walked toward the distance. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. If viewed from above, one could see a black tide gradually spreading and expanding, as if poised to engulf the entire instance. Wah! A series of howls echoed through the forest. The forest, once quiet yet tinged with danger, now buzzed with activity. Jiang Yun strolled forward, surrounded by countless soldier ants darting about, searching for every monster in the vicinity and engaging them in battle. If one couldn't handle it, then several would. A dozen or more would charge. If that failed, they resorted to the power of self-destruction. Sometimes, quantity was quality. It was power. Monster after monster fell beneath the swarm's relentless assault. Jiang Yun's lifespan rapidly increased. Lifespan, 523 years. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 requires 400 years of lifespan. A flash of white light. Less than an hour after entering the instance, Jiang Yun achieved his second level up. Both his own attributes and those of his pet beast received another round of enhancement. The soldier ant's stats reached 100 points across the board. A single soldier ant could now instantly kill level 1 and 2 minor monsters. He chose a direction and pressed forward. The monsters in the forest were noticeably stronger in both level and power. They even began to appear in groups, with several or even a dozen monsters emerging at once. Yet for Jiang Yun, this posed no challenge whatsoever. He unleashed another 500 soldier ants, sweeping away every monster within sight. An hour later, Jiang Yun experienced his third level up, reaching level 4. 2 hours later, Jiang Yun leveled up once more, reaching level 5. Ha! Glancing at his class panel as usual, Jiang Yun suddenly froze. Name, Xiao. Race, Molten Iron Black Flame Ant Queen. Quality, Epic. Level, 4. Skills, Nest Building, Mind Pierce. Traits, Infinite Breeding, Mineral Devouring, Mutation, Mind Link. Psychic Pierce, focus psychic energy to create a mental spike, dealing damage to enemies. A new skill has appeared. Jiang Yun gasped in astonishment as Xiao's delighted emotions surged through the mental link. As the Beastmaster levels up, their pet beasts also gain new skills. In the Beastmaster realm, there was a specialized term for this phenomenon, potential awakening. Jiang Yun understood it as the pet grew stronger, its inherent traits were unlocked and enhanced, ultimately crystallizing into a skill. Spiritual piercing was undoubtedly the soul thread, trait sublimating into a skill. Potential awakening was an exceptionally rare occurrence. When it occurs, it signifies that the beast possesses immense potential, far surpassing its peers. Yet for Xiao, it was both unexpected and entirely logical. After all, unlike other pets whose traits were entirely determined by fate, Xiao's traits were personally tailored by him to counter the iron black ants. Jiang Yun gazed toward a crawler being besieged by a swarm of soldier ants in the distance, then pointed at it. A multicolored glow emanated from his palm. Above the hexagonal ant nest within the beast control space, a flash of white light flickered. Concentrating his psychic energy, an invisible psychic spike shot toward the crawler. The crawler, moving swiftly on all fours, suddenly stiffened. It collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Several soldier ants swiftly closed in, tearing it to shreds in an instant. This is incredibly useful. Watching this unfold, Jiang Yun's face lit up with delight. The ant nest was far too valuable. Even with its formidable defenses, Jiang Yun didn't want to deploy it. Even though the nest was within his pet beast space, this skill still worked exactly what Jiang Yun wanted. Seeing most of the surrounding monsters slain, Jiang Yun consulted the map in his mind and began venturing deeper into the gloomy forest. The monsters there were higher level, stronger, and could provide more lifespan. The black tide surged, spreading out in a cone shape toward the direction Jiang Yun had chosen. At its very center, soldier ants formed a black throne, allowing Jiang Yun to sit atop the dark tide. Beside the black tide, several fellow students who had also come to level up stared dumbly at the scene, momentarily speechless. They had just encountered a wave of powerful enemies, 2 crawlers and an elite squad of over a dozen ratmen. If they could handle it, it would undoubtedly be a golden opportunity to gain longevity and see their strength skyrocket. But if they couldn't handle it? That would be disastrous. The Gloomwood was a dungeon specifically designed to train novice adventurers, where death held no consequences. However, if one took excessive damage and was kicked out, re-entering the instance required waiting for its cooldown period to end. The cooldown period is 6 hours. Losing 6 hours of monster grinding time out of nowhere was a devastating blow to newbie adventurers determined to level up quickly and get into a good university. Just as they were at a loss, a black tide of soldier ants surged forth. Within mere breaths, the monsters that had nearly forced them to abandon the instance were brutally slaughtered by the black tide. Are these really students here to level up, just like us? The group stared at Jiang Yun, surrounded by countless soldier ants, and the question arose from the depths of their hearts. How could the gap between people be so vast? Jiang Yun naturally noticed them, but chose to ignore them. After all, the thought was somewhat awkward. While monster stealing was inevitable in multiplayer dungeons. But someone like him, who had practically cleared the entire instance in one go, was still a rare sight. Most of the newbie adventurers who entered the dungeon with him today were bound to come away empty-handed. Jiang Yun could only silently offer an apology in his heart. Moments later, a swamp appeared before Jiang Yun. The stench was overwhelming, and a massive tree too wide for two people to wrap their arms around stood in the middle. Upon its trunk, an ancient, weathered face stared down at Jiang Yun, emitting a series of guttural growls. Countless vines hung from the branches, writhing like snakes as they lashed out indiscriminately at their surroundings. An appraisal spell fell upon it. Rotten Tree Demon. Level 6. Skills, Whip, Filthy Roar, Toughness. The appearance of the Rotten Tree Demon signaled that Jiang Yun had entered the depths of the gloomy forest. Beyond this point lay the lair of the Gloomwood's boss. 9. The Seedling Shock. Rustling. The canopy swayed as crawlers plummeted down. The Rotten Tree Demon proved troublesome not only due to its formidable strength but also its territorial instincts. It actively cultivated other monsters, forming symbiotic relationships. Taking down a single rotten tree ant often means fighting several different monsters simultaneously, severely testing the coordination of the adventurer team. The instance had been open for less than a week, and other adventurers lacked the capability to challenge such a monster. Jiang Yun was likely the first adventurer to reach this location. The creator of this dungeon really thought this through. Recalling these details, Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Multiplayer dungeons test competitive skills, while the Rotten Tree Demon tests teamwork. Those who successfully clear the dungeon, even if their college entrance exam scores aren't stellar, undoubtedly possess the qualities expected of a professional adventurer. At the same time, Jiang Yun understood why the staff reacted so strongly when they heard he intended to clear it solo. At its core, this dungeon was never meant for lone wolves. Too bad though, I have no allies, I have an army. As Jiang Yun pointed his finger, the soldier ants surged forward, swarming toward the rotten tree ant. The crawler was an old adversary, yet in mere moments, it was torn to shreds by the massive mandibles of countless soldier ants. The true threat to the soldier ants lay in the rotting tree demon. From the treetop canopy, dangling tendrils suddenly lashed out, whipping viciously at the surrounding soldier ants. Each strike was powerful and forceful, capable of shattering even rock. Soldier ants unable to dodge in time were flung away, landing nearly a kilometer below. They struggled for a long while before managing to crawl back up. Roar! A face carved into the tree trunk let out a roar. The surrounding soldier ants trembled, disoriented, momentarily losing their bearings. Simultaneously, a chorus of beastly roars echoed from the surrounding forest. The trees rustled violently, as if some creature was rushing toward this location. The signature skill of the Rotten Tree Demon, Filthy Roar. Not only did it inflict mental damage on enemies, but it also summoned other monsters within its territory to defend it. A Rotten Tree Demon's territory spans at least 1 kilometer in diameter. Within this range, no second Rotten Tree Demon exists. And within that kilometer, there were at least a dozen different monsters. Truly an elite-level monster, it's incredibly powerful. Jiang Yun rubbed his temples in admiration. Even from this distance, the rotten tree's howls made his head feel dizzy, while foul, unearthly whispers echoed in his ears. But unfortunately for you, you've met me. Now that he understood the Rotten Tree Demon's tactics, Jiang Yun had no intention of holding back. Go! With his low command, swarms of flying ants soared into the air, bursting with dazzling crimson gold light. Like shooting stars, they streaked toward the Rotten Tree Demon. Boom! 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 The Rotten Tree Demon didn't even have time to swing its tentacles. The moment they drew near, each flying ant transformed into a ball of golden red flame, rapidly spreading outward. The scorching heat of molten gold and the explosive shockwave swiftly swept away the surrounding tentacles, reducing them to charred ash. The Rotten Tree Demon let out a pained roar. In this wave of explosions, its trunk also bore a charred wound, inflicting significant damage on its core. Before it could react, the soldier ants, long prepared, had already climbed the trunk. Golden red light flickered across their bodies. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the land. When the flames finally subsided, the Rotten Tree Demon had vanished, leaving only a charred stump in its place. Defeated Rotten Tree Demon gained 20 years of lifespan. A single Rotten Tree Demon could grant 20 years of life equivalent to nearly 10 crawlers or ratmen. This is good stuff. So, killing 5 Rotten Tree Demons would grant 100 years of life? Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he gazed into the distance. Just then, the monsters summoned by the Rotten Tree Demon finally arrived. Seeing their leader reduced to ashes, the monsters didn't hesitate for a second, they turned and fled. Jiang Yun naturally had no intention of letting them escape. Several flying ants swooped down, and in an instant, another chunk of lifespan was added to his tally. After reviewing the gains and losses of this battle, Jiang Yun was astonished to find that not only had he suffered no losses, but the number of soldier ants had actually increased. Though he had lost dozens of soldier ants, the queen ant, Xiao, had been busy in the hive during this time. With the abundant nutrients flowing in from the dungeon, a fresh batch of soldier ants had been born. Summing up his thoughts, Jiang Yun couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. I'd become truly formidable now. The gloomy forest no longer serves any purpose for my training. Speed up the clearing of the gloomy forest, then move on to the next instance. While the vast majority of newly awakened students could only cycle through the gloomy forest this beginner dungeon before the grand exam, exceptions did exist. A dungeon lay on the outskirts of Luoxue City. Consulting the map in his mind, Jiang Yun identified the direction and drove his ant army deep into the heart of the gloomy forest. Under the relentless sweep of his ant army, nearly all the monsters within this instance had been cleared. Next, they would face the final boss of this instance. At Jiang Yun's command, the black tide advanced once more, charging deep into the swamp. Elsewhere in the gloomy forest, Su Xiyue and her companions trudged forward in full gear, their eyes filled with confusion. These elite candidates, having completed their group assignments, also entered the dungeon in squads, ready to level up. Everything was set. But upon entering the instance, problems arose. Where were the monsters? All along the way, they could only see traces of battle, yet not a single monster was in sight. Where were the monsters? The group couldn't help but feel bewildered. They came to level up, but how could they do that without monsters? This situation was beyond anyone's expectations. What on earth was going on? Could someone have wiped out all the monsters? That's ridiculous. The Gloomwood is as vast as an entire city. How could a level 110 adventurer possibly have that kind of power? Only level 20, or even level 30 adventurers could manage that. What should we do now? Should we ask other professionals? Someone turned to Su Xiyue within the group and asked. Su Xiyue was the leader of this squad. No, we can't afford to waste any more time. Su Xiyue's elegant brows furrowed slightly as she gritted her teeth. Let's go straight for the boss. They had already leveled up yesterday, with most reaching level 3. As an archer, Su Xiyue dealt the highest damage and had even reached level 4. For anyone else, attempting the final boss at this level would undoubtedly be suicide. But as elite candidates meticulously selected and trained by the academy, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary students. It wasn't impossible at this level, just a bit risky. But right now, there was no time to think about that. If they couldn't find any monsters, this trip would truly be for nothing. As elite candidates, they naturally possessed the Dark Forest map. After confirming their direction, the squad immediately sprinted toward the area housing the final boss. The closer they got to the final boss's territory, the slower their steps became, and the more tense their expressions grew. A massive roar and explosions echoed from the distance, making the ground tremble. Everyone gulped nervously. Could such commotion truly occur in a dungeon of this caliber? Finally, after scaling a mountain ridge, the scene of the final boss came into view before their eyes. 10. My name is Jiang Yun. The great boss of the gloomy forest, a 10-meter-tall, rotting tree demon lord roared, its countless tentacles whipping through the air with piercing whistles. Its once deep brown bark had turned a sickly red. This signaled the activation of its signature bloodlust skill, doubling its attack power at the cost of reducing its maximum health. Rat-headed men and crawlers descended from the treetops in dense swarms, dozens of them. As the final boss of this dungeon, the rotten tree demon lord's terror lay not only in his own power, but in his ability to command nearly 100 diverse monsters. Defeating this beast typically required several, sometimes even a dozen, professional adventurer teams working together, dividing tasks to bring it down. Su Xiyue's decision to rush toward the final boss wasn't born of any delusion that she could actually defeat the rotten tree ant lord. She only intended to eliminate the horde of minions gathered around the rotten tree demon. Such tactics weren't unprecedented. Through various tactics, they could lure the minions to their location and eliminate them without alerting the rotten tree demon lord, significantly saving time spent searching for the monster. As a seasoned player, Su Xiyue knew exactly how to proceed. Though dangerous, she had to take the risk to avoid a wasted trip. Yet the scene before her made it clear, this time, she would come away empty-handed. The overwhelmingly powerful rotten tree demon lord and his minions were now engulfed by a dark tide. The moment the minions touched the ground, they were swallowed by the dark tide. The rotten tree demon lord's terrifying chain vine attacks only managed to temporarily push back the black tide. Within mere breaths, the black tide surged forward again, engulfing the rotten tree demon lord once more and tearing open wound after wound upon his body. This is an army of ants. Only then did the crowd discern that the so-called black tide was actually countless fist-sized black ants, their bodies gleaming with an iron-like sheen. Yet their sheer numbers were staggering, thousands upon thousands, their collective mass forming this terrifying black tide. At the very center of the black tide, a youth stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Even from behind, he exuded an air of effortless composure, as if everything unfolded under his command. All these ants, are they that person's beast companions? A single person dares to challenge the final boss. Not just that, he probably hasn't spared a single monster in this entire dungeon. A top-tier player nearly popped his eyes out of his head. Su Xiyue cast an appraisal spell and stared at the soldier ant stats panel, falling silent for a moment. The gap was too vast. If it were just one or two, Su Xiyue had confidence she could handle them. But facing nearly 1,000 now, she was utterly overwhelmed. As a top-tier player, Su Xiyue naturally carried an air of pride. Ordinary people were beneath her notice. Yet gazing at the scene before her, a wave of helplessness washed over her for the very first time. Even though their levels were similar, their actual strength was worlds apart. She never would have dreamed of soloing a beginner dungeon. This mysterious youth seemed even more gifted than her best friend, Su Xiyue. Which family, which academy had nurtured such a prodigy? Just as the others were stunned, the situation on the field shifted once more. So it's still impossible? Jiang Yun murmured. This time, facing the final boss of the gloomy forest, the rotten tree demon lord, he didn't use the self-destructibility of the molten iron black flame ants. Instead, he kept only 300 soldier ants for defense and unleashed all the remaining soldier ants to surround and attack the boss. He wanted to test whether sheer numerical superiority alone could defeat the final boss without relying on self-destruction. The result left him disappointed. This rotten tree demon lord wasn't just high level and stat heavy, it also possessed numerous powerful skills. Rotten Tree Ant Lord. Level 10. Skills: Stone Skin, Bloodlust, Filthy Roar. In short, once Stone Skin was activated, the molten iron black flame ant's bite skill alone could barely scratch it. Most of its injuries stem from the passive self-detonation of worker ants when killed. Of course, with enough time, they could wear him down by piling up sand into mountains. But that would defeat Jiang Yun's original purpose. In that case, Jiang Yun raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The black tide swirling around the rotten tree demon lord instantly dispersed, leaving a clear space. Immediately, 50 flying ants circled in the air before diving straight down. The golden red patterns flowing across their bodies blazed brightly. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, several miniature suns ignited, accompanied by continuous booming sounds. Again! Having resolved to unleash this technique, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, more miniature suns blazed into existence. Boom! 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 The earth trembled violently. Flames shot skyward, stirring up massive waves and winds as a tornado spread outward. Gulp! This scene left Su Xiyue and the others speechless. This power is far greater than my fireball spell. It's almost on par with the greater fireball, muttered the mage in the party. Early game mages were famously fragile, like glass cannons, but their damage output was unmatched, especially those who mastered fireball. Yet even fireball couldn't match the explosive force of a single soldier ant's self-detonation. The Great Fireball he mentioned was an advanced version of Fireball, a spell only mastered by mages above level 20. Not to mention, when Jiang Yun went all out, the number of soldier ants detonating at once reached hundreds. Such devastation was impossible to withstand. And that wasn't all. While commanding the soldier ants to detonate, Jiang Yun also directed the queen ant, Xiao, to unleash a mental piercing attack. Once, twice, 3 times. A two-pronged assault, unleashing full firepower. Finally, with a wail of agony, the rotten tree demon lord's crown swayed violently. Its trunk split cleanly in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Defeated rotten tree demon lord, gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Elite crawler slain. Elite ratman slain. A flurry of kill notifications danced before Jiang Yun's eyes. Jiang Yun's smile grew brighter. Truly worthy of a final boss, the rewards are generous. The rotten tree demon lord directly granted 1,000 years of lifespan. Adding up the other minor monsters, Jiang Yun had already accumulated 3,200 years of lifespan. During the earlier sweep of the swamp's rotting tree demons, his level had already reached 9. Swish! A white light flared around Jiang Yun. His level officially rose to 10. Reaching level 10 meant he officially shed the title of novice adventurer, becoming an intermediate adventurer, the true starting point for a professional adventurer. Only adventurers beyond level 10 were qualified to venture beyond the city into the wilderness, to truly test their mettle in dungeons. Of course, for Jiang Yun, the greatest benefit was that upon reaching level 10, he could acquire another mythic tier skill. His first mythic tier skill had transformed him from a complete failure, utterly incapable of embarking on the path of a professional adventurer, into a formidable powerhouse capable of effortlessly clearing entire beginner dungeons. He was eagerly anticipating his second mythic tier skill. Glancing toward the spot where the rotten tree demon lord had fallen, Jiang Yun suddenly gasped in astonishment. There, a mass of grayish-white gas was swirling. Was it loot? Strange. He was certain there was no such thing as loot drops in beginner dungeons. Muttering to himself, Jiang Yun approached and gently touched it. A message immediately popped up on his class panel. Tradable lifespan, 30 years. It was this. Jiang Yun was thrilled. Not gear, but even better than gear. In this world, the most common loot for professionals slaying monsters was lifespan. Ordinary lifespan could only be used by the adventurer themselves for leveling up, akin to experience points in games. But tradable lifespan is different. It can be traded like currency. You can endure being broke, but what about running out of lifespan? The world is never short of those in need of lifespan, making tradable lifespan the ultimate hard currency. Rumor has it that among high-level adventurers, currency has been entirely replaced by lifespan in transactions. The current market rate. Jiang Yun recalled the exchange rate between tradable lifespan and Xinxia coins, roughly 100,000 to 1. 100,000 Xinxia coins for 1 year of life. And it's a market with price but no transactions. So that's how practitioners make money, so simple. Jiang Yun muttered to himself when suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance. He turned to see a girl as pure as snow approaching him cautiously. Even after meeting his nominal fiancée, Su Xiyue, the so-called most beautiful girl in Luo City, Jiang Yun couldn't help but silently admire her. What is it? But he quickly regained his composure, asking with a cold expression. Jiang Yun couldn't help but wonder if the classic novel trope was about to play out, people seeing him drop something valuable and trying to snatch it. He had noticed this squad's arrival during his fierce battle with the rotting tree demon. They might have managed to hide their presence from others, but they could never escape the watchful eyes of the countless flying ants in the sky. But since they hadn't made a move earlier, Jiang Yun hadn't bothered with them. This time, however, Jiang Yun had been overly cautious. Having witnessed his defeat of the rotten tree demon lord, the others present didn't even entertain thoughts of resistance, let alone looting the spoils. I'd like to introduce myself. Startled by Jiang Yun's icy tone, Su Xiyue suddenly adopted a polite register and hurriedly added. My name is Su Xiyue. I'm a top candidate for Qingyun Academy in this year's college entrance exam. May I ask if you're also a student taking the exam? As she spoke, she proactively extended her hand. Jiang Yun extended his hand in return, shaking hers briefly, inwardly speechless. Who else would be here if not a student preparing for the college entrance exam? Yes, my name is Jiang Yun. Without any pretense, Jiang Yun stated his name directly. The next moment, a faint blue glow emanated from his body, and his figure vanished abruptly. After defeating the dungeon boss, he chose to exit the instance immediately. Only Su Xiyue remained, standing there in a daze. Captain! Are you okay? Seeing Jiang Yun leave, the others rushed up from behind. Noticing Su Xiyue's expression, they assumed she'd been shaken by the other party's ruthless actions and words, and immediately began offering comfort in a flurry of voices. Captain, geniuses like him are always like this. Don't take it too hard. Clearly, each of them had been handpicked from thousands of students as elite candidates. Calling them geniuses was no exaggeration. Yet now, calling Jiang Yun a genius felt neither jarring nor shameful. There was simply no way around it, the gap was too vast. Not even a hint of jealousy could stir within them. It has nothing to do with that. Su Xiyue shook her head, looking somewhat distracted. For Su Xiyue, known as the Snow Fairy, this was a rare state. Only she knew why she felt this way. Jiang Yun? That name was all too familiar to her. 11. Once they're all dead, I'll come out. Her best friend Su Xiyue's good-for-nothing, ungrateful fiancé, he bore the same name. A wildly audacious thought suddenly took root in Su Xiyue's mind. Could these two be the same person? Setting aside Su Xiyue's shock and wild speculation, on the other side, a flash of blue light appeared, and Jiang Yun's figure materialized in the open space at the dungeon entrance. Glancing at the time, daylight still lingered. It was now 6 in the afternoon. Jiang Yun had entered the instance at 8 in the morning, meaning nearly 10 hours had passed. At this moment, his level had reached 10. That equated to 1 level per hour. At least in Luo City, this was an unprecedented speed. Ha! You're out already? A nearby staff member spotted Jiang Yun and teased him with a smile, clearly still impressed by the solo adventurer from that morning. What's the rush? Out already? From the awakening results to the final exam, there was only 1 week. Unless killed within the instance, these students would never leave. Seeing Jiang Yun emerge, the staff naturally assumed this arrogant brat had finally been taught a lesson by reality, chased out of the instance by monsters in utter disarray. Jiang Yun turned and walked away, leaving only a faint remark behind. Killed all the monsters. Naturally, I came out. Monsters killed? The staff froze, momentarily wondering if the kid had lost his mind. After all, the Gloomy Forest, this beginner dungeon, was specifically designed for the annual grand trials. The monsters within could sustain 1,000 players. Moreover, the instance reset every 12 hours, reviving all monsters. To wipe out every monster in the entire instance, it would have to be done within 12 hours. That was simply impossible. Have you lost your mind? The staff member muttered under his breath, pulling his gaze away and shifting it toward the instance entrance. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Before the dungeon entrance, flashes of blue light flickered across the open ground as figures materialized one after another. The students who had entered the dungeon to level up had all come out together. The once empty area around the instance entrance was instantly packed with hundreds of people. Why did you all come out? The staff member panicked, shouting the question. Such an incident had never occurred before. Even the group of elite instructors chatting nearby couldn't help but stand up and walk over. For they clearly recognized the figure of their top prospect among the emerging crowd. What the hell is going on here? The crowd roared in anger, their voices booming with tension etched across their faces. Their confusion didn't last long. Soon enough, someone provided the answer. Some psychopath slaughtered every monster in the dungeon. What else could they do but come out? Someone replied with a wry smile, immediately echoed by others. Hearing this news, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. The idea that all the monsters in the dungeon had been wiped out had never even crossed their minds. Had they misunderstood something? But no matter whom he asked, even their own top-tier players, the answer remained the same. The monsters in the instance had been wiped out. And not by one or a few teams, but by a single person. Soon, the mage responsible for managing and repairing the artificial dungeon flew over. After a thorough inspection, he too gave the same answer, his face filled with disbelief. The instance was empty. The moment they confirmed the news was true, the elite teachers from the academy exchanged glances and blurted out simultaneously, "Who was that person?" The last student to clear the dungeon within 12 hours had already graduated from Tsinghua and Peking universities, achieving legendary status as a figure they could only look up to. To not only clear the dungeon but completely empty it, what kind of extraordinary talent would that require? A staff member standing nearby recalled the figure who had just departed. Hesitating for a moment, they said, "I think his name was Jiang Yun." Jiang Yun? The group of special grade teachers froze. That name, why did it sound so familiar? Wasn't that the notorious failure from First Experimental High School? Lu Yun from First Experimental High School immediately grew serious, his gaze fixed on the staff member. "Are you certain?" Startled by his glare, the staff member panicked. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "Well, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I misheard?" He couldn't guarantee that the youth he'd just seen was truly that peerless genius. Maybe he was just bragging? What if he was wrong? "You definitely misheard." Lu Yun glared at him and declared confidently. Joking aside, how could it possibly be Jiang Yun? Su Xiyue frowned in the crowd, about to step forward to confirm. She had heard that handsome youth say her name with her own ears. It was definitely Jiang Yun. But after a moment's thought, she remained silent. After all, he wasn't even from their academy. Compared to that, she was far more curious about this Jiang Yun. A super genius who cleared entire dungeons and her best friend's useless fiancé. Were they just namesakes, or? Once certain no one could know his name, the group of special grade instructors immediately stepped aside to contact their respective academies. The immediate priority was to uncover the identity of that prodigious student. A professional with such innate talent held boundless potential for the future. If he had no backing from powerful factions, that would be ideal. In an instant, the eyes of the elite instructors turned wary as they regarded him. Their relationship instantly transformed from old acquaintances to rivals. As for the dungeon matter, it was temporarily set aside. "Captain, what should we do? Are we really just going to wait here for 6 hours?" A team member asked Su Xiyue with obvious reluctance. "Of course not." Su Xiyue paused to think, then clenched her teeth. "We're heading to the wilderness. To challenge a real dungeon." The team members were startled. "Then you lot can just wait here." Su Xiyue snorted coldly and strode forward on her own. The others exchanged glances before following her lead. After all, they were all top-tier students with higher aspirations than ordinary pupils. The idea that this unexpected turmoil might affect their grades was something they simply couldn't tolerate. This mindset wasn't unique to their team, many others made the same choice. Most of these individuals were top contenders from various colleges, confident in their abilities. As for the ordinary students, they could only wait here in frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had already boarded the bus bound for the wilderness. The bus was dilapidated, its body stained with blood and bearing the marks of weathering. The passengers were a motley crew, some silent and brooding, others sharp and intense. Jiang Yun, a student radiating scholarly demeanor, stepped aboard and immediately drew everyone's attention. Some gazed with curiosity, others with malice. Jiang Yun remained impassive, finding his seat and closing his eyes to rest. The others silently withdrew their gazes. In the wilderness, there was no order. If one were truly a naive child, reckless and ignorant of danger, it wouldn't take long before the shadows and beasts of the wilderness tore them to shreds. Moments later, the bus came to a slow halt. Jiang Yun opened his eyes and looked outside. It was a desolate little town, with dilapidated houses and a main road leading to the mountains behind it. This was Nightmare Town, on the outskirts of Luoxue City. The town earned its name from the night demon instance hidden within the Black Mountains behind it. Or rather, the town existed precisely because of this instance. Adventurers leveling up came and went, needing supplies, while materials obtained from the instance needed selling, thus spawning this town. And this was Jiang Yun's objective. 12. New Mythic Tier Skill. Jiang Yun dismounted and wandered around the town. The shops and stalls lining the streets all sold resources related to adventurers. Materials, potions, skill scrolls, and various equipment. Jiang Yun noticed that the finished products here were mostly of fire, lightning, or light attributes, while the materials sold were predominantly dark attributed. Evidently, the monsters in Nightmare Town were predominantly dark attributed. Glancing at the skill scrolls displayed on a stall, Jiang Yun asked curiously, "Do you sell skill books here?" The stall owner gave him a look as if he were an idiot. "What are you thinking, kid? These are all single-use skill scrolls. If I had skill books, I'd be rich by now." Jiang Yun gave an awkward chuckle. Single-use skill scrolls and skill books might sound similar, but their value was worlds apart. Single-use scrolls unleashed a skill upon activation, becoming worthless afterward, lifesavers in emergencies. Skill books, however, allowed eligible users to learn an entire skill outright. Their worth was beyond question worth 1,000, 10,000 times more than a single-use scroll. Jiang Yun asked this because he had already reached level 10, making him an intermediate-level professional. At this stage, he could begin considering a suitable skill for his summoned beast. The quality and proficiency of a summoned beast's skills directly determine its combat effectiveness. However, mastering a skill from scratch required an enormous amount of time. That's precisely why he set his sights on skill books. Unfortunately, Nightmare Town was ultimately a small place. Even if skill books did drop, they were immediately snapped up by various factions, making it impossible for a lone player like Jiang Yun to get his hands on one. Especially since Jiang Yun needed skill books usable by summoned beasts, making them even rarer. Wandering through the streets, Jiang Yun found an inn and settled in for a short stay. Upon entering his room, he set down his luggage, took a relaxing bath, and then sat on the edge of the bed. With a flick of his thoughts, in an instant, the familiar starry pond materialized before him, and a golden fishing rod appeared in his hand. Fishing across realms, begin. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the hook descended into the pond. The next moment, a ball of light was hauled up. Heart steel. Why is it always you? Jiang Yun blinked, recognizing this skill as oddly familiar. Wasn't this the same skill that appeared the very first time he fished? What a coincidence. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him. With a light flick of his wrist, the orb fell away. Jiang Yun began fishing once more. Space shuttle. Psychic perception. Dual cultivation. One by one, Jiang Yun reeled in these incredibly powerful, mythical tier skills. Finally, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he clutched a glowing orb tightly in his hand. Heaven's Eye. Skill description: the eyes gouged out by the supreme deity as the world crumbled, capable of perceiving the evolutionary paths of all things and concealing bloodlines. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. This skill seemed tailor-made for Jiang Yun's current situation. His greatest concern now was the quality of his summoned beasts. Due to the limitations of his brain capacity, the quality of the summoned beasts he could contract was poor. While his first mythic tier skill, Trait Extraction, partially addressed this, it still fell short. After all, the number of traits a summoned beast could carry was inherently limited. But this new mythic tier skill presented him with fresh possibilities. That possibility was discovering the evolution path for summoned beasts. An elite tier summoned beast, no matter how well developed its other attributes, could never match the combat power of an epic quality summoned beast of the same level. Yet there was a way to alter this situation. That path is summoned beast evolution. By administering a secret potion, placing the summoned beast in a specific environment, or performing a ritual, one could induce targeted mutations. This would break through the species' limitations, allowing it to evolve into a new, higher-tier summoned beast. Such secret evolution techniques are closely guarded family or faction traditions, honed through decades or even centuries of experimentation. They cannot be bought with any amount of money. But now, with the Heavenly Eye skill, he could directly perceive a summoned beast's evolutionary path and trigger its evolution immediately. With that realization, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. He crushed the glowing orb in his hand. Countless specks of light scattered, merging into Jiang Yun's body. His profession panel's skill bar now displayed an additional ability, radiating with multicolored brilliance. Heaven's Eye. Jiang Yun approached the mirror in the inn and activated his new skill, Heaven's Eye. In an instant, a shimmer of fragmented gold appeared deep within his dark, abyssal pupils. This golden light was dazzling and brilliant, enveloped in a sacred and resplendent rainbow glow. It added an otherworldly, almost divine aura to Jiang Yun's already handsome features, radiating supreme majesty. So this is the Heavenly Eye. Jiang Yun murmured, rubbing his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. His vision had sharpened considerably, even the finest grain on the wooden table was now perfectly discernible. And this was merely one of the Heavenly Eye's accompanying abilities. After activating the Heavenly Eye, Jiang Yun distinctly felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Clearly, this was not a skill he could sustain indefinitely. He hastily opened his summoning space and retrieved Xiao. As he grew stronger, Xiao, the queen of the molten iron black flame ants, also steadily increased in both power and size. Now, the hexagonal crystals surrounding her body stretched over 4 meters in size, pulsing with molten iron light. The crystals trembled, and through their psychic link, the Queen Xiao transmitted waves of joy and deep reliance to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun activated the heavenly eye and gazed at Xiao. Instantly, countless characters spread across his vision. Name, Xiao. Species, black flame molten iron ant evolved from iron black ant. Gender, female. Preferences, snuggling with Master Jiang Yun, eating, bearing children for Master Jiang Yun. Status, excellent. Hidden bloodline, black incinerating dragon. Evolution Path 1, Black Flame Molten Iron Ant Epic Black Gold Dragon Tooth Ant Legendary Celestial Dragon God Ant Phantom God. Evolution Path 2, Black Flame Molten Iron Ant Epic Great Sun Molten-Gold Ant Legendary Black Sun Molten Earth Ant Phantom God Black Sun Burning Sky Ant Radiant. Evolution Path 3. This information isn't even visible on professional panels. Only the most powerful summoners and beast researchers can uncover fragments of it through various means, often at tremendous cost. And now, this information lay right before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun clenched his fists in excitement. With both mythic tier skills traits extraction and Heaven's Eye empowering him, he was confident even the most lowly, lowest quality summoned beast could ascend to the pinnacle. When he saw Xiao's gender and preferences, Jiang Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. Little Black was female? He hadn't even noticed that. As for her preferences, well, they made Jiang Yun break out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, no one else could see this information, otherwise, Jiang Yun's image would be utterly ruined. But when his gaze shifted to the hidden bloodline and evolution path, his eyes lit up. Iron Black Ant actually possesses the bloodline of the Black Burning Dragon? Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel. The Black Burning Dragon, a phantom god tier beast whose fiery breath could incinerate an entire city. Even a summoned beast possessing but a single thread of its bloodline could fetch several times the price of a summoned beast of the same rank. Who could have imagined that within the most unassuming Iron Black Ant lay a trace of bloodline from a phantom tier ferocious beast? Of course, this bloodline was far too faint. Beyond Jiang Yun's mythical tier skill, the heavenly eye, no one else could detect it, not even with specialized instruments. Only Jiang Yun could pierce through it with Heaven's Eye. Xiao's first evolutionary path involved using this trace of black burning dragon bloodline as a catalyst for gradual evolution. But after pondering for a moment, Jiang Yun ultimately abandoned this evolutionary path. This path clearly focused on unlocking the power attributes of the Iron Black Ant. Though ants are small in stature, they can lift objects over 10 times their own weight. Following this path would ultimately yield a summoned beast possessing terrifying, dragon-like destructive power and defense capable of obliterating everything. Yet this diverged from the role and characteristics Jiang Yun envisioned for Xiao. For Xiao, he had chosen the path of a legion. Yet this path, when fully realized, would forge an extraordinary being. Most crucially, this bloodline evolution path could only culminate in the highest rank of phantom god species. After all, the source of their bloodline, the Black Burning Dragon, was itself only a phantom god-level being. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted downward, settling on the second evolutionary path. This path unfolded based on the characteristics Jiang Yun had integrated into the Iron Black Ant's body. At its pinnacle, it could evolve into a world-illuminating tier existence. This was one tier higher than the Black Burning Dragon, representing the highest known quality of ferocious beasts among humans. With that realization, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. His intent surged forth. Before him, the second evolutionary path slowly unfolded, revealing more intricate details. Black Flame Iron Melting Ant Epic Great Sun Gold Melting Ant Legendary. Consume at least 1 ton of fire attribute metal to reconstruct the ant nest as follows. 13. Selling skills, not body. The next day, as dawn approached, Jiang Yun stepped out of the inn and headed toward a summoning beast shop. This shop specialized in materials related to summoned beasts and also offered medical services. The shop was small and had just opened. The voluptuous, fiery hot mature woman owner leaned against the doorway, like a vibrant rose. This sight made passing male adventurers stare, eyes ablaze, yet none dared make a move or even utter a lewd remark. This alone was enough for Jiang Yun to conclude that this proprietress was no ordinary woman. Outside the city, in the wilderness, there were no such rules. To operate a shop here and command such respect, this proprietress must have something to back her up. Spotting Jiang Yun approaching, the yawning proprietress's eyes lit up. In this small town, a handsome young man with such a student-like charm was a rare sight. "Young man, what can I get for you? We offer a 12% discount here." As she spoke, she leaned in close, her hand gripping Jiang Yun's arm. A wave of perfume washed over him. Jiang Yun glanced down and instantly understood the meaning of voluptuous curves. The next moment, his expression turned stern. He took a sharp step back, eyeing the landlady warily. "Madam, I'll sell my skills, but not my body. Before reaching the king level, one must not lose one's virginity. Be wary of such wicked women who tempt you from the start. You little brat, I see you're bold enough to venture into the wilderness alone at such a young age. I'm considering investing in you." The landlady spat lightly, but inwardly she murmured to herself. Could it be that I'm truly getting old, unable to even tempt a mere child? After some playful banter, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Jiang Yun also learned the landlady's name. Lu Sanyang, that's what everyone in this town called her. "Young guest, what would you like?" As they stepped inside the shop, Lu Sanyang inquired. Jiang Yun replied, some potions and bandages for the dungeon run. Do you sell any fire attribute medals? The nightmare dungeon they were about to enter required players between levels 10 and 20. Jiang Yun's level was just barely at the minimum requirement. To be safe, Jiang Yun followed online guides and stocked up on healing supplies. The fire attribute metal, however, was for preparing Xiao Hei's evolution. Such materials were typically stocked in larger quantities by the Blacksmith's Guild for forging equipment. However, Nightmare Town was small and lacked a branch of the Blacksmith's Guild. Thus, Jiang Yun set his sights on the summoning beast shop. Many summoned beasts consumed metal ores as food, so Jiang Yun suspected they might have some stockpiled here. Medicinal potions and bandages were routine goods, and Lu Sanyang quickly gathered everything. As for the fire attribute metal Jiang Yun needed, after a quick glance at her inventory, Lu Sanyang provided an answer. You're in luck, we still have Earthfire Gold Essence in stock that fits your requirements. But it won't come cheap. Lu Sanyang's voice. Just over a pound? Jiang Yun sighed upon hearing this. That's far too little. Startled by his remark, Lu Sanyang looked at Jiang Yun curiously. How much do you need? After a moment's thought, Jiang Yun gestured with his hands, how about 100 pounds to start? Before he could finish, Lu Sanyang gasped sharply and shrieked, 100 pounds? Do you eat this stuff for breakfast? Even the Forging Guild of Luoxue City wouldn't need that much Earthfire Gold Essence. Jiang Yun offered no explanation, just tell me if you have it. Lu Sanyang's delicate nose wrinkled slightly as she snorted coldly, of course we have it. Our summoning beast shop is a nationwide chain. Only Nightmare Town doesn't have one. Once you reach Luoxue City, just mention my name there to pick up your order, you'll even get a 12% discount. With that, she handed Jiang Yun a business card. The snow-white card bore only a 5-petaled flower emblem, nothing else. Then thank you, sister. Please wrap up that pound plus of Earthfire Gold Essence for me. Jiang Yun, master of sweet talk, coaxed Lu Sanyang into beaming with delight. Just as they were about to complete the transaction, a figure suddenly burst into the shop. Shopkeeper, help me. Jiang Yun turned to see a young girl wrapped in a gray robe, dusty and weary, her expression frantic. She possessed a striking, almost masculine grace. At first glance, her bright, star-like eyes and sharp, straight nose left a deep impression on Jiang Yun. In her arms, she cradled a listless, snow-white little fox. A thread of frosty snow energy clung to the fox's body. The moment she entered, the shop's temperature dropped several degrees. Clearly, she was also a beastmaster. And by the looks of it, she was also traveling alone. Seeing another beastmaster traveling alone for the first time, Jiang Yun instinctively activated his heavenly eye to examine the snow fox in the girl's arms. A stream of information flooded his vision. Name, Snowflake. Species, snow white fox. Quality, elite. Gender, female. Preferences, sleeping, hunting, eating Xiaolongbao. Status, restless, painful, evolving. Evolution path, snow white fox elite water fire cloud sky fox epic. This is actually a pet beast in the midst of evolution. Before Jiang Yun could register his surprise, the girl's anxious voice cut in, my pet ate something suddenly, it's like this, convulsing all over and unable to eat. Hold on. Lu Sanyang took the snow fox from the girl's arms, studied it for a moment, and said, it likely ingested some fire attribute herb. The attributes clash. I'll fetch some ice snow grass for it to consume, and it should be fine. With that, she hurried behind the counter to search for the remedy. Soon, several crystalline white sprigs appeared in Lu Sanyang's hand. The girl took them, ready to feed them to the snow fox. At that moment, a voice came from the side, causing her to pause. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Jiang Yun suddenly spoke up. Under their bewildered gazes, Jiang Yun continued, didn't your pet beast swallow a red plant earlier, one with petals like flames? The girl pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. That's correct. Jiang Yun smiled. Congratulations, your pet beast is about to evolve. If you're worried it might be uncomfortable, give it a cooling flower mixed with 500 milliliters of water to drink. Ice snow grass can indeed resolve the issue, but it will also interrupt its evolution process. His words left Lu Sanyang and the young girl utterly dumbfounded. The girl eyed Jiang Yun suspiciously. How do you know that? Take a guess. Jiang Yun chuckled without elaborating. He took his goods from Lu Sanyang, paid the bill, and departed with a flourish. Of course, he knew through the heavenly eye it was all written there in plain sight. But that was all he would say. After all, they were mere strangers passing through. Saying more would only risk revealing his own secrets. If they chose to heed his words, that would be ideal. If not, well, that was beyond his control. After Jiang Yun left, the beast-taming shop fell silent. The young girl and Lu Sanyang stared at each other, eyes locked. After a moment, the girl gritted her teeth and declared, do as he said. Lu Sanyang put away the ice snow grass and, following Jiang Yun's earlier instructions, retrieved the cooling flower. She dissolved it in water and fed it to the snow fox. The snow fox's condition improved significantly, the convulsions ceasing. Then, both women's eyes widened in shock. A tail had abruptly sprouted once more from the snow fox's hindquarters. Unlike the fox's original white fur, this tail was crimson. Even the fox's fur began to develop crimson patterns, the white and red intertwining to create a dazzling sight. A wave of astonishment washed over the girl's face as she studied the pet beast in her hands, murmuring, it's actually real. Even more stunned than her was Lu Sanyang. Staring blankly at the beast in the girl's arms, she suddenly dashed out of the shop like a madwoman, desperate to find Jiang Yun. But in the vast sea of people, Jiang Yun had long since disappeared. How could she possibly find him? 14. Entering the Night Demon Instance. After searching desperately for a long time, Lu Sanyang finally resigned herself to reality and returned to the shop with a sigh. Looking at the bewildered girl, she couldn't help but envy her. Young lady, you've hit the jackpot this time. Pet evolution, something countless beast tamers dream of, has fallen right into your lap. She couldn't help but use honorifics. That young man might be a pet beast evolutionist, one who maintains eternal youth while traveling the world. Pet beast evolutionist wasn't an extraordinary profession like beastmaster that could be leveled up. Rather, it was akin to an honorary title. Only masters who deeply understand the habits and evolutionary paths of all manner of ferocious beasts, and possess the ability to aid them in their evolution, are worthy of this title. Every beast evolutionist is held in the highest regard, treated as honored guests by major factions. After all, who wouldn't want their pet beast to undergo evolution? Each evolution signifies a leap in quality and a dramatic surge in power. That's precisely why Lu Sanyang believed Jiang Yun to be a pet evolutionist. Otherwise, how could he possibly discern a pet beast's current state with just a glance, and then effortlessly guide its evolution to success with a few words? At this thought, Lu Sanyang couldn't help but sigh deeply. Once, an opportunity for sudden wealth had been right before her, but she hadn't cherished it. If she could connect with this young man, wouldn't her little shop rake in a fortune? Suddenly, Lu Sanyang remembered that Jiang Yun seemed to need large quantities of Earthfire Gold essence and had even taken her business card. She immediately swayed her willowy waist and hurried off to make a call. Only the girl cradling the water fire cloud heaven fox remained standing there, lost in thought. Moments later, she seemed to make up her mind, her gaze gradually hardening with resolve. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had arrived at the entrance to the Night Demon Dungeon. He didn't give the earlier incident a second thought. It was merely a casual show of bravado, no real loss. The only thing that stung was the price of that Earthfire Gold essence, a whopping 50,000 yuan. Calculating it out, a single pound of Earthfire Gold essence cost nearly 30 or 40,000. And for the Molten Iron Black Flame ant to evolve into a Great Sun Molten-Gold ant, it needed to devour a full ton, that's 1,000 gene of this metal. That added up to over 40 million yuan. After running the numbers, Jiang Yun couldn't help but wince. Suddenly, the 8 million plus in his hands didn't seem so appealing anymore. Why did the evolution of others' pets only require consuming a single fire attribute herb, while his own suddenly became so incredibly difficult? Pushing aside these random thoughts, Jiang Yun looked up at the dungeon before him. The Nightmare Dungeon stood before a mountain valley. Like the entrance to the beginner dungeon, it was a door. However, this gate shimmered with a deep, lingering black, and its frame bore additional ornamentation compared to the novice instance. As Jiang Yun stood before it, the corresponding information appeared on his class panel. Nightmare Valley. Solo instance. Recommended level 1020. Enter. Enter. At Jiang Yun's command, a flash of black light erupted, and his figure vanished instantly. Behind him, several figures had silently followed without his noticing. Inside the instance, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings. It was a valley, rugged and rocky, with towering cliffs on both sides reaching into the sky. Only a single path led into the endless depths. Distant, monstrous roars echoed faintly. A rainbow of light flickered, and in an instant, the black tide of soldier ants surged forward, charging into the valley. After reaching level 10, Shohei could now breed a force of 2,000 soldier ants. Among them, 800 were flying ants. The Nightmare Valley required a level of 1020 for entry. This meant the strongest boss within was level 20. Jiang Yun had barely met the entry requirement. Any random monster here would outlevel him. To play it safe, he would give it his all this time. In one swift motion, he unleashed 1,500 soldier ants. 500 of them were flying ants. 1,500, what did that even mean? A truly overwhelming tide, like a surging wave. A roar echoed through the valley as a monstrous figure burst forth, bat-winged, pitch black, and carved from stone. Wielding a steel pitchfork, it plunged into the dark tide before it. Gargoyle. Level 12. Skills, Stone Wall, Heart-Shattering Roar, Leaping Charge. Clang. Sparks flew as the gargoyle's steel pitchfork was knocked flying. The level 10 soldier ants now possessed terrifying defense far beyond what a mere gargoyle could breach. Before he could react, a soldier ant slammed into him. In the next instant, flames erupted as a miniature sun blazed forth. In an instant, the gargoyle was reduced to mere fragments. Killed gargoyle, dealt 800 damage, gained 30 years of lifespan. So much lifespan. Is this the benefit of killing monsters above your level? Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. The lifespan granted here was incomparable to the monsters in the beginner dungeons. Beyond the monsters themselves growing stronger, the most crucial factor was Jiang Yun's low level. Killing monsters significantly higher than his own level granted a substantial bonus to the lifespan gained. Conversely, when a powerful player defeated a monster far below their level, the lifespan gained was almost negligible. Boom! 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 Several fiery orbs blazed toward them from the distance, sending waves of flame that scattered the swarm of ants. Jiang Yun looked up to see several humanoid creatures clad in tattered robes, hunched over and chanting incantations while holding staffs in the cavities of the distant cliff walls. Their skin was a purplish black, and their ears were elongated. Night Mage. Level 13. Skills: Dark Fireball, Vine Growth, Rockfall, Gargoyle Creation, Nightmare Wings. Night Fiends, the primary monsters in the Night Fiend instance, are spellcasting units. Beyond spells like Fireball, their most notorious and infamous ability is Golem Sculpting. They use rocks to create the kind of gargoyles Jiang Yun defeated earlier. Left unchecked, they can spawn a horde of these golems in mere moments. Though not as high level as the golem Jiang Yun previously defeated, they remain quite troublesome. To make matters worse, they dwell atop cliffs and possess the Night Fiend Wing skill, allowing them to fly. When Jiang Yun researched Nightmare Dungeon data, he frequently encountered curses directed at these monsters. Clearly, many had suffered losses at their hands. But none of that mattered to Jiang Yun. With a flick of his wrist, two flying ants hummed and whistled as they shot toward the Night Mage perched on the cliff. The Night Mage shrieked, hastily raising his staff to unleash bursts of multicolored light. One by one, the Night Mage's skills were unleashed. But none worked. The flying ants were only as big as Jiang Yun's fist. Targets in the air were simply too small. The Night Mage's spells couldn't hit them. He could only watch in despair as the two ants flew between them. The next moment, a thunderous boom echoed, flames erupting skyward. Before Jiang Yun, a kill notification appeared. Killed Night Mage, dealt 500 damage, gained 40 years of lifespan. Elite Night Mage slain, 700 damage dealt, 60 years of lifespan gained. A series of kill notifications flashed across the screen. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun gained over 200 years of lifespan. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. Compared to gargoyles, these monsters were clearly a better fit for him. Not only were they more fragile than gargoyles, but they also lived in groups, meaning one explosion could take out a whole swarm. Effortlessly dispatching the initial few monsters, Jiang Yun strode forward, surrounded by a swarm of soldier ants. This was a solo instance, meaning no one would disturb him except his party members, and there was no chance of others stealing his kills. With that settled, the purge begins. In the shadows outside the instance, several figures lurked. Are you sure that kid's a fat sheep? Of course. Would I lie to you? I've checked it out. He's not a big shot in Luoxue City, and he doesn't have any powerful backers, but he's definitely got something worth taking. What's his name again? Jiang Yun. Snap. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed before the small earthen mound where the two were hiding. They turned toward the sound. There, atop the slope, stood a girl clad in gray robes, cradling a red and white fox in her arms. You just said, who's the easy target? 15, easy kill. Defeat the Night Mage to gain 30 years of life. Defeat the Gargoyle to gain 10 years of life. Defeat the Nightmare Knight to gain 50 years of life. Kill notifications flooded in like a tidal wave, and Jiang Yun's accumulated lifespan surged dramatically. Soon, he had accumulated enough lifespan to level up. A flash of white light enveloped him as Jiang Yun ascended to the next tier. Level 11. This level was sufficient to meet the admission requirements of universities surrounding Luoxue City. But Jiang Yun was naturally not content with this. The three supreme professional academies of Xinxiatiani, Xingbei, and Woyun admit practitioners who are at the very least lords or kings. With this cheat code, how could I not aim for these three universities? Jiang Yun murmured to himself, recalling his father's boastful words from childhood. Something along the lines of, back in the day, your father was the star of Qingbei, utterly incredible. When he first arrived in this world, still unaware of the situation, Jiang Yun had been completely taken in by his father's boasts. But as his understanding of this world deepened, he gradually realized his old man was just blowing smoke. Anyone who graduated from those three prestigious academies, no matter how mediocre, would never end up scraping by in Luoxue City. Yet this very fact highlighted the lofty status these three academies held in the hearts of Xinxia citizens. Jiang Yun set his sights squarely on these three academies. As for which one to enter, he hadn't made up his mind yet. If others knew what he was thinking, they would surely laugh to themselves. Just how confident must one be to even contemplate choosing between the three prestigious academies? Consider this, the three academies collectively admit only a few hundred students nationwide each year, with each province receiving a mere handful. Luoxue City, in particular, hadn't produced a single student accepted into the three academies in nearly a decade. But Jiang Yun had faith in himself. The only regret was that as his level increased, the lifespan required for each level up grew longer, making rapid advancement impossible as before. At this pace, I should reach level 12 after clearing the entire dungeon. 2 more runs should get me to level 13, but advancing to level 14 would consume far too much lifespan, at least 2 full days. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, silently calculating. From the end of the awakening to the qualification review and the major exam, there was a week's time. Today was the 3rd day. 4 days remained for leveling up. By then, he should be able to raise his level to 15 or even 16. As for his new pet beast after reaching level 10, Jiang Yun decided to postpone considering it until after the major examination. With increased level comes expanded brain capacity, allowing him to contract higher quality pets. Even with his 2 unique skills, the lowest tier pet beast in his hands could still shine with extraordinary brilliance. But a higher quality beast would still be preferable. Unfortunately, Nightmare Town lacked the equipment to measure brain domain with, so he would have to wait until returning to Luo City. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun pressed forward. Surrounded by soldier ants, he encountered and eliminated every threat in his path. He strolled leisurely deeper into the valley. Given the current strength and numbers of the soldier ants, most monsters could be instantly eliminated the moment they showed themselves. Those that couldn't be instantly killed were merely a matter of a single self-destruction. Even the Nightmare Dungeon posed little threat to Jiang Yun. Roar! A furious roar echoed, stirring up a whirlwind. Jiang Yun looked up and realized he had unknowingly reached the end of the valley. A night demon clad in iron armor sat enthroned upon a throne, flanked by stone gargoyles and night mage sorcerers. This was the boss of the night demon instance, the night demon lord. Jiang Yun cast an appraisal spell, but it yielded no information. This meant the night demon lord's level was at least 4 levels higher than Jiang Yun's. Being unable to obtain information about an opponent was extremely dangerous. Most other adventurers would choose to retreat immediately, avoiding a disastrous defeat against an overwhelmingly powerful foe. But Jiang Yun wasn't the least bit concerned. Golden light swirled in his eyes, surrounded by multicolored radiance. The heavenly eye activated at that moment, fixing its gaze upon the Night Demon Lord. Night Demon Lord. Race, Night Demon. Level, 20. Status, Rage. Skills, Night Demon Charge, Dark Empowerment, Sharpness Empowerment, Night Demon Roar. True to its reputation as a boss, it unleashed a barrage of skills. Coupled with the Night Mage and Gargoyle by its side, it formed an overwhelmingly powerful force. Even a level 20 professional would hesitate to challenge it. But unfortunately for it, this time, it faced Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun also commanded an army. The Nightmare Lord roared, spreading its wings as black mist swirled around it. The greatsword in its grasp shimmered with iron light, its edge blindingly sharp. Darkness enhanced, sharpness enhanced. Once all enhancements were complete, his aura surged. He aimed the blade of his greatsword at Jiang Yun, ready to unleash his signature Night Demon Charge. Behind him, a host of Night Mage raised their staffs, fireballs blazing. A terrifying sense of oppression washed over them. At that moment, Jiang Yun calmly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a black tide surged forward. Army ants rushed headlong, swarming toward the Night Demon Lord. In the air, flying ants whistled through the sky. In an instant, countless miniature suns erupted across the valley. Facing a boss 10 levels above him, Jiang Yun unleashed his full power from the start. Countless soldier ants detonated themselves, their explosive roar making the entire valley tremble. Defeated Night Demon Lord, gained 1,300 years of lifespan. Defeated Night Mage, gained 20 years of lifespan. Obtained equipment, Night Demon Greatsword. Obtained equipment, Beginner's Staff. Acquired material, Dark Crystal. No matter how many skills one possesses, no matter how devastating the damage, they are useless unless one can actually unleash them. Jiang Yun's pet beast, the Black Flame Molten Iron Ant, possessed none of the elaborate skills seen in warriors, mages, or other beast tamers. It had only one ability, self-destruction. Yet this single ability alone was enough to make Jiang Yun unstoppable. He could now confidently declare that no one below level 20 stood a chance against him. Above level 20, while victory wasn't guaranteed, if Jiang Yun went all out and detonated his entire 2,000-strong army of worker ants, he could still give his opponents a run for their money. A flash of white light marked Jiang Yun's level rising to 12. This consumed all the lifespan he had gained from this dungeon run, leaving him with only 50 years of life remaining. Name, Jiang Yun. Class, Beast Master. Lifespan, 50. Level, 12. Talent, Fishing Across Realms Unique. Skills, Contract, Appraisal, Trade Extraction Mythic, Heaven's Eye Mythic. Pet Beast, Molten Iron Black Flame and Xiao. After briefly familiarizing himself with his current state, Jiang Yun strode toward the throne and began organizing his spoils of war. Though previous battles had yielded some materials, this marked the first time he'd actually obtained equipment. After a cursory glance, Jiang Yun lost interest. Seems his luck wasn't particularly good. The Nightmare Dungeon had a chance to drop silver grade equipment, a piece of jewelry. Yet all he had obtained so far were bronze tier items. Fortunately, Jiang Yun wasn't in urgent need of the gear. He tossed the items into his beast-taming space, instructing Xiao to keep the soldier ants from gnawing them to pieces. The next moment, with a flicker of blue light around him, he vanished from the instance. Dungeons had cooldown periods, but compared to the beginner dungeon, the Nightmare Dungeon only required a 4-hour wait before re-entry. It was time to head to Nightmare Town for some rest before continuing his dungeon runs. A flash of light later, Jiang Yun materialized before the instance entrance. Scanning his surroundings, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Did someone fight here? The ground before the instance, once smooth, was now pitted and scarred, bearing marks from arrows and the slashes of blades and axes. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. Just then, a green glowing arrow whistled through the air from afar, landing before Jiang Yun. Several figures clad in black hurried over. The leader held a piece of paper and demanded, "Kid, have you seen this woman?" 16, first kill. Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Within the depths of his piercing pupils, a hint of golden light shone. The heavenly pupil had awakened. The information of the 4 figures before him came into view. Swordsman, archer, mage, priest. A classic party composition. All 4 were around level 20. This was why they dared to speak to Jiang Yun in such a manner. At their level, they could easily discern Jiang Yun's rank through appraisal. Only level 12, and alone no wonder they looked down on him. Jiang Yun didn't respond. He didn't glance at the paper in his hand either, but instead fixed him with a cold stare. "Your arrow nearly hit me. Apologize." The lead archer froze, then fury flared in his eyes. He took a step back, slowly raising his bow. The swordsman beside him pressed down on his arm and whispered, "We need to track that man now. We can't afford to lose him again." The archer snorted coldly, lowered his bow, and said nothing. He turned and walked away with his comrades. The paper he'd shown Jiang Yun wasn't retrieved, it simply fell to the ground. Jiang Yun turned his head, his gaze cold as he watched the 4 figures gradually recede into the distance. This squad of 4 level 20 professionals reeked of bloodshed. They were clearly seasoned fighters who'd seen their share of bloodshed. They must have been certain they had Jiang Yun cornered, which explained their attitude. Had they truly attacked him, Jiang Yun would have shown no mercy, he would have killed them. The moment the archer raised his bow, Jiang Yun had already been poised for action. Countless soldier ants were ready within his beast-taming space. Had the archer dared to strike, he would have been swallowed by the ant nest in an instant. He lowered his gaze, his pupils contracting slightly. On the paper lay the portrait of a young girl. That girl looked intensely familiar to Jiang Yun. It was the one he'd encountered at the beast tamer shop, the one cradling the snow fox. Had these people been tracking that girl? Thinking back, when they first met, the girl did look like she'd been fleeing through the wilderness for a long time. But Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, then shook his head and turned to head back to town. After all, his encounter with the girl had been nothing more than a chance meeting. This was her own business, he saw no reason to get involved. Just then, the fading voices of the receding figures drifted on the wind to his ears. Didn't we lose her? How did they find her? She was hiding perfectly well. No idea why, but suddenly she started to fight with the local guild. Seems like she was sticking up for someone named Jiang Yun? Jiang Yun's figure paused. He slowly turned, watching the receding silhouettes of the 4. He extended his right palm. A flash of multicolored light erupted as several flying ants shot skyward, monitoring the group's movements from above. Through a mental link, he synchronized his perception with the flying ants' vision, trailing the group from a distance. Since that girl had exposed her whereabouts to stand up for him, this matter was now his concern. Moments later, beneath a barren mountain, Jiang Yun spotted the girl before the others did, thanks to the aerial ant's perspective. She sat panting on a rock, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Her summoned beast, now transformed into a red and white fox, lay exhausted beside her, too weary to stand. Its eyes scanned the surroundings warily. It seemed that after he had left, the girl had ultimately followed his instructions and successfully obtained an epic tier pet beast. Additionally, a purple butterfly rested on her shoulder, likely her second pet beast. However, compared to the waterfire cloud heaven fox, this purple butterfly's aura was noticeably weaker, clearly not yet properly cultivated. "Found you!" A low, hoarse laugh echoed from the distance. The girl's expression flashed with alarm. Just as she was about to rise, a piercing whistle cut through the air. 3 arrows, shimmering with a blue glow, shot toward her from afar. Simultaneously, tendrils surged from the ground, coiling around her legs and immobilizing her. Vine technique. A figure charged forward. Swordsman charge. This squad worked with seamless coordination, their skill combinations flawless. Their timing struck precisely when the girl had just finished a fierce battle, utterly exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the girl found herself on the brink of death. Clang! Clang! Just as the girl gritted her teeth, preparing to fight to the death, an unexpected turn occurred. The arrows hurtling toward her seemed to strike something mid-air, sparks flying as they ricocheted away. The charging swordsman met the same fate. He grunted, his momentum halted. "Who's there?" The swordsman bellowed, and the 4 of them looked around warily. Only then did they notice that, before the girl, a fist-sized black flying ant had appeared at some unknown moment. Golden red patterns flowed across its body, making it look extraordinarily magnificent. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Everyone stared in horror. Their attacks had been blocked by such a tiny ant? How could this flying ant possess such astonishing defensive power? Gentlemen, do me a favor and let this matter drop. What do you say? Through the hazy mist, Jiang Yun's figure approached from afar, smiling calmly and unhurriedly. This was the most stylish entrance he'd been preparing for a long time. "So it was you." Spotting Jiang Yun, the 4 immediately recognized him. The archer snapped coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Why are you meddling? How is it none of my business?" Jiang Yun pointed at himself, enunciating each word deliberately. "I am Jiang Yun." At these words, the four instantly understood. The girl they had been tracking had exposed herself precisely to stand up for this very youth before them. "We're giving you face. Who do you think you are?" The archer sneered, raising his bow. "A level 12 beast master? With just that elite tier flying ant pet of yours? Its defense is indeed formidable, but it's only one. Against the four of us, how many can you block?" The archer's tone brimmed with confidence. The girl's expression grew increasingly grave. Because she knew the archer spoke the truth. The enemy held the advantage in both numbers and level. Even with Jiang Yun joining her, the two of them together wouldn't stand a chance against this four-person squad. "Is that so?" Jiang Yun chuckled softly. "Seems you're not willing to give me this favor. Then I'll have to correct your mistake. Who told you I only have this one pet beast?" Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, soldier ants emerged from behind Jiang Yun, forming a towering wall that reached from the heavens to the earth. As the four watched in terror, Jiang Yun smiled faintly. "I have many, many more soldier ants like these." As Jiang Yun spoke, a full 1,000 soldier ants closed in from all directions, encircling the four without leaving a single gap. The girl froze, her mouth forming an O. Glancing at the fox and butterfly beside her, she was suddenly overcome by self-doubt. Her two spirit beasts were utterly insignificant in Jiang Yun's presence. "Wait, we were wrong." Witnessing this scene, the archer froze for a moment before suddenly shrieking aloud. But it was too late. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as the surrounding ant swarm surged forward, charging at the four. 30 seconds. The archer was the first to fall. His bow remained unstrung as he immediately activated the archer's signature skill, Blink Step. His form flickered, and he darted away into the distance. This skill was highly effective against rapidly approaching enemies. But unfortunately, it was useless this time. The soldier ants swarmed like a tidal wave, instantly covering every inch within 100 meters. After just 2 flashes, he was surrounded by countless soldier ants, with no room to escape. His bow proved nearly useless against these soldier ants with their incredibly hard exoskeletons. Skills capable of piercing soldier ant armor mostly required charging time Jiang Yun naturally couldn't afford to give him. The soldier ants pressed in from all sides, their scissor-like mandibles gleaming coldly as they snapped open. Several agonized screams echoed as blood splattered. The archer fell. The entire sequence lasted no more than 3 seconds. And yet, only 300 of the 1,000 soldier ants Jiang Yun had unleashed were attacking him. The other 3 fared no better. In fact, their situations were even worse. Seeing the swarm of soldier ants bearing down on him, the mage's expression darkened. He slammed his staff hard onto the ground, summoning a translucent shield that enveloped him. The mage's signature must-learn skill, Mage Armor. Mages were famously known as glass cannons, dealing high damage but possessing fragile health and lacking the agility of swordsmen or archers. A defensive spell was essential, and Mage Armor stood out as the premier choice. Thud. 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 One after another, the soldier ants roared as they slammed into the mage's shield. Not only do they collide, but they also open their mandibles, biting at the shield. The shield warped almost instantly. The mage's expression changed abruptly. Impossible. How could the damage be this high? A piercing scream erupted behind him. It was the priest's voice. As a support class, the priest possessed no offensive abilities. All his skills were dedicated to healing and protecting his allies. In past battles, the mage had always been responsible for protecting him. But now, facing the ferocious attacks of the soldier ants, the mage couldn't spare the attention to protect him. When a mage's armor shielded 2 people, its defensive power weakened. Facing Jiang Yun, the mage dared not risk it. 3 seconds into the battle, the second casualty appeared. The priest died. But the mage wasn't faring much better. Seconds later, the protective shield beside him shattered, scattering into points of light. Gritting his teeth, the mage attempted to cast another spell. But in the next instant, a flying ant whizzed through the air, streaking past him. A head flew off. The soldier ants of today possessed exoskeletons forged entirely of metal. Their massive mandibles possessed a sharpness that rivaled any blade or weapon. Dismembering a human body was effortless. In just over 10 seconds, 3 members of the 4-person squad were dead, leaving only the swordsman still struggling desperately. Watching his comrades perish one by one, terror filled the swordsman's eyes. A white glow emanated around him as his greatsword whirled, its overlapping blades deflecting every attacking soldier ant. Jiang Yun recognized this as the swordsman's skill, whirlwind dance, capable of both offense and defense. It was also one of the core skills of the swordsman profession. Every class possessed 1 or 2 such core abilities. For instance, the Knight's Divine Descent granted immunity to control effects and significantly boosted defense, making them a veritable mobile fortress. The Archer's Charge, seemingly ordinary, could unleash a barrage of arrows when combined with other powerful skills. 10 arrows in a single second was no challenge. Whirlwind was precisely such a skill. When combined with the swordsman's other abilities, it could transform them into an indestructible, high-damage copper pea. For any class, mastering core skills makes the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing the swordsman master this technique, Jiang Yun's expression instantly turned solemn. Surrounded by a vast swarm of soldier ants, the swordsman attempted several failed charges before a fierce look flashed across his face. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Yun. If escape was impossible, killing the Beastmaster was another path. Boom! He activated his charge skill, maintaining his whirling dance stance as he surged toward Jiang Yun. Thud! 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 He smashed through the soldier ants in his path, charging toward Jiang Yun. Weaving left and right, the distance between them rapidly closed. Watch out! The girl behind Jiang Yun cried out, urging him to dodge. Jiang Yun didn't move. He merely shook his head, remaining rooted to the spot as he watched the charging swordsman approach. Closer, closer. As Jiang Yun drew nearer, excitement flashed in the swordsman's eyes. Once he slew this beastmaster, the beast would disintegrate on its own. Not only would he save his own life, but he'd also claim the bounty. But under his gaze, Jiang Yun showed no sign of fleeing. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A rainbow of light erupted, and countless soldier ants appeared before Jiang Yun and the swordsman, forming a towering wall that firmly separated the two. Clang! The swordsman's blade fell from his grasp, crashing to the ground. A look of utter despair washed over his face. This wall was impenetrable, no matter what. How could a level 12 youth possess so many powerful pets? Was this even human? 3 seconds later, the disheartened swordsman surrendered. Jiang Yun waved his hand, and the vast majority of soldier ants retreated into the beast tamer's space, leaving only a small contingent outside to stand guard. This was Jiang Yun's first kill, yet perhaps because these men deserved their fate, he felt not a shred of unease. He turned to face the girl. Are you okay? I'm fine. The girl still seemed dazed. Is it over already? From the start of the battle to the annihilation of all four who had been tracking her. For nearly a month, didn't last 30 seconds under Jiang Yun's hands. Don't worry. They're dead clean. Jiang Yun nodded, glancing behind him. Several soldier ants returned from the fallen professionals' bodies, carrying back some items. It was their equipment. Spark Staff, Bronze Grade, Spirit plus 30, Fire Attribute Spell Power increased by 5%, Equipment Level 15. Feathered Bow, Bronze Grade, Agility plus 10, Strength plus 20, reduces Archery Skill Charge Time by 10%, Equipment Level 13. Clear Sky Pendant, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 30, Constant Spirit Shield, blocks 1000 spirit damage. Unlike dungeons, in reality, when enemies are killed, their equipment drops unless damaged in combat. Consequently, many players skip dungeons altogether, instead ambushing other adventurers along the wilderness outskirts. The other gear was rather ordinary, not even as impressive as the Nightmare Greatsword Jiang Yun had obtained from the Nightmare Dungeon. But when he spotted the Silver Grade Clear Sky Pendant, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly a valuable item. Though he'd achieved a decisive victory in the battle, even a crushing one, Jiang Yun keenly recognized his own shortcomings. If someone truly managed to break through layer upon layer of defenses and reach Jiang Yun's side, he really wouldn't have any good countermeasures. After all, for a beastmaster, their own strength is always the weak link compared to their powerful beasts. If someone were to attack him from a distance with a psychic skill, he'd likely fall victim to it. This pendant perfectly addressed one of his weaknesses. Jiang Yun promptly stowed these items away, then turned his gaze to the girl behind him. Before he could speak, she stepped forward, extended her hand, and simultaneously displayed her profession panel. Hello, my name is Ningerin. Jiang Yun shook her hand and displayed his own profession panel. My name is Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, level 12. Ningerin, level 19. 18, job change. That night. Beneath a small hill not far from the Nightmare Dungeon, a bonfire blazed fiercely. Jiang Yun and Ningerin sat by the fire, chatting. So you sensed those people were plotting against me, and that's why you fought them? Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You were being hunted down yourself, yet you still insisted on sticking your neck out for me? Under the night sky and the glow of the fire, Ningerin's eyes shone like a starry river, filled with unwavering resolve. When someone does you a favor, you must repay it. That's our family creed. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have missed the chance for Xiao Bai's evolution. A pet beast's evolution path could fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions of Xinxia coins on the market. Compared to that, helping you deal with a few petty thugs is nothing. From what the shopkeeper mentioned, you might be a wandering pet evolutionist. This sort of thing should be nothing to you. But after exchanging information with you just now, I discovered your rank is actually lower than mine. This debt of gratitude is enormous. As she spoke, Ningerin's face clouded with worry, clearly feeling her efforts fell short of repaying Jiang Yun's generosity. Jiang Yun was taken aback. He hadn't expected Ningerin, with her delicate beauty, to possess such a chivalrous spirit. He didn't place much importance on the repayment she mentioned. With the heavenly pupil within him, the evolutionary paths others desperately sought were nothing but scrap metal to him easily obtained. What truly piqued Jiang Yun's curiosity was why she was being hunted down by these people. They're from the Wild Wolf Guild. I was out running some errands and training myself when I stumbled upon a new nightmare dungeon in Binhai City. The instance requires levels 18-25. I met the level requirement, but my strength wasn't enough to clear it. So I planned to level up a bit more before teaming up to clear it. But when I emerged, the Wild Wolf Guild spotted me. Since they couldn't enter the instance, they came after me. That nightmare dungeon is extremely well hidden. Without a specific method, it's impossible to get in. Running all the way, with them chasing, I ended up here. If Little White hadn't gotten an upset stomach along the way, I wouldn't have even entered the town. Nightmare dungeon? Jiang Yun gasped, instantly understanding why Ningerin was being hunted. Nightmare instances were far more terrifying than ordinary ones. The monsters inside were stronger, offered greater lifespan rewards, and dropped better loot. This was a newly opened nightmare dungeon, which meant it was tied to the legendary pioneer rewards. The first person to defeat the dungeon boss would receive unprecedentedly valuable rewards. It could even alter the fate of an adventurer. The higher the dungeon's difficulty, the better the pioneering rewards. Jiang Yun couldn't fathom what a nightmare dungeon's first clear reward might be, but he knew it would be beyond imagination in its preciousness. As she spoke, Ningerin pulled a scroll from her bosom and pressed it into Jiang Yun's hands. This contains the dungeon's location and the method to activate it. Keep it safe. Jiang Yun froze. You're just handing me something this valuable? Ningerin chuckled. That dungeon requires a party to enter. You are the first teammate I've found. Once you meet the level requirement, come find me. We'll split the exploration rewards evenly and give that Wild Wolf Guild a proper beating while we're at it. Saying this, Ningerin picked up her phone, ready to add him as a friend. After exchanging friend requests with Ningerin, Jiang Yun still felt a bit awkward. In his view, trading an evolution path that came effortlessly to him for generous early game rewards felt like an overwhelmingly favorable deal. How about I take you through the nightmare dungeon to level up? Jiang Yun replied, you're already level 19. Just run the dungeon and farm some mobs, you'll hit level 20 in no time. Ningerin blinked, looked at Jiang Yun, and suddenly chuckled. Now I truly believed you're not from some prestigious family. You don't even know this? Her expression turned serious. Jiang Yun, you must remember what I'm about to say. Level 20, level 40, level 60, level 80, never advance these 4 levels casually. Think it through carefully. These represent the only 4 class change opportunities in a professional's entire career. Class change is crucial for any class taker. Even if you start as a basic, entry-level class, you can successfully advance to a mutated class or even a rare class through class change. This is precisely why everyone aspires to enter prestigious institutions for advanced studies. Beyond major factions and corporations, the only path for ordinary individuals to gain access to rare class advancement routes and knowledge is through these higher education institutions. Jiang Yun suddenly understood. So that's how it works. Though he had researched job change knowledge before. But if Ningerin hadn't pointed it out, he truly wouldn't have realized how crucial job changes really were. Thank you. Jiang Yun said solemnly. For ordinary adventurers, this hint might be dispensable. But for Jiang Yun, it was absolutely not. He had genuinely considered whether to push himself to the limit, grinding relentlessly to reach level 20. Though dungeons had respawn timers, monsters roamed the wilderness. With his current strength, Jiang Yun was perfectly capable of venturing into the wilderness. It's nothing. Even if I didn't mention it, your teachers will instruct you once you enroll. As they gradually grew more familiar with each other, Ningerin became noticeably more talkative. By the way, have you decided which university you want to apply to? With your abilities, getting into one of the top 3 universities shouldn't be a problem. How about Qingbei University? It's absolutely beautiful, there's shady trees, a huge lake, and the teachers are all so nice. It was clear Ningerin knew Qingbei well. What exactly is her background? Jiang Yun wondered, but since Ningerin hadn't mentioned it, he didn't ask. Their friendship had nothing to do with the backgrounds behind them. Night deepened. The two simply drifted off to sleep by the campfire. A group of soldier ants stood guard for them, so there was no need to worry about safety. The next morning, they woke up and exchanged a smile. After washing up, Ningerin bid farewell to Jiang Yun. See you in Luoxue City. Looking forward to our next meeting. Ningerin waved, a mysterious smile on her face, her figure gradually fading from Jiang Yun's sight. After bidding farewell to Ningerin, Jiang Yun set off toward the nightmare dungeon. Though he couldn't break through to level 20 just yet, that didn't mean he didn't need to work hard to accumulate lifespan. Passing by a pond, Jiang Yun suddenly halted, recalling Ningerin's words from the previous night. Class change. Could a professional's class change also be a form of evolution? If so, could his heavenly eye perceive the evolutionary paths of humanity? With this thought, Jiang Yun approached the pond and peered into its depths. As the heavenly eye activated, rows of text appeared beside Jiang Yun's reflection in the pond. Just like when observing the 4-person squad, it was Jiang Yun's basic information. But as Jiang Yun focused his thoughts, new content appeared. Simultaneously, the heavenly eye's consumption of spiritual energy surged dramatically. Seeing the additional text in the reflection, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Moments later, he materialized before the nightmare dungeon. Seeing several figures standing before the instance, Jiang Yun froze.
What are you doing here? 19. Su Xiyue, leading the team into the dungeon.
Standing before the instance entrance were none other than Su Xiyue and her group, the same people Jiang Yun had encountered earlier. They now looked dejected, like defeated dogs.
Hearing Jiang Yun's voice, they froze, then turned to look.
Instantly, they all stood up straight, adopting the posture of subordinates greeting a superior. Seeing Jiang Yun here surprised them, yet it also felt somehow expected. The beginner dungeon could only satisfy the needs of most players. Those truly pursuing the limits, geniuses more or less, would inevitably come to this place. However, even they came in groups. Someone like Jiang Yun, who had gone from start to finish entirely alone, was still a rare sight.
Hello.
Team leader Su Xiyue stepped forward cautiously to greet Jiang Yun. They were the highly sought-after prodigies and top prospects of Luoshui's city. Yet in the presence of Jiang Yun, this unheard-of prodigy who had cleared the dungeon single-handedly, they still felt as insignificant as ants. Jiang Yun quickly learned what had happened to them. This squad had just completed a dungeon run. Despite being top contenders, they had underestimated the difficulty of the Nightmare Town dungeon. Halfway through their attempt, they were overwhelmed by swarms of gargoyles and forced to abandon their run. The primary reason for their failure was their low levels. Some hadn't even reached level 10, relying solely on the group to enter.
This marked the second setback in their adventuring careers.
The first had been against Jiang Yun, where the gap between them was so vast it felt almost unreal.
Jiang Yun, you don't have any teammates right now, do you?
Su Xiyue asked cautiously, her eyes brimming with the pleading light of someone desperate to latch onto a powerful ally.
Taking them along for leveling wouldn't be much trouble for Jiang Yun.
After all, they'd come all this way because he'd cleared every monster in the entire beginner dungeon in one go.
Guiding you isn't the issue, it's that you just cleared a dungeon and there's a cooldown. No problem.
Mid-sentence, Su Xiyue excitedly flashed a silver ring in her hand toward Jiang Yun.
Basic cooldown ring, silver grade. Reduces instance cooldown time, usable 5 times.
After 5 uses, a 6-hour cooldown applies. First use resets instance cooldown to 0. Second use reduces instance cooldown to 1/5 of the original.
There's actually such a great item. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. With this gear, we could run at least 4 extra dungeons a day. Alright, I'll take you guys through the dungeon. Jiang Yun immediately agreed enthusiastically, and the crowd behind Su Xiyue cheered with delight. Captain, you're awesome. With a pro leading us, this run is in the bag. I'm gonna take down those damn night mages. Clearly, they'd had their fair share of trouble with those night mages during their previous dungeon runs. Everyone immediately began preparing, and Su Xiyue sent Jiang Yun a party invitation. Su Xiyue, Captain has sent you a party invitation to join Snowflake Squad. Accept? Accept. As soon as Jiang Yun confirmed, a new squad panel appeared on his class interface. This panel displayed the professions and basic information of the other party members. Including himself, Snowflake Squad now had 5 members. Naturally, Jiang Yun held the highest level. The lowest was only level 8. A ding sounded. Jiang Yun noticed the team designation after his name instantly changed to Captain. Su Xiyue relinquished the captaincy, handing it over to Jiang Yun. Boss, everything's in your hands from here on out. Facing Su Xiyue's expectant gaze, Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before silently accepting her decision. With the captain's authority, getting things done would be a bit easier. Observing the others preparing, Jiang Yun hesitated briefly before speaking up. Running dungeons with me should be relatively easy, but keep in mind the experience gains per run will be lower. Be prepared for that. The 4 exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what Jiang Yun meant. But soon enough, they understood. During the preparations, Jiang Yun got acquainted with the other 3 members. Fang Xiong, Knight. Pang Yun, Mage. Li Qingmiao, Swordsman. 2 men and 2 women. Among them, Fang Xiong and Li Qingmiao were both from Qingyun Middle School, serving as Su Xiyue's underlings. Pang Yun, however, is a top-tier student at Tianhong Middle School who persistently clung to the group until he was finally accepted. As for why? Just look at the way he gazes at Su Xiyue with such adoration. Pang Yun clearly had feelings for Su Xiyue. Unfortunately, Su Xiyue showed no signs of reciprocating his feelings. If anything, she seemed slightly annoyed. Once everyone was ready, Jiang Yun approached the instance entrance and performed a series of actions. A flash of blue light transported them into the instance. Before them lay the familiar valley, flanked by towering cliffs that seemed to reach the sky. Boss, watch out. There are a few night mages lurking on the cliff walls above. They're sneaky. Before Su Xiyue could finish her warning, Jiang Yun raised his hand, and a rainbow-colored glow erupted. In an instant, hundreds of soldier ants swarmed around them. A flying ant whizzed upward, hurtling toward the distant cliff. Boom! A miniature sun rose slowly. Amidst the roaring shockwaves, kill notifications flashed before everyone's eyes. Your captain Jiang Yun has killed the night mage. You gain plus 10 years of life.
Your captain, Jiang Yun, has slain the Night Mage. You gain +5 to your lifespan. Amidst the violent air currents, everyone's clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Their faces were etched with shock and utter bewilderment. That's it? It's over? When they first entered the instance, they had battled these Night Mages for quite some time. Perched high above, they'd unleashed sneaky vine sprout spells and fireball spells, even conjuring rock-hard gargoyles. If it weren't for their team leader, Su Xiyue, being an archer, they likely wouldn't have made it past the first stage. Yet now, from the moment they entered the instance until this moment, it had been resolved in less than 3 seconds? Keep up. Don't fall behind. Jiang Yun called out, stepping forward. For him, the real worry wasn't the dungeon's difficulty, it was that his teammates might accidentally fall behind and get wiped out inside. Boom! With a flicker of Jiang Yun's intent, all but 100 soldier ants remained to guard the perimeter. The rest scattered, snapping their massive mandibles as they lunged at the surrounding minions. Molten Iron Black Flame Ant Soldier Ant. Quality, Elite. Skills, Bite, Flamethrower, Hardened Shell. Traits, Mineral Devouring. Attack, 500. Agility, 300. Mental, 300. Stamina, 500. After multiple upgrades, the soldier ant's attack and constitution have reached terrifying levels. Even when facing a gargoyle of equal elite tier strength, it can effortlessly tear its body to shreds. Even without resorting to self-destruction, a dozen soldier ants could reduce a gargoyle to fragments within seconds. As the battles multiplied, Jiang Yun's command over the soldier ants grew increasingly precise and effortless. The moment a gargoyle was conjured by the Night Mage, several soldier ants collided with it, tearing it to shreds. The Night Mage fared no better. In the next instant, a flying ant sliced through his neck, sending his head flying skyward. All 4 of them froze, instinctively following Jiang Yun's retreating figure. Strike back? They couldn't even move. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of soldier ants engaged in frenzied slaughter. Occasionally, a monster would emerge from some hidden corner, only to be instantly swallowed by a swarm of soldier ants before the 4 could react. Only then did they finally grasp why Jiang Yun had warned them before entering the instance. In a party dungeon run, each member's gained lifespan was calculated based on damage dealt in contribution to the group. In a situation like this, where they couldn't even get a chance to act, the lifespan they gained was naturally lower than that of a normal team. Though lower, his efficiency made up for it. 20. Speedrun through One-Line Heaven, the Astonishing Quartet. The others stared at Jiang Yun in awe. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the very spot where they had previously failed. This was a narrow pass where the cliff walls converged, leaving only a sliver of sky above for passage. Countless night mages stood in battle formation along the cliff walls. Dozens of gargoyles glared menacingly. Guarding the narrow passageway itself was a nightmare knight mounted on a skeletal steed. The real challenge here wasn't the strength of any single monster, but the sheer overwhelming numbers. For a 5-person party, it equates to each member facing 10 gargoyles and 5 night mages simultaneously. For parties tackling the nightmare dungeon, the probability of falling at this gate was higher than perishing at the hands of the boss. Watch out, boss. Though Fang Xiong had great confidence in Jiang Yun's abilities, the sheer terror of the enemy lineup made him blurt out a warning. I've studied the guides. There are too many enemies here to kill them all. We need to focus our energy, take down that night mage knight, and push through. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Jiang Yun's face. Unkillable? If it's this difficult, how did I get through here before? Oh, right. He had a vague memory. He had unleashed all his soldier ants and flattened the entire area. The lifespan gained here far exceeded the sum of all previous stages combined. What a waste. Jiang Yun shook his head and murmured softly. Question mark. The 4 behind him stared at Jiang Yun with puzzled expressions, unable to grasp his meaning. Jiang Yun offered no explanation, merely snapping his fingers lightly. A burst of multicolored light erupted, and the over 1,000 soldier ants remaining in the beast control space were released by Jiang Yun. The soldier ants surged forward like a tidal wave, carrying a fierce killing intent as they pounced upon the monster before them. You may outnumber me, but I outnumber you even more. The first to be cleared were the surrounding nightmage sorcerers and gargoyles. The night mage knight blocking the path before the sliver of sky let out a fierce roar, raising his lance to charge at Jiang Yun. A flying ant whizzed down, crashing into the night mage knight with a boom. A miniature sun ignited. The night mage knight staggered, black smoke rising from his body, clearly suffering significant damage. Before he could raise his lance again, another soldier ant had somehow crawled onto his body. The next moment, another thunderous explosion. Wave after wave of soldier ants charged forward, detonating one after another, leaving the nightmare knight no chance to catch his breath. No matter how high your level or how powerful your skills, try taking one of my self-destructs first. Moments later, the nightmare knight let out a wail as his form shattered. The once densely packed line of monsters now stretched out, appearing almost empty. Not a single creature remained. As far as the eye could see, only soldier ants swirled and patrolled. Jiang Yun had slaughtered every last one in the entire narrow passage. Clang! Fang Xiong's shield slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. His mouth gaped wide in astonishment.
An entire one-line heaven, hundreds, nearly 1,000 monsters had been slaughtered by Jiang Yun. Unbelievable. Nothing like this had ever been heard of before. But coming from Jiang Yun, it didn't seem all that unbelievable. After all, he had more pets than there were monsters. Swish! A flash of white light erupted beside Li Qingmiao. She had leveled up. In less than an hour following Jiang Yun, she had accumulated enough lifespan to advance from level 9 to level 10. Keep up. Ignoring the emotions of the four behind him, Jiang Yun pressed forward. Passing through the skyline gap, they soon arrived before the throne. The Night Demon Lord, crowned atop his head, rose to his feet, radiating an intimidating aura. Su Xiyue and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. This was their first time facing the Night Demon Lord boss directly. In the next instant, the ant nest roared, engulfing the Night Demon Lord as countless miniature suns surged upward. When the chaos subsided, the group looked around to find nothing remained. Facing the Nightmare Knight, a monster they hadn't paid much attention to before, Jiang Yun remained patient, at least observing how many skills it used. But for the Nightmare Lord, a monster he'd already defeated, Jiang Yun opted to overwhelm it with direct damage. Defeated Nightmare Lord, gained 800 years of lifespan. Killed Night Mage, gained 12 years of lifespan. The kill notifications flashed once more. Several soldier ants carried the Nightmare Lord's dropped gear to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun glanced at them and lost interest. Night Demon Helmet, Bronze Grade. Night Mage Shield, Bronze Grade. All Bronze Grade gear. The Silver Grade accessory he truly desired, the Night Demon Crown, had still not dropped. Divide these items among yourselves. Tossing the gear to the few behind him, Jiang Yun's mind flickered and a blue glow emanated from his body. Exit dungeon. The next moment, the group materialized at the entrance of the Nightmare Dungeon. Holding the Night Demon helmet Jiang Yun had tossed to him, Fang Xiong froze in place. Wait, I didn't even get a good look at what the boss looked like. He was probably the first adventurer to clear the dungeon without even catching a glimpse of the boss. Su Xiyue glanced at the time, then looked at Jiang Yun with utter astonishment. 2.5 hours. That was the time it took Jiang Yun to lead them through the entire dungeon. Most of that time was spent rushing through the dungeon. The actual combat lasted less than half an hour. And they hadn't had a single chance to intervene. From start to finish, they'd just been tagging along behind Jiang Yun. Never had a dungeon run this easy. Li Qingmiao murmured aloud, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. Relief filled everyone's eyes. Thankfully they'd latched onto Jiang Yun's coattails. Otherwise, relying on their own efforts, who knew how much effort it would take to achieve results comparable to following Jiang Yun? Such a powerful ally who wasn't greedy for deer if they missed this chance, who knew where they'd find another like him. Except for being a bit quiet, he was practically perfect. Alright, everyone, get some rest. The instant's cooldown ends in an hour. We'll start the second run then. Jiang Yun found a patch of grass and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. Su Xiyue followed with small steps and sat beside Jiang Yun. She appeared to be organizing her gear, but her eyes kept drifting toward Jiang Yun, lingering for a minute or two each time. Her eyes shone brightly like stars. Li Qingmiao and Fang Xiong exchanged knowing glances. Pang Yunsong stood nearby, watching Su Xiyue. A bitter expression gradually crept across his face. 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Yun opened his eyes, stood up, and declared in a deep voice, "Let's go." Su Xiyue nodded, standing before the instant's entrance. She retrieved her ring and tapped it lightly, instantly resetting the instant's cooldown on Jiang Yun's profession panel. In the next instant, a faint blue light flickered around them, and they reappeared inside the instance. Before them lay the familiar valley. Same old formula, same old flavor. Jiang Yun tapped his finger, and the soldier ants roared forth, charging into the valley. This time around, Su Xiyue was much more proactive, darting around with her bow in hand. She was in a state of pure excitement, hunting down and slaying monsters everywhere. Though she rarely got to strike the monsters herself, every time she killed one, she'd dash over to Jiang Yun to ask if her skill execution had been correct. Jiang Yun wasn't an archer himself. What could he say? He could only nod repeatedly. As long as her actions didn't interfere with his monster farming, he didn't mind. To be fair, even if he couldn't offer practical advice, Su Xiyue's posture when drawing her bow and shooting arrows was quite a sight to behold. Watching the interaction between the two, Li Qingmiao and Fang Xiong exchanged knowing glances. As for Pang Yun, the bitterness on his face only deepened. 21. Night Demon Heart. The sole reason he'd clung desperately to joining Snowflake Squad was for Su Xiyue. But Su Xiyue never gave him a second glance, no matter how hard he tried to win her favor. In contrast, after only a few meetings with Jiang Yun, Su Xiyue's affection for him had become impossible to hide. But what could he do? They were a perfect match. What grounds did he have to complain? Besides, Jiang Yun hadn't even pursued her. It was Su Xiyue who'd made the first move. How could he possibly argue with that? Besides, the gap between them was simply too vast. He didn't even entertain the slightest thought of catching up or standing shoulder to shoulder with them. And he owed him a debt of gratitude. Pang Yun let out a soft sigh as that tiny spark within him quietly extinguished. Jiang Yun naturally knew nothing of Pang Yun's secret thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared much. Boom! 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 Another hour passed. The Night Demon Lord met a gruesome end at Jiang Yun's hands once more. Clang! 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 Several pieces of equipment dropped. Jiang Yun glanced at them and shook his head helplessly. Seems his luck wasn't great this time either, just some bronze gear. Thanks, big shot. Having learned from the previous experience, Fang Xiong and the others knew Jiang Yun held no interest in these bronze grade items. They immediately cheered and claimed the gear. Even for the top prospects of Qingyun Academy, bronze tier gear was incredibly valuable. Even if they couldn't use them themselves, selling them would bring in a hefty sum. After all, not everyone was like Jiang Yun, capable of casually crafting an 8 million yuan piece of gear from a kitchen knife. With a flick of their thoughts, a blue light flashed, and the group exited the instance. Come on, come on. Level 18 captain leading a monster run, need a mage. Knight, swordsman. Just need a reliable frontline fighter. Support anyone with healing abilities. By now, a large crowd of adventurers had gathered at the entrance to the Nightmare Dungeon. They were all here to grind levels and farm materials. Many deliberately skipped leveling up, making this their livelihood. Calls echoed non-stop, creating a bustling atmosphere like a busy market. For Jiang Yun and his party, fresh out of the dungeon, aside from drawing a few extra glances due to their youth, they didn't attract much attention. Groups like theirs were simply too common. Alright, break time. We'll resume in 2 hours. Glancing at the time, Jiang Yun led the group to rest nearby. Having already used the cooldown ring once, the instant's cooldown this time was set to 2 hours. During the break, Jiang Yun opened his profession panel. Name, Jiang Yun. Age, 16. Class, Summoner. Lifespan, 10,200 years. Level, 12. Talent, Fishing Across Realms Unique. Skills, Contract, Appraisal, Mental Pierce, Trait Extraction Unique, Heavenly Eye Unique. Advancing from level 12 to level 13 requires 5,000 years of lifespan. As a Beastmaster, his lifespan must be shared equally with his pet beast, requiring a full 10,000 years. Fortunately, Jiang Yun had finally accumulated enough. A flash of white light erupted as Jiang Yun ascended to the next level. Fang Xiong and the others watched in awe. The boss is already level 13. Even though Beastmasters need so much more lifespan to level up than us, he still levels faster. Unbeknownst to them, their address for Jiang Yun had quietly shifted to boss. Clearly, after witnessing the terrifying efficiency of his last leveling session, the group had wholeheartedly accepted Jiang Yun as their leader. I'd expected it would take a day or two to reach level 13, but then I encountered Su Xiyue and the others. With the cooling ring, half a day was all it took. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, silently raising his predetermined level goal. Originally, levels 15 or 16 would have sufficed. But this time, Jiang Yun's target shot up to level 17. Historically, Qingbei Academy's admission cutoff has never exceeded level 16. Reaching level 17 would guarantee admission. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yun couldn't help but recall the radiant young woman by the nighttime campfire. Ningerin. All his knowledge and impressions of Qingbei Academy came from her. He still didn't know her true identity, yet she seemed so intimately familiar with Qingbei University. Luoxue City again, what was she doing there? As he pondered, Jiang Yun couldn't help but compare her to Su Xiyue beside him. Both were stunningly beautiful. Su Xiyue leaned toward a cool, aloof elegance, while Ningerin radiated a spirited vigor, especially those eyes, sparkling like stars, leaving an indelible impression. Jiang Yun suddenly jolted awake, snapping himself out of his thoughts. Jiang Yun, what are you doing? Have you forgotten? You must not lose your virginity until you reach the king level. Jiang Yun silently admonished himself. At that moment, commotion erupted in the distance. A group of uniformly dressed professionals abruptly appeared at the dungeon entrance. Without a word, they began forcibly searching every person attempting to leave. They even erected barriers along the only exit route from the Nightmare Dungeon, glaring menacingly at every person entering or leaving. What's going on? Jiang Yun opened his eyes and looked toward the distant commotion. Faced with these brutal professionals, the others being searched dared not speak up, clearly terrified of them. I'll go ask. Li Qingmiao volunteered, running over to inquire. He returned shortly. I've checked it out, it's the local Night Owl Guild in Nightmare Town. Their guild leader's son needs something called a Night Demon Heart. It only drops in the Night Demon Dungeon. That's why they're stopping everyone here, forcing people to sell it for 100,000 Xinsha coins. Night Demon Heart? Jiang Yun was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He'd never heard of such an item dropping in the Nightmare Dungeon before. It must be an extremely rare hidden reward. I know about that. Su Xiyue seemed to recall something, my father mentioned it to me. Nightmare dungeons do indeed drop nightmare hearts. They're extremely rare and have many wonderful uses. I heard it's also an essential item for knights wanting to transition into a certain rare class. Market price? At least 20 million. 20 million. The group gasped in shock, their impression of the Night Owl Guild plummeting to rock bottom. They were trying to snatch up a 20 million yuan item for a mere 100,000. No wonder they made such a big fuss. Turns out they were just trying to force a sale. What scoundrels!
Jiang Yun frowned briefly before regaining his composure.
This has nothing to do with us. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Our top priority now is to level up as quickly as possible. The Night Demon heart was precious. The Night Owl Guild was acting like scum. What did that have to do with him, a lowly mid-tier adventurer not even at level 20?
Given his abysmal luck with loot drops in dungeons, he'd probably never get his hands on such gear in this lifetime.
2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun and his companions stood once more before the dungeon entrance. Time to grind. 22 New features of the Heavenly Eye Silver Skill Book. Same formula, same routine.
With growing familiarity with the dungeon layout and paths, this run was completed in just 1 hour. This time, the other 4 members besides Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue finally found their roles within the team.
Big brother, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. Big bro, how's your leg? Trust me, my family's massage technique is legendary. Successfully evolved into sycophants.
Attending to Jiang Yun and cheering for the big shot that was their sole purpose in the group.
They had fully embraced the role of lackeys. Though it might sound a bit undignified, this feeling was absolutely exhilarating.
Same familiar place, same familiar Nightmare Lord, same familiar swarm of flying ants. In under 10 seconds, the Nightmare Lord fell once more, leaving a pile of gear behind.
Bronze gear everywhere, still no silver tier equipment Jiang Yun was hoping for. After gathering the loot, the group exited the instance once more.
This time, the instance would take 3 hours to respawn.
They decided to return to Nightmare Town once more to restock supplies and take a bath.
Along the way, they passed through a checkpoint set up by the Night Owl Guild.
The Night Owl Guild professional guarding the checkpoint stared at Su Xiyue, stunned by her breathtaking beauty, his mouth agape.
But in the end, they dared not make a move. Survivors in the wilderness had the sharpest eyes. Jiang Yun and his companions were so young, yet they had survived in the wilderness for so long unscathed. This alone was proof of their formidable strength.
Moreover, they likely possessed extraordinary backgrounds.
Such targets were far beyond what a few low-level operatives like them could handle. They merely swept a mirror-like device over Jiang Yun and his companions before smoothly letting them pass.
3 hours later, darkness had fallen.
It was time to rest, but after discussing it, they decided to go level up instead. Only 2 days remained before they had to return for the qualification review. They needed to seize every moment to sprint toward higher levels, aiming for admission to better universities. Under normal circumstances, entering a dungeon without proper rest, feeling groggy and disoriented, would easily lead to a wipe due to slow reactions. But this time, they had no such worries. After all, they were merely tagging along throughout the entire run. There was no chance for them to actually fight. Jiang Yun bore the brunt of the hardship. To help him, they pooled their money and bought 10 basic energy potions for Jiang Yun. As he gazed at the row of vials containing pale blue liquid inside the wooden box, a gleam of gold flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. Basic energy potion restores 50 points of mental attribute, maintaining peak mental state. Do not consume more than 8 within 24 hours. 10 basic energy potions would cost at least tens of thousands of Xinxia coins.
This clearly demonstrated the sincerity of Su Xiyue and the others.
After all, their rapid monster grinding and leveling success was entirely due to Jiang Yun. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun nodded and accepted the potions.
He too wanted to test his own limits.
Seeing Jiang Yun accept the offer, the group erupted in low cheers.
The big shot was willing to level up with them.
Su Xiyue looked at Jiang Yun in surprise. Jiang Yun, you seem different now. Jiang Yun froze, recalling how he'd instinctively activated the Heavenly Eye.
Curious, he asked, how am I different? Well, you just seem more imposing.
Su Xiyue pondered for a moment before saying. The sensation was faint and fleeting. Had Su Xiyue not been constantly observing Jiang Yun and being an archer with keen senses, she likely wouldn't have noticed the shift at all. Hearing Su Xiyue's words, Jiang Yun fell deep in thought. He had experienced a similar sensation when he activated the Heavenly Eye and looked into a mirror before. But he had dismissed it as an illusion caused by his altered appearance, giving it little thought. Now, however, it seemed far more complex. Perhaps his mastery of the Heavenly Eye was still too rudimentary. Characteristic extraction not only allowed organisms to gain traits they originally lacked, empowering them. It can even transform a kitchen knife into bronze tier equipment. The Heavenly Eye's inherent effects were already formidable, bordering on game-breaking. If others discovered Jiang Yun possessed such a skill, they would surely go mad. But perhaps the Heavenly Eye held other applications. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yun led his team through the night toward the Nightmare Dungeon. Moments later, the group reappeared within the instance. As before, the ant swarm charged ahead, sweeping through obstacles with devastating force. Midway through, however, Jiang Yun halted abruptly. At his command, a night mage was carried by flying ants and placed before him. The monsters within the dungeon showed no fear. Even surrounded by the army of soldier ants, they still brandished their wands, snarling and lunging at Jiang Yun. Step back a bit. I want to test a skill. After giving the four a quick nod, Jiang Yun focused intently on the night mage.
His pupils transformed from pitch black to dazzling gold, rippling with multicolored radiance. An aura of majestic sanctity radiated from Jiang Yun's body. In that instant, he no longer seemed like a youth, but a goddess sacred, untouchable deity before whom one could only kneel. Whoa! Jiang Yun could have restrained his aura, the four had noticed nothing. Yet the night mage before him let out a startled cry, immediately cowering into a trembling heap. Just as expected. Jiang Yun's lips curled upward. Beyond revealing the evolutionary paths of all things, the heavenly eye possessed a terrifying inherent deterrent. The heavenly eye could be called the eye of the heavens, or the eye of the gods. In any case, it carried terrifying intimidation and suppression. This intimidation and suppression stem not from raw power, but from the nobility of its very essence. Having grasped the hidden function of the celestial eye, Jiang Yun cancelled the skill. Immediately afterward, the soldier ants swept over, delivering a swift end to the night mage. Alright, let's keep moving. Jiang Yun urged the group to press forward. None of them paid much attention to the earlier incident. Though they all sensed a hint of its intimidating power, they dismissed it as merely a mental-type skill. After all, for a powerhouse like Jiang Yun, possessing such a skill wasn't surprising. Soon, the Nightmare Lord fell once more. This time, amidst the burst of bronze-hued light, a striking silver gleam emerged. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up, a hint of delight appearing on his face. Had his luck finally turned? The soldier ant swiftly presented the silver item before Jiang Yun. To his surprise, it wasn't the Nightmare Lord's crown he'd been longing for, but an exquisitely crafted silver scroll. Silver Skill Scroll, upon use, randomly grants a silver tier skill related to the user's profession. Requires level 15. This is fantastic, big brother. This thing is far more valuable than any piece of equipment. Fang Xiong couldn't help but exclaim loudly, while Su Xiyue also let out a gasp of astonishment. Jiang Yun also realized what lay before him. This was a skill book. Simply open it to learn any silver tier skill of your class. Skill tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, platinum, epic, legendary, mythic. The higher the skill's quality, the higher the practitioner's level required to master it. Skills above gold tier often required players at level 30 or even 40 to use them. The level requirement for this skill book is not far off from Jiang Yun's current level. Just 2 more levels up, and he could use this skill book to gain a new skill. Although Jiang Yun already possessed 2 mythic tier skills, he didn't mind acquiring a couple more. Moreover, he was gradually realizing that his current strength was too weak to unleash the full power of mythical tier skills. Characteristic Extraction and Heaven's Eye both possessed unimaginably terrifying power, yet currently, they could only be used as auxiliary skills. Jiang Yun needed skills that could enhance his combat prowess. Holding the scroll, Jiang Yun swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone calm and composed. I want this item. Any objections? The value of this item far exceeded the combined worth of all other bronze equipment. According to the default party rules, in such a situation, taking it would require paying an additional price, be it gold or materials. Jiang Yun, do as you please. We have no objections. Su Xiyue murmured softly. The others nodded in agreement. Following, Jiang Yun allowed them to level up rapidly without lifting a finger, while also securing abundant gear. How could they dare make any demands? All right. Jiang Yun nodded and stowed the scroll away. Let's continue. 23, Core Skill, Damage Transfer. 3 hours later, Jiang Yun led the team into the dungeon for the 3rd time. An hour later, the Nightmare Lord fell once more beneath Jiang Yun's feet. After this dungeon run, Su Xiyue also leveled up, reaching level 12. She was now only 1 level behind Jiang Yun. After all, Beastmasters required twice the lifespan to level up compared to other classes. This outcome held no surprise for Jiang Yun. Fang Xiong and Pang Yin both reached level 11. Even Li Qingmiu had broken through to level 10. Tears welled up in her eyes with excitement as she grabbed Jiang Yun's arm, looking as if she were about to throw herself at him. But Su Xiyue immediately pulled her away with a look of caution. Jiang Yun downed a bottle of basic energy potion, feeling his spirit gradually replenish. He lifted his head to look into the distance. There, the Night Owl Guild members hadn't dispersed, their numbers had only swelled. They were truly determined to get their hands on that Night Demon heart. Too bad the cooldown rings were nearly depleted, otherwise, he could have run the dungeon more times. 4 hours later. The 5 of them entered the dungeon again to level up. Over the next 2 days, fueled by basic stamina potions, they entered the dungeon the moment its cooldown ended, wasting not a single second. By the 2nd day, Su Xiyue broke through to level 13, while the other 3 each gained 1 level. Even with almost no team contribution, they could only share a tiny bit of life energy, yet they still made such progress, let alone Jiang Yun. By the following morning, he had already reached level 15. By the afternoon of the 2nd day, he had reached level 16. Once he met the level requirement, he wasted no time and immediately activated the Silver Skill Scroll. As he unfolded the scroll, a flash of silver light erupted, and the scroll vanished instantly. Countless pieces of knowledge and information flashed through Jiang Yun's mind. Checking his class panel, a new skill appeared in the skills section. Damage Transfer. Silver Tier. Transfers attacks received by the caster to their pet beast. The simple description made Jiang Yun's eyes light up. Whoa, it's actually this one of the core skills of a beastmaster. After showing this skill to the curious Su Xiyue and the other three, Fang Xiong immediately let out a wild cheer. Bro, you're unstoppable now. Everyone knew that while beastmasters' pets possessed formidable combat strength, the beastmasters themselves were quite fragile. Their bodies were as fragile as mages, yet they lacked the mage's defenses and spell evasion. As long as the beastmaster himself was killed, no matter how powerful his pet was, it was useless. Therefore, in combat, enemy firepower would inevitably target the beastmaster first. This is precisely why the skill, damage transfer, exists. It's safe to say that a beastmaster equipped with this skill gains a crucial life-saving trump card. Paired with skills like position shift, they can even hold their own against assassins. However, for an ordinary beastmaster, this single skill alone is not enough to grant invincibility. After all, the damage still falls on the beast. If the beast takes too much damage and dies, the beastmaster will still perish. But Jiang Yun was different. Su Xiyue and the others had witnessed Jiang Yun's pet an endless army of soldier ants. If damage is redirected to the soldier ants, it means that unless every single soldier ant is killed, no harm can touch Jiang Yun. But could the soldier ants truly be wiped out? Even now, they still hadn't figured out just how many ants Jiang Yun's army contained. Jiang Yun had considered this too, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he said to Su Xiyue, "Let's test it." Su Xiyue nodded, drew an arrow, and fired it toward Jiang Yun. Clang! Just 50 centimeters from Jiang Yun, the arrow struck an invisible barrier, erupting in sparks as it ricocheted away. Jiang Yun closed his eyes, sensing the soldier ant's status through his mental link. Soon, he extended his palm. A flash of multicolored light appeared, and a soldier ant materialized in his hand. This was a soldier ant freshly hatched by the queen ant, Xiao, and had never seen combat. Yet its exoskeleton bore a distinct white indentation. Evidently, the damage from that arrow had been redirected onto this soldier ant. It really works! Su Xiyue gasped, covering her mouth in surprise at the sight. Though she knew this possibility existed, witnessing it unfold before her eyes still left her profoundly shaken. With her experience, she couldn't imagine anyone among this year's candidates being a match for Jiang Yun. No, not just the candidates, even those elite teachers in their 30s might not stand a chance against Jiang Yun. Su Xiyue couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Yun, would you be interested in bringing home the city's top scholar title?" Winning the city top scholar title comes with financial subsidies from Luoxue City. At your current level, getting into one of the top 3 academies is a sure thing. Once you're in, you can leverage this status to receive even more subsidies and preferential policies. It will be of great benefit to future development. Fang Xiong exclaimed dramatically from the side, "Xiao Shui, you really underestimate your big brother. What's so special about being a city champion? Even the provincial top scholar is no big deal." Su Xiyue shot Fang Xiong a glare. "If you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute." Turning to Jiang Yun, her tone softened. "Don't listen to Fang Xiong. The city top scholar title, I believe you can strive for it. But the provincial top scholar? That involves far too many factors. Beihai province is full of hidden talents. Those major clans have immense resources. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." "I know. Don't worry." Jiang Yun nodded, silently committing their conversation to memory. "The provincial top scholar, huh? I absolutely must break through to the king tier. The provincial top scholar, if it's within reach, I must strive for it. Of course, within his means." Even with his special advantages, Jiang Yun never looked down on others. The world is vast, who knows where a true dragon might lie hidden? The position of provincial top scholar in Beihai province has long been monopolized by several major clans. Their enduring dominance speaks to their inherent strength. Alright, time's running short. 2 more rounds, then we'll head back. Jiang Yun glanced at the time and said, if they pushed themselves to the limit, squeezing out every last minute, they could squeeze in 2 more rounds. But it wasn't worth it. Their levels were already sufficient, and the group hadn't had a proper rest in 2 full days. Li Qingmiao and Pang Yun, the weaker ones, were already struggling to stay on their feet. Even Jiang Yun, bolstered by a basic stamina potion, felt his limits approaching. Returning, they still needed to prepare for the qualification review and the major exam. They required time for a proper night's sleep to recharge their energy. Glancing at their gear, it was still a pile of bronze items. It seemed the silver grade skill scroll they'd dropped earlier had drained all of Jiang Yun's luck. As usual, he tossed the gear to Su Xiyue and the others. Fang Xiong called out, "Boss, my spatial bag is already stuffed to the brim." Other professions didn't have the innate beast-taming space like beastmasters did, so they had to rely on other methods to store their miscellaneous items. Space bags were the most common solution, priced fairly. As seed players, Fang Xiong and his teammates naturally each had one. Though not spacious, they were certainly sufficient for daily needs. But who could have imagined that after just a few days following Jiang Yun, they'd be stuffed to the brim with a mountain of bronze gear? The group now found themselves blessed with a happy dilemma. 24. Night Demon King's Crown, an unexpected windfall. Store them in my beast-taming space for now.
We'll sort them out back at the base, Jiang Yun said. Soon, the gear was organized and the group exited the instance. 5 hours later, their figures reappeared. With a thunderous crash, the familiar sequence began anew as the Night Demon Lord collapsed. Ha! This time, Jiang Yun froze as he stared at the spot where the Nightmare Lord had fallen. A distinct silver glow flickered there. Another silver great item dropped? The soldier ants swiftly brought the item back. Jiang Yun examined it. It was indeed the Night Demon Crown he'd longed for. Night Demon Crown, silver grade, fixed spell, Shadow Flash. Allows the user to teleport between two shadows separated by up to 500 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Shadow Flicker, the signature gold grade skill of the assassin class. Who would have thought that the Night Demon Lord, a boss who looked like a brute, would possess such a skill? Even with prior intelligence, a single lapse in focus could allow the Night Demon Lord to use this skill to sneak behind you and finish you off with a single strike. Jiang Yun, having studied the intel beforehand, knew this well. The moment he saw the Nightmare Lord, he overwhelmed him with relentless damage, never giving the boss a chance to activate it. Poor Nightmare Lord, he died nearly 10 times at Jiang Yun's hands without ever getting to unleash a single signature skill. With this equipment on his person, combined with the clear sky pendant he'd obtained earlier for damage transfer, Jiang Yun's defenses were now maximized. Without question, the equipment naturally became Jiang Yun's possession. Placing the crown upon his head, he mentally commanded it to bind. The crown vanished from above Jiang Yun's head. It would only reappear when he activated the Shadow Flash skill. After confirming nothing was left behind, the group exited the instance. Another 5 hours passed. The final dungeon run. Familiar rhythm, familiar routine. Exhausted and drowsy, the group trailed behind Jiang Yun, stumbling through their final run of the Nightmare Dungeon. If I told my friends I'd cleared the Nightmare Dungeon 10 times without lifting a finger, they'd never believe me. That's the perk of having a pro carry you. Boom! The Nightmare Lord fell once more. Jiang Yun casually commanded the soldier ants to bring him the loot. With the Nightmare Crown the most valuable item in the dungeon now looted, Jiang Yun felt no further desire for this place. What is this? But upon seeing what the soldier ants brought back, Jiang Yun realized he had spoken too soon. Among the bronze gear lay a pitch-black heart, still beating steadily. More importantly, a golden glow flowed over its surface. This was actually a gold-grade item. In an instant, multicolored light swirled in Jiang Yun's eyes, golden radiance flowing. Nightmare Heart, an extraordinary material forged from the concentrated blood of a high-ranking nightmare noble. Can be used in advanced potions, equipment crafting, or certain class change ceremonies. Night Demon Heart. Su Xiyue looked utterly incredulous. It actually dropped. This item had always been something she'd only heard about but never seen. Who would have thought that on their final dungeon run, it would drop so effortlessly? As a gold-tier material, it exceeded the scope of their appraisal skill. Without a skill like Jiang Yun's heavenly eye, they couldn't see its detailed information. But its shape was so distinctive that even those who'd only heard its name could recognize it instantly. This thing's worth 20 million. Big bro, you're loaded. Wait, no. Fang Xiong's words trailed off as his expression darkened. The Night Owl Guild is still waiting outside. They've gone to such lengths they won't just let it go. What should we do, boss? Are we really going to give it to him? Selling it to them is out of the question, absolutely impossible. Jiang Yun held the Night Demon's heart in his palm, feeling its pulsations as his eyes narrowed slightly. If they want to buy it at market price, I wouldn't mind doing them a favor. But expecting only 20,000 Xinsha coins, isn't that taking advantage of an honest man? But Fang Xiong thought of the Night Owl Guild members piled up outside and couldn't help but frown. This was their turf, escaping wouldn't be so easy. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun retracted the Night Demon's heart into his beast-taming space. I don't know how those Night Owl Guild guys' machines detect things, but to be safe, you lot shouldn't touch this. Once we're out, I'll split from the group. We'll go our separate ways. Jiang Yun, you can't. Su Xiyue's expression darkened. How could we possibly abandon you alone? Right. I'll stand by the boss till the end. The other three also declared their resolve with unwavering expressions. Fang Xiong roared, his voice quickly fading, we're the Academy's top prospects. No matter how bold the Night Owl Guild is, they wouldn't really kill us, right? Not necessarily. Jiang Yun shook his head. This is the wilderness, not the city. If you die here, who's to say how it happened? Many students over the years have met their end in the wilderness. A resolute glint flashed in Su Xiyue's eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Yun cut her off. You've misunderstood me. I'm not saying I'd sacrifice myself for the greater good, I'm not that noble. It's just that having you by my side tends to hinder me. I've already assessed them. The highest ranked among them is only level 25. Level 20 is rare, and most hover around levels 16 or 17. With such a lineup, even if they outnumber me, I'm not afraid. It's you lot who might become problematic. If you're identified as my associates, they could use you to pressure me. As he spoke, Jiang Yun's eyes flashed with battle intent. With all defenses now in place, he was genuinely eager to test just how powerful he truly was. The others exchanged glances, utterly stunned that they had become a liability to Jiang Yun at this critical moment.
Alright, Jiang Yun, I agreed to your plan. But you must be careful.
Lu Xiyue lowered her head in thought for a moment before clenching her teeth and saying. Within the group, Lu Xiyue held the highest standing after Jiang Yun. With both of them resolved, the matter was settled. After making preparations, the group immediately exited the instance. A flash of blue light appeared, and the 5 of them materialized on the grassy area at the dungeon entrance. The moment they returned, Jiang Yun promptly left Snowflake Squad, relinquishing the squad leader position back to Lu Xiyue.
Alright, you all need to leave quickly. The farther you go, the better.
Quite a few people here saw us teaming up earlier. You'd best board the bus back to Luoxue City before I attempt the challenge.
That's official Luoxue City property.
No matter how reckless the Night Owl Squad is, they wouldn't dare touch it.
25, no harm done. As they parted ways, Fang Xiong, the team's cheerful soul, couldn't hold back his tears.
Boss, I never imagined I'd reach such a high level before the big exam.
It's all because of you. Boss, from today onward, you're my only leader. If you say east, I won't go west.
By the end, Fang Xiong was sobbing uncontrollably. Though naturally gifted, he lacked a strong background. His highest aspiration had been reaching levels 8 or 9, ideally 10, to qualify for a second-tier university. But now, after just 2 days under Jiang Yun's guidance, his level had soared to 12. Don't underestimate the 2-level gap. It equates to nearly 10,000 years of lifespan, the dividing line between top-tier and second-tier universities. Even if his future performance faltered, his level alone would guarantee admission to a top-tier university. The futures for graduates of top-tier and second-tier universities were worlds apart. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Yun. Though others weren't as outwardly emotional as Fang Xiong, tears welled in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Yun with profound gratitude. Especially Lu Xiyue. Beyond the gratitude in her star-like eyes shimmered a distinct spark. Seeing this, Jiang Yun knew full well that he had completely won over their hearts. With just a few more moves, they would become his most loyal core team. Jiang Yun gently patted Fang Xiong on the shoulder and said softly, "Alright, go now. Don't make it seem like a final farewell. Trust in my abilities." At that moment, Lu Xiyue stepped forward and pressed a cold object into Jiang Yun's hand. Jiang Yun looked down to see a silver rhombic rune plate. Silver Dragon Blessing, Gold Grade, Single-Use Item. Upon activation, instantly teleports user to a location 10 kilometers away. A gold-grade spatial teleportation artifact. Jiang Yun gasped in astonishment. Equipment with spatial attributes was already extremely expensive, let alone one of gold grade. This was clearly prepared by Lu Xiyue's family as a precaution. And now, Lu Xiyue was leaving it to Jiang Yun. "You keep it. I don't need it." Jiang Yun handed it back to Lu Xiyue. "I don't need it. Keep it for yourself," he said sternly. "If something goes wrong on your end, all my efforts will have been for nothing." Seeing Jiang Yun's resolute stance, Lu Xiyue had no choice but to take the artifact back. After discussing a few more details, the 4 of them parted ways with Jiang Yun and headed toward the border checkpoint. Under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze, the 4 passed through the checkpoint without incident. It seemed his hunch was correct. The Night Owl Guild's device only worked on those who had physically touched the Night Demon's heart. Jiang Yun found a secluded spot to sit, closing his eyes to rest and bide his time. Lu Xiyue walked on, glancing back repeatedly until Jiang Yun vanished from sight before finally giving up. Seeming to have made up her mind, she pulled out her phone and opened the chat interface. "Snowflake, Mingxi, do you really not like your fiancé? Bright Moon, yeah. Didn't I tell you before? There's no feeling between us. Why bring this up now?" "Snowflake, nothing, just wanted to confirm." "Mingyue?" Ignoring Su Xiyue, Lu Xiyue happily tucked away her phone and began hurrying forward with renewed purpose. She seemed to have made up her mind about something. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Night Demon Dungeon, time passed. More and more people noticed Jiang Yun resting with his eyes closed nearby, their gazes filled with curiosity and confusion. Coming here not to enter the instance, not to sell materials, not to find teammates, instead, to sleep? What a peculiar person. Buzz. Jiang Yun's phone buzzed. He picked up the phone to check. "Snowflake, we're already on the bus. Hang in there. Shwahwahwa, make sure you stay safe, okay? Don't try to be a hero. If you can't win, run. I know you'll be fine. Do you want me to call the teacher for you?" Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. What was Lu Xiyue up to? She was usually so reserved, yet suddenly so talkative? But since they were on the bus, they were already safe. Time to move. Jiang Yun stood up, brushed grass clippings and dirt off his pants, and walked toward the checkpoint. The line wasn't long, and soon it was his turn. The sleepy-eyed border guard waved a mirror-like device in front of Jiang Yun as usual. Beep. The device suddenly activated, its piercing alarm echoing far and wide as a red light flashed repeatedly. In an instant, the entire checkpoint erupted in commotion. A group of Night Owl Guild professionals swiftly converged from all directions, surrounding Jiang Yun. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man, his expression grave. "You dropped a nightmare heart?
That's correct. Jiang Yun nodded, replying with a lazy expression. Upon receiving the confirmation, the man's excitement flared, as agreed, 20,000. Hand it over. Surrounded by so many, Jiang Yun remained calm. He shook his head. No. You want it? Fine. But its market price 20 million. Not a penny less. The man's expression darkened, revealing a vicious grin. Young man, you don't look old. Let me teach you a lesson. You need to be alive to spend your money. Take the 20,000 or leave your life behind. Around Nightmare Town, the Night Owl Guild calls the shots. So there's no room for negotiation? Jiang Yun replied calmly, I don't want to kill anyone either. Consider yourself warned. Seeing Jiang Yun's composed demeanor, the man's eyes blazed with fury. Attack! Before the words had fully left his mouth, the man stepped back. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling rainbow light flashed and a majestic lion materialized before him, letting out a mighty roar. He was a beastmaster too. He intended to see just what this mere level 17 brat had to offer. If all he had was pretentious posturing, he'd pay with his life. Clang! An arrow whizzed toward Jiang Yun from a distant archer, striking the air before him and erupting in a burst of sparks. Not only his, but attacks from other practitioners' fireballs, sword chi were all blocked as well. For a moment, everyone froze in disbelief. Over a dozen people attacked simultaneously, yet not a single one managed to inflict any damage? Was this guy's pet beast that tough? A turtle-type pet beast? The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. As a fellow beastmaster, he was well aware of the existence of the damage transfer skill. But even he wouldn't dare rely solely on that skill to absorb attacks from so many people. Pet beasts have much thicker hides than beastmasters, but their durability isn't infinite. Keep attacking. Steeling himself, the man bellowed, let's see how much damage he can take. Clang! 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 Another wave of attacks. Still no effect, all blocked. Use psychic attacks. The man issued another command. A beastmaster in the distance summoned his pet, the celestial sound bat, unleashing its signature skill, soul-piercing screech. This skill specifically targets the soul. Jiang Yun remained utterly unmoved. A silver pendant glowed faintly on his chest. The clear sky pendant provided mental protection. The beastmaster's attack couldn't breach the defense. 26 effortless instant kill. What the hell is going on? The man stumbled back 2 steps, his face frozen in terror, utterly baffled by what had just happened. Is this truly a level 17 beastmaster? Even now, before he'd even summoned his beast, he'd already left them utterly helpless. Seeing his men beside him retreating in disarray, their morale plummeting, the man roared again, don't be afraid. Surround him. Wait for backup. We outnumber him. At that moment, Jiang Yun turned his gaze toward the beastmaster who had attacked him with a mental skill. A flash of silver light flickered in his eyes. Within the beastmaster's space, the Queen Ant Xiao activated her mental pierce skill. The beastmaster didn't even manage a groan before collapsing limp to the ground. Without its handler's command, the beast paced nervously nearby. Clearly, this beastmaster hadn't mastered the skill of damage transfer. Jiang Yun had struck him dead with a single blow. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yun's eyes flashed with brilliant gold, his entire presence radiating an air of authority. The levels and professions of those around him were clearly visible. Most hovered around level 18, while 2 leaders appeared to be level 21. The middle-aged man leading them was the highest ranked, a level 25 beastmaster. Not a shred of pressure. Even surrounded by so many, Jiang Yun felt not a shred of danger. These people were weaker than he had imagined. So weak it left him feeling somewhat disappointed. But then again, it made sense. If they were truly capable and ambitious, why would they be wasting their lives in a small town that relied on low-level dungeons? Weak. So weak. I stand here, and you can't do a thing. Jiang Yun slowly spread his arms, a multicolored radiance emerging behind him. Since that's the case, let's end this quickly. Under the stunned, bewildered gazes of the Night Owl Guild professionals, countless soldier ants surged forth from behind Jiang Yun. 100, 200, 300, 1,000. A full 1,000 soldier ants were summoned by Jiang Yun, and in an instant, they overwhelmed the Night Owl Guild members surrounding him. Jiang Yun turned to the middle-aged beastmaster, a faint smile playing on his lips. Outnumbered? Now tell me, who has the greater numbers, you or me? In that instant, blood spattered alongside piercing screams. The soldier ants, continuously upgraded by Jiang Yun, had grown increasingly massive, now spanning 2 adult palms in width. Their metallic exoskeletons grew harder, shimmering with liquid iron light, significantly boosting their attack power. Especially after Jiang Yun had fed that pound of earth fire gold essence to Xiao, the newly born soldier ants bore increasingly distinct golden red patterns on their exoskeletons. A searing heat radiated from within the soldier ants. The moment the soldier ants appeared, they obeyed Jiang Yun's will and surged out in all directions. Within seconds, nearly all the Night Owl Guild members surrounding Jiang Yun were dead. Only 3 level 20+ professionals remained, struggling desperately. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Yun directed a portion of the soldier ants outward.
Players who had come to the Night Demon instance to level up, seeing the massive soldier ants still dripping with blood charging toward them, cried out in terror. They trembled, hugged their heads, and crouched down, not daring to resist, waiting only for death. Moments later, he tremblingly opened his eyes to witness a scene that left him utterly stunned. Countless soldier ants surged past him, swarming toward figures clad in Night Owl Guild uniforms. As for ordinary adventurers like themselves, they were completely ignored. Jiang Yun wasn't bloodthirsty, he had no interest in these ordinary adventurers. He had dispatched the soldier ants solely to eliminate the Night Owl Guild members scattered around the Nightmare Dungeon perimeter, preventing them from sending word. With that task complete, Jiang Yun fixed his gaze on the 3 adventurers above level 20. He raised a finger and pointed at one of them. The Mind Pierce activated. The man let out a cry of pain and collapsed instantly. The soldier ants followed immediately, dispatching him with swift, decisive efficiency. If Jiang Yun had used the Mental Pierce skill himself, his mental strength wouldn't have significantly affected these high-level adventurers superior to him. But Xiao He was different. It had completely sacrificed the attack and agility attributes in exchange for terrifyingly high mental and constitution attributes. When it unleashed the skill, even high-level professionals would fall victim. With the first victim felled, the second followed. As the cooldown for Mental Pierce ended, Jiang Yun extended his finger once more. Another Night Owl Guild leader collapsed, his body swallowed by the ant tide. Only one remained. As Jiang Yun's gaze turned toward him, the middle-aged Beastmaster's soul nearly fled his body. Sir! Hero! Grandfather! Spare me! I've made a mistake. Facing his pleas, Jiang Yun's gaze remained icy. You don't know you're wrong. You only know you're about to die. Jiang Yun knew full well that if it weren't him who had exposed the Night Demon's heart, but some ordinary practitioner, they would either lose their life or swallow their pride and accept this unfair deal. Thus, when confronting these Night Owl Guild members, his strikes were precise, swift, and merciless without a moment's hesitation. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing Jiang Yun showed no intention of sparing him, the middle-aged Beastmaster roared and unleashed his second pet, a massive yellow ox towering 3 meters tall. Yellowstone Ox, level 21. Mounted on the bull's back, he commanded his other beast, the Flame Lion, to charge recklessly toward Jiang Yun. The Yellowstone Ox bellowed, activating its skill, Bloodlust, enveloping its entire body in a crimson glow. Immediately after, it unleashed the skills, Spinning Horns, and Charge. Its 2 massive horns intertwined overhead, transforming into a spear that flickered with icy light as it crashed into the ant tide. Several soldier ants were instantly impaled, their bodies shattered. Then, boom! Under Jiang Yun's bewildered gaze, a miniature sun slowly rose. Moments later, everything dissipated. Only the remains of the Flame Lion and Yellowstone Ox were left behind. As for the nameless middle-aged beast tamer, not even his bones remained. Truly, he brought this upon himself. Jiang Yun shook his head. If he hadn't attacked himself, he might have lived a little longer. Who knew he'd be so reckless, detonating the soldier ants and blowing himself to bits? Glancing around, he saw that all nearby Night Owl Guild members were dead. Jiang Yun recalled his soldier ants, assessed his bearings, and set off toward Su Xiyue City. Though he knew he was powerful, Jiang Yun wasn't so arrogant as to be completely reckless. He'd already inquired about the Night Owl Guild's leader, a level 30 professional approaching level 40, wielding a rare class. Without knowing the strength of such a player, Jiang Yun wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation with someone over 10 levels above him unless absolutely necessary. With all matters settled, it was time to return to Su Xiyue City and prepare for the grand examination. 27. Back to school. Moments after Jiang Yun departed, a group hurriedly arrived. Judging by their uniforms, they were also members of the Night Owl Guild. Leading them was a young man whose face betrayed unmistakable delight. He was the Night Owl Guild's young leader, the Guildmaster's son Li Xiang. The Night Owl Guild's extensive search for the Night Demon's heart was specifically for him. He was already at level 19, preparing for his level 20 class change. The Night Demon heart was the essential material for the rare class he intended to transition into. He valued it highly. The moment word spread of the Night Demon heart's appearance, he set out immediately, fearing any mishap might occur. As the group approached the Night Fiend Dungeon's location, a thick, pungent stench of blood filled their nostrils, causing their pace to slow. The sight before the Nightmare Dungeon left everyone staring in stunned silence. The once smooth grassland was now pitted and scarred, as if bombarded by explosions. Blood stained the ground everywhere, like a battlefield of hell. But the most crucial thing was this: the people were gone. Every single member of the Night Owl Guild was gone. Where did they go? Li Xiang stared in disbelief. What about Uncle Fong Hu? He just called me, saying he found the stuff and wanted me to come over. How could they all vanish in less than half an hour? The Fong Hu Li Xiang mentioned was the level 25 Beastmaster who had been killed by Jiang Yun. He was the third in command of the Night Owl Guild, deeply trusted by the guild leader. This mission concerning the Night Demon's heart was crucial to Li Xiang's future prospects. To ensure success, it had been specifically entrusted to him. Under Li Xiang's orders, his men fanned out to intercept the adventurers, demanding to know what had transpired here earlier.
Soon, the clues were pieced together, and Li Xiang and his men finally learned what had transpired. What? A teenager? He dropped a nightmare heart? Single-handedly wiped out the entire Night Owl Guild? Li Xiang stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what he'd heard. Those permitted to enter the Night Demon instance were necessarily below level 20. A teenager barely in his teens single-handedly slaughtered every member of the Night Owl Guild, including Feng Hu. What kind of fairy tale was this? When asked again about the battle's details, no one could provide a clear account. It was too fast. From start to finish, it lasted barely a dozen seconds. Many hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of what happened before the fight was over. The most they witnessed was the inexplicable appearance and disappearance of the swarm of ants. This absolutely wasn't that kid's own strength. He must have an incredibly powerful summoning-type artifact in his hands. Li Xiang made his own judgment. The thought that a kid ranked lower than himself could wipe out Feng Hu's entire group was more painful than death itself. The man beside him, having heard the entire exchange, grew visibly tense. Leaning close, he whispered into Li Xiang's ear. "Young master, we should leave this place immediately. What if that madman is lurking nearby right now? There's no way we could stop him." Li Xiang's expression instantly tightened. The man was right. The strength of the men he'd brought along wouldn't be much greater than that of Feng Hu and his crew who'd just been stationed here. If that madman caught them and his gadgets still worked, Li Xiang doubted he'd survive. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and Li Xiang wasted no time. Under the bewildered stares of the other professionals, the newly arrived Night Owl Guild members, without even pausing to collect their fallen comrade's body, hurriedly retreated back the way they came. Their retreating figures were frantic and reckless. On the way, Li Xiang dialed his father's number. After listening to Li Xiang's tearful account, Night Owl Guild's leader, Li Changhe, asked, "Got a picture of that kid?" "Yes." Some fearless busybody had previously snapped a side profile shot of Jiang Yun, which Li Xiang's underlings had managed to obtain. After examining the photo, Li Changhe's tone grew icy. "If he's not one of those privileged brats from families we can't afford to cross, then this is easily handled. Son, rest assured. I'll avenge third brother's death, and the Night Demon's heart will be yours." Poof. There's always some kid without connections who thinks a bit of talent gives him free rein. Just because you got into a second-tier university, you think you're invincible? Listening to his father's words, a vicious smile spread across Li Xiang's face. Dusk. The sun sank below the western horizon. On the city walls of Luoxue City, several figures stood tall. They were the principals of Luoxue City's various middle schools, all individuals above the rank of senior professionals. Every year at this time, when students returned from their external training, they would stand here waiting, taking the opportunity to assess the caliber of their pupils. It had become a tradition. "Old Fu, will your first experimental middle school produce 20 students accepted into top-tier universities this year?" asked the principal of Qingyun Middle School beside him. Fu Qiuming, principal of Luoxue City First Experimental Middle School, gave a cold snort. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood haughtily, refusing to answer. First Experimental Middle School was Luoxue City's flagship institution, consistently sending the highest number of students to top-tier universities each year. For most schools, having one or two students admitted to top-tier universities would be cause for celebration. But First Experimental Middle School consistently sent around 20 students each year. Even a venerable institution like Qingyun Middle School fell slightly short. "This time, our academy will definitely have at least 10, declared the principal of Tianhong High School. "I wonder how many of this group will make it into the top 3 universities," remarked another principal. Second-tier universities form one tier, first-tier universities another tier, and the top 3 institutions yet another tier entirely. For these principals, having a few students get into top-tier universities was nothing out of the ordinary. It barely registered. Only those who enter the 3 great academies are worthy of their special attention. Those who enter the 3 great academies are no longer ordinary students, they become the elite who will shape Xinxia's future. The 3 great academies only admit a few hundred students nationwide each year. Every graduate from these institutions is the cream of the crop, with even the least accomplished achieving the rank of marquis. Exchanges of mutual praise and subtle jabs flew back and forth. At that moment, figures finally appeared, approaching Luoxue City in small groups. The deans perked up, immediately focusing their attention. The appraisal technique was cast. With a staggering 20+ level gap, no one's rank could escape the scrutiny of the principals watching from the city walls. Fong Chang, swordsman, level 9. The principal of Qingyun Middle School shook his head helplessly. Fong Chang was their school's top prospect. But clearly, this seed had been ruined. Level 9 was already quite respectable for an ordinary student. But for a top prospect, it was far from satisfactory. Getting into a second-tier university is the best you can hope for. Such incidents occur every year, so the principal of Qingyun Middle School merely sighed without further comment, maintaining a steady composure. The principal of First Experimental Middle School chuckled softly. He had spotted his school's top prospect. Zhang Tianche, mage, level 13. This level was already sufficient to secure admission to a top-tier university.
It was undoubtedly a promising start. More students approached, and the principals continued their assessments, casting identification spells one after another. Su Wenxiang, Archer, level 12. Li Tian, Knight, level 11. Bao Tianliang, Fistfighter, level 13. As anticipated, students from First Experimental High School maintained the highest overall levels. There were over a dozen students at level 10 or above. Even if these students underperform in the upcoming major exams, admission to a second-tier university is virtually guaranteed. As for those at levels 12 and 13, they could even aim for the top-tier universities outside the three major institutions. Students of even higher levels have yet to appear. This is quite understandable. The higher the level, the more lifespan is required. A single tier difference equates to nearly 10,000 years of lifespan. Such a gap is not easily bridged. It seems only a genius like Su Mingxi will meet the threshold for the three major academies in Luoxue City this year. 28. The Shocked Principal. The principal of Jiang Yun Academy sighed. These offspring of prominent families may be gifted, but even if they're enrolled under their family's academy, they won't share the same sense of belonging. This student might as well have received no cultivation at all. Just then, several Jiang Yun Academy students came into view. The Jiang Yun Academy headmaster instinctively activated his appraisal technique. Fang Xiong, Knight, level 14. Question mark. The Jiang Yun Academy headmaster's eyes instantly widened. Had he seen correctly? Level 14. Who is this Fang Xiong? How could he have no recollection of such an outstanding student? Class of 14? The first class of 14 has appeared? The gasps from other principals nearby confirmed he wasn't hallucinating. The principal of Tianhong Middle School shot him an envious glance. Congratulations, old Chen. Who knew you had such an ace up your sleeve? Not a whisper of this beforehand. Principal Jiang Yun was now even more bewildered than him, but facing the envious and jealous gazes of others, he could only put on an everything is under control facade, nodding repeatedly. Fu Qiuming, principal of First Experimental Middle School, stood beside him, utterly incredulous. The first level 13 plus had emerged from the modestly ranked Jiang Yun Academy. This left a bitter taste in his mouth. His air of superiority immediately weakened. But it wasn't over yet. Just then, the principal of Tianhong Middle School suddenly gasped, his face flushing as he pointed at the youth beside Fang Xiong. The other principal's firmness spells descended almost simultaneously. Pang Yun, Mage, level 14. Another level 14. Two level 14s. Before the Jiang Yun Academy principal could offer congratulations, an even greater surprise made his face flush crimson, mirroring the reaction of the Tianhong Academy principal beside him. Li Qingmiao, Swordsman, level 14. Lu Xiaoxue, Archer, level 15. Both of these students were from Jiang Yun Academy. Jiang Yun Academy suddenly gained 3 students above level 14. And Lu Xiaoxue's level had even reached 15. This was enough to challenge the 3 major academies. Happiness came so suddenly that he momentarily didn't know how to react. Old Chen, congratulations. Fu Qiuming, the principal of First Experimental Middle School standing nearby, looked even redder in the face than he did. The congratulations were forced out through gritted teeth. After that, he paid no attention to anyone else, his gaze fixed intently on the crowd as he searched for his own students. Only when 2 14th grade students appeared did his expression soften slightly. But his mood remained far from cheerful. These 2 level 14 students had been handpicked from thousands of candidates, so their advancement was unsurprising. But those 3 from Jiang Yun Academy aside from Lu Xiaoxue were unexpected gains. Were it not for the rules, he would have leaped over the city wall in a heartbeat, grabbing those individuals by the collar for answers. Below the walls, Fang Xiong showed no intention of hiding his identity. The moment he spotted a familiar face, he eagerly flaunted his level, chest puffed out proudly. Unsurprisingly, he immediately drew a chorus of stunned, incredulous responses. Are you serious, Fang Xiong? Did you take the wrong medicine? How did you get so high a rank? Hey, Fang Xiong. You've got some secret method for rapid leveling and didn't tell your brothers? Beat him up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fang Xiong quickly called out, I don't have any secret methods. I owe everything to the big shots who mentored me. I don't buy it. Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Lu Xiaoxue and the others stepped forward, silently revealing their own levels. The crowd fell instantly silent. Now, even the skeptics had to believe. As classmates, they knew each other's capabilities well. For a moment, the gazes directed at the 4 were filled with envy. Finding a powerful mentor to guide you is a skill in itself. After all, there are so many big shots in this world, yet few are willing to mentor others. But another question surfaced in everyone's minds. Ordinary level 20 professionals simply didn't possess that kind of influence. The big shot guiding Lu Xiaoxue and the others through leveling up must also be a student from this year's intake. Who exactly was that person? Such a prodigiously talented individual, why hadn't they heard of them before? This time, faced with everyone's inquiries, the 4 silently chose to keep it a secret. My boss? I won't let anyone else lay a finger on him.
Hey, Sister Su Xiyue, do you think the boss is okay?
Li Qingmia leaned close to Lu Xiaoxue and whispered.
Lu Xiaoxue shook her head and waved her phone. He texted me. He's out now. He's fine. The other three finally relaxed. Too bad the boss got back a bit late. Fang Xiong lamented, if the boss had come back with us, that level would have probably given the deans of several colleges Alzheimer's. The four of them chuckled to themselves at the thought. The sun grew larger and larger, gradually sinking below the horizon. The shadows of all things grew longer and fainter. Night was about to fall. Most students had already entered the city, and the deans of the major academies, too, did not linger long before taking their leave. They couldn't wait to share today's discovery with their team. Ring ring. Principal Fu Qiuming's phone rang. He answered the call, and a familiar voice came through. Hello, old Fu? It's me, Li Changhe. Is there a kid named Jiang Yun at your school? That boy's gotten himself into serious trouble. He agreed to a deal then backed out, used some powerful gadget to kill someone and fled? After listening to Li Changhe's exaggerated account, Fu Qiuming froze, his expression darkening further. Don't worry, old Li. I'll handle this for you. Jiang Yun was someone she remembered. Academically outstanding, yet his awakening results were abysmal, a complete waste of the school's resources. She never expected to hear that name again. Fu Xiyue, already in a foul mood, made up her mind instantly. He would make Jiang Yun pay. Shortly after they departed, the crimson sun was completely swallowed by the earth. A figure cloaked in night approached Luoxue City. It was Jiang Yun. After eliminating the Night Owl Guild and others, he had rushed straight toward Luoxue City, finally returning just before the city gates closed. Entering Luoxue City. The darkness of night gave way to a sea of neon lights and the bustling energy of the mortal world. Feeling the bustle around him, Jiang Yun took a deep breath, his tense body finally relaxing. Out in the wilderness, even when resting, one must remain constantly alert. There was no such thing as absolute safety in the wilderness. Only within the city walls could Jiang Yun truly unwind. After grabbing dinner at a street food stall, Jiang Yun headed home. May I ask if you are young Master Jiang Yun? As soon as he reached the doorway, a respectful voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw two figures crouched in the stairwell, seemingly having waited for him for quite some time. Spotting him, they immediately stood up, their faces brimming with warmth and even humility as they greeted him. Simultaneously, they displayed their profession panels. Zhang Henshui, Bloodthirsty Blade Master, level 38. Su Ming, Blacksmith, level 40. 29. I possess a mythic tier skill. High-level professionals in a small place like Luoxue City could already be considered local powerhouses. Yet these two had actually condescended to wait for him in the hallway. This astonished Jiang Yun, yet also hinted at something deeper. What brings you two here? Also, how did you know I'd be returning today? Sensing the guardedness in Jiang Yun's tone, Su Ming hastened to explain. We knew you were a candidate for this year's major examination and would be returning within the next couple of days. That's why we've been waiting here all this time. Zhang Henshui nodded vigorously beside him. Since becoming a high-level professional, he was treated with respect wherever he went. It had been a long time since he'd had to wait so eagerly for someone. But waiting for Jiang Yun made it all worthwhile. The Black Devourer blade you consigned to the Xinxiao auction house, I was the one who purchased it. So that was the wealthy patron who had offered him 8 million. Jiang Yun felt a slight chill in his heart. He knew the city's major factions had far-reaching influence. In this high-speed information age where everyone had a phone, he couldn't possibly hide from them. But he hadn't expected them to come so quickly. Still, it seemed they harbored no ill will toward him, rather, they sought something from him. After all, this wealthy benefactor had provided him with 8 million yuan, resolving his most pressing financial crisis. Jiang Yun's expression softened slightly. Though still guarded, he no longer radiated the icy rejection of moments before. Come in and talk. Jiang Yun opened the door. Moments later, the two men were seated, and Jiang Yun poured them tea. Only then did he inquire, may I ask what brings you here? Well, Lord Jiang Yun, we wish to meet the divine craftsman behind you. Zhang Henshui exclaimed excitedly, the weapons forged by that divine smith are simply divine. He drew the Black Devourer blade from his storage space. After just a few days, the Black Devourer had undergone a complete transformation. The blade had lengthened by a full 5 inches, now resembling a true instrument of slaughter. No one could have guessed it was once a kitchen knife. A cold gleam flickered within the blade. Merely drawn, it caused frost to condense in the air. This is the result of feeding it large quantities of ice attribute metal. Zhang Henshui explained, in just a few days, its quality has reached gold grade, and it's only a step away from diamond grade. Su Ming grew visibly excited. As a blacksmith, I've never heard of such divine craftsmanship. Please arrange for me to meet the divine smith. Observing their expressions, Jiang Yun grasped the situation. It seemed they both mistakenly believed he was backed by a divine smith who had reached the pinnacle of the blacksmithing realm, and they wanted to curry favor. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Yun's mind. Pretend someone was backing him? Regardless of how long his acting skills could sustain the charade.
Given their sharp eyes and keen senses, even if they were momentarily fooled, they'd quickly catch on. After all, where Jiang Yun went each day and whom he associated with were things no one could deceive. In that case, looking at the two of them, Jiang Yun gathered his thoughts. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you both. Jiang Yun spoke. Just one sentence was enough to make both of them tense up. What? The divine craftsman didn't want to see him? Or was the youth before them unwilling to let them meet the divine craftsman? Under their anxious gaze, Jiang Yun spoke slowly. You've all got it wrong. There is no divine craftsman at all. This equipment was forged by me. The moment those words left his mouth, Su Ming and Zhang Henxue froze in place. The living room fell completely silent. Impossible. Moments later, Su Ming leapt to his feet. As a blacksmith himself, he understood the immense difficulty of forging such a weapon. Even as a somewhat renowned blacksmith himself, he couldn't begin to imagine how it had been forged. This meant the forger's skill far surpassed his own. That was why he was certain it could only be forged by a divine craftsman. And this youth before him claimed to have forged it himself? Are you kidding me? Hold your horses. Jiang Yun pressed his palm downward in a dismissive gesture. But this misunderstanding is quite understandable. Because this weapon wasn't forged using conventional methods at all, it was crafted using a special skill. With that, Jiang Yun showed the two his profession panel. Even with appraisal, high-level users could only see the most basic information like the class and level of lower-level players. Skills and talents remained hidden unless the summoner chose to reveal them visible only through observation. However, a class-bound individual could choose to reveal one or two of their skills to others. Jiang Yun was doing just that at this moment. Jiang Yun. Level 17. Skill, Attribute Extraction Mythic. Observing the two figures frozen in place, Jiang Yun explained calmly, it's rather embarrassing to admit, but my ability to forge this weapon stems not from my craftsmanship, but from possessing this mythic tier skill. Boom! Earth-shattering. It felt like thunder roared in their ears. They stared fixedly at the multicolored skill in Jiang Yun's skill panel, momentarily speechless. It really is a mythic tier skill. After a few breaths, Zhang Henxue finally gasped in astonishment. Mythical tier, theoretically the highest grade skill that could exist. And now, it was actually appearing before their very eyes. In an instant, Zhang Henshui's gaze toward Jiang Yun changed completely. Respect, admiration, and even a hint of fawning. With a mythical skill at his disposal, this youth's future was limitless. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bitter smile. The black Devourer blade he had once treasured like a precious jewel was, in truth, nothing more than a kitchen knife merely transformed by the mythical tier skill wielded by the youth before him. That's correct. Jiang Yun silently closed his profession panel and took a sip of tea. I'd appreciate it if you two could keep this confidential. I don't want more people finding out about this. Though he said this, he wasn't worried they'd leak it or use it against him. After all, the skill resided within him. Whatever they saw from him, they would have to rely on him to obtain it. Even if they tried to force him into daily weapon production for them, he possessed the power to make them vanish without a trace. After all, he possessed far more than just this one mythic tier skill. Only then did Su Ming snap out of his shock, abruptly standing up. He drew the living room curtain shut, scanned the surroundings to confirm no one was present, then approached Jiang Yun. Young friend Jiang Yun, you mustn't be so careless in the future revealing your mythical tier skill to others so casually. Jiang Yun froze, surprised that Su Ming was suddenly considering his safety. There was once a prodigy who possessed a legendary tier talent. Before he could even fully develop, he was assassinated by an enemy sent by the alien race. Zhang Henxue beside him said solemnly, on the battlefield of 10,000 races, our primary adversaries are the Abyss and the 10,000 Trees clans. These two tribes send assassins specifically to eliminate geniuses who could carry the future of our race. 30. Expulsion. Jiang Yun felt a chill run down his spine and grew solemn as well. Thank you both. I will handle this with utmost caution. Seeing Jiang Yun's agreement, Su Ming produced two parchments shimmering with golden light. These are celestial oath contracts. Signing them binds you. Disobedience will bring unimaginable consequences. To gain Jiang Yun's trust, the two men signed the contract right before him, ensuring they would not betray him. It seemed they truly harbored no ill will toward him. Jiang Yun's expression visibly softened. Seeing his improved mood, the two exchanged glances, each spotting the secret delight in the other's eyes. After learning that Jiang Yun possessed a mythical tier skill and held boundless potential, the two old friends, in perfect unison, chose the same course of action. Flatter him. Such a figure was clearly the most promising prospect among promising prospects. If they didn't build connections and latch onto his coattails while he was still small fry, were they supposed to wait until he became a big shot? Though both were high-level professionals, their status only mattered within Luoxue City. In a metropolis like Tianjing, they were nothing. They struggled to maintain their composure, though their hearts raced with excitement. Heaven had eyes. Just when their own potential had dried up, leaving them to waste away the rest of their lives, such a godlike figure appeared before them. Su Ming cautiously inquired, young friend, the path of a professional is fraught with expenses.
Might you require some investment from the Blacksmith's Guild?
Jiang Yun nodded repeatedly.
I'm in the same boat. A figure like you has boundless potential ahead, but your current level is still too low. If anyone causes trouble, just let us know, we'll handle it.
Me too. The underlying message was clear, they wanted to invest in Jiang Yun. Such matters were commonplace. Whenever a student displayed exceptional talent, major factions and companies would immediately come knocking, investing in him in exchange for his protection once he grew stronger. For students from impoverished backgrounds, this was a win-win situation that spared them much trouble. Even before his awakening, Jiang Yun had secured investments from numerous companies due to his outstanding academic performance.
But after the awakening results came out, those investments were withdrawn.
Su Ming was backed by the Forgers Guild.
Jiang Yun was unaware of his backer.
But as a powerhouse who had long roamed the multiracial battlefield and was on the verge of reaching Lord Tier status, qualifying him to establish a territory there, the resources backing him could only be abundant, not scarce. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in refusal. My apologies, but I must decline your kind offer.
After all, I'm a student at experimental high school.
It wouldn't be appropriate to switch allegiances right before the major exams. The two expressed regret but understood his position. After all, the academy was a major power in its own right.
Such a promising prospect was an investment everyone coveted. One misstep could spark conflict with First Experimental High School.
After all, it was Jiang Yun's alma mater of 3 years. There was a certain sentimental attachment. The two dared not gamble on whether their standing was higher than that of First Experimental High School.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a loud pounding suddenly echoed at Jiang Yun's front door.
Who could be coming at this hour?
Jiang Yun froze, glancing at the two men. Su Ming understood the signal and pulled Jiang Yun toward the shadows to hide. Watching them disappear, Jiang Yun rose to open the door. Outside stood the figure of a burly man.
Jiang Yun froze. Teacher Fong Ming? The visitor was none other than Fong Ming, the Dean of Discipline at First Experimental High School.
This was the first time Jiang Yun had seen him since his awakening ceremony.
Fong Ming let out a cold laugh. Jiang Yun, do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into?
Before Jiang Yun could respond, he bellowed.
You have been expelled from First Experimental High School. As of today, you are no longer a student of First Experimental High School.
Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly.
Why?
He looked at Jiang Yun with a sneer. To take the major exam, you either need to be a middle school student or have powerful backing.
Jiang Yun, you can try your luck, see if any powerful faction is willing to take in a good-for-nothing like you.
Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly.
Why? Don't you know what you did out in the wilderness? Fong Ming declared, you used powerful artifacts to kill innocent Night Owl Guild members and stole the young guildmaster's precious artifact, the Night Demon Heart. Do you realize the Night Owl Guild's leader is close friends with our First Experimental Middle School's principal? So that's how it is.
So events in the wilderness had actually reached Luoxue City. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes.
He never imagined the Night Owl Guild leader would directly confront the principal of First Experimental High School. And that principal, without even asking why, just expelled me. But the young president is kind-hearted. There's still a chance to make things right. Seeing Jiang Yun silent, Fong Ming assumed he was intimidated and pressed his advantage.
Just hand over the nightmare heart to the young master in front of the gymnasium where the qualification review is held tomorrow morning.
Then count out twice, shout, young master, I was wrong, and this matter will be settled, understand?
Without waiting for Jiang Yun's response, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. His retreating figure radiated absolute confidence. Clearly, in the eyes of Su Xiyue and the Night Owl Guild members, Jiang Yun was already a fish in a barrel, to be toyed with at will.
Jiang Yun drew a deep breath, closed the door, and glanced behind him.
Su Ming and Jiang Yun had stepped out at some point. Su Ming was so excited he felt like cheering. How could there be such foolish people in schools in the world? To simply discard such a promising genius like this. It was as if heaven itself was aiding me. From this day forward, First Experimental Middle School is yesterday's news. We too are Lord Jiang Yun's most trusted allies, his loyal hounds. But outwardly, he must still put on a show of righteous indignation for Jiang Yun.
Lord Jiang Yun, let me go.
Jiang Yun spat angrily, I have at least 9 ways to dispose of this disrespectful fool. 9.
Unnecessary. Jiang Yun shook his head.
This grudge, I will settle personally. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Did they really think he was someone to be pushed around? Since First Experimental High School wouldn't even give him the courtesy of a warning, he wouldn't hold back either.
He turned to Su Ming and the other, the matter of taking the major exam is left to you too. Expelled from First Experimental High School and stripped of his student status, he needed the backing of their respective factions to take the major exam. Rest assured, sir.
Su Ming pounded his chest emphatically. Leave this matter to me. All the paperwork will be completed by tomorrow morning. You'll absolutely make it in time for the qualification review and the main exam. The next day, early morning.
Outside Luoxue City's first gymnasium, a sea of people had gathered. This was the location for the major exam qualification review. Only those who passed the review would qualify for the major exam. At the stadium entrance, Li Changha of the Night Owl Guild and Su Xiyue, principal of First Experimental Middle School, stood side by side. 31. Move aside. Li Xiang, this year I'm going to teach you the most important lesson of your life. Li Changha gazed at the students streaming past and said coldly, in this world, beyond combat prowess, there are many other ways to make your enemies submit. Take power, for instance. Stop obsessing over fighting and killing. Learn from me, meet some friends, exchange a few words, and that Jiang Yun fellow will have to come begging us if he wants to take the major exam. This is reality. For geniuses without connections, power, or influence, I have 100 ways to make them kneel before me. 100. Li Xiang behind him nodded vigorously, his triangular eyes flashing with vicious intent as he scanned the crowd for Jiang Yun. Dare to take my job change materials? I'll make sure you never hold your head high again. Brotherly, educating your child this way, he's bound to become a great figure in the future. In the blink of an eye, Li Changha and Su Xiyue were back to flattering each other. But brotherly, you're mistaken on one point. That Jiang Yun isn't some genius, just a beastmaster with a brain domain width of 10. I thought he'd given up on becoming a professional and settled for delivering takeout. Who'd have guessed he'd still be striving in vain and causing such a huge mess? It's all my fault for failing to teach him properly. This time, I'll make sure he properly avenges brotherly. Mid-sentence, Li Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed toward a spot in the crowd. He's here. Jiang Yun's figure came into view. His expression calm, he walked up the steps toward the main entrance of the gymnasium. Li Changha and the others stood conspicuously, easily visible at a glance. Yet as Jiang Yun made his way through the crowd, he did not spare them a single glance. As Jiang Yun neared the gymnasium entrance, flowing with the crowd, he showed no sign of stopping. Fang Ming, standing behind the group, grew impatient. He stepped forward, blocking Jiang Yun's path, and bellowed. Stop right there. Jiang Yun, you've been expelled from our school. You don't even have student status anymore. What are you doing here? Instantly, all eyes turned toward them. Getting expelled right before the final exams, what kind of grudge could that be? What had this youth done to incur such universal wrath? Jiang Yun remained calm. Fang Ming, I am no longer a student of First Experimental High School. You're the one blocking my path. You're the one causing trouble. Security guards in the distance noticed the commotion and hurried over. The annual qualification reviews and major exams were of paramount importance. Even the slightest disturbance could reach the highest authorities, making security here exceptionally tight. Fang Ming gritted his teeth and reluctantly stepped aside. Jiang Yun, come begging me once you can't get into the stadium, the price won't be so simple then. To Fang Ming and the others, it was clear Jiang Yun was forcing himself to hold on. He was grasping at a possibility that was already impossible. But the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Yun arrived at the main entrance of the stadium. A blue light swept over him, enveloping his entire body. Without a second's delay, a mechanical female voice announced. Jiang Yun, Guarantors, Forgers Association, Mad Blade Resources Company, Limited. Please enter. He passed. Not only Fang Ming, but Su Xiyue and the others also widened their eyes in shock. This outcome was utterly beyond their expectations. After being expelled, Jiang Yun had somehow secured 2 certified factions to vouch for him overnight. How did he manage that? Dad. Li Xiang felt a wave of panic wash over him. He suddenly realized that this Jiang Yun might not be as simple as he had imagined. Li Changha turned his gaze toward Su Xiyue. Luoxue City was his turf. Su Xiyue paused for a moment, but her expression quickly settled. Seems this kid has some connections after all, managing to sort out the enrollment issue. But so what? His aptitude is what it is. As a beastmaster whose primary combat strength lies in taming beasts, he can only contract inferior beasts. There's no way he'll pass the qualification review. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Oof. These 2 factions actually wasted a scarce enrollment spot on this good for nothing. I'll make sure to mock them thoroughly later. With that, Su Xiyue led her group through the VIP entrance, eager to witness Jiang Yun's humiliation when he failed the qualification review. Boss, you finally made it. No sooner had they entered the venue than a loud shout from the second floor caught their attention. The voice belonged to Fang Xiong, who had been making waves lately. Originally a borderline seed candidate who had barely made the cut, he had been unremarkable among the other seeds. But starting yesterday, he'd skyrocketed to fame, becoming one of Qingyun Middle School's star attractions. The reason was simple, his level had reached 14. The principal of Qingyun School, beaming with joy upon returning yesterday, personally visited the homes of Snowflake Squad members, including Su Xiyue, to extend warm regards. Seeing such a talent guaranteed admission to a top-tier university call someone boss with such genuine sincerity piqued the curiosity of everyone present, including Su Xiyue. Who could possibly possess such extraordinary abilities? As they followed Fang Xiong's running direction, Su Xiyue and the others' eyes grew wider and wider. That direction, it's Jiang Yun. No way. No way.
Absolutely not. Fang Xiong calling Jiang Yun boss? Absurd. They must have eaten poisonous mushrooms. But right before their eyes, Fang Xiong jogged all the way to Jiang Yun before stopping, then called out with genuine sincerity. Boss. On the first floor of the gymnasium, aside from the students from First Experimental Middle School who already knew Jiang Yun, the others weren't particularly shocked. Instead, they eyed him curiously. The fact that Fang Xiong had a boss had long been spread throughout the city by this loudmouth. In his tales, this boss was nothing short of a god capable of slaughtering the Nightmare Lord with a mere flick of his wrist. They'd long been curious about this boss's existence. And now, seeing him in person, he was actually quite handsome. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the gymnasium, Su Xiyue and the others were plunged into a deathly silence. Even Su Xiyue, the most confident among them, found cold sweat beating on her forehead. A sense of foreboding took root in his heart. This time, it seemed she had made a mistake. Boss. Boss. Not only Fang Xiong, but Lu Xiaoxue and the others also gathered around. The other three called out boss, but Lu Xiaoxue softly murmured Jiang Yun's name, a faint smile involuntarily curling the corners of her mouth. This caused those familiar with Lu Xiaoxue to widen their eyes in surprise. What kind of guy could make the snow fairy smile like that? Before Jiang Yun's arrival, Lu Xiaoxue and her group who had emerged unexpectedly were the most dazzling presence in the entire hall. Many students sought to curry favor with them, hoping for a connection that might secure a powerful patron to guide them in the future. But now, Jiang Yun, surrounded by Lu Xiaoxue and her group, was the brightest star. Clang! As the group chatted, a deep, resonant bell tolled. Following it was a mechanical female voice. Qualification assessment, commence. 32, the 17th level that shocked everyone. All eyes snapped toward the source of the sound. There, a light gate materialized out of thin air, flanked by a stunningly beautiful woman in a silver gown, her form crystallized from radiant light. This was the Divine Summer Empire's high-intelligence AI system, codenamed Chang'e. Specifically tasked with coordinating and overseeing the annual grand examinations and qualification assessments. China's core entity resided in the divine capital, yet could manifest across the nation through network connections. The AI ensured that during qualification assessments and major examinations, no one could cheat, only true ability would prevail. China's appearance signaled the official commencement of the qualification assessments. In the hall, some chatted and laughed, utterly confident of passing the review. All their focus was now on the upcoming major examination. Others looked tense. Their abilities were average, they might pass the review, or they might not. A sacred light burst forth from the portal, enveloping everyone present. Chang'e's icy voice resounded once more. Students, please display your profession levels. The qualification review was actually quite simple, it was all about rank. Regardless of specific rank, it directly filtered out the lowest 30% of students each year. Those 30% of students would be denied university admission outright. Cruel, yet fair. As the career ranks were revealed, everyone began glancing around nervously. Those whose ranks surpassed their peers couldn't hide the smile spreading across their faces. Those whose grades were lower than others couldn't hide their panic. And when those standing beside Jiang Yun turned to glance at his rank, gasps and exclamations of holy echoed nonstop. Am I seeing this right? Level 17. What kind of monster is this? Has a level like this ever appeared in Luoxue City before? The crowd stared in shock at the level displayed above Jiang Yun's head. The glaring level 17 was so bright it made their eyes hurt. Lu Xiaoxue and the others stood beside Jiang Yun, chests puffed out and heads held high, radiating pride. Their own levels were high too, but compared to Jiang Yun's, they paled in comparison. The higher the level, the more exponentially the lifespan required for each level increase grew. Each of those 3 additional levels represented an insurmountable peak for them. Even Chang'e, standing beside the light gate, shifted her gaze slightly, fixing it upon Jiang Yun. A Qingbei seedling. This is undoubtedly a Qingbei seedling. The guests on the second floor were also stirred with excitement. Whose student is this? They're going to be the talk of the town. Everyone scrambled to find out whose student this was. Grade 17. Even by the highest admission standards of the 3 major academies over the past decade, this was a solid pass. It's Jiang Yun. He's from our first experimental high school. Someone recognized him and shouted out. This answer was hardly surprising. First Experimental High School was already the strongest among all secondary schools. It was only natural for a Tsinghua Peking University seed to come from First Experimental High School. So he's from your family, old Fu? You've kept that pretty under wraps. Congratulations. The guests on the second floor also spotted Su Xiyue and her group, rushing over to offer their congratulations. But strangely, upon learning her student was a seed candidate for the 3 prestigious universities and hearing everyone's congratulations, not a single trace of a smile appeared on Su Xiyue's face. Instead, an eerie pallor settled over her features. Everyone. At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly spoke up, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yun declared in a loud voice. I regret to inform you that I am no longer a student of First Experimental High School. Yesterday, I was expelled from the school. I'm participating in this election as a representative recommended by the Forging Guild and Mad Blade Resources Company, Limited. The entire hall fell silent at his words. Kicking the top seeds from the 3 major academies out of school the day before the qualification review, who in their right mind would do such a thing? Had the first experimental high school's leadership lost their minds? Snap! The railing in Su Xiyue's hand shattered at the sound. He cared nothing for appearances now, his face contorting violently. Disbelief, agony, regret. It was hard to imagine so many emotions coexisting on one face. If one word could describe his feelings now, it would be regret, utter, profound regret. What kind of foolish mistake had he made, expelling a top prospect from the 3 great academies? Not only had he thrown away glory and fame within his grasp, but he'd also made a formidable enemy. Thud! Fang Ming, standing behind Su Xiyue, collapsed unconscious, his body slumping to the ground. The thought of what he had said to Jiang Yun yesterday, and the attitude he had displayed, made the reality too much to bear. He could only collapse into unconsciousness. Li Changhe and his son still looked dazed. The world had changed too quickly for them to process. The guests who had just been congratulating them quietly retreated, now staring at Su Xiyue with looks reserved for fools. One could be wicked, one could be foolish, but one absolutely could not be stupid. Kicking a top-tier student out of the university was beyond foolish. Su Ming and Zhang Henxue had appeared on the 2nd floor at some point, beaming with radiant smiles. Only then did the crowd locate the real protagonists, and another round of congratulations began. This time, the pair accepted the praise with complete ease. After all, their ability to curry favor with Jiang Yun was earned through their own genuine talent. While the 2nd floor was in an uproar, China spoke again in the 1st floor lobby. All data entry is complete. This qualification review is concluded. The admission level for the grand examination is level 6. Only practitioners at level 6 or above were eligible to participate in the grand examination. No sooner had the words left her lips than a wave of mixed emotions swept through the crowd. Those who fell short wailed in despair, while the successful candidates rejoiced, already preparing for the upcoming major selection. The qualification review should have ended there, but suddenly, the China projection that should have faded spoke again. This time, she addressed Jiang Yun directly. Professional Jiang Yun, in recognition of your outstanding performance, you have been designated as a candidate for the Divine Summer Golden Sequence. As a Golden Sequence member, you will receive preferential access to Xinxiao's most elite resources, which will greatly benefit your future development. Continue your efforts and strive to obtain formal qualification at the earliest opportunity. The light gate closed, and Chang'e dissolved into scattered points of light. All eyes turned to Jiang Yun, filled with shock, admiration, and other emotions. The Golden Sequence, the preferential allocation of Xinxiao's resources, what this signified was crystal clear to everyone present. The youth before them would soon become a figure so exalted they wouldn't even catch a glimpse of his back. In an instant, the crowd swarmed toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, do you remember me? I used to bring you breakfast. Jiang Yun, I've liked you for so long. On the 2nd floor, watching Jiang Yun surrounded by the crowd, Su Xiyue finally couldn't hold back. It's all your fault. He growled lowly, lunging straight at Li Changhe behind him. If Li Changhe hadn't asked him to intervene, he wouldn't have fired Su Jing. This glory should have been his. On the 2nd floor of the gymnasium, under the stunned gazes of distinguished guests, celebrities, and students, Su Xiyue, principal of First Experimental Middle School, was actually wrestling with another man. 33, the unbelievable Su Mingxi. This was truly an extremely rare sight. Both were high-ranking professionals, respectable figures, yet now they were brawling like 2 shrewish women. But considering the foolishness they'd just committed, their disarray and frenzy were entirely unsurprising. The entire 2nd floor of the gymnasium descended into chaos. Everyone kept their distance, watching the 2 wrestle. Li Xiang had already collapsed onto the floor beside them. He never imagined that this time, he would cause such a huge mess. Jiang Yun, of course, heard the commotion on the 2nd floor. He glanced over, let out a cold laugh, and turned to walk out, unwilling to spare another glance. This was precisely why he hadn't allowed Su Ming and Zhang Henxue to intervene last night. Even without deliberately targeting First Experimental High School or the Night Owl Guild. As his reputation and power grew stronger, those seeking to climb on his coattails would take the initiative to strike at them. Time and time again. Jiang Yun needn't lift a finger. Merely watching silently was enough to make them crawl into the dirt. Background, wealth, connections, these might matter to ordinary people. But before true geniuses and powerhouses, they were utterly insignificant. Jiang Yun needed only to watch quietly. The world would deliver the best outcome for him. All his energy was focused on the upcoming major examination. Though his admission to the 3 great academies was already a certainty, achieving a higher ranking in the subsequent major examination would greatly benefit his future prospects. The grand examination was set to begin in 3 days. With a thunderous boom, a beam of divine light descended from the heavens, landing beside Jiang Yun and materializing into a burly old man. He looked at Jiang Yun and laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Our Luoshui city has actually produced a seed for the 3 great academies.
At the sight of the old man, the crowd grew solemn and bowed in unison. This man was none other than Jiang Yun, the mayor of Luoxue City. A powerhouse at the marquis rank. Patting Jiang Yun's shoulder firmly, Jiang Yun immediately announced a series of rewards for him. These included, but were not limited to, a villa in the city's most luxurious district, a cash reward of 5 million yuan, and extensive policy support. Each announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Then, Jiang Yun's expression turned solemn. Rest assured, young brother Jiang Yun. The unfair treatment you've endured our Luoxue city will see that you receive justice. Jiang Yun had already learned of the events surrounding Jiang Yun before arriving. His hatred for Su Xiyue and the others was no less intense than Jiang Yun's. Luoxue City had finally produced a promising candidate for the 3 prestigious academies. If these people drove him away or caused him to harbor resentment toward the city, Jiang Yun felt he could kill someone. A bunch of bastards. Then I'm truly grateful, Mr. Mayor. Jiang Yun remained courteous toward Jiang Yun. He had grown up hearing stories about this elder. Boss, if we run into you during the big exam later, go easy on us, okay? Jiang Yun, are you free anytime soon? I'd like to treat you to a meal. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yun prepared to depart amid the farewells of the crowd and Fang Xiong's loud calls. A black stretch limousine glided to a near-silent halt before him. Where are you headed, boss? The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Yu's smiling face. A quasi-lord-level professional actually driving for him? Jiang Yun felt both amused and exasperated, but he got in anyway. He knew Jiang Yue wouldn't go to such lengths without needing something from him. Spit it out. What is it? Caught out, Jiang Yue gave an awkward smile. I'm about to undertake my class change quest. Boss, could you help me get a set of gear? So that's what it was about. Jiang Yun recalled the black Devourer blade Jiang Yue had purchased at great expense earlier. It seemed he'd been preparing for this job change quest back then. What class do you want to transfer to? Jiang Yun was already level 17 and would soon face his own class change. Jiang Yue replied solemnly, my current class is the rare quality bloodthirsty blade. As my level increases, this class will reach its ceiling. That's why I plan to transition to an epic tier class, the Blade Demon. Unfortunately, the job change quest for this class is too difficult. I have no confidence I can pass it, so I can only rely on collecting gear to strengthen myself. Sadly, good equipment is just too expensive. Jiang Yue had battled for years on the multiracial battlefield, claiming hundreds of thousands of alien lives and amassing countless resources. He'd even started his own resource company. Even so, he couldn't afford epic tier gear. The higher the gear tier, the more its value skyrocketed. By the time you reach epic gear, it's no longer something money can buy. I understand. Leave this matter to me. Jiang Yun's tone was light. What seemed difficult for others was quite easy for him. The only consideration was Jiang Yue's equipment needs. Let's head to Pet Street first. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before saying, yes. Jiang Yue snapped to attention, straightening his posture like a professional chauffeur before driving off. No sooner had Jiang Yun's car departed than a fiery red sports car screeched to a halt in front of the stadium. Su Xiyue stepped out of the car, smiling at the dense crowd of people at the stadium. Finally back. She hadn't participated in the qualification assessment because she had already been recognized by Qingbei Academy, one of the 3 major academies, securing her admission to Qingbei Academy. Through her efforts at Crystal Peak, her level had reached 16, successfully surpassing the threshold for admission to Woyun Academy and securing her spot firmly. Even if she chose not to take the entrance exam, she could still enter Woyun University without issue. Still, she would take the major exam. After all, students at Qingbei University were ranked in tiers. The better one performed in the entrance exam, the more attention and resources they would receive at 5 Aggregates University. This was the secret shared with her by the teacher who had welcomed her. Assuming she aspired to climb to the pinnacle of her profession and become humanity's 10th pillar. Her current achievements were far from enough to satisfy her. The proud young woman lifted her chin slightly, her fiery red hair swaying as she strode toward the gymnasium. Just then, the murmurs of nearby students reached his ears. Did you hear? The principal of First Experimental High School seems to have lost his mind. Heh, if I'd crossed Jiang Yun, I'd go mad too. Su Xiyue's form stiffened as a name he knew all too well emerged from the conversation. Excuse me. She stepped forward immediately, blocking their path. Who is this Jiang Yun you just mentioned? Jiang Yun from First Experimental High School. That principal expelled him only to find out he was the top student in the class of 17, the best in all of Luoxue City. Su Xiyue's breath caught in her throat. She watched the two walk away, frozen in place for a long moment. 34. Jiang Yue's request. It must be a rumor, or the news has been exaggerated. That was Su Xiyue's first thought. It wasn't that she lacked resilience, this news had simply stunned her into numbness. Before leaving, she was still a useless nobody abandoned by everyone. But after just 1 week away, she'd returned as a level 17 supernova. Level 17.
Even with the Su family's backing, she had only barely reached level 16. And now he was a whole level above her? How could this be possible? Ring. Her phone rang at that moment. She answered, and the excited voice of the Woyun University professor who had contacted her came through. Mingxi, there's a Jiang Yun at First Experimental High School, do you know him? He's a super genius from the class of 17. See if you can get in touch with him. Our Woyun Academy is very interested in him. So it was all true. In an instant, Su Mingxi recalled many things like the calm expression on his face when he rejected her. And then there was Su Xiyue's strange, sudden inquiry about Jiang Yun not long ago. Clang! Her phone hit the floor. Su Mingxi hadn't heard a single word the teacher had said. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Meanwhile, in the car, Jiang Yun had just picked up his phone when the screen was flooded with flattering messages. Many were from companies and factions seeking to collaborate with him, offering financial and material support. Jiang Yun recognized several firms that had previously attempted to contract him, only to abandon the deal later. Their tone now was downright groveling. But their efforts were ultimately in vain. Jiang Yun dismissed all the pop-ups without a glance, instead searching for information related to the golden sequence. Moments later, he slowly lowered his phone and exhaled a breath of stale air. Only then did he realize that the golden sequence project had actually existed for many years. It was simply too distant from ordinary people's lives that he had never even heard of it. Each of the 3 major academies housed a golden academy, and only true geniuses vetted into the golden sequence were qualified to enter these institutions. Everything within was of the highest caliber. Its purpose was to cultivate a new generation of golden humans, ensuring humanity's enduring future. It could be said that anyone emerging from the Golden Academy would be at least king tier. It seems this golden sequence spot is something I absolutely must fight for. Jiang Yun murmured, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Just then, they arrived at Pet Beast Street. The carriage halted before the first beast-taming shop. No sooner had it stopped than Jiang Yun leaped out to open the door for Jiang Yun. The moment Jiang Yun stepped out, the shopkeeper dashed over like the wind, bowing respectfully. What might you like to see, sir? Jiang Yun scratched his head, somewhat unaccustomed to such treatment. Nothing specific, he replied. I'll just browse the pets. If I can pet them, that's fine. Touch them? You can touch them all. The shopkeeper bellowed, hey, you. Quickly, bring out our newly arrived Crimson Roar Tiger. Jiang Yun stepped inside the shop, examining each pet beast carefully one by one. He had 2 purposes for coming here. First, it was time to find his next pet beast. After passing the qualification assessment, Jiang Yun proceeded to undergo a brain domain width test at the gymnasium. 200. As his level increased, so did his brain domain width. Part of this increase came from the terrifying mental attribute values of his own pet beast, Xiao. Though still far below true prodigies, Jiang Yun was quite satisfied. After all, his initial brain domain width had been a mere 10. His current 200 width was more than sufficient to contract any pet beast below the elite tier. Second, he needed to absorb and update the traits he had mastered. Having promised Jiang Yun to craft equipment for him, he couldn't go back on his word. After all, this was a high-level professional who had already gone out of his way to serve as his personal driver. Watching Jiang Yun browse around the shop, the clerk cautiously approached the store manager. Manager, who is this guy? Why are you treating him like this? The manager lowered his voice, casting a respectful glance at the expressionless middle-aged man standing guard by the door. I don't know who he is either. Then why are you? I don't know who he is, but I know his driver is Jiang Yun, leader of the Mad Blade Gang, one of Luoxue City's most powerful figures. After finishing at one shop, he moved on to the second, then the third. Thanks to Jiang Yun's backing, though Jiang Yun bought nothing and insisted on touching the pet beasts, a habit that seemed utterly baffling, every shopkeeper gave him their full support. Every priced pet beast was brought out, left for Jiang Yun to handle and examine at will. Yet the bewilderment in their eyes remained impossible to conceal. Whether he bought anything or not was irrelevant. Why did he insist on handling them? Only Jiang Yun, standing by the entrance, stood tall, a hint of disdain curling the corners of his smile. He knew all too well about Jiang Yun's legendary tier skill. How could a few shopkeepers possibly comprehend the terrifying power of a mythical tier skill? I wonder what kind of properties the boss will find this time, and what kind of weapon he'll forge for me. The thought filled him with eager anticipation. Jiang Yun's journey down Pet Beast Street continued. Along the way, he came across a familiar shop, Water Rose. It was the very shop in Nightmare Town where Lu Sanyang resided. Jiang Yun hadn't forgotten the outstanding transaction between him and Lu Sanyang, 1,000 gene of Earthfire Gold Essence. Presenting Lu Sanyang's business card, Jiang Yun was indeed accorded extraordinary attention. After a few phone calls, the shop manager enthusiastically assured him that the Earthfire Gold Essence in the warehouse could be delivered within a single day. At that time, Lu Sanyang herself would personally lead the team to deliver it to Jiang Yun. Though Jiang Yun's current supply of Xinxia coins fell slightly short, backed by the solid credit guarantee provided by Jiang Yun, the contract was signed without Jiang Yun paying a single coin.
He only needed to transfer the full amount to the account within the next year. For bulk commodity transactions, this payment schedule was considered quite standard. The group conversed in high spirits. Leaving the shop, Jiang Yun headed to the next pet beast store. Before he even reached the entrance, he saw the shopkeeper tossing a black dog out the door. He cursed incessantly as he did so, useless piece of junk. What a waste of your elite quality. Fed and housed for so long, nearly bankrupting the shop without selling a single thing. Go fend for yourself. Jiang Yun looked closely. The puppy was entirely black, with a round, tiger-like head that was utterly adorable. What was astonishing was the bulge on its neck. This made the puppy look a bit deformed. Jiang Yun pressed his temples. Though he appeared to be merely petting the beast, in reality, he'd activated both trait extraction and Heaven's Eye to find traits and pets that satisfied him. After such a long journey, he was utterly exhausted, more drained than after a battle. Yet instinctively, he activated Heaven's Eye and scanned the puppy. The next moment, his body trembled, and astonishment flashed in his eyes. This puppy, it possesses a hidden bloodline. 35, new pet beast, moon god. Name, none. Race, Darkstalker Hound Mutant. Quality, elite. Hidden special bloodline, 3-headed hellhound mythical. Evolution path, Darkstalker elite Dark Devourer epic twin-headed Dark Devourer legendary 3-headed hellhound mythical phantom god, radiant world. This black dog, scorned by the shopkeeper, actually possesses the potential to become a mythic tier pet beast, the 3-headed hellhound. As a flood of information washed over him, Jiang Yun finally understood why it had been rejected. Possessing hidden bloodlines isn't always a blessing for pet beasts. Take the Shadowhound. Before him, a trace of 3-headed hellhound blood had caused physical deformities, leading to its rejection. Its combat prowess was actually inferior to that of a normal Dark Walker. Under normal circumstances, such a Dark Walker wouldn't survive past 2 years, meeting a miserable end, perhaps even becoming prey for other pets. But now, it had encountered Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun bent down and picked up the puppy. I'll take this Dark Hound. The shopkeeper froze. Sir, are you sure? This thing is defective. I know what I'm doing. Just tell me the price. Jiang Yun cut him off. Moments later, Jiang Yun paid and left, cradling the puppy. The shopkeeper happily counted the money. A defective elite grade pet beast, one he'd been ready to discard, fetching 100,000? That was quite a good deal. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction. Boss, are you really going to make this Dark Hound your second pet beast? Zhang Henshui's face was filled with doubt. If Jiang Yun wanted a pet beast, a single word from him could prompt countless factions across Luoxue City to freely sponsor him with the absolute finest contract-capable beast available. Su Jing shook his head. For me, this one is the best. Not only because it possessed mythical bloodlines, but also because Jiang Yun intended to experiment with his own skill research on this beast. Characteristic extraction could grant a pet beast traits it never possessed. The Heavenly Eye could perceive the evolutionary paths of all living beings. If these two skills synergized, could they deduce precisely which traits a pet beast needed to break through its bloodline limitations and challenge new extremes? A mythic tier hellhound might be enough to dominate the world, but Jiang Yun still felt it wasn't enough. After all, his first pet beast, the Black Flame Molten Iron Ant, had already grown to become a dazzlingly powerful existence. Activating the Heavenly Eye, Jiang Yun fixed his gaze intently on the little black dog in his arms. His mind focused, he commanded the mythical tier skills at his disposal. Two vast, ocean-like energies surged within him, gradually merging into one. Zhang Henshui, who had been watching him curiously, suddenly gasped in shock. He suddenly sensed an aura emanating from Jiang Yun's body that made even him tremble. Sacred, majestic, as if a deity stood before him. Zhang Henshui hastily released his own power as a cover, preventing others from noticing Jiang Yun's unusual state. Watching Jiang Yun, he marveled inwardly. It seemed his new boss harbored many secrets. He truly hadn't chosen the wrong powerful patron to align himself with. Meanwhile, more text began to appear in Jiang Yun's eyes. Fusion, Flame, Clone traits. Growth ceiling raised to Radiant tier. Growth path, Divine Flame Beast Legion. Fusion of Shadow, Gluttony traits, Growth ceiling raised to Radiant tier. Growth path, Moon God. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately chose the second evolutionary path. Moon Goddess. His first pet beast, the Molten Iron Black Flame Ant, was already on the Legion path. Given that, his second pet beast should pursue the path of unrivaled individual prowess. Strike hard with both hands. Moreover, this dual approach could compensate for the shortcomings in his own system. Jiang Yun made his choice, and the details of the Moon God's evolution path appeared before him. Evolution path, Shadow Walker elite twin-headed moon devouring hound epic 3-headed moon devouring hound legendary moon swallowing celestial hound mythical lord of the netherworld phantom god moon god radiant. What delighted Jiang Yun even more lay ahead. The evolution of the Shadow Walker was immeasurably easier than that of the Black Flame Molten Iron Ant. More crucially, he already possessed the vital material required. None other than the Night Fiend's heart. What a stroke of serendipity. Once he gathered all the traits required for the Darkstalker's evolution path, he could begin the process immediately.
He could complete it before the major exam at the latest. A surge of excitement welled up within Jiang Yun. He looked up at Zhang Henshue beside him. With 2 mythic tier skills active, words began to appear beside Zhang Henshue as well. Just as Jiang Yun had once gazed upon his reflection in the pond, the heavenly eye could also perceive a professional's path of evolution. That is, class advancement. As he watched, a faint smile curved the corners of Jiang Yun's lips. Senior Zhang. Jiang Yun suddenly called out, interested in switching to a different class change path? He was quite satisfied with Zhang Henshue's attitude toward him. Though his potential was limitless, his current level meant he was no match for high-level practitioners. He also needed a guardian at this stage. Zhang Henshue was an excellent choice. The path he had chosen, while formidable, wasn't the absolute best. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, the path that truly suited Zhang Henshue, the one with the highest ceiling, lay right before him. Of course, that depended entirely on Zhang Henshue's willingness. Zhang Henshue startled, his gaze meeting Jiang Yun's as if he too had realized something, his expression gradually growing agitated. Thud. He dropped to one knee and declared solemnly to Jiang Yun, "From this day forward, I entrust my very life to you, my lord. I shall follow you to the end, without regret." As he spoke, he produced a contract, wrote the terms, bit his finger, and dripped his blood onto it. It was a master-servant contract, binding for 70 years. It meant Zhang Henshue sold himself to Jiang Yun, and all his assets would be at Jiang Yun's disposal. Such a contract meant directly surrendering one's very life to the other party. Few would willingly sign such a contract. Yet Zhang Henshue hesitated not a moment before signing it of his own accord. Born into poverty, he knew such opportunities were rare. Now, he sensed a fleeting chance to defy fate itself. He chose to stake everything, his very life and fortune. Even Jiang Yun was astonished by his decisiveness, inwardly praising him and solidifying his resolve. This Zhang Henshue was worth cultivating. For Jiang Yun, who possessed 2 legendary tier skills, nurturing others was the simplest thing in the world. Zhang Henshue would be his first direct protege. For a long time to come, I will remain by his side as his guardian. The contract was sealed. Jiang Yun tucked the contract away, stood up, and smiled at Zhang Henshue. "Let's go. Our task for today isn't finished yet." With that, he headed toward the next pet shop. A flash of multicolored light appeared in his hand, revealing the night demon's heart. He held it close to the mouth of the black dog nestled in his arms. The puppy, which had been carefully licking Jiang Yun's finger, sniffed it. As if sensing something delicious, it took a bite. 36. Moon God Evolution. The next 3 days kept Jiang Yun quite busy. First, he made time to have a meal with the Snowflake Squad and the others. This had been Su Xiyue's idea. But her original intention had been to dine alone with Jiang Yun. Seeing others summoned as well, her gaze darkened with resentment. Jiang Yun felt somewhat awkward too. He wasn't oblivious to Su Xiyue's feelings. But bound by his mother's dying words, he absolutely couldn't lose his virginity before reaching the king tier. What if they were alone and he lost control, leading to an accident? Su Xiyue was undeniably a beauty. Dressed in a white gown, she was naturally unadorned, her 2 slender, graceful legs pressed together without a single gap. During the meal, Jiang Yun couldn't help but steal several glances at her. Fortunately, Jiang Yun eventually suggested taking a walk with Su Xiyue, which cheered the young girl up again. He couldn't touch her, yet he kept stringing her along like this. What a scumbag he was. Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The next day, the Earthfire Gold Essence Jiang Yun had ordered from the Water Rose Trading Guild arrived in full. Jiang Yun once again encountered the stunningly beautiful Lu Sanyang, as radiant as a rose. He felt quite close to this beautiful mature woman he'd met only once. He and Ningerin had met in her shop. It was only then that Jiang Yun learned Lu Sanyang was actually the Water Rose Trading Guild's chief representative for the Luoxue City region. This guild had branches throughout Xinsha Kingdom, with its reach extending even overseas. Their business scope was vast. The pet shop was merely a small segment of their commercial empire. Lu Sanyang had grown weary of the city's social obligations and prying eyes, which is why she chose to settle in Night Demon Town. Little did she expect that there, she would cross paths with Jiang Yun. Yet despite their closeness, Jiang Yun chose to ignore Lu Sanyang's alluring figure and her attempts to invest in him. He was now a rising star with limitless potential, a highly sought-after commodity. Given that, he had to be extra careful when picking investors. Su Ming and Zhang Henshue had appeared at the right moment and proven their loyalty. But the Water Rose Merchants Guild was shrouded in mystery and unfamiliarity. Jiang Yun had no intention of getting overly entangled with them at this stage. Under Lu Sanyang's resentful gaze, Jiang Yun accepted the materials without flinching. Now, he possessed 2 pet beasts. Naturally, he had also opened a second beast-taming space. The Earthfire Gold Essence was extremely dense. A single gene about 500 grams was only slightly larger than half a fist. With 2 beast control spaces, this small amount could still be squeezed in. As the Earthfire Gold Essence entered the beast-taming space, swarms of soldier ants immediately swarmed over it. They crushed the essence into fragments, then transported them through the hexagonal crystal's cavities to the queen ant, Xiao. After completing this, Jiang Yun called out, "Moon Goddess." A flash of multicolored light erupted. A small black dog materialized. After consuming the night demon's heart yesterday, his physique had rapidly grown. Previously, it had been less than 10 centimeters from head to tail. Now, it was as long as Jiang Yun's leg, full of vigor and vitality, having left its puppy stage behind. Only the bulge on its neck remained conspicuous. Lu Sanyang gazed at the little black dog with amazement. "This is your new pet beast. What a grand name you've given it." She examined it closely, unable to discern what was so extraordinary about this little black dog that it deserved such a noble name as God. Jiang Yun gave an awkward smile. He certainly wouldn't tell Lu Sanyang that he'd originally named it Xiao Little Black based on its fur color. Then the Black Flame Molten Iron Ant Queen, Xiao, had protested, sending a resentful mental message. Name conflict. Jiang Yun resigned himself to his ineptitude with names and began calling the little black dog Moon Goddess instead. This was the ultimate goal for the little black dog's growth. Then the Queen Ant Xiao became even more displeased. Why did her name get such a fancy title, while hers was just plain old Little Black? Jiang Yun felt his head spin. He finally understood why there were so many online tutorials about pet beast care tips and how to prevent fights between them. Pet beasts possess temperaments and intelligence. Mastering the art of training one's pet beast to achieve seamless cooperation and a close bond was an essential lesson for any beast master. Rubbing Moon Goddess's head, Jiang Yun asked, "Madam Lu, could your Water Rose Guild provide a completely dark environment?" Lu Sanyang pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes." A completely dark environment was one of the conditions required for the Dark Walker dog to evolve. Soon, Lu Sanyang led Jiang Yun into a completely sealed, pitch-black room. After dismissing all attendants, Jiang Yun opened his palm, revealing the carefully selected trait for Moon Goddess. Rapid digestion. Shadow. Moonlight absorption. Gluttony. Iron Devourer. Dark perception. As an elite-grade beast companion, the Moon Goddess could withstand far more traits than the Iron Black Ant. Jiang Yun directly infused 6 traits into its body in one go. Among them, rapid digestion, gluttony, and Iron Devourer were the most crucial. As the 6 traits fused into Moon Goddess's body, an overwhelming hunger surged through the mental link to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was prepared. He kicked over a nearby box containing chunks of silvery white crystals that seemed to flow with moonlight. Moonlight stones. The Moon Goddess pounced upon them, devouring them in large mouthfuls. The hard moonlight stones crunched loudly with each bite. An ordinary dark hound could never achieve such feats. This was the effect of the special ability, Iron Devouring, Jiang Yun had infused into its body. As the moonlight stones on the ground dwindled under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze, the Moon Goddess's fur began shifting from black to the color of moonlight. The fleshy growth on its neck slowly swelled, gradually taking shape. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the grand examination arrived. Jiang Yun appeared before the gymnasium. Lu Xiyue and the others were already waiting for him there. Fang Xiong waved enthusiastically as always, "Boss." Jiang Yun walked over and looked at Lu Xiyue. Lu Xiyue asked, "Have you decided which academy to apply to?" The image of Ningerin flashed through Jiang Yun's mind. He nodded and replied, "Qingbei Academy." "Then congratulations in advance." The group chatted as they walked toward the gymnasium. Luoshui City was merely a small city in Beihai Province. The major entrance exams were held in Yuntian City, the provincial capital of Beihai. As everyone gathered, the figure of the AI Chang'e reappeared. With a wave of her hand, intricate silver formations surged from beneath their feet. Teleportation array complete. Destination, Yuntian City, Grand Examination Hall. Swish, swish, swish. A flash of silver light, and one by one, the figures vanished. The gymnasium, which had been packed moments ago, was instantly empty. Jiang Yun felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. The next moment, he appeared in an open-air plaza, with Lu Xiyue by his side. The space was vast, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Silver light flickered, and countless figures materialized. Every year, the grand examination was taken simultaneously by candidates from every city, large and small, across the entire Beihai province. It took a full half-hour before the teleportation light finally ceased. Every candidate had arrived. "Jiang Yun!" A young girl's voice called out. Jiang Yun turned to see Su Mingxi staring blankly at him. 37, Mythic Tier Equipment, one-shot kill. Su Mingxi's expression was incredibly complex as she looked at Jiang Yun. Though only a week had passed since their last meeting, their respective statuses and positions had undergone dramatic shifts. Her gaze shifted to Lu Xiyue beside her. Lu Xiyue lowered her head awkwardly, unable to meet his gaze. By now, how could he not understand the meaning behind Lu Xiyue's cryptic question earlier? "You actually have feelings for my fiancé." But upon reflection, she had indeed made it clear she had no interest in Jiang Yun. Lu Xiyue had even asked him several times. Jiang Yun had explicitly refused their betrothal. She wanted to yell at him, but realized she had no solid ground to stand on. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until finally, tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Yun, just you wait. In this grand exam, I will defeat you. With that, Su Xiyue lifted her head like a proud phoenix and turned to leave. Jiang Yun was utterly baffled. Where did this hatred and resentment toward him come from? After rejecting that marriage contract, what connection could there possibly still be between them? The gazes of those around him now carried an unusual weight. Their gazes held both envy and condemnation. In a word, scumbag. Su Xiyue, Lu Xiaoxue, Jiang Yun, there was definitely something going on between these three. Especially when they learned from others that Su Xiyue and Jiang Yun had been bound by a marriage contract, their gazes grew even more unsettling. For a moment, Jiang Yun truly felt like he couldn't defend himself against the accusations. Ding! The bell tolled. Above the square, spatial ripples spread as a pure white 9-story tower materialized overhead. It rotated slowly, radiating a terrifying aura of authority. The Void Tower is now open. The grand examination is about to begin. All contestants, prepare yourselves. A commanding voice echoed down from the heavens. The Void Tower. This grand trial is presided over by the revered Abyss, one of the 9 pillars. Lu Xiaoxue whispered. Noticing Jiang Yun looking her way, she quickly explained, each year, the Divine Summer Kingdom's grand examination is overseen by one of our 9 pillars. The difference lies in the distinct mythic grade equipment used to conduct the examination each year. Only mythical grade equipment can synchronize the examination for all candidates nationwide. The structure above us now is the mythical grade artifact of one of the 9 pillars, the Venerable Abyss, the Grand Mage of the Void Tower. Lu Xiaoxue's eyes brimmed with awe. Mythical grade artifacts, such existences. Even in our Xinsha kingdom, there are only 9 of them, held by the 9 pillars. They are truly the nation's most treasured treasures. Each mythical grade artifact is like a miniature world, capable of sustaining countless living beings. Mythical grade equipment, huh? Jiang Yun gazed deeply at the white towers suspended in the sky. Pillars, the pinnacle of the human profession system. Only such beings possess the qualifications to wield mythical grade equipment. As he spoke, the detached voice echoed once more. Now, the rules for this grand examination shall be announced. The grand trial consists of 3 stages. The foundational assessment, the advancement trial, and the final professional competition. Different examination scenarios will be assigned based on the candidate's profession. Combat professions will be matched with combat scenarios, while life and support professions will be matched with corresponding non-combat scenarios. Upon passing the foundational assessment, candidates will be eligible to select the difficulty level for subsequent trials. Note, if you select a difficulty level too high and fail, you will be unable to advance to the 3rd stage. Your examination will end immediately. Remember, every choice you make, every action you take, will earn you points. These points will determine your final exam score. Additionally, a friendly reminder, these points will prove highly valuable throughout your university career. Therefore, do your utmost to accumulate points. For this major exam, candidates may only use equipment 1 tier higher than their own level. No single-use items are permitted. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Final 3 minutes. Prepare. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they began checking their equipment and status. This exam determines one's entire future. This exam essentially determined the path they would take in the future and how far they could go. Even Jiang Yun, who had absolute confidence in himself, couldn't help but feel nervous. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A commanding voice rang out once more. The grand examination officially begins. The doors to the 1st level of the White Tower swung open. An endless pull engulfed him. Jiang Yun's vision spun wildly. In the surveillance room at the edge of the Grand Examination Plaza in Yuntian City, dozens of figures stood solemnly before an endless array of light screens. They were the city lords of Yuntian City's major cities, each at least a 50th level marquee level powerhouse. Among them, a few exuded an aura so potent it made the air itself freeze. They were none other than king level beings. Now, they served as examiners for this grand assessment. Old Jiang, Luoshui City is about to make a name for itself. This time they produced a top prospect for all 3 major academies. As he spoke, one of them pulled up Jiang Yun's profile. Jiang Yun, Beast Tamer, level 17. Pet Beast, Black Flame Molten Iron Ant. Black Flame Iron Melting Ant? Never heard of it before. Is it a new ant variant? Someone murmured in wonder what its quality is like. Definitely elite grade, but even among elite grade pets, their strength varies. Reaching level 17 means it can't be a dud. Let's see. The crowd summoned the light screen bearing Jiang Yun's name above and watched intently. By the time Su Jing regained his senses, he found himself standing in a boundless wilderness. A line of crimson text appeared in the void before him. The 1st stage is about to begin. Eliminate the enemies before you. 10, 9, 8. A dungeon? A microcosm? Truly remarkable. Jiang Yun marveled, glancing across from him. There, a hideous figure slowly materialized. It was a wolf-headed monster with disheveled yellow fur, its eye sockets empty save for a hazy, yellowish mist. He held a staff in his hand, with a black ape-like beast as tall as 3 men following behind him.
A light barrier separated him from Jiang Yun as they stared intently at each other.
A Beastmaster type monster, never seen one before, from the battlefield of 10,000 clans?
Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, speculating on the monster's origin and combat strength while simultaneously casting an appraisal spell.
After all, this was the grand examination. Who knew how many powerful observers were watching him?
Before arriving, Jiang Yun had already resolved not to use his mythic tier skills.
Twilight Beastman. Beastmaster type. Level 19. Beyond that, no additional information was provided. Twilight Beastman. From what I recall, on the battlefield of 10,000 races, one of humanity's greatest adversaries was the Twilight race? 2 levels above me. Wonder how strong it is? Beneath Jiang Yun, a flash of multicolored light flickered and vanished.
Nothing happened except his shadow twitching slightly. He stood there motionless, seemingly having no intention of summoning his pet beast.
3, 2, 1.
The countdown ended, and the light barrier between man and beast vanished.
The Twilight Beastman roared, raising his staff as he retreated backward. The black ape behind him roared, poised to pounce on Jiang Yun. Rip!
The shadows beneath both figures suddenly surged. A flash of black light erupted, and both the Beastmaster and his pet beast collapsed to the ground. Most of their bodies vanished, their wounds gaping and gruesome, as if torn apart by brutal force. Without even casting a single skill, the Beastmaster and his pet were torn to pieces.
Wait, that's it? 38, instant kill.
Staring at the enemy's corpses, Jiang Yun was speechless. He'd expected them to be formidable. After all, this was the grand exam. Exams were bound to be challenging.
He prepared 2 contingency plans.
He summoned the Moon Goddess, instructing her to lurk within his shadow, while also preparing the Ant Queen, Xiao. Now it seemed his preparations had been for naught.
This beastman didn't even last a second against the Moon God.
The shadow beneath Jiang Yun's feet began to writhe.
A 2-headed black hound emerged, circling Jiang Yun and begging for attention. This was the Moon God's first time participating in actual combat, and he seemed quite excited.
Compared to before, even the shopkeeper who had abandoned her wouldn't recognize this majestic, elegant beast standing before them as the once pitiful little black dog. Its body now stretched over 4 meters in length, its coat as deep and dense as the night sky, shimmering with a moonlight-like radiance. The 2 heads added an even more mystical aura to its presence. Name, Moon God. Species, 2-headed moon-devouring hound. Level, 12. Quality, epic. Skills, shadow manipulation, tier, moonlight empowerment, moonlight protection, moonlight cannon. As expected, Jiang Yun successfully evolved Moon Goddess before the major exam. Not only that, but he retained only 50 years of his own lifespan, channeling the remainder entirely into the Moon Goddess. This instantly elevated his level to 12. Barely usable. Compared to the Queen Ant Xiao, the Moon Goddess possessed a distinctly livelier temperament. From the very start, she was eager to engage in battle. Therefore, for this major test, Jiang Yun decided to have her take the stage first. The strike that just instantly killed the dull yellow beastman was merely a warm-up for Moon Goddess. Using his shadow manipulation abilities, he concealed himself within Jiang Yun's shadow. The moment the light barrier vanished, he leapt directly into the beastman's shadow, delivering a fatal strike, tearing and devouring. This was the Moon God's formidable strength. It possessed almost no weaknesses. Speed, attack, defense, even endurance were all maxed out. Capable of devouring even the moon itself, the Moon God's formidable appetite was evident. A mere beastman's body stood no chance against such power.
Woo woo woo.
The Moon God rubbed against Jiang Yun's pant leg, looking a bit aggrieved. He had expected that bite to be a satisfying feast. But who could have guessed it would feel like biting air? Jiang Yun stroked the Moon God's head and checked his profession panel, finding no indication of gained lifespan. Clearly, the enemy he'd just fought wasn't real, just an illusion. Still, this meant he'd passed the first stage of his major exam, right? Inside the monitoring room, red lights flashed as the alarm's persistent beeping echoed.
The examiners stared at Jiang Yun's image on the screen, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did he take down that monster? It must have been that 2-headed black hound, his second pet beast. We didn't even see how it attacked. How long did it take him? 0.01 seconds. After several confirmations, the staff member reported bitterly. System error. The crowd fell silent, faces frozen in shock. Such an occurrence had never happened before, causing the major exam system to suspect Jiang Yun of cheating or suspecting a system malfunction, triggering an alarm. But Jiang Yun had conducted the test right under everyone's noses. There was no way he could have cheated. Had. Jiang Chengjun grinned so widely his eyes were barely visible. He had confidence in Jiang Yun's abilities. Yet he hadn't anticipated such an incredible surprise right from the start. All eyes turned to the chief examiner in the center of the monitoring room, waiting to see how he would handle it. After a moment's thought, the chief examiner declared the difficulty level was set too low. The first stage of the major exam was actually quite straightforward. Ordinary practitioners needed to defeat monsters 2 levels higher than themselves within the same class. Mutant and rare professions required defeating monsters 4 levels higher, with no other changes. Monster strength was calculated based on big data, equivalent to Xinxia Nation practitioners of the same rank.
If one couldn't even defeat monsters of this caliber, they were nothing but useless trash who could only bully the weak. The academy has no place for losers. Jiang Yun was merely an ordinary beast tamer, so he faced monsters 2 levels above his own. The chief examiner declared in a solemn voice, "Restart the test. Set his challenge level to rare. His beast's quality is definitely above elite, it must be epic tier." An epic tier beast? That's beyond the scope of what an intermediate practitioner can contract. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Intermediate practitioners could contract, at best, elite tier pets. Epic tier? That's something only high-level beastmasters who've completed their class change would even consider. Even then, many high-level beastmasters didn't possess a single epic tier beast. The rarity of a beast pet increases exponentially with each tier of quality. Elite tier pets could be purchased at pet shops, but epic tier ones were far beyond the reach of most. After all, not everyone possesses 2 mythical tier skills like Jiang Yun, capable of effortlessly evolving even inferior beasts. The world is vast, extraordinary encounters happen to some. Such things have occurred before. It's just a bit irregular. The staff member hesitated. Never before in the history of major examinations has such a rule existed. The chief examiner said in a deep voice, "Do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I'll handle it." The aura of a king-level cultivator radiated out, causing everyone's expressions to tighten. This chief examiner, dispatched from the divine capital, hailed from the prestigious Qingbei Academy. His formidable strength and profound experience were well known. The bloodstained aura clinging to him made his claim of returning from the battlefield of 10,000 tribes seem plausible to some. If he said it was acceptable, the others naturally had no right to object. The staff immediately sprang into action. The chief examiner took a few steps closer, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun's image on the screen. A trace of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Why does it feel like I've seen this kid somewhere before? Like encountering an old acquaintance. Inside the trial space, Jiang Yun waited with boredom. It was his first time taking the grand examination, so he naturally had no idea that his exceptionally extraordinary performance had already set him apart. Suddenly, the crimson text appeared before him once more. Continue the trial. Defeat the enemy before you. Another monster appeared before Jiang Yun. Appraisal activated. Dusk Beastman. Beastmaster. Level 21. 2 levels higher than the previous one. Getting harder. Jiang Yun muttered under his breath, patting Yueshin's head. Yueshin understood and vanished into the shadows. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown began. Inside the monitoring room, every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the screen. As the countdown hit 0, before the beastman could raise his staff, a flash of black light streaked through the air. 2 mangled corpses fell to the ground. The figure of the moon goddess reappeared beside Jiang Yun. Instant kill. The monitoring room fell completely silent. Shock etched itself upon every face. This time, Jiang Yun's time remained 0.01 seconds. 39-second gate, survive. Still reeling from shock, everyone turned their gaze back to the chief examiner. A monster 4 levels higher than Jiang Yun, equivalent to a high-level professional, had been instantly defeated. Even through the screen, the crowd couldn't make out how Jiang Yun's pet beast had struck. No doubt about it, this has surpassed the elite tier. Definitely epic tier. Even most epic tier pets wouldn't possess this kind of power. Where on earth did this kid get his pet? Looks like a twin-headed dark devourer, but that's a legendary tier beast. The chief examiner fell silent. After a moment, he declared, continuing the test is pointless. His prowess far surpasses his peers, even the grand examination cannot gauge his true strength. Let's conclude it here. Record his actual result as 0.01 seconds. This was an unprecedented result. One could only imagine the shockwaves this result would send when made public. Gazing at Jiang Yun on the screen, the chief examiner sighed, the golden sequence reserves are truly a bunch of monsters. No wonder the gods sent me on this mission. Typically, chief examiners were appointed from among the strongest local practitioners. But the day before the grand examination, the divine capital suddenly parachuted in a chief examiner, a king tier 1 at that. The distance from the divine capital to the North Sea was tens of thousands of miles. To arrive so swiftly required the use of an enormous spatial transfer formation. It was highly irregular, and no one dared to question it. Only the chief examiner himself knew the true reason for his arrival, to witness firsthand Jiang Yun, the man granted reserve status in the golden sequence by Chang'e herself. The divine Xia kingdom valued the golden sequence far more than anyone could imagine. But it's not an illusion. This kid, he really looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Or perhaps it was his father's generation? Within the void tower, Jiang Yun waited a moment longer before the authoritative voice resounded once more. The first stage of the assessment is complete. Now, the results will be announced. A long list of rankings appeared before each participant in the grand examination. Their own names were highlighted in red, ensuring they could locate their entries immediately.
Jiang Yun didn't need to search at all. He looked up and saw his name at the very top. Jiang Yun, 0.01 seconds, rank 1, points earned, 300. It was only to be expected. Even Jiang Yun himself didn't know how one could possibly kill the moon goddess faster. After confirming his own score, he glanced at the others. Su Mingxi, 5 seconds, rank 2, earned points, 200. Li Jiangyu, 6 seconds, ranked 3rd, earned points, 100. Su Xiyue, 8 seconds, 9th place, awarded 100 points. First place earned 300 points, second place 200 points, and 3rd to 10th place each earned 100 points. Beyond 10th place, only 10 points are awarded. In the monitoring room, Jiang Chengjun sighed softly as he looked at the results sheet. Su Mingxi was a member of the Su family and was not counted among the academy's students. Li Jiangyu, however, was a student meticulously cultivated by First Experimental Middle School. If Jiang Yun were still a student at First Experimental High School, 2 of the top 3 finishers would have come from that institution. The First Experimental Middle School standing was rock solid. But Jiang Yun had been expelled from First Experimental High School. Holy crap, what the hell? 0.01 seconds? How did he pull that off? That beast man was so powerful, I nearly died at his hands, and he just one-shot him? Shouts of astonishment echoed through the different instance spaces. Everyone expressed shock at Jiang Yun's achievement without exception. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. Some even immediately reported it to the authorities, suspecting Jiang Yun was cheating or that the system had malfunctioned. But the official response was cold. Just 3 words. No issues. Su Mingxi stared at the score sheet, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip. Driven by Jiang Yun's challenge, her focus was sharper than ever. She'd pushed herself to the absolute limit from the start, determined to outshine him. The second place result had already proven her strength. Yet she remained unsatisfied. It wasn't just about being outshone by Jiang Yun, it was because she had absolutely no idea how he had managed to achieve it. Su Xiyue, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. While her talent was decent, it couldn't compare to someone like Su Mingxi. Her score was entirely due to Jiang Yun guiding her to level up. Without giving the candidates much time to catch their breath, the authoritative voice sounded again after just 1 minute. The second stage officially begins. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Yun materialized in a dense forest. Crimson text appeared before him. Location, near 10,000 trees sacred ground. Mission, survive. The longer you survive, the more points you earn. Select your mission difficulty, normal, heroic, inferno. The 10,000 trees sanctuary. From what I recall, it's the domain of the 10,000 Trees clan within the 10,000 Tribes battlefield. Humans once conducted an operation there and suffered heavy losses. Jiang Yun recalled the intelligence gleaned from textbooks, gaining new insight. This grand examination was designed to select the most suitable candidates for the multiracial battlefield. Ever since humanity entered the era of universal professions, various alien races had crossed over, launching invasions against Blue Star. Gradually, a battlefield emerged where all races clashed to defend their territories and interests. Though the multiracial battlefield had existed for at least a century, it remained largely hidden from the public eye. Its name was known, yet what transpired within and the state of affairs remained shrouded in mystery. Authorities seemed to deliberately conceal information about the multiracial battlefield. It seems the authorities really do place extraordinary importance on the multiracial battlefield. Jiang Yun murmured, tapping the blood-red text and selecting Hell difficulty. He intended to test just how difficult this Hell difficulty truly was. The selection complete, the blood-red characters shifted. You have selected Hell mode. The highest enemy level simulated this time is Lord Tier. By any means necessary, survive. What? Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly. True to its Hell Tier reputation, starting with an enemy 2 full tiers above his own. The blood-red text before him vanished. The earth suddenly began to tremble. Jiang Yun looked up to see eyes suddenly opening on the surrounding trees, all fixed on him. The trees rose to their feet, extending tendrils as they advanced toward Jiang Yun. This vast forest was entirely composed of these treant-like beings. The distant sky warped, and a distorted, unfamiliar Blue Star voice rang out. Didn't expect that, did you, human? This was actually a trap. Die here. Jiang Yun's expression hardened as multicolored light flared in his hand. He was about to summon his army of soldier ants for a desperate battle against the incoming foes. But suddenly, his expression shifted as if he'd remembered something. The rule just said to find a way to survive, right? With a flick of his palm, the moon goddess reappeared. In the monitoring room, everyone watched Jiang Yun on the screen, their expressions filled with anticipation. A total of 120 chose Hell difficulty. Guess how long it'll take them to die? 117 won't last 3 seconds. The remaining 3 are the ones worth watching. Jiang Yun, Su Mingxi, Li Jiangyu. The top 3 from the first stage only they have the qualifications to challenge Hell mode. 40, toying with the boss. The examiners in the monitoring room began placing bets with great enthusiasm. Betting on who would last the longest, betting on who could endure even a single minute. Li Jiangyu was the first to fall. A level 16 mage, he possessed formidable power. But facing an overwhelming wave of enemies, he had nowhere to hide or escape. He could only unleash his skills frantically. Finally, after his blue bar emptied, he died in frustration under the Trent's assault. Time, 22 seconds. Just like back then, the mage was the first to die. The examiner, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. The monitoring room fell instantly silent. A sorrowful atmosphere spread. Ordinary people knew little, at most that a special operation plan had failed in the 10,000 trees sacred grounds back then. But for those of them, the marquis level and king level beings, they knew all too well how devastating the human race's losses had been back then. It was etched into their bones. The second was Su Mingxi. Upon seeing the boundless army of Traians, a pair of wings composed purely of flame instantly rose from her back, propelling her upward. This was her mutated class's special skill, the Flame Warrior's Heavenly Flame Wings. The chief examiner nodded. Very good. It seems they've all grasped the essence of this trial. Such enemies are simply beyond their ability to defeat. Their only task is to survive by any means necessary, even fleeing counts as a strategy. Under everyone's gaze, Su Mingxi soared for several kilometers yet still couldn't break free from the Traiant army's encirclement. Finally, she had no choice but to land, wielding her long crimson battle blade as she frantically slaughtered the approaching Traiants. The Traiants were of equal level to her. As a fire attribute combat class, her attacks dealt bonus damage to them. Amidst swirling flames, one by one the Traiants were reduced to ash, perishing at her hands. At this rate of slaughter, she would die from exhaustion in about 40 seconds. This would extend her survival time to 1 minute and 12 seconds. Unfortunately, the enemy wouldn't grant her that chance. The void trembled as a 3-meter-tall green figure materialized above Su Mingxi. The strongest monster of this stage, a lord-level powerhouse. No! Su Mingxi's eyes widened in shock. She had assumed the final boss would appear at the last moment. But the moment it sensed her presence, it materialized without hesitation. Without giving Su Mingxi a moment to breathe, a shadow's palm slammed down. Su Mingxi's entire body instantly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Su Mingxi was dead. Time taken, 32 seconds. The real battlefield isn't a dungeon, and bosses won't just sit there waiting for you to show up. The chief examiner shook his head. Next up is Jiang Yun. The crowd turned their curious gazes toward the light screen displaying Jiang Yun's name, then froze in shock. Wait, where is Jiang Yun? On the screen, an endless army of Traiants stood motionless. They, too, had failed to detect the enemy's location. RIP. From the shadows, Jiang Yun emerged riding the moon goddess. The moon goddess merely swiped her claw, unleashing a moon-white cold light that instantly tore dozens of nearby Traiants into shreds. The tree people roared in fury, charging en masse toward Jiang Yun's location. A whistling sound filled the air as the final boss materialized, its lord-level aura crashing down with thunderous pressure. The moon goddess twisted her body, carrying Jiang Yun with her, vanishing once more into the shadows. The next instant, its form materialized in another direction, claw raised once more. The boss roared in fury, charging forward only to strike empty air once more. Under everyone's gaze, this scene repeated itself over a dozen times. Jiang Yun remained unscathed. Instead, the boss was toyed with again and again, roaring with fury yet utterly helpless. Emerging once more from the shadows, Jiang Yun gazed up at the boss hovering overhead. A mocking smile curled the corners of his mouth. You can't beat me in a fight, but you'll never kill me either. The moon goddess's shadow manipulation allowed Jiang Yun to move freely through the shadows. And this place? It was nothing but shadows everywhere. As long as the moon goddess's stamina didn't run dry, he could keep toying with the boss like this indefinitely. But when will my stamina run out? Jiang Yun sought the moon goddess's opinion. She declared with confidence that with her stamina, an hour was the minimum. In that case, Jiang Yun patted Yuexin on the head, give him a taste of the Moonlight Cannon. The Moonlight Cannon, moon goddess's most powerful attack skill to date, had never been tested in battle. Now was the perfect opportunity. With a low growl, Moon God opened its massive jaws, unleashing a pillar of moonlight that shattered the Traian in its path. Finally, the beam slammed into the aerial boss. The boss staggered, then swatted the beam apart with a single palm strike before roaring and lunging at Jiang Yun. Holy crap, its defense is off the charts. Let's get out of here. Startled, Jiang Yun immediately commanded Moon Goddess to vanish into the shadows. The boss arrived a split second too late, left only to emit a furious roar. By now, over a minute had passed. But inside the monitoring room, no one paid it any mind. Everyone crowded around the light screen, watching Jiang Yun's every move and letting out gasps of astonishment. I recognize that skill, it's Shadow Shuffle. No, Shadow Shuttle has a cooldown. What he's using must be the superior skill Shadow Manipulation. A proctor whose profession was Shadow Assassin declared with certainty. Shadow Manipulation? Isn't that a legendary tier skill? How could he possibly have it? And not only that, look at that shot he just fired. It actually staggered the boss. An intermediate level player's attack actually affecting a lord tier unit, that's terrifying. But in reality, if the enemy were intelligent, they'd immediately dispel the trance to minimize the shadow area and restrict Jiang Yun's movement. Another proctor shook his head. He'd definitely last over 5 minutes, but he wouldn't be able to move around as freely as he is now. In reality, without these spatial constraints, he could have escaped ages ago with that ability. He wouldn't be lingering here at all. The chief examiner spoke up. His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun, who continued to toy with the boss in the screen, his eyes unexpectedly turning slightly red. If someone had possessed such power back then, at least some might have survived. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the surge of emotion welling up inside him. No need for further testing. He barked. The second stage is over. As for Jiang Yun's score? Count him as 10 minutes. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Hell tier, for every second a professional survives, it costs 10 points. 10 seconds 100 points. 1 minute 600. 10 minutes 6,000. Since records began, no candidate had ever earned such astronomical points. The other examiners gasped in shock. We don't have that many points in reserve. Not enough? Deduct it from my account. The chief examiner replied calmly, I can certainly spare that much. The group exchanged stunned glances, their respect for this chief examiner deepening. Points weren't just ordinary scores, they were precious and crucial. To produce such a massive sum of points in one go, just who was this chief examiner? 41, the traitor. Deep within the Void Tower instance, Jiang Yun was thoroughly enjoying himself. Playing hide-and-seek with a Lord-tier monster was heart-pounding, even with confidence in his abilities. A single successful strike, even with damage transfer, would wipe out at least half of Jiang Yun's soldier ants. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Throughout this process, the synergy between Jiang Yun and the Moon Goddess steadily improved. She no longer required explicit commands to act. A glance, a gesture, and the Moon Goddess understood. Gradually, Moon Goddess's movements became more fluid and graceful, her shadows weaving through the environment with increasing ease. Just as Jiang Yun was thoroughly enjoying himself, everything around them suddenly froze. Monsters and forests alike dissolved into scattered points of light. In an instant, Jiang Yun found himself in a pure white void. A blood-red character appeared before his eyes. Second trial ended. Now announcing the results. The score sheets appeared before everyone's eyes. As Jiang Yun had expected, he still ranked first. Jiang Yun, hell level difficulty, first place, survived until the end of the second trial. After discussion by the proctors, final time recorded, 10 minutes. Points, 6,000. Su Xiyue, hell level difficulty, second place, time, 32 seconds, points, 320. Jiang, hell level difficulty, third place, time, 22 seconds, points, 220. As the results were announced, unsurprisingly, waves of gasps erupted across the major instance spaces. Who would have thought that all three top finishers chose the hell difficulty? Even more astonishing was Jiang Yun, who had already stunned everyone in the first stage. His performance in the second stage was even more outrageous. 6,000 points? Holy crap, did I count that right? What's the point of comparing? Even if Jiang Yun forfeits the third stage, he's still number one. He's a monster. Absolutely a monster. Compared to the other candidates, Su Xiyue and Jiang felt an especially intense shock. They had personally experienced the terrifying hellish difficulty of the second stage. Without a moment's respite, a Lord-tier boss 2 levels above them unleashed its full power. Under such overwhelming power, even their exceptional talent proved useless. This only deepened their curiosity. How had Jiang Yun managed it? How had he managed to render that Lord-tier boss utterly helpless against him? Su Xiyue bit her lower lip, staring at the staggering point tally. Deep within her, something seemed to be slowly fading away. In another instant space, Jiang stared at Jiang Yun's name, his expression complex. As fellow students at the same school, he and Jiang Yun had crossed paths a few times. But after the awakening results were released, he had stopped paying attention to Jiang Yun. They had become people from two different worlds. He never imagined that a week later, he would be utterly trampled under Jiang Yun's feet. The gap between them was so vast that he couldn't even muster the slightest desire to compete. Truly, life is full of surprises. Jiang couldn't help but sigh, a strange resentment toward Principal Su Xiyue, a first experimental middle school, welling up in his heart. Had it not been for his idiotic blunder, he and Jiang Yun would have been classmates. With a little effort in the future, wouldn't that have been another valuable connection? Jiang Yun checked the Snowflake Squad's results as usual. Su Xiyue still ranked highest, having chosen the Brave difficulty level and placing in the 60s. As for the others, they were already 200 or 300 places behind. Even so, in an exam gathering the cream of the crop from all of Beihai province, these were still quite respectable rankings. Top-tier universities? Locked in. Moments later, the score sheet vanished. A commanding voice rang out once more. The second stage is officially concluded. All candidates are requested to temporarily exit the Void Tower. The third stage is about to commence. However, before exiting, there is one more thing I wish all candidates to remember. A note of solemnity suddenly crept into the authoritative voice. What you have just experienced is not purely fictional, it is based on real events. Many people lost their lives there. All of this stemmed from a single piece of erroneous intelligence. As he spoke, a portrait appeared before everyone's eyes. In the portrait stood a slightly plump middle-aged man with a beard, his face radiating righteous indignation. A sudden surge of murderous intent cut through his authoritative voice. The man before you now is named Morong Tua. It was he who betrayed our race, passing false intelligence that led to the death of our most promising young talent. He remains a fugitive to this day. All of us, the human race, must execute him. Jiang Yun's heart trembled slightly as he scrutinized the figure in the portrait before him, etching it deeply into his mind. He had heard rumors that the Yenshan Xia kingdom had suffered a setback at the 10,000 Tree Sacred Land. But he never imagined such an incident had unfolded in the midst of it all. Someone had betrayed Xinxia, betrayed the human race. The consequences were so devastating that Xinxia kingdom had made it a major examination question, demanding everyone remember this traitor. Moments later, the portrait faded away. A flash of white light, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. When his vision cleared, Jiang Yun found himself standing in the square. Beams of white light descended from the sky, materializing into figures. The square, empty moments ago, soon became teeming with people. Jiang Yun. Still processing the information he'd just received, Jiang Yun heard Su Mingxi's voice. Su Mingxi glared at Jiang Yun as always. Yet the meaning in her eyes was markedly different from before. Su Xiyue stood beside her, holding her hand, and smiled at Jiang Yun. Congratulations, Jiang Yun. The provincial top scholar title is yours for the taking. Thanks for the good wishes. Jiang Yun nodded, observing the two women with a slightly puzzled expression. The two of you, your relationship developed way too fast, didn't it? Girls' affairs are truly baffling. Jiang Yun, I want to ask you, how exactly did you manage it? Su Mingxi asked. I'd like to know that too. Another figure approached. Li Jiangyu extended his hand toward Jiang Yun with a smile. Congratulations. You truly are the undisputed number one. You did well too. Jiang Yun extended his hand and shook Li Jiangyu's. He recognized Li Jiangyu, of course. Back in the day, both of them were prominent figures at First Experimental High School. Jiang Yun harbored no ill will toward Li Jiangyu. Su Xiyue couldn't speak for all the students at First Experimental High School. After the awakening results came out, quite a few of his own classmates had called to console him. Hating the entire First Experimental High School just because of Su Xiyue? That was far too foolish a thing for him to do. Seeing Jiang Yun's calm expression, Li Jiangyu visibly relaxed. His greatest fear was that Jiang Yun would harbor resentment toward the entire First Experimental High School because of Su Xiyue. As long as he didn't die, he was destined to become a major figure in Xinxia, perhaps even among the entire human race. A single word from him could crush the prospects of students like them from First Experimental High School, and that wasn't an exaggeration. Boss, you're awesome, boss. Fang Xiong and the others rushed over, asking the same question. Looking at the curious crowd, Jiang Yun thought for a moment before saying, I ran, he chased, he didn't catch me. That's it. That's it? Question marks formed over everyone's heads. That was a Lord tier boss, 2 full tiers above them. How could evading its attacks sound like playing hide and seek in Jiang Yun's words? 42. Random team formation. Jiang Yun was telling the truth. If others possessed similar skills, they could achieve the same. Unfortunately, they didn't. It was that simple. Receiving this answer, the group felt a wave of helplessness. Still, they understood this must be Jiang Yun's pet beast ability. Pressing further would be crossing a line. Jiang Yun, I hope we don't cross paths in the third stage. I'd also like to keep my points intact. With that, Li Jiangyu departed. Jiang Yun, in the third stage, I'm challenging you. Su Mingxi declared firmly. Even though she knew she wasn't his match. Su Mingxi, what deep-seated grudge could there possibly be between us? Jiang Yun sighed helplessly. He racked his brain from start to finish, yet couldn't fathom what he'd possibly done to offend Su Mingxi. Was it because he had refused her marriage proposal? But hadn't that matter been settled long ago? Besides, Su Mingxi's attitude had always been clear. She had no interest in him, only in fulfilling the engagement. Watching Jiang Yun's bewildered expression, Su Mingxi's fair, delicate face gradually flushed crimson. She stammered, unable to utter a single word. Oomph. Finally, she turned and walked away. Jiang Yun, you really don't understand girls' feelings. Lu Xiaoxue sighed and chased after Su Mingxi. Jiang Yun remained utterly baffled. But before long, he had no time to dwell on such matters. A commanding voice echoed through the air once more. Results for the second stage have been tallied. Those with less than 50 points accumulated across both stages are eliminated. Instantly, cries of despair and sobs erupted from the crowd. Some beat their chests in frustration. His performance in the first stage had been decent, but in the second stage, driven by greed for points, he had chosen the hell difficulty level. He hadn't even lasted a second before he was wiped out. Naturally, they had no score for the second stage either. But this was the big test, no do-overs. Accurately assessing one's own abilities was also part of one's strength. Their major exam was over. Swish, swish, swish. Flash after flash of white light streaked through the air. This time, it wasn't to guide the candidates into the Void Tower, but to send the eliminated ones back to their homelands. The authoritative voice sounded once more. This major examination has eliminated a total of 3,212 candidates. For the third stage, candidates shall form temporary squads based on their professions and engage in combat against other squads of comparable strength. Victorious teams will receive 50 points per member. Defeated teams will not lose points. Each team shall compete in 10 matches total. The third stage of the grand examination officially begins. A flash of white light, followed by the familiar sensation of weightlessness. Jiang Yun reappeared in a barren wilderness. Only this time, he was no longer alone. 5 people appeared together in the wilderness. Jiang Yun scanned the surroundings. A warrior, a mage, a knight, a priest, and myself as a beastmaster. This was the classic party composition for adventurers. To Jiang Yun's surprise, there was a familiar face among them. Su Mingxi. She had been grouped with Jiang Yun. Even Su Mingxi hadn't anticipated this, her body stiffening involuntarily. But when she felt Jiang Yun's gaze turn toward her, she appeared flustered, suddenly gripping the crimson battle blade at her back with a tight grip. Don't worry. I know how to handle myself. Stay behind me. I'll protect you. The moment the words left her mouth, Su Mingxi regretted them. Warriors were frontline classes protecting fragile spellcasters like beastmasters made perfect sense. But did Jiang Yun really need protection? He was the kind of person who could play hide and seek with a lord-level monster. Well, thank you then. Jiang Yun chuckled cheerfully, making no move to expose Su Mingxi's hesitation. Holy crap, it's Jiang God. The others gasped in astonishment upon seeing Jiang Yun, their faces lighting up with delight. Getting to team up with Jiang Yun meant this run was practically guaranteed. Earning an extra 500 points was no problem. Everyone, introduce yourselves. Jiang Yun surveyed the group and said. Without any discussion, he simply took his place as the team leader. No one else objected. If Jiang Yun didn't take the lead, who else would dare to give him orders? Soon, everyone had finished introducing themselves. Su Mingxi, Flame Warrior, level 16. Zhao Huang, Shield Knight, level 15. This was also a mutated class, lacking the knight's typical lance in favor of a thick shield. Clearly, this was a class prioritizing defense over offense, unsuitable for lone wolves, but absolutely the most welcome type in a professional squad. Lu Feng, Mage, level 15. Huang Yi, Priest, level 13. As a support class, priests gain experience less quickly and easily than combat classes. Major academies also lowered their admission requirements for support and life-oriented professions. Reaching level 13 already proves this individual is a true prodigy. Finally, Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, level 17, Beast Tamer. He paused, sensing the moon goddess circling excitedly within his beastmaster's space, and summoned her once more. Moon goddess, my summoned beast, species, two-headed moon devouring hound. After all, this was a major examination, not a life or death battle. If he had sent out the black flame molten iron ants instead, he would have suffered some casualties among his worker ants. Jiang Yun was used to being frugal and couldn't bear to waste them. Little Black in the beast-taming space didn't object either. Ever since she began consuming the Earthfire Gold essence, she'd grown somewhat lethargic, her fighting spirit waning. Since the moon goddess's nature was so exalted, let it be. This was the care an older sister should show her good-for-nothing little brother. Whoa! The moon goddess's entrance drew gasps of astonishment. Her massive form, agile posture, and thick, moonlit fur as dark as the night sky left a deep impression on everyone. The two heads added an air of otherworldly mystery to the moon god. Can I pet him? Su Mingxi stepped forward, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the moon god, clearly utterly enchanted. Sure. Receiving the affirmation, Su Mingxi placed her hand on the moon goddess and stroked her, her eyes closing in contentment. Just then, the scenery around them began shifting rapidly. Finally, it settled beside a lake. To simulate real combat conditions as closely as possible, the squad's battle arena was randomly selected. If one secured an environment suited to their strengths, they would undoubtedly gain the upper hand in the ensuing battle. Luck, too, was a crucial element of combat. With the scene set, several figures across from them gradually sharpened from blurry outlines into distinct forms before their eyes. The battle officially commenced. Among the group, Li Jiangyu looked at Jiang Yun across from him, a wry smile touching his lips. I was just praying I wouldn't face you in the first round, but here we are. Before he could finish, a flash of black light streaked through the air. The 5 opponents instantly became mangled corpses. The corpses dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Moon Goddess, who had vanished at some point, reappeared from Jiang Yun's shadow and licked his palm. Jiang Yun sighed helplessly, petting the Moon Goddess's head under the stunned gazes of the others. Next time, could you at least let people finish speaking before you act? 43. The Mutation. The surrounding scene began to shift once more. Clearly, they had already won this first battle. But the victory came too swiftly, the other 4 hadn't even processed it yet.
Everyone stared at the moon goddess beside Jiang Yun in utter disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. They knew that as a beast tamer, Jiang Yun's performance was exceptionally brilliant, and his pet beast's strength was clearly extraordinary. But none had imagined it would be this formidable. That was Li Jiangyu, after all, the third-place finisher in this major exam. And now, he and his entire team had been taken down in an instant? They hadn't even seen how Moon God had struck. Moon Goddess is awesome. Jiang God is amazing. The group cheered, their eyes brimming with relief. Had they not been lucky enough to be grouped with Jiang Yun, they would likely be the next ones getting crushed. Su Mingxi watched Jiang Yun, drawing a quiet breath. In that moment, the pent-up frustration in her heart finally dissipated. He was too strong so overwhelmingly so that there was simply no motivation left to pursue him. All right. Jiang Yun smiled faintly. With so many candidates in Beihai City, we can't afford to be careless. Adjust our formation. Let's continue. Though they saw no apparent need for caution, since the legendary Jiang Yun had spoken, everyone swiftly readjusted their formations. Soon, the second group of opponents came into view. The moment the 5-person squad spotted Jiang Yun among the opposing team, their faces instantly drained of color. Jiang Yun smiled, stroking the moon god dog's head beside him. This time, I'll give you a chance to strike. The grand examinations raged across the land. In the divine capital of Xinxia, people bustled about, carriages and horses never ceased their movement. A massive, pure white tower floated high in the sky, radiating a flowing, multicolored glow. This was the physical form of the mythical great artifact, the Void Tower. Empowered by the virtual intelligence network, this mythical weapon's influence extended across the entire Xinxia kingdom, enabling all examinees to take the grand examination simultaneously. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Within mere seconds, the capital sky was shrouded in dark clouds. A massive hand, tinged with the hues of dusk, emerged from the gloom, reaching out to grasp the Void Tower. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire divine capital. Panic erupted as people scattered in all directions. How dare you! A blinding white light shot skyward, coalescing into a colossal figure that stood before the giant hand. Boom! The collision shattered the massive hand in a terrifying explosion. Black clouds churned and swirled, coalescing into a sinister, monstrous face. Eyes opened, and the twilight glow symbolizing decay and stillness spilled forth. The face twisted into a sinister grin, its voice booming, "Venerable Yuan, you cannot hold me." The colossal figure snorted coldly, a silver eye appearing behind him. The eye opened, unleashing a burst of silver light that collided with the face. A thunderous boom echoed as the dark clouds composing the face scattered. Even when reformed, it was less than a third of its original size. How dare you from the Twilight Realm come to cause trouble in the divine capital? Venerable Yuan roared coldly, pressing his palm forward. A silver giant hand materialized in the void, reaching out to seize the face. What if I join the fray? A shrill voice cut through the air. From the opposite side of the face, a rift opened in the void, spewing forth a twisted black beam that lunged toward the Void Tower. You dare! The abyssal sage panicked, shifting the giant hand's trajectory to snatch at the black light. The black light collided with the palm, instantly splitting into two streams. One was annihilated along with the palm. The other, however, surged in speed and shot directly into the Void Tower. Seeing this, the human face emitted a chilling laugh. Heh, the objective is achieved. The avatar of the Great Black Heaven has infiltrated the Void Tower. Even if you eliminate me, it will be useless. Your elite forces this time will. Boom! The abyssal sage struck with fury, shattering the human face with a single palm strike. Woo woo woo! Seconds later, a piercing alarm echoed across the skies above the divine capital. 3 figures radiating terrifying auras hovered above the Void Tower. Who would have thought Twilight would ally with the Abyss? It seems our divine Xiao's growing strength truly keeps them awake at night. Mahakala, that bastard has breached the Void Tower and entered the virtual network. His target is the candidates of this grand examination. The trial has reached its 3rd stage. Those who remain at this point are the cream of the crop. They must not be harmed. The other 2 turned their gaze toward the abyssal sage. He was the master of the Void Tower and the overseer of this grand examination. Venerable Yuan stroked the tower's surface, a hint of worry in his voice. Great Black Heaven's grasp of spatial principles rivals my own. He has disrupted the Void Tower's laws, attempting to seize control once more to rescue the examinees. I require half an hour. The only consolation is that since he entered the Void Tower, he must abide by its rules. His rank won't be too high. The assembly fell silent. Even if his rank isn't too high, he's still a split spirit of a pillar. Half an hour. For this half hour, it all rests on the candidates themselves. Within the instant space, Jiang Yun was happily mowing down enemies. Out of courtesy, he'd let the opposing team strike first a few times, giving his own teammates some practice. If his teammates could handle it, he wouldn't need to intervene. If they couldn't, he'd call upon the Moon Goddess to intervene. They had already fought 5 battles, each ending in a decisive victory. The 3rd stage of the grand trial was already halfway through. Just then, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled.
The surrounding landscape began to shift violently. Ultimately, they arrived upon the wilderness they had encountered in the first stage. Only now, black mist swirled across the barren land. The black mist twisted and contorted, occasionally forming grotesque, ghostly faces that were eerily sinister. The sun in the sky had also turned a blood-red color. Twisted and eerie. What was happening? Jiang Yun's expression darkened instantly as he activated his damage transfer skill. The moon goddess, who had been lazily reclining beside him, suddenly sprang to her feet. Her body lowered into a crouch, and a series of low growls erupted from her throat. He sensed the threat permeating the air. "Everyone, gather around me." At Jiang Yun's command, the four still reeling from confusion immediately rushed to his side, gathering around him in a battle formation. Space warped, and figures materialized. They were the other candidates participating in the third stage of the grand examination. They too had been transported here. Most still looked utterly bewildered. "Candidates." A commanding voice sounded once more. "I am Li Yuan, also known as the Revered Yuan." The moment these words were spoken, gasps erupted from the crowd. So the commanding voice they'd heard all along belonged to none other than the Revered Yuan. Even Jiang Yun wore an expression of astonishment. This was a true legendary figure. One of the 9 pillars of the Divine Summer Kingdom, who had suppressed the abyss for nearly a century. Simultaneously, the uneasy foreboding in his heart grew increasingly intense. The normal proceedings of the grand examination had been interrupted, and the revered abyss had revealed his identity and appeared. All of this pointed to something being terribly wrong. 44. The Great Army. Sure enough, the Abyss Venerable's voice rang out once more. Scum from the Abyss have launched a surprise attack on the Void Tower, corrupting it. Their target is you. We need half an hour to purge the contamination before you can emerge. For the next half hour, you're on your own. Entering the battlefield of 10,000 races and fighting every alien race that dares to peer into the territory of our human race. This has always been the destiny of all practitioners. Now, this process has nearly been accelerated. You are the elite of our divine Xiao nation. I trust you can resolve this matter. Remember, fight without fear. As he spoke these final words, the revered Abyss's voice grew increasingly fervent. The candidates' emotions surged in response, their blood boiling as they shouted with flushed faces. Fight without fear. Slaughter those bastards of the Abyss. The crowd surged with excitement. Boss, did you hear that? Elite. I, Fang Xiong, am now one of the human elites praised by the Abyssal Sage and targeted for assassination by the Abyss. Fang Xiong declared with delight. After suddenly arriving in this wilderness and seeing Jiang Yun, Lu Xiaoxue and the others began shifting their allegiance toward him. Amidst this sudden upheaval, only Jiang Yun offered them a shred of reassurance. It wasn't just them others who recognized Jiang Yun and knew what he looked like also gathered around. After all, a man's reputation precedes him. Everyone knew Jiang Yun possessed formidable strength. The more critical the situation, the more they needed a pillar of strength. Jiang Yun's mood wasn't particularly high. Though he was filled with murderous intent toward the invading alien race, he remained cautious. Those scum from the Abyss dared to attack them. They must possess considerable confidence in themselves. He had no idea what their true strength was. If they possessed Lord-level combat power, things would turn dire. Facing such power, Jiang Yun could only guarantee the survival of himself and the few people beside him. He couldn't spare a thought for the others. In that case, this time, they would likely suffer heavy losses. His mind raced through the information he had on the Abyss. This place was no stranger to him. From childhood, the education of Xinxia taught its people that the nation primarily faced 2 enemies. One is the 10,000 Trees clan, and the other is the Abyss. The Abyss, in particular, is a place that powerful practitioners must venture into. Truly high-grade materials and equipment could only be obtained in such places. Thoughts churned in his mind. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, glanced at the crowd surrounding him, and barked coldly, "Why are you all crowding around me? Form the formation. Prepare for battle." Beside the Void Tower in the Divine Capital, the Abyss Sovereign withdrew his hand from the tower and surveyed the crowd beside him. "I've informed them of the situation. From here on, it's up to them. Abyss Lord, how many of them will survive this time?" Hearing this, Lord Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He dared not predict. Earlier, he deliberately withheld the identity of the approaching foe from the students within the Void Tower. He feared it would shatter their fighting spirit. Pillars, the pinnacle of the current practitioner system. Even if they were only at the distracted spirit stage, even if constrained by the Void Tower's rules, they were still pillars. Confronting such an existence as a pillar was simply 3%. Gazing at the eager eyes before him, Yuan Zun struggled to utter a number. The crowd's expressions darkened instantly. 3%. That meant at least 70% of the candidates would die. A national mourning period. This wasn't just idle talk. One figure turned and walked away immediately. A black battle blade materialized behind him. "Mad Lord, where are you going?" A cold, hard voice drifted on the wind. "To the Abyss. To kill." Inside the Void Tower, the group had already formed their battle formation.
Su Mingxi played a significant role in this process. Born into a family of combat professionals, she possessed deep familial knowledge and expertise in this field. Jiang Yun, lacking such expertise, supported Su Mingxi decisively and efficiently. With Jiang Yun's endorsement, Su Mingxi issued loud commands, swiftly organizing the defensive line. Knights, warriors, and other melee classes formed the front line. Archers, mages, and beastmasters followed behind them. Support and life-skilled professions brought up the rear. Inside the Void Tower, with no materials available, the support and crafting classes were useless. They could only huddle together and pray. Hee, what a spirited bunch. Truly a delicious little snack. Amidst the bustle, a cold, sinister voice suddenly echoed. Above the crimson sun in the sky, an eye suddenly opened. A black, twisted eyeball stared fixedly down at the people on the ground. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down everyone's spines. The rules of the Void Tower are truly troublesome. But half an hour is more than enough for me to slaughter every last one of you. Such pure souls, a pity I cannot take them back to toy with. A palpable malevolence seeped from the voice, coiling around them like a venomous snake, sending shivers down their spines. Then, from the thick black fog in the distance, a colossal figure emerged. It was a twilight beastman, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive battle axe. His eyes weren't the usual dusk-hued color, but a deep crimson, and black mist swirled around his body. Countless identification spells were cast. Twilight Beastman. Knight, level 25. Seeing this, the group froze in surprise. Not because it was high, but because it was far too low. Just a high-level professional. In a one-on-one fight, few present could defeat him. But now, facing a massive formation of thousands of examinees, dealing with such a monster was child's play. Strength in numbers, their confidence seemed to surge back instantly. Everyone, don't panic. Su Mingxi hurriedly rallied them. Monsters like this are no match for us. Jiang Yun frowned. If that were all, it truly posed no threat. But could it really be that simple, given how seriously the Abyss Lord was taking this? Truly worthy of its mythical grade status. The Void Tower's restrictions are formidable. This is the best puppet I can manifest. The eerie voice sounded again. Immediately, shock spread across the faces of the crowd. Clang! Weapons slipped from trembling hands, crashing to the ground. As if plunged into an ice cave. For before them, behind the Beastman, a procession of twilight beasts emerged. Knights, archers, beastmasters, warriors, every type imaginable. Even more terrifying was their sheer number, a dense, endless swarm. These orcs seemed to outnumber the examinees. And every single one of them was above level 20. But who told you I could only create one such puppet? In the sky, the eye upon the crimson sun narrowed slightly, seemingly relishing the sensation of offering hope only to plunge one into despair. Whispers of sobs rose from the crowd. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations. In numbers and power, they were no match for their opponent. There was no need for battle. This was nothing short of a crushing defeat. The fiery resolve ignited by the Abyss Lord's encouragement instantly evaporated in the face of such a terrifying disparity between enemy and ally. Su Xiyue's face turned deathly pale as she looked at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, before I die, there's something I need to tell you. Jiang Yun, where are you going? 45, is that all? See? I'm suppressed by the Void Tower. I can only split into 3,000 beastmen at most. Isn't that delightful? Are you all ready to fight my soldiers? Feeling the despair of the crowd, the sinister voice drifting through the air grew increasingly gleeful. If we divide them by number, each of you will get about 2. How about that? Pretty happy, huh? The monsters advanced slowly, their footsteps causing the earth to tremble beneath them. Meanwhile, the human lines were involuntarily retreating. After all, they were merely students who had scarcely seen bloodshed. The fervor ignited by the revered Abyss's encouragement quickly cooled in the face of the brutal reality of their overwhelming disadvantage. Some had already begun retreating, breaking away from the main group. The fear of death overpowered the pursuit of glory. Now, only one thought occupied their minds: better to live a miserable life than die a glorious death. Su Mingxi commanded desperately, yet she could not halt the formation's collapse. At that moment, she noticed Jiang Yun. While everyone else retreated, Jiang Yun advanced against the current, standing out starkly, so jarringly out of place. Jiang Yun, where are you going? Su Mingxi shouted, but the clamor of the crowd drowned out any reply. Su Xiyue followed behind Jiang Yun. Though she didn't understand what Jiang Yun intended to do, her instinctive trust in him drove her to follow. Seeing this, Su Mingxi shook her head and followed as well. Ha. Hey, what's this? A hero stepping forward? Even the sinister gaze within the crimson sun noticed Jiang Yun swimming against the current. More and more gazes turned toward Jiang Yun and his companions. Li Jiangyu's expression flickered briefly before he shook his head bitterly. Even Jiang Yun couldn't possibly. The opponents were too powerful. From quality to quantity, they were utterly overwhelming. Even Jiang Yun's terrifying pet beast, capable of instantly annihilating them, could only kill a few. Sooner or later, they'd be swallowed by the orc army.
With that thought, he hesitated no longer and sprinted toward the rear of the group. With so many people, that abyssal monster couldn't possibly slaughter them all. If he could just hold out until the end and survive. If everyone else perished and only he remained, he would undoubtedly receive intensive cultivation. In the future, becoming a new pillar of the organization would be no problem at all. At this thought, Li Jiangyu's lips curled upward, revealing a mysterious smile. As a beastmaster, Jiang Yun positioned himself amidst the ranks of the professional warriors. Now, he pushed through layer upon layer of people, finally passing warriors and knights to reach the very front of the formation. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't stop. Step by step, he advanced toward the seemingly endless horde of beastmen. Before the swarming orcs, he seemed as fragile as an ant. He glanced back, seeing only a handful of figures following behind him. Su Mingxi, Lu Xiaoxue, Fang Xiong. Besides the snowflake squad and the few who had just joined his party, there were several others he didn't recognize. Altogether, they numbered no more than a dozen. At this moment, each wore an expression of resolute determination, clearly prepared to face death. When disaster looms, some flee, some hesitate, and others charge forward. Jiang Yun shook his head. Though he doubted he'd need these people, since they insisted on following, he'd let them tag along. He looked up at the sun overhead. The crimson sun's eye stared back at him, its words now tinged with a hint of temptation. You are quite impressive. I admire your fearless spirit. How about becoming my servant? Cast off your frail human form and become part of the great, eternal abyssal clan. Fight for the mighty Mahesh. Jiang Yun shook his head. Glancing at the twilight beastman standing mere dozens of meters away, he smiled faintly and raised 2 fingers toward the crimson sun. First, I have no interest in being anyone's servant, and you're not worthy of it. Second. Jiang Yun's face spoke volumes. Is that all? A bunch of under-level 30 grunts? I thought you were something special. What did you say? The sinister voice trailed off mid-sentence as Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. In an instant, a surge of multicolored light erupted. A dark tide surged forth, crashing toward the Dusk Orc army. It was no ordinary tide, but an endless army of soldier ants. With only dozens of meters separating them, the two sides clashed in an instant. Then, one by one, bright suns appeared before everyone's eyes. Self-destruct. First came a blinding radiance, nearly searing everyone's eyes. Then came the deafening roar, the surging shockwaves, the earth trembling. As if the heavens were splitting apart, the entire world seemed to wail in agony. Shock and bewilderment were etched across everyone's faces. What just happened? It's Jiang Yun's beasts. So many thousands upon thousands. Are you kidding me? Could it be that Jiang Yun wasn't even using his full strength during the grand exam just now? Guarded by his army of soldier ants, Jiang Yun gazed at the crimson eyes within the sun, a mocking smile curling his lips. His greatest fear had been the emergence of a lord-level demonic beast. The experience from the second stage of the grand exam had already taught him. Facing an opponent 2 tiers above him, even if the moon god unleashed its full power and all the black flame molten iron ants detonated themselves, the damage inflicted would be minimal. But you tell me you can only create enemies below level 30? Jiang Yun, who had been on edge, instantly broke into laughter. As for the number of enemies, Jiang Yun didn't give it a second thought. As he leveled up, Xiao Hei's ability to produce soldier ants steadily increased. Now, he could create as many as 8,000 soldier ants at once. Though the soldier ants' level and strength couldn't match those of Twilight Orcs, one mustn't forget their true power lay in their skill, self-destruction. During the Nightmare Dungeon run, the sheer force of a single self-destruction could effortlessly wipe out a high-level professional. Moreover, after devouring vast quantities of Earthfire Gold essence, the Black Flame Molten Iron Ant had completed its first stage of evolution. The destructive force of its self-destruction has now reached a new level. Boom! 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 The moment the soldier ants appeared, Jiang Yun hesitated not a second before triggering their self-destruction. Explosions rang out in rapid succession, each one like a miniature sun rising into the sky. Their dazzling radiance even eclipsed the sun in the sky. With each detonation, several, sometimes even a dozen twilight beasts fell. These twilight beasts, tainted by the unearthly sounds, were reduced to ashes in the ant soldiers' explosions before they could even cast a single skill. You have slain a twilight beast mage. Gained 500 years of lifespan. You have slain a twilight beast man. Knight, gaining 800 years of lifespan. A flood of kill notifications appeared before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun froze, unable to hide the radiant smile spreading across his face. He had already braced himself for a significant loss this time. After all, incubating new soldier ants required energy expenditure. But unexpectedly, the Twilight Beastman, imbued with the power of the abyss, actually granted additional lifespan. With that, he wouldn't hold back. More soldier ants were unleashed. The terrifying explosions raged on for a full 5 or 6 minutes. When the dust finally settled, all that remained before Jiang Yun was a colossal crater stretching several kilometers across. The Twilight Beastmen battalion, so arrogant moments before, had been utterly annihilated, not a single trace remained. Impossible. Impossible. The giant eye in the sky turned toward Jiang Yun, its gaze filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? A mere mid-tier practitioner in his teens, how could his pet beast possess such power? A monster. Being called a monster by an abyssal creature, Jiang Yun was likely the first to earn that title. Jiang Yun looked up at the crimson sun high in the sky and held up 3 fingers. Third thing, you shouldn't have exposed your position so blatantly. 46, Great Harvest, Vast Lifespan. Before his words faded, a rainbow-hued glow flickered behind Jiang Yun. Countless flying ants emerged, swarming toward the crimson sun in the sky. In previous battles, Jiang Yun had only deployed ordinary soldier ants, never revealing the flying ants. His purpose was to deceive the giant eye, making it subconsciously believe he lacked aerial strike capabilities. Then deliver a fatal blow. The flying ants whistled through the air, swiftly diving toward the sun. The giant eye recoiled in shock, its form wavering as ripples spread around it, seemingly attempting to escape. Damn it! I never imagined the human race could produce a monster like you. I'll remember. Before he could finish, a 2-headed black hound materialized from the shadow of a flying ant. It opened its massive jaws toward the sun, unleashing a roaring moonlight cannon blast. The beam struck the crimson sun, causing it to tremble and pause momentarily. Seizing that moment, the first flying ant had already lunged before the sun. A dazzling golden radiance flared. Self-destruct. Immediately after, the second, third, fourth. The figure of the moon goddess appeared within Jiang Yun's shadow, unleashing another moonlight cannon blast. Jiang Yun simultaneously pointed his finger at the crimson sun. Within the beast-taming space, the hexagonal crystal glowed white, unleashing a mental piercing attack. Jiang Yun unleashed his full firepower. He was determined to keep this crimson sun the manifestation of the abyssal demon here. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual space. The so-called sun was fake, and the distance to the ground wasn't great. If the demonic creature escaped this space and returned to the virtual network, facing an adversary beyond the world, Jiang Yun had no idea how he would handle it. At that moment, the others behind him reacted as well, unleashing their skills and unleashing them upon the sun. Roar! 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 Amidst the relentless onslaught, cracks began to appear across the sun's surface. It let out a series of wails, pitiful and furious. Jiang Yun, die! He no longer cared about any mission. Having suffered such a crushing defeat for the first time, his sole thought now was to eliminate Jiang Yun. The crimson sun shattered, revealing a sinister black figure within. It swung a palm strike toward Jiang Yun. A black beam screeched toward Jiang Yun. But it was halted by a pale white barrier. Damage redirected. The attack from that black beam was redirected onto the soldier ants. Jiang Yun remained unscathed. The figure attempted a second strike, but it was already too late. The flying ants had already surrounded him, engulfing him completely in golden flames. A piercing scream echoed once more. Jiang Yun, you're Jiang Yun, right? This god remembers you. The figure's voice dripped with boundless venom and hatred. You will end up in the abyss sooner or later. Once you're there, I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome. Before the words had fully faded, his form shattered within the endless golden flames, vanishing into nothingness. The black mist shrouding the land vanished instantly. Everything returned to normal. Only then did Jiang Yun breathe a sigh of relief. Safe. This battle was undoubtedly the most formidable foe Jiang Yun had ever faced since his debut. The Lord-level boss he had faced in the second stage did not count. After all, they hadn't even had a chance to fight back. They couldn't be considered worthy opponents. He waved to Su Xiyue and the others behind him. It's all over now. The enemy is defeated. Only then did Su Xiyue and the others cease their attacks, their faces pale as they gasped for breath. Gazing at Jiang Yun before them and the devastation behind him, shock and awe washed over their faces. Boss, you're incredible. So many enemies, and you wiped them all out. Fang Xiong was so excited he jumped up. Su Mingxi, take command of the team. Everyone stay alert. Jiang Yun waved his hand. We can't afford to be careless before leaving the Void Tower. The group immediately regained their seriousness and bustled about following Jiang Yun's orders. Though he spoke thus, Jiang Yun knew full well in his heart that the invading demonic creature had already been vanquished. After all, the lifespan bonus had already been credited. You have slain the abyssal pillar, Maheshtara, Avatar, gaining 12,000 years of lifespan. Only now did Jiang Yun comprehend the true nature of the enemy he had just faced. It was none other than the avatar of a pillar. Pillars the pinnacle of the practitioner hierarchy, beings worthy of being called gods. Had he somehow caught the attention of a god? Jiang Yun let out a soft chuckle, but upon glancing at his lifespan bar, a radiant smile spread across his face. A whopping 50,000+ years of life. That was more than enough to push his level all the way up to the 20s. Once he sorted out the job change, he could swiftly reach level 20 and become a high-level professional. Then, he would unlock his third mythic tier skill, and his power would surge once more. Deep within the abyss's lowest layer, within a grand palace, countless pairs of unnatural crimson eyes opened. My avatar, destroyed? Not by a human pillar, but by a mere level 10 kid? Jiang Yun, is it? I'll remember you. Amidst the sinister murmurs, the crimson eyes closed once more. The entire hall fell silent once more. Outside the Void Tower, with both hands pressed against the tower's surface, the abyssal sage who had been exerting all his strength to restore the Void Tower's order suddenly froze. The avatar of Mahakala, weakened? Has it been destroyed? His tone betrayed utter disbelief. A pillar-level avatar, actually killed by a group of candidates barely reaching the 20th level? Could this truly be possible? All such events are recorded within the Void Tower. The immediate priority now was to rescue all the candidates. With the Black Heaven avatar's interference gone, the Abyss Venerable's recovery progressed swiftly. Within 2 minutes, his authoritative voice echoed through the virtual space. The Void Tower is fully restored. You will now be teleported back to your respective examination halls. Examination results will be announced once all data has been compiled. A flash of white light, followed by the familiar sensation of weightlessness. Jiang Yun found himself back on the familiar plaza. Finally over. Jiang Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. Finding a spot to sit, he patiently waited. After the major exam concluded, results would be announced shortly, so no one left. Everyone was waiting for their final results. Especially this time, with such a major upheaval occurring. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel hopeful. Having achieved such a great feat this time, he was certain he wouldn't miss out on points or rewards. Jiang Yun, congratulations! You turned the tide. Li Jiangyu approached Jiang Yun and extended his hand. Jiang Yun glanced at him, gave a non-committal grunt, and made no move to shake hands. As the second strongest candidate in Beihai province after Jiang Yun and Su Mingxi, Li Jiangyu hadn't been among those who had previously followed Jiang Yun. With the enemy at the gates, Jiang Yun had no time for such calculations. But after the battle, a brief inquiry revealed Li Jiangyu's heroic deed. He had been the first to charge toward the rear. He was the third-place finisher and a highly watched figure. His flight set off a chain reaction, drawing many others along. It could be said that he played a significant role in the collapse of the examinees' battle formation. Jiang Yun's impression of him instantly soured. Li Jiangyu's smile froze on his face. He turned to seek out Su Mingxi, only to receive the same cold reception. Su Mingxi's eyes blazed with fury. Had the circumstances permitted, she might have drawn her sword and struck at Li Jiangyu. After all, the battle formation she had painstakingly built had been destroyed because of Li Jiangyu. 47, National Champion. Swish, swish, swish. Several proctors appeared before the crowd, grabbing people and urgently demanding answers. What on earth happened? The moment the abyssal monsters breached the Void Tower, they lost control of the examination system. They couldn't even monitor what was happening inside, leaving them frantic with worry. Abyssal monsters invaded. It was Jiang Yun. Through the testimonies of the examinees, the proctors finally learned what had transpired within the Void Tower. They also learned that it was precisely because of Jiang Yun's presence and his decisive elimination of the demonic creatures that no casualties had occurred among the scholars of Beihai province. In that moment, they felt both relief and excitement, wishing they could rush forward and embrace Jiang Yun. After all, Jiang Yun had saved the future and elite of Beihai province. The examiners exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. The final exam results comprise two parts: the points earned by the examinees themselves and the evaluation scores given by the proctors. The combined scores of both components constitute the candidate's final score. After all, the primary purpose of the grand examination is to cultivate elites for the Divine Summer Kingdom. If someone were to gain high scores by stabbing teammates in the back or resorting to underhanded tactics, they would still not be recognized. The examiners had already made up their minds. This time, in the eyes of the examiners from Beihai province, Jiang Yun's evaluation was perfect. But Jiang Yun's exceptional performance this time would inevitably draw attention from the capital. Yet they were confident that the capital's assessment would be equally high. Among the examiners, a stern-faced, imposing middle-aged man fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Yun. Having only seen him through screens before, the familiarity now felt intensified by witnessing him in person. A flicker of astonishment and doubt crossed his eyes. Could it be the divine capital? Venerable Yuan and several other powerful figures gathered together. Upon learning that the Black Heaven's split spirit had been destroyed, they were both overjoyed and perplexed, launching an immediate investigation. The final casualty report was released. Though the demonic calamity lasted less than a few minutes, it still claimed hundreds of lives. The grand examination was organized by province. Though constrained by the Void Tower's rules, Mahesh could only create puppets matching the combat strength of high-level practitioners, with a maximum of 1,000 per examination zone. Yet his power extended across the entire virtual network, launching attacks against examinees in every province. This casualty count was significantly lower than what the Abyss Lord had anticipated. The Northern Sea Examination District, in particular, suffered 0 casualties. Through analysis of the Void Tower's recordings, they quickly identified the crucial factor. Jiang Yun from Luoxue City, Beihai province. If not for him, this time, the casualties would have been devastating. I've heard that name before. Chang'e marked him as a gold sequence reserve. Judging by this, he likely possessed the strength to become a gold sequence member long ago.
He fights with ruthless decisiveness and possesses the courage to risk his life against formidable foes. He will undoubtedly be one of the pillars supporting the future of humanity. He's this year's national champion. Whispers filled the air, every word brimming with praise for Jiang Yun. Suddenly, a cold snort cut through the murmurs. I'm not so sure. This Jiang Yun is strong to an almost unbelievable degree. Can a mere level 10-something beast master truly be this powerful? Don't tell me he's a spy planted by the Abyss or Wanshu to infiltrate our ranks. The speaker was a rugged-looking middle-aged man. His expression darkened as he stared at Jiang Yun's face on the screen. I think being provincial champion is quite good enough. Forget about national champion. Someone voiced dissent, but the middle-aged man wouldn't budge. After a heated exchange, both turned their gaze to the silent, head-bowed Reverend Yuan. He was the overseer of this grand examination. All present were renowned powerhouses within the Divine Summer Kingdom, each possessing the authority to determine a candidate's fate with a single word. But Jiang Yun clearly wasn't an ordinary candidate. Only Reverend Yuan could ultimately decide his treatment and ranking. After a moment of silence, the revered Yuan spoke. Regardless, he was the one who turned the tide this time. Without him, the losses to Xinsha Kingdom would have been devastating. It is decided. He shall be crowned this year's national champion. With the revered one's pronouncement, even the rugged middle-aged man could only swallow his resentment. Then, the discussion turned to evaluating the other candidates. Jiang Yun's performance was so dazzling that compared to him, the others paled into insignificance, utterly unbearable to watch. Even if Jiang Yun were scored as the perfect standard, everyone else's marks would be pitifully low. This Jiang Yun is going to cause us nothing but trouble. Someone muttered with a laugh, their tone devoid of complaint and brimming with pride. After a moment's contemplation, the revered Yuan stated, Jiang Yun shall be evaluated separately. The others may be assessed normally. But there's one thing. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes as he pointed at a fleeing figure in the rear. Such cowards who turn tail and run when things get tough, they must not be spared. We need brave warriors and capable leaders, not scum like this. Meanwhile, in Beihai Province. Amidst the patient waiting of the crowd, the aerial display screen flickered, and the results were finally announced. At the top, naturally, was Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, points, 10,000, evaluation, excellent, final ranking, national first place. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. Fang Xiong jumped up in sheer excitement. Boss, did you see that? First place nationwide. Ha, my boss is the national champion. Everyone was thrilled. Topping the province was a foregone conclusion for Jiang Yun. But topping the entire nation? That truly caught everyone off guard. Historically, the top national rankings were usually dominated by super cities like Chengdu and Modu. Beihai Province had never produced a national top scholar. Jiang Yun was the first. The news spread rapidly. Within mere minutes, the entire province knew that Beihai had produced a national top scholar. Su Ming and Zhang Henxue sat together, quietly awaiting the exam results. For them, how well Jiang Yun performed was entirely expected. Yet upon seeing the news that Jiang Yun had become the top scholar nationwide, they were still stunned. Ding ding ding. Their phones buzzed incessantly. All were congratulatory messages. After all, everyone now knew that Jiang Yun's eligibility for the major examination came from these two. They were essentially Jiang Yun's original core team. When Jiang Yun rises to prominence in the future, they're sure to reap their share of benefits. Ha ha ha. Zhang Henxue let out a triumphant roar, his spirit soaring. This old man sure picked the right boss. Su Ming gasped in shock. What? You've already signed a contract with him? Naturally. Zhang Henxue declared triumphantly, I come from humble beginnings. When a powerful patron presents himself, you grab the opportunity, unlike you, always overthinking things. You know what? Before the big exam, the boss already promised to help me switch my career path. Su Ming's eyes nearly popped out of his head, the envy in his gaze impossible to hide. He had been too preoccupied with his status as a forging master, still hoping to be on equal footing with Jiang Yun. He was one step behind Zhang Henxue. But now that Zhang Henxue had latched onto a powerful patron, he couldn't let him hog all the glory. Su Ming began to ponder. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded detention center, Su Xiyue, principal of First Experimental Middle School, stared at the message on her phone, her mustache quivering with rage. 48, Ningerin. Not long ago, he had lost his temper and gotten into a fight with Li Changhe, landing him in this detention center. Given his status and connections, getting out would be easy. But he had no desire to leave, for he simply couldn't bear the thought of facing others' stares. On the eve of the major exams, he had expelled the promising students from the 3 major academies. Li Changhe remained in the adjacent cell for the same reason. Though separated by only a wall, they hadn't spoken in days. Now, seeing Jiang Yun's results, Su Xiyue's sanity shattered once more. What had he done? He had expelled the national top scholar from the academy. The first national top scholar in the history of Beihai Province. Su Xiyue roared in fury, punching through the wall with a single blow before lunging at Li Changhe. Li Changhe seemed even more agitated than she was. Upon learning Jiang Yun had claimed the national top scholar title, his vision darkened. He knew the Night Owl Guild was finished. The empire he had painstakingly built was finished. Before this, he still held out hope, believing that if Jiang Yun hadn't placed so highly, he could smooth things over with a few well-placed favors and weather this storm unscathed. But now that the results were out, he felt utterly crushed. What did the title of national top scholar signify? It represented unparalleled potential. A future pillar of society was entirely within reach. To curry favor with such a rising star, countless individuals and factions would vie for his attention, all seeking to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Yun. As for him, he was utterly finished. Amidst the swirling turmoil outside, within the examination square itself, everyone was searching for their own results. Li Jiangyu stared at the score sheet in utter disbelief. "Proctor, I demand an appeal. There must be some mistake." His ranking was only in the hundreds. The examiner's evaluations of him were extremely poor, causing his ranking to plummet. This outcome was completely unexpected for Li Jiangyu. After all, securing a spot at one of Beihai Province's top 3 universities should have been a sure thing, right? While this score could still get him into a decent top-tier university, it fell far short of Li Jiangyu's expectations. "Li Jiangyu, we've verified this multiple times, there's no error," a proctor stated in a cold, emotionless tone. "Just a reminder, everything that happened inside the Void Tower can be reviewed by the Revered Abyss, including your entire performance during the Demon Calamity. Your evaluation was personally determined by the Revered Abyss." Thud. Li Jiangyu sat frozen on the floor, his mind reeling. He understood the weight of those words. His once promising future had slipped far beyond his grasp. Others, unaware of the full story, discreetly inquired about the incident. Once they learned the details, their gazes toward Li Jiangyu grew tinged with disgust. No one liked a teammate who deserted in the heat of battle. The greater Li Jiangyu's talent and strength, the more despicable this trait became. In stark contrast to Li Jiangyu stood Su Xiyue. Staring at her ranking, she instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with delight and disbelief. Her placement? 8th in Beihai Province. Given her abilities, making it into the top 50 would have been impressive enough. 8th place was more than enough to secure admission to one of the 3 prestigious academies, far exceeding her wildest expectations. What boosted her score was the evaluation from the Divine Capital. Her evaluation, like Jiang Yun's, was the highest grade of excellence. This distinction was earned by following Jiang Yun's lead and confronting the terrifying orc army head-on. Not only them, but everyone else who followed Jiang Yun saw their rankings rise due to their evaluations. In contrast, those who fled or hesitated now found themselves trailing behind. Su Xiyue stared at Jiang Yun in a daze, then suddenly leapt up and gave him a big hug. "Jiang Yun, thank you." She knew everything she had now was because of Jiang Yun. Su Xiyue watched the scene unfold, biting her lower lip as a complex expression crossed her face. His ranking had also improved. Jiang Yun had become the national top scholar. The top scholar of Beihai Province. The title now belonged to her. All along, it had been Su Xiyue who had been promoting others. This time, however, she was the one being mentored. And the one who had elevated her was none other than her nominal fiancé. Recalling the moment Jiang Yun had rejected her, Su Xiyue's expression grew even more complex. Before, she had thought Jiang Yun was ungrateful. But now it seemed, given Jiang Yun's capabilities, perhaps she herself was slightly unworthy of him. Swish, swish, swish. The rankings were announced. Figures radiating powerful energy fluctuations appeared on the plaza. They were admissions officers from various academies. The moment they landed, they began searching for eligible candidates to strike up conversations. Especially those ranked within the top 100. Their surroundings were practically swarming with people. In contrast, the area around Jiang Yun and his companions remained largely deserted. Everyone understood the situation all too well. Beyond the 3 major academies, the others simply lacked the strength and resources to recruit such prodigies. A refined middle-aged man approached Jiang Yun. "Hello, Jiang Yun. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a faculty member from the 5 Aggregates Academy. We warmly welcome your application. As one of the 3 great academies, our institution excels in." The middle-aged man began listing his academy's advantages, but his words were cut short by another figure, a captivatingly alluring woman. "Excuse me," she interjected, "but the 5 Elements Academy simply can't hold such a genius." A captivating woman in a crimson dress glided over, her face adorned with an enchanting smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lu Qingmei, the admissions officer for Tianyi Academy. Trust me, Jiang Yun, at our academy, your potential will be fully unleashed." Tianyi and Wuyun, both major academies, had arrived. Only the admissions officer from Qingbei Academy remained silent. Which academy should he choose? This question, which Jiang Yun had pondered for a long time without finding an answer, now stood before him. "All right, you two, stop wasting your breath. Jiang Yun is mine." Just then, a familiar young woman's voice drifted over from the distance. Startled, Jiang Yun looked up to see Ningerin had appeared nearby at some point, her hands clasped behind her back, smiling warmly at him. Her eyes remained as bright as when they first met, shining like stars.
Ningerin? Jiang Yun blurted out her name without thinking.
Long time no see, Jiang Yun.
How about it? Surprised?
Ningerin jogged up to Jiang Yun, grinning mischievously.
Actually, I started inquiring about you as soon as I arrived in Luoxue City.
But as an examiner and admissions officer for Qingbei Academy, I'm bound by regulations. I couldn't contact you before the major exams.
Ningerin patted Jiang Yun's shoulder. You did exceptionally well, Jiang Yun. Even I was impressed.
Her gaze shifted to Su Mingxi and Su Xiyue beside him, her tone growing oddly sharp. Seems our top scholar is quite the popular guy, huh?
Su Xiyue watched Ningerin, instinctively taking a few steps closer to Jiang Yun as her gaze grew dangerous.
Even Su Mingxi, observing Ningerin and Jiang Yun's intimate interaction, felt a wave of irritation spreading through her.
49. Soul-stealing, abyssal entity. The atmosphere around Jiang Yun grew increasingly tense. The girls exchanged glances, their bodies seemingly ignited with an invisible fighting spirit.
The admissions officers from the 5 Elements and Tanny Academies exchanged a glance at the scene, then took a few steps back with wry smiles.
This was no longer a situation they could meddle in. They cursed inwardly. Qingbei Academy was utterly unreasonable, resorting to beauty tactics.
It seemed they had set their sights on Jiang Yun long ago. But it was strange Jiang Yun had been completely unknown before.
How had they discovered such a prodigious talent lurking in Luoxue City? Ningerin. We met at the Nightmare Dungeon. After briefly introducing her to the others, Jiang Yun asked curiously, "You're actually a recruitment officer for Qingbei Academy?
Your strength doesn't quite match that role." Jiang Yun knew Ningerin must have ties to Qingbei Academy. But he never imagined she'd hold this particular role. After all, the gap in age and power was simply too vast. My teacher was supposed to come, but I happened to be heading out for training, so he passed this task on to me.
Ningerin huffed indignantly. What do you mean, doesn't seem like it? I'm actually a student in your cohort, just a recommended admission student. I didn't have to take the entrance exams, so I enrolled half a year earlier than you. I've never even heard of such a thing, getting admitted through recommendation. It's quite easy, you just need legendary tier talent or higher.
Ningerin casually uttered words that left Su Mingxi and the others speechless.
Legendary talent. Even possessing a single talent would warrant intensive cultivation, let alone a legendary one. Ningerin inquired, so, have you made up your mind? Which academy will you attend?
Jiang Yun chuckled, since you put it that way, do I really have a choice? Then Qingbei Academy it is. Jiang Yun had no particular preference among the 3 major academies.
When his father was still alive, he often mentioned Qingbei Academy. Combined with Ningerin's warm invitation, choosing Qingbei felt like the natural choice.
Seeing Jiang Yun agree, Ningerin's smile grew even brighter.
Then it's settled. Qingbei Academy, see you there.
Under the curious stares of the crowd, Ningerin and Jiang Yun shared a hearty hug. Whispering softly into Jiang Yun's ear, Ningerin added, "Be careful. I just discovered someone in the Divine Capital is displeased with you because you won the National Top Scholar title. More details need to be uncovered, but proceed with caution." Jiang Yun paused slightly, then patted Ningerin's back gently to signal he understood. With Jiang Yun's academy choice settled, Ningerin turned her attention to Su Xiyue. After the recent major changes, Su Xiyue's academic performance had also qualified her for admission to one of the 3 prestigious academies.
Qingbei Academy. Without much deliberation, Su Xiyue made the same choice as Jiang Yun.
Next was Su Mingxi, who had already chosen her institution, Wuyun University, another of the 3 prestigious colleges. With the major exams concluded, everyone returned home to their respective families. Originally, Su Xiyue suggested organizing a celebratory banquet to honor Jiang Yun's achievement as the national top scholar.
But Jiang Yun declined.
First, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in such settings. Second, he genuinely felt exhausted. He couldn't quite explain why, but ever since the exams ended, waves of drowsiness kept washing over him. Perhaps it was the mental strain and exhaustion of the past period. Muttering to himself, he returned home, ate a simple dinner, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The moment his head touched the pillow, his consciousness began to fade. When Jiang Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pitch-black void. All around him was a hazy black mist, seemingly teeming with countless lurking eyes. This intense sense of unease made Jiang Yun instantly alert. "Where am I?" he murmured instinctively. "This is your mental space." A familiar, eerie voice echoed. Immediately, 2 enormous, blood-red eyes opened before Jiang Yun. Standing before them, he felt as insignificant as an ant before a colossal beast. "You are that abyssal demon. Call me Mahakala." Mahakala's avatar roared with laughter. "Even my true form likely never imagined I'd retain a sliver of divine consciousness lurking within your body. Though the mission failed, as long as I can possess your flesh, I shall achieve a greater victory. Who could have imagined that the pride of the human race is actually my avatar, Mahakala?" Before the words faded, those crimson eyes, accompanied by the darkness surging from behind, lunged toward Jiang Yun. "This Maheshthani actually intends to possess me." Jiang Yun's heart jolted.
He wanted to call for help, but there was nowhere to turn. As the encroaching darkness closed in, a sudden flash of insight ignited within him. Golden light blazed in his eyes, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Heaven's Pupil. When activated, this skill granted Jiang Yun an overwhelming aura of power, as if a celestial being had descended. Now, facing the vicious demonic creature lunging at him, Jiang Yun instinctively unleashed this skill, channeling its full power without hesitation. In an instant, boundless, majestic golden light surged from Jiang Yun's body, transforming him into a sacred figure towering 100 zhang high. Enveloped in a feathered robe woven from multicolored radiance, only his eyes remained utterly real. A sacred and majestic aura descended, crushing all beneath it. At that moment, Jiang Yun resembled a true deity. Impossible. The dark shadow touched the dazzling golden light. In an instant, golden flames ignited around it, and its form rapidly shrank. He cried out in agony, his voice shrieking. Impossible. How can you possess the aura of a deity, a supreme deity at that? Monster! Who are you? Cursing and screaming, he charged away from Jiang Yun, seemingly attempting to flee. But Jiang Yun wasn't about to let him go. He stepped forward decisively, lunging at the dark figure with a fierce grab. The colossal light behind him surged forward, a massive golden palm crashing down. Boom! The shadow, which had been so arrogant moments ago, was instantly obliterated. Only a pure red speck remained, like a firefly, merging into Jiang Yun's body. Startled, Jiang Yun scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. At that moment, the surrounding black space began to tremble, its darkness gradually fading. That fragment of the great dark heaven was truly dead. He himself was about to return to reality. Jiang Yun suddenly understood. In the bedroom, on the bed. Jiang Yun snapped his eyes open, leaping to his feet. He frantically felt over his body. Everything was intact. Even the relentless wave of exhaustion that had been building earlier had completely dissipated. Now, Jiang Yun felt energetic and full of vitality, as if he could punch a cow to death with a single blow. Opening his profession panel for inspection, Jiang Yun finally noticed something unusual. A new talent had appeared in his talent section. Talent, Abyssal Destiny. Legendary tier. Description: the bearer of this talent is one of the supreme rulers of the Abyss, possessing the qualification to vie for the Abyssal throne. They may command and intimidate all Abyssal beings of lower rank. 50. A huge reward from the Abyssal Elder. Jiang Yun's expression turned peculiar. So that great black heavenly being had gone through immense hardship to come here, not only failing to harm him but also granting him an immense amount of lifespan. In the end, it sacrificed its own life to grant him a legendary tier talent. Though it fell far short of his own heavenly fishing talent, it was still astonishingly extraordinary. Abyssal Fate. Jiang Yun murmured, already vaguely sensing the purpose of this talent. More than a talent, it was a symbol of a divine rank. Jiang Yun recalled the information he had previously heard about the abyssal creatures. The abyssal races operated under a rigid hierarchy. Higher races could freely command lower races to their deaths without ever facing resistance. And what he now possessed was the persona of the supreme ruler of the abyss. This status held little value within human territory. But once he reached the abyss, Jiang Yun could immediately command countless abyssal races. Not only that, but perhaps he could even contract beasts from the abyss as familiars. Moreover, he was deeply interested in that qualification to vie for the abyss throne. In short, this time around, Jiang Yun had struck gold. A radiant smile spread across his face. The abyssal demon god Mahakala, huh? What a great guy. When I reach the abyss someday, I must express my gratitude to him properly. Knock knock knock. At that moment, the door knocked. Jiang Yun frowned. Who would come at this hour? Opening the door, he found a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man standing outside. Jiang Yun recognized him, the chief examiner for this major assessment, hailing from the divine capital. Before this, they had only exchanged a brief glance from a distance, without exchanging a word. And now, he had come at this late hour. Good evening, examiner. Jiang Yun greeted him politely and invited the examiner inside. The examiner forced a somewhat unsettling smile onto his face and stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. Ji Tianjiao, from the Qingbei Academy in the divine capital. Ji from Four Seasons, Tianjiao from Heaven's Pride." Jiang Yun whistled inwardly. What an incredibly imposing name. Good evening, Examiner Ji. May I ask why you've come at this hour? It's not me who wishes to see you, but someone else. With that, he produced a mirror-like device. Pressing it, a beam of light shot forth, coalescing into a phantom figure before Jiang Yun. It was a handsome man clad in white robes, who smiled at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, do you know who I am? Greetings, revered Yuan. Jiang Yun's expression grew solemn as he bowed in greeting. I never imagined you would recognize me? Venerable Yuan chuckled. Your voice, I remember it well. Seeing it was Reverend Yuan who had come, Jiang Yun finally relaxed. With a wave of his hand, the moon goddess leapt out from within his shadow. Naturally, Jiang Yun remained vigilant toward Ji Tianjiao, a man he'd met only once. Before he even opened the door, his two spirit beasts were already on high alert. Venerable Yuan glanced at them and smiled. Very good.
Maintain this vigilance at all times.
Only then will you go further.
I should have come in person to see you, the first genius hailing from North Sea Province. But with the divine capital recently under attack, I simply couldn't spare the time. This method will have to suffice. I have come with 2 matters to discuss.
Jiang Yun, summon your pet beasts for me to see.
Jiang Yun complied, and several soldier ants, along with the moon goddess, reappeared beside him. During his battle against the black heavenly spirit, he had exhausted nearly all his soldier ants. Yet, with Xiao Hei's speed, in just a few short hours, the army ants had replenished more than half their numbers. The abyssal sage glanced at them, surprise flickering in his eyes. He then turned to look at Ji Tianjiao behind him. Ji Tianjiao held a black object in his other hand, waved it toward the 2 pet beasts, then shook his head.
No reaction whatsoever.
That's good. Venerable Yuan visibly relaxed.
Earlier, someone reported you, claiming your abilities were extraordinary and fearing you might be connected to the abyss.
They sought to revoke your title as national champion, but I intervened.
The first matter to resolve was confirming your lack of connection to the abyss.
Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, recalling Ningerin's warning from earlier that afternoon.
He asked in a deep voice, I wonder who reported me.
I would appreciate it if Reverend Yuan would enlighten me. Venerable Yuan regarded Jiang Yun with keen interest. After a moment's thought, he said, I won't keep it from you. The one who reported you is named Xiao Zhong. The root cause of his hostility toward you is that his son, Xiao Cheng, is a strong contender for this year's National Top Scholar title.
The National Top Scholar is chosen only once a year.
It's far more than just an honorary title. It comes with significant privileges, policies, and preferential resource allocation.
You'll understand once you arrive at Qingbei Academy.
But there's one thing that troubles me. Both your pet beasts are epic tier, and even among epic tier beasts, they're exceptionally fierce. But an intermediate tier practitioner simply shouldn't possess the capability to contract such high caliber pets, right?
Jiang Yun, how did you manage this?
The revered abyss added, of course, you don't have to say if you don't want to.
Everyone has their secrets.
Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, glancing at the expressionless Ji Tianjiao before turning his gaze back to the revered Yuan. A mysterious smile spread across his face.
I can tell you, but not now.
Only when we reach the divine capital and I meet you in person, revered Yuan, will I be able to tell you. Jiang Yun's true trump card was the unique talent of fishing across the heavens, which allowed him to continuously acquire mythic tier skills. Revealing just one mythical tier skill posed no harm. After all, he had already shown Su Ming and Zhang Henshue his abilities. The reason he wasn't revealing it now was that Jiang Yun didn't fully trust Ji Tianjiao. With Xiao Zhong and the divine capital harboring ill will toward him, Jiang Yun must remain vigilant to prevent any of his intelligence from leaking through Ji Tianjiao.
Oh, fine. I'll await your arrival in the divine capital. Hearing this, the abyssal sage felt a surge of interest and couldn't help but laugh heartily. The second matter is to present you with the rewards you deserve.
Venerable Yuan continued, the National Top Scholars reward will be given to you upon your arrival in the divine capital.
The reward I offer now is from me personally. This is to thank you for eliminating the demonic calamity.
Otherwise, the losses to the divine summer kingdom this time would have been truly immense. As he spoke, Ji Tianjiao stepped forward from behind him. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing several items. The first reward is 100,000 points. As you've likely heard, points hold significant value within the university.
In truth, it's not just the university.
The higher you climb, the less valuable money becomes. Points are the real hard currency. They directly correspond to tradable lifespan. Ji Tianjiao handed a card to Jiang Yun.
This card holds 100,000 points. All points you earn from now on will be stored directly on it. Now for the second reward.
Ji Tianjiao handed another item to Jiang Yun. The stern middle-aged man's voice now carried a hint of envy. A gold-tier targeted skill scroll.
51, Father's True Identity.
Jiang Yun's eyes widened instantly. This revered abyss was incredibly generous. Though it was just a skill scroll, the addition of the word directional meant its value skyrocketed by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. A profession's skills are vast and numerous. The skills generated by scrolls are random.
Relying solely on scrolls to learn skills often resulted in acquiring utterly useless abilities. But with targeted skill scrolls, that worry vanishes entirely.
Because you can specify exactly which skill to learn.
Learn whatever you want. This is absolutely insane. Every profession has several key skills.
Those who possess these critical skills stand worlds apart from those who don't. Targeted skill scrolls essentially grant a class a critical skill. This is precisely where it far surpasses ordinary skill scrolls. The market price of a targeted skill scroll is dozens, even hundreds of times that of a regular skill scroll. And they're often in high demand but hard to come by. Such scrolls can only be obtained by defeating monsters. The look on Ji Tianjiao's face made it clear that even to him, this scroll was an incredibly precious item.
This is far too precious. Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Take it. Just take it.
This dropped from the very first abyssal fiend I slew while guarding the abyss, said the revered abyss. Had I obtained it in my weaker days, I would have kept it for myself. But alas, by then I had already become a pillar of strength. This item holds no use for me now, yet parting with it feels somewhat reluctant. After all, it was hard-earned. Meeting you today finally resolved me to part with it. I hope it will serve a greater purpose in your hands. Jiang Yun's expression grew solemn. He could sense the profound sincerity within the revered one's words. It was the earnest hope of an elder for a younger generation. This junior will not disappoint the Venerable Yuan's trust. Venerable Yuan nodded. That is all I have to say. Rest well. I hope we may meet again soon at Qingbei Academy. With that, the phantom figure disintegrated and vanished into thin air. The revered abyss had departed. For one wielding such immense authority over the divine summer kingdom, time was precious. That he had set aside this time to meet and converse with Jiang Yun was sufficient proof of the esteem he held for him. The room fell silent. Ji Tianjiao, however, did not depart. He looked at Jiang Yun, his expression grave. Jiang Yun, what follows concerns my personal affairs. Under Jiang Yun's puzzled gaze, Ji Tianjiao studied his face familiar yet far more delicate and asked. Who is your father? Do you have a photo? Let me see. Ji Tianjiao paused, surprised by the sudden question. After a moment's thought, he pointed to the photograph on the wall and said, That's my father. His name was Zhang Tao. An ordinary name, just like his ordinary life. Ji Tianjiao had actually noticed the photo long ago, but only after Jiang Yun's confirmation did the tension he'd been holding finally release. Gazing at the radiant smile in the photograph, Ji Tianjiao's eyes reddened. He stepped forward and gave Jiang Yun a big hug, teasing him with a smile. What Zhang Tao? His name is clearly Jiang Xiaoyun. Jiang Yun was stunned. What? You know my dad? In Jiang Yun's memory, his father had always been a handsome yet unremarkable minor practitioner. He never imagined his father would know an examiner from the divine capital. But what Ji Tianjiao said next stunned him even more. He shook his head. Not just acquainted. I used to be his subordinate. Jiang Yun was even more stunned. What exactly was my dad's status? To have been Ji Tianjiao's team leader, his father must have been a formidable figure in his day. But why, in the end, did he retreat to live in such a small town? And why did he die so easily in the beast tide? Deep into the night, Ji Tianjiao recalled the past. Your father was the captain of the Divine Squad back then. Seeing Jiang Yun's puzzled expression, Ji Tianjiao explained, the Divine Squad was a covert project of the Divine Summer Kingdom back then. Its core objective was to gather Xinxia's most elite professionals. Through massive resource investment and rigorous training, they forged an unbeatable force. As the ultimate combat force, the pillar drew scrutiny from all races and could not be moved lightly. This divine squad was the ultimate fighting force under the pillar, a dagger plunged deep into the enemy's heart. Every member of the divine squad was handpicked from Xinxia's absolute elite, the cream of the crop. I was once a reserve member of the divine squad, though I was later eliminated. And your father, he was the captain of the divine squad, the one who commanded them. Jiang Yun's expression grew increasingly horrified. Even a powerhouse like Ji Tianjiao had been eliminated, a testament to the squad's extraordinary caliber and rigorous screening process. That his own father had risen to become the captain of this elite unit spoke volumes about his formidable strength. Comparing this to his own memories of his father, Jiang Yun's confusion deepened. What happened afterward? A squad like this shouldn't be so obscure. Ji Tianjiao's expression grew increasingly somber. That's precisely the problem. Ji Tianjiao sighed. The might of the divine squad truly lived up to our expectations, even surpassed them by far. But such a squad has only carried out 2 missions. The first mission made a name for itself, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy and securing a rare, resounding victory for our human race and the divine summer kingdom on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The second, total annihilation. You actually experienced that mission yourself. It was the very prototype for the second stage of the grand trial. Jiang Yun felt a sudden realization, and the middle-aged man's face reappeared before him. The Divine Squadron's second mission was met with betrayal. The betrayal of that middle-aged man. No wonder the revered Yuan spoke of this matter with such profound sorrow. They were among the most gifted talents of the Divine Summer Kingdom. True prodigies, the pillars of the future. And yet they were lost in an enemy ambush. This defeat has remained unforgotten throughout Xinxia Kingdom for all these years. According to the official account, as the squad leader, my father should have been the primary target of the enemy's fire and should have perished in that ambush. Yet here he was, living in Luoxue City, married with children, never mentioning the past. Ji Tianjiao said, all these years, we assumed they were dead. Who would have thought your father survived? He must know the most about what happened back then. What do you know about him? Jiang Yun fell silent for a moment, then recounted the hazy memories he had of his father, his image, his deeds one by one. Ji Tianjiao grew increasingly perplexed. How is that possible? With his strength, even if severely weakened, how could he have perished in a beast tide? Should we contact the divine capital? Jiang Yun asked.
The former captain of the Divine Squad had lived in Luoxue City for over a decade and even had children. If this were uncovered, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Divine Xia Kingdom. But Ji Tianjiao shook his head. No. Though I don't know why my elder brother did this, he must have had his reasons. As for your father's matter, bury it deep within your heart. Tell no one. Think again. Are you truly certain there are no clues at all? Ji Tianjiao still felt a lingering sense of reluctance. He had finally tracked down his elder brother's whereabouts and even found his child, yet not a single clue had been left behind. He simply couldn't accept it. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before saying, the Su family must know something. He recounted how, after his parents' death, the Su family had suddenly approached him, claiming he was betrothed to their eldest daughter. He had always been puzzled, why would a family of the Su clan standing seek to marry into an ordinary family like his? Now that he knew his father's true identity, it all made sense. The Su family must have known something about this. In that case, we'll go to the Su family and get to the bottom of this. Ji Tianjiao rose slowly and headed toward the door. Jiang Yun froze for a moment before hurrying after him. Before my mother passed away, she told me to wait until I reached the king tier before investigating this matter. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't bring himself to reveal his mother's true last words. Mainly because it was somewhat embarrassing and touched upon his own private matters. Well, that's perfect timing. Ji Tianjiao pointed at himself, his tone brimming with confidence. I am the king level. 52. Night raid on the Su family. Boom! In the dead of night, rain suddenly poured down. Torrential rain. Ji Tianjiao walked through the rain with Jiang Yun. Neither carried an umbrella, yet raindrops seemed to automatically avoid them, leaving a clear path around their figures. Looking up, the Su family estate was now within sight. It was a large cluster of villas. Soon, they arrived at the iron gate of the villa. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, recalling Su Mingxi's radiant face. Uncle, he said, please go easy on me. There's no deep-seated grudge between me and the Su family. Don't worry, I know my limits. Ji Tianjiao felt quite pleased at Jiang Yun's use of uncle. He chuckled, that's Su Mingxi, I know her. Pretty girl. She'd make a good match for you. Uncle, our relationship isn't what you think it is. Ji Tianjiao said nothing more, but slowly raised his fist. At that moment, the Su family's guards had already noticed these two uninvited guests. Beams of light swept over them as a stern voice boomed. Who goes there? This is the Su residence. Do not proceed. Ji Tianjiao offered no reply, unleashing a single punch. The iron gate before him shattered along with the ground behind it, revealing a deep chasm stretching out before Ji Tianjiao. The fissure stretched hundreds of meters, halting directly before the main residence of the Su family. Ji Tianjiao's mastery of power was evident in this single strike. A king-level aura roared forth, enveloping 100 li dark clouds in the sky shattered. Where torrential rain had poured moments before, now lay a clear, star-studded sky. The entire estate fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned into silence by Ji Tianjiao's single punch. Only then did Ji Tianjiao speak slowly, Divine Capital, Qingbei Academy. Ji Tianjiao, here to pay my respects. His voice was not loud, yet it hung over the entire Su manor, lingering long after. Jiang Yun watched from behind, filled with both awe and helplessness. Awe at the overwhelming power of a king-tier cultivator. Resigned to the thought that this uncle Ji Tianjiao might be a tad too arrogant. If this was called restraint, then what would be called recklessness? Moments later, the entire Su manor was bathed in bright light. Ji Tianjiao and Jiang Yun were solemnly welcomed into the Su residence. A middle-aged man with a clean-shaven face led the welcoming party. He was none other than Su Kan, the head of the Su family and Su Mingxi's father. The rest of the Su family members had also gathered. However, in the main hall, only 3 chairs were set out. Su Kan, Ji Tianjiao, Jiang Yun. To Jiang Yun's surprise, he did not see Su Mingxi. Gentlemen, what brings you here at this late hour? Su Kan inquired politely, his eyes betraying surprise and suspicion upon seeing Jiang Yun. Clearly, he recognized Jiang Yun, the nominal fiancé of his own daughter. I've come here for one thing only. Ji Tianjiao spoke coldly. Jiang Yun, this young friend and I hit it off immediately and have become close confidants. So I'm here to ask on his behalf, what exactly is the status of his betrothal? Don't beat around the bush. I know full well how lofty your standards are, you great clans. Without sufficient reason, why would you seek to marry into the Jiang Yun family, a commoner household? Su Kan broke out in a cold sweat. Well, I'm not entirely sure myself. This matter was arranged by my father Su Mingyan, Mingxi's grandfather. He simply imposed this betrothal, forbidding anyone to defy it. Beyond that, he said nothing more. He's currently on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Upon hearing Su Mingyan's name, Ji Tianjiao's expression softened slightly. Su Mingyan, I've heard of him. A marquee-level cultivator on the verge of breaking through to king level. He's made quite a name for himself on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, earning numerous military merits. Su Kan, observing this, exhaled softly. He knew full well how terrifying the king level was, how high their status stood.
If this esteemed king were to slaughter them all here and later provided a reasonably plausible justification, even their own father returning wouldn't be able to avenge them. Ji Tianjiao continued, you should have emergency communication devices to contact him.
Call him. Su Can's face stiffened again. Well, that can only be activated when the Su family faces extreme peril. Ji Tianjiao looked at him with a haunting gaze. Are you implying the situation isn't dire enough? Perhaps I should help you decide? No need.
Cold sweat poured down Su Can's forehead as he hurriedly summoned someone to fetch the device. Moments later, a mirror stood in the center of the hall.
Everyone except Su Can was ushered out of the hall.
After a series of intricate procedures, the mirror's surface blurred under Su Can's pained gaze, revealing a burly, bearded elder. Behind him lay a blood-red mountain range, faint echoes of battle roaring in the distance.
Little Can, what's wrong? Who are you? Clearly, this old man was Su Mingyan. My name is Ji Tianjiao. You should have heard of me. Ji Tianjiao patted Jiang Yun's shoulder and asked, now that we're here, you should know what I want to ask, right?
Su Mingyan's expression hardened. After a moment, he sighed, I never imagined this day would come so soon. But if you're hoping to get information about his parents from me, you're mistaken. I don't know their identities either. He then recounted the connection between himself and Jiang Yun's parents. Back when he was still a lord, battling on the battlefield of 10,000 clans, he encountered a couple. They were Jiang Yun's parents. The woman was visibly pregnant, while the man stood exhausted, blade in hand. Their presence on the perilous multiverse battlefield felt utterly out of place. Having just endured a fierce battle, Su Mingyan's senses were heightened. Mistaking them for nightmare demons capable of shapeshifting, he instinctively attacked the man. Then, he lost. The man merely glanced at him, not even lifting his blade. He collapsed to the ground. He didn't even know how he'd lost. Fortunately, the man showed no intent to kill him. He merely asked about internal affairs of the human race, demanded some supplies, and then departed without further ado. Su Mingyan had assumed he'd encountered an eccentric powerhouse and didn't dwell on it, plunging back into the fray. Years later, however, upon returning to Luoxue City, he encountered the couple once more. By then, the woman had given birth to a child, Jiang Yun. That man, your father, Jiang Hao, still remembers me.
He told me not to reveal anything. Su Mingyan's face softened with recollection. Naturally, I had no choice but to comply. But I kept my wits about me. Whoever he was undoubtedly a superpowered individual. A leg to cling to like that, I couldn't let it slip away. Over the next few years, I'd sneak out to drink with him whenever I could, opening up to him. Gradually, he accepted me. Later, during one of our drinking sessions, I proposed that our children marry. He pondered it for a long time but finally agreed. After that, I returned to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes to fight. Not long after, I heard that both of them had perished in a beast tide. Of course, I didn't believe it for a second. I rushed back from the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, but by then, there was no trace left. That's all I know about the matter. 53. Man doesn't bite dog. After hearing Su Mingyan's entire story, the hall fell silent. Jiang Yun suddenly realized something and asked, Old Su, you said that back then on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, you saw my parents together, not just my father alone? Su Mingyan nodded. Jiang Yun and Ji Tianjiao exchanged glances, both seeing confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Until now, even Jiang Yun had believed his mother had met and fallen in love with his father, Jiang Xiaoyun, after he arrived in Luo City. But now it seemed their meeting had occurred far earlier than Jiang Yun had imagined. If they had met and fallen in love before that mission, Ji Tianjiao would have recognized them. Therefore, there was only one possible explanation. His mother had met his father after that mission after the entire God Squad had perished in battle. After conceiving him, they chose to traverse the battlefield of 10,000 races and return to settle among the human race. Wait a minute. So that means my dad met and fell in love with my mom outside the human territories. Could it be, my mother isn't human? Recalling his mother's parting words, Jiang Yun's heart sank as this unfathomable possibility dawned on him. If either of his parents wasn't human, then the potential issues with his own constitution would make perfect sense. Jiang Yun's thoughts swirled, yet he said nothing. After asking a few final questions, the communication session reached its time limit. Jiang Yun could only bid farewell to Su Mingyan with a sigh. Before leaving the Su residence, Jiang Yun specifically inquired about Su Mingxi's whereabouts. Only then did he learn that after confirming her school placement, she had immediately headed to the Five Elements Academy, cherishing every single moment to cultivate. She was working incredibly hard. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He could guess that Su Mingxi's relentless drive was most likely spurred by his own actions. Moments later, accompanied by the respectful farewells of the crowd, the two exited the Su residence. After causing such a commotion tonight, I must return to the divine capital immediately to tie up loose ends. Ji Tianjiao cautioned, don't rashly investigate these matters. What you need to focus on now is strengthening your own abilities. That is the foundation for uncovering the truth of what happened all those years ago, the secret capital of your parents. Jiang Yun nodded solemnly. He understood these matters well. Yet Ji Tianjiao's deliberate repetition of the warning still warmed his heart. It was clear Ji Tianjiao genuinely had his best interests at heart. Even after all these years, the former captain still held it close to his heart. Jiang Yun thought to himself, it seemed his father's personal magnetism back then was truly extraordinary. After a few more words of caution, Ji Tianjiao hurriedly departed. Back in his room, Jiang Yun gazed at the family portrait of the three of them on the wall and let out a long, quiet sigh. He had known his parents had kept many things from him. But he never imagined the extent of their concealment. His father had been the captain of the Divine Squad back in the day. His mother might not even be human at all. After resting for several days, Jiang Yun packed his belongings, preparing to head to the Divine Capital. Even before the age of professionals, the journey from North Sea Province to the Divine Capital was considered a long-distance trek. And now, in the age of professionals, with Blue Star's area expanded dozens of times over, the distance felt even more immense. Fortunately, as this year's examinee, Su Jing possessed a privilege, one complimentary use of the teleportation array. It was the familiar gymnasium. After presenting his credentials, Jiang Yun was led to a pale white array diagram. As he stepped onto it, the array's glow gradually intensified. The next moment, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him, as if Jiang Yun had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Countless bizarre fragments flashed before his eyes. It felt like an eternity, yet also like a mere instant. When Jiang Yun finally regained his senses, he found himself standing within a pure white hall. Several figures had gathered nearby. All were youths roughly his age. Hey, another newcomer. Some greeted him with cheerful smiles, while others eyed him up and down, their eyes brimming with wariness. It seemed these individuals were fellow freshmen at Qingbei Academy this year, just like him. Without exception, those who had gained admission to Qingbei Academy were among the most gifted talents in Xinsha Kingdom. Jiang Yun scanned the crowd, memorizing their appearances, then stepped off the teleportation array and waited silently nearby. Before arriving, he had already received the notification. Upon arriving in the Divine Capital, do not wander aimlessly, please wait patiently. Soon, someone would lead them to Qingbei Academy. The teleportation array flickered repeatedly. With each flash, a figure materialized. Some, like Jiang Yun, stood quietly upon arrival, observing their surroundings. Others, clearly blessed with social prowess, immediately began gathering friends and making introductions, quickly energizing the atmosphere. Moments later, a woman in a professional uniform approached. She surveyed the area, then approached Jiang Yun. Bowing slightly, she said, "Please follow me." The others grew restless at the sight. A defiant-looking youth protested, "Why does he get to go first?" The woman replied politely, "This is the privilege of the national top scholar to enter the campus first." National top scholar. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned to Jiang Yun. That's Jiang Yun, Beihai Province's first national top scholar. He's actually quite handsome. They say he resolved the demon calamity? The arrogant man paused, then snorted coldly, "So what if he's a top scholar? There's a national top scholar every year, yet few ever amount to anything. Most get crushed along the way. Looks like this kid's no different." This was tantamount to provocation. All eyes turned to Jiang Yun, waiting for his reaction. Jiang Yun paid the man no mind whatsoever. He simply followed the woman out of the grand hall, leaving the crowd with only his retreating figure. "Hey, you really plan to just run away like this?" The arrogant youth was furious. This utter disregard was far more infuriating than any sharp retort from Jiang Yun. Without pausing his stride, Jiang Yun glanced back at him, his lips barely moving. Dogs may bite people, but people must never bite dogs. With that, he turned and walked away without a second glance. The arrogant youth stood frozen in place, his face alternating between pale and flushed. His fists clenched tightly as he growled, "Jiang Yun, Tuoba Tao, will never let you off the hook." Following the woman, Jiang Yun walked at a steady pace, his mood completely unaffected by the events that had just unfolded. He had always believed that strength was the only true measure of worth. Rather than wasting time trading insults over a few humiliating words, he preferred to focus on honing his skills. If not for that relentless Tuoba Tao, he wouldn't have even bothered with that mocking retort. He surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. This was his first time in the Divine Capital. At a glance, he could tell the Divine Capital was worlds apart from Luoxue City. 54, inviting beauty to live together. Skyscrapers and neon lights, those were merely superficial appearances. What truly astonished Jiang Yun was the nearly omnipresent fluctuations of power. Every few steps brought a palpable, heart-stopping aura. The density and caliber of practitioners here far exceeded Jiang Yun's wildest expectations. Arriving before a solemn, dark gray gate, Jiang Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes. The gate before him radiated an aura that sent a chill down his spine. This is the gate of Qingbei Academy, a legendary treasure of immense power. The woman leading the way explained proudly, not only can it suppress enemies, but if any lawless individuals attempt to enter Qingbei Academy, they will be detected immediately. She led Jiang Yun through the gate. A profound, mysterious fluctuation emanated from the gate before dissipating. Clearly, his identity had been acknowledged. For an enemy, it wouldn't be so straightforward.
Following the woman further, they walked beneath a canopy of green trees, the air refreshingly pleasant.
Amidst the foliage, buildings of varied shapes lined both sides of the road.
The woman pointed each one out to Jiang Yun, offering explanations.
This is the training hall. Its structure is highly durable, allowing practitioners below the Lord rank to test their skills here. This is the virtual learning hall.
Using holographic imaging technology, it contains nearly every skill across all professions. Learning new skills here yields twice the results with half the effort.
This is the combat arena.
It simulates various battlefields across the multiverse, providing students with combat practice. With pillar-level forces protecting that area, you can act freely. Before sustaining fatal damage, you'll be teleported out of the battlefield. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up repeatedly. Virtual learning halls, battle halls, these were concepts Jiang Yun had never encountered before. Especially the virtual learning hall. Its very existence proved that even at prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking, targeted learning scrolls remained scarce commodities. For the vast majority, traditional study remained the only path to acquiring desired skills.
These facilities were the true foundation of Qingbei's prestige.
Jiang Yun felt an itch in his hands, eager to experience them right away. But he restrained himself, keeping pace with the woman ahead.
Moments later, they entered a residential area. This is where you'll be staying.
The woman explained, we have 8-person dorms, 6-person dorms, 4-person dorms, 2-person dorms, and single rooms. The single rooms are those villas over there. For an 8-person dorm, each person needs 100 points per month. 6-person dorms require 300 points, 4-person dorms need 600 points, and 2-person dorms cost 1,200 points.
As for the single rooms, they cost 6,000 points.
If you wish to invite others to stay, an additional 1,000 points will be charged. Not only that, but accessing the virtual learning hall and battle arena also requires points. Jiang Yun, now you understand why we've been stressing the importance of points to you. Jiang Yun listened, his jaw dropping.
This accommodation is ridiculously expensive.
Although he had managed to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, and had accumulated a decent amount of points from previous major exams. But upon careful calculation, it was still quite tight. After all, accommodation was only part of the cost. From the woman's words, it seemed the real point drain was yet to come.
What? How many points do I have? Over 100,000? Then it's fine. Jiang Yun, have you decided where you'll be staying? Give me a single dorm room. Jiang Yun declared without hesitation, under the girl's astonished gaze. Money to burn.
He swiped the card given to him by the revered Yuan on the machine the woman presented.
6,000 points were deducted.
His current balance was displayed at the same time. Seeing that long string of numbers, the woman was clearly startled. Such a figure was clearly beyond the reach of an ordinary student.
Not even the top scholar in the nation could match it.
A hint of respect flickered in her gaze as she looked at Jiang Yun.
The woman's role as a guide ended here.
There was still some time before the official start of the semester. This period served as free time. After exploring the villa she had chosen, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel. The villa boasted 6 bedrooms, a large living room, and no fewer than 3 bathrooms. It was clearly too spacious for a single occupant.
Wait, 6.
Jiang Yun froze, as if something had just clicked into place. One room was empty, and the other 5 could easily accommodate a 5-person squad.
That makes sense, it wasn't meant for one person, but for a team.
Those who could afford to rent such a villa were most likely teams. It was also perfect for the team leader to establish authority in front of their members. Only Jiang Yun was the odd one out, moving in on the very first day of school. After careful consideration, Jiang Yun fell deep in thought.
Does he need to form a team now?
With his abilities, going solo was certainly feasible.
But many dungeons, even the multiverse battlefield, could only be entered in squad mode. Without a team, it really wouldn't work. But who should he choose as teammates? Having just arrived here, unfamiliar with the surroundings, pondering these questions felt a bit premature. Lost in thought, distant voices suddenly drifted in. Opening the door, he saw that other freshmen from Qingbei Academy had arrived. Unlike Jiang Yun, they didn't have such favorable conditions, no dedicated guide for each individual. Instead, a whole group followed a single tour guide. The guide was now explaining the dormitory pricing, and gasps rippled through the crowd. Jiang Yun's eyes immediately locked onto Su Xiyue in the crowd, and his expression brightened. Right. How could he have forgotten about her?
Though her admission to Qingbei Academy was pure coincidence given her qualifications and abilities. Su Xiyue was well aware of this, moving cautiously among the crowd, careful not to offend anyone.
But Jiang Yun didn't care.
With his abilities and 2 legendary tier skills at his disposal, if he so desired, he could turn even a pig into a legendary being. When choosing teammates, he mainly looked for someone he felt comfortable with.
His previous collaboration with Su Xiyue had been quite smooth.
With that thought, Jiang Yun stepped out of the room and beckoned to Su Xiyue.
Want to stay with me? There's an empty room, I'll cover the rent. Su Xiyue glanced at the enormous villa behind Jiang Yun and gasped, What? You live here?
She nodded eagerly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons.
Sure thing. With that, she ran toward Jiang Yun.
This scene deeply shocked the other freshmen present.
Su Xiyue wasn't called the Snow Fairy for nothing.
Her beauty was striking even by the standards of the divine capital. In just that short distance, many new students had already developed crushes on him. Now, seeing the goddess dash headlong toward Jiang Yun and his grand villa, many hearts were shattered.
Tuoba Tao was one of them.
Fury blazed in his eyes as he pointed at the mansion. Spotting the tour guide, he snarled, "How many points is that?"
"I want one too."
The tour guide shot him a pitying glance before stating the price.
The crowd fell silent in an instant.
Tuoba Tao's lips moved several times, but no words came out.
55, Ningerin's arrival.
His gaze toward Jiang Yun was filled with bitter resentment. How could this bastard be so rich? Even the top scholar in the nation shouldn't be this rich. But in the end, he could only swallow his anger.
No one paid him any mind.
As for the others, their gazes toward Jiang Yun varied greatly. Many of them wore looks that screamed, "Big shot, please take me under your wing." Inside the villa, Su Xiyue was happily choosing her room. Whether by design or coincidence, her room happened to be right next to Jiang Yun's. Jiang Yun shared his earlier suspicions with Su Xiyue, receiving her confirmation. Those so-called single rooms were indeed meant for established teams. "I just didn't expect you, Jiang Yun, to move into one right away." Su Xiyue smiled softly.
"Does that make me the first member of your newly formed team?"
Naturally, Jiang Yun nodded.
Ding dong.
Just as their discussion was heating up, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, a radiant, smiling face appeared before Jiang Yun. It was Ningerin. "Long time no see, Jiang Yun." Ningerin stepped inside, curiously surveying the space with a series of admiring oohs and ahs.
"When I first heard you'd booked an entire villa outright, I couldn't believe it was true. Turns out it really is.
Seems you gained quite a lot from the election, splurging so many points right off the bat."
Ningerin glanced at Su Xiyue beside her, raising an eyebrow. "Oh? Moving in together right after arriving?
You two are really close, aren't you?" To avoid any more sarcastic remarks from Ningerin, Jiang Yun quickly interjected, "She's the first member my team selected."
Ningerin chuckled. "Looks like you're a quick learner figuring out the real purpose of a single-person villa so fast."
Though I doubt even the teacher anticipated someone would have the foresight to form a team before the semester even began.
"But maybe you should reconsider, teams can only have 5 members.
Besides you, that leaves just 4 spots.
Each one is incredibly valuable."
"You." Su Xiyue's eyebrows shot up in indignation, detecting the subtle disdain in Ningerin's tone. She wanted to snap back, but deep down, she knew Ningerin was right. Her spot had come from the upheaval of the major exam, and compared to students who'd enrolled normally, she was indeed lacking in both strength and potential. "My team members, I only seek those who are suitable. As for strength, I have my ways to help them reach the pinnacle," Jiang Yun declared, his voice tinged with a rare hint of arrogance.
Watching Jiang Yun radiate confidence, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossed Ningerin's eyes.
She could tell his confidence wasn't unfounded, it was backed by formidable strength.
It seemed Jiang Yun harbored many secrets she was unaware of. "Enough of that. Your timing is perfect.
Teach us how to earn more points within Qingbei Academy." Jiang Yun changed the subject, gesturing for Ningerin to sit down. Ningerin shared her knowledge openly. "Actually, you'll figure these things out yourselves as you spend more time here. The first method is selling materials and resources you loot from dungeons back to the academy. Then there's tower climbing, gambling duels, and public instances. The most crucial ones are tower climbing and resource point collection."
With Ningerin's explanation, the two gained a deeper understanding of Qingbei Academy.
Within Qingbei Academy stood the Tiandu Tower, a structure jointly created by several major pillars. It could simulate various environments and monsters. As players ascend the Tiandu Tower, the monsters on each floor grow progressively stronger. Each cleared floor grants point rewards. The higher the floor cleared, the greater the point reward. The number of floors a student could clear in the Tiandu Tower also served as a key indicator of their strength. It's almost like the techniques used during the major exams. Jiang Yun suddenly realized.
Ningerin nodded. "Exactly.
Let me share a secret: the virtual learning hall, the combat hall, and the Tiandu Tower all share the same underlying technology. It originates from the quasi-mythical grade equipment forged by our divine Xia kingdom, the virtual network." Jiang Yun's heart skipped a beat. They had heard the term virtual network countless times, yet never imagined it could possess the power of a quasi-divine artifact.
"Why is it called quasi-divine? How does it differ from a true divine artifact?" Jiang Yun inquired.
"I believe it lacks a corresponding pillar to control it, though I'm not entirely certain. Only when a pillar takes control can an artifact truly be called a divine artifact." Jiang Yun pondered this, committing the information to memory. Mythical tier entities were generally profound and beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Jiang Yun, possessing 2 mythical tier skills, understood this better than anyone. His 2 mythical tier skills appeared purely supportive, lacking any offensive capability.
Yet, delving deeply into them always yielded unexpected surprises. The collection of resource points, however, involved the presence of other nations. Many dungeons yielding scarce resources fall under the joint jurisdiction of multiple nations. To extract resources from them, one must compete with professionals from other nations. Such instances are termed resource points. Major academies place great importance on these points. Participation and successful completion earn valuable points. After all, once you join the fray, you no longer represent just yourself or a single academy, you stand for the entire nation. After a thorough discussion, both parties gained considerable insight. Hey, you didn't think I came here just to chat and had no business to attend to, did you? Ningerin shot Jiang Yun a peculiar look. You remember our agreement, right? At the word agreement, Su Xiyue's ears perked up beside them. Jiang Yun froze, then snapped to attention. You mean that dungeon? Isn't that in Binhai City? Binhai City was far from Chengdu, but quite close to Luoxue City. Before leaving Luoxue City, Ningerin hadn't contacted Jiang Yun at all, leading him to believe the matter had been shelved for now. Who said we'd be walking there? Don't forget, this is Qingbei. Ningerin huffed indignantly. I've already set up a teleportation anchor there. We just need to teleport over. That instance requires a party to enter. You're the first teammate I've chosen. I see. Jiang Yun nodded, then turned to Su Xiyue. In that case, may I also bring my team member to join our squad? Having decided to recruit Su Xiyue as his teammate, he now needed to cultivate their synergy and sense of belonging. Ningerin and Su Xiyue both froze in surprise. What? You want to bring her? Su Xiyue looked at Jiang Yun, her eyes brimming with emotion, yet she shook her head firmly. My strength is too weak. I won't be able to help you. I'll only get in the way. 56. Cultivating Guardian Disciples, New Skills. But Jiang Yun remained resolute. Don't worry. If I really do hold you back as you say, I can easily handle the work of 2, even 3 people on my own. Jiang Yun said casually. Ningerin recalled their first meeting, the overwhelming swarm of soldier ants and his record of slaying demons during the grand trials. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Then it's settled. With the most crucial matter settled, Ningerin led the 2 of them to the Qingbei Academy cafeteria for a hearty meal. Of course, Ningerin confidently demanded Jiang Yun foot the bill, declaring that big spenders were meant to be spent on. Jiang Yun was both amused and exasperated, but he swiped his card. The 3 of them enjoyed a satisfying meal that cost less than 50 credits. It seemed Qingbei Academy still had a shred of conscience, not letting students go hungry. Ningerin and Su Xiyue, who had been at each other's throats moments before, found themselves chatting happily over the meal. They even became good friends. They even gathered together, watching Jiang Yun while chatting and laughing. Jiang Yun was utterly baffled. The bonds between girls were truly hard to fathom. Far more complicated than combat. Jiang Yun, I've nearly finished investigating that matter. Just before parting ways, Ningerin called Jiang Yun aside to a quiet spot and said with a grave expression. She was referring to the matter of someone harboring resentment toward Jiang Yun for becoming the national top scholar. Her account differed little from what the revered Yuan had mentioned. Ningerin's account, however, was more detailed. For instance, both Xiao Zhong and Xiao Chang were petty and vindictive individuals. This time, Jiang Yun had snatched the national top scholar position from him, and this matter would likely not end so easily. Ningerin also subtly reminded Jiang Yun that the Xiao family was a prominent clan in the divine capital, renowned far and wide. For such a clan, the national top scholar title was hardly a significant matter. In fact, there were whispers that the previous national champions had died before they could truly rise to prominence, and these prominent families were involved. Never underestimate the ruthlessness of these clans. Jiang Yun pondered deeply. By now, he had reached the absolute ceiling of what a commoner's son could achieve. The aristocratic clans, these terrifying entities, now stood directly before him for the first time. Before one had fully matured, facing such colossal entities meant either treading carefully to avoid provocation or accepting their recruitment to become one of their own. But now that he'd effectively offended the Xiao family, and given Jiang Yun's temperament, bowing to them was out of the question. There was only one option left. It's time to cultivate my own guardian of the way. That night, in his room, Jiang Yun sorted through his thoughts and murmured softly. Through his exchange with Zhang Henshui, he had come to understand what these beings above the realm of high-level practitioners valued most. Power. Pure and simple power. And strength depended on 2 factors, equipment and skills on one hand, and the profession itself on the other. Zhang Henshui had condescended to drive for Jiang Yun as a high-level practitioner, seeking nothing more than assurance of passing his job change quest. For other high-level professionals, Zhang Henshui's situation was already considered favorable. At least he possessed an epic tier class change path. The vast majority of high-level professionals were not so fortunate. Many ultimately remained merely rare-tier professionals. Their combat prowess naturally couldn't compare to the epic or even legendary tier professionals of the great clans. Countless adventurers submit themselves to great families, becoming servants and beasts of burden solely for the sake of a class advancement path. But none of this matters to Jiang Yun. With the 2 mythic tier skills characteristic extraction and Heaven's Eye at his disposal, both the evolution paths of his pet beasts and the class advancement routes for practitioners were within easy reach. If he wished, he could gather a group of powerful allies at any time to help him confront the Xiao family. With that thought, Jiang Yun immediately pulled out his phone and contacted Zhang Henxue. Come to the divine capital. It's time to begin your advancement. A legendary tier profession, I wonder if that satisfies you? On the other end, the message had barely been sent when Zhang Henxue's reply arrived. Satisfied? Absolutely thrilled. Boss, you're my second parent. Even words like savior came out, showing just how excited Zhang Henxue was. A legendary class. It was something he'd never even dared dream of. Once, a prominent family offered to marry their daughter weighing a hefty 300 gene to him, demanding nothing more than an epic tier profession path in return. After reluctantly turning down that offer, he endured untold hardships and wasted countless years to obtain this current path, a pain only he truly understood. Now, Jiang Yun had just mentioned a legendary tier profession, a rank even higher than epic. No wonder he was so overwhelmed. Glad you're satisfied. Jiang Yun continued, reach out to some trustworthy friends with good character who need career paths, I have a use for them. In Luoxue City, Zhang Henxue sprang to his feet, trembling with excitement. Though Jiang Yun hadn't stated it explicitly, Zhang Henxue sensed that Jiang Yun intended to cultivate his own team. If this team was formed with his assistance, he would be the first to pledge loyalty to Jiang Yun. What did this signify? A bright future indeed. When Jiang Yun ascended to the pinnacle, they would share in his glory. With that thought, Zhang Henxue hesitated no longer. Rest assured, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the task. After giving Zhang Henxue his instructions, Jiang Yun produced a scroll. Targeted skill scroll, gold grade, usage level 19. Jiang Yun was currently at level 17, 2 levels short of using this scroll. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about his lifespan. That previous invasion by the Great Black Heaven had granted him a massive experience boost, accumulating enough to reach the mid-20s level. Opening his profession panel, he silently chanted level up. The number in his lifespan column began rapidly decreasing. 2 flashes of white light flickered across his body. His level now stood at 19. Great Black Heaven, you're a saint. Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim once more. He longed to encounter another kind soul like Maheshvara, someone who could make him rich beyond measure. His level was sufficient. Jiang Yun unfolded the scroll and inscribed 4 bold characters upon its blank surface. King's Chariot Shift. This was the skill he sought to master. One of the key skills for the Beastmaster profession. Its effect allowed the pet beast and the Beastmaster to instantly swap positions, a skill of the spatial attribute. Among the core skills of a Beastmaster, this one ranked relatively low in priority. Simply put, it demands exceptional skill and the Beastmaster's awareness. Used well, it can turn the tide of battle. Used poorly, it's like a lamb walking into the tiger's den, a pointless suicide. But after analyzing it, Jiang Yun realized this skill was actually his highest priority. 57. Golden Sequence, Squad Members. Even a level 90 Beastmaster typically only commands 9 beasts at most. The options for castling were limited and not particularly practical. But Jiang Yun was different. His molten iron black flame ants alone numbered in the thousands, potentially reaching tens of thousands in the future. Each soldier ant could swap positions with Jiang Yun. This grants Jiang Yun a wealth of transposition options, even serving as a viable substitute for spatial teleportation. With thousands of soldier ants at his disposal, Jiang Yun could swap positions with anyone he desired. Enemies would be utterly unable to track his movements. Imagine this, after enduring the relentless bombardment from Jiang Yun's pet beast, the enemy finally closes in on him. Before they could even celebrate, the Jiang Yun before their eyes transforms into a soldier ant about to self-detonate. The very thought of that scene made Jiang Yun's lips curl upward. As the skill name finished forming, the scroll before Jiang Yun erupted in a blinding light, sinking into his brow. A flood of information surged through his mind. When Jiang Yun opened his eyes again and checked his class panel, a new skill had appeared in his skill bar. Castling. Swaps the user's position with their pet beast. Cooldown, 5 seconds. A multicolored blow appeared in his hand, and a flying ant materialized, wobbling its way out the window. Through their mental link, Jiang Yun sensed the soldier ant's location. A sudden thought struck him, and he activated the skill. A flash of white light erupted, and Jiang Yun's figure instantly materialized in the villa's courtyard. His previous location was nearly 100 meters away. Instantaneous arrival. This was not his limit. He could sense that the current limit for his position swapping ability was within a 1 kilometer radius. As long as his pet beast remained within a kilometer of him, he could shift positions at will. And as his level continued to rise, this distance would keep increasing. Combined with the moon goddess's shadow shifting ability, he could pull off all sorts of tricks that would leave his enemies seeing stars. At this thought, Jiang Yun couldn't help but flash a brilliant smile. Yikes! A soft shriek echoed from nearby. Jiang Yun looked up to find himself positioned directly beside Su Xiyue's window.
Inside the room, Lu Xiyue stood in a light, snow-white nightgown, her eyes brimming as she gazed at him.
When did you get here?
Jiang Yun opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he saw Lu Xiyue bite her lower lip lightly, her eyes sparkling like the night sky.
If you ever want someone to talk to, you can come to my room. Jiang Yun. That night. Nothing happened. Seriously.
Early the next morning, after both had gotten up and freshened up, they headed toward the cafeteria. They had already agreed to meet here yesterday. Ningerin had been waiting for quite some time. She still looked full of youthful energy, cheerfully greeting the two of them.
After breakfast, Ningerin led Jiang Yun and Lu Xiyue to meet the rest of their teammates. Qingbei Academy covered a vast area. Yesterday, the three of them had only explored less than 1/5 of it. Now, Ningerin led them to a new location. Golden Academy.
Beneath the archway bearing 4 large characters, 2 figures stood waiting. Jiang Yun first noticed the 4 characters, Golden Academy, and the Golden Sequence.
Quite perceptive. Ningerin smiled. Exactly.
Only those recognized as part of the Golden Sequence qualify to enter the Golden Academy. Among the students of Qingbei Academy, they are the cream of the crop, each one a true prodigy.
The Golden Sequence isn't set in stone.
Every year, fierce competition erupts over the limited spots. Jiang Yun, once school starts, you'll see many covet your Golden Sequence status.
Jiang Yun merely smiled faintly. Let them come then.
Battles, rivalries, he feared none of these.
Now that's the Jiang Yun I know. Ningerin offered a flattering compliment.
Unmoved by the praise, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Ningerin. You're part of the Golden Sequence too.
Yes.
Ningerin stated plainly, actually, I was confirmed as a Golden Sequence member right after the awakening ceremony. I might be the earliest among this year's freshmen. Jiang Yun grew increasingly curious about Ningerin. Though they'd known each other for some time, the mystery surrounding her only deepened.
Direct admission, Golden Sequence, were these all due to her talent? What exactly was her talent?
But since Ningerin didn't speak of it, Jiang Yun felt no need to pry. Such matters were personal privacy. As they spoke, the two had already reached the archway. A man and woman beneath the archway turned their gaze toward the trio.
This is Liudi, a Golden Sequence preliminary seed with the profession of Thunder Knight. This is Yang Xiao, already confirmed for the Golden Sequence. His profession is Spectral Mage.
You all know this one Jiang Yun, this year's national top scholar, a monster among monsters.
And this is Lu Xiyue. Ningerin introduced the other 4 one by one.
Simultaneously, the 5 displayed their class panels. Liudi was a spirited young woman clad in silver armor, radiating a weighty aura and elite-tier profession.
Yang Xiao was an effeminate man.
For some reason, faint cries of a woman always lingered around him, somewhat unsettling. His profession was epic tier. Their levels were 18 and 19 respectively.
Common, rare, elite, epic, legendary, mythic.
These were the tiers of professions. The vast majority of players are common tier.
Rare ones were exceedingly uncommon.
In Luoxue City, you could count them on one hand no more than 5 or 6. And now, Jiang Yun could see 2 practitioners who were even more precious than the rare tier, belonging to an even higher rank.
Look, Sister Erin, I have no issue with Jiang Yun, but this Lu Xiyue.
Liudi, ever the blunt speaker, frowned at the sight of Lu Xiyue. It's not that I have anything against the student, but her abilities.
Back in Luoxue City, Lu Xiyue was indeed considered a prodigy. But now, amidst the elite gathered at Qingbei Academy, she could only be considered average. Facing 2 candidates from the Golden Sequence, she seemed even more unimpressed. Before Lu Xiyue could react, Jiang Yun stepped forward and declared, "This is my decision. Lu Xiyue is my teammate.
I will take her with me. As for her shortcomings in ability, I will compensate for them.
If that's not acceptable, then I withdraw."
Jiang Yun's tone was steady and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation.
Ningerin sided with Jiang Yun. Liudi remained unconvinced, but what if it hinders our progress? We're facing a completely unknown dungeon.
Yang Jiuxiu pondered for a moment before saying, we're standing here precisely for the clearing rewards of that new dungeon Sister Erin discovered.
We've spent a significant amount of points preparing for this. If something truly goes wrong, will Jiang Yun be able to cover the extra points we lose? Yes. Jiang Yun declared without hesitation. Don't be so sure of yourself. Liudi countered, you've only just enrolled, how many points could you possibly have?
The gear, potions, and scrolls we've purchased add up to nearly 1,000. Jiang Yun said nothing, merely pulling out his phone and silently displaying his point balance. Seeing the long string of numbers, both fell instantly silent. And so, the matter was settled. 58. Zhang Henshui's job change and dungeon journey.
2 gold sequence reserves were thus won over by Jiang Yun's points.
Especially after Jiang Yun stated that if Lu Xiyue encountered any issues during the raid and they suffered point losses, he would personally compensate them double the amount.
This softened their stance considerably.
Even the looks they gave Lu Xiyue now carried a hint of encouragement.
You've got to mess this up. Such an easy money-making opportunity doesn't come around every day. With this issue resolved, the temporary squad was officially formed. Li Yudi, Knight, Frontline. Yang Zhou, Mage. Su Xiyue, Archer. Jiang Yun and Ningerin, 2 Beastmasters.
A reasonably balanced team composition. After all, the role of Beastmasters in a team is directly tied to their pets.
Both Ningerin and Jiang Yun's pets possess decent versatility. After some discussion, the date for the expedition was set for 3 days later.
The 5 members then dispersed to make their final preparations. On the way back, Su Xiyue silently watched Jiang Yun's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with emotion. She knew her own strength was insufficient. Her entry into this elite squad was entirely due to Jiang Yun's support. A surge of determination gradually rose within her.
She absolutely could not disgrace Jiang Yun. Even if she only had 3 days left, she would strive with all her might. Jiang Yun was also contemplating this very issue. Perhaps it was time to help Su Xiyue strengthen her abilities.
Her greatest weakness right now was her class. She was just an ordinary archer. When she reached level 20 and could change professions, he could help her choose a better class, a chance to break free from her cocoon and transform into a butterfly. This might be difficult for others, but for Jiang Yun, it was a mere trifle.
Ding ding ding. Jiang Yun's phone rang.
He pulled it out to see a message from Jiang Yun. He had informed him last night that he was already in the divine capital.
Jiang Yun smiled faintly.
Perfect timing. He had 3 days left to help Jiang Yun complete his class change. This way, when he ventured into the wilderness dungeon, he would have an extra layer of protection. Moments later, in a private room of the tavern beside Qingbei Academy, Jiang Yun met Jiang Yun. Beside him sat 5 figures. 4 men and 1 woman, each with a distinct demeanor, yet all carried a faint scent of blood.
Their every movement radiated a menacing aura.
After encountering Ji Tianzhou and Su Mingyan, Jiang Yun could now discern the origin of this aura. It was the distinctive aura of those who had spent years immersed in the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, where slaughter was a constant companion.
Boss!
Jiang Yun sprang to his feet the moment he saw Jiang Yun approach, greeting him with respectful deference. The other 5 men rose as well. They studied Jiang Yun, their eyes tinged with confusion.
Could this youthful, handsome youth truly be the man Jiang Yun spoke of, the one destined to alter their fates? Had they not trusted Jiang Yun and been surprised by his respect for Jiang Yun, they would have turned and walked away the moment they saw him. Jiang Yun nodded and sat down. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Jiang Yun introduced them. These are friends I made on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, the kind you can trust with your life. They all come from impoverished backgrounds and refuse to serve as lackeys for the great clans. They possess high aspirations and won't settle for just any job. That's why they've been stuck at the Lord's job change stage, unable to advance further. Jiang Yun introduced each one in turn, and Jiang Yun looked at them one by one. From right to left, Zheng Tao, Wang Yuji, Lu Tianyi, Xu Tianwei, Li Duanshui. Jiang Yun paid particular attention to Xu Tianwei. She was the only woman among the 5. She was reasonably attractive, but a scar stretching from her forehead to her left ear gave her an intimidating, unapproachable air. According to Jiang Yu's description, Xu Tianwei was a genuine tough cookie. She had carved that scar herself to ward off the advances of young men from prominent families. Among the group, she was the youngest at just 29, yet possessed the fiercest ambition, single-mindedly pursuing a legendary tier profession. I know you all probably distrust me. After a moment of understanding, Jiang Yun cleared his throat and said, I won't force you, but I hope you'll watch and then make your own choice. Of course, before that, you must sign a confidentiality agreement. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yun turned to the excited yet anxious Jiang Yun and declared, the profession I prepared for you is legendary tier. As the crowd's eyes lit up, Jiang Yun calmly declared, a legendary tier profession, Blade Demon. This was the pinnacle profession Jiang Yun foresaw Jiang Yun achieving, based on 2 mythic tier skills. However, Jiang Yun couldn't currently transition into this profession. It required Jiang Yun to use his trait extraction skill to imbue him with several new traits. This was something only Jiang Yun could accomplish. How is that possible? After a moment of silence, Xu Tianwei abruptly stood up, staring at Jiang Yun with utter disbelief. Sword Demon, this profession has only appeared once in history. To this day, no one has been able to replicate his job change requirements. The higher the class rank, the fewer practitioners exist. At the legendary tier, every class is meticulously documented and pursued by practitioners. Every bearer of such a profession draws the attention of those with keen interest. The name Blade Demon is known to every practitioner above the advanced tier. This profession has only ever appeared once in history, yet that single individual possessed combat prowess rivaling the mythic tier among peers of the same rank. Jiang Yun did not answer Xu Tianwei's question, instead turning his gaze toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's breathing was labored, his eyes slightly bloodshot. Thud. He knelt directly before Jiang Yun, banging his head fiercely on the ground. If I can achieve legend, this life of mine is yours. There's no need for that. Jiang Yun rose and helped him up. I merely require a guardian. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. If you're ready, we can begin right now. In 3 days, I must journey to a certain place. You may accompany me as my guardian. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue appeared before the teleportation tower of Qingbei Academy as agreed. Ningerin and the other two were already waiting for them. Over here. Ningerin called out. The five gathered without much discussion. After lightly checking their equipment, they walked toward the teleportation tower. Inside the tower, coordinates were entered, and the five stepped onto the teleportation array. A flash of white light and their figures vanished. Seconds after Jiang Yun and the others teleported away, a tall figure wearing a conical hat entered the teleportation tower. It was Jiang Yun. Compared to before, he now radiated a fierce, murderous aura and a hint of madness. His pupils had turned a deep crimson, though no one knew when this transformation had occurred. If one locked eyes with him for too long, one might even hear the echoes of battle. Merely stepping into the teleportation tower, his terrifying aura engulfed the entire first floor, making it hard to breathe, as if blades were pressing against one's back. Staff hurried forward to greet him. To evoke such a reaction, there was no doubt this man's strength and professional rank were truly terrifying. Without further ado, Jiang Yun selected Binhai City as his destination, stepped into the teleportation array, and vanished in a flash of white light. The coordinates for that instance were in Ningerin's possession. Jiang Yun neither knew nor wished to ask for them. He simply instructed Jiang Yun to head to Binhai City, the location of the instance, holding one of his soldier ants in his hand. A mystical bond connected the soldier ant to Jiang Yun. Through this link, Jiang Yun could easily locate him. With Jiang Yuan's current power, traversing the entire city of Binhai took only a few minutes. After Jiang Yun departed, 5 more figures materialized at the teleportation tower entrance. The staff looked up, momentarily bewildered. Wait, why is it so crowded today? 59. Xiao, Ningerin's talent. The new arrivals were none other than Su Xiyue and her 4 companions. Bloodshot eyes gleamed in theirs, radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Jiang Yuan's bloodshot eyes stemmed from his profession. But the crimson in the 5 others' eyes stemmed entirely from their inner craving. In just 3 short days, their worldviews had shattered before Jiang Yun. They had witnessed firsthand how, under Jiang Yun's guidance, Jiang Yun had systematically shattered his own limits, ascending to become a legendary tier professional. A dream many pursued their entire lives, only to never achieve it, was effortlessly surpassed by Jiang Yun in just 3 days. If they still didn't know what decision to make at this point, they truly had to be brain dead. They must latch on to this powerhouse. They had finally grasped this, an unprecedented opportunity to defy fate and rewrite their destinies. Miss it, and they'd either end up groveling like dogs for powerful clans or waste their entire lives. Jiang Yun, with boundless potential, merely sought a few protectors during his vulnerable phase. Compared to the demands of those great clans, this was a far more generous offer. Follow him. Su Xiyue commanded sternly. We can't let Jiang Yun steal all the glory. We must also demonstrate our loyalty to Lord Jiang Yun. The group nodded in unison, advancing together to activate the teleportation array, bound for the coastal city as well. Outer suburbs of Seaside City. A flash of light, and Jiang Yun and the others appeared. Before them lay a dimly lit grove of trees, seemingly unremarkable. Had it not been for Ningerin's confirmation, they would have passed by without so much as a glance. Hard to imagine, but a dungeon was hidden here. This is the place. Just as Ningerin spoke, Jiang Yun's expression suddenly changed. He raised a hand to silence her, then looked up toward the edge of the grove and barked, "Who's there?" The others froze, their gazes shifting in unison toward the sound. Under their collective gaze, the shadows there suddenly shifted and stirred. The shadows quickly faded away, revealing a large group of figures standing there. How could someone have been hiding right beside them all along, yet they hadn't noticed a thing? While on guard, they couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. Was Jiang Yun's spiritual perception truly that acute, far surpassing their own? Before Jiang Yun's warning, they hadn't sensed a thing. Surely mages and knights should be more sensitive to danger and spying than beast tamers. The reason he could spot these hidden figures before anyone else was simple. It was because Jiang Yun was exceptionally cautious. The moment he arrived, he had placed the moon goddess within his own shadow. For the moon goddess, manipulating shadows was nothing short of instinctive. Those hiding within the shadows found no refuge from the moon goddess's gaze. Ningerin stared at the leader, her expression turning serious. "Xiao, what are you doing here?" So this was Xiao? Jiang Yun appraised the leader, a man with a somewhat gloomy demeanor, roughly their age. Xiao chuckled, "Ningerin, I've long been aware of your talent. That's why I've kept a close watch on you. When word reached me that you were being hunted down in Binhai City, I knew you must have discovered something valuable. And indeed a brand new dungeon. Before you arrived, I'd already subdued the wild wolf guild here. Ningerin, if you know what's good for you, hand over the dungeon's access method." Ningerin's voice turned icy. "My talent was supposed to be top secret. You aristocratic families are nothing but parasites feeding off Xinxia Nation." Xiao snorted coldly, ignoring Ningerin's words as he turned his gaze to Jiang Yun. "Since I mastered the shadow shelter skill, no one has ever detected my presence. Kid, you're the first." Shadows writhed beneath Xiao. His gaze fixed on Jiang Yun, danger flickering in his eyes. Boy, what's your name?
Ningerin frantically signaled Jiang Yun with her eyes, urging him not to reveal his true name.
Xiao had been preparing this ambush for a long time. Given his temperament, he could genuinely pose a threat to Jiang Yun. But Jiang Yun merely smiled, waved gently at Ningerin, then turned his gaze to Xiao. My name is Jiang Yun. You should know me. He dared to reveal his name despite knowing Xiao might harm him, and it wasn't out of arrogance.
When these individuals first appeared, he had already scanned them through his heavenly eye.
The highest ranked among them was only in the 30s. While formidable, none posed a threat beyond Jiang Yun's capabilities.
Moreover, through the soldier ant in Jiang Henshui's hand, he had sensed that Jiang Henshui was already nearby. When the real fight began, who would emerge victorious remained to be seen.
So you are Jiang Yun, the Jiang Yun who snatched the national top scholar title from me?
Xiao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
It seems heaven truly favors me solving two problems at once. But for now, I'll let you enjoy your moment in the spotlight a little longer. His gaze shifted to Ningerin.
What's your decision?
Ningerin's expression shifted for a moment before she replied, I need to discuss this with my team members. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao and his group, she pulled Jiang Yun and the other three aside.
I won't keep it from you any longer. Ningerin said solemnly, my talent is top secret. It's called Lucky Star. It's a passive skill. Whenever I venture out, I always stumble upon unexpected adventures. This new dungeon is no exception.
Upon hearing this, astonishment flashed in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yun was no exception. Just from Ningerin's brief description of her talent, Jiang Yun understood why she'd gained direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking universities without exams and why her talent required such strict secrecy. While this talent offered little direct benefit to the practitioner herself, its value to a nation or a team was immense. This instance was a prime example right before their eyes. A single ordinary instance could sustain thousands of professionals and an entire town. At this realization, Jiang Yun's expression suddenly turned peculiar. If that were the case, hadn't Ningerin's talent also played a role in their first meeting? Meeting me and preserving the evolution of that snowfox pet wasn't mere coincidence, it was the lucky star talent at work? If that's the case, Ningerin's talent is truly extraordinary. It feels almost like fate. Please keep this confidential for me, Ningerin whispered. If my talent were discovered by alien races or people from other nations, assassination would be inevitable.
Ningerin whispered. Everyone nodded firmly in understanding. They knew this truth all too well. Back to the current instance.
Ningerin continued, given the current situation, we definitely won't be able to keep this instance to ourselves.
After deliberation, the 5-member team stood before Xiao once more. Ningerin stated solemnly, I can share access to this instance. The instance can accommodate multiple teams. Our squads can enter together.
As for the first clear rewards, well, that's up to each team's skill.
If you think you can monopolize the instance, don't even entertain the thought. Do you really believe you could pull off a murder right here? Xiao's expression darkened instantly. 60, Dungeon, Village of Calamity.
He knew full well how highly the Xinxia Kingdom's higher-ups valued Ningerin. Though he could currently scheme against Ningerin, it was all within the tacit approval of those higher-ups. After all, no matter how exceptional one's talent, it must be nurtured to flourish. As long as Ningerin's life remained unharmed, minor setbacks were welcomed by the higher-ups part of the Ningerin cultivation program.
But if he dared to actually kill Ningerin, the thunderous wrath of Xinxia Kingdom's bigwigs would be something even his own father couldn't block.
After scrutinizing the members of Ningerin's team, a sneer of contempt flashed across Xiao's face.
Fine, let's proceed this way. With the agreement sealed and contracts signed, Ningerin began preparing to activate the instance.
Arriving before the forest, she waved her hands, releasing wisps of energy ripples. Her steps shifted lightly, like an elven dance.
Moments later, a pale purple gate unfolded before Ningerin.
Carved into the doorframe were layers upon layers of snarling human faces, creating an eerie sight. Black chains coiled around the door, signifying that this instance had yet to be cleared. As the gate materialized, the party cast appraisal, revealing the instance's details before them. Village of Calamity. Entry level, below level 20. Difficulty options, normal, heroic, hard, hell. As they studied the instance details, excitement began to build among the group. Most dungeons didn't offer difficulty options. The presence of difficulty options signaled one thing. This dungeon was exceptionally challenging for the adventurers who dared to take it on. And the rewards inside were sure to be plentiful. Alright, since I've made the trip out here, this is worth it. Xiao burst into laughter, immediately issuing orders to those around him. Go! Everyone capable of entering the instance, get inside and hold them off. As he spoke, flashes of white light streaked past. The figures behind Xiao vanished swiftly, entering the instance. You! Ningerin knew Xiao had ulterior motives, but she hadn't expected him to go this far. Curious, she gritted her teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, she selected Hell difficulty and entered the instance. A flash of white light, and Jiang Yun and his 4 companions vanished. Once most of the players had departed, Xiao finally summoned his own team members. As a student from prestigious Qingbei University, eligible to compete for the national championship, and a member of a prominent family, Xiaoqing's teammates were in no way weaker than Ningerin's. Especially without a liability like Su Xiyue, his team's strength on paper was significantly stronger than Ningerin's.
Let's go! Xiao was brimming with confidence. I wonder what's wrong with Ningerin putting a level 16 into the team. This is my turf. With so many Wild Wolf Guild members blocking the way, and their strength not even matching ours, what do they have to fight for? Xiao was brimming with confidence.
His 4 teammates behind him chuckled in unison. A flash of white light and they too entered the instance. In these difficulty selectable dungeons, players choosing the same difficulty level would be assigned to the same instance world for their run. Victory at the highest difficulty level would yield all rewards from the other difficulty tiers.
The group possessed absolute confidence in their abilities, so they unanimously chose the Hell difficulty.
Only the loot dropped at this difficulty could impress these prodigies. A breeze brushed their cheeks, carrying the scent of decay. Jiang Yun opened his eyes to find himself in a desolate, decaying mountain forest. They stood atop a slope overlooking a desolate village below. Beyond lay a gloomy lake, with mountain ranges stretching into the distance.
What the hell are you doing? Ningerin's furious shout echoed.
Jiang Yun looked around and saw that the 5 of them had been completely surrounded by members of the Wild Wolf Guild, unable to move an inch. Those who could enter this instance were roughly the same level as Jiang Yun and his group. Yet compared to the prodigies of Qingbei Academy, their strength paled in comparison. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, roughly 300 formed dense human walls blocking the 5 heroes' path. Through the gaps in the wall, they could see Xiao Yuan's group rapidly closing in on the small village. He turned to look at the besieged group, a mocking expression spreading across his face.
You lot can just sit tight and wait here.
Jiang Yun, once I've cleared this dungeon, I'll come back for you.
I recall your parents are dead, aren't they? What a pity no one to comfort you when I beat you to tears. TSK. The taunts echoed from afar.
After learning Jiang Yun had snatched the national top scholar title from him, he had clearly investigated Jiang Yun and discovered the fact that his parents had died young. Su Xiyue, standing beside Jiang Yun, turned to look at him. Before she could offer comfort, she saw Jiang Yun's eyebrows twitch. Next, a terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Up ahead, Ningerin was still entangled with those people. She had already unleashed her pet beast, gritting her teeth and snarling, "If you block me again, believe me or not, I'll kill you." The Wild Wolf Guild's professionals grinned cheekily. You're the pride of Qingbei Academy. How could you possibly trouble us poor souls?
Your Excellency, we were forced here by Xiao. Please show magnanimity and spare us. Let's abandon this dungeon run.
Though his tone was soft, his words and expression betrayed utter contempt for Ningerin and her group. These seasoned adventurers instantly saw through Ningerin and her companions' inexperience. Though they were all prodigies, their experience was limited to battling monsters in dungeons. They had never once engaged in killing. Now, they hesitated, unable to bring themselves to act. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a hand reached out from behind and tapped Ningerin's palm.
Jiang Yun's voice rang out, "Excuse me, could you step aside?"
Ningerin froze, instinctively stepping aside. Jiang Yun stepped to the very front of the line. The leader of the Wild Wolf Guild, seeing Jiang Yun's expressionless face, froze for a moment before putting on a smug grin.
"Young sir, you." Jiang Yun showed no intention of answering.
The dark shadow beneath him shifted, revealing the figure of the moon goddess. Her mouth opened.
Boom! A moonlight cannon roared forth.
The figures standing before Jiang Yun were all obliterated, reduced to splattering blood mist. With a single shot, at least a dozen people perished at Jiang Yun's hands. The entire scene fell silent. Even the 5 people behind him, including Ningerin, were stunned. No one had anticipated Jiang Yun unleashing such ruthless slaughter with such decisive efficiency without uttering a single word. A single drop of blood landed on Jiang Yun's cheek, accentuating his eerie aura with a blood-soaked beauty. The moon goddess beside him opened her mouth once more, unleashing another moonlight cannon. This time, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock. Screams erupted as they scattered in panic. They were terrified. They had dared accept this mission partly due to Xiaoqing's coercion, and partly because they had done this sort of thing more than once before. These students, untouched by true bloodshed and fire, were easy prey for them. But unfortunately, this time they had picked the wrong man. Jiang Yun had killed before. Under this moonlight cannon blast, several more fell dead. Yet these were merely collateral casualties, for Jiang Yun's true target with this moonlight cannon was Xiaoqing in the distance. 61. Jiang Yun's rage. The distance was too great, and the moonlight cannon struck the grassy area near Xiaoqing instead. Shards of rock flew and rained down. This sudden attack startled Xiaoqing and his companions, causing them to halt abruptly. Xiaoqing turned to look, meeting Jiang Yun's gaze head-on. His gaze was sharp and piercing, carrying a palpable killing intent that stabbed straight into Xiaoqing's heart. Xiaoqing's heartbeat quickened, every hair on his body stood on end, and he instinctively averted his gaze from Jiang Yun's eyes.
At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. This Jiang Yun he's definitely killed before. And he's killed many. They were roughly the same age, and neither had been to the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Where had he gone to kill people? Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yun's lips slowly curved upward, revealing a cold smile as he spoke. The rules of the game have changed. I'm done with the dungeon. Now, I chase, you run. If I catch you, you die. Jiang Yun's voice was flat, yet it couldn't conceal the murderous intent as sharp as blades. His parents were a sacred sanctuary in his heart, untouchable and inviolable. This was especially true after learning his father had once been a warrior who fought for humanity on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Xiao had violated Jiang Yun's sacred taboo. Jiang Yun had truly resolved to kill. Gulp. A bead of cold sweat fell from Xiao's forehead as he swallowed hard. He could sense that Jiang Yun was serious. Glancing at the slightly frightened expressions of his teammates, Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "He's just bluffing. Ignore him. Clearing the dungeon is the priority." With that, they prepared to rise and continue running toward the village. Only now, their pace quickened, as if some terrifying beast were chasing them from behind. Buzz. A sudden, deep hum filled the air. Behind Jiang Yun, multicolored light flared as a vast swarm of soldier ants materialized. Jiang Yun pointed a finger, and the army ants immediately charged toward the retreating figures of Xiao and the others. "Follow me," he called out to Ningerin and the others behind him. With the moon goddess circling his body, Jiang Yun stepped forward. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. The Wild Wolf Guild professionals who had been arrogantly blocking their path moments before were now scrambling frantically, fleeing as far away from Jiang Yun as possible. Ningerin and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock and fear in the other's eyes. Jiang Yun had always given the impression of being rather aloof, yet generally mild-tempered. Who could have imagined that when his killing intent erupted, it would be so terrifying? Li Yudi glanced at the soldier ants swarming around Jiang Yun and the moon goddess. Those legion-type beasts, and that two-headed blackhound, they're all so powerful. Recalling the moon goddess's cannon blast from earlier, Li Yudi's palms began to sweat. If she had faced that blast herself, she wouldn't have been entirely sure she could survive. No wonder she was confident enough to bring this level 16 girl into the dungeon. To be the top student nationwide and eliminate invading monsters, she truly had the skills. Hell-tier dungeons are terrifying. Yang Xiao, standing nearby, had a different perspective. What if his reckless charging triggers some hidden mechanism or trap in the dungeon? That's the real challenge of clearing a new dungeon. Everything is unknown. Unlike dungeons that have been cleared countless times, where every mechanism and boss ability is known, allowing for thorough preparation before entering, even weaker players could clear them. Yang Xiao's concern wasn't entirely unfounded. Ningerin pondered for a moment before saying, "We'll take it one step at a time. If something really goes wrong, we'll just have to step up and handle it. Remember, we're a team." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, with Jiang Yun radiating such intense malevolence right now, no one dared to try and reason with him at this moment. Xiao's earlier outburst had indeed been excessively vulgar. And even if things did go wrong, as the elite of their generation in the entire Xinxia kingdom, they had their own trump cards. At the very least, preserving their own lives would pose no problem. Meanwhile, Li Yudi and Yang Xiao each harbored their own hidden agendas. This was merely a temporary team. Once the dungeon run was complete, they'd each return to their own homes and mothers. In the future, they might even become rivals. Using this opportunity to gauge Jiang Yun's strength and background was a shrewd move. This national top scholar would surely become a formidable rival at the Golden Academy. At that moment, Zhuge Cheng and his group formally entered the village. The village was desolate and deserted. Yet as they stepped inside, click-clack, the doors of dwellings lining both sides of the path suddenly swung open of their own accord. One by one, figures clad in ragged garments appeared at the doorways. Men and women, old and young. Their only commonality was that they all clasped their hands before their chests, murmuring something under their breath. "Buddha Mother reigns above, immortal and indestructible. Buddha Mother above, immortal and indestructible." The scene was utterly bizarre, sending chills down Xiao and the others' spines. Attempting to use the appraisal technique on these people proved utterly futile, yielding no results whatsoever. Xiao pointed a finger, and a shadow arrow shot forth. His profession was that of a rare-grade shadow mage, capable of manipulating shadow-based magic. Whether for concealment, escape, or attack, his abilities were formidable. Boom! The shadow arrow struck one of them squarely, sounding like it had hit solid wood, a dull thud followed by complete stillness. Xiao froze. His shadow arrow could take down even a dozen low-level monsters in a single strike. It was his signature skill. How could it be completely ineffective? At that moment, the chanting that had enveloped the entire village abruptly ceased. The villagers, who had been chanting in unison moments before, abruptly lifted their heads. Their eyes pure, pitch-black orbs fixed upon Xiao and his companions. Piercing screams erupted from their throats. In the next instant, their bodies swelled, their skin turning a sickly gray-green as muscles bulged and twisted, transforming them into terrifying monsters that lunged toward Xiao and his companions. Only then did the appraisal skill finally react. Buddha's Slave. Ching. Level 22. Skills: Hardened Hide, Sinful Roar, Devour Flesh. In an instant, Xiao and the others turned pale with fear. A dungeon with an entry requirement below level 20 contained monsters all above level 20. The appraisal skill only worked if the target's level was no more than 4 levels below one's own. Yet among these charging Buddha's slaves, nearly half displayed undetectable levels. This meant their levels were at least 24 or higher. How could they possibly fight this? Xiao, after all, was an elite trained by a great clan. He quickly grasped the situation. Got it, these monsters aren't meant for us to fight. With such high levels and overwhelming numbers, if they engaged head-on, no party below level 20 could possibly clear this instance. As long as they didn't attack these monsters, the Buddha's servants wouldn't bother them. This was the blind spot of adventurers. Entering a brand new dungeon inevitably brought heightened tension. Even the slightest disturbance would trigger an instinctive skill cast. In other dungeons, that's a survival tactic. But in this dungeon, it was undoubtedly like poking a hornet's nest. This dungeon is seriously messed up. Xiao cursed under his breath, ordering everyone to gather around him. The next moment, he chanted an incantation and unleashed his skill. A shadow curtain rose, concealing the group. Their forms instantly vanished. Unable to locate their targets, the Buddhist minions circled the spot several times before shrinking to human size and resuming their chanting. Beneath the shadow veil, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously led his team forward. Fortunately, the Buddhist servants couldn't sense their presence through the shadow veil. He led the team forward, moving silently. Simultaneously, he issued a low command to the archer in their ranks. The archer understood and retrieved a timed explosive trap, dropping it into position. When the time came, the trap detonated, damaging the Buddha slaves. These Buddha slaves would then switch back to combat mode, launching attacks at nearby enemies. This was the trap prepared for Jiang Yun and his companions. "Ha, you still want to kill me?" Xiao sneered, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. The entire village fell silent once more. A dozen seconds later, a figure appeared at the village entrance. It was Jiang Yun. 62. Pursuit. Jiang Yun strode into the village. His gaze immediately swept over the eerie figures scattered throughout, murmuring incantations under their breath. Ningerin and the others followed closely behind him, remaining vigilant. When no attack materialized, the group felt a bit bewildered and turned their gaze toward Ningerin. Ningerin shook her head helplessly. She had come alone last time and hadn't even managed to enter the instance, so she naturally knew nothing about its inner workings. Just then, a loud boom echoed. The trap left behind by Xiao detonated. One Buddha slave was wounded. In an instant, all nearby Buddha slaves were activated. Their bodies swelled as they assumed combat stances, lunging toward Jiang Yun and the others. Their attribute data was also detected by Ningerin and the others. The group's faces immediately paled. These monsters, aren't they a bit too powerful? Yang Xiao struck first, unleashing a blazing black fireball that slammed into the monster leading the charge. With a loud thud, the Buddha slave was knocked flying, yet remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. It scrambled back to its feet and continued charging toward the group. Yang Xiao's face darkened. These monsters are tough. But the group were, after all, the elite of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Through the explosive traps left behind in various details, they had roughly deduced the specific method to pass this stage. Jiang Yun, fall back. We can't force our way through this stage, let's avoid the sharp edge for now. Ningerin shouted. But Jiang Yun didn't budge, showing no intention of retreating. He, too, had instantly analyzed the solution to this stage. Yet now, consumed by murderous intent, he paid no heed to any of this. I should avoid his sharp edge? Jiang Yun murmured, watching silently as a Buddha slave monster lunged toward him. Boom! A white light flared before Jiang Yun. He remained perfectly still. The damage transfer skill activated, nullifying the Buddha slave's powerful charge and preventing it from inflicting any harm. Before the Buddha slave could react, a soldier ant silently crawled onto its body. Boom! Another explosion erupted. However, compared to the previous trap explosion, this blast was like comparing a burly man to a newborn infant. A searing golden orb erupted in midair, its intense heat warping the very air as shockwaves roared outward. When the light dissipated, only 2 charcoal black stumps remained standing on the ground where the 2 leading Buddha slaves had been. The Buddha slaves were indeed formidable. But ultimately, they could not withstand the self-destructive strike of the black flame molten iron ants. The technique wasn't new, but it worked. Through repeated battles and trials, Jiang Yun had confirmed that beneath the ranks of high-level practitioners, almost no one could withstand the power of this strike. Behind Jiang Yun, Yang Xiao and Li Yudi, witnessing this technique for the first time, were utterly stunned. Monsters that were difficult for them to break through? Jiang Yun took down 2 with a single strike?
Apart from Su Xiyue, who had witnessed Jiang Yun's combat in the Void Tower and remained relatively composed, even Ningerin was startled. The power of this self-destruction is growing stronger and stronger. The kill notification appeared before everyone's eyes simultaneously. Your ally Jiang Yun has slain the Buddha slave. You have gained 500 years of lifespan. Killing monsters above your level yields significantly more lifespan. Jiang Yun glanced at the notification. Having dealt the killing blow, he naturally gained more lifespan than Ningerin and the others. A full 1,500 years. 2 Buddha slaves were dead, but the others continued their charge. Jiang Yun scanned the area. There were nearly a dozen of them. And this was merely the initial wave upon entering the village. More Buddha slaves and similar monsters surely lurked beyond. Beneath one Buddha slave's feet, a black light flashed, and half its body vanished instantly. The moon goddess's figure leapt out from Jiang Yun's shadow, spitting several times with a look of disgust. Clearly, these Buddha slaves weren't quite to his liking. Rubbing the moon god's head, Jiang Yun said, "You're not needed here. Go keep an eye on Xiao and the others." Moon god nodded, leaping into the shadows and vanishing instantly. Truthfully, with the moon goddess's agility, she could have intercepted Xiao and his group long before they entered the village. But Jiang Yun remembered the purpose of this journey. He let them take the lead, forcing them to tread through the danger for him. Xiao believed he held the advantage by moving first, never suspecting that Jueshan had been monitoring their every move all along. His shadow magic, in the moon goddess's presence, was as useless as turning on a light in the dark. Still plodding along at a snail's pace? Let me add a little fuel to your fire. Jiang Yun murmured, snapping his fingers. Under the horrified stares of his teammates, swarms of soldier ants emerged, charging toward the Buddha slaves one by one. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. The dim world suddenly brightened. Everything before Jiang Yun Buddha slaves, houses, trees was utterly destroyed. The very earth trembled. The blast also engulfed Xiao and the others seated ahead. They were hurled backward by the blast's shockwave, the shadows around them scattering. Staggering to their feet, they looked back. Amidst the flames ignited by the blast, Jiang Yun walked toward them step by step, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. This time, the other 4 members of the group turned their gaze toward Xiao once more. The resentment in their eyes was no longer concealed. "It's all your fault. Why did you have to insult his parents? Now he's gone berserk. If he wants to kill you, we can't stop him. But look at him now, he might just kill us all." Xiao gulped nervously, watching Jiang Yun advance step by step. His mouth fell parched. Is this guy just ridiculously overpowered? If someone claimed he was a high-level professional, people might actually believe it. As the killing intent closed in, Xiao scrambled to his feet and growled, "Run forward. Lure the boss out. Heh, daring to act recklessly in a new dungeon you know nothing about just because you're strong? You're courting death." With that, he led his team toward the rear of the village. "Jiang Yun, be careful. We know nothing about this dungeon." Ningerin, equally aware of the danger, cautioned Jiang Yun with genuine concern. "Don't worry." Jiang Yun gently patted her hand and smiled. He wasn't truly so enraged that he'd act recklessly without regard for consequences. Every so often, he would leave a soldier ant behind. His King's Gambit skill was already primed and ready. Paired with the damage transfer skill and the moon goddess's power, there was simply no one in this dungeon who could stop him. Even in a Hell tier instance, with the entry requirements set as they were, its strength was bound to be limited. Besides, if there really were traps ahead, didn't they have Xiao to scout them out? A piercing scream erupted ahead. At the village center stood a massive locust tree, its leaves dense and dark green. As Xiao and his companions passed by, the tree suddenly stirred. Human faces sprouted from its trunk, and wooden vines shot out, reaching toward the group. Elite Buddha Slave. Purple. Level 25. 63, Buddha Mother. This locust tree was also a Buddhist slave. As an elite monster, its power far surpassed that of ordinary Buddha slaves. A shrieking roar, saturated with intense spiritual corruption, erupted as tendrils lashed out toward Xiao and his companions. Amidst the screeching, Xiao and his companions shuddered, pain flashing in their eyes as their bodies froze. As the overwhelming onslaught approached, Xiao clenched his teeth, drew a silver scroll from his storage pouch, and unrolled it. A burst of silver light enveloped them, vanishing into thin air. When they reappeared, their figures had shifted hundreds of meters away, escaping the locust tree's attack range. The locust tree roared a few more times, then ceased its pursuit of Xiao and his companions, shifting its focus entirely to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun studied the locust tree monster, whistling in admiration. This beast was hidden incredibly well, I didn't even notice it earlier. Throughout the village, eerie, ghostly locust trees stood everywhere. Blending in among them, the creature was utterly inconspicuous, possessing an extraordinary ability to conceal its presence. Had Jiang Yun gone first, even with his skill's damage transfer preventing injury, he would have suffered a minor setback. Thank goodness Xiao scouted ahead. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble. Ningerin gasped in astonishment. She too had sensed Jiang Yun's ulterior motive, and her expression grew peculiar as she looked at him. "You're such a jerk,"
Ningerin said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she delivered a hard punch to Jiang Yun.
"But I like it."
Clearly, Xiao Chang's earlier actions had infuriated her as well.
But as the team captain and its backbone, she had to maintain composure. Now, Jiang Yun's actions had truly given her a chance to vent her frustration. The punch made Jiang Yun wince and grimace, shooting Ningerin a resentful glance. Since entering the dungeon, the only damage he'd taken was from Ningerin's punch.
"Let's keep moving forward."
Jiang Yun extended his hand, summoning hundreds of soldier ants to swarm toward the locust tree. The soldier ants opened their gleaming golden jaws, tearing the vines hanging down from the locust tree to shreds. The blade-like leaves clashed with the soldier ants, producing only dazzling sparks that forced the ants back, incapable of inflicting any significant damage. Within mere seconds, the soldier ants had invaded the core region of the locust tree. Then, boom! Amidst the familiar roar, the colossal locust tree monster let out a mournful cry. The trunk where the soldier ants had detonated was reduced to ash. The colossal locust tree collapsed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air.
"Don't panic, everyone.
Hurry up. With that elite monster around, Jiang Yun won't be able to get here anytime soon. Let's use this time to clear this instance quickly so he gets nothing."
Xiao Qing shouted encouragement to his teammates. But just then, another thunderous roar echoed.
Turning to look, their faces instantly drained of color. The elite monster they'd counted on to delay Jiang Yun for a while now lay defeated beneath his feet. This god of slaughter, radiating a murderous aura, now strode toward them at a leisurely pace.
Panic instantly gripped the group.
Without Xiao Cheng needing to urge them, they scrambled forward in a mad dash.
It wasn't that they were particularly eager, it was simply that they couldn't exit the instance until they cleared it.
Failure meant not death, but a significant loss of lifespan.
Only when their lifespan was insufficient would they die. Unless in extreme peril, they would never risk it.
To the members of the team at that moment, Jiang Yun seemed far more terrifying than any dungeon boss. After all, failing to defeat a dungeon boss merely deducts lifespan.
But with Jiang Yun around, death was a real possibility. Damn it, this bastard. Xiao Qing was kicking himself now. If only he hadn't made those bold threats.
Watching the disheveled figures ahead, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile.
"Yes, that's it. Pick up the pace and clear the way for us."
He strode forward, leaving a trail of shimmering light in his wake. These were the equipment and materials dropped by the slain monsters. Jiang Yun gave them only a cursory glance before losing interest. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Ultimately, they'd just be sold for cash.
But Jiang Yun had temporarily lost interest in money.
He had considered commanding the soldier ants to gather these items, but after a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea.
He wasn't a lone wolf anymore, he had teammates now. If they couldn't contribute much in combat, they could handle logistics instead. After all, they needed some sense of involvement, right?
Ningerin, naturally carefree, welcomed this development. She cheerfully commanded her two pet beasts to gather the dropped gear and materials. Su Xiyue had already accompanied Jiang Yun through one instance before, so she naturally knew her role.
Blue Human Skin 3. Bronze Power Bracelet. Golden Essence Locust Leaf 10. The two were busy as bees. But Yang Zhouxiu and Li Yudi weren't in such high spirits.
Watching the kill notifications pop up continuously before them, their expressions darkened. This was their first time experiencing such a dungeon.
They didn't have to lift a finger, just follow Jiang Yun, and endless lifespans would roll in. Was it satisfying?
It was. But their pride couldn't take it. They were all prodigies in their respective regions, naturally possessing formidable pride. Becoming students of Qingbei Academy, especially as Golden Sequence reserves, only amplified their pride. Now, on their very first raid since joining Qingbei Academy, they didn't even get a chance to fight. All they could do was follow Jiang Yun around doing menial tasks. Who could stand that? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve in the other's eyes. They couldn't let Jiang Yun look down on them. Find an opening to strike and blow his mind. What followed unfolded much like before. Xiao Cheng fled, Jiang Yun pursued. Along the way, Xiao Cheng's team encountered all manner of monsters and traps. Facing monsters far beyond their level, Xiao Cheng's team narrowly escaped disaster multiple times. But Xiao Cheng, true to his noble lineage, possessed a hoard of miscellaneous survival gear. By using them all up, they somehow managed to escape each time. As they fled in disarray, they attempted to leave behind monsters and traps to delay Jiang Yun's advance. But without exception, once the enemy knew their positions, it took only seconds. Facing Jiang Yun's countless army of soldier ants covering the entire mountain, these monsters fell one after another. Jiang Yun caught up once more, his movements still unhurried. That bastard treats me like a scout. Xiao Cheng wasn't stupid. He quickly grasped Jiang Yun's intent, his frustration reaching its peak. Never in his life had he been treated with such contempt. But he dared not stop. He feared Jiang Yun might actually attack him. As the chase continued, both groups soon left the village behind. Before them lay a vast lake, its waters dark and mysterious. Roar!
The once calm waters began to churn violently as the group approached. A colossal human skeleton rose from the depths. Indigo-hued bones glowed with an eerie radiance. Soon after, faint glows rose from the direction of the village, merging into the skeleton like shooting stars. Each shimmering light was a human face. Soon, a terrifying colossus composed of countless human faces appeared before their eyes. Appraisal was cast. Buddha Mother. Level 28. Skills: Wrathful Scream, Child of the Shadows, Flame of Jealousy. The Buddha Mother. The moment the information appeared, everyone realized. So those monsters were all called Buddha's slaves. It meant slaves of the Buddha Mother. It seemed this was the final boss of this dungeon. A terrifying aura erupted the moment the Buddha Mother materialized, weighing heavily upon everyone's hearts. The air filled with the eerie, dense chorus of countless voices chanting sutras. Li Yudi instinctively tightened her grip on the spear in her hand. The power of this dungeon boss far exceeded her imagination. I get it. The moment she saw the Buddha Mother, Ningerin, who had been deep in thought, suddenly slapped her forehead and let out a loud cry. 64. Jiang Yun vs the Buddha Mother. Her expression brimming with excitement, she declared with conviction, the ultimate difficulty of this dungeon boss is closely tied to how you clear the dungeon. Through her explanation, the underlying logic of the Calamity Village dungeon was finally understood by everyone. This was fundamentally not a dungeon about killing enemies, but rather one with extremely high demands on stealth. Each minor enemy slain would yield another shadowy human face that composed the Buddha Mother's physical form. In other words, the more minions you slayed, the stronger the final boss you would face. It was glaringly obvious that Jiang Yun's headlong charge approach was completely misguided in this instance. The true path to victory lay in stealthily bypassing all minor enemies to reach the lake and challenge the boss. At that point, the party would only face a skeletal frame. But Jiang Yun had plowed through everything in his path. The number of monsters that perished at his hands was truly beyond counting. That's why the Buddha Mother possessed such a formidable physical form and overwhelming presence. At this moment, the Buddha Mother was in her most formidable state. Ha ha ha. Xiao Cheng suddenly burst into loud laughter. Jiang Yun, you can take your sweet time dealing with this boss here. I'll be waiting outside. We'll settle our accounts once you emerge. Here, ahead lay a boss he absolutely couldn't defeat. Behind him was Jiang Yun, relentlessly pursuing. Xiao Cheng knew escape was impossible. So he decisively chose to abandon the fight. He retrieved a silver talisman from his storage pouch and crushed it. A jade-colored glow flickered around Xiao Cheng. His form gradually faded into nothingness, vanishing from the spot. Right up until the moment of his complete disappearance, those cold, dark eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yun. That's a forced exit talisman. Ningerin spoke, clearly recognizing this item of Xiao Cheng's. Once activated, it could force an exit from the dungeon without sacrificing lifespan. This talisman was notoriously difficult to craft and had rather niche applications, making it exceedingly rare. Who would have thought Xiao Cheng carried one? Xiao Cheng was genuinely terrified by Jiang Yun's killing intent. He feared Jiang Yun might strike him down before the boss could finish him off. In a dungeon, death at the hands of a professional player meant true, permanent death. He dared not gamble, so he immediately activated this item. There's actually such a thing? This item was entirely new to Jiang Yun as well, leaving him completely unprepared. Now, he could only watch as the other departed. Shaking his head in resignation, Jiang Yun stepped forward and walked on. Xiao Cheng was gone, leaving his teammates utterly dumbfounded. The forced exit talisman could only be used by one person. Without so much as a word, Xiao Cheng had simply exited, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. They glanced back at the colossal boss looming behind them like a mountain, then turned to see Jiang Yun steadily closing in. Despair washed over every one of them. Don't worry. I'm not one to kill indiscriminately. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun did not attack them. He merely passed by their group, walking toward the boss, leaving them with only his indifferent silhouette. His voice drifted back to them. Those who can help, help. Those who can't or won't, just stand by and watch. Don't slow us down. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, the four members of Xiao Cheng's team all showed expressions of relief and gratitude. Having narrowly escaped death, this dungeon experience was something they would likely never forget. In unspoken agreement, they all stood up and bowed toward Jiang Yun's retreating figure. They hurriedly positioned themselves behind Ningerin, gripping their weapons, clearly intending to assist. After all, they were elite students from prestigious universities. Facing monsters, standing by and watching was simply beneath their dignity. Ningerin naturally assumed command without hesitation, directing everyone to form their battle positions. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, the combined shrieks of countless beings. Everyone looked up to see the boss, the Buddha Mother, raising her massive hand formed from human faces and slamming it down fiercely toward Jiang Yun on the shore. Its colossal form loomed overhead, its palm descending to engulf an area spanning over 10 miles around Jiang Yun. Boom! The Buddha Mother's palm slammed heavily into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Beneath the palm, a golden flame erupted with a thunderous roar. Jiang Yun's figure had vanished and reappeared beside the shore at an unknown moment.
He had narrowly evaded the Buddha Mother's attack range. Skill, Castling. Earlier, Jiang Yun had activated this skill, swapping places with a soldier ant. The Buddha Mother's palm struck only the soldier ant. Not only did it fail to harm Jiang Yun, but the soldier ant's self-detonation wounded the Buddha Mother instead. With a raised finger, wave after wave of soldier ants surged forward. Golden flames erupted, enveloping the Buddha Mother. Yet a scene that made Jiang Yun's expression turn grave unfolded. Facing the relentless barrage of soldier ants, the Buddha Mother merely trembled slightly, otherwise appearing completely unaffected. Roar! The Buddha Mother's furious roar sent shockwaves rippling out like a storm. His body shuddered, and one by one, human faces fell from him, transforming into translucent monsters. Buddha Mother's skill, Children of the Shadows. Shaking off the human faces composing her body, transforming them into monsters. In an instant, hundreds of translucent monsters appeared, surrounding Jiang Yun and simultaneously separating him from the rest of the squad. Follow me. Break through the defenses and support Jiang Yun. Ningerin, panicked, immediately led her teammates to charge at the defensive line formed by hundreds of monsters. Meanwhile, by the lake, the battle between the Buddha Mother and Jiang Yun had only just begun. Arms sprouted from the Buddha Mother's back, slamming down onto the ground like a violent storm. In an instant, dozens of hectares of land before the Buddha Mother were indiscriminately pounded. The earth and everything upon it was utterly destroyed. Just like last time, golden flames erupted beneath the palms. This strike, too, missed Jiang Yun, striking the soldier ants instead. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Yun materialized mid-air. Beneath his feet, a platform formed swiftly from flying ants, catching his falling body. Under Jiang Yun's gaze, countless soldier ants swarmed around the Buddha Mother like a tidal wave, relentlessly attacking her. With each strike, a human face on the Buddha Mother's body was torn to shreds by the giant mandibles. Combined with the portions she had previously released, the human faces composing her body rapidly diminished. In other words, the Buddha Mother's physical form was rapidly shrinking. From a mountain-like figure covered in layers of fat, she transformed into a normal human form. And now, she had become a standard-issue skinny person. In some areas, the human faces could no longer cover the exposed blue bones. A flash of black light streaked through the air. The moon goddess's figure leapt from the shadows. Two massive jaws snapped open and closed, a flash of black light erupted, and two enormous, gruesome wounds appeared on the Buddha Mother's back. The Buddha Mother's cervical vertebrae were exposed. Without hesitation, the moon goddess condensed a moon goddess cannon in her mouth, slamming it heavily onto the exposed vertebrae. Roar! This time, the Buddha Mother reacted with unprecedented ferocity. She let out a piercing roar, wildly flailing her arms in an attempt to drive away the little pest that had wounded her. But after delivering that strike, the moon goddess had already leapt into the shadows and vanished. Left behind were only the soldier ants. The Buddha Mother's violent reaction ultimately only caused wave after wave of golden mini-suns to explode across her body, leaving behind even larger and more numerous wounds. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally figured out how to defeat the Buddha Mother. 65. The Buddha Mother's demise, a massive reward. The Buddha Mother was undoubtedly the most formidable boss Jiang Yun had faced since becoming a professional. A major reason for this was that Jiang Yun's reckless actions had successfully forced the boss into its strongest form. The Buddha Mother's current power far exceeded what an ordinary high-level professional team could handle. Fortunately, this conventional limit held no sway over Jiang Yun. After a fierce battle, he finally deciphered the boss's mechanics. The true Buddha Mother was actually that colossal blue skeleton. The human-faced specters composing her physical form function as a layer of armor. Only by first obliterating the flesh formed by those faces and striking the bones directly could one truly harm the Buddha Mother. At this moment, after the Buddha Mother's earlier onslaught, the soldier ants had suffered significant losses. Some were swept away by the lake water churned up by the Buddha Mother, carried off to other areas, while many more were forced to self-detonate under her relentless assault. Watching the dwindling ranks of soldier ants beside the Buddha Mother, Li Yudi grew increasingly excited. "It's time for us to act," she declared in a deep voice, slowly tightening her grip on the spear in her hand, ready to strike. Beside her, Yang Joshua was equally poised. A faint, eerie glow emanated from his staff as intense energy fluctuations swirled around his body. The moment to prove himself had arrived. Lu Xiaoxue, standing nearby, shot them a peculiar glance. She knew both of them were ultimately misplaced. The scale of Jiang Yunbing's ant legion far exceeded their wildest imaginations. In the next instant, Jiang Yun raised his hand and pointed. A flash of multicolored light erupted, and a dark cloud descended toward the Buddha Mother. It was more soldier ants. Specifically, it was Jiang Yun's specially prepared flying ant legion. The Buddha Mother was trapped within the vast lake. Every movement she made stirred up waves, sweeping the soldier ants into the currents and hindering their movements. This drastically reduced the efficiency of the encircling assault. But the flying ants were different. Capable of flight, the lake's influence on them was greatly diminished. The great battle reignited. This time, even Jiang Yun remained airborne. The flying ants formed a platform, supporting his body as they circled in midair.
From afar, the swarm resembled a black tempest, encircling the Buddha Mother, whose form loomed as vast as a mountain.
With each whirl of the storm, another layer of flesh was stripped from the Buddha Mother. Her form began to slowly shrink. Her attacks were brutally simple, countless arms smashed down, and no one could withstand them.
Any soldier ants that failed to dodge in time were instantly obliterated. Golden suns ignited one after another, inflicting even more terrifying damage upon the Buddha Mother.
Soon, her body was covered in countless wounds, her dark blue bones exposed once more.
SSSSH. The moon goddess, lurking in the shadows, struck.
The long-accumulated moon god cannon struck, its moonlight-infused claws leaving a crystalline afterimage in the air.
Snap.
A section of the Buddha Mother's rib shattered in response. The Buddha Mother could only remain within this vast lake, unable to move far. This meant that, to Jiang Yun, she was now a sitting duck.
Nowhere to flee, no defense to offer. With castling intact, she couldn't possibly harm Jiang Yun.
The outcome of this battle was now decided. Within minutes, the Buddha Mother's flesh and blood vanished entirely. The dark blue skeleton, under the relentless assault of the moon goddess and the soldier ants, finally began to shatter.
A thunderous roar.
But this time, it wasn't an explosion, it was the sound of the Buddha Mother collapsing to the ground. The massive skeleton shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. A radiant glow flickered within the bones. This was the equipment the Buddha Mother had dropped.
The soldier ants stepped forward, expertly picking up every shimmering object and placing them before Jiang Yun.
After a brief glance, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow and turned to call out to Ningerin and the others, "Come see what we've got."
"What are you all spacing out for over there?"
Li Yudi's hand still gripped her spear tightly, while the energy fluctuations around Yang Zhoxiu grew increasingly terrifying. But now, they had no foe left to fight. In mere minutes, the mountain-sized, terrifyingly imposing Buddha Mother had fallen beneath him. They hadn't even needed to lift a finger, nor had they had the chance. Gazing at Jiang Yun and the dense swarm of spirit beasts behind him, shock filled their eyes. That was the Buddha Mother at her peak strength, a force they could never hope to match. Yet Jiang Yun had defeated her in battle.
The national champion, was he really this powerful?
Li Yudi and Yang Zhoxiu exchanged glances, then suddenly let out a bitter laugh. The raging fire of battle within their hearts suddenly faded. Not the battle against the monster, but their fighting spirit against Jiang Yun. The gap was simply too vast, there was no point in fighting at all. As they approached Jiang Yun, Ningerin gasped in awe at the dazzling array of gear before him. The rewards from pioneering a dungeon far exceeded those from a standard clear. This was evident from the gear before Jiang Yun. Madness Staff, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 100, all spell effects plus 10, usage level 20. Madness Armor, Silver Grade, Constitution plus 100, Attack plus 100, Permanent Spell, Stonewall, usage level 20. Cacophony Pendant, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 50, Agility plus 100, all spirit-based spell effects plus 10, Constant Spell, Cacophony Scream. Mad Robe, Silver Grade, Constitution plus 100, Spirit plus 50, Skill cooldown reduced by 30%. All Silver Grade items. Additionally, 3 Bronze Tier Skill Scrolls and 2 Silver Tier Skill Scrolls. A truly generous haul. Beyond that, there's a vast amount of materials. Bones of the Buddha Mother, Soul Condensing Essence, all quite valuable. But the most precious item wasn't any of these. Instead, it was a dark red treasure chest. Inside lay the pioneering rewards for the Village of Calamity dungeon. "We've really struck gold this time." Ningerin excitedly slapped Jiang Yun's shoulder and declared generously, "Jiang Yun, we didn't contribute much this time, you did all the heavy lifting.
You pick first, take whatever you want. You can even take it all."
The 3 behind them nodded in agreement.
"We're teammates. I'll just take what I need, and you can split the rest."
Jiang Yun shook his head, stepped forward, and picked up the clamorous pendant and madness robe. He also took a silver grade skill scroll and some materials. He left the rest untouched. Among the looted gear, only these items held any practical use for him. Especially the mad robe, which reduced his skill cooldown time by 30%. With this, he'd have much more leeway when facing bosses later on. As for the materials, they were merely incidental. The true value and utility of materials dropped in new dungeons required appraisal by a professional blacksmith. Of course, if they turned out to be useless, no big deal, they could always serve as snacks for the soldier ants and the moon goddess. Donning the robes, Jiang Yun examined the pendant in his hand. Cacophony Scream releases a psychic storm, dealing 1,000 points of mental damage to surrounding enemies with a chance to inflict confusion. 66 Frontier Rewards, Job Change Scroll. Equipment with constant spirit attack is rare. With this, Jiang Yun's hidden backup options increased by 1. As Jiang Yun examined his newly acquired gear, the others stepped forward one by one, instinctively taking their share of the spoils. Finally, all eyes turned to the dark crimson treasure chest. The Pioneer Reward. Ningerin smiled. "Jiang Yun, you open it." Jiang Yun nodded, stepped forward, and tapped the chest lightly. With a click, the chest opened, revealing a dark red scroll before the group. Other than that, the chest contained nothing else. This scroll was the sole reward for clearing the dungeon? Curiosity gripped the group as they examined the scroll, casting identification spells one after another. Rare life change scroll. Gold grade. Allows the user to randomly change to a rare life profession. The profession's panel and skills are completely independent and do not affect the main profession. Usage level 21. It's actually the legendary subclass scroll. Eyes widened in astonishment. Ningerin couldn't help but gasp aloud. Subclass scrolls rumored to exist, yet never seen. Though merely gold tier, it was far more precious than many diamond tier, even platinum tier equipment. Once it surfaced, even the high and mighty bigwigs would come scrambling to snatch it up. A new life-oriented profession, complementary to combat classes, represented nearly limitless potential. No matter how powerful an item might be, its ceiling was fixed. As a player's strength grew, it would eventually be discarded or sold. But a new profession? That could accompany a player for their entire career. Li Yudi's breathing quickened. But glancing at Jiang Yun beside her, she instantly calmed down, letting out a bitter laugh. She hadn't contributed anything during this raid. If there were multiple shares of the first clear rewards, she might have gotten a cut. But with only one available, its ownership was already decided. Ningerin examined the scroll inside the treasure chest with curiosity, then sighed softly. Turning to Jiang Yun, she said with a hint of annoyance, "This thing is yours now. You've scored big this time. The entire dungeon's loot probably can't hold a candle to this scroll. Teaming up with a lucky charm like Sister Erin is my good fortune." Jiang Yun chuckled softly, offering a compliment before stepping forward to secure the scroll. His level was only 19, still too low to use this scroll. He'd have to wait until his class change was settled before considering it. After stowing the scroll, Jiang Yun turned and said, "I've truly gotten the better end of the deal this time. Once we return, I'll compensate everyone with points." Yang Zhouxiu and Li Yudi both paused, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Given Jiang Yun's strength and contributions to the team, taking the secondary profession scroll was entirely justified. Yet he still chose to compensate them with his points. That was the difference in character. This was something Xiaoqing's team members, standing behind them, understood all too well. Their gazes toward Yang Zhouxiu and the others were thick with envy and resentment. In terms of strength, they were roughly on par with Yang Zhouxiu and the others. Yet the treatment they received now was worlds apart. Jiang Yun's point compensation naturally didn't come their way. All because they had followed the wrong leader. Indeed, in the eyes of Xiaoqing's squad members, Jiang Yun was the true leader of this team. "Jiang Yun, once we're outside, stay behind me. Don't wander off, understand?" Ningerin suddenly pulled Jiang Yun aside, her eyes filled with concern. "Xiao Chang is the direct descendant of the Xiao family. He's bound to have a guardian accompanying him. After you made him suffer such a heavy loss this time, he won't let it go easily. He might have his bodyguard take action against you. Stay close to me. That guardian doesn't have the guts to come after me." After listening to Ningerin's words, Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before asking, "What level of power does that guardian possess?" "Lord level. No higher than that." It wasn't that the Xiao family couldn't afford a stronger protector, it simply wasn't necessary. A Lord-level professional, as long as they didn't venture onto the battlefield of the myriad races, was more than sufficient to handle the vast majority of dangers. "That's good." Jiang Yun exhaled in relief. "Lord level? No problem. He has a guardian, but what about me?" Ningerin's curious eyes widened. "You? How could you possibly afford a guardian?" Guardian masters were the exclusive preserve of great clans. Only genuine great families possessed the means in standing to hire a powerful guardian to protect their young. Ningerin knew all about Jiang Yun's background. How could he possibly afford a guardian? "Of course I couldn't afford one," Jiang Yun replied calmly. "So I trained one myself," Jiang Yun stated calmly. The statement made Ningerin's eyes widen even further, brimming with curiosity. But Jiang Yun merely offered a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Under Ningerin's sullen glare, the group conducted a final sweep and cleanup of the dungeon, ensuring they left no loot behind. Yang Zhouxiu and Li Yudi approached Su Xiyue, their demeanor and tone noticeably more subdued. They inquired about Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's performance today had truly stunned them. The two, who were usually so proud, couldn't muster much spirit in Jiang Yun's presence. A hint of curiosity about him had begun to stir within them. And to understand Jiang Yun, aside from asking him directly, the best approach was to build rapport with Su Xiyue, the one he'd brought into the team. Oh, him. Su Xiyue knew exactly what they wanted to ask. She smiled softly and said, "He's always been like this. He might seem a bit arrogant, but he has a great temperament. As for running dungeons, it's always been like this. We just need to follow along, no need to lift a finger." A hint of envy flickered in their eyes. When they first teamed up with Jiang Yun and found themselves doing nothing, they felt somewhat uneasy. But as their competitive spirit faded and his aloofness dissolved, they found themselves getting hooked. Doing nothing while raking in massive life points. This feeling of coasting along and piggybacking on someone else's strength was incredibly satisfying. With that thought, they immediately turned to Su Xiyue for advice.
Little Shui, I'll ask, does Jiang God's team still need more members? Moments later, after everything was accounted for, the group gathered once more, ready to leave the instance. A flash of light, and their figures vanished. Back in reality, at the entrance of the Village of Calamity dungeon, 9 figures materialized, Ningerin's team and Xiaoqing's team, 4 members each. Jiang Yun, I finally waited for you. The moment they landed, a furious shout filled with resentment erupted. Jiang Yun opened his eyes to see Xiaoqing glaring at him with fury. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in battle armor, his aura heavy and commanding. He was now surveying Jiang Yun with an air of arrogance. Clearly, this was Xiaoqing's guardian. Just as Ningerin had predicted, given Xiaoqing's temperament, he wouldn't let such a humiliating defeat go unpunished. 67. Who broke whose leg? Before Jiang Yun could speak, Ningerin stepped forward and shouted angrily, Xiaoqing, how dare you lay a hand on my man? Ningerin, step aside. This has nothing to do with you, and you can't protect him. Xiaoqing snapped, his face dark. He turned to the guardian beside him and respectfully requested, Master Mo, please intervene on my behalf. Teach this fellow a proper lesson. Do not harm Ningerin. I am well aware of that. The middle-aged man addressed as Elder Mo by Xiaoqing stood with an air of haughty superiority, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a detached tone. Upon closer inspection, his feet weren't touching the ground at all, they were suspended mid-air. This alone was proof enough of his formidable power. Though it must be said, practitioners possess numerous methods to achieve flight-like maneuvers. For instance, a mage might use levitation spells, while Jiang Yun could rely on flying ants to hover mid-air. But to truly achieve physical flight, breaking free from the Earth's constraints, only those above level 40 could accomplish it. That is, a noble tier professional who has completed their second job advancement. This Elder Mo was precisely such an existence. A 20-level gap meant his power could utterly crush everyone present. Mo Lao raised his hand lightly, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire venue. Young man, I know you're the top scholar of the grand examination, but there's a top scholar every year. Don't get too cocky. Today I'll teach you a lesson. In this world, it's all about background and strength. If you have none, keep your tail tucked between your legs. Today, I'll break one of your legs as a lesson. You dare. Lu Xiaoxue gasped in shock, rushing to block Jiang Yun with a resolute expression. Ningerin, Yang Zhou, and the others also stepped forward. As teammates, they weren't as shameless as Xiaoqing. Even if they couldn't win, they had to at least show their stance. But clearly, their resistance was futile against overwhelming power. The sheer aura emanating from Old Mo alone was enough to pin the group to the spot. The tension in the air thickened instantly. Xiaoqing's smug grin grew increasingly glaring. Just then, Jiang Yun, who had been shielded behind the others, suddenly cleared his throat. He gently patted Lu Xiaoxue's shoulder, gave everyone a reassuring glance, and stepped forward. His tone remained calm, devoid of any urgency, so by your logic, as long as you've got the muscle, anything goes? Mo Lao lifted his chin haughtily, at least here, that's how it is. Xiaoqing's voice rang out, Jiang Yun, this is the difference between a scion of a noble family like me and a commoner like you. I have a guardian Daoist. You don't. When you were chasing me through the dungeon, did you ever imagine this day would come? Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger as he looked at Xiaoqing. Is that so? Are you that certain? Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat under Jiang Yun's gaze, an inexplicable fear rising within him. He instinctively took a step back. In the instance, he had truly been chased relentlessly by Jiang Yun. That relentless figure, slaying gods and demons alike, was now deeply etched into his mind. Etched alongside it was a profound dread. But glancing at Old Mo beside him, his courage surged back. Xiaoqing pointed at Jiang Yun and shouted, what are you pretending to be? Elder Mo, attack. He's just a commoner, he has no guardian. Is that so? Another voice echoed the question. This time, however, it did not come from Jiang Yun, but from behind Mo Lao and Xiaoqing. A chill breeze swept through, carrying a thick scent of blood. Mo Lao recoiled in alarm, instinctively turning and stepping back. A figure wearing a conical hat had appeared behind him without warning. Beneath the hat, crimson eyes fixed on him as a raspy voice echoed, oh? Both at the second transformation stage? Care for a little sparring? Sword. Sword demon. Mo Lao's voice trembled, betraying profound dread. Both were professional practitioners in their 40s. At first glance, their appraisal skills revealed each other's profession and level. Legendary tier, Blade Demon. The higher the level, the greater the impact of class quality on combat power. Mo Lao was an epic tier noble lord. For ordinary adventurers, this was already an exceptionally powerful existence. But against a legendary tier profession, one who had appeared only once, yet carved out a fearsome reputation and committed countless atrocities, the Blade Demon was utterly insignificant. A single exchange would be enough to end him, no chance to resist. Who are you? Mo Lao glanced at Jiang Yun behind him with terror etched on his face, then turned to face the suddenly appearing man. His demeanor and tone gradually shifted to one of respect. Who are you? As he asked, he inwardly cursed Xiaoqing's unreliable intelligence. What commoner's son? A commoner could possibly have a legendary tier Zuanho following him. Even the Xiao family wouldn't possess such immense influence and wealth.
The man before him was none other than Jiang Yun. Having lingered at the Lord rank for years, Jiang Yun's revelation of a legendary tier class change path finally fulfilled his long-held dream. In just 3 short days, he completed the class change quest and ascended to the rank of Noble Lord. He had been waiting here for quite some time. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's hint, he immediately stepped forward, his fighting spirit surging. He was intensely eager for this so-called Elder MO to engage him in combat. Without a fight, how could he demonstrate his dedication to serving the young master? How could he showcase his formidable strength and prove to the young master that his investment hadn't been wasted? Facing Mo Lao's inquiry, he coldly declared, "I am Jiang Yun, the young master Jiang." Mid-sentence, he caught Jiang Yun shaking his head at him. Instantly, he changed his tune, "I'm a knight-errant who draws his sword to aid the oppressed. You lot are pushing it way too far." "Damn it!" Old Mo nearly cursed out loud. But under Jiang Yuan's disappointed gaze, he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "We were wrong. Please spare us, great hero." He'd wanted to flee long ago, but there was no way Xiao Cheng stood right before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yuan's hand had already landed on Xiao Cheng's shoulder, though no one knew when. Xiao Cheng was now trembling all over, terrified by the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yun behind him, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Yun studied Jiang Yun's expression, then paused thoughtfully before saying, "Simple. Didn't you just demand we break the young master's leg? Do as you say." "But I..." Xiao Cheng gasped in horror, but before he could speak, a sharp crack echoed. Mo Lao acted decisively, his figure flickering as Xiao Cheng's legs snapped cleanly in two. This scene stunned even Jiang Yun. Wasn't it supposed to be just one? "The other one is my apology to young master Jiang Yun." With that, he swiftly scooped up Xiao Cheng, whose body twisted in agony, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and dashed off into the distance. Xiao Cheng glared at Jiang Yun, as if he still had something to say. But before he could finish his sentence, Mo Lao struck him unconscious. "As if. You don't want to live, but I certainly do." If this blade demon truly intended to slaughter everyone, neither he nor Xiao Cheng would last 3 seconds. He was merely acting as a bodyguard, no need to risk his life for it. As long as he brought Xiao Cheng back alive, he wouldn't be considered derelict in his duty. His pace was swift, and within moments, he vanished completely from sight. All that remained were the stunned faces of everyone except Jiang Yun. What had they just witnessed? Xiao Cheng had summoned his guardian. Yet the outcome was that his guardian had broken his legs and carried him away. How to put it? The guardian the Xiao family had found for their legitimate son was indeed formidable, a lord-level figure above level 40. Only, every ounce of that power was unleashed upon Xiao Cheng himself. 68. The Return Journey, the Unlucky Wild Wolf Guild. All eyes turned back to Jiang Yun. Clearly, the mastermind behind all this chaos was none other than Jiang Yun. Though that powerful figure denied any connection to Jiang Yun. But the crowd wasn't stupid. That powerful figure was clearly acting based on Jiang Yun's reactions, everyone could see it. At this moment, the most astonished individuals weren't those like Yang Zhou who didn't know Jiang Yun well or even strangers meeting him for the first time, but rather those who knew him intimately, like Ningerin and Lu Xiaoxue. For Yang Zhou and Li Yudi, Jiang Yun's formidable strength, his background, and the protection he enjoyed were unexpected yet understandable. The more familiar one was with him, the greater the sense of bewilderment. Even within Luoxue City, Jiang Yun's background was the kind that could bring tears to one's eyes upon hearing it. How had he managed to secure such formidable protectors? But Jiang Yun clearly had no intention of explaining. The ability to help professionals transition into powerful new roles was terrifying. If this ability were ever exposed, the high-ranking officials of Xinsha Kingdom would likely place as much importance on him as they did on Ningerin. A crowd of practitioners yearning for advancement would instantly gather around Jiang Yun. Yet with that attention would come assassination attempts and ambushes. Jiang Yun wished to keep this secret hidden a little longer, waiting until his own strength grew stronger before considering disclosure. For now, he could only share it with those bound by contract, those he could trust implicitly. His gaze drifted slowly toward Xiao Cheng. This conflict was not an end, but a beginning. Xiao Cheng and the Xiao clan would certainly not let it rest. But then again, they were the ones who had tripped him up in the first place. They made their move, and he would respond in kind. With a lord-level powerhouse like Jiang Yun protecting him, Jiang Yun's safety remained assured within the borders of the divine Xia Kingdom. But reliance on others' protection has its limits. True strength lies within oneself. This time back, he must consider his class change. His thoughts churning, he turned to look at Ningerin. "Sister Erin, can we head back now?" Ningerin finally snapped out of her stunned state. She gave Jiang Yun a deep look and nodded. "Our business here is concluded. Does anyone else want to explore Binhai City?" The other three shook their heads. A small, obscure city held no appeal for exploration. Having been spurred on by Jiang Yun's performance, each of them now felt an even more urgent desire to strengthen their abilities, wishing they could dive straight into a dungeon to level up.
As reserves for Qingbei Middle's Golden Academy, they'd ended up trailing behind the entire dungeon run without lifting a finger.
It had been exhilarating, but admitting it felt downright embarrassing.
Jiang Yun, however, was curious. Senior, aren't you going after those Wild Wolf Guild members anymore?
Earlier, the Wild Wolf Guild had chased Ningerin across 1,000 miles for clues about this dungeon, leaving her utterly exhausted.
It was through that very incident that she and Jiang Yun had met. Now that she was back in Binhai City, wouldn't she give the Wild Wolf Guild a proper lesson? Ningerin shook her head.
They've already gotten what they deserved.
So many died in that dungeon.
When Xiao Cheng subdued them, he surely suffered greatly.
I wasn't injured, so let's just leave it at that.
Ningerin stretched lazily, her face radiant with sunshine. Besides, if I were the leader of the Wild Wolf Guild and faced something like this, I wouldn't be able to resist either.
Putting myself in his shoes, I can't really blame him.
Jiang Yun looked at Ningerin, gaining a deeper understanding of this bright young woman. Deep down, Ningerin was a genuinely kind-hearted girl. Putting himself in her shoes, he knew the Wild Wolf Guild wouldn't have gotten off so easily if he'd been in her position. Since Ningerin had spoken so plainly, Jiang Yun naturally had nothing more to say. As the connection with the divine capital was established, the teleportation array began to glow faintly. Jiang Yun and the others stepped onto it. A flash of white light and their figures vanished. After Jiang Yun and the others departed, a flash of crimson light appeared, and Zhang Henshui's figure materialized once more before the dungeon entrance. After scanning the area to ensure no traces remained, he turned and departed with deliberate ease. Before departing, he cast a glance toward the distant grasses. A subtle curve lifted the corners of his mouth, and his figure vanished instantly.
Rustle! Silence fell over the scene. The grass suddenly rustled. The figures of Chu Tianwei and the other three emerged, their expressions dark. Following Zhang Henshui's trail, they had finally located Jiang Yun.
But by then, everything was already settled. Zhang Henshui had already played his hand to the fullest, leaving them no room to maneuver. All they could do was stand by and watch helplessly. That Zhang Henshui, he doesn't give us a single chance.
Doesn't he remember our past? What do we do now? Just come all this way for nothing? No.
Chu Tianwei shook her head, pondering the conversation she'd overheard earlier. Suddenly, her eyes lit up.
The Wild Wolf Guild.
That guild has a grudge against our boss.
Lu Tianyi beside her frowned in confusion. You mean with the girl leading the group? That's where you're mistaken. Chu Tianwei sneered coldly. What kind of wind is most effective?
The one whispered in the ear, of course.
That girl and the boss share an unusually close bond. If we can win her over, why would she hesitate to speak highly of us to him? That makes sense.
The others' eyes lit up. After all, the four of them couldn't very well come all this way for nothing.
Chu Tianwei's approach was ingenious.
They immediately set off, racing toward Binhai City.
With their combined strength, wiping out the Wild Wolf Guild would be a piece of cake.
Meanwhile, in the divine capital, within the teleportation tower of Qingbei Academy, 5 figures materialized once more.
Finally back.
Ningerin stretched lazily, her tense body instantly relaxing. As they made their way out, the group began chatting.
This trip was truly fruitful. Yeah, reporting the dungeon's intel to the academy will earn us another batch of points.
Even Qingbei Academy placed great importance on dungeons.
Students who report new dungeon information also receive point rewards.
Too bad this dungeon's nature is so peculiar it's unsuitable for leveling up.
It probably won't appear in the leveling hall. Yang Jiuxiu shook his head.
Jiang Yun was puzzled.
Why isn't it suitable for leveling? Doesn't it grant a lot of lifespan?
The monsters in the Calamity Village instance were all level 20 or higher, and defeating them granted exceptionally large amounts of lifespan. Jiang Yun had previously reached level 19, spending over half of his accumulated lifespan in the process. After this trip to the coastal city instance, his lifespan had surged back up. Rounding up, he now possessed roughly 350,000 years of lifespan. For a standard practitioner, advancing from level 19 to 20 required roughly 130,000 years of lifespan. But as a beastmaster, Jiang Yun had to split his lifespan equally with his pet beast, requiring roughly 270,000 years.
More than enough.
The lifespan gained alone, plus the pioneering rewards, made the journey well worth it. Lost in his joy, he didn't notice the speechless stares from the others.
Bro, we owe this to you.
In the Calamity Village instance, the final boss, the Buddha Mother, had combat power directly tied to the number of minor monsters defeated earlier. With Jiang Yun's brute force tactics, who else could possibly defeat the final boss besides himself? The others were speechless. They considered themselves geniuses, but Jiang Yun wasn't just a genius, he was a prodigy. They truly had nothing in common. As they walked and chatted, they turned into the adjacent trading hall.
Materials and equipment obtained by adventurers from dungeons could be traded there for Xinxia coins or equivalent points.
Of course, generally speaking, no one would exchange Xinxia coins, it's all about points. In this instance, besides the gear dropped by the final boss, the Buddha Mother, the minor monsters slain by Jiang Yun also yielded a fair amount of equipment. These items were useless and could only be sold. Rying.
Just then, Jiang Yun's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After answering, a voice familiar beyond compare reached Jiang Yun's ear. "It's me, Jiang Yun. Let's meet up now." Jiang Yun's expression shifted. Ji Tianzhou. 69, the excited abyssal sage. Ever since parting ways with Ji Tianzhou in Luoxue City, this devoted admirer and younger brother of Jiang Yun's father had never contacted him again. The divine capital was vast, and as a newcomer, Jiang Yun was overwhelmed by countless matters, leaving him no time to inquire about Ji Tianzhou's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, today, Ji Tianzhou had reached out to him personally. "No problem. Where should we meet?" Ji Tianzhou gave Jiang Yun an address, his voice growing hushed over the phone. "Be prepared. A certain elder is ready to see you." An elder? Jiang Yun's heart stirred, a premonition already taking root. Moments later, he arrived at a discreet 3-story building. Guided by an attendant, he entered an office. The nameplate on the door read Ji Tianzhou. Clearly, this was Ji Tianzhou's personal office. To possess a private office at Qingbei Academy meant Ji Tianzhou's standing in the divine capital was far higher than Jiang Yun had imagined. He pushed open the door. Jiang Yun indeed saw Ji Tianzhou, whom he hadn't seen in several days. At that moment, Ji Tianzhou wasn't seated in his office chair but stood respectfully to the side. A figure clad in white sat lazily in the office chair, flipping through the documents before him. Seeing this figure in white, Jiang Yun's suspicions were confirmed. He bowed to the figure before him. "Greetings, revered Yuan." Seated in the office chair was none other than the revered Yuan, one of the 9 pillars of the Divine Summer Empire and the guardian of the divine artifact, the Void Tower. Though he had anticipated this, the simultaneous appearance of Ji Tianzhou and the revered one still drew a look of surprise to his face. Venerable Yuan smiled faintly. "Jiang Yun, we meet again." He rose, approached Jiang Yun, and placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes brimming with a rare intensity. "The first time I saw you, I felt you looked familiar, but I truly never imagined you would be Xiao Yun's son. That bastard. He's alive and has a son, yet he hasn't returned to the capital all these years. Not only that, he didn't even bother to give us a heads up." Jiang Yun's eyes widened instantly as he turned to look at Ji Tianzhou. Wasn't his background supposed to be confidential? How did Reverend Yuan find out? Ji Tianzhou shrugged helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, the revered Yuan interjected. "Ever since Xiao Yun's incident, that kid's been living like he's half dead. He's been a king-level cultivator for years, yet remains only a 1-star divine general. Truly the laziest slacker imaginable. But after returning from Luoxue City a few days ago, he suddenly became proactive, reviewing files related to Xiao Yun and the Divine Squad. I'm no fool. I knew he must have uncovered something new. With just a little prodding, he spilled the beans himself." As he spoke, the revered Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ji Tianzhou sighed and said, "Venerable Yuan is trustworthy. Back then, the Divine Squad project was entirely supported by Reverend Yuan. Moreover, your father was so close to becoming Elder Yuan's son-in-law back then." Jiang Yun's eyes widened even further. Not almost, he already was. Venerable Yuan emphasized, Honor was already engaged to Xiao Yun. After that mission, they were set to marry formally. Who could have imagined? At this point, the revered Abyss's expression darkened. The events of that year had affected far more people than Jiang Yun had imagined. A fleeting glimpse of nostalgia and anger flashed in the elder's eyes before they returned to their usual gentle warmth. Running a hand through Jiang Yun's hair, he sighed, "Back then, we practically turned the entire 10,000 trees sacred land upside down. We found no trace of your father or his team members surviving. We had no choice but to hastily conclude they were wiped out." Upon learning of this, Honor left without a word for the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. He has guarded the pass against the 10,000 Trees clan ever since and has never returned. His tone brimmed with emotion, tinged with a hint of resentment. Who would have thought he'd marry an alien race and even have children? From Ji Tianzhou, the revered Yuan had also learned the story of how Su Mingyan and Zhang Xiaoyun had met back then. With his experience and wisdom, he could easily discern that Jiang Yun's mother was most likely not of the human race. But rest assured, he continued, after so many years of conflict on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, mixed blood children are quite common. As long as you identify as human and stand with the human race, no one will hold this against you. Venerable Yuan reassured him, "You are Xiao Yun's son. In my eyes, you are no different from my own grandson." Jiang Yun was startled. He hadn't imagined the depth of the bond between the revered Yuan and his own father. His confusion only deepened. If you and my father were such close friends, why didn't he return to the divine capital back then? Why didn't he even contact you? Just call me grandfather in private. Venerable Yuan's expression grew grave. That is precisely what troubles me. Xiao Yun's actions undoubtedly confirm one thing I suspected back then. The leak of our battle plans back then was likely connected to one of the pillars. Jiang Yun was startled. Pillars, those standing at the pinnacle of the professional system. In the entire Divine Summer Kingdom, there were only 9 pillars. For one pillar to betray humanity, it was nothing short of the sky falling. This matter is not your concern for now.
Seeing Jiang Yun's grave expression, the revered Yuan comforted him, your sole focus now must be on growing stronger. Only when you are sufficiently powerful will you have the qualifications and strength to participate in this monumental event. With that, he pulled out his phone and tapped a few times before adding, I'll share one more piece of news with you. After that failed operation, the Divine Squad project wasn't abandoned. On the contrary, the nation has placed even greater emphasis on it. Now, it goes by a new name, the Divine Sequence Project. Only the most elite young prodigies from across the entire Xinxia nation qualify to be accepted into the program, receiving an outpouring of resources and cultivation. Unfortunately, due to the failure of the Divine Squad project, I no longer have the authority to interfere with this initiative. All records and details concerning the Divine Squad are now held within the Divine Sequence. If you wish to know more, to understand more, you must enter the Divine Sequence project. I've already sent you the admission requirements for the Divine Sequence. Take a look. Jiang Yun pulled out his phone and indeed found an unfamiliar account had sent him a file. Opening it, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed involuntarily as he let out a gasp. Under 20 years old, level 30, and above elite tier profession. Such high requirements. To join the Divine Sequence, one must reach level 30 before turning 20, and their profession must be of elite quality or higher. Such demands would likely be beyond the reach of most students at Qingbei Academy. Jiang Yun lowered his head to continue reading. That was the minimum requirement. Failure to meet them meant no consideration whatsoever. Then came the combat standards. Indeed, within the Divine Sequence, only combat-oriented professions were permitted, a rather pure requirement. Clear the designated 30-level dungeons, 10,000 trees, twilight, and abyss. Difficulty requirement, hell. Another terrifying task beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. But Jiang Yun remained utterly unfazed. Confident, asked the abyssal sage with a smile. No problem. Jiang Yun nodded, his tone brimming with confidence. For ordinary people, it would certainly be challenging, but for him, it was practically a sure thing. Typically, advancing from level 20 to 30 took about a year, or 2 years for the more laid-back players. Jiang Yun was 16 this year. Even if he took 2 years to level up, he could still reach level 30 by the time he turned 18. Besides, he had no intention of doing so. The wait was too long, he couldn't afford to linger. To level up quickly, he must consider how to obtain additional lifespan. Therefore, he looked up at the revered abyss. Venerable Yuan laughed heartily, it seems you've grasped the crux of the matter. For leveling up, the best place to go is the dungeon. But the higher the dungeon level, the more lifespan it grants and the longer the cooldown period. Some dungeons have cooldowns lasting a full month. I trust your strength, but just waiting out the cooldown alone will be a real challenge for you. Now, do you see what you're missing? Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he recalled the cooldown ring in Su Xiyue's possession. Cooling type items. 70, a crystal clear plan. The abyssal sage clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Exactly, cooling type items, and they must be of exceptionally high quality. Such items are far more precious than any other of the same tier. I have such an item, but I can't simply give it to you. Jiang Yun nodded in understanding. The relationship between himself, Venerable Yuan, and Ji Tianzhou must remain a secret until he had fully grown in power. Otherwise, the enemies lurking within the Divine Summer Empire would never let him go. Rest assured, I already have a way for you to obtain a high-quality cooling item. Soon, a quest will appear in the quest hall, requiring you to explore the white sand dunes and obtain a crystal heart. This quest isn't easy, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Upon completing it, you'll naturally receive a high-quality cooling item. By the time you finish this quest, you should have accumulated enough lifespan to reach level 20. At that point, you can apply to the Academy for a class change. Based on the potential you've demonstrated, the Academy will evaluate you and grant you a class change path. This is a privilege granted only once in a lifetime to students of Qingbei Academy. Receive a suitable job change path without any cost. For your second job change, you'll need to trade massive amounts of points or military merits for it. Once you complete your job change and become a first-tier professional with cooldown items in hand, you can focus on leveling up with peace of mind. I'll guide you and help you find the most suitable dungeons for leveling. Aim to reach level 30 within 6 months. Then apply to join the Divine Sequence. The revered abyss spoke at length, laying out Jiang Yun's path for the coming period with crystal clarity. Ji Tianzhou watched the scene unfold beside him, his face brimming with envy. At Jiang Yun's age, he hadn't received such favorable treatment, the chance to be mentored by a pillar of the order. The revered abyss's expectations for Jiang Yun were truly extraordinary. This was both a privilege and immense pressure. He spoke at length for quite some time. The topic had shifted from Jiang Yun's cultivation breakthrough to his future marriage prospects. Only then did Jiang Yun realize that in the presence of familiar faces, this stern-faced figure from the Divine Summer Kingdom could actually be quite the chatterbox. Clearly, when the revered Yuan said he regarded him as his own grandson, it was no empty gesture. This warmed Jiang Yun's heart, yet also left him feeling somewhat helpless. After a long while, the revered Yuan finally snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Oh, right, Jiang Yun.
Back in Luoxue City, didn't you say you'd only share your secrets with me? Can you tell me now?
Jiang Yun glanced around.
Are you sure this place is safe?
Rest assured.
With me here, no one dares to eavesdrop.
Venerable Yuan declared with confidence.
Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before adding, just don't react too strongly when you hear it.
Venerable Yuan laughed heartily, while Ji Tianjiao beside him gave a cold snort. Both men were seasoned veterans who had seen it all. They certainly didn't believe that Jiang Yun, a mere mid-tier practitioner, could possibly hold any secret shocking enough to leave them speechless. Over the years, they had encountered countless geniuses. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer and immediately revealed his profession panel. In an instant, a skill radiating with multicolored hues appeared before them.
Trait Extraction. Mythic Tier Skill. The entire office fell silent in an instant.
Both men stared fixedly at Jiang Yun's profession panel, their faces filled with utter shock and bewilderment.
Crack!
Ji Tianjiao lost his balance, instinctively pressing his left hand against the desk.
His breath erupted, instantly shattering the desk into several pieces. Jiang Yun sighed. I did warn you. He realized that compared to Su Ming and Zhang Henshui, the reactions of Yuan Zun and Ji Tianjiao seemed even more intense. Of course, he didn't know that Su Ming and Zhang Henshui were, frankly speaking, only at the lord level. Such power might be formidable in Luoxue City, but in the capital, a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden, gathering the essence of a nation, it was utterly insignificant. One a king tier, the other a pillar tier, both had truly witnessed the pinnacle of professional prowess. Naturally, they recognized the terrifying might of a mythic tier skill. Moments later, Jiang Yun emerged from the office.
After bowing deeply to the two, he walked off into the distance. Through the window, the two watched Jiang Yun's figure grow increasingly distant until he vanished from their sight. A radiant smile never left the face of the revered abyss.
Sir, what exactly does a mythic tier skill signify? Ji Tianjiao inquired.
Regarding skills of this tier, aside from the pillars, it was unlikely anyone else could provide an answer. After a moment's contemplation, the revered one of the abyss replied, let me put it this way, even among pillars like ourselves, mythic tier skills are rare and elusive, something one can only hope to encounter. A pillar possessing a mythic tier skill operates at a combat tier above ordinary pillars. Venerable Yuan paused before adding, take me, for instance, I do not possess a mythical tier skill.
Ji Tianjiao's face was filled with shock.
He knew mythic tier skills were precious, but he never imagined they could be this rare.
Not even the revered Yuan possessed one.
Possessing such a skill explained why Jiang Yun had achieved so much at such a young age. I must return to the frontier immediately to guard the abyss. Venerable Yuan looked at Ji Tianjiao, his tone unusually stern. Jiang Yun's safety is now entrusted to you.
His identity and innate talent are secrets known only to us two. He is the future of the divine summer kingdom. Ji Tianjiao nodded solemnly. The revered abyss's regard for Jiang Yun far exceeded even Jiang Yun's own expectations. At this very moment, the revered abyss should have been stationed at the frontier, suppressing the abyss. Yet upon learning of Jiang Yun's situation, he had secretly brought Ji Tianjiao back. Such behavior was almost unheard of from the abyss venerable, who always placed great emphasis on rules and protocol. Having now met Jiang Yun, the revered abyss would immediately return to the abyss to prevent any unforeseen incidents.
Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to the revered one of the abyss, Jiang Yun hurried straight toward the mission hall.
This was where Qingbei Academy issued its quests.
Beyond official assignments, teachers, students, and major factions could also post quests here. Rewards varied, with points being the most common form of compensation. As a prime spot for Qingbei students to earn points, the place was always bustling.
It was bustling and noisy.
Task information flickered across the light screens on all four walls of the main hall.
If you see one that suits you, you can step forward to accept it.
Some quests were restricted to solo players or small squads.
If two squads coveted the same mission, a duel was inevitable. Jiang Yun entered without drawing anyone's attention.
He glanced around the room before retreating to a corner to rest. Keeping an eye on the screen's updates, Jiang Yun pulled out his phone and sent messages to Ningerin, Su Xiyue, and others, informing them of his whereabouts.
Ding!
Su Xiyue was the first to respond, asking if he needed help.
Ding dong, another notification sounded.
This time, it was Ningerin. Reading Ningerin's message, Jiang Yun's expression turned serious.
What? She's going to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes on a mission?
71, the Hall of the Celestial Sphere, White Sand Dunes. The battlefield of 10,000 races, a destination all practitioners are destined to reach. Battle, conquer, and expand the human race's territory. The very thought made one's blood boil. But only high-level practitioners above level 30 qualify to enter the multiracial battlefield. Those below this level entering the battlefield would merely be fodder. Ningerin's presence in the battlefield of all races likely stems from her innate talent.
The lucky star talent, deeply intertwined with the mysterious workings of fate, could yield extraordinary results when wielded skillfully.
Even possessing two mythic tier skills, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel at this revelation for quite some time. Of course, if his own mythical tier skills were exposed, he'd likely receive similar treatment.
Stay safe. Jiang Yun replied before flipping back to his chat with Su Xiyue. Just as he was about to reply, a task notification popped up on his screen. White Sand Dunes, Crystal Heart, Reward, 1 free weapon forging. The sender was a name Jiang Yun had never heard before. Luo Chunsheng. Before Jiang Yun could react, other practitioners began wailing in despair. Master Luo again. He wants the Crystal Heart. 1 Crystal Heart for a single forging opportunity? Are you kidding me? Complaints began to pour out from the crowd. Clearly, this quest wasn't appearing for the first time. Yet every single time, no one had ever accepted it. When the time limit passed, the quest would automatically expire. Yet the poster persisted, time and again. Everyone clearly harbored considerable resentment toward this Luo Chunsheng. The task hung there, untouched, as if it were a fresh, juicy fruit. Jiang Yun walked over, tapped the screen, and with a ding, the task was accepted. A notification appeared on his phone. This young man must have just enrolled today, he looks unfamiliar. Someone nearby cautioned, looks like you're unfamiliar with the White Sand Dunes instance. This quest is tough. And even if you complete it, the rewards are practically non-existent. You might even waste a bunch of points. Jiang Yun gave a polite smile but said nothing. After confirming the task was accepted, he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, the veteran adventurer sighed softly. Another poor kid about to get screwed over. The White Sand Dunes Hell Dungeon? It's not exactly a walk in the park. Jiang Yun was now on his way to the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall that was the colloquial name students gave it. Its true name was the Hall of the Celestial Sphere. It was very close to the quest hall, and within minutes, Jiang Yun had arrived. During those few minutes, Jiang Yun had already used his phone to gather all sorts of intelligence on the White Sand Dunes. Contrary to his expectations, the White Sand Dunes were not a traditional dungeon but a resource point situated over an ocean, bordering several neighboring nations of Xinxia. This meant Jiang Yun would directly meet with professionals from other nations this time. Additionally, information about the Crystal Heart appeared before Jiang Yun's eyes. Crystal Heart was a precious material that could only be obtained from a handful of dungeons. The White Sand Dunes was one such instance. Only the Hell-tier White Sand Dunes offered a chance to drop it. And even then, it's not guaranteed. No wonder no one wants to take this quest. A flash of realization crossed Jiang Yun's eyes. The effort required for this quest was utterly disproportionate to the reward. Though he didn't understand the purpose of the Crystal Heart. But from these descriptions alone, Jiang Yun knew its price must be exorbitant. He had no use for it himself, and even selling it would bring him a hefty profit. Why bother with this mission? As for the reward? Utterly ridiculous. With so many blacksmiths in the world, why bother with this one? In the past, Jiang Yun's gaze wouldn't have lingered on this quest for even a second. But with the venerable Yuan's instructions, things were different. He trusted that the revered Yuan would never harm him. Arriving before the Hall of the Celestial Sphere, Jiang Yun didn't rush inside. Instead, he paused for a moment, then picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Xiyue. I truly need your help. Is your cooling ring fully charged yet? It's done. Su Xiyue's reply came swiftly. Good. Bring the ring. The two of us will run a dungeon. Should I call the others? No need. Just the two of us. Alright. It didn't take long before Su Xiyue appeared before Jiang Yun. Her smile was dazzling, tinged with excitement, as she practically skipped over to him. Let's go. After briefly explaining the purpose of their journey, Jiang Yun led Su Xiyue toward the dungeon hall. Upon entering, Jiang Yun instantly understood why this hall bore the name Hundian. Crystalline stones glowed everywhere on the ceiling and surrounding walls. Countless stones were arranged side by side, resembling a starry sky. Teleportation stones. A flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he instantly recognized the true nature of these stones. Teleportation stones could transport people to specific locations. Each teleportation stone here represented a separate instance. Jiang Yun glanced over and couldn't help but marvel. There were at least 1,000 instances here. Undoubtedly, this was the depth of resources at Qingbei Academy. Only a top-tier academy like Qingbei could possess such resources. In this era, instances were the very essence of productivity. Materials, lifespans, equipment all came from dungeons. And these dungeons are essentially accessible only to Qingbei Academy's faculty and students. This alone ensures that no one emerging from Qingbei Academy is weak. After some time, the two quickly grasped the operational logic of this grand hall. 100 points could teleport someone to a dungeon and back. That expensive? Su Xiyue gasped. 100 points is a significant expense for a newcomer like her. Qingbei Academy really does require points for everything. I'll cover it. Jiang Yun paid for both of them and provided by Jing Shakya's name to the staff in the main hall. After the staff completed their procedures, they stepped onto the teleportation array. A flash of white light and they vanished. The staff member stood alone, shaking his head at the spot where they had vanished. Another rookie tricked into rushing to White Sand Dunes for the Crystal Heart. Luo Chuanxing's task was one that a simple inquiry would reveal to be completely disproportionate in effort and reward. Yet, time and again, newcomers clung to the notion that some deeper meaning must lie within a test left by some great master to select the most worthy disciple, and so on. Of course, the outcome was always the same: shattered dreams. To the staff, Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue were undoubtedly such people. Meanwhile, a flash of white light, and Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue appeared. The slight discomfort from the teleportation gradually faded as a sea breeze carrying a faint, damp, briny scent washed over them. The two looked around. It was a small island, surrounded by azure sea. The island was now teeming with professional adventurers all here to tackle the dungeon. Standing on higher ground, they could see a massive cavern at the island's center. Within the cavern lay the dwelling of a creature known as the Naga. The white sands dunes lay deep within the heart of the Naga territory. To enter the dungeon, one must first battle through the Naga tribe. But now, everyone was jammed at the entrance to the cavern. A woman's voice rang out, filled with grief and indignation. "Aren't you guys from the Neon Nation being a bit too bossy? This instance isn't your private property." Jiang Yun and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance, already grasping what was happening. The number of adventurers permitted to enter a dungeon is strictly limited. So it was no surprise that certain factions would forcibly intercept others, barring them from entry and forcing only their designated teams through. Some even made a fortune off it, paying a fee was mandatory to enter. Within the country, such practices had largely been eradicated. But in this borderland where nations meet, the situation was different. Clearly, someone sought to monopolize the dungeon, sparking resistance from others. But why does this voice sound so familiar? 72, a brutal beating. Without hesitation, the two walked toward the crowd. "Excuse me, make way." After pushing through the crowd, they reached the center of the conflict. At the entrance to the underground cavern, a man in distinctive attire, wearing a tall hat, stood arrogantly before the crowd. Flanking him on either side stood a dozen or so men dressed identically. Together, they formed a human wall, blocking the group's path. Before him, a beautiful young woman clutched a crimson battle blade, trembling with rage. Jiang Yun froze. Su Mingxi? He truly never imagined he would encounter Su Mingxi under such circumstances. He had assumed it would be years before they met again. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the coordinates to the White Sand Dunes weren't exclusive to Qingbei Academy. "I said no entry, and that's final. Go ahead and force your way in if you dare." The Japanese man spoke in a stiff tone. He promptly turned and bowed deeply, his tone shifting to one of obsequiousness. "Sir, rest assured. With me here, no one will disturb you." Only then did Jiang Yun notice several figures behind the man, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with deeply carved features, clearly Westerners. So this Japanese man was guarding the gate not for his own country's team, but for these Westerners. The others spotted them too, and the room erupted in commotion. "Damn it, disgraceful. Acting like someone's lapdog. Blocking the gate is bad enough, but blocking it for people from other countries? Everyone, let's charge together and break through this blockade. I'd like to see who dares." Facing the restless crowd, the man roared angrily. Those beside him immediately stepped forward, bellowing in unison, their fury palpable. They had the strength to block the gate. Each possessed strength above level 20. Their coordination was impeccable, their teamwork remarkably synchronized. In contrast, the crowd they blocked was a motley crew, members from every nation imaginable, some harboring deep-seated grudges against one another. Coordinated action was utterly impossible. When Su Mingxi stepped forward earlier, aside from her teammates, no one sided with her. Everyone else stood silently watching. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of their presence, the crowd that had just begun to stir quickly fell silent. Watching this unfold, Su Mingxi trembled with rage, her teeth clenched tightly. Back in Luoxue City, she'd never endured such humiliation. Yet, upon arriving in the capital, her background and status were practically non-existent. This trip had only been possible because a senior from her family's old connections couldn't resist her pleas and brought her along to broaden her horizons. Who could have imagined encountering such an ordeal upon arrival? What infuriated her even more was that when she stood up for herself just now, not a single person came to her aid, not even a word of support. Clearly, she was acting in their best interests too. Watching Su Mingxi's figure, Jiang Yun's eyes flashed with golden light. He scanned the surroundings, a faint smile curling his lips. The White Sand Dunes required a minimum level of 1924 for entry. Those who came here to compete for materials and level up were undoubtedly the elite prodigies from every nation. To prevent accidents involving their own prodigies, several nations had formed an alliance. Professionals above this level were strictly prohibited from entering. After scanning the crowd, Jiang Yun confirmed everyone present was indeed within that level range. With no powerhouses present to intimidate him, Jiang Yun's heart instantly settled. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped forward, walking toward the group from the Neon Nation. Su Mingxi sensed movement behind her and turned to look. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with utter disbelief. Upon confirming it was indeed Jiang Yun, a surge of both delight and grievance rippled through her gaze.
She turned to face the Japanese man before her, her pink lips parting slightly. "You're finished." The Neon Nation man and Su Mingxi's teammates froze in unison, puzzled by her sudden confidence.
Was it because of that handsome youth approaching them?
Behind the Japanese man, within the Western team, a tall, broad-shouldered man respectfully addressed a doll-like, adorable young girl.
"Your Highness, there's nothing more to see here. Let's hurry into the instance."
The girl lifted her chin slightly, gave a reserved nod, and without glancing at the man, walked toward the cave entrance. The other four were accustomed to her aloof manner and followed without a second thought.
Boom!
At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Instantly, a figure streaked past them, crashing heavily into the sandy ground before the group.
It was the man from the Neon Nation. Startled, they spun around in alarm.
A handsome youth was striding slowly toward them. Beside him, Neon Country's professionals roared with fury, preparing to attack him. But then, a dark shadow flickered through the air.
The crowd couldn't even make out what had launched the attack.
One by one, the Neon Nation professionals were sent flying backward, eyes rolled back in their heads, unable to get up anytime soon. In an instant, the Neon Nation professionals, who had been brimming with energy moments before, were all sprawled on the ground, not a single one able to rise. Watching the youth stride steadily toward them, the man from the Western team shielded the doll-like girl behind him with a look of alertness. "Sir, you're very strong. The dungeon is yours."
The man knew his mission well. The dungeon could be cleared anytime, stepping aside was no big deal. The priority was the safety of the young master behind him. Within mere seconds, every Neon Nation professional lay defeated. He himself didn't possess such overwhelming power. Facing such a formidable foe, yielding to protect the prince was a reasonable choice. Jiang Yun merely chuckled softly upon hearing this. "You Westerners never stick to reason. If they ever act reasonably, it's only because they've been forced into it. Today, I've truly come to understand that old saying." The man instantly grew alert. "What are you trying to do?" Before he could finish, another thud echoed. A dark shadow flashed, and the man's body arched as he knelt down in agony on the sand. The others behind him, enraged, grabbed their weapons, ready to strike. But the shadow flickered again. Bang, bang, bang. In moments, they met the same fate as the first man. This Western squad, before they could even show their mettle, was nearly wiped out before Jiang Yun. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but the moon goddess's abilities were simply too overpowered. Even a lord-level powerhouse couldn't touch him, let alone these opponents now? In an instant, the only one left standing before Jiang Yun was the doll-like girl, still shielded by her companions. A flicker of panic crossed the doll girl's eyes before she placed her hands on her hips and declared to Jiang Yun, "You dare lay a hand on me? I am." Smack! Before she could finish, Jiang Yun had already stepped beside her and delivered a sharp smack to her head with a blank expression. He could tell at a glance that although the girl possessed considerable strength and was a level 22 player, she was clearly someone who had been pampered and sheltered. She likely hadn't seen combat before and posed no real threat. Jiang Yun naturally wouldn't lay into such an opponent. A single punch to the head sufficed. "Ow!" The girl cried out, clutching her head as she crouched down, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Yun paid her no further attention and continued on his way. Ignoring his own pain, the Western man forced himself to the girl's side, his face filled with concern and anxiety. "Your Highness, are you all right? That Eastern man is utterly barbaric. How dare he treat your Highness like this?" "I'm fine." The girl lifted her tear-filled eyes and gazed at Jiang Yun's retreating figure. A faint blush flashed across her porcelain-like face. "He's such a man, so full of presence." Man. 73, scared to death. The man was dumbfounded. The crowd watching from afar fell into a deathly silence. Before this, everyone thought these professionals from the land of the rising sun, those Westerners, were already arrogant and overbearing enough to make one grind their teeth. But it wasn't until Jiang Yun stepped forward that they truly understood what genuine arrogance and haughtiness looked like. From start to finish, Jiang Yun hadn't uttered a single word, not a single threatening remark, not even a glance of acknowledgement. He regarded them as nothing, simply crushing them all in his path. True arrogance is indifference. This time, everyone truly grasped the profound meaning behind those words. Before the underground chamber, Jiang Yun finally came to a halt and surveyed the crowd. Lu Xiaoxue understood and hurried to follow. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted back to Su Mingxi. "Want to come along?" he called out. After learning the full story of his engagement to Su Mingxi, he realized there was no hidden scheme involved, nor had the Su family forced it upon him. His own father had personally approved it. Given that, he needed to reassess his relationship with Su Mingxi. After all, she really was his legitimate fiancée. Su Mingxi hesitated for a moment before shaking her head firmly. "No, I have my own team." Jiang Yun nodded, saying nothing more. He took Lu Xiaoxue and walked toward the underground passage. Once their figures vanished into the darkness, the others excitedly rushed toward the cave entrance. Along the way, the captain of Su Mingxi's squad, the young woman who had brought Su Mingxi here, asked curiously, "Do you know that nobleman?" Her tone carried a hint of awe. This was only natural. Anyone who witnessed Jiang Yun's complete domination of the Neon Nation's professionals would find it hard not to feel awe. He was simply too powerful. Su Mingxi nodded. His name is Jiang Yun. Before she could finish, the team leader shrieked, "What? Jiang Yun? Isn't that your fiancé?" Su Mingxi's face flushed crimson, and she remained speechless for a long moment. Two men in the group looked downcast. Like Lu Xiaoxue, Su Mingxi had been showered with overt and covert advances since arriving at Weiyun Academy. The two men in the group were no exception. Open and covert rivalries flared along the way, with constant displays of affection. But Su Mingxi, wholly focused on scaling the pinnacle of her profession, paid them no mind. Now, learning Su Mingxi had a fiancé and that it was the demonically handsome guy from earlier, their spirits were crushed almost instantly. How could they possibly compete against such a freak? By now, Jiang Yun and Lu Xiaoxue had already ventured deep into the underground cavern. After traversing the tunnel for some time, they emerged into a vast cavern. Dripping stalactites hung from the ceiling, and one water pool followed another. Where the pools met, winding stone paths stretched into the distance. Splash! Two Nagas leapt out of the pools, their forearms wielding curved blades as they swung them toward Jiang Yun and Lu Xiaoxue. Four-armed Naga warrior. Level 21. Skills: Sword Dance, Mental Scream. The strength of the Naga clan is determined by the number of arms they possess. The more powerful the Naga, the more arms they possess. The maximum is 8 arms. The area beneath the cavern serves as the Naga clan's habitat. These Nagas are the first obstacle to overcome when attempting to enter the White Sand Dunes instance. Stay close to me. Jiang Yun instructed Lu Xiaoxue before striding forward. He didn't even glance at the two Nagas lunging toward them. Lu Xiaoxue hesitated for a few seconds, but her gaze hardened as she followed Jiang Yun forward. A flash of multicolored light erupted as two soldier ants abruptly materialized before the two Nagas, charging straight at them. Boom! The two Nagas let out a piercing scream and vanished back into the water, plunging once more into the pond. From the water, more Nagas crawled out, wielding spears, curved blades, and other weapons as they charged at Jiang Yun. Soldier ants materialized simultaneously around Jiang Yun, colliding with the Nagas. This was the underground cavern. Jiang Yun feared the explosive power of the soldier ants might be too great, potentially damaging the geological structure here. Therefore, he only allowed the soldier ants to use their most basic charging skill. Even so, with the current hardness of the soldier ants' exoskeletons and their formidable attack power, these ordinary Naga warriors were no match for them. One by one, the Nagas were either sent flying by the collisions or had their bodies torn apart. In the distance, Naga mages crept out silently, raising their staffs and chanting incantations as intense elemental fluctuations rippled through the air. Shadows suddenly writhed, and a dark figure flashed by. The Naga mages were left with only their lower halves, swaying as they collapsed. The moon goddess materialized beside Jiang Yun, chewing with evident satisfaction. Clearly, the Naga were quite to his taste. The moon god looked up at Jiang Yun with a pleading expression, its massive head rubbing against his pant leg. Jiang Yun understood its meaning, chuckled softly, and stroked its head. Go! A flash of black light, and the moon god vanished. Within the cavern, only faint halos glowed from the stalactites, casting an overall gloomy darkness. Such an environment was like water to a fish for the moon goddess. Black light flickered, and one by one, the Nagas mysteriously lost half their bodies or vanished entirely. Within the beast-taming space, Xiao He transmitted a curious mental wave. Her fascination was piqued by the moon goddess's insatiable appetite for the Nagas. At her command, soldier ants carried chunks of Naga flesh back into the beast-taming space. After sampling the flesh, the Naga's remains were discarded from the beast-taming space. Xiao He, the ant queen, transmitted a wave of disdainful thoughts. Clearly, the Naga wasn't to her taste. The moon goddess couldn't care less. Since birth, he had never eaten so much. When he could eat no more, he even pleaded with Jiang Yun to store the leftover Naga meat in his own beast-taming space. Jiang Yun agreed with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Thanks to Moon God's tireless efforts, the number of Nagas surrounding Jiang Yun was dwindling at an astonishing rate. Moments later, a clear horn sounded deep within the cavern. Hearing the call, the surviving Nagas scrambled backward, plunging into the watery pool and vanishing from sight. They're retreating? Jiang Yun was taken aback, simultaneously calling back the moon goddess who was about to pursue. After all, these were real monsters unlike those in dungeons. They possessed intelligence and knew when to retreat. Before coming here, he had studied the records. The Naga were a vast race, among whom were lords and even monarchs. The Naga had reached an agreement with the human race. Those inhabiting the White Sand Dunes were capped at level 30, free to engage in battles with similarly leveled humans. But Jiang Yun had slaughtered them so ruthlessly this time that the Naga faction had no choice but to retreat. Anyway, Jiang Yun hadn't come here for the Naga clan in the first place. He knew when to quit while he was ahead. The latter half of their journey passed in complete tranquility, not a single Naga emerging to disturb them. Clearly, they were utterly terrified by Jiang Yun's slaughter. As they pressed onward, a pale blue gate soon appeared before them. Pure White Dunes. Entry level, 1825. Difficulty options, Normal, Hard, Heroic, Inferno. 74, Clearing White Sand Dunes, Instant Wins. Let's go in.
Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun selected Hell difficulty and entered the instance. A flash of white light transported both figures atop a sand dune. The dune was pristine white, only 7 or 8 meters in diameter, surrounded by azure seawater. This was an island isolated in the middle of the ocean. Boom! As the two appeared, the sea suddenly trembled. Monsters covered in blue scales, resembling apes, emerged from the ocean. They let out eerie cries and lunged toward the two. Their numbers were vast, easily reaching dozens. This was the way of battle on the white sand dunes. No need for exploration or running around. You simply stay on the dunes and slay the monsters. Clear all the monsters and you'll complete the stage. Simple, brutal, yet extremely challenging, no room for maneuvering. You must rely solely on raw strength to endure. A flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. He was growing increasingly uncomfortable using the appraisal technique. The heavenly eye was far more useful. Sea Monkey. Level 15. Skills, Toughness, Charge. Jiang Yun extended his right hand and flicked his fingers. A flash of multicolored light erupted. In an instant, countless soldier ants surged forth, swirling around Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue to form a terrifying black storm. Within the storm, a sinister metallic sheen rippled the gleam of the soldier ants' razor-sharp mandibles. The storm's scale perfectly enveloped the entire sand dune. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of sea monkeys that had landed hadn't even had time to unleash a single skill before they were reduced to a mist of blood beneath the storm. Jiang Yun had effortlessly overcome the first wave of monsters on the pristine sand dunes. It took less than a second. Your teammate killed a level 15 sea monkey. You gained 5 years of lifespan. Beside him, Su Xiyue gasped in shock. She had just entered the instance and hadn't even had time to survey her surroundings before a flurry of kill notifications began popping up before her eyes. Even though she'd run dungeons with Jiang Yun more than once or twice, she was still startled. How could it be this fast? The blood mist from the first wave of sea monkeys hadn't fully dissipated when the ocean trembled once more. More sea monkeys crawled up the sand dunes. Their levels had risen to 16. Their numbers swelled to over 100, forming a dense, sprawling horde. But it was still utterly useless. Not even the Buddha Mother's physical form could withstand the tearing bites of soldier ants. How could the scales of these sea monkeys possibly hold up? The second wave of monsters, death. It took less than 2 seconds. The third wave of monsters arrived immediately. This time, alongside the sea monkeys, a group of fish-tailed merfolk wielding steel tridents joined the fray. Merfolk. Level 17. Skills, Water Cannon, Pierce, Water Wave. They twisted their steel tridents, gathering seawater into streams of bubbles that shot toward Jiang Yun. The water cannons were intercepted mid-air by swarms of soldier ants. Immediately after, the storm of soldier ants parted to form a gap. As if formed from condensed moonlight, a pillar of light erupted, slicing left and right through the sea monster horde. The group of fishmen instantly vaporized. The moon goddess's most powerful ranged attack, the moonlight cannon. Seconds passed, and the third wave of monsters was utterly annihilated. This time, though not an instant wipe, it was close enough. Su Xiyue lowered her longbow with a hint of disappointment. When Jiang Yun invited her to join his party, her excitement had been undeniable. Su Xiyue had believed she could be of assistance to Jiang Yun. But the gap in their abilities was simply too vast. In the end, she could only silently watch Jiang Yun's brilliant maneuvers. Ultimately, Jiang Yun had invited her only for the basic cooling ring she possessed. Noticing her disappointment, Jiang Yun reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll help you level up once we get back." Really? Su Xiyue's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with delight. She hadn't even considered whether Jiang Yun had the ability to help her with her problem. Without realizing it, she had come to trust Jiang Yun completely, 100%. Of course. You're the first member of my squad, your strength absolutely can't lag behind. Jiang Yun nodded, his voice brimming with confidence. Though he'd grown accustomed to soloing dungeons, a team still required one. Besides providing support in critical situations, many dungeons required party entry. Boom! The sea boiled once more, churning up countless monsters. This time, the number of monsters exceeded 150. Among them, the proportion of fishmen had noticeably increased. 10 seconds later, all monsters were annihilated. Wave 5, commence. 20 seconds later, the 5th wave of monsters was wiped out. Immediately following, the 6th wave, then the 7th wave. On normal difficulty, White Sand Dunes only has 5 waves of monsters. Hard difficulty adds 1 extra wave. Following this pattern, the terrifying Hell difficulty features a staggering 8 waves of monsters. Keep in mind, each wave of monsters surpasses the previous one in both quality and quantity. As the waves accumulated, the final 2 waves pushed the difficulty to its absolute limit. Many teams meet their demise right here. Boom! In the 7th wave, alongside the swarm of monsters, a massive black sea serpent at least 30 meters long and thick as a pillar rose from the depths of the ocean. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed their gaze intently on Jiang Yun. Black Sea King Serpent. Royal Pet. Level 25. Skills, Coil, Whip, Hard Scales, Venom Spray. Royal Pet?
It's actually a pet? Jiang Yun startled, realizing what he would face in the 8th wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. The black storm enveloping the pristine sand dunes paused, then surged forward toward the black serpent and the tide of monsters. In the next instant, countless miniature suns erupted into the sky. A terrifying roar and shockwave spread out, tearing open a massive crater in the sea surface and unleashing towering waves. When the chaos subsided, the monster tide had vanished without a trace. Only the black sea serpent remained. Its body was now torn and bleeding, with scarcely a single intact scale remaining. Blood poured from its wounds as a pair of venomous eyes fixed a deathly stare upon Jiang Yun. It let out a hiss, black mist about to erupt from its mouth. Whoosh! The moon goddess's moonlight cannon was faster. It sliced clean through the serpent's head, leaving a gaping hole that pierced through its body. The serpent's eyes went blank, the venomous mist in its mouth dissipating as its massive body crashed into the sea. 7th wave, cleared. With Jiang Yun operating at full power, this wave took even less time than the previous ones. Boom! The sea water boiled once more. This time, the commotion was even greater than before. A colossal figure rose from the depths of the ocean. Amidst the howling waves, it let out a deafening roar toward the sky. This was a monstrous creature over 50 meters in length, its size matching even the Buddha mother they had encountered earlier. In its left hand was a triangular steel trident, while its right grasped a pale blue staff. Its upper body resembled a sea monkey, while its lower half was that of a mermaid. Jiang Yun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A mermaid and sea monkey hybrid? Who in their right mind would have such a taste for mermaids? 75. Slaying the Sea Monkey King. Upper body, sea monkey. Lower body, fish tail. The combination was grotesque beyond belief, making Jiang Yun want to gouge his own eyes out. But no matter how twisted its appearance, as the final boss, its formidable strength was undeniable. Sea Monkey King. Level 28. Skills: Tsunami, Water Ball, Wave Surge, Water Wave Healing, Heavy Strike, Critical Strike. This monster was a rare hybrid capable of both physical and magical attacks. Roar! The Sea Monkey King gazed at the sinking serpent carcass, sorrow flickering in its eyes before swiftly giving way to savagery. With a furious roar, the triangular steel fork in its right hand came crashing down, sweeping through the air with a thunderous roar. Were it not for the instance restrictions, Jiang Yun had no doubt this small sand dune would have been smashed flat. His expression sharpened as he grew serious. Scanning the area to confirm that the 8th wave contained no other monsters besides the Sea Monkey King, he pointed his finger. The swarm of ants surged forward, dodging the descending steel fork and pouncing toward the Sea Monkey King. Simultaneously, a flash of white light erupted from his body as King's move activated. Swapping positions with a soldier ant, he teleported directly beneath the steel fork. The steel fork thundered down, crashing toward Jiang Yun. Yet Jiang Yun neither dodged nor flinched, his expression serene. When the steel fork was only about 5 meters from Jiang Yun, a white light barrier materialized out of thin air, blocking the path between him and the weapon. Clang! The steel fork was repelled by the barrier. Skill: Damage Transfer. This skill redirects any damage a Beastmaster encounters onto their beast companion. For most Beastmasters, it was a last-ditch survival tactic. But Jiang Yun was different. He possessed far too many beasts. Even the highest damage, divided by thousands, becomes negligible. He could freely unleash the skill, creating unexpected outcomes. Take now, for instance. The immense recoil surged through him. The Sea Monkey King never anticipated Jiang Yun would act this way. Caught completely off guard, his massive body staggered. Seizing this opening, countless soldier ants surged before him, forming the black storm once more as it whirled into motion. Every soldier ant within the storm became an unstoppable, razor-sharp blade. With each whirl of the storm, fresh, bloody gashes were carved into the Sea Monkey King's body. Techniques aren't defined by age, what matters is effectiveness. This technique worked on the Buddha mother, and it worked on the Sea Monkey King too. The Sea Monkey King let out agonized cries as the staff in his left hand burst into dazzling blue light, which then radiated outward. A dual-element spell of wind and water tidal wave. Surging blue light rippled outward, driving the swarm of ants surrounding the Sea Monkey King back. Seeing this, Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. Blazing golden light spread out, like countless miniature suns igniting around the Sea Monkey King. Self-destruct. Amidst deafening booms, the wave spell disintegrated in the explosion. The Sea Monkey King let out agonized screams as its scales shattered, clearly suffering severe injuries. A dark figure darted out from the shadows and landed on the Sea Monkey King's body. It was the moon god. Though significantly larger than an adult human, upon the Sea Monkey King's massive form, he appeared little bigger than a rat. Moving with lightning speed, he streaked like a black line, climbing upward along the Sea Monkey King's body. Two heads, one gaping wide, the other biting, left a gaping hole in the Sea Monkey King's body. The other head, meanwhile, charged up a moonlight cannon, sweeping it across the Sea Monkey King's body. Wherever it passed, terrifying scars spread across the surface. The Sea Monkey King let out a pained cry as the scales on its back clanged, shimmering with flowing blue light. Skill: Azure Armor. The Sea Monkey King's defense skyrocketed.
Though still unable to fully withstand the moon goddess's assault, it was far more manageable than before. Immediately after, the Sea Monkey King took a deep breath, his chest swelling high, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful skill. But at that moment, a flash of white light erupted as Jiang Yun swapped positions with the soldier ant once more, materializing directly above the Sea Monkey King's head. This position placed him very close to the Sea Monkey King. It was now within range for his mental pierce attack. Jiang Yun pointed a finger, and within the beast-taming realm, the Queen Ant Xiao activated her mental piercing skill. Invisible mental spikes shot toward the Sea Monkey King. Psychic spells were the ultimate weapon for the strong to bully the weak. They proved remarkably effective against foes whose mental attributes were weaker or comparable to one's own. However, using mental attacks against a stronger opponent carries the risk of being blocked or even backfiring. Given the Sea Monkey King's attributes, Jiang Yun's psychic assault would naturally prove utterly useless. But now, the one launching the psychic assault wasn't Jiang Yun himself, it was the Queen Ant Xiao. She had sacrificed her attack and agility attributes in exchange for far superior mental power and defense compared to others of her level. The psychic pierce penetrated the Sea Monkey King's skull. Its body convulsed, its eyes went blank, and the skill it was about to unleash was instantly interrupted. Seizing this opening, a massive wave of soldier ants surged forward, triggering their self-destruct. Blinding flames instantly engulfed the Sea Monkey King. With a cry of agony, the Sea Monkey King's scales shattered, blood gushing uncontrollably. Its eyes blazed crimson as it wielded a steel trident in one hand and a staff in the other, energy surging violently. Enraged by Jiang Yun, it was ready to fight to the death. The steel fork came crashing down. This time, Jiang Yun didn't take the blow head-on. His form flickered, and a soldier ant took his place. With a thunderous crash, the Sea Monkey King struck empty air, only to be caught in the soldier ant's death-defying explosion. It began chanting incantations again, the air thickening around it. But this time, before Jiang Yun could act, a sharp arrow flashed through the clouds, piercing the Sea Monkey King's left eye with unstoppable force. The Sea Monkey King let out a cry of pain, its skill in mid-charge interrupted once more. Startled, Jiang Yun spun around to see Su Xiyue standing poised with her bow, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Clearly, she too was astonished by the outcome of her single arrow. Giving Su Xiyue a thumbs up, Jiang Yun turned back and unleashed another soul-piercing attack at the Sea Monkey King. Not only that, but the effect of his equipped clamoring pendant activated as well. A cacophony of wails erupted, enveloping the Sea Monkey King. From that moment on, victory was assured. The ensuing battle was nothing more than the Sea Monkey King's futile, repeated struggles. 5 minutes later, the Sea Monkey King's health plummeted to 0. As the moon god's moonlight cannon pierced its skull, its massive form crashed to the ground. You have slain the Sea Monkey King, gaining 10,500 years of lifespan. Thanks to the level gap bonus, this single kill granted Jiang Yun over 10,000 years of lifespan. Combined with the lifespan gained from previous waves of monsters, this single instance had already granted Jiang Yun nearly 40,000 to 50,000 years of life. Leveling from 19 to 20 required 270,000 years of lifespan. This meant that with just 5 or 6 more runs, Jiang Yun could accumulate the lifespan required for the next level. But that wasn't the main point. Jiang Yun turned his gaze toward the sand dune. At the very center of the dune, a treasure chest shimmering with golden light appeared. 76, Gold Tier Equipment. The golden glow signified that this treasure chest was Gold Tier, meaning its highest possible drop would be Gold Tier. This was the ultimate reward for clearing the White Sand Dune's Hell Tier instance. If the crystal heart existed, it would surely be inside. Click. Amidst the eager gazes of the two, the chest opened. Instantly, silver and golden light illuminated their faces. Sea King Spear, Silver Tier, Attack plus 200, inflicts bleeding on hit, requires level 25. Deep Sea Scepter, Gold Tier, Spirit plus 150, doubles water spell effects, cooldown reduction 30%, permanent spell, Tidal Wave, usage level 25. The appraisal skill activated, and a flood of equipment descriptions scrolled before their eyes. Among them, the two finest pieces were undoubtedly the trident and staff held by the Sea Monkey King. Honestly, no matter how Jiang Yun looked at it, it clearly resembled a steel fork. What did it have to do with a battle spear? As for the Sea Monkey King's staff, it was a golden tier artifact, standing head and shoulders above the rest of the equipment. For a water mage in their 20s, this was practically a divine artifact. Possessing it would at least double their combat power. Unfortunately, neither Jiang Yun nor Su Xiyue were mages, so this item was destined to be sold outright. Beyond that, there was a vast amount of materials. Sea monkey scales, sea monkey hearts, mermaid tears, and so on. All worth a hefty sum. What disappointed Jiang Yun, though, was the absence of the crystal heart he'd been longing for. It seemed his luck wasn't quite that good after all, it hadn't dropped. Next, the two divided the loot from this dungeon right there on the spot. Jiang Yun undoubtedly took the lion's share, while Su Xiyue only selected a pair of wrist guards and a pair of boots that increased agility. She showed little interest in gear, but displayed great enthusiasm for materials. As she explained, beyond gear and skills, the best way to boost an archer's combat effectiveness was to collect arrows with various unique effects. Every archer had their own unique arrow combinations, capable of producing extraordinary results in critical moments.
For instance, piercing arrows with extraordinary penetration, fire attribute arrows dealing elemental damage, and so on. These scales would be perfect for crafting some special arrows. In the current era of professional development, every profession has become profoundly deep and encompassing, a field worthy of lifelong study. Beastmaster's pet cultivation and archer's arrow combinations both fall under this domain of knowledge. The two exchanged words rapidly, swiftly dividing the equipment between them. Without pause, a flash of white light erupted as they instantly exited the instance. Outside the instance, the entrance to the Pure White Dunes instance, which had been deserted moments ago, was now teeming with people. Since Jiang Yun had earlier crushed every Naga in the entire cavern, the Naga clan suffered heavy losses. Subsequent adventurers entering encountered little resistance. Soon, a crowd gathered before the dungeon entrance, eagerly awaiting its reopening. The Pure White Dunes instance allowed only one party per difficulty level at a time. Nearly all adventurers who came here were after the Crystal Heart. Since the Crystal Heart could only be obtained from the Hell difficulty run, most teams patiently waited for Jiang Yun's emergence, save for a few who opted to try their luck in other difficulty levels. Sis, how long does it usually take to clear the Hell tier Pure White Dunes? Beside the instance entrance, Su Xiyue sat blankly before suddenly asking the captain beside her. The leader patiently explained, Hell difficulty has 8 waves of monsters. The final wave features the terrifying Sea Monkey King. Clearing it takes at least 5 or 6 hours. But even the top teams from the best academies have a high chance of failing on the final wave. At this point, she couldn't help but shake her head. I admit your fiancé is a genius, but he's only level 19 after all. 2 people tackling a Hell tier dungeon is still too risky, especially since. She glanced at Su Xiyue and added, your fiancé is a bit of a flirt, you know. Su Xiyue pursed her lips. She couldn't bring herself to say that Jiang Yun had actually refused to marry her. Just then, a flash of white light erupted at the dungeon entrance, revealing Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue standing there. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. Had they even been inside for an hour? Could they have failed? Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, with only 2 people facing such a massive wave of beasts, it was only natural for things to go wrong. Many couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, some even wearing smug, gloating smiles. See? Even geniuses aren't invincible after all. But just as everyone's gaze turned toward them, before anyone could react, Su Xiyue produced a ring and flashed it before the dungeon entrance. The 2 figures vanished once more. The instance hummed, resuming its operational state. They went in again. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A flash of light, and the familiar sand dunes reappeared before their eyes. This time, armed with prior experience, Jiang Yun moved with greater ease. With a snap of his fingers, the soldier ant storm materialized, enveloping the sand dunes. Sea monkeys surfaced from the ocean, charging toward the dunes. The second White Sand Dunes instance run officially began. 40 minutes later, accompanied by a mournful cry, the Sea Monkey King fell once more beneath Jiang Yun. This time, having become thoroughly familiar with the dungeon and monster mechanics, Jiang Yun completed the run even faster than before. The familiar treasure chest reappeared atop the sand dunes. After inspecting its contents, Jiang Yun wore a look of disappointment. The contents were identical to before, 1 golden equipment piece, several silver equipment pieces, and a large quantity of materials. The haul was substantial, yet it lacked the crystal heart Jiang Yun sought. Next time, he muttered. Jiang Yun remained remarkably composed. The crystal heart was precious, it was only natural that it was hard to farm. This was a good opportunity to save up some lifespan for leveling up. Once he returned to Qingbei Academy, he could immediately begin his class change. At this thought, Jiang Yun couldn't help but recall that night in the Nightmare Dungeon's water pool, where he'd gazed upon what the Heavenly Eye revealed to him. His heart surged with excitement. He had already tested it before. Combining trade extraction with the Heavenly Eye could indeed reveal the theoretically optimal class change path for a practitioner. With that confirmed, the next step was to chart his own path to class change. Though he already had ideas in mind, Jiang Yun felt no urgency. Class change was an extremely important matter, no less significant than a major exam for a class taker. Even Jiang Yun had to approach it with utmost caution. He resolved to gather sufficient information from Qingbei Academy before making his decision. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the 2 emerged from the instance, reappearing at its entrance. Glancing down, he saw the instance's cooldown time had reset to 2 hours. The cooldown for the White Sand Dunes Hell level instance was 10 hours. With Su Xiyue's cooldown ring reducing the time to 1/5 of its original length, Jiang Yun was already quite satisfied. He increasingly recognized the importance of cooldown reducing items. At the same time, curiosity welled up within him. How exactly had Su Xiyue obtained that cooldown ring? She hadn't mentioned it before. Having previously been unaware of the value of cooldown items, Jiang Yun hadn't paid much attention. Now that he understood, he immediately grasped its significance. Su Xiyue came from an ordinary wealthy merchant family. Her family background and resources were vastly different from those of Su Xiyue's family. Even assuming she didn't possess a cooling type item, where had Su Xiyue gotten hers? The two walked to the side to rest. Just as Jiang Yun was about to speak, a tall, stunning young woman approached him. Behind her followed Su Mingxi, her face tense with anxiety. "Hello, you must be Su Mingxi's fiancé, Jiang Yun?" 77, 7-person team, 2 major cooling items. Hearing the captain's words, Su Mingxi's expression tightened. She hadn't yet informed their captain that Jiang Yun didn't accept their arranged marriage. Now what? Before she could figure out how to handle the situation, Jiang Yun stood up and proactively shook hands with the captain. He hadn't denied their betrothal. Su Mingxi stared at Jiang Yun, suddenly frozen in place, at a loss for words. The young woman bit her lower lip, her gaze toward Jiang Yun instantly growing complex. Su Xiyue also froze, her eyes instantly turning dangerous. Unconsciously, Su Xiyue and Su Mingxi exchanged a glance. An inexplicable tension ignited in the air. Jiang Yun remained oblivious. The beautiful team leader, however, gave both of them a quick glance before turning her gaze back to Jiang Yun, her smile tinged with something peculiar. "This Jiang Yun seems to be quite popular, huh?" After learning the truth about the betrothal from Su Mingxi's grandfather, Jiang Yun's resistance to the arrangement had lessened considerably. After all, it was his own father who had personally agreed to it. As for how things would unfold from here, Jiang Yun could only say he'd let fate take its course. His sole focus now was growing stronger in uncovering the mystery behind his body's abnormalities. Marriage matters held little interest for him at the moment. Yet these matters linked to Jiang Yun's origins and the mysteries of the Divine Squad from years past demanded strict secrecy and could not be shared with Su Mingxi. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yun learned the identities and backgrounds of the others. They were all students of the Five Elements Academy. The beautiful team leader was Wielding, a sophomore at Wuyun University, class of 2019, specializing as a flame mage. Besides Su Mingxi, the other 3 members were Li Hong, Duan Qilo, and Yang Shulin. A typical 5-person squad. What surprised Jiang Yun was that the leader, Su Yieling, had the lowest level among the 5. Apart from her and the newly enrolled Su Mingxi, the other 3 members were all high-level professionals in their 20s. Has the seniors class change not been finalized yet? Having gained admission to Wuyun University, Yiling's aptitude and abilities were beyond question. Her prolonged stay at this level was clearly driven by her pursuit of a higher job advancement ceiling. Wielding made no secret of her ambitions, declaring boldly, "That's right. The class path the academy offered me is already excellent, but I still want to aim higher. I found a class that truly satisfies me and am currently completing the job change quest." Jiang Yun's eyes lit up instantly. He would soon face this process himself, and now he had a pioneer ahead of him. How could he not seek their guidance? Wielding was quite open about it, detailing her job change quest to Jiang Yun. Since each profession's job change quest was unique, sharing it posed no issue. Even if others learned them, they could only serve as a reference at most. Wielding's chosen class was the Fire Elemental Mage, an epic tier profession. The job change quest for this class required killing or assisting in the killing of at least 1,000 monsters within 3 days, with the monsters' levels not being lower than one's own. The more monsters slain, the greater the number of fire elementals the mage could initially summon, thereby increasing their power. This quest is extremely difficult to complete in reality, as only dungeons contain such dense concentrations of monsters. After some research, Wielding set her sights on the White Sand Dunes dungeon. Thus began this journey. To complete this job change quest, I've specially prepared a cooldown item that can stack with the one you're holding. Finally, Wielding offered a gesture of goodwill. Fancy running the dungeon together? With 2 cooldown items boosting us, we'll clear it much faster. This was a win-win situation, so Jiang Yun readily agreed. His true objective here was the Crystal Heart. Given the drop rate of this item, it would likely take dozens of attempts. Compared to that, sharing a portion of the experience gained was practically insignificant. After settling the details, a new party was formed. The group comprised 7 members in total. This did not exceed the maximum party size limit of 10 members. Wielding generously offered the captain position to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun naturally accepted with a smile, and the others raised no objections, clearly impressed by the terrifying strength he had previously demonstrated. After a brief wait, the squad that had entered the Hell Tier instance appeared at the dungeon entrance. They looked utterly disheveled, their morale at rock bottom, each bearing visible wounds. Clearly, they'd suffered heavy losses in the instance and failed to clear it. The others immediately surrounded them, demanding details. The squad leader offered no secrets, shaking his head in terror. Too many monsters, too powerful. We didn't even make it to the 8th wave. That black serpent wiped us out during the 7th. As they spoke, Jiang Yun led his group toward the instance entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Yun gave a subtle nod. Wielding promptly stepped forward, revealing a watch-like device on her wrist. Intermediate cooldown watch, reduces instance cooldown by 1/8, total of 8 uses. First use fully cools the instance. Second use reduces cooldown to 1/8, and so on. Note, cooling items of the same tier cannot be stacked. The final prompt only appeared when multiple cooldown items were equipped. Jiang Yun suddenly understood.
It seemed that while cooldown items were powerful, they also had limitations. Even if he gathered low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier cooldown items, he could stack them only 3 times at most. Even so, stacking 2 cooling items saved Jiang Yun the vast majority of the time. A flash of white light and the group vanished. The 7 figures materialized amidst the familiar white sand dunes. Upon entering the instance, Li Hong and the others were already itching to get started.
Master Jiang, tell us what to do. We're following your lead.
Yiling, staff in hand, scanned the ocean vigilantly while murmuring incantations. She was ready for battle. But a glance out of the corner of her eye made Yiling pause in surprise.
Su Xiyue yawned nonchalantly, showing no signs of preparing for battle. That's way too relaxed.
This is a hell-tier instance after all, dangerous as hell.
Shouldn't she at least be on guard?
Yiling muttered to herself. Just as she was about to warn Su Xiyue, a figure suddenly stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. It was Jiang Yun. His stride was relaxed as he walked toward the azure ocean. Before him, the ocean began to boil. One by one, the forms of monstrous creatures emerged.
It had begun. Everyone's expressions tightened as they raised their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, Jiang Yun's calm voice echoed. My apologies, everyone. Running dungeons with me might be a bit different than you imagined. You won't need to lift a finger. Just watch.
Before the group could process his words, he snapped his fingers.
A dazzling rainbow of light flared, and in an instant, a terrifying black storm swept across the sand dunes, engulfing the sky.
The first wave of monsters, still in the sea, was swept away by the storm, disintegrating into a mist of blood.
First wave of monsters, finished. It took less than a second.
78, rapid monster clearing, stunned crowd.
Witnessing this truly magnificent spectacle, everyone except Su Mingxi and Su Xiyue who had seen it before couldn't help but gape in disbelief. So many pets. So that battle outside the dungeon?
Jiang Yun hadn't shown his true strength at all, it was merely a warm-up. Before they could recover from their shock, the sea churned violently. The second wave of monsters arrived.
Again, it took less than a second.
Before they could even make out the monsters' forms, the second wave had already been reduced to a blood mist.
Speed, pure, unadulterated speed.
Then came the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. Yiling and the others felt as though time had accelerated since entering the instance. Before they could even act, wave after wave of monsters fell to Jiang Yun's hands.
The kill notifications before them never ceased, blinking so rapidly it made their eyes blur.
Their remaining lifespans kept climbing rapidly.
Even Su Mingxi couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. She leaned closer to Su Xiyue and asked, "Is this always how it is when you run dungeons with Jiang Yun?"
Su Xiyue gave a bright nod.
"It's always like this.
I trained for ages before I got a chance to make a move once or twice. It felt strange at first, but I gradually got used to it." Listening to their conversation, the gazes of the other 4 shifted.
Their gazes toward Jiang Yun grew intensely eager. Before, they only knew Jiang Yun was strong.
Now, they finally understood what it truly meant to team up with Jiang Yun.
A big shot, this was definitely a big shot.
Could such a fantastic opportunity truly exist in this world? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had already wiped out the 4th wave of monsters. The 5th wave began landing. This time, Jiang Yun didn't rush to act. Instead, he turned to Yiling, "Your turn. Just cast a few area of effect spells." The 5th wave of monsters had reached level 20, meeting the requirements for Yiling's job change quest. Now, she had to step up and participate in the fight to advance her job change quest.
"Oh, okay." Hearing Jiang Yun's prompt, Yiling finally snapped out of her shock.
Raising her staff, she unleashed several spells that slammed into the monster horde. Confirming Yiling had joined the fight, Jiang Yun wasted no time. With a thought, his soldier ants swooped down, slaughtering the entire wave of monsters. It really works. As Jiang Yun eliminated the monsters, Yiling's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly jumping out of her skin. Her class change quest progress bar had moved.
For a moment, Yiling's gaze toward Jiang Yun was filled with excitement and gratitude.
She had assumed completing the job change quest would be incredibly difficult, that her journey might very well be in vain.
She had even prepared herself to spend another year grinding away at the quest.
Who would have thought that after meeting Jiang Yun by chance, the job change quest would become so simple? All it took was casting a few spells.
Honestly, Jiang Yun, how can I ever thank you? Yiling's surging emotions didn't distract Jiang Yun.
Once he confirmed this method truly worked, he applied it to every subsequent wave. Yiling unleashed several wide area spells to ensure the vast majority of monsters took damage, then finished them off with her own attacks. This approach inevitably slowed their clearing speed compared to when they were tackling the dungeon as a duo. Yet to Yiling and the others, Jiang Yun's pace remained astonishingly swift. 10 minutes later, as the black serpent slowly sank to the bottom, the colossal form of the Sea Monkey King loomed before Jiang Yun. Glaring at Jiang Yun and his companions, it let out a furious roar. His roar was cut short. Because in the next instant, a flash of white light erupted. Jiang Yun and the soldier ant swapped positions, materializing directly above its head. The psychic pierce skill unleashed without hesitation. Within the shadows, the figure of the moon goddess materialized. The army of soldier ants descended like a dark cloud, bearing down upon the Sea Monkey King.
5 minutes later,
the Sea Monkey King let out a mournful cry as his massive body collapsed lifelessly. Armed with the experience from the previous encounter, Jiang Yun now moved with practiced ease.
Empowered by the Mad Robe, the cooldown on Jiang Yun's skills was halved.
The moment the Sea Monkey King attempted to unleash a skill, Spiritual Piercing activated instantly. This pattern repeated itself. The Sea Monkey King barely unleashed a single skill before succumbing to the combined assault of Jiang Yun's two pet beasts. With the Sea Monkey King's demise, the golden treasure chest reappeared at the center of the sand dune. Amidst gazes that seemed to behold a deity, Jiang Yun returned and opened the chest. Inside lay a dazzling array of materials, equipment, and items. 9 silver grade equipment pieces, 1 gold grade equipment piece, and 2 silver grade skill scrolls. Last time, the golden equipment that dropped was the Deep Sea Scepter.
This time, it was a suit of armor.
Sea Monkey King Scale Armor. Gold tier, Constitution plus 300, permanent spell, Water Ripple Healing, equipment level 23. Unfortunately, it still didn't contain the crystal heart Jiang Yun desired. Shaking his head in disappointment, Jiang Yun stowed away the Sea Monkey King Scale Armor, a silver grade item he could tolerate, along with the 2 silver grade skill scrolls.
I'll take only these. Divide the rest among yourselves.
What Jiang Yun selected was naturally the best.
But no one objected.
Simply watching had earned them lifespan gains and equipment. Such a windfall was something they'd never even heard of before, let alone witnessed.
Who among them dared to haggle? They feared that a wrong word might anger Jiang Yun, leaving them without a powerful patron to cling to. The group swiftly divided the rewards from the treasure chest. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun selected to exit the instance. At the dungeon entrance, a flash of white light appeared, revealing Jiang Yun and his companions. They're back. Looks like they cleared it again. Damn, they're way too strong.
It's not just that they're strong, they did it in record time.
Only half an hour to clear the dungeon?
The crowd instantly erupted into a buzz of excitement. The gazes they cast upon Jiang Yun were filled with both envy and awe.
Some cautiously approached Jiang Yun, seemingly hoping to curry favor.
But Jiang Yun paid them no mind.
Glancing at the time, Su Xiyue's cooling item was now ready for use.
A flash of white light, and the figures vanished once more. Eyes widened in astonishment.
They went in again. The 7 reappeared amidst the pristine white dunes. The familiar wave of monsters began once more.
This time, Li Hong and the others, like Fang Xiong of the Snowflake Squad before them, had found their own way to survive.
Jiang Shen, thirsty?
I've got some top-notch tea leaves right here.
Master Jiang, how about a massage? My family specializes in it. Among them, Duan Qilo was the most enthusiastic.
His class was Paladin, the only one among them with support skills. Last time, he'd been too stunned to react. This time, the moment they entered the instance, he immediately began spamming his support skills onto Jiang Yun.
Swift Vitality, Holy Battle Armor.
Though not particularly effective, it was a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Yun gave Duan Qilo a thumbs up in gratitude.
Receiving Jiang Yun's acknowledgement, Duan Qilo flushed with excitement.
Under the envious gazes of the other two, Duan Qilo stood even straighter.
Half an hour later, the Sea Monkey King fell once more. 79, finally mine. The golden treasure chest appeared once more. Unfortunately, it still contained no crystal heart. Jiang Yun had anticipated this outcome and didn't even flinch. The crystal heart was so precious, its drop rate was indeed low. As before, after dividing the loot from the chest, the group promptly exited the instance.
This time, the instance's cooldown hadn't ended yet, so everyone had no choice but to wait nearby. Seeing this, another team gritted their teeth and stepped forward, entering the hell instance of the white sand dunes.
An hour and a half later, they emerged. Each was utterly exhausted, their faces etched with fatigue, yet they couldn't hide their joy.
Having learned from others' experiences and prepared thoroughly, they had finally cleared the dungeon in a nail-biting ordeal. Facing the crowd that had gathered around them, the team leader shook his head bitterly. We didn't get the crystal heart, and we simply don't have the resources to attempt it again. This run had depleted every last disposable resource they possessed, potions, items, everything was used up completely. It was a victory achieved by the skin of their teeth. Many team members were injured. They must sell the rewards obtained to replenish resources and recuperate before attempting the next challenge. As this thought crossed his mind, the captain glanced at Jiang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed nearby. His gaze was filled with astonishment. Before clearing the dungeon, they had merely thought Jiang Yun was strong. Only after they themselves had successfully cleared the dungeon did they truly grasp the vast chasm between themselves and this youth. It felt like ants gazing up at the sky. What had required their utmost effort and significant sacrifice to clear, Jiang Yun could breeze through effortlessly. The captain sighed deeply as he led his team away from the site. For them, this journey through the white sand dunes had come to an end. Jiang Yun opened his eyes and rose, leading the other 6 to the dungeon entrance. Their instance cooldown had ended a full half hour ago. With a flash of white light, the group reappeared inside the instance. The sea churned violently as monsters began to emerge. 40 minutes later, the Sea Monkey King's body collapsed. Jiang Yun executed a king's move, arriving at the center of the dunes.
With practiced ease, he opened the golden treasure chest. Still no crystal heart.
Taking the gear and items that interested them, they let the others pick from what remained before exiting the dungeon. Su Xiyue stepped forward, swiped her cooldown ring, and their figures vanished once more. As for the onlookers, they had long since grown numb.
Sometimes, the gap between people is just that vast. Inside the dungeon.
As Jiang Yun grew increasingly proficient, this time he didn't even need to move around. He chatted while directing the soldier ants and moon goddess to swiftly clear out the monsters. At the same time, he finally received the answer to that question from Su Xiyue.
This cooling item was left to me by my mother.
Su Xiyue's eyes dimmed slightly. She was a blacksmith with exceptional talent.
A university even invited her to study in the divine capital. But when I was 6, she perished in a beast tide.
Jiang Yun gently patted Su Xiyue's shoulder and offered words of comfort. His own father and mother had also perished in that same beast tide. That beast tide truly altered the destinies of so many. However, after learning his father's true identity, Jiang Yun began to re-examine that fateful beast tide.
How could someone who could knock down Su Mingqi's grandfather with a single move, leaving him unaware of how he lost, simply perish in the beast tide?
At this thought, Jiang Yun's expression shifted.
If that were the case, then the death of Su Xiyue's mother also seemed suspicious.
Jiang Yun kept these thoughts buried deep within himself. Without concrete evidence, he wouldn't speak of them.
Soon, the 8th wave arrived.
The Sea Monkey King appeared. Jiang Yun's expression shifted as he activated castling, materializing directly above the Sea Monkey King's head.
Psychic piercing, activate.
10 minutes later, the Sea Monkey King fell, revealing a golden treasure chest.
Once again, the crystal heart did not appear. Instead, an item of great interest to Jiang Yun appeared. Sea King's Staff, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 100. Pets summoned through this staff inherently possess 1000 water element resistance. Equipment level, 17. Water resistance reduces damage taken from water elemental attacks by a corresponding amount. This was the first staff Jiang Yun had encountered that offered bonuses for the Beastmaster profession. Naturally, he gladly accepted it. Since it was the right level, he equipped it immediately.
From then on, under Jiang Yun's leadership, the group's actions began to fall into a regular rhythm. Enter the instance, clear the mobs, exit. If cooldown items were ready for use, they would enter again. If not, they rested and waited for the cooldown to end. Once, twice, 3 times. In just 2 short days, they entered the dungeon nearly 20 times.
Eventually, the same problem arose as when they'd leveled up with the Snowflake Squad before. Wielding and the others' storage spaces were completely full. With no other choice, all subsequent loot had to be stored in Jiang Yun's beast-taming space. What a happy problem to have. Before coming here, none of them could have imagined their storage spaces would be filled to the brim with silver-grade equipment. And among them all, Wielding was the happiest. Her class change quest had long been completed, and she had even far exceeded the requirements. Originally, she only needed to slay 1,000 monsters of a higher level than herself to complete it. Now, with Jiang Yun's assistance, the number of monsters she had helped slay had reached 3,000. The Fire Elemental Mage was a unique class, capable of summoning fire elementals to fight alongside them. The strength of a Fire Elemental Mage was determined by the number of fire elementals they commanded. The simplest way to increase the number of fire spirits was to slay more monsters during the class change quest. For every 1,000 monsters slain, 1 fire spirit is obtained. 3,000 meant Wielding started out with 3 fire spirits. Both in terms of class potential and combat prowess, Wielding undoubtedly stood on a higher tier than ordinary fire elemental mages. Because of this, her gratitude toward Jiang Yun was overflowing. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Yun grew increasingly unsettling. This alerted Su Mingqi and Su Xiyue. Originally, upon meeting, the 2 best friends inevitably clashed over Jiang Yun. Yet when it came to Wielding, the 2 unexpectedly formed an alliance. They stubbornly refused to let Wielding get anywhere near Jiang Yun. Seeing this, Wielding's competitive spirit ignited. A fierce battle of wits began to unfold between the 3 women. Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the turbulent currents beneath their peaceful facade. The others had already gained significantly, but when it came to the greatest gains, Jiang Yun still took the prize. Each time a golden treasure chest appeared, Jiang Yun was the first to choose. Only after he had finished selecting did the others get their turn. By now, he possessed over a dozen pieces of gold-grade equipment alone. Each piece of gold-tier equipment was worth at least 1,000,000 Xinsha coins. Even in points, they were worth thousands. This haul was nothing short of a windfall. Roar! The Sea Monkey King roared. But Jiang Yun didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. While tallying his loot, he effortlessly commanded his pet beasts into battle. Minutes later, the Sea Monkey King lay defeated. A new golden treasure chest appeared. Clang! Jiang Yun opened the golden treasure chest, gave it a cursory glance, and then his gaze instantly sharpened. Deep within the chest, a crystalline glow rippled. Crystal Heart. 80, a parting kiss. After so many attempts, it finally dropped.
Jiang Yun reached in, plucked the crystal heart, and held it in his hand for a careful inspection. It dropped. The others noticed the commotion and quickly gathered around, curiously examining the crystal heart in Jiang Yun's hand. True to its name, the crystal heart was indeed a fist-sized heart, transparent and crystalline, with only a hint of iridescent light at its very center. Even disregarding its value, its appearance alone rivaled the finest jewels. The group marveled at it, murmuring in awe while offering Jiang Yun their congratulations. Having raided this instance together for so long, they knew full well that Jiang Yun had come here specifically for this very item. Jiang Yun nodded, his face unable to hide his joy as he tucked the crystal heart away. He turned to Su Xiyue and Wielding. How are your cooldown items holding up? After checking, they replied, after we leave this time, we'll have one more chance to enter the dungeon without cooldown. Jiang Yun nodded upon hearing this. Then let's run it one more time. Then this journey will be over. Everyone nodded, feeling a touch of reluctance, but since Jiang Yun had spoken, they could only comply. Happy days are indeed fleeting. An hour later, a mournful cry echoed as the Sea Monkey King fell once more. Jiang Yun opened the golden treasure chest. He merely glanced inside, and his entire body froze in place. The others looked down and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Within the chest, a crystalline light shimmered. Another crystal heart. After failing over a dozen times before, now 2 had appeared consecutively. Not bad, a pleasant surprise. Jiang Yun tucked the crystal heart away with satisfaction. The first one would be used to complete the quest, while the second he would keep for himself. Such precious crystals couldn't be without reason. Jiang Yun felt he should explore their hidden uses. After 2 consecutive drops of crystal hearts, it was now Jiang Yun who was reluctant to leave. He cleared the dungeon twice more, but ultimately came away empty-handed. Jiang Yun reluctantly conceded that the previous drops were mere flukes and ended his dungeon run. With that, the 2 teams would part ways. Jiang Yun and Su Xiyue would return to Qingbei Academy. Su Mingxi and the others headed back to Woyun Academy. Emerging from the underground cavern into the sunlight, they bid each other farewell. Wielding and the others added Jiang Yun as friends. God Jiang, don't forget to reach out next time. God Jiang, if you need anything, just reach out. My Duan family still holds some influence in certain circles. The group chattered away, each vying to pledge their loyalty to Jiang Yun. After 2 days of dungeon runs with Jiang Yun, his performance had completely won them over. Had they not come from different academies, they would have bowed down on the spot, determined to cling to Jiang Yun's coattails for life. Even so, they spared no effort to cultivate a relationship with him. After all, over these past 2 days, anyone with eyes could see just how boundlessly bright Jiang Yun's future was. Jiang Yun responded to each of them with a smile. Having gained admission to the 5 Elements Academy, which stood shoulder to shoulder with prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking, these individuals came from families of considerable standing and influence. These were valuable connections. Jiang Yun had already crossed the Xiao family. He remained ever vigilant towards such powerful plans. Strengthening his own side was naturally the best course. Su Mingxi looked at Jiang Yun, still feeling a bit awkward. But recalling how he hadn't denied being her fiancé earlier, her face flushed crimson. As for Wielding, she beamed at Jiang Yun, her fist-sized fire spirits floating beside her. Now, she had successfully changed her class, becoming a fire elemental mage with 4 fire elementals. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wielding leaned forward and pressed her pink lips to Jiang Yun's forehead for a gentle kiss. This move caught everyone completely off guard. Li Hong and the other 2 silently gave Wielding a thumbs up. The captain really knows how to handle things, going straight for the beauty tactic. This way, Jiang Yun would never forget the captain, and naturally, he wouldn't forget them either. It's in the bag. As for Su Xiyue and Su Mingxi, their faces flushed crimson. This time, it was from sheer frustration. How dare you, a newcomer, swoop in like that? Little brother Jiang Yun, don't you dare forget your big sister here. Wielding winked at Jiang Yun before leading the others onto the teleportation array. A flash of white light and they vanished. Only then did Jiang Yun snap back to reality, feeling both amused and exasperated. This Wielding and Ningerin would probably hit it off. Both possessed that same touch of mischievous wit in their personalities. Who could have predicted this turn of events? Let's go too. After one last glance at the island, Jiang Yun led Su Xiyue toward the teleportation array they had come from, without looking back. This trip, it must be said, had been a huge success. A flash of white light, and the 2 reappeared in the hall of the celestial sphere. Rather than rushing to complete their mission, they returned to the villa first to rest. After 2 days of relentless activity, even Jiang Yun was utterly exhausted. By the time Su Xiyue was walking along the path, her eyelids were already fluttering with sleep. After bidding Jiang Yun farewell, she returned to her room to sleep. Forcing himself to stay awake, Jiang Yun took out the crystal heart, snapped a photo, and sent it to Ji Tianzhou. After a quick wash, he lay down fully clothed. Within seconds, he was fast asleep. Ring. Ji Tianzhou's phone rang. It was a priority alert. Ji Tianzhou, who had been admiring the view by the window moments ago, moved swiftly to the table and picked up the phone.
Tianjiu had never set any special alerts before. But now he had one Jiang Yun. A message from Jiang Yun was always important, no matter what it was. Picking up his phone to check, Tianjiu muttered to himself, at this hour, he couldn't have cleared the dungeon more than a few times, right? Could it be he couldn't clear it? The White Sand Dunes Hell level dungeon is indeed one of the toughest among level 20 dungeons. It's perfectly normal to struggle with it. Good thing revered Yuan left me a crystal heart as a backup before he departed. Muttering to himself, he opened Jiang Yun's message. Got the item. A brief message accompanied by an image of the crystal heart. In an instant, Tianjiu's expression froze. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. It had only been 2 days. Given the cooldown time for the White Sand Dunes instance, he'd only been able to run it 2 or 3 times at most. And now he'd already obtained the crystal heart? What kind of luck was this? Recalling his own experience at Jiang Yun's level grinding the White Sand Dunes until he was ready to vomit blood without ever getting a single crystal heart, Tianjiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was utterly exhilarating. Truly the son of the boss, more exceptional and powerful than he'd ever imagined. With this, we can proceed to the next step. Meanwhile, in a private hospital bed in the divine capital, Xiao Chang was wailing. Dad, you have to help me teach him a lesson. 81, task handover, job change denied. His current state was utterly pitiful. A thick cast encased one leg, the pain making him grimace. The pain was the least of his worries. But for Xiao Qing, who'd sailed through life on a smooth path, pampered by everyone, suffering defeat at Jiang Yun's hands was the real catastrophe. Chased by Jiang Yun within the instance, he thought he could finally redeem himself outside, only to suffer an even greater humiliation. The thought alone made Xiao Chang's chest tighten. The pain, it was excruciating. It pierced his very soul. At his hospital bedside stood 2 figures. His father, Xiao Zhong, and the guardian Daoist, Elder Mo. Xiao Zhong's face was dark and sullen. He shot Xiao Chang a disapproving glare before turning to Mo Lao beside him. You handled this correctly. Xiao Zhong was far more mature than Xiao Chang. Having heard the full account from Mo Lao, he understood Mo Lao's actions were justified. In that situation, preserving one's life was paramount. Mo Lao exhaled in relief. Catching the subtle signal in Xiao Zhong's eyes, he nodded and turned to leave the room without prompting. The hospital room was left with only the 2 Xiao family members. You fool! Xiao Zhong scolded him without mincing words. I took the risk of revealing Ningerin's talent to you precisely so you could benefit from it. Now you've gained no advantage, but instead wounded yourself. Xiao Chang was so frightened by his father's furious tirade that he dared not utter a word. After his tirade, Xiao Zhong sneered coldly, of course, that Jiang Yun I won't let him off either. Not content with snatching the national top scholar title, he dares to humiliate the Xiao family like this. Young people are so full of themselves. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Chang. As an elder, directly confronting the national top scholar would reflect poorly on me and draw opposition from many. Therefore, in the end, it must be you who handles it. Xiao Chang flinched, the memory of Jiang Yun's murderous gaze flashing through his mind. His body instinctively curled into a ball. I'm no match for him. Fool. Xiao Zhong glared at him angrily and snapped, you can't do it now, but does that mean you'll never be able to? An intermediate practitioner is merely the beginning of the path. The gap between them and true powerhouses remains vast. With a sinister smile, Xiao Zhong added, there are countless ways to destroy a genius who hasn't yet matured. Your class change path is already prepared. Prepare for the transition as soon as possible. Xiao Zhong methodically arranged everything. As for Jiang Yun, he'll soon discover just how effortless it is for the Xiao family to destroy a commoner genius. Don't forget I am now the Dean of Discipline at Qingbei Academy. Xiao Qing suddenly remembered something and interjected, but that Jiang Yun isn't just any commoner, he has a guardian. I've already investigated thoroughly. Xiao Zhong declared with confidence, that guardian is Zhang Henshui from Luoshui City. He likely saw potential in Jiang Yun and attached himself voluntarily. At the end of the day, he's just a pitiful creature who couldn't become one of our clan's dogs, so he's investing in Jiang Yun instead. I have plenty of ways to deal with such people. Jiang Yun. Xiao Zhong savored the name, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the villa, Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the time he'd slept for a full 10 hours. He really had been exhausted. The moment he sent the message to Tianjiu, he received a reply. After you finish the task, give me a heads up. I'll personally take you to meet that old guy. Jiang Yun smiled knowingly. It seemed this mission was indeed rather secretive. But if he couldn't find the right person, even if he completed it, he'd only end up at a disadvantage. After freshening up, Jiang Yun didn't rush to turn in the task. He first headed to the cafeteria for a meal, bringing an extra portion for Lu Xiaoxue, then opened Qingbei University's official website. He entered his student ID and selected the option to apply for a career change. Though he already possessed transfer pathways, having an extra one wouldn't hurt. Moreover, when Qingbei Academy distributed career paths, professional evaluators would tailor them to each student's unique characteristics. This ensured the assigned pathways best aligned with each student's potential, maximizing their capabilities. This process alone was invaluable, a privilege exclusive to Qingbei students. Every faculty member involved in the review process was, without exception, an exceptionally experienced expert. Following the prompts, Jiang Yun filled in his profession and level before submitting the application. After completing everything, he sent a message to Ji Tianjiu and headed out toward the task hall. Moments later, when Jiang Yun arrived, Ji Tianjiu was already standing there waiting. Go inside to submit your quest yourself. I'll wait for you here, Ji Tianjiu instructed. Ji Tianjiu cautioned, many will try to buy the crystal heart from you. Under no circumstances should you agree. Jiang Yun nodded and stepped into the mission hall. The mission hall remained as bustling as ever. Jiang Yun approached the counter and said, hello, I'm here to turn in a quest. The clerk didn't even look up. Which quest? Provide the ID and name. Jiang Yun complied, stating his mission number and name. The next moment, not only the clerk in front of him, but everyone around lifted their heads, staring at him in stunned silence. Shock flashed in the clerk's eyes. You completed this quest? So you have a crystal heart? Actually, two. Jiang Yun nodded. A flash of multicolored light appeared, and a crystal heart materialized in his hand. Bathed in the hall's radiance, the crystal heart shimmered brilliantly, dazzlingly luminous. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. Classmate! Classmate! A man pushed through the crowd, his face earnest as he addressed Jiang Yun, sell me the crystal heart. I'll pay 1,000 points. I'll even compensate you for the loss of your failed mission. I'll give you 1,500 points. Another voice called out. Everyone scrambled to bid, hoping Jiang Yun would sell the crystal heart to them. Just as Ji Tianjiu had said. The crystal heart was truly in extraordinary demand. In mere seconds, the price soared from 1,000 to 3,000. Such a sum of points was enough to tempt the vast majority of students, but Jiang Yun was absolutely not among them. Under the regretful and puzzled gazes of the crowd, he chose to submit his task. This meant he must hand over the crystal heart as the task settlement item to its initiator, Luo Chunsheng. This was a losing deal by any measure. Ignoring the collective regret, Jiang Yun completed the task, obtained Luo Chunsheng's residence from the staff, and turned to leave the hall. Per the mission rules, an item of this value required direct exchange with Luo Chunsheng. Stepping out of the hall, guided by Ji Tianjiu, the two headed toward Luo Chunsheng's residence. Just then, Jiang Yun's phone rang. He opened it to find a notification. Jiang Yun's brows furrowed deeply as he read it. My career path application has been rejected? 82, Luo Chunsheng, cooling item. What? Ji Tianjiu turned around, unable to believe his ears. Jiang Yun, the national top scholar with such exceptional talent, how could he be rejected? Jiang Yun showed Ji Tianjiu the notification on his phone. It stated that after thorough discussion among the review committee, they believed he still needed more time to mature. The career change will have to wait. Ji Tianjiu was dumbfounded. Jiang Yun needs more time to mature? What about the other students from top universities like Peking and Tsinghua? Should they go back to elementary school for further training? While a career change request could indeed be rejected, it absolutely would not happen to Jiang Yun. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Tianjiu still couldn't fathom what had transpired. Let's handle the cooling item first. I'll look into the job change process later. Jiang Yun nodded. Though puzzled, he could only put away his phone for now and focus on the task at hand. Moments later, a secluded mansion nestled within the woods came into view. A small stream murmured past the front of the estate, while behind it lay a dense forest. The entire setting was serene and elegant, like a brush and ink painting. Jiang Yun couldn't help but utter a gasp of admiration. The capital was vast, and finding a place to live was no easy task. Especially within Qingbei University, where every inch of land was precious. Although the university provided housing for every faculty member, the scale of this residence clearly exceeded the allocated standard. It must have been purchased privately. Was Luo Chunsheng this wealthy? Arriving at the door, Ji Tianjiu stood aside and chuckled, I'll keep my distance. You knock, then say exactly what I taught you. Knock knock knock. Ji Tianjiu vanished, leaving Jiang Yun alone at the door. He knocked. Is Mr. Luo Chunsheng home? I'm here to hand over the assignment. Creak. The door swung open without a breeze. A gaunt, bald old man with a thick beard darted out of the room, eyeing Jiang Yun up and down. Where's the stuff? He didn't even bother to speak, simply reaching out his hand. Jiang Yun placed the crystal heart in his hand and looked at Luo Chunsheng, who was holding it as if it were a precious treasure. Can I now ask Mr. Luo to craft equipment for me? Of course. Name it. Anything below gold grade is fair game. Luo Chunsheng's voice carried unparalleled confidence. In that case, I'd like you to craft a cooldown item for me. The higher the quality, the better. What? Luo Chunsheng let out a startled cry, his earlier arrogance finally giving way to astonishment and wariness as he stared intently at Jiang Yun. How did you even know I could craft that? Who sent you? Ha 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 ha.
Before Jiang Yun could respond, Ji Tianzhao's laughter echoed from beyond the courtyard.
With a smug grin, he stepped into the courtyard. Didn't expect that, did you, Luo Chunsheng? Turns out I can screw you over too. So it was you. Recognizing Ji Tianzhao, Luo Chunsheng visibly relaxed, laughing and scolding, you little rascal. Haven't seen you in years, and you hit me with a big one right off the bat. His gaze shifted to Jiang Yun, and this kid is none of your business. Ji Tianzhao's tone hardened. This kid has potential. His future is limitless. I'm here to help him get a cooling item.
Luo Chunsheng looked surprised, studying Jiang Yun intently. Others might not know, but he was well aware of Ji Tianzhao's arrogance. Back in the day, he'd made it all the way to the final round of the God Squad selection process before being eliminated. Among the Divine Squad, his talent was the most astonishing. Had he not completely given up after that incident, his achievements would have been far greater than they are now. To be held in such high regard by him, this youngster before him must truly possess something special.
Upon seeing Ji Tianzhao, Luo Chunsheng's demeanor visibly softened.
He invited both men to sit at the stone table in the courtyard while he busied himself brewing tea. Noticing Jiang Yun's curious expression beside him, Ji Tianzhao explained with a smile, don't let Luo Chunsheng's obscurity fool you. In the realm of forging, his skill rivals even the most renowned masters. Back in the day, the Divine Squad project recruited two teams, one for combat roles and the other for various support roles.
Luo Chunsheng was the blacksmith in that support Divine Squad. Crafting cooling items is second nature to him. By the way, do you know why crystal hearts are so precious? Because crafting cooling items absolutely requires the crystal heart as the primary material. Crystal hearts are precious, but the smiths who can craft them are even more so. Hardly anyone knew Luo Chunsheng possessed this skill.
Ji Tianzhao's smile grew wider. Heh, having him craft cooling items means not only sacrificing the cooling items we just acquired, but also adding extra consumables on top. What a huge loss.
Jiang Yun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
To be selected for the Divine Squad, one's strength speaks for itself. Who would have thought such a figure was hidden here, unknown to outsiders?
Jiang Yun watched Luo Chunsheng bustling about, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes.
This was the first Divine Squad member he'd ever seen besides his own father.
That's ancient history. Why bring him up?
Luo Chunsheng poured tea for both of them, sitting down at the stone table with a lazy expression. He turned to Jiang Yun. Honestly, who gave you this crystal heart? Before Jiang Yun could answer, Ji Tianzhao piped up indignantly from the side, how rude. While I did have some extra preparations, this crystal heart was genuinely farmed by Jiang Yun himself from the instance. I was genuinely shocked when I found out.
Luo Chunsheng was startled. I only posted this quest 2 days ago. How did you manage it?
Just got lucky. I teamed up with someone who had a cooldown item.
Jiang Yun remained modest.
But Luo Chunsheng didn't underestimate him. His expression grew even more solemn. Even with cooldown items, this speed was simply astonishing.
How long does it take you to clear the White Sand Dunes instance?
Jiang Yun thought for a moment before answering, about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes. This time, even Ji Tianzhao wore a look of astonishment.
This pace far exceeded their expectations.
Clearing the White Sand Dunes Hell Tier instance could easily take 1 to 2 hours, or even 5 or 6 hours. To compress the time so drastically already spoke volumes about Jiang Yun's formidable strength. No wonder that kid Ji Tianzhao holds you in such high regard. You've got real talent. Luo Chunsheng praised him, then continued, since I've agreed to help you, I'll see it through.
But there are a few things I must warn you about beforehand. First, a single crystal heart can only craft a basic cooling item.
For higher quality items, you'll need more crystal hearts.
But cooling items can actually be upgraded, though it's extremely difficult. I can tell you the method for upgrading.
Jiang Yun nodded, suddenly recalling the matter concerning Su Xiyue's mother. Different trades are like different mountains. He hadn't realized it before, but as his understanding of the blacksmith profession deepened, his doubts about Su Xiyue's mother grew.
A blacksmith capable of crafting cooling items couldn't possibly be so obscure, could she? He tentatively inquired, Mr. Luo, do you know a woman named Xiao Ruoya? Xiao Ruoya was the name of Su Xiyue's mother.
Su Xiyue had told him this earlier. Su Xiyue had mentioned her mother had once traveled to the divine capital for advanced training. Given that, as a fellow blacksmith, Luo Chunsheng should have heard of her.
But Luo Chunsheng's reaction was far more intense than he had anticipated.
His eyes widened in shock, and he instantly leapt to his feet, knocking over the teacup before him.
How did you know that name?
83, taking a disciple, Luo Chunsheng's breakthrough.
Luo Chunsheng's agitation caught both men off guard.
Ji Tianzhao hurriedly stood up, steadied him, and shouted, calm down.
Let's talk this through properly. Only after downing 2 large cups of tea did Luo Chunsheng manage to regain his composure, though his eyes still betrayed his excitement.
Sitting down, he sank into recollection. She was my first and only disciple.
Su Xiyue's mother, Wang Ruoya, was actually Luo Chunsheng's disciple.
This astonished Jiang Yun.
Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Cooling artifacts were so precious that the smiths capable of forging them were naturally highly sought after and extremely wealthy. From the remarks of Ji Tianzhou and others, it was clear that smiths capable of crafting cooling artifacts were exceedingly rare. That the two shared the same master was hardly unimaginable. Luo Chuanqing's subsequent words confirmed Jiang Yun's conjecture. Back then, when I left the divine squad to retire, I still needed someone to inherit my craft. Wang Ruoya appeared at that moment gifted and dedicated. I treated her like my own daughter. Through Luo Chuanqing's account, Jiang Yun and the others learned the story of those days. Back then, though despondent, Luo Chuanqing hadn't sunk to his current depths. Wang Ruoya, the disciple he had poured his heart into training, had died inexplicably and the beast tied the final straw that broke him. After finishing his lengthy tale, Luo Chuanqing turned his gaze back to Jiang Yun. Tell me, he demanded, where did you hear this name? Jiang Yun picked up his phone, sent a message to Lu Xiaoxue, then looked back at Luo Chuanqing. Can I trust you? After all, this was his first meeting with Luo Chuanqing, and he knew nothing of the man's true nature. Wang Ruoya was Lu Xiaoxue's mother. If he revealed the truth, it would inevitably draw Lu Xiaoxue into his line of sight. He had to consider the safety of his team members. He can be trusted. Ji Tianzhou spoke up in his defense. I've known Luo Chuanqing for years and understand his character well. He's a bit eccentric, but he's a good man. Simultaneously, his lips moved slightly, a tremendous force restraining his voice as it reached Jiang Yun's ear, audible only to him. Back in the day, this guy had a good relationship with your father. He was always the one handling your father's weapons. The fact that he was entrusted with such a critical responsibility, weapons, clearly demonstrated Jiang Xiaoyun's deep trust in him. Receiving this information, Jiang Yun felt a little more at ease. My teammate, Lu Xiaoxue, is a freshman at Qingbei Academy who, like me, comes from Luoxue City. Her mother is Wang Ruoya. Xiaoya had a daughter? Luo Chuanqing clearly heard this for the first time too, his eyes brimming with tears of shock. Where is she now? She'll be here soon. I've already notified her. Moments later, Lu Xiaoxue, who had been informed by Jiang Yun of a lead concerning her mother, pushed open the courtyard gate, her face filled with apprehension. Luo Chuanqing rushed straight to her, scrutinizing her with such intensity that he startled her. You look so much like her. You look just like Xiaoya. Luo Chuanqing's eyes welled up with tears. In the twilight of his life, to see the descendant of the woman he regarded as his own daughter, his emotions were beyond words. After some conversation, they confirmed once more that Lu Xiaoxue's mother was indeed Luo Chuanqing's disciple, Wang Ruoya. The most obvious evidence was the cooling tool in Lu Xiaoxue's hand. It was the very first cooling device Wang Ruoya had crafted after completing her apprenticeship, roughly made, yet imbued with heartfelt care. Gazing at the cooling device, tears streamed down Luo Chuanqing's aged face. Lu Xiaoxue also felt a pang of sadness. After a moment, Luo Chuanqing composed himself and asked solemnly, will you become my disciple? Though you're not a blacksmith by profession, with my abilities, I can absolutely smooth your path to growth considerably. Lu Xiaoxue hesitated, instinctively glancing at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, however, looked toward Ji Tianzhou. Ji Tianzhou's expression grew animated as he repeatedly signaled to Jiang Yun. Clearly, he was very eager for Lu Xiaoxue to accept. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun ultimately chose to trust Ji Tianzhou and nodded toward Lu Xiaoxue. With Jiang Yun's approval secured, Lu Xiaoxue finally nodded her consent and respectfully addressed him as master. Hearing this, Luo Chuanqing burst into laughter. In the next instant, a colossal pillar of white light surged upward from his body. A profound, weighty aura coalesced around him, briefly taking the shape of a colossal hammer before vanishing. Ji Tianzhou's eyes widened. You old fox. You could have changed professions ages ago, yet you dragged your feet until now. I had resolved to live out my days in this courtyard. What use is breaking through? Accumulating lifespan and living well is what truly matters. But now it's different. I have a disciple again. No matter what, I must burn myself out to pave the way for her. Luo Chuanqing chuckled darkly, revealing his profession panel to the assembled crowd. Luo Chuanqing, level 61, Omniscient Forger Legendary Class. This time, it was Jiang Yun's eyes that widened in shock. Level 61, a Sanctuary Tier Forger, and a legendary quality profession to boot. He knew Luo Chuanqing's level couldn't be low, but he never imagined it would be this high. For a Sanctuary Tier blacksmith, only two paths remained ahead, becoming a divine being or a pillar. Such an existence could be said to stand at the pinnacle of divine summer kingdom, indeed the entire human race. With this, Lu Xiaoxue had truly turned her fortunes around. Previously, whether in talent or background, she had been considered the lowest of the low among Qingbei University's freshmen. But now, in terms of background, having a Saint Hall tier blacksmith as her master was enough to crush most others. As for talent, with Jiang Yun by her side, even if she were a complete failure, he could help elevate her abilities, so that was never an issue. Lu Xiaoxue's future held limitless promise. Moments later, as Luo Chuanqing called out, "Come visit often," the three of them stepped out of the courtyard. Jiang Yun and Ji Tianzhou glanced at Lu Xiaoxue, their expressions oddly mixed. From head to toe, she now wore a full set of top-tier golden grade equipment. The foundation of a powerful smith was unmistakable. But after taking Su Xiyue as his disciple, Luo Chunshang had started throwing equipment at her left and right. Had Su Xiyue's level been sufficient, he might have even pulled out diamond-grade gear. Absolutely extravagant. Jiang Yun spent 2 grueling days farming the white sand dunes, yet the gold-grade gear he obtained still fell short of what Su Xiyue wore. Indeed, having a powerful figure backing you makes all the difference. Of course, Jiang Yun knew his own backing far surpassed Su Xiyue's. Unfortunately, his power was almost excessive, entangled in conflicts involving the Divine Summer Kingdom and even the highest echelons of the human race. Revealing it now would only expose him to everyone, bringing harm without benefit. He had no choice but to conceal it. Jiang Yun, thank you. Su Xiyue's eyes brimmed with emotion, so intense it seemed ready to overflow. She gave Jiang Yun a heartfelt hug. She knew all too well who had made all of this possible. Without Jiang Yun, she wouldn't even have been able to get close to Qingbei Academy, let alone come to the divine capital and find her mother's teacher. 84. Capturing the true culprit, the tremor in the divine capital. Jiang Yun gently patted her back, feeling the soft warmth of the girl in his arms. After a few whispered words, they bid each other farewell. Luo Chunshang was utterly serious about his disciple, Su Xiyue. He had directly sought out a king-tier archer to guide Su Xiyue on her future path. Such a prominent figure had a tight schedule, she had to rush off to her lesson now. Listen, no matter what your teacher tells you, don't change your class lightly. You must tell me first. Su Xiyue nodded, acknowledging she understood. Though she didn't understand what Jiang Yun was truly aiming for. She had grown accustomed to following his advice. As Su Xiyue's figure gradually receded, Jiang Yun watched her silently. He had spent this entire period by her side. Now that they were suddenly parting ways, he found himself unexpectedly reluctant to let her go. As Su Xiyue's figure faded from sight, Jiang Yun withdrew his gaze only to notice Ji Tianjiao beside him staring at him with a peculiar look. Ji Tianjiao whistled in admiration. Truly your father's son. When it comes to being sentimental, you've surpassed him. You have a fiancé from the Su family, right? Then there's Su Xiyue. And Ningerin seems to have quite a fondness for you too. That makes 3 already. Jiang Yun flushed crimson and hastily insisted, I'm completely innocent with them. After a moment's thought, he added, at least for now. Ji Tianjiao's expression grew even more peculiar. Jiang Yun quickly changed the subject. About my rejected career change application, I'll leave that to Uncle Ji. Ji Tianjiao's expression grew serious as he nodded firmly. Rest assured, I'll get to the bottom of this for you. Given Jiang Yun's aptitude and achievements, the rejection was utterly unimaginable. Ji Tianjiao instinctively sensed something was amiss. The two parted ways. Ji Tianjiao headed to investigate the matter, while Jiang Yun made his way toward the trading hall. His rest was sufficient. It was time to transform the gains from the White Sand Dunes instance into tangible strength. Beyond that, the evolution of the molten iron black flame ants was nearing its final stage. He had lingered too long at the intermediate practitioner level. It was time to break through. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun picked up his phone and submitted his class change application once more. This time, he didn't even have to wait, his application was rejected immediately. The same message appeared. A flash of determination lit Jiang Yun's eyes. If it had been a misjudgment before, now he was certain someone was targeting him. Recalling his recent string of misfortunes, a clear target began to form in Jiang Yun's mind. Ring. His phone rang. It was Zhang Henshue calling. Boss, someone's offering me a huge reward to betray you. Zhang Henshue recounted the events that had transpired. Though the person was tight-lipped, I managed to find out they were acting on behalf of the Xiao family. Just as expected. A flicker of realization crossed Jiang Yun's eyes. So the rejection of his job transfer request was also the Xiao family's doing? Don't refuse outright. Pretend to agree for now, it might come in handy later. After giving these instructions, Jiang Yun hung up and searched online. Before long, a name caught his eye. Xiao Zhong, Dean of Academic Affairs at Qingbei University. Father of Xiao Chang. Qingbei University, ranked among the top 3 universities in Xinxia Kingdom, had produced countless elites. To hold the position of Dean of Academic Affairs here required extraordinary influence and capability. Moreover, he held the authority to block Jiang Yun's job transfer application. With that, the matter was clear. Jiang Yun continued toward the trading hall. Less than 10 minutes later, just as he reached the entrance, his phone rang again. This time, the caller was Ji Tianjiao. His voice on the other end was thick with unmasked fury. Damn it, it's that pig Xiao Zhong. He's using his position as Dean of Qingbei University to block the job transfer application of this year's top college entrance exam scorer. With Ji Tianjiao's connections, he'd easily uncovered the entire story. Anger was one thing, but when it came to taking action, Ji Tianjiao found himself momentarily at a loss for leverage. The Xiao family's deep-rooted influence meant that even though Xiao Zhong was no match for Ji Tianjiao in strength, he wasn't afraid of him. Most crucially was Xiao Zhong's position. As the Dean of Academic Affairs at Qingbei University, this position gave him the confidence to act with impunity. Targeting a single student was a piece of cake for him. Ji Tianjiu was affiliated with the military department. Although he had an office at Qingbei University, he was powerless to interfere in the university's internal affairs. If all else fails, we'll have to seek out Reverend Yuan, Ji Tianjiu said helplessly. Seeking Elder Yuan's intervention was the last resort. Given his status as a pillar of support, even the president of Qingbei University would have to obey his commands. But doing so would risk exposing Jiang Yun's identity. For a pillar to show such interest in a newly enrolled student, even if it were this year's national top scholar, it would be highly unusual. In the divine capital, many had seen Jiang Yun's father back in the day. If even Ji Tianjiu could detect familiar traces in Jiang Yun's features, others certainly could too. Yet in this world, people who look alike are a dime a dozen. No one would suddenly make that connection. Yet when coupled with the additional attention from the revered Yuan, the situation took on a completely different meaning. After all, everyone knew the Divine Squad was part of the revered Yuan's plan back then. No, it's too risky. Jiang Yun refused outright. Without overwhelming power, he would never take such a risk. His tone remained calm. Uncle, don't worry. You needn't concern yourself with this matter for now. I have a way to handle the class change. Jiang Yun, don't be impulsive. Class change is crucial for every professional. It directly determines your future achievements. Don't change classes lightly. Ji Tianjiu's voice brimmed with concern. Jiang Yun offered a few more words of reassurance before hanging up and heading toward the trading hall. On the other end of the line, Ji Tianjiu gritted his teeth. Ever since the God Squad disbanded, he'd been wallowing in despair. Now, he had found purpose to strive for once more. How could he, as an uncle, swallow his pride when he couldn't even protect a junior like Jiang Yun? With that thought, Ji Tianjiu dialed a number. Fierce Tiger, Ji Tianjiu, 1-star general, requesting to rejoin the team. That day, the divine capital bustled as usual. Yet within certain circles, two pieces of news spread like a hurricane, sending shockwaves through the community. After years of silence, the legendary first forger of the Divine Squad had broken through to the Saint Hall realm and returned to the forging world. The Divine Summer Empire now boasted an additional Saint-tier forger of immense power. In an instant, factions across the land stirred. Such an individual alone could single-handedly prop up a trillion-dollar corporation, a rarity even within the entire realm of Xinxia. The other piece of news, though less sensational, still startled many. After years away from the battlefield, the fiery tiger Ji Tianjiu has returned to the multiracial arena. On the surface, these two announcements seemed entirely unrelated. Yet who could have imagined that both their comebacks were connected to a single youth? 85. Massive procurement, evolution begins. Putting away his phone, Jiang Yun entered the trading hall. The scene here was even busier than the instance hall, with cries of vendors rising and falling in waves. Equipment and materials obtained by combat professionals from dungeons, along with items crafted by life-oriented professionals, were all brought here for sale. Typically, they sold to the official vendors. Of course, if one was dissatisfied with the official prices, private transactions were also possible. The stalls lining the perimeter of the hall served precisely this purpose. Jiang Yun didn't want to go through all that trouble. He walked straight to the counter and addressed the staff. "Hello, I'd like to sell some gear. Please place the items you wish to sell on the counter. Our professional appraisers will evaluate them for you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a flash of multicolored light appeared before Jiang Yun. Piece after piece of equipment materialized, piling up on the counter like a mountain. The lower layers were filled with silver-grade gear, while the top held several gold-grade pieces. Beneath the counter, a large pile of materials also formed a small mountain. These items and materials were partly leftovers from previous dungeons, but the vast majority were loot from the white sand dunes. Now facing the first crucial juncture of his professional career, he naturally intended to sell everything to acquire the resources he needed, rapidly boosting his strength. The intertwining gleam of gold and silver instantly captured everyone's attention. Exclamations of astonishment erupted in rapid succession. Where the hell did this guy get all this gear? Did he raid the boss's house? New face. Looks like the academy got some serious talent this year. Hey, buddy, can we strike a deal? Sell me one piece? Countless eyes fixated on Jiang Yun, some scrutinizing, some in awe, others scheming to profit off him. But Jiang Yun ignored them all, fixing his gaze on the staff member before him. "Please tally it up." The staff member, clearly unaccustomed to handling such a massive haul of gear, froze in shock. Only after Jiang Yun's prompting did they snap back to reality, stammering, "Please hold on a moment, we'll be right there." They said it would be ready in a moment. But the full inventory took a full half hour to complete. "Student, the final price for all these items is 204,600 points. The staff member's voice trembled. This trading hall primarily catered to students. They rarely handled transactions of such magnitude. A silver-grade item typically fetched around 2,000 to 3,000 points. A gold-tier item costs 20,000 points. The value gap between equipment tiers is enormous.
Factoring in the materials that drop alongside them, these prices are fairly reasonable. Though with patience and the right channels, one could likely fetch a higher price. But Jiang Yun wasn't going to waste his energy on that. The transaction was complete. A ding sounded. Jiang Yun glanced at his phone to see his account balance had increased by 200,000 points. Combined with his earnings before enrollment, the total had now surpassed 300,000. But he wasn't done yet. Jiang Yun nodded, turning to the staff member and continuing, "I need to purchase some items. Fire attributed metals, the higher the quality, the better, the greater the quantity, the better. Also flame fruits, dragon scales." Jiang Yun rattled off the names of over a dozen materials in one breath. The quality wasn't high, but the quantity was enormous. Another major transaction. Moments later, Jiang Yun stepped out of the grand hall with 100,000 points deducted from his account and turned toward the battle arena. But he wasn't going to fight for points, he was heading there specifically for the arena's ability to simulate various environments. The materials he had procured were all for the iron-melting black flame ants. Once he found a high-temperature, high-pressure environment, the iron-melting black flame ants could finally begin their evolution. Sun-melting golden ants. Moments later, Jiang Yun arrived at the battle arena. After some searching, he found the environment he needed. Deep volcano. This was a hellish realm within the abyss world. Flames erupted, lava flowed, and gravity was hundreds of times that of Blue Star. A body not strong enough would be crushed instantly upon entering. Fortunately, the simulated environment could be adjusted. To set gravity to dozens of times Earth's level, Jiang Yun paid 3,000 points. This was the cost to maintain the simulated environment for 1 week. Qingbei University really demands points for everything. After paying the points, Jiang Yun stepped into the illuminated teleportation array. A flash of white light later, he materialized on a platform shimmering with a faint blue glow. Beyond the platform lay a pitch-black cavern, crisscrossed by rivers of molten lava. The intense heat warped the very air. Occasionally, lava erupted with terrifying force. This platform served as the starting point. Within the starting point, everything was normal. But stepping beyond it meant plunging directly into the abyssal volcanic environment. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, Jiang Yun beckoned with a gesture. Amidst a burst of multicolored light, a 3-meter-tall black hexagonal crystal materialized outside the platform. The molten iron black flame ant queen, Xiao. Under the terrifying gravity of the abyssal volcano, the crystal, which could normally float in the air, wobbled and immediately fell to the ground. Its tip had actually plunged directly into the soil. Jiang Yun hastily placed the materials he had acquired earlier around the crystal. Soldier ants crawled out of the crystal's cavities, carrying the materials back inside for the queen to consume. Gravity, materials, and Jiang Yun's control combined. Soon, the originally hexagonal crystal began to smooth and round, transforming into a sphere. Fragments of golden light replaced the original black, appearing on the crystal's surface. Gradually, the ant nest transformed from a hexagonal crystal into a golden sun. The evolution of the molten iron black flame ants was now well underway. Now, it was a matter of patiently waiting. Jiang Yun withdrew his gaze, settled into a cross-legged position, and retrieved skill scrolls one by one from his beast-taming space. These were obtained from the White Sand Dunes instance. Approximately 1 scroll appeared for every 2 golden treasure chests. Combined with his previous acquisitions, Jiang Yun now held a total of 9 skill scrolls. One of them was even gold grade. Jiang Yun picked one up, unfolded it, and activated it. A white light entered Jiang Yun's body before dissipating. Nothing happened. Did that fail? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but his expression remained largely unchanged. Using skill scrolls inherently carried a chance of failure. Moreover, the more times a scroll of the same quality was used, the higher the failure rate became. Jiang Yun hadn't encountered failure before, that was luck. Now that it had happened, it was perfectly normal. This was precisely why facilities like the virtual learning hall existed. Relying on skill scrolls to obtain equipment became increasingly costly as one progressed, a burden even the wealthiest players struggled to bear. Tossing the discarded scroll aside, Jiang Yun immediately unrolled the second scroll. A flash of white light erupted, and countless images flickered before Jiang Yun's eyes, appearing and vanishing in an instant. A torrent of information suddenly surged into his mind. This time, Jiang Yun succeeded. Opening his profession panel, he saw a new skill had indeed appeared in his skill bar. Wind Element Resistance Passive. Silver Tier. Increases resistance to wind elemental damage by 100 for both beast companions and their tamers. 86. Abyssal Summoning Mutated Skill. Wind element resistance falls under the passive skill category of elemental resistance. It's a universal skill available to all classes. Initially, this skill offers little benefit, merely reducing a mere 100 points of damage when facing specific elemental attacks. However, the skill's greatest strength lies in its infinite stacking potential. Each time you gain an identical skill, it upgrades once, further enhancing your resistance. With enough stacks, this skill becomes nothing short of a god-tier ability. Jiang Yun knew that among the 9 pillars of the Divine Summer Kingdom, one was known as the Mad Sovereign.
Legend had it that he had stacked all elemental resistances to their absolute maximum. Even an attack from an Abyss Legion felt like nothing more than a tickle to him. Among the 9 pillars, his physical constitution was unmatched. Of course, these matters were far beyond Jiang Yun's current reach. This skill held no practical use for him at his current stage. Drawing a useless skill didn't dampen Jiang Yun's spirits much. He continued using skill scrolls. A flash of white light. Failure. Failure. Failure again. Finally, upon using the 5th silver grade skill scroll, an image flashed before Jiang Yun's eyes once more. This time, the vision was exceptionally clear. Countless figures clashed in battle, blood splattering wildly and brutally. Finally, a new skill appeared in Jiang Yun's skill bar. Bloodlust. When used on another person, increases attack power by 30%, skill strength by 30%, lasts for 5 seconds. After the duration ends, the user will enter a weakened state. Bloodlust, a remarkably practical skill. Used well, it could even turn the tide in desperate situations. As Jiang Yun examined the skill description, he couldn't help but recall the soldier ant's self-destructibility. If this skill were applied to a soldier ant before detonation, would the explosion's power be amplified? The thought was tantalizing. But observing the evolving queen ant, Jiang Yun suppressed the thought and continued using the skill scrolls. This time, he exhausted all the silver grade skill scrolls without acquiring any new abilities. Jiang Yun didn't let it get to him. He picked up the final skill scroll. A gold tier skill scroll. Also dropped from the white sand dunes. After clearing the white sand dunes so many times, it had only dropped once. This alone showed how precious this scroll was. Wielding even considered offering 50,000 points to trade for this scroll from Jiang Yun. That price alone could have purchased 2 gold tier equipment pieces. But after careful consideration, Jiang Yun declined. He had plenty of ways to earn points himself. But a gold grade skill scroll? If he missed this chance, who knew when the next opportunity would come? As he unrolled the scroll, a flash of golden light erupted. In an instant, countless images flooded his mind, flickering before Jiang Yun's eyes. Success! This outcome was exactly what Jiang Yun had anticipated. After all, this was his first time using a gold tier skill scroll. Success was guaranteed at 100%. A flood of information poured in, and a skill panel with a golden glow appeared on Jiang Yun's skill interface. Jiang Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. It was actually a summoning skill. Abyssal Summon. Sacrifice a certain amount of flesh and blood to randomly summon an elite tier abyssal monster of levels 20-30 to fight for you. Monsters summoned by this skill carry a risk of backlash. Use with caution. This skill is incredibly powerful. After understanding the skill's effects, Jiang Yun immediately concluded. It was essentially like gaining an additional powerful beast companion. A level 20-30 elite grade abyss monster, its strength already surpasses that of most beast tamers' pets at this stage. No cultivation required, no need to worry about it, just summon and use. But the risks of this skill must not be overlooked. Abyssal creatures were cruel, cunning, and formidable. Failure to master them will result in backlash. The summoned abyss creature will turn on its summoner. This is nothing short of courting death, adding an enemy to your own ranks. But Jiang Yun's expression grew peculiar as he stared at the talent Abyssal Fate in his talent panel. Ever since acquiring this talent, it had remained obscure and utterly useless. That is, until today, when Jiang Yun acquired the Abyssal Summoning skill. There are many summoning type skills. Across the myriad realms, some races willingly answer the call of the human race. After all, there are sacrifices to be had. Yet Jiang Yun had obtained the most perilous abyssal summoning. Thus, Jiang Yun had reason to suspect this innate ability was at work. Let's try it. Jiang Yun rose to his feet, summoning the moon goddess to stand guard beside him. He then retrieved some naga flesh from his beast-taming space, piling it before him as an offering. Then, he activated his skill, Abyssal Summoning. A purple-black summoning array, radiating a chilling aura of demonic energy, materialized beneath the offerings. Black mist surged forth, and a sudden, vicious aura filled the air, causing Jiang Yun's expression to tighten. It appeared the Abyssal Fiend. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought a human would actively summon us? Are you unaware the Abyss is currently at war with humanity? A low, raspy voice echoed from within the black mist. This was actually a sentient being capable of speech. A hunched figure cloaked in black robes and wielding a staff emerged from the darkness. Jiang Yun was astonished to recognize the creature's race. Night demons. Having spent countless days grinding dungeons in Nightmare Village, Jiang Yun knew this race intimately. At a glance, he recognized the creature before him as a night mage. Yet compared to the night mages he encountered in the dungeons, this one was clearly far more powerful. Infused with the energy of the abyss, its eyes had transformed into a terrifying, blood-red hue, making it look utterly dreadful. The moment the night mage appeared, its aura locked onto Jiang Yun before him, its staff pointing directly at him. Human, you shall pay for your ignorance and arrogance. This night mage clearly had no intention of submitting to Jiang Yun. Terrifying energy rippled and gathered upon the staff. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yun's. Crack!
The moment the Night Mage recognized the figure before him, his body froze rigid.
The energy fluctuations coalescing on his staff instantly dissipated. The next moment, he dropped to his knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing to Jiang Yun while shouting aloud. "Greetings, Lord of the Abyss. Supreme Ruler above, please forgive this lowly one for my offense." Beside Jiang Yun, the moon goddess crouched low, a low growl rising from her throat. He was already prepared for battle. But seeing the Night Mage in this state, he was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to proceed. Seeing this, Jiang Yun exhaled in relief, a faint smile curving his lips. His suspicions had proven correct. He glanced at the skill bar once more. At that moment, the description of the Abyssal Summon skill had mutated. Abyssal Summon. The Sovereign of the Supreme Abyss issues a decree, randomly summoning an elite epic quality abyssal monster of levels 20-40 to fight for you. This skill will further enhance as the holder's strength increases. 87. Intelligence from the Abyss, the first vassal. Under the influence of the innate talent, Abyssal Destiny, Jiang Yun's skill had actually mutated. No more sacrifices are required, and the maximum level of summonable abyssal monsters has risen from 30 to 40, now reaching the level of a lord. Even with its probabilistic summoning, this skill ceiling has skyrocketed. Jiang Yun had already experienced the formidable power of lord-level beings during the grand examination. No matter how powerful Jiang Yue was, he couldn't protect him at all times. With this skill, his safety and combat power had both increased considerably. More crucially, due to the Abyssal Fate talent, within the Abyss where rank trumps all, he now stands as the superior being. All abyssal creatures could only obediently follow his commands. At this realization, Jiang Yun couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. He fixed his gaze on the Night Mage and commanded in a deep voice, "Raise your head and answer my question." The Night Mage finally lifted his head, trembling, and looked at Jiang Yun. His eyes were filled with terror and submission. "Show me your stats panel," Jiang Yun commanded. This Night Mage's level exceeded Jiang Yun's by 4 tiers, placing it beyond the effective range of appraisal. Without a moment's hesitation, the Night Mage immediately displayed its profession panel for Jiang Yun to see. Crest. Class, Spectral Mage Elite. Level, 25. Race, Night Fae. Talent, Affinity for Darkness. Skills, Spectral Summoning, Blindness, Fireball, Greater Darkness. Even appraisal could only reveal superficial details like the target's class and level. That such deeply personal, even life-threatening information including innate talents and skills was laid bare speaks volumes about this Night Mage's attitude. Towards Jiang Yun, he held nothing back. Jiang Yun nodded with satisfaction. "Tristan, from here on, I ask, you answer." Night Mage Cretus nodded excitedly, his voice rising, "I shall speak without reservation." Moments later, Jiang Yun gleaned extensive intelligence about the Abyss from Cretus. Within the Abyss dwelled numerous races, the Night Demons being but a minor one, numbering no more than 10 million. Within the Abyss, 12 supreme rulers like Jiang Yun possessed the Abyssal Fate. They were known as the 12 Pillars of the Abyss. Maheshvara was one among them. Each sovereign ruler commanded their own sphere of influence, with armies numbering in the billions. Even among these sovereigns, wars rage, all fought for the legendary, sole position of supreme ruler. Currently, only 2 of these sovereigns stand as enemies to the human race. The other 10 have not participated in the war against humanity. Jiang Yun listened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Millions of people, and yet they're still considered a minor race? The numbers of the abyssal race were simply excessive. A rough estimate suggested they outnumbered the human race by at least tenfold. Fortunately, the vast majority of the abyss races showed little interest in the human race. If that weren't the case, the human race's situation on the battlefield of 10,000 races would likely be a million times worse than it is now. Jiang Yun once again realized the magnitude of the gift Great Black Heaven had bestowed upon him. That was a supreme being, a rank held by only 12 beings in the entire abyss. For the human race, it was equivalent to gaining a pillar of support. Great Black Heaven had truly lost out big time on this one. Who knew how much he himself understood about the matter? After organizing the intelligence, Jiang Yun directed the Night Mage to unleash a few more spells to broaden his horizons. Then, with a wave of his hand, he dismissed him. "You may leave now." Night Mage Cretus lingered, cautiously gauging Jiang Yun's expression. "Supreme Sovereign, should you require my service again in the future, might I be permitted to assist?" Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly as he asked with a smile, "What? Are you suggesting you wish to pledge your loyalty to me?" Crest's expression immediately lit up with excitement. He prostrated himself, repeatedly kowtowing. "To serve under the Supreme Ruler would be the greatest blessing for our Night Mage clan." Jiang Yun nodded. "Since that is the case, I shall grant you this opportunity." Chui Si was overjoyed. He touched his brow, and a faint, eerie light shot forth, landing before Jiang Yun. Before Jiang Yun could ask what to do, an intangible tremor rippled through his body. In his talent panel, the Abyssal Fate suddenly trembled, absorbing the shadowy light. In an instant, Jiang Yun sensed a profound connection forming between himself and Chui Si. This bond felt far more intimate than the contract he shared with Jiang Yue. It seemed that with just a single thought, he could take Chui Ji's life. The talent description for Abyssal Fate also underwent a change. A new line of text appeared below. Kin, Nightmare Clan, Cthulhu. Kin? It seems this is a unique characteristic of the Abyss world. Every high-ranking being possesses their own kin. This Night Mage before him, Kretus, was his very first follower. After becoming Jiang Yun's follower, Cthulhu's aura underwent an inexplicable transformation. Your Highness, should you require anything, please summon me, I shall come without hesitation. After reaffirming his loyalty to Jiang Yun, Kretus's form dissolved into a shadowy glow and vanished. As for the offerings Jiang Yun had prepared, Cthulhu touched none of them. With Jiang Yun's permission, the moon goddess excitedly lunged forward, stuffing the naga meat into her mouth and chewing it with relish. Jiang Yun, meanwhile, continued experimenting with the abyssal summoning skill. With Cthulhu now bound as his familiar, the skill split into two distinct modes. The first mode allowed for the targeted summoning of Cui Ji. The second was the same random summoning as before. The experiment concluded. Seeing that the molten iron black flame ant's evolution would still take some time, Jiang Yun didn't idle. He set to work on another crucial matter. That was his class change. Originally, he planned to wait for the academy instructor's evaluation before deciding his future path. But now, with his job change application blocked by Xiao Zhong, Jiang Yun had no choice but to rely on his own strength. Without the academy's assistance, I can't find a suitable job change? A smirk touched Jiang Yun's lips. Xiao Zhong, you've seriously underestimated me. With that, he retrieved a mirror from his beast-taming space. After discovering that the Heavenly Eye could also display his own evolutionary path, Jiang Yun had set about preparing a mirror. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Jiang Yun's thoughts stirred. Heaven's Eye, trait extraction. The two mythic tier skills merged once more. Radiant gold surged from Jiang Yun's eyes, sacred and majestic. Beside him, the moon goddess instinctively lowered her body, unable to even look at Jiang Yun before her. At that moment, a vast amount of information flooded Jiang Yun's vision. Pathways spread out before him, filling his entire field of sight. The strongest path to the pinnacle of class advancement. Jiang Yun silently resolved. Two mythical tier skills raced through his system, and vast amounts of information vanished. Ultimately, only one path remained before Jiang Yun. Fusion of Void, Twin Birth, Mental Link. Traits, Job Change, Returned Burial Spirit Lord, Growth Path, Spirit Sovereign. 88, the terrifying Spirit Lord of Returned Burial. This was the sole path to supremacy Jiang Yun had deduced he could pursue. Returned Burial Spirit Lord? Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Over recent days, he had gathered much information about class transitions, particularly concerning Beastmasters. Among the more renowned professions available for Beastmasters to transition into were Druid, Tree Spirit Guardian, and Wind Snow Wolfmaster. Each was renowned throughout the realm. But the Returned Burial Spirit Master? He hadn't heard a single thing about this profession. Jiang Yun tried to learn more about this profession. The reason it's called a path is because the job change isn't a single step, it's a three-step process. Each subsequent step grows increasingly difficult, with fewer career options available at each stage. After becoming a Burial Spirit Master, at least two more professions remained. In that instant, the two mythic tier skills within him raced into action. Jiang Yun's mental energy rapidly depleted, instantly leaving him feeling dazed and drained, with waves of exhaustion surging through his body. His current strength was insufficient to sustain witnessing so much. Jiang Yun was secretly alarmed. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Even deducing Zhang Henshui's class progression path had been effortless and enjoyable for him. This alone was proof of how powerful this path truly was. With no other choice, he had to suppress his thoughts, shifting his focus from viewing the class advancement path to examining the detailed information of the Returned Burial Spirit Lord. As vast amounts of mental energy were drawn in, line after line of text finally appeared before Jiang Yun. Returned Burial Spirit Master, Legendary Tier Profession. Trait 1, Beastmasters receive full attribute feedback from their pets, with feedback intensity increasing alongside the practitioner's level. Trait 2, the Beastmaster gains the skill, Fusion, allowing them to merge with any one of their pets to unlock a new form and power. For a moment, Jiang Yun nearly leaped to his feet. His mouth even went dry. This class, is it too powerful? The first trait alone had Jiang Yun buzzing with excitement. As everyone knew, the weakest link for a Beastmaster was always themselves. Even their core skills were primarily survival-oriented. Damage Transfer and King's Move were no exceptions. Yet the Returned Spirit Master class actually grants the user the attributes and power of their beast companion. What did this signify? Jiang Yun would gain a portion of the Moon Goddess's attack power, the Queen Ant Shohei's mental strength, and defensive capabilities. Even just a fraction of these would elevate Jiang Yun's own attributes to rival those of warriors or even knights of the same rank. The second trait was even more terrifying. By merging with his own pet beast, he transforms into a new form. Depending on the fused beast, the new form would possess distinct traits. This essentially grants him two entirely new classes. As Jiang Yun grows stronger and accumulates more pets, the number of forms he can assume will multiply. Combat prowess, growth potential, versatility all skyrocketed.
Even Jiang Yun, regarded by others as a prodigy, now experienced for the first time what it meant to hold an overwhelming advantage granted by a class. Beyond that, one aspect particularly caught Jiang Yun's attention. To his knowledge, the quality of a first-class change had never surpassed epic tier. After all, each subsequent class change would yield a higher quality profession than the previous one. Common, rare, elite, epic, legendary, mythic. The highest quality profession was merely mythic. If the first job was legendary, the second should be mythic. What quality would the third job possess? Could there be a rank even higher than mythic? These are questions that cannot be answered now. Jiang Yun pushed the thoughts aside. With a flicker of his mind, the details of the Return Burial Spirit Master class advancement materialized before him. Jiang Yun sucked in a sharp breath. The power of the Return Spirit Master was undeniable. Yet the difficulty of its advancement quest matched its power unbelievably harsh. To complete the job change, one must slay 50 monsters above level 30, 500 monsters above level 20, and 5,000 monsters above level 10. Furthermore, their souls must be bound using specific techniques and a designated ritual must be performed. Level 30 plus monsters? What did that even mean? They were equivalent to Lord-level adventurers. Is this truly a task any human could accomplish? Jiang Yun could only console himself that while this job change quest was utterly insane, at least it didn't demand he slay venerable lords above level 40. As for the other monsters to be slain, while their strength wasn't overwhelming and fell within Jiang Yun's capabilities, their sheer numbers were staggering. How long would this drag on? After a moment's thought, a flash of inspiration lit up Jiang Yun's eyes. He thought of a place. It seemed that there, he might finally achieve his goal. The endless abyss. The primary adversary of humanity on the battlefield of 10,000 races, it was synonymous with cruelty and madness. For practitioners below the high-tier ranks, it was a place utterly beyond their reach. Even for high-level professionals, or even noble lords, the probability of death is quite high. But Jiang Yun was an exception. He was one of the supreme rulers of the abyss. Even that title alone was enough to grant him unimpeded passage there. Moreover, the abyss is notoriously teeming with demonic creatures. Undertaking class change quests there could save a tremendous amount of time and effort. Yet, how to reach the battlefield of 10,000 races, how to reach the endless abyss, Jiang Yun was still completely in the dark. Ask Ji Tianjiao to take him there? He'd never agree to that. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun's phone suddenly rang. A message arrived from Su Xiyue. Jiang Yun, my teacher found me an elite-level career change path. Her excitement and joy flowed through every word. Not the class itself, but the path to it. If I can reach level 80, I can become a legendary tier class. Jiang Yun paused, then replied, not an epic tier 1? What are you thinking? Su Xiyue shot back instantly, an epic tier class change path? That's a direct route to a mythic tier profession. Even within major clans, that's a secret among secrets. My teacher said that even at prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking, there are fewer than 50 such paths. Elite tier is already fantastic. It doesn't cost a penny. A path like this outside would cost more than the price of our entire family. 50 paths, that sounds like a lot. But with 9 basic combat classes alone, plus lifestyle, support, and various variant classes, that number seemed far too scarce. It's likely not enough for even one profession per person. Jiang Yun suddenly realized he'd been blinded by the Heavenly Eye's overwhelming power. The rarity of top-tier class change paths far exceeded his imagination. Jiang Yun promptly replied, then we won't pursue this path. I have an epic tier class change path here, I'll send it to you right away. With that, he copied and pasted the pre-prepared content, sending it to Su Xiyue. Upon returning from the White Sand Dunes, Jiang Yun had already observed Su Xiyue through the Heavenly Eye and selected a suitable class change path for her. Since the other side couldn't provide Su Xiyue with a top-tier class change path, Jiang Yun would have to step in himself. As the message was sent, on the other side, within a clean and bright dojo, Su Xiyue stared blankly at her phone screen. Beside her, a tall, graceful woman slung a massive bow over her shoulder, her face etched with impatience. I just don't get it. What kind of mind-altering potion did your captain slip you? Even for something as important as a class change, you have to ask his opinion? Does he have to approve for you to change jobs? Or does he promise something better? Nearby, Luo Chunsheng sipped his tea, his expression equally displeased. Jiang Yun deserved much of the credit for reuniting him with Su Xiyue. He naturally felt gratitude toward Jiang Yun. But seeing Su Xiyue's extreme obedience and dependence on Jiang Yun made him frown inwardly. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to reassign Su Xiyue away from Jiang Yun? He thought to himself. Just then, Su Xiyue spoke up. Teacher, I won't be taking this career path. Before either of them could respond, Su Xiyue held up her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Yun gave me an epic tier career path. What did you say? 89, who exactly wants to sleep with whom? Luo Chunsheng instinctively stood up, spilling his tea again. Without a second thought, he and the woman squeezed their way over to Su Xiyue, staring intently at the text on her phone.
Job Advancement Path, Frost Archer Epic Frost Star Marksman Legendary Greedy Wolf Heavenly Bow Mythical. Frost Archer Job Change Quest, slay 30 Ice Attribute monsters of level 20 or above. Use the materials they drop to craft 10 Frost Arrows. Specific crafting method as follows. This is actually real. Luo Chunqing couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was that Jiang Yun really this extravagant? He recalled the handsome youth he'd met before, somewhat shy and reserved in speech. Who would have thought that his first move would be an epic level class change path? Wasn't he also from a commoner background? How could he be so extravagant? At that moment, Luo Chunqing, who had just been urging Su Xiyue to keep her distance from Jiang Yun, found the thought completely vanishing from his mind. What a fantastic captain. If you don't seize the moment to latch onto his coattails, what are you waiting for? Back in the God Squad, he hadn't received such favorable treatment. Meanwhile, the other woman's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she looked at Su Xiyue. She was the teacher Luo Chunqing had used his connections to secure for Su Xiyue. Su Xiyue, the phantom spirit archer, a figure of legendary stature. A renowned figure even on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Su Xiyue stared at Su Xiyue, her expression turning stern. Xiyue, if I'm not mistaken, he wants to sleep with you. Su Xiyue gasped, her cheeks flushing instantly. She stammered in denial, shaking her head frantically. And no, that's not it. He treats all his team members like this. As she spoke, images of Ningerin, Su Mingxi, Wielding, and others flashed through Su Xiyue's mind. Rather than saying Jiang Yun wanted to sleep with them, it was more accurate to say they wanted to sleep with Jiang Yun, wasn't it? Su Xiyue was stunned. Su Xiyue sank into deep thought. After a long pause, she cautiously inquired, I heard your team currently only has 2 members, right? I have a niece, about your age, also a student at Qingbei University, who hasn't joined any team yet. Ring. At that moment, Su Xiyue's phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was a notification from Qingbei University. Attention all freshmen, the freshman orientation ceremony will be held at 8 a.m. next week. All new students are required to attend. Location. Freshman orientation? I almost forgot I'm still an unregistered freshman. In the virtual battle room, Jiang Yun also stared at his phone, murmuring to himself. He glanced at the ant nest beside him. The ant nest had now completely transformed into a miniature golden sun, with illusory flames burning upon its surface. The surrounding supplies had been devoured to the last scrap. All the soldier ants had fallen into a deep slumber. With the evolution of the mother nest, they too were about to undergo a new transformation. A week should be enough. Meanwhile, in the abyssal depths, within a canyon, Night Mage Trey emerged from a stone hut. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Stepping out, he raised his staff, and 3 fireballs roared across the sky. This was the signal to summon his kin. Within moments, nearly 10,000 members of the Nightmare Tribe gathered before Trey. High Priest, what's the urgency in summoning us? Could it be that one of the great lords is summoning us? A chorus of questions erupted. Crest waved his staff, signaling for silence. In a sharp, excited voice, he shouted, My sons. Today I bring you good news. Our Blackrock clan is about to rise. Just moments ago, I, your High Priest, became a favored servant of a supreme ruler of the Abyss. The moment those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Seconds later, a wave of boisterous laughter erupted from the Night Demon Horde. High Priest, that was a truly hilarious joke. How could the supreme ruler of the Abyss possibly take notice of us? High Priest, have you lost your mind? The High Priest remained unperturbed by the skepticism of his kin. Had he not experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it either. Tristan snorted coldly, and a faint purple pattern glowed on his forehead. The pattern was intricate, but upon closer inspection, it was a distorted version of the characters for Jiang Yun stacked vertically. The seal of status, a manifestation of the Abyss's laws, possessed by all High Ones within the Abyss. Beyond the sovereigns themselves, only their chosen kin bore this mark. It was proof of status. A faint yet undeniably genuine aura of supreme dominion radiated out, enveloping the valley. Thump! Thump! Enveloped by this aura, the Night Fiends immediately prostrated themselves in unison, chanting the name of the supreme sovereign. Simultaneously, they grew increasingly agitated. Their High Priest had truly become a favored servant of a supreme ruler. That meant they, too, had become vassals of the supreme ruler, with a chance to receive his favor. Status within the Abyss held immense significance. With the Overlord's protection and the enhancement of status, the ceiling for their entire race had suddenly been raised to heights beyond their comprehension. Men! Tristan roared once more, grab your weapons. Assemble. Fight for the supreme sovereign. Destroy the White Tree Tribe. Win the supreme ruler's favor. Forge the supreme hall for the supreme ruler. Annihilate the White Tree Tribe. The Night Demons raised their weapons, their eyes blazing with madness. A great war was about to begin. In the name of the supreme sovereign, Jiang Yun, Chuizhi led his tribe on campaigns across the land, determined to carve out vast territories for Jiang Yun. All this unfolded without Jiang Yun's knowledge. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn that day, Jiang Yun emerged from the battle room. After settling his points, he walked out under the strange stares of the staff. Clearly, someone like Jiang Yun, who had spent an entire week in the battle room, was a rarity even within Qingbei University. On the surface, Jiang Yun appeared unchanged from a week prior. But only he knew the profound transformation that had taken place within him. The molten iron black flame ant had successfully evolved, gaining 3 new skills. Though he hadn't changed professions, Jiang Yun felt as if he had been completely reborn. He felt he could take on 3 of his former selves. Clenching his fists, Jiang Yun brimmed with confidence. He had a premonition that at this enrollment ceremony, Xiao Zhong and Xiao Cheng, father and son, would surely cause him trouble. As it happened, he wasn't about to let them off the hook either. Moments later, they arrived at the Academy's grand auditorium. The vast white marble structure, reinforced with spatial expansion technology, could easily accommodate 50 to 60,000 people. By the time Jiang Yun arrived, the place was already bustling with people. The entire freshman class of Qingbei University, numbering around 10,000 students, had gathered here. Jiang Yun, over here. Su Xiyue had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting Jiang Yun's arrival, she waved excitedly at him. Beside her stood Li Yudi, Yang Zhouxiao, and others. Everyone Jiang Yun knew from the academy had arrived. Jiang Yun walked over, scanned the group, and asked in surprise, "Where's Ningerin?" "She's out on a mission and hasn't returned yet." Li Yudi answered from the side, staring at Jiang Yun with a look of astonishment. "Jiang Yun, why haven't you successfully changed professions yet?" 90, the stakes are too low. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxue, Li Yudi, and Yang Zhouxiao had all successfully changed their professions. Their levels had reached 20. Before entering the university, they had already leveled up to 19. After entering Qingbei University, they gained access to the academy's resources, making it only natural for them to successfully change jobs before the freshman orientation ceremony. Lu Xiaoxue's level was relatively low, but after entering Qingbei University, under Jiang Yun's guidance, she continuously cleared dungeons and leveled up. Within 7 days, with the help of Luo Chunqing and others, she too successfully completed her class change. This left Li Yudi and the others utterly astonished. Especially upon learning that Lu Xiaoxue's class was legendary tier. The person they had looked down upon as Jiang Yun's lowly sidekick had, in less than half a month, become their equal. But when they saw Jiang Yun, they were even more shocked. Jiang Yun hadn't succeeded in his class change. With Jiang Yun's abilities, how could that be possible? Li Yudi's voice was a bit loud, drawing the attention of those around them. Even if they didn't know him personally, most had heard of Jiang Yun, the national top scholar. By now, most freshmen had already completed their first job change with the assistance of Qingbei University's resources. As the national top scholar, Jiang Yun's failure to transfer stood out like a sore thumb. "Ha! You probably don't know, do you?" At that moment, a cocky voice boomed from nearby. Tuoba Tao, who had clashed with Jiang Yun upon arriving in the divine capital, strode over with an air of superiority, his face brimming with satisfaction as he looked at Jiang Yun. He pointed at Jiang Yun and declared, "This kid just enrolled and already managed to offend the academy's dean. His job change application never even got approved." "What?" The crowd erupted in commotion. A hint of pity flickered in their gazes as they looked at Jiang Yun. At Qingbei University, aside from the president and vice presidents, the dean of students held the highest authority, overseeing daily academic affairs. Offending him would make Jiang Yun's next 4 years of college life unbearably difficult. It seems even this national top scholar will fade into obscurity. Someone sighed, already passing judgment on Jiang Yun's future. Level 20 was merely the beginning in a professional's career. For a professional's growth, access to resources is paramount. Having offended the dean of students, Jiang Yun was bound to face immense difficulties in this regard. And being of humble origins, he had no backing. One step behind, and soon he'd be left far behind. Within a few years, other practitioners supported by the academy's resources would leave this former national champion in the dust. Tuoba Tao approached Jiang Yun and whispered, loud enough for only the two of them to hear, "Jiang Yun, you probably don't know what's going to happen at the opening ceremony, do you? Today, I'm going to trample you underfoot in front of everyone." His words dripped with venom as he fixed Jiang Yun with a cold, ruthless stare. But to his disappointment, he saw none of the panic or resentment he expected on Jiang Yun's face. Jiang Yun remained utterly composed. His deep gaze swept lightly over Tuoba Tao. In that instant, Tuoba Tao shuddered. That single glance felt like staring at a corpse. Let him keep pretending. You'll get what's coming to you soon enough. Jiang Yun, don't worry. If they dare bully you later, we'll stand up for you. Li Yudi gritted her teeth, pounding her chest emphatically. Yang Zhouxiao nodded vigorously beside her. After all, they shared the bond of having cleared dungeons together. Jiang Yun had carried them through tough times, so seeing him bullied now, they wouldn't stand idly by. Lu Xiaoxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yun, her face etched with confusion. She wouldn't buy Jiang Yun's nonsense about being unable to advance his class because the dean was targeting him. Jiang Yun had simply handed her the most elite, epic tier class advancement path. And it was perfectly suited to him. How could someone like him possibly lack a class change path? Jiang Yun shot the crowd a look that said, "Calm down," said nothing, and began waiting quietly for the entrance ceremony to begin. Ding! 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 Moments later, a deep, resonant bell tolled. A grand platform rose from the ground. 3 figures stepped through the air, arriving atop the platform. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Without any energy fluctuations, they achieved flight solely through their own strength. Clearly, these 3 were all Zuanho-level powerhouses. A massive light screen materialized before the crowd, displaying the figures of the 3. "Greetings, students." The leader spoke with a warm smile. He was a middle-aged man with snow-white temples, standing tall and radiating an indescribable mature charm. "I am Gu Shantian, Chancellor of Qingbei University." A wave of excited cheers erupted once more from the crowd. Gu Shantian, a figure featured in textbooks, a hall-tier powerhouse of the 68th generation. Back in the day, he had carved out a formidable reputation on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, amassing a considerable fanbase. Starting from the Lord rank, every professional who made a name for themselves on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes would receive a unique title: Lord, Marquis, King. Upon reaching the Sanctuary tier, one could be called a Sanctuary. Gu Shantian's title was Blood River Saint Hall. The 2 behind him introduced themselves in turn. "I am Vice Principal Luo Zhouhe. I am the Director of Education, Xiao Zhong." "So this is Xiao Zhong?" Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. After a tediously lengthy welcome speech, Gu Shantian smiled. "Next, let us announce a list that everyone is very interested in. The Golden Sequence Admission List." The Golden Sequence admitted only a few hundred students from each incoming class, truly the elite of the elite. Prior to this, many had earned Gold Sequence Reserve status through evaluations by the AI Chang'e. Now, half a month into the semester, the final results were about to be revealed. Su Ming, Li Liushang, Wang Jie. One by one, the names flowed from Gu Shantian's lips. Jiang Yun, Xiao Qing, Li Yudi, and Yang Zhouxiao's names were among them. After reading the list, Gu Shantian continued with a smile, "Of course, I believe everyone understands that the number of spots in the Golden Sequence isn't fixed. Anyone who believes they have the ability can step forward to challenge. Today is the perfect opportunity." With that, platforms abruptly materialized in the air. "Challengers, step forward." This was the mandatory event at every freshman initiation ceremony, the challenge for the Golden Sequence. It served both to inspire students and to uncover overlooked geniuses. "I accept the challenge." Before the words had fully faded, a sharp, cold voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Xiao Chang step forward from the crowd, pointing at Jiang Yun. "I challenge Jiang Yun." The stakes? His Golden Sequence status. The crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had anticipated that this entrance ceremony competition would begin with one Gold Sequence member challenging another. Gu Shantian frowned, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The university's president and vice president typically did not handle daily school affairs. They naturally knew nothing of the conflict between Jiang Yun and the Xiao family. "Are you certain?" Gu Shantian asked again. "I understand, and I'm still going to challenge him," Xiao Qing declared loudly. Gu Shantian turned to Jiang Yun. "Jiang Yun, what about you?" As the challenged party, Jiang Yun had the right to refuse. But few would choose to do so. Because it meant losing all face in front of every new student. Under the anxious gazes of Su Xiyue and the others, Jiang Yun stepped forward and nodded. "I accept. But the stakes are too low." 91, Sun Melting Golden Ant. The stakes are too low? What did that mean? Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Yun stepped forward and slowly said, "We're all in the Gold Sequence. What's the point of winning? Let's wager our respective points. If I win, you give me 10 times my current points. If I lose, the same applies. Deal." Xiao Qing replied swiftly. He hadn't even considered the possibility of losing. With the terms agreed, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping both men. Instantly, their figures materialized on a single arena platform. The giant light screen switched to display the 2 facing off against each other. This is a virtual arena. Both parties may attack freely, no one will be harmed. Gu Shantian's voice echoed. Contestants may not use items of gold rank or higher. Beyond that, all restrictions are lifted. Battle, commence. Before Gu Shantian's words had fully faded, Xiao Qing erupted into a defiant laugh. "Jiang Yun, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. You have no idea how much effort I've poured into defeating you." With that, he displayed his profession panel. Fire Warden Epic. Level 23. Less than half a month after returning from the Buddha Mother Dungeon, Xiao Qing had already successfully changed professions and leveled up to 23. Jiang Yun had heard of the Fire Control Priest class. It was one of the most powerful and elite epic classes within the mage profession. Given the Xiao family's heritage and standing, a top-tier class advancement path was naturally secured for Xiao Qing. Upon seeing Xiao Qing's class panel, the freshman erupted in gasps of astonishment. Worry flashed across the faces of Su Xiyue and the others. Xiao had clearly prepared thoroughly for this contest. Could Jiang Yun handle this? But it wasn't over yet. Xiao drew forth a scroll, tore it open with a swish, and a white light enveloped Jiang Yun's body. Sealing scroll, gold grade, the caster may summon no more than 2 spirit beasts. Xiao roared with laughter. Didn't expect that, did you? I specially prepared this just for you. So what if you have more beasts? What tricks do you have left now? He raised his staff, cruelty flickering across his face. Rest assured, I won't defeat you so quickly. I'll humiliate you thoroughly in front of all these people, in front of your teammates. Nearby, Gu Shantian, watching the battle unfold, frowned and turned to look at Xiao Zhong. Though he rarely meddled in Qingbei University affairs, he knew Xiao Zhong's son. It was also evident that there was significant tension between the two. Xiao Zhong didn't even raise an eyebrow. Just childish squabbles. Let them play out their little drama. Gu Shantian's expression shifted slightly, but in the end, he said nothing, merely letting out a sigh. He knew full well there was something fishy going on. After all, Jiang Yun, the national top scholar, had still not successfully changed professions. Yet he had done nothing about it. To someone of his stature, the national top scholar 1 per year was hardly remarkable. But the Xiao family had deep roots in the divine capital, and he didn't want to provoke them. It was a pity for this young Jiang Yun destined to fade into obscurity. Take this. On the stage, everything was set. Xiao struck immediately. A roaring wave of fire surged forth, engulfing Jiang Yun in its overwhelming might. Blazing Inferno. The signature skill of a fire mage. With a thunderous boom, flames instantly engulfed Jiang Yun as Su Xiyue and the others gasped in shock. The entire arena was engulfed by Xiao's strike. Xiao roared with maniacal laughter. Well then, Jiang Yun, what tricks do you have now? Thud. Thud. Footsteps echoed from within the blazing inferno. A figure slowly emerged from the flames. It was Jiang Yun. Not a single wound marred his body. A golden light flowed over his body. Wherever he passed, the flames retreated of their own accord. Even more captivating was the brilliant sun slowly rotating behind him. The scene resembled a deity commanding the sun, stepping forth from the flame, sacred, majestic, as if myth had materialized into reality. Xiao froze, stumbling backward as he roared frantically, impossible. This can't be. His staff shot upward, unleashing a relentless barrage of spells. Exploding flames, fire dragon techniques, and flaming arrows rained down upon Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stood utterly still. The attacks reached within 5 meters of him only to collide with a white light barrier, dissipating into nothingness. Still, they had no effect. What a pity. Jiang Yun shook his head, murmuring to himself, your preparations might have worked against my former self. But the speed at which I've grown stronger, is that something you could ever imagine? Though Jiang Yun himself hadn't undergone a class change, his pet beast had already completed an evolution. The magnitude of his power growth was no less than that of a class change. Only able to summon 2 beast companions? I don't even need to summon 2. As he spoke, Jiang Yun turned his gaze toward the great sun behind him. Ant nest. Golden sun ant. After completing their evolution, the queen ant and the ant nest were no longer mere targets. They now possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Name, Xiao. Species, golden sun ant queen. Quality, legendary. Level, 19. Skills, nest building, mental link, mental pierce, baptism of fire, flame empowerment, great sun golden flame torrent. Traits, infinite reproduction, mineral devouring, mutation. Attack, 5,000. Agility, 300. Mental, 10,000. Constitution, 1,000 plus 10,000. Xiao toiled for half a month, convinced he could counter Jiang Yun. Little did he know, he was the one being countered. The reason lay in the sun melting golden ant queen skill, bathing in flames. Bathing in flames grants the target the bathing in flames status, increasing fire resistance by 100%. During its duration, it nullifies 5,000 points of fire attribute damage. Though Xiao's flame attacks dealt immense damage, they still fell short of the skill's damage threshold. Where is the hottest flame? Naturally, the sun. As a fire attribute mage, Xiao was nothing but cannon fodder before Jiang Yun. Let's end this tedious charade. Jiang Yun extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. From behind him, like a sun-like anthill, a crimson gold torrent roared forth, instantly piercing through Xiao. Simultaneously, an invisible mental spike pierced Xiao. Sun's golden flame torrent, mental piercing. Both devastating attacks struck Xiao simultaneously. Xiao's form instantly disintegrated, vanishing beyond the arena's boundaries. His agonized scream shook the heavens. Xiao curled up on the ground, his entire body convulsing. In the virtual arena, combatants receiving fatal damage are teleported off the battlefield. Had this been a real battlefield, Xiao would have died in that instant. Even if he hadn't died, he wouldn't have been in good shape. The virtual battlefield only mitigated fatal injuries, non-fatal wounds remained. Jiang Yun had secretly instructed Xiao to reduce the damage of the mental piercing attack.
It wasn't enough to kill him instantly, but it was more than enough to cause him excruciating pain.
Xiao now bled from 5 orifices, his face deathly pale, his suffering reaching its peak.
Several physicians stepped forward to tend to his wounds.
Jiang Yun no longer watched Xiao.
Instead, he lifted his gaze toward the distant platform, where Xiao stood with a face as dark as iron.
800,000 in the bank.
By now, Jiang Yun understood exactly what the Xiao plan intended. First, they prevented him from advancing his profession, stalling his growth and power.
Then, they defeated him on the arena stage, stripping him of his golden sequence status.
This would sever all avenues through which Jiang Yun could acquire resources. Without resources to bolster him, he was destined to fade into obscurity. The plan was sound, but reality proved unforgiving. Even with last-minute cramming, even with every possible preparation made, Xiao, before Jiang Yun, remained as weak as a common chicken or a worthless dog.
It's over already? That fast? A first-tier professional defeating an untrained novice? Not only did he lose, but he lost so decisively?
Below the stage, the crowd of onlookers gasped in astonishment, erupting into heated discussion.
A battle between 2 golden sequence practitioners should have been fierce, at the very least a fierce struggle, right?
But from start to finish, Jiang Yun had only unleashed a single strike. A flash of golden light, and Xiao was instantly defeated.
It was utterly anticlimactic. Instead, Jiang Yun's current appearance drew the attention of many admirers.
Amidst the blazing flames, a great sun slowly rotated behind his head. Jiang Yun, already handsome by nature, now radiated an additional aura of sacredness. As if the legendary sun god had descended from the heavens.
So handsome. Does he have a girlfriend?
For a moment, the air was filled with the gasps and camera clicks of adoring fans. On the platform, Gu Xiantian stared at Jiang Yun in awe, his eyes filled with astonishment. With his cultivation, he could clearly discern the true form of the great sun behind Jiang Yun.
A legendary tier beast companion. A beast master who hasn't even changed professions yet possesses a legendary tier beast pet?
If word gets out, I bet a whole bunch of beastmasters will be green with envy. He murmured in admiration, glancing at Xiao beside him, whose expression grew increasingly grim.
A hint of schadenfreude stirred within him. You're targeting them. Now you shot yourself in the foot. Principal, I won.
Jiang Yun spoke up at this moment. According to our prior agreement, I demand what is rightfully mine.
Gu Xiantian nodded. Very well. In accordance with the pre-battle wager, I hereby declare, Xiao's golden sequence status is revoked. The vacant slot shall be filled by another gold sequence reserve member.
Upon hearing the news of his gold sequence status being revoked, Xiao, who had just regained consciousness, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
But he forced himself to endure it, glaring viciously at Jiang Yun.
With the prestige of the Xiao family, losing his gold sequence status was merely a matter of shame.
He certainly wasn't lacking in resources. As if sensing Xiao's glare, Jiang Yun turned to glance at him.
His gaze remained calm and profound.
Xiao's body trembled, and he instinctively lowered his head, his eyes filled with terror.
Having nearly died twice at Jiang Yun's hands, he had utterly lost the courage to meet Jiang Yun's gaze.
Next, Xiao, you must compensate Jiang Yun with tenfold the points. Gu Xiantian checked Jiang Yun's point balance, startled at first. His gaze toward Xiao now held a hint of pity. You must compensate Jiang Yun with 2 million points.
What? This time, Xiao couldn't contain himself. He leapt to his feet, bellowing. He had assumed Jiang Yun, being a commoner, couldn't possibly have many points and hadn't given this wager a second thought. But the result that came out now was beyond his belief.
2 million? That meant Jiang Yun had 200,000 points in his possession? It's been verified the amount is accurate, and the sources are all transparent. Gu Xiantian said indifferently, how do you plan to pay? If you can't afford it right now, that's fine. You can take out a loan or pay in installments. Xiao opened his mouth, about to say something more.
But in the end, he uttered nothing. A mouthful of blood spurted forth as he collapsed backward, unconscious. 2 consecutive critical blows proved too much for him to withstand.
Enough! Xiao finally couldn't hold back any longer.
He glared at Jiang Yun with murderous intent, itching to strike him down right then and there.
But with Gu Xiantian watching nearby, he couldn't act in public.
He could only hiss, I'll settle this debt for him, but 2 million is simply too much.
Might we discuss a reduction? He had no choice.
This wager had been made before the 2 principals and a crowd of new students.
If he tried to stall or renege, he could kiss his position as Dean of Discipline goodbye. The Xiao family's reputation would suffer as well.
He had no choice but to pay.
2 million yuan was an astronomical sum even for Xiao. He simply couldn't afford it.
He had no choice but to negotiate with Jiang Yun. As the head of discipline, he was being forced to grovel before a freshman in full public view.
Xiao's rage boiled over. Fine, let's settle for 1 million.
Jiang Yun agreed readily. When he had made the wager, he hadn't expected to receive the full amount.
That figure was downright terrifying. After much discussion, the final sum was settled at 800,000.
As the points were deducted from his card, Xiao Zhong's hand trembled with pain. This money, he vowed, would be reclaimed someday.
Thank you, Principal.
Jiang Yun offered a faint smile, fixing Xiao Zhong with a piercing gaze as he etched the man's features into his memory. After this incident, Xiao Zhong's murderous intent toward him had reached a point where he simply had to kill him.
Jiang Yun understood this perfectly well.
But he didn't care. After all, he had no intention of sparing Xiao Zhong either. From start to finish, Jiang Yun had barely acknowledged Xiao Cheng. His true enemy was only Xiao Zhong and the Xiao clan he represented.
800,000 points credited.
Combined with the previous 200,000, Jiang Yun's total points had now reached a staggering 1 million. Even with Jiang Yun's temperament, this figure couldn't help but bring a bright smile to his face. 200,000 seemed substantial, but when freely spent on cultivation advancement, it was simply insufficient. 1 million, however, would sustain Jiang Yun's spending spree for quite some time.
He continued, "May I challenge someone now?" Gu Shentian nodded.
Of course.
Who do you wish to challenge? Tuoba Tao. Jiang Yun wasn't that ambitious.
After all that showboating in front of him, there was no reason to let the guy off the hook.
Tuoba Tao, you.
Gu Shentian scanned the area, froze for a moment, then gave a helpless smile.
Jiang Yun, I'm afraid your challenge can't proceed.
Just moments ago, Tuoba Tao has already left this place. Gu Shentian chose his words carefully, but everyone understood immediately. Tuoba Tao had fled. After witnessing Jiang Yun defeat Xiao Cheng with a single strike, he'd bolted immediately, terrified Jiang Yun would come after him.
A wave of laughter erupted, lingering long after. Then it settled.
Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected Tuoba Tao to be so shameless.
Stepping down from the arena, Lu Xiaoxue and the others immediately surrounded him. Lu Xiaoxue's face lit up with delight. Jiang Yun, your pet beast.
Jiang Yun nodded, making no attempt to conceal it from the others.
Besides, there was no hiding it anyway. It's evolved. It's now at the legendary tier. The crowd gasped in unison.
A legendary tier pet beast appearing on Jiang Yun, a mid-tier practitioner unheard of. The gazes they cast upon Jiang Yun were filled with awe and envy. The radiance of the national champion had not faded from Jiang Yun. Only Lu Xiaoxue's eyes held concern. What about your class change?
Don't worry. I already have a path to class change. It's just that the requirements for the class change quest are a bit demanding and I haven't completed it yet.
Jiang Yun offered a few reassuring words before joining the others and watching the upcoming matches. Several disgruntled Gold Sequence reserves subsequently challenged the Gold Sequence members.
The Academy's judgment proved remarkably accurate. Not a single challenger succeeded.
Jiang Yun had expected a few challengers to come for him, but in the end, not a single one appeared. After witnessing his previous battle, no one felt confident they could defeat Jiang Yun. Though no formal comparison had been made, Jiang Yun was now widely regarded as the top freshman in the academy. 93, the Mad Sovereign, the Divine Sequence.
After several matches, the enrollment ceremony concluded. Qingbei University's curriculum was extremely flexible, with no mandatory requirement. Students could even skip classes for an entire year.
The only requirement was passing the year-end comprehensive exam. Genius requires freedom to flourish, and Qingbei University understood this profoundly. As Jiang Yun walked toward the villa, his thoughts wandered.
The most urgent matter was changing his class.
To complete the extremely difficult job change quest of returning the Spirit Lord to its resting place, a trip to the Abyss was absolutely necessary. But at my level, the normal way definitely won't work.
He must find another way.
Just then, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Jiang Yun.
Mr. Jiang Yun, would you mind speaking privately?
A man in black robes stepped before him and murmured, "The revered Yuan wishes to see you."
Jiang Yun's expression shifted.
He waved for Lu Xiaoxue and the others to proceed ahead, then followed the dark-clad man to a secluded spot. There, a figure clad in black stood waiting. It was a tall, slender woman clad in black, her aura icy and piercing. A jet-black long sword hung at her back. This person was not Reverend Yuan, yet Jiang Yun sensed an aura of authority emanating from her that rivaled Reverend Yuan's, an air of supremacy that seemed to tower above all others. Jiang Yun hesitated, but the figure's gaze had already fixed upon him.
You are Jiang Yun? I witnessed your battle at the enrollment ceremony. Impressive. No wonder Li Yuan personally entrusted me to represent the Divine Sequence in evaluating you. So it was about the Divine Sequence.
Jiang Yun's mind settled. The thought that the revered Yuan had not forgotten him amidst his busy schedule stirred a wave of deep gratitude within him.
He stepped forward and asked politely, "May I ask your name?"
Lu Qingmei. Though you may also address me by my title, Mad Reverend. The woman's casual tone caught Jiang Yun off guard.
The woman before him was none other than Mad Reverend, one of the 9 pillars of the Divine Summer Kingdom, the one reputed to possess an invincible physical form?
Venerable Yuan's concern for him exceeded Jiang Yun's expectations. He had actually managed to summon a venerable.
Greetings, Mad Revered One.
Jiang Yun dared not be so audacious as to address the Mad Revered One by name, offering a polite greeting instead.
Madness Reverend clearly possessed a decisive and efficient nature. Without much small talk, he handed Jiang Yun the detailed review criteria for the divine sequence. This time, the document was even more detailed than the one Venerable Abyss had given Jiang Yun. The divine sequence, I trust you've already familiarized yourself with it. This organization only invites the most exceptional prodigies of the divine summer kingdom to join. And only combat professions are eligible. She pointed at herself and declared, I am the first pillar cultivated by the divine sequence and its youngest pillar. Jiang Yun's face was filled with astonishment. The divine sequence could actually cultivate pillars. No wonder spots in the divine sequence were so precious. Though you are a prodigy now, you are still far from meeting the standards to join the divine sequence. The Mad Reverend continued, however, the divine sequence's assessments encompass many criteria. You may select some simpler ones to complete first. To become a member of the divine sequence, you must also journey to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes and complete a designated mission. Naturally. The Mad Reverend nodded. The divine order cultivates the sharp blades and the great wall that protect the human race. How could one join the divine order without having been to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes and without military merits to their name? I choose this one. Before the Mad Reverend could finish speaking, Jiang Yun had already selected the trial task he wished to undertake and presented it to the Mad Reverend. This time, it was the Mad Sovereign who was taken aback. Journey to the multiverse battlefield and obtain the Eye of Calamity? The Mad Reverend's expression abruptly turned grave. Jiang Yun, while this task is indeed within your current capabilities, its difficulty is exceptionally high. I strongly advise you to reconsider. The Eye of Calamity is a unique artifact of the Endless Abyss. To obtain it, one must venture deep into the Endless Abyss. Even for practitioners at levels 40 or 50, it's far too dangerous, let alone for you. Think it over again. No reconsideration. This is the one. Jiang Yun's stance was unwavering. Are you kidding? This is a legitimate reason to enter the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. How could I possibly pass it up? As for safety concerns? Poof. For Jiang Yun, venturing into the Endless Abyss was practically no different than going home. Seeing Jiang Yun's unwavering resolve, the Mad Sage gave him a deep look, then ceased his persuasion. He tossed a token to Jiang Yun. Take this token to the Tiandu Tower, and you'll gain passage to the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Remember, you only get one chance at the divine sequence assessment. Jiang Yun nodded, slipping the slightly heavy token into his pocket. When he looked up again, the Mad Reverend had vanished, leaving only lingering echoes in the air. I hope you succeed, lad. The Mad Reverend's visit to Qingbei University had clearly been for his own purposes. Testing Jiang Yun had merely been incidental. Now that his objective was achieved, he departed immediately. Bowing toward the spot where the Mad Reverend had stood, Jiang Yun rubbed the token in his pocket and walked off into the distance. The battlefield of 10,000 tribes, here I come. The battlefield of 10,000 clans, a perilous domain only accessible to practitioners of level 30 or even 40. It was the very front line of humanity's war. It operated under a completely different system, dangerous and untamed. For Jiang Yun, while venturing into the Endless Abyss was manageable due to his abyssal rank, he had to take other dangers from the battlefield of 10,000 races seriously. After all, as the name suggests, it wasn't just home to the human race and the two abyssal species. But that was precisely the problem. Online, information about the multiracial battlefield was scarce. Jiang Yun couldn't prepare thoroughly like he had before venturing into uncharted territories. Fortunately, he could still call for backup. Ji Tianzhou had recently returned to the multiverse battlefield, a fact Jiang Yun was aware of. However, a signal barrier still existed between the battlefield of 10,000 races and Blue Star. Jiang Yun made a special trip to the mission hall, spending 1,000 points to use a special device that finally allowed him to contact Ji Tianzhou. Only then did he finally understand why Su Mingxi's father had been so heartbroken when he used that machine back then. It was truly expensive. After connecting with Ji Tianzhou, his reaction mirrored Jiang Yun's expectations exactly. First, he erupted in fury, berating Jiang Yun for being overly ambitious. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he gave some last-minute instructions before heading to the battlefield of 10,000 races. As the communicator shut off, Jiang Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Everything was settled. It was time to head to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. But before that, it was time to retrieve the cooling device Luo Chunqing had promised him. He had a premonition that this time, such items would prove invaluable. Moments later, with everything settled, Jiang Yun arrived before the Tiandu Tower, having procured a large quantity of potions as Ji Tianzhou had advised. The Tiandu Tower soared into the clouds, bearing a resemblance to the Void Tower. Jiang Yun recognized this place. Ningerin had once mentioned it one of the primary ways for students at Qingbei University to earn points, tower climbing. Each floor was infested with monsters. Defeating them allowed one to ascend to the next level, where increasingly formidable foes awaited. Jiang Yun felt a surge of eagerness, but now clearly wasn't the time. He had to force himself to suppress his battle instincts. Upon entering Tiandu Tower, he presented the token given by the Mad Sage.
The staff, recognizing its significance, promptly arranged a teleportation array for Jiang Yun. Standing on the teleportation array, a low hum rose from beneath his feet as a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. A sudden, inexplicable thought surfaced in Jiang Yun's mind. Is Ningerin still at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? I wonder if I'll see her on this journey. 94. The battlefield of 10,000 clans, military merit badge. The distance between the battlefield of 10,000 clans and the divine capital was clearly considerable. Jiang Yun felt himself enveloped in white light, surrounded by landscapes that twisted and shifted ceaselessly. The teleportation array took less than a second to travel from Luoshui's city to the divine capital. Yet this time, he waited a full 2 minutes before the sensation of weightlessness vanished and solid ground returned beneath his feet. As the white light dissipated, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings and found himself standing within a vast, iron-black hall. Numerous teleportation arrays identical to the one beneath his feet dotted the surroundings. People were constantly coming and going. Without exception, they all carried the sharp, intimidating aura of iron and blood. Jiang Yun observed that their strength levels were all above the 30th tier. His arrival quickly drew the attention of others. Clearly, a professional of his caliber entering the battlefield of 10,000 tribes was no common occurrence. Jiang Yun, over here. Ji Tianjiao's voice echoed. Without warning, he stood before the main hall, beckoning Jiang Yun. As Jiang Yun approached, Ji Tianjiao delivered a slap to his back. You little brat. Such an important matter, and you didn't even bother to discuss it with me? Do you really think the battlefield of 10,000 clans is that easy to navigate? Jiang Yun chuckled awkwardly, laughing it off while surveying his surroundings. This was a formidable fortress, entirely black, heavy and imposing, with layer upon layer of structures. Soldiers clad in battle armor stood guard everywhere. Their ranks were all above level 30. An aura of immense power permeated the city, clearly indicating the presence of powerful beings everywhere. Looking further afield, a black great wall wound its way into the distance. The city Jiang Yun stood in was merely one of the fortified passes along this great wall. A faint scent of blood hung in the air, mingled with a savage, bone-chilling aura. This was the scent of the abyss. Jiang Yun recognized it instantly. This place is called Guanyang City, one of the major passes defending against the endless abyss. Nearly every year or two, a terrifying demonic surge erupts here. Ji Tianjiao explained as he led Jiang Yun deeper into the city. Jiang Yun noticed that many people showed him great respect whenever they saw Ji Tianjiao. It seemed Ji Tianjiao held some standing here. As if reading Jiang Yun's thoughts, Ji Tianjiao chuckled, your uncle here has a bit of a reputation, but Jiang Yun, remember this, on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, what truly matters is this. He tapped his chest. Only then did Jiang Yun see the deep black metal pinned to Ji Tianjiao's chest, adorned with 2 golden stars. A military merit badge. Everyone has one, showing the military merits you've earned. On the battlefield of 10,000 clans, military merit is everything. Many things can only be purchased with military merit. The more military merit you accumulate, the higher your status becomes. Soldier, sergeant, captain, general, got 5 ranks in total. Each rank requires collecting 5 gold stars to advance to the next tier. Take mine, for instance, this is a 2-star general. Generals like me? There are fewer than 20 in all of Guanyang City. As he spoke, a look of pride flashed across Ji Tianjiao's face. The battlefield of 10,000 clans gathered nearly all the elite of the human race. To rank among the top 20 at such a crucial pass demonstrated Ji Tianjiao's extraordinary prowess. Jiang Yun asked curiously, and what about the highest rank, the god tier? Divine tier, we call them divine sovereigns. Our divine Xiao has only 12. Beyond the 9 pillars, the remaining 3 are individuals who have made immense contributions in their respective fields. At this point, Ji Tianjiao fixed Jiang Yun with a deep gaze and lowered his voice. Your father was one of them. Jiang Yun's body trembled slightly. Though the rank of a military merit badge didn't directly correlate with one's power, it still hinted at the immense achievements his father must have accomplished to be considered equal to the pillars. As he spoke, Ji Tianjiao led Jiang Yun into an inconspicuous black building. Upon entering, Ji Tianjiao slammed his hand on the table without hesitation. Wake up! Get to work! The drowsy staff members jolted awake. Just as they were about to snap back, they caught sight of the medal on Ji Tianjiao's chest and instantly plastered on smiles. Oh, General Ji, what brings you here? Ji Tianjiao pointed at Jiang Yun. Issue him a military merit medal. The staff sprang into action, requesting identification from Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun presented his student ID from Qingbei University. The staff member gasped in astonishment and turned to look at Ji Tianjiao. This rank, this university, coming to the multiracial battlefield? Could it be? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ji Tianjiao snapped sternly. The staff member understood the hint, flashed Jiang Yun a flattering smile, and got back to work. Soon, a brand new military merit medal appeared in Jiang Yun's hand. However, unlike Ji Tianjiao's, this one was white and bore no stars. With the medal in hand, Ji Tianjiao led Jiang Yun to another shop. This time, he didn't let Jiang Yun enter instead, he went in alone. Moments later, he emerged holding a scroll.
Kid, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to talk you out of it. Take this. A teleportation scroll. Unfold it when you're in danger, and it'll take you straight back to Guaning City no matter how far away you are.
Jiang Yun took the scroll, his eyes widening slightly. Infinite range teleportation scrolls were extremely rare treasures on Blue Star, commanding exorbitant prices. Moreover, here on the battlefield of 10,000 races, where energies from different worlds intermingled, a teleportation scroll capable of functioning here would be valued beyond even Jiang Yun's wildest imagination. This could only mean Ji Tianzhou had paid for it out of his own pocket. Jiang Yun glanced at Ji Tianzhou's chest, where 1 star was missing from his military merit badge. Clearly, Ji Tianzhou had traded one of his general's gold stars for this scroll. Noticing Jiang Yun's expression, Ji Tianzhou waved his hand grandly. No big deal, just 1 star. You know what kind of man your uncle is. I'll earn it back in no time. Though he spoke lightly, the grimace on his face made it clear this star held extraordinary value. Thank you, uncle. Being men, Jiang Yun didn't put on airs. He silently stowed the scroll away, committing the matter deeply to memory. Oh, and about your career path. Ji Tianzhou suddenly remembered something and murmured, I've already reported this to Reverend Yuan. He was furious, but there's little he can do for now. If he intervened personally, the Xiao family would inevitably be brought to their knees. But such a move would be far too conspicuous. Your identity must remain concealed for now. Bear with this injustice for now. The career path is with Reverend Yuan. I'll get it to you through a few intermediaries. Jiang Yun shook his head gently. No need for such trouble. I already have a satisfactory path to change professions. 95. Honoring those who face death. Ji Tianzhou remained skeptical of Jiang Yun's claim. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Yun was merely an orphan child, utterly alone. Where could such a child possibly find a top-tier class change? Seeing Ji Tianzhou's reaction, Jiang Yun merely smiled faintly. Even if he told Ji Tianzhou he possessed a path where a single class change could propel him straight to legendary rank, the other wouldn't believe him. Let the results speak for themselves. After offering Jiang Yun a few final words of advice, Ji Tianzhou reluctantly departed. As the city's pillar of support, he had countless responsibilities demanding his time and couldn't remain by Jiang Yun's side indefinitely. Before parting, Ji Tianzhou specifically urged Jiang Yun to visit the city center. After bidding farewell to Ji Tianzhou, Jiang Yun began wandering through the city. The city looked bleak, but it was actually quite prosperous. Trading halls, quest halls, they had them here too. Moreover, the supplies and equipment sold here were superior to those at Qingbei University. Many rare items were on display, things Jiang Yun had never even heard of before. After a full tour, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the sights. Equipment and materials were priced at least 10 to 20% cheaper than at Qingbei University. But everything had to be settled with military merit points. Points could be used, but the exchange rate was 110. Using points was a huge loss. Yet the prices for daily necessities and consumables were more than 3 times higher than at Qingbei University. No wonder Ji Tianzhou had repeatedly urged him to stock up on high-consumption potions. Buying them on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes would be a complete rip-off. After purchasing maps and other essentials, Jiang Yun left the exchange and followed the signs toward the center of Guaning City. There, instead of ornate sculptures or towering structures, lay a vast expanse of green lawns. On the lawn, black tombstones stand in rows. At the center stood a tall, square-based spire. Inscribed upon it were words in crimson. To all warriors who have perished on the battlefields of the multiracial world since the dawn of the professional era, we pay our respects. This is both a cemetery and a memorial hall. Only those who made outstanding contributions to the human race and perished on the multiracial battlefields were worthy of a small tombstone here. Jiang Yun walked in, examining each one. Soon, a familiar name caught his eye. Jiang Xiaoyun. Many years after his death, when few on Blue Star still knew this name, here in Guanyang City, a stone monument stood in his honor. Before the stone monument lay many withered white flowers. Evidently, some still remembered his achievements for the human race and came to pay their respects from time to time. Jiang Yun bought a bouquet of flowers, placed it before his father's tombstone, then turned and walked away without looking back, heading toward the city gates. A striking woman with gray hair brushed past Jiang Yun, heading toward the memorial. The instant they passed each other, she instinctively turned her head, staring blankly at Jiang Yun's retreating figure. This man seems familiar. After a moment, she gave a self-deprecating smile and approached Jiang Xiaoyun's tombstone. As usual, she placed a bouquet of white flowers before noticing another bouquet and feeling slightly startled. In this city, besides herself, someone else actually remembered Jiang Xiaoyun. Could it be that kid, Ji Tianzhou? Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had already arrived at the city gate. The city guard was also a level 30 professional. They stared in astonishment at Jiang Yun, who stood alone at a mere level 19. Young man, calm down. The battlefield of 10,000 tribes isn't a place for a professional of your level to venture into. Turn back. Come again when you reach level 30. But Jiang Yun remained resolute. Thanks, but I have my own plans. The guard could only sigh inwardly as he processed Jiang Yun's exit. He prepared himself mentally to never see this young man again. Beyond the city gates lay an endless black desert. Black storms occasionally roiled up. Numerous groups and adventurers had departed from Guaning City, yet once they ventured deep into the desert, their figures vanished without a trace. After walking but a few steps, it felt as though Jiang Yun stood alone beneath the heavens. It's still dozens of kilometers to the dungeon's location from here. We must stay vigilant. After all, this was his first time entering the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, and Jiang Yun was cautious. With a flick of his hand, multicolored light flickered, and the moon goddess appeared in his shadow. Simultaneously, 5 flying ants, seemingly forged from pure gold, materialized in the air. These were the soldier ants of the sun-melting golden ants after their evolution. Sun-melting golden ant soldier ant. Quality, epic. Skills, bite, refined metal body, golden flame protection, rapid charge, self-destruct. Traits, mineral devouring, fire bathing. Attack, 1200. Agility, 3000. Mental, 500. Stamina, 3000. Following the queen ant's successful evolution, the soldier ants also received a significant power boost. These worker ants have now fully evolved into flying ants, possessing the innate Bath of Fire effect that grants them exceptional fire resistance. Their original sturdy exoskeletons transformed into bodies of refined metal, greatly enhancing their defense. Moreover, the soldier ants now possess a new offensive capability. A layer of intensely hot golden flames constantly envelopes them. Combined with their new skill, rapid charge, their charges resemble miniature fire meteors. Jiang Yun had yet to test the full might of the soldier ants. He had considered using them during his battle with Xiao. But Xiao proved utterly useless. Jiang Yun dispatched him using only the queen ant, leaving no opportunity for the soldier ants to enter the fray. Sizzle! 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 Suddenly, shadowy figures burst from the desert sands, lunging toward Jiang Yun. Clang! 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 A white glow flared around Jiang Yun, repelling the shadows. Startled, Jiang Yun spun around to see that these were black vines, buried inconspicuously within the desert. From the shadows, the moon goddess roared forth, extending a claw. A flash of cold light shattered several vines into countless fragments. A pained cry echoed from beneath the desert sands as a dark brown tree demon, flailing countless vines, rose from the dunes, snarling menacingly at Jiang Yun. The appraisal skill was cast, but there was no reaction. Clearly, this tree demon's level surpassed Jiang Yun's by at least 4 tiers. Fortunately, Jiang Yun still possessed the heavenly eye. A golden flash appeared in his eyes, revealing the tree demon's attributes. Hidden form Red Willow Tree Demon. Level 28. Skills, Aura Concealment, Vine Thrust. This was a monster that specialized in lurking beneath the desert sands, ambushing passing adventurers. Jiang Yun had never seen or heard of it before, clearly a monster unique to this region. Startled, Jiang Yun silently thanked his luck for activating damage redirection early, otherwise, his first day on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes would have ended in injury. Signaling the moon goddess to hold her attack, Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. The 5 soldier ants surrounding him surged forward simultaneously, their golden flames erupting like 5 fiery meteors hurtling toward the tree demon. 96. The might of soldier ants, Xiao scheming. Sizzle! 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 The meteors sliced through the tree demon's body without resistance, piercing clean through and leaving behind large holes with charred edges. Empowered by the triple effects of golden flame heat, hardened exoskeletons, and blinding speed, a single charge was enough. The once arrogant tree demon now bore 5 gaping holes, its body torn apart. Defeated, hidden form Red Willow Tree Demon. Gained 300 years of lifespan. Moon Goddess watched in shock, letting out a low growl. Her eyes widened with astonishment as she observed the soldier ants circling overhead. The combat power of the soldier ant legion exceeded even the Moon Goddess's expectations. Even she could not guarantee defeating this monster in such a short time. Her expression instantly turned grave. The combat power of the soldier ant legion had officially surpassed her own. This awakened a sense of crisis within the Moon Goddess, who brushed against Jiang Yun's pant leg. I want to level up too. I want to evolve. Don't worry. Once I complete my class change, it will be time for your evolution. Jiang Yun rubbed both of Moon Goddess's heads, offering a few words of comfort before recalling the soldier ants and preparing to depart. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled. Tree demons emerged one after another from beneath the desert sands, letting out a series of roars. In the distance, a colossal tree demon over 5 meters tall burst through the soil, its furious roar stirring up a storm. Red Willow Tree Demon King. Level 38. Skills, Aura Concealment, Vine Thrust, Command. Jiang Yun was a bit stunned. Were all the monsters here this temperamental? He'd only killed a minor monster, yet they'd mobilized their entire force, seemingly intent on a final showdown with him. And why were there so many monsters so close to Guaning City? But this was perfect a chance to test just how powerful the self-destruction of an evolved sun melting golden ant truly was. With a flicker of his thoughts, 5 soldier ants roared forward, piercing through countless tree demon bodies until they reached the colossal tree demon king. Then, boom! A thunderous roar echoed.
5 dazzling golden suns exploded in the sky. The once dim sky suddenly brightened. Seconds later, the golden light dissipated. The once imposing tree demon king now stood less than 3 meters tall. A small portion of its body had been obliterated in the explosion, while the remaining bulk was covered in charred blackness, its golden flames lingering long after the blast. Beneath him, the desert landscape took on a glazed, glass-like hue. It was sand melted into glass by the intense heat. No wonder it's a monster approaching level 40. It didn't die. It really is powerful. Jiang Yun was astonished. He summoned a dozen more soldier ants, preparing to finish it quickly. Just then, the tree demon king in the distance suddenly trembled, slowly sinking downward. Within mere breaths, it vanished from Jiang Yun's sight. One after another, the other tree demons began to sink as well. In less than a minute, the area before Jiang Yun was completely clear. They all fled. Jiang Yun stared in disbelief. He rarely fought monsters in the real world and wasn't sure if this was normal behavior. All he could say was that compared to the monsters in dungeons, the real-world ones were clearly much smarter. Jiang Yun gave a helpless smile and walked away, surrounded by soldier ants. Shortly after his departure, several figures arrived at the scene, exchanging shocked whispers. Who could have done this? Not only did they take on the tree demon, but they also scared off the tree demon king and escaped unscathed? Surveying the ravaged battlefield and recalling the golden flames they'd witnessed, the group of adventurers marveled in astonishment. Those arrogant tree demons finally met their match. Judging by the chaos earlier, the tree demon king won't be stirring for at least a month or two. If it weren't for needing these tree demons as the first line of defense against the demonic tide, we'd have dealt with them long ago. One of them gritted his teeth as he spoke, clearly having suffered many losses at the hands of these tree demons. These tree demons were deliberately preserved by Guaning City to serve as a barrier against the Abyss's assaults. After several battles, they had indeed proven quite effective, so they were kept. But nothing comes without a price. These tree demons quickly proliferated across the barren wasteland, their numbers swelling until incidents of them harming people became frequent. Yet, for the sake of combating the Abyss, the people had no choice but to endure. Now, witnessing its defeat, the group was overjoyed. It's a pity we didn't get to meet that professional who intervened. We could have had a proper chat. To inflict such severe wounds on the tree demon king in such a short time, it must be a second transition professional above level 40. The group exchanged these remarks as they circled the scene once before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, at Qingbei University, Xiao Zhong answered a call. What? Jiang Yun accepted a divine sequence mission and went to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Xiao Zhong was stunned, but his face soon twisted into a cruel smile. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Yun, you've chosen the path to hell when paradise beckoned. He had been scheming for ways to deal with Jiang Yun. Now, his feelings toward Jiang Yun could be described as both hatred and fear. His hatred stemmed from the immense losses Jiang Yun had inflicted upon him and the Xiao clan. The fear stemmed from the terrifying potential Jiang Yun had demonstrated. Even under his relentless suppression, Jiang Yun had grown this strong so quickly. What would become of him in the future? If he ever truly ascended to the realm of divine beings, or even the Pillar Realm, it would spell the end for the Xiao family. This thought sent a chill down Xiao Zhong's spine, solidifying his resolve to eliminate Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's departure for the battlefield of 10,000 tribes presented the perfect opportunity. After a moment's thought, he dialed a number. Hello, Dark Knight Hall? I need you to eliminate someone. Moments later, 2 shadowy figures sped out of Guaning City. After confirming their direction, they pursued Jiang Yun's departing path. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun lay on a platform formed by gathered soldier ants, his head resting on the soft belly of the moon goddess. He sipped his drink occasionally, utterly content. After traveling a considerable distance, Jiang Yun suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing he hadn't needed to run at all. All those soldier ants of his weren't just there to eat for free. Thus, the current scene unfolded. While the soldier ants handled the journey, Jiang Yun wasn't idle either. He was poring over intelligence reports concerning the battlefield of 10,000 races and the Abyss. As far as Jiang Yun knew, the battlefield of 10,000 races had emerged at the dawn of the professional era. Back then, adventurers discovered a region teeming with bizarre creatures, its borders seemingly endless. They initially assumed it was some kind of massive dungeon, only to later discover that this land connected to another world. It was the collision and fusion of 2 worlds. As more and more worlds merged, the realm known as the battlefield of 10,000 tribes came into being. Some claimed the battlefield of all races had existed long before. Blue Star was merely the world that merged in later. The strange creatures first discovered by adventurers were actually abyssal monsters. The Abyss was the first alternate world humanity encountered. Yet the first realm to clash with humanity was the later arriving Twilight Realm. The relationships here were too tangled for Jiang Yun to untangle. He could only focus on more practical matters. Just then, Jiang Yun's expression shifted abruptly as he sat up. Just now, the Abyssal Fate talent had suddenly stirred with unusual activity. A map abruptly materialized before his eyes.
The map was almost entirely black, save for a single point of light that glowed intensely, illuminating a small area around it. From that point of light, a familiar aura reached Jiang Yun. Streams of information poured forth from the abyss fate. Jiang Yun's mind stirred, and his spiritual energy gently brushed against that aura. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Jiang Yun's ear. "Oh, the Supreme Ruler. Supreme Ruler, your humble servant, Kretus, awaits your command at all times." 97. Abyssal Rules, Dungeon Portal. Tristan? Jiang Yun froze, surprised that he could contact this night mage directly without needing to summon him. Soon, he understood. His understanding of the Abyssal Sovereign talent was still too limited. Its capabilities were far greater, but Jiang Yun had been confined to Blue Star, where its power was suppressed. Now, as Jiang Yun drew ever closer to the abyss, the true power of the Abyssal Fate began to manifest. Contacting his followers regardless of distance was merely its most fundamental function. Tristan appeared exceptionally excited. "Supreme Sovereign, are you finally returning to the abyss? I have led our kind to carve out vast territories for you, awaiting your return." Tristan proudly reported his recent accomplishments to Jiang Yun. Empowered by the Supreme Ruler's mark of affiliation, Ji had achieved near total dominance. He had successfully unified several surrounding night demon tribes under his banner, establishing himself as a local overlord. With wealth and territory at his disposal, he even began directing the Night Demon clan to construct a palace for Jiang Yun and carve divine statues. In short, on Blue Star, Jiang Yun was still merely a gifted student striving to succeed. But in the abyss, he already possessed a domain and ruled over countless subjects. Tristan even bestowed upon him a revered title. The Sovereign Ruler of the Abyss, Master of the Sunwheel, the one who extinguishes all. Tristan's heartfelt recitation sent chills down Jiang Yun's spine. According to Drizzt, every high-ranking being in the Abyss possessed such an honorific. The higher their status, the longer their title. For an overlord like Jiang Yun, the honorific alone stretched to hundreds of characters. Of course, in everyday speech, such a long title wouldn't be used to refer to a supreme ruler. Instead, a shorter name would suffice. For instance, Maheshvara. For instance, Jiang Yun's honorific title, when condensed, becomes Lord of Burning Silence. Clearly, this was the name Ji had given him based on his first impression of Jiang Yun. The ant nest beside Jiang Yun, which bore a striking resemblance to the Great Sun, had left a profound impression on him. Through Ji's relentless efforts, the name Lord of Burning Silence had already gained some renown within the abyss. Jiang Yun paid it little mind and inquired, "How far are you from here? Could you bring your clan over?" According to Ji, the Nightmare Legion under his command had swelled to a staggering 100,000 members. With the Nightmare Legion's assistance, Jiang Yun's journey through the abyss would become incredibly simple. Unfortunately, after studying the map, Jiang Yun regretfully concluded this plan was unfeasible. The abyss was simply too vast. Its area was 100 times larger than Blue Star. Jiang Yun's current location was at the very edge of the abyss. The Night Demon tribe resided deep within the abyss. For them to reach this location would take at least a year or two. However, Kretus offered Jiang Yun a new suggestion. "Your Majesty, you could assemble your legion right here. Trust me, without a master, no abyssal race would refuse the recruitment of an abyssal overlord." After Drizzt's explanation, Jiang Yun finally grasped what a supreme ruler truly meant to the other abyssal creatures. Within the abyss, a rigid hierarchy prevailed. At birth, their growth potential is already predetermined. Elite-tier creatures, even if they fought to the death, could only reach the upper limit of that tier. To grow stronger, there was only one path, gaining the patronage of a higher-ranked demon. Legendary tier monsters could elevate their subordinates to the next lower tier, epic, and so on. Of course, legendary and epic are terms Jiang Yun translated using human terminology. Within the abyss, a complex and rigid hierarchy governs the naming of these ranks. Only now did Jiang Yun realize why Kretus had been so overcome with emotion when he was taken as a follower. For the Night Demon clan, this was tantamount to defying fate itself. After concluding his communication with Kretus, Jiang Yun gazed ahead and murmured to himself. "Form a legion of monsters? Let's keep it as an option. First, let's head to the dungeon. If I can accomplish both objectives smoothly, that would be ideal." Jiang Yun's primary mission was to complete his class change quest, followed by the divine sequence assessment. As long as he could complete the task smoothly, he naturally had no desire to engage with the monsters here. But if he couldn't? Well, he wouldn't be held responsible for disregarding martial ethics. With that thought, he tapped the soldier ant platform beneath him. A buzzing sound filled the air as the ant's flight speed suddenly surged. Moments later, the instant's dungeon materialized before Jiang Yun. There were 3 dungeons in total that could drop the Eye of Calamity. The Frenzy Hunt Jungle, the Abyssal Canyon, and the Pale Tree. Among them, the Frenzied Hunt Jungle and the Pale Tree required players above level 30 to challenge. Only the Abyssal Gorge was accessible to Jiang Yun at his current level. Before a mountain valley, thick mist swirled into a vortex, its center glowing with an eerie blue light. This was the entrance to the Abyssal Gorge dungeon. By now, a crowd had gathered before the instance, bonfires blazing. These individuals varied in hair color and attire, clearly hailing from different nations. Yet gathered here, they showed none of the hostility or tension Jiang Yun had witnessed at the White Sand Dunes. Instead, they were remarkably amicable. The immense pressure of the battlefield of 10,000 tribes had, in fact, brought people from different nations together. Stowing away his soldier ants, Jiang Yun walked toward the instant's entrance. His appearance quickly drew the attention of the crowd gathered before the instance. Several figures stood up, pointing at him and speaking in somewhat tense tones. Jiang Yun's expression gradually turned puzzled. These people, they look familiar? Wasn't this the Western team he'd dealt with before the White Sand Dunes? Even the Japanese folks beside them looked the same. He never imagined he'd run into them here after leaving the White Sand Dunes. It must be said, it was quite a coincidence. Of course, a fateful one. As they drew nearer, the Japanese man who had been utterly crushed by Jiang Yun earlier was the first to lose his composure, leaping forward. "Kid, I finally have a chance to wash away the shame from last time." He roared furiously, his aura surging as a katana appeared in his hand, simultaneously revealing his class panel. Taya Shinichi, level 32, Demon Slayer. After being defeated by Jiang Yun's casual strike, he clearly couldn't swallow his pride and began grinding levels relentlessly. Now, his level had reached 32, making him a Lord-class professional. "It seems there's some misunderstanding between you two. Why not sit down and talk it out?" A middle-aged man clad in armor, a professional from Xinxia Nation, stepped forward, positioning himself between Taijini and Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun could confirm this was a Xinxia Kingdom professional not only by his tone and demeanor, but most crucially by the military merit badge on his chest. Only professionals affiliated with Xinxia Nation possessed such insignia. And this professional had identified Jiang Yun's identity precisely by the medal on his chest, choosing to stand on his side. After all, while bonds were strong on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, when conflicts arose, they would naturally prioritize their own countrymen. 98 old acquaintances reunited, still an instant kill. Other Xinxia Kingdom practitioners also turned their gaze toward Jiang Yun, whispering among themselves. One after another, identification spells fell upon Jiang Yun. A blank medal? Just arrived at the multiracial battlefield? Only level 19? He must be crazy. How long do you think he'll last in the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? They cautiously avoided taking sides. At the dungeon entrance, Westerners and Japanese players were clearly in the majority. Tai Yijin gritted his teeth. "There's no misunderstanding. I thought I'd have to go all the way to Divine Summer Kingdom to find you, but you came right to me. Don't blame me for what happens next." Other Neon nationals gathered around, glaring at Jiang Yun with shared hostility. A palpable aura of hostility filled the air. "Stop. What are you doing fighting here? Don't you fear attracting monsters?" The blonde man from the Western squad shouted, attempting to halt the escalating conflict. But this time, the Neon countryman ignored his command. Blinded by hatred, they were determined to keep Jiang Yun here. The Xinxia professional standing before Jiang Yun sighed in resignation, drawing his blade as he whispered, "Hurry away. I'll hold them off for a moment. You really are something. Whose child are you, running off here alone? Hey, where are you going?" Under the man's stunned gaze, Jiang Yun sidestepped him and continued walking forward. Hearing his question, Jiang Yun merely turned his head and gave him a faint smile, his stride unbroken. At that moment, Taijin roared with fury. His form shifted as he swung his blade fiercely toward Jiang Yun. A colossal specter materialized behind him, its blade crashing down in unison with the wind howling. This was the signature skill of Japan's unique profession, the Ghost Slayer. Exorcists could tattoo demonic deity patterns onto their bodies, summoning the power of these entities with every strike. The higher the Ghost Slayer's rank, the more demonic spirit patterns they could engrave, unleashing greater demonic power in battle. Taijin was clearly a novice, capable of summoning only one spirit's power. Simultaneously, other Neon Nation professionals launched their attacks. Arrows, talismans, and spells whistled toward Jiang Yun. A white light flared. Every attack disintegrated 5 meters from Jiang Yun. Skill, damage redistribution. The damage inflicted by these attacks was evenly distributed among thousands of soldier ants by Jiang Yun. What appeared to be a massive assault, when split into thousands of fragments, failed to make even the slightest ripple. Jiang Yun remained impassive, extending a finger. A rainbow of light flared, and streaks of golden light shot forth, hurtling toward the Neon Nation's forces. Boom! 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 A series of collision sounds echoed. The Neon Nation practitioners screamed as they were flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. They lay moaning, unable to move. Even Taijin was no exception. A flash of golden light erupted, and the ghostly shadow behind him instantly dissipated as he was sent flying backward. It all seemed like a replay of the scene before the White Sand Dunes. Before Jiang Yun, this group of Neon Nation professionals still couldn't last even a single second. And this was only because Jiang Yun had ordered the soldier ants to restrain their flame temperature. Otherwise, that single wave of assault alone would have been enough to claim the lives of the vast majority. This wasn't because Jiang Yun particularly valued the lives of these Neon Country professionals, but rather due to the precautions Ji Tianzhou had repeatedly emphasized earlier. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, avoid bloodshed near instance entrances whenever possible. The scent of blood might attract nearby monsters. You wouldn't want to step out of the instance only to have a gaping maw lunge at you, would you? The onlookers froze in unison. In less than a second, the Neon Nation group, who had been brimming with fighting spirit moments ago, lay sprawled on the ground. Jiang Yun walked forward calmly, his pace and speed unchanged, still treating these people as if they were invisible. The middle-aged looking adventurer stared in shock, eyes wide. This is a level 19? What kind of level 19, not even a first transition professional, could take down such a large group of level 20 plus professionals without even blinking? His earlier doubts had been answered by Jiang Yun's actions. His ability to traverse the battlefield of 10,000 tribes stemmed not from ignorance or arrogance, but from sheer, unquestionable power. The demon slayer named Taijani still had reserves left. Growling, he scrambled to his feet, ready to launch another attack at Jiang Yun. Then, a flash of black light sent him flying once more. He landed peacefully on the ground, unconscious. As the strongest among these Neon Realm practitioners, he had earned an extra slap from the Moon Goddess. Jiang Yun had anticipated this outcome. He hadn't changed professions yet, but his rate of growth hadn't slowed in the slightest. After battling the Tree Demon King, Jiang Yun had clearly assessed his own strength. All below level 40 could be slain. That was Jiang Yun's confidence. As for those above level 40 who had undergone a second-class change, Jiang Yun felt no such confidence. Each job advancement brought a dramatic surge in a player's power. Don't be fooled by the mere one-level gap between level 39 and level 40. A level 40 class could easily take on a dozen level 39 classes single-handedly. He continued walking forward. As he passed the Western Adventurer squad, Jiang Yun turned his head and gave them a casual glance. The members of the group immediately tensed up. Given their strength, if Jiang Yun were to act, their fate would likely be no better than that of the Japanese players. The doll-like girl in the group immediately crouched down, clutching her head defensively, her sapphire blue eyes peering at Jiang Yun with curiosity. But Jiang Yun paid them no mind, striding directly toward the instance entrance. Like other instances, the Abyssal Canyon offered 4 difficulty options: normal, hard, heroic, and hell. Selecting hell difficulty, a flash of light erupted, and his figure vanished into the instance. Only then did the others react, erupting into a chorus of gasps. Wait, he just went in alone? He chose the hell difficulty, right? Soloing hell? What is he thinking? The group was stunned at first, but quickly regained their composure. Considering the terrifying power Jiang Yun had just displayed, soloing it might not be impossible after all? The blonde man from the Western squad took a deep breath. He first ordered the support class priest in his team to tend to the injuries of the Neon Nation members, then approached the group from Xinxia Nation. Speaking Xinxia with limited fluency, he respectfully inquired, "Gentlemen, regarding this prodigy, might you share any information you have?" The others exchanged bewildered glances, equally clueless. "We're just as curious, where did this prodigy suddenly come from?" A flash of white light, and Jiang Yun appeared in the instance. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing at the entrance of a canyon. The canyon was deep and dark, emanating waves of danger. "It's quite similar to Night Demon Valley," he muttered to himself before striding toward the canyon. Around him, within the multicolored glow, tiny specks of golden light began to appear. The golden sparks multiplied, eventually coalescing into a sea of golden flames that flowed around him. Finally, a golden sun appeared behind Jiang Yun's head. The sun melting golden ant queen, Xiao makes her entrance. This time, it was Xiao who volunteered for battle. Perhaps having spent too long confined within the beast-taming space, Xiao became exceptionally active after evolving and gaining combat prowess. Whenever there was a fight, it wanted to rush out. This time, Jiang Yun granted her wish. With a flick of his finger, the golden torrent surging around Jiang Yun instantly roared toward the canyon. 99, the 3 lives monster. The moment Jiang Yun set foot in the canyon, the cliff walls on both sides began to tremble. Crash! As rocks crumbled and fell, 2 massive black armored figures emerged from the cliff face. These were colossal skeletons over 3 meters tall, clad in iron armor, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. One wielded a long axe, the other a blade and shield, their aura cold and menacing. A flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. Underworld Warriors. Level 24. Skills: Charge, Resistance Boost, Blackstone Protection, War Stomp, Frenzied Roar. Rumble. They charged toward Jiang Yun without a sound, the earth trembling beneath their feet. But faster than them was Jiang Yun's army of soldier ants. A golden torrent of hundreds of soldier ants and 2 battle soldiers surged in the opposite direction. The terrifying impact force abruptly halted the warbeast's charge, sending them staggering backward. Under the ants' assault, pits appeared in their iron armor, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. Under the intense heat, portions of the armor even melted into molten iron. Yet the 2 warbeasts remained standing. Though their bodies were now battered and broken, they still raised their weapons, sweeping them wildly at the surrounding soldier ants. Clang!
Clang! Clang! Clang! Soldier ants struck by the blows were sent flying several meters, swaying in midair before regaining their footing. Their defenses remained unbroken.
Compared to their offensive power, the soldier ants' greatest strength now lay in their defense.
Ordinary attacks couldn't break through their defenses. The monster didn't get a second chance to strike.
The soldier ants charged once more. This time, there was no surprise whatsoever.
Within the golden torrent, the two nether warriors dissolved almost instantly.
Their iron armor shattered and white bones clattered to the ground.
This monster is surprisingly tough.
Having dispatched two nether warriors with just 2 strikes, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel. Tai Yizhini, a level 32 warrior, had fallen after just 1 charge. These nether warriors had actually managed to endure until the second wave of soldier ant assaults. No wonder it's a dungeon from the battlefield of 10,000 races. The difficulty is off the charts. Jiang Yun sighed softly, then pressed forward amid the swarm of soldier ants. After a few steps, he suddenly froze.
He had clearly killed 2 monsters, so why hadn't he received a kill notification? Snap! Crack!
The sound of bones clattering echoed behind him. Turning his head, he saw the 2 piles of white bones reassembling themselves and rising to their feet. Without their iron armor, stripped down to bare bones, their speed had actually increased. They lunged at Jiang Yun, claws and fangs bared. The soldier ants swarming around Jiang Yun suddenly surged forward, transforming once more into a golden shockwave. The skeletons shattered once more. But this time, Jiang Yun was prepared. He didn't retreat, but stood his ground, watching intently. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the pile of even more shattered bones reassembled, forming a skeleton once more. Compared to before, however, its form and aura were noticeably weaker. Even the bones themselves were now covered in cracks. In less than a second, the skeletons shattered once more. This time, they never rose again. Even the bones themselves turned to dust and vanished.
A monster that can resurrect twice. This time, even Jiang Yun was taken aback. The monster possessed immense individual strength and could even resurrect.
And this was merely the beginning. The difficulty of this instance was far beyond his imagination. In that case, I can't hold back any longer. Jiang Yun murmured as a rainbow-hued glow enveloped him. One by one, golden flying ants resembling miniature suns emerged. This time, Jiang Yun unleashed a full 1,000 soldier ants. After evolution, the quality of each soldier ant increased several-fold, but their quantity decreased significantly. Before evolution, the soldier ant count had reached 3,000. After evolution, the number of soldier ants was halved, leaving only 1,500. The reason lay in Jiang Yun's current level. At his current level, Jiang Yun simply couldn't sustain such a large force of soldier ants. This intensified Jiang Yun's sense of urgency to advance his class as soon as possible. Yet he did not rush to activate the job change quest. His job change quest only granted 5 days. While seemingly 2 days longer than Yi Ling's, the difficulty had increased exponentially. Jiang Yun had no time to waste. Unless he was absolutely certain of success, he would not begin the task. 1,000 soldier ants gathered together formed a vast, surging tide of golden flames. 300 remained by Jiang Yun's side for defense, while the remaining 800 surged with a roar toward the depths of the canyon. Boom! Skeleton warriors emerged from the cliff walls and the ground on both sides, roaring as they charged toward Jiang Yun. But they never even got close to Jiang Yun. Before they could even see him, the entire horde was swallowed by the roaring army of soldier ants. The searing heat and terrifying impact shattered their bodies in an instant. The surging golden tide did not dissipate but coalesced once more. After the skeleton monsters, killed once, were resurrected, the soldier ant legion charged once more. Then came the third charge. After 3 assaults, the area before Jiang Yun was utterly cleared. Not a single bone fragment remained. Every skeleton had been reduced to ash. A flood of kill notifications flashed before Jiang Yun. Killed another war soldier, gained 500 lifespan. Several equipment materials dropped and were delivered to Jiang Yun by the soldier ants. Jiang Yun examined them, 2 bronze-grade weapons, and the rest were unique materials specific to this dungeon. Nether gold, soul crystals. Nether gold, a type of metal. Little Black might like this. After stowing these items away, Jiang Yun stepped forward and continued onward. He fought his way through, advancing step by step. Soon, new monsters appeared before Jiang Yun. 2 types in total. Underworld War General. Level 26. Skills: Charge, Bloodlust, Black Steel Protection, War Stomp. Nether Mage. Level 24. Skills: Fireball, Slow, Thunderburst, Ice Spike. The Nether Warlord stood a full 5 meters tall, even more imposing and formidable than the Nether soldiers. His iron armor shimmered with a faint, eerie cold light, clearly offering formidable defense. The Nether Mage, however, was only human-sized, clad in robes and wielding a staff. These monsters were scattered throughout the canyon. Upon spotting Jiang Yun, they immediately launched their attack. 2 shadow generals led a pack of shadow soldiers, roaring as they charged toward Jiang Yun. The Nether Mage raised his staff, gathering energy fluctuations as spells rained down upon Jiang Yun. Meeting them was the relentless charge of the Soldier Ant Legion. This tactic, alongside self-detonation, had become the signature skill of the sun-melting golden ants. After the initial impact, nearly all the Nether warriors were slain, consuming the first life. Though the Underworld General's iron armor was pockmarked with molten scars and craters, he remained as lively as ever, swinging his long axe down toward Jiang Yun. Clang! The damage transfer skill activated, the massive axe striking a white light. Jiang Yun emerged unscathed. Behind this shadow soldier, another was preparing to stomp the ground, ready to unleash his skill. Suddenly, two soldier ants surrounding him burst into brilliant light. Self-destruct. This was the first time Jiang Yun had used a self-destruct skill since entering the dungeon. 100. The weakness of the Soldier Ant Legion. Two miniature suns ignited within the canyon, unleashing scorching heat and a violent storm that engulfed everything in its path. When the explosions subsided, the two Nether warriors were reduced to skeletal remains, crashing to the ground with a clatter. As they reassembled and rose once more, they saw the soldier ants begin to circle around them. The soldier ant storm re-emerged. Only this time, the storm had turned golden. The Nether warriors looked terrifying, but they were merely larger versions of the Nether soldiers. To Jiang Yun, they posed little threat. Glancing at the two Nether warriors stubbornly resisting within the golden storm, Jiang Yun shifted his gaze toward the Nether mage in the distance. Jiang Yun had divided the Soldier Ant Legion into two waves, the larger wave targeting the Underworld generals, while the smaller wave charged toward the Underworld mage. Both sides were locked in fierce combat. Given the Nether mage's stature, a single collision with a soldier ant meant certain death. Yet the battle was far from over. Beams of crimson light erupted from the necromancer mage's staff, striking the soldier ants from behind. The soldier ants' movements instantly slowed, their flight speed significantly reduced, as if they were moving through glue. In this state, the soldier ants' charge ability was rendered useless, completely ineffective. Though their defense remained formidable, and the necromancer's spells had little effect on them, the situation still looked dire. Even defeat seemed possible. Slowing spell, so that's the soldier ant's weakness. Jiang Yun realized. This marked the first time the Soldier Ant Legion had suffered defeat in battle. Up until now, Jiang Yun's soldier ant army had been unstoppable. But this time, they exposed their greatest flaw. They were vulnerable to large-scale, powerful control abilities. The soldier ants' true strength could only be unleashed when they closed in on their enemies. Even their self-destruction required proximity to deal damage. But when immobilized by enemy control like this, unable to fly or flee, they become sitting ducks. Defeat is inevitable. Jiang Yun's Soldier Ant Legion had already become known to many. As the national champion, it was only natural that he would attract attention and scrutiny. This weakness, of course, could not remain hidden for long. If it hadn't been uncovered this time, it would likely surface the next time Jiang Yun faced an opponent in battle. That would have been dangerous. Thankfully, it was discovered early. A flicker of relief washed over Jiang Yun. He never believed his army of soldier ants was invincible. Weaknesses were bound to exist. Only by identifying those weaknesses could he continue to improve. Once the weakness was known, the next step was naturally to find a solution. When facing control abilities, the best solution was naturally to possess a counter skill, one that nullified the control effect or even redirected it back onto the opponent. But such skills were immensely powerful, not something Jiang Yun could easily obtain. This thought made Jiang Yun yearn even more for that directional skill scroll. After a few seconds of contemplation, Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. The shadows beneath him shifted slightly before settling back into stillness. The next instant, from the shadow of a distant nether mage, a massive black, two-headed hound leapt out. Its massive jaws snapped open, instantly decapitating three nearby necromancers. Its claws swept through the air, sending another nether mage flying backward with a heavy thud. If Jiang Yun had only the sun-melting golden ant as his pet beast, he truly wouldn't have had a good way to deal with these shadow mages. But fortunately, that wasn't the case. Moon Goddess, with her stealth, attack, and agility all maxed out, perfectly compensated for some of the great sun-melting gold ant army's shortcomings. As Moon God leapt from the shadows, the surrounding nether mages instantly locked onto him. Beams of crimson light shot forth. Still the slow spell. This spell had proven highly effective against the ant legions earlier, so these less than bright necromancer mages instinctively resorted to it once more when facing the Moon God. The red beam struck the Moon God, only for a flash of lunar radiance to vanish instantly. A human-like sneer spread across the Moon God's face. His form flickered explosively, his speed unaffected. In an instant, he tore two more shadow mages to shreds. Moonlight Blessing consumes a portion of lunar radiance to grant the user a buff. Duration, 20 seconds. While active, speed plus 100%, attack plus 80%, constitution plus 50%. Immune to control effects. Each immunity reduces skill duration by 1 second. The control immunity effect of Moonlight Blessing finally revealed its true potential at this moment. Minutes later. The Nether General crashed heavily to the ground, its bones reduced to ash. Pieces of silver-hued equipment and materials scattered around it. In the distance, the few Nether mages were also easily eliminated by the Moon Goddess. As usual, Jiang Yun gathered the equipment and materials before continuing forward. The monsters along the path gradually grew denser. Yet they remained merely 3 types of creatures: nether warriors, nether generals, and nether mages. Only their numbers and levels increased. Yet, to Jiang Yun, who had already grasped their characteristics, they posed no real threat. It was merely a matter of time. The soldier ants handled the nether warriors and generals. The moon goddess, meanwhile, was tasked with reaping and slaying the distant nether mages. Occasionally, the queen ant, Xiao, would join the fray. A blazing golden beam would erupt, instantly melting half the body of a distant nether mage. Jiang Yun even deliberately refrained from using his self-destruct skill, relying purely on the soldier ant army and moon goddess to handle the monsters. Under Jiang Yun's command, the 2 pets worked in perfect harmony. Monsters fell one after another beneath them, effortlessly and with relish. By the end, Jiang Yun found himself somewhat captivated by this feeling akin to commanding an army, thoroughly enjoying the experience. An hour and a half later, as the final nether general collapsed with a mournful cry, Jiang Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Due to the 3-life mechanism, this instance had undoubtedly been the longest battle Jiang Yun had ever fought. And now, Jiang Yun had finally reached the end of this dungeon. He looked up. At the end of the canyon, a black fortress stood towering above. Perched atop the fortress were 5 Shadow War generals alone. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of Shadow War soldiers roamed the surroundings, while shadow mages guarded the ramparts. The entire castle was heavily guarded. Looks like the boss is inside the fortress. Jiang Yun muttered to himself as he commanded the army of soldier ants to advance toward the fortress. This instance was indeed challenging. This time, Jiang Yun opted for caution, avoiding reckless charges. Instead, he commanded his 2 pet beasts to systematically clear the fortress. The same strategy applied. The soldier ant legions rampaged against the warriors and soldiers. Moon Goddess used this opportunity to clear the surrounding necromancer mages. Another half-hour passed. As the last Shadow War general fell, Jiang Yun strolled leisurely into the castle, moving cautiously toward its center. When he reached the castle's center, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and saw what lay within, his expression instantly turned peculiar. Wait, where's my boss? 101, Set, Assassin arrives. Jiang Yun had expected an intense boss battle awaiting him at the castle's heart. He had already steeled himself for an all-out effort. But upon pushing open that heavy wooden door, what met his eyes was a massive golden treasure chest. Not a trace of any boss was to be seen. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yun suddenly chuckled. It seemed he had overestimated the difficulty of this dungeon. Those monsters guarding the fortress earlier were actually the dungeon's bosses. I knew it. For a level 20 dungeon, the regular monsters were already tough enough. Dungeon bosses typically pack at least 3 times the punch of elite mobs. Throwing in another boss like this? This dungeon's difficulty absolutely exceeds the upper limit for a level 20 dungeon. The treasure chest before me is the final reward for this dungeon. The Eye of Calamity should be inside. Jiang Yun opened the chest and an intense golden light flooded out. The chest contained mostly golden-hued equipment along with various items and materials. Nether battle armor, gold grade, constitution plus 300, permanent spell, blackstone shield, equipment level 23. Nether staff, gold grade, spirit plus 500, dark nether attribute spell power plus 80%, equipment level 21. Gilded sovereignty bracers, gold tier, constitution plus 500, spirit plus 300, equipment level 23, gilded sovereignty set 16. Among the array of equipment and materials, Jiang Yun's keen eye immediately spotted a pair of bracers. These are actually part of a set. Jiang Yun was somewhat surprised. He had long heard of the fame of sets. Unlike ordinary gear, sets were composed of multiple pieces. Collecting and equipping all pieces not only significantly boosts the overall quality of the gear but also unlocks unique set mechanics. In short, a full set of gold-grade equipment offered bonuses to adventurers that were in no way inferior to those of diamond-grade individual pieces. Jiang Yun never imagined he would acquire a piece of such a set right here. According to the description, the full set comprised 6 pieces of equipment. What Jiang Yun had obtained was merely one of them. Jiang Yun's expression gradually lit up with excitement. Set pieces typically drop within the same instance. The appearance of a single piece meant Jiang Yun might complete the Gilded Sovereignty set within this very instance. His motivation to grind the dungeon surged instantly. After checking, he found no trace of the catastrophes I required for the Divine Sequence quest. Jiang Yun showed no hint of surprise. If the Eye of Calamity were so easy to obtain, it wouldn't be worthy of being one of the trial tasks. For the foreseeable future, he was destined to grind this dungeon for some time. After collecting all the rewards, Jiang Yun turned and exited the instance. Outside the instance, the atmosphere felt oddly peculiar. Those Neon Nation professionals who had been brimming with fighting spirit, intent on settling scores with Jiang Yun, saw their morale plummet to rock bottom after being utterly crushed and ignored by him once again. Each wore an expression of utter disillusionment. The blonde man from the Western squad continued chatting with the Xinxia professionals. However, after confirming they wouldn't get any information about Jiang Yun from them, the group's discussion shifted to the dungeon known as the Abyssal Gorge. This dungeon has unique mechanics. Those who enter unprepared will suffer a heavy loss. The middle-aged man who had blocked Jiang Yun earlier didn't hold back, speaking freely.
The monster density and strength inside far exceed those of other dungeons at the same level. If you try to force your way through, even the most elite squad will get their asses kicked. The real strategy is to sneak in, avoid monsters as much as possible, make your way to the fortress at the canyon's end, open the treasure chest, and then exit. While this approach yields almost no experience points, the treasure chest rewards alone are enough to make it worthwhile. The blonde man inquired curiously, so based on what you're saying, could Jiang Yun actually clear this dungeon? The uncle chuckled, not likely. The method to clear this dungeon is only passed down by word of mouth among us professionals who frequent these parts. He's clearly new here, how could he possibly know? He's still too young and impulsive. When he emerges, I'll give him a proper talking to. Just then, a flash of white light erupted before the dungeon entrance, revealing Jiang Yun's figure. The veteran adventurer stood up, about to tease him, when he noticed an item suddenly appear in Jiang Yun's hand. It was a silver-white hourglass, no larger than Jiang Yun's palm, exquisitely crafted. At that moment, all the sand had piled up at the bottom. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Yun flipped the hourglass, allowing the sand to flow steadily into the empty chamber. Simultaneously, a flash of white light erupted from the dungeon entrance before them. The cooldown timer, which had shown 8 hours remaining, instantly reset to 0. This was the cooldown item Jiang Yun had obtained from Luo Yuchen. Its name, the Inverted Hourglass. Inverted Hourglass, Gold Grade, Basic Cooldown Item. First inversion, resets instance cooldown to 0. Second inversion, reduces instance cooldown to 1/8 of the original duration. Subsequent inversions follow the same pattern. Though both were entry-level cooldown items like the one Su Xiyue possessed, Jiang Yun's version, personally crafted by Luo Chunshang, proved far more potent. A flash of white light, and Jiang Yun entered the instance once more. The others were stunned once more. A cooldown item. Is this kid just that impatient? He didn't even take time to learn from his first failure before rushing into a second attempt. No! A look of shock flashed across the face of the middle-aged adventurer. Recalling Jiang Yun's demeanor and movements upon exiting the dungeon, an unbelievable suspicion took root in his mind. This kid, did he actually succeed on his first try? How did he do it? As the crowd at the dungeon entrance stood frozen in shock, two figures materialized atop distant sand dunes. The one who just went in was our target, Jiang Yun, right? That's him. Someone's paying big money for his head. The two whispered to each other. Too many people around. Hard to make a move. Just kill them all. No way. Look at that western squad over there, doesn't that girl in the middle look just like the Princess of Britannia? I heard she's traveling abroad and plans to visit Xinsha Kingdom. Never thought she'd end up here. The two assassins exchanged glances. Killing a super genius from Qingbei University was already a huge risk. Fortunately, Jiang Yun was just a commoner. As long as the hit went smoothly and left no traces, they could easily frame it as an accident on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. No need to worry about retaliation from any factions. But killing the Princess of Britannia? That was an entirely different matter. Though Britannia had declined considerably in recent years, it remained one of Blue Star's 5 great nations. The death of a princess would enrage a great nation, a consequence far beyond what a few lowly assassins could bear. Not kill her? But she had witnessed their attempt on Jiang Yun's life. If she reported it back, another storm would erupt. The death of a human prodigy on the multiracial battlefield and his assassination were two entirely different matters. After a moment's deliberation, one of them suddenly had an idea. I recall that person we've been collaborating with, isn't he right over here? Could we ask him for assistance? 102. Abyssal Scheming, Luring Monsters. After discussing their plan, the two moved swiftly into the depths of the desert. After confirming the area was deserted, they began setting up a magical array, placing chunks of flesh within it. As the formation activated, the flesh vanished instantly, revealing a hunched figure within. It was a dog-headed priest, its massive black canine head glaring at them with utter arrogance. Human, as per our pact, state your purpose. Witnessed by outsiders, this scene would undoubtedly have been shocking. Humans and the Abyss had waged war for centuries, a conflict fueled by blood feuds and an unyielding will to destroy. Those who consort with the Abyss are deemed traitors to humanity, a consensus long established across Blue Star. Who could have imagined that a faction would dare defy the world's outrage by collaborating with the Abyss? The two assassins wasted no words, immediately stating their purpose. We request your legion to attack and eliminate the human factions surrounding the Abyssal Canyon, dispersing them and specifically targeting a man named Jiang Yun. A flicker of contempt flashed in the goblin priest's eyes as he hissed, "Understood. I'll report to the king. Wait patiently." With a hiss, black smoke swirled, and the goblin priest vanished. The two assassins waited in silence. They knew exactly who the king the goblin priest referred to was. He was a powerful demonic entity ruling a faction within the Abyss.
Each time demonic waves from the abyss assaulted the human borderlands, a significant portion of the attackers were creatures under his command. A being comparable to a cathedral tier power, a single glance from him could wipe them all out.
Moments later, deep within the abyss,
the goblin priest knelt respectfully before the darkness, explaining the purpose of their visit. After a short while, two enormous crimson eyes opened within the darkness, filled with mockery and cruelty.
Humans, truly a race that revels in infighting. A deep, resonant voice echoed.
Since they wish to eliminate their own geniuses, they are merely alleviating the abyss's troubles.
Let them proceed.
Besides, there've been far too many of those little dogs lately.
Take them out and let them burn off some energy.
At the command of this being, countless figures surged through the darkness, rushing outward. The dog-headed priest, receiving the order, departed immediately to convey the king's command to the two assassins.
The darkness fell silent once more.
Moments later, the deep, resonant voice echoed through the darkness once more.
Garuda, have you confirmed it? Is the intelligence from that sector genuine?
A sharp voice cut through the air.
I've verified it multiple times.
I can assure you a new avatar of the Supreme Ruler has indeed appeared in Central Continent.
Though the sovereign hasn't shown themselves, the markings on that consort are undeniably real.
Now, every sovereign including Mahakala has turned their gaze toward that region.
Another moment of silence fell.
A deep voice sighed, Supreme Rulers.
The 12 Supreme Rulers of the Abyss. How many years has that number remained unchanged?
And now, suddenly, a 13th has emerged.
This time, the Abyss is about to undergo a cataclysmic shift. This is also our opportunity.
A shrill voice, that of Garuda, rang out, its tone eager. A new Supreme Ruler must surely lack followers. Otherwise, that Night Mage wouldn't have gained such a significant advantage. If we could become that person's consort, we'd be set for life.
It's not that simple. As if that sovereign would just suddenly appear before us.
The deep voice grew heavier with melancholy.
By the way, what is that sovereign's title?
Lord Burning Silence.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Yun remained unaware that someone was plotting against him.
He remained fully focused on conquering the dungeon. This was his second time in the instance. With everything familiar to him now, Jiang Yun held nothing back.
1,000 soldier ants roared forth, charging back and forth through the canyon.
One by one, the Netherworld warriors rose from the cliff face only to shatter instantly. Then a second time, a third time.
Only when every monster before him had turned to ash did Jiang Yun step forward, continuing his advance. Soon, he reached the second gate. Shadow mages and shadow generals appeared one after another. Armed with the experience from the previous encounter, Jiang Yun no longer bothered to eliminate them one by one.
These monsters were too widely scattered, and each could resurrect twice. Pushing through them one by one would be an enormous waste of time.
Last time, Jiang Yun had wasted at least one vanishing spell on them. This time, Jiang Yun had learned his lesson. He murmured a few words to the moon goddess. She immediately understood, darting forward toward another general. A sharp crack echoed. Her claw struck true. The underworld warrior roared in pain, rearing up and swinging its blade at the moon goddess. Moon goddess spun and fled, darting toward another underworld warrior nearby and delivering another claw strike. Repeating this tactic, she soon drew a vast horde of monsters in pursuit. In the distance, the nether mage unleashed a hail of spells, hurling them toward moon goddess. But the moon god narrowly dodged each one. Occasionally, she would turn back and unleash a moonlight cannon, ensuring the monsters remained focused on her. This was a classic monster pulling technique. Jiang Yun had only ever seen descriptions of this technique online before. This was his first time attempting it himself. Seeing nearly all the nearby monsters drawn into the fray, Jiang Yun let out a low shout.
Moon Goddess, return.
A flash of multicolored light erupted as Jiang Yun instantly recalled Moon Goddess into his beast summoning space. He summoned her again, and she immediately returned to his side. To the monsters, it appeared as though the target they had been relentlessly pursuing had vanished into thin air.
The monsters in the instance lacked intelligence and couldn't comprehend what had happened. For a moment, the ones at the front of the pack stood frozen in confusion. The monsters behind, unaware of the situation, continued to push forward. In an instant, the monsters were jumbled into a chaotic mass. Jiang Yun hesitated not a moment. 3 soldier ants landed upon his palm. A flash of crimson light enveloped the soldier ants, their bodies instantly cloaked in a scarlet hue as their aura surged with frenzied energy. Spell, Bloodlust. In the combat arena, Jiang Yun had already tested if the Bloodlust bonus worked just as well for self-detonation. In the next instant, the soldier ants shot upward, streaking through the air in golden red flashes before plunging into the monster horde. Then, boom! Amidst the deafening roar, 3 golden flames erupted, coalescing into a colossal sun rising in the canyon. It swelled, engulfing nearly every monster within its embrace.
Within moments, the light faded, and the horde vanished. Only piles of bleached bones remained on the ground.
Crackle! Seconds later, the bones reassembled and rose to their feet.
Before they could react, 3 more soldier ants flew up and plunged into the horde once more.
Then, another explosion.
Seconds later, as the monster, having lost 2 lives, rose once more, golden streaks of light reappeared in the sky. The third explosion echoed. This time, no monsters rose again. 9 soldier ants, 3 explosions. The monsters were utterly annihilated. 103, who's the freak? Jiang Yun glanced at the time and nodded with satisfaction. It took less than 10 minutes. Last time, it took nearly half an hour to eliminate these monsters. Compared to before, the time had been cut by 2/3. The monster luring tactic worked. Summarizing his experience, he picked up the materials and equipment dropped by the monsters before continuing forward. He dealt with the subsequent monsters using the same method. Half an hour later, he arrived before the fortress. Knowing there was no boss inside, Jiang Yun wasted no time. Dozens of soldier ants fell into the fortress one after another. One after another, suns roared into existence. The monsters inside the fortress were utterly caught off guard, engulfed by the blazing golden flames. Moments later, when they revived once more, the golden sun reappeared. After repeating this 3 times, the once crowded stronghold stood utterly empty. Jiang Yun calmly walked into the fortress, made his way to its center, and opened the treasure chest. Golden light flooded his vision once more. Jiang Yun had grown completely indifferent to gold-tier equipment. After all, at his current level, he couldn't equip nearly any of them. Looking at them was pointless. To his disappointment, this treasure chest contained neither the Eye of Calamity nor any set pieces. Seems like set pieces aren't that easy to drop either. After collecting his rewards, Jiang Yun mentally decided to exit the instance, returning once more to its entrance. This time, even with cooldown reducing items, his instance cooldown had reached a full hour. Jiang Yun turned and walked toward the campfire. As he approached, the Neon Nation adventurers huddled together in fear, making way for his advancing footsteps. They had been utterly crushed by Jiang Yun. Unless something truly extraordinary happened, they would never again have the courage to challenge Jiang Yun. "Hey, kid, over here." A middle-aged looking professional from Xinxia Kingdom stood up and beckoned to Jiang Yun. The other Xinxia Kingdom practitioners beside him offered Jiang Yun polite smiles. Jiang Yun felt a certain warmth toward this Xinxia Kingdom practitioner who had once sought to aid him, and he naturally sat down beside him. The middle-aged professional appraised Jiang Yun from head to toe, murmuring in admiration, "I didn't see you on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes before. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Xing'an, captain of the Blackstone Squad." Saying this, he displayed his profession panel for Jiang Yun to see. Wang Xing'an, Barbarian Stone Knight, level 31. The other Xinxia Kingdom professionals behind him also smiled and showed Jiang Yun their own profession panels. Lu Yuehua, Light Arrow Archer, level 29. Wang Xingping, Frost Mage, level 32. Du Hua, Holy Priest, level 30. Li Xiao, Shadow Assassin, level 29. This was a standard 5-person adventurer squad with an average level of 30. The lethal aura radiating from them, coupled with their posture weapons clenched tightly even during rest, made it clear this was an elite squad hardened by prolonged combat on the multiracial battlefield. Jiang Yun also displayed his class panel. Jiang Yun, from Qingbei University. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, everyone perked up. Wang Xing'an burst into laughter, slapping Jiang Yun on the shoulder as he suddenly grew friendly. "So we're alumni, huh? Heh, who'd have thought? We both graduated from Qingbei University. You look unfamiliar. Which year did you graduate? What year are you in now? So we're from the same school." Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, yet felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. This squad's professional level wasn't particularly high. Ordinary professionals at this level wouldn't have lasted long on the multiracial battlefield. Only elites trained at top-tier universities possessed such confidence. Few universities in Xinxia possessed that caliber, so encountering fellow students was hardly unusual. He replied, "Just enrolled this year." The eyes of the people before him instantly widened. Their faces were filled with shock. Wang Xing'an gulped. "What? This year? But the entrance ceremony just happened recently, didn't it?" For a moment, the group fell silent. Damn it, they'd barely set foot on campus before being thrown into the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. They considered themselves geniuses, yet they still fell short compared to this handsome youth before them. Why the rush to the multiracial battlefield? At your level, no matter how exceptional your natural talent, it's far too risky. Knowing the other was his junior, Wang Xing'an's tone immediately shifted to one of protective admonishment. "Listen to me. Forget this time. Go back immediately. The dangers on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes are beyond your imagination." Jiang Yun shook his head silently, his refusal clear. He shifted the topic, "Speaking of which, how many years have you been out of school, senior?" Wang Xing'an raised an eyebrow. "Watch your tone. I'm only a junior this year." "What?" This time, it was Jiang Yun who was stunned. He looked Wang Xing'an up and down in disbelief. Judging by his appearance, Jiang Yun had assumed he was nearly 40, the same generation as Ji Tianjia. Turns out he was only 2 years his senior. Behind Wang Xing'an, his 4 teammates were already doubled over laughing. Lu Yuehua chuckled as she explained, "He was born looking like this, prematurely aged." Wang Xing'an looked thoroughly miffed, muttering a few quiet protests.
Then everyone laughed even louder. The atmosphere instantly lightened. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, the blonde man from the Western squad pushed his way over. With a sincere smile, he extended his hand toward Jiang Yun. "Hello, my name is Joseph Xiyue." He simultaneously displayed his profession panel. Joseph Xiyue, level 28, Golden Paladin. Upon hearing Joseph's introduction and seeing his profession, Wang Xingyan's previously cheerful expression instantly turned serious. He exchanged glances with several teammates behind him, and they nodded in unspoken agreement, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Jiang Yun, however, remained oblivious. Though he harbored no particular fondness for this Westerner, he extended his hand to shake Joseph's, adhering to the principle of not biting the hand that feeds. Without small talk, Joseph quickly stated his purpose. "You can solo this dungeon. Would you be willing to take us alone?" Joseph added, "We don't want any of the loot inside. We just want to clear the dungeon." "Not interested." Jiang Yun shook his head. Had Wang Xingyan made this request, he might have considered it. But coming from these Westerners, with whom he'd had some prior friction, he naturally refused. "Ahem." Wang Xingyan coughed forcefully beside him, desperately trying to signal Jiang Yun. He seemed to want to remind Jiang Yun of something, but couldn't bring himself to say it outright. "We won't let you do this for free." A crisp, youthful voice sounded from behind Joseph. A golden-haired, doll-like girl approached Jiang Yun, her snow-white neck tilted upward. Crossing her slender legs, she curtsied before him. 104. When adults speak, children should be quiet. The girl possessed the classic Western features of deep-set brows, skin as crystalline as snow, and bright, sparkling emerald green eyes. She appeared 2 years younger than Jiang Yun. Even Jiang Yun, accustomed to beauty, couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. Assuming she might rival her in beauty, but the noble grace radiating from her every movement was utterly incomparable. She wore a classical white dress, and even amidst the battlefield of myriad races, she seemed as though she stood within a palace hall. Her dress emitted a crystalline glow, clearly a high-quality piece of equipment. But equipment didn't come in standardized dress forms. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. First, he had commissioned a master smith to craft this dress specifically for her. The second possibility was that she had used the legendary illusionary forging scroll. Such scrolls allowed for the free alteration of equipment's appearance, making them exceedingly rare and priceless, virtually impossible to purchase on the market. But whichever it was, it proved one thing: this girl came from a wealthy background. As she bowed, the girl also displayed her profession panel. Serena, level 23, Apostle of Divine Radiance. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened. He had never heard of this profession before. Yet the name alone suggested something extraordinary. It must be one of the highest-tier professions. Serena spoke in fluent divine summer. "I can offer you a price you won't be able to refuse, Lord Jiang Yun." "I have no interest in money." Jiang Yun shook his head, uttering these arrogant words with calm composure. But it was the truth. He had only 2 goals now: to complete the divine sequence assessment tasks and to successfully change professions as soon as possible. Anything unrelated to these objectives was as fleeting as clouds to Jiang Yun. "I know." A flicker of cunning crossed Serena's eyes as she quickened her pace. "I've observed you. Given your level and age, your presence here is highly unusual. Let me guess, one of the trials in your Divine Summer Kingdom's Divine Sequence Assessment requires obtaining the Eye of Calamity. This material can only be found in 3 dungeons, one of which is the Abyssal Canyon. That's why you're here, right?" Jiang Yun's expression shifted, surprise evident. This Western girl knew so much about the Divine Sequence trials. What exactly was her background? Clatter. Wang Xingyan beside him leapt to his feet, staring at Jiang Yun. Behind him, the others stared at Jiang Yun, equally astonished. The divine sequence, no one understood the weight of those 4 words more than they did. It represented the elite within the entire Divine Summer Kingdom, those chosen through repeated selection processes, true geniuses standing atop millions. The future pillars of the nation. Such prodigies were as rare as a dragon glimpsed only in legend, even at prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua. Wang Xingyan truly never imagined he would encounter one here. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Yun had only just enrolled. He hadn't yet undergone systematic cultivation within Qingbei University. His future potential could only be greater. The thought sent him cursing again. Which bastard dared assign a task like this to someone of your caliber? If I ever find out. Jiang Yun dared not respond. After all, the bastard he was referring to was none other than Lu Qingmei, known as the Mad Sovereign. He watched Serena with keen interest, eager to see what price she would name. Serena drew a watch-like pendant from her collar and presented it to Jiang Yun. "I believe you'll need this. Countercurrent clock, diamond tier equipment, advanced cooldown item, usable 12 times. After 12 uses, must be recharged before further use. First use, resets instance cooldown to 0. Second use, instance cooldown reduced to 1/12 of original duration. Subsequent uses follow the same progression. An advanced cooldown item." Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed. During his last journey through the white sand dunes, he had already reaped the benefits of possessing multiple cooldown items.
They could significantly reduce the time cost of running dungeons.
And time was precious to Jiang Yun. The sooner he obtained the Eye of Calamity, the sooner he could prepare for his class change. What do you say? Serena's lips curved upward in a slight smile. Her swan-like, snow-white neck held high, her face radiated pride, exuding an air of complete control. You've convinced me. Jiang Yun nodded. But I have a condition. Go ahead. Jiang Yun turned to Wang Xing'an. Seniors, care to join us? Since he'd decided to bring people through the dungeon, he couldn't forget his own crew. After all, for Jiang Yun, it was merely a matter of how much lifespan he would share. And at this point, he had no shortage of lifespan whatsoever. How could we possibly accept that? Wang Xing'an protested with words, but his body rose obediently, his face alight with excitement. Soon, the group began discussing the specific details. For instance, Jiang Yun would certainly not allow anyone to take the rewards from the dungeon treasure chests. If anyone wanted them, they would have to exchange sufficient points for them with Jiang Yun's consent. And so on. As the discussion grew heated, the Neon Nation representative grew restless. Gentlemen! Tai Yizhani shouted, this man has humiliated you all. How can you possibly cooperate with him? Shut up! Before anyone could react, Joseph barked, when adults speak, children should mind their own business. Taijani opened his mouth, then silently closed it again, his face twisted with frustration. The three groups present hailed from different nations, and to some extent, they represented their country's images here. Before the British Empire and the Divine Summer Kingdom, the Neon Nation truly was a child. Watching the person he'd been fawning over all along, someone who'd never once spared him a glance, now lavishing attention on Jiang Yun, Tai Yizhan felt his heart shatter. Moments later, the group concluded their discussion. Jiang Yun rose to his feet and headed toward the instance. But, as he brushed past Serena, her haughty demeanor made his hand itch. Thud. He raised his hand and gave Serena a light tap on the head. Serena yelped in pain, clutching her head as she crouched defensively, her eyes wide and teary as she glared at Jiang Yun. Her earlier queenly demeanor vanished without a trace. Children should act like children. Don't try to be mature. Jiang Yun said, then turned away without another glance at Serena. Your Highness, are you all right? The blonde man, Joseph, startled, quickly crouched down, his concerned gaze fixed on Serena. Serena glared at Jiang Yun's retreating back, muttering under her breath, you're only 2 or 3 years older than me. What are you trying to act like some grown-up? But... Her tone shifted abruptly as she exclaimed excitedly, he's so handsome. Joseph sighed inwardly. He had a sinking feeling that the young master he served was going to grow up all wrong. She's completely smitten with that Jiang Yun. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry. With a whoosh. A flash of white light, and the figures vanished from the dungeon entrance. At the dungeon entrance, only a group of neon-clad citizens were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Inside the instance, Jiang Yun and his group materialized before the canyon. Including Jiang Yun, there were 11 people in total. This marked the largest party Jiang Yun had ever led into a dungeon. Stay close. Jiang Yun cautioned before striding forward. Just so you know, running dungeons with me might not be what you imagined. 105, Jiang Yun's little fangirl, the princess. How is it different? Wang Xing'an chuckled, don't let my youth fool you, I've run dungeons far more times than you'd ever imagine. What kind of scenes haven't I seen? Before he could finish, Jiang Yun had already acted. A flash of multicolored light erupted as over a dozen soldier ants, radiating dazzling golden light, soared skyward like shooting stars before plunging into the canyon. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted as golden flames surged from the canyon, causing the entire earth to tremble. The others looked utterly bewildered. It all happened too fast, they hadn't even had time to react, completely unaware of what had transpired. Wang Xing'an, startled by the commotion, hurried after him. Kid, don't be so reckless. You'll alert the monsters inside. How are you supposed to sneak in like this? This time, it was Jiang Yun who looked puzzled. Why sneak in? If you don't sneak in, you... Wang Xing'an froze mid-sentence. You don't know how to solve this dungeon? Then how did you clear it? You didn't just force your way through, did you? Under Wang Xing'an's unmistakably shocked gaze, Jiang Yun nodded calmly. He didn't rush into the canyon but stood his ground, waiting. Seconds later, the second tremor struck. Followed immediately by a third. Only then did Jiang Yun begin walking toward the gorge. Though murmurs of doubt rippled through the others, they had no choice but to follow. Upon entering the gorge, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Monsters? Where were all those huge monsters? The canyon was completely empty, devoid of any trace of the monsters they remembered. This left them bewildered. Where had all the monsters gone? Could it be because of the explosion just now? The group couldn't help but gasp in shock. From the moment Jiang Yun entered the instance until now, barely a minute had passed, yet he had completely wiped out all the monsters in the front half of the canyon. What kind of speed was this? In truth, this was Jiang Yun's first attempt at conquering a dungeon in this manner. The moment he arrived in the instance, he summoned the moon goddess. The moon goddess slipped through the shadows, directly entering the canyon to begin drawing out the monsters.
Meanwhile, Jiang Yun observed the canyon through the moon goddess's perspective via their mental link, reacting instantly to summon soldier ants to designated positions. This was Jiang Yun's mastery of his own abilities, creating the miracle where he never set foot in the canyon, yet all the monsters were annihilated. Jiang Yun walked forward at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow. Moments later, he halted once more. Closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, he beckoned with a wave of his hand. A dozen soldier ants appeared, soaring skyward and charging into the distant darkness. Blinding golden light and deafening explosions repeated 3 times, identical to before. The third explosion echoed. Only then did Jiang Yun lead the group forward once more. The second checkpoint was soon reached. It remained utterly empty. Only equipment scattered across the ground glowed brightly, nearly blinding everyone. This time, Wang Xingyan remained silent. Though they knew Jiang Yun possessed formidable strength, capable of speed clearing the Hell Dungeon solo, they never imagined he would be this formidable. They'd been in the dungeon for some time now, yet not only had they not had to fight, they hadn't even encountered a single monster. Wang Xingyan remained silent. He'd seen it all. But a scene like this? He'd never witnessed anything like it. Running dungeons with Jiang Yun was a bit too easy, wasn't it? Wang Xingyan shared the same astonishment as Su Xiyue and the others. After a moment, Wang Xingyan, his emotions settled, approached Jiang Yun and whispered, "That Western girl, her background isn't simple." Jiang Yun nodded. Even without Wang Xingyan's words, he could sense something off about Selena's background. After all, throughout their journey, everyone in this squad revolved around her. Add to that her lavishly equipped gear and the refined manners evident in her every gesture. Even though Jiang Yun was unfamiliar with the Western world, he could roughly guess that she must have come from a major noble family. "I knew you'd figure it out, but you'd never guess just how astonishing her true identity is." Wang Xingyan chuckled. "Her profession is that of a sacred glory apostle, a secret lineage passed down within the British royal family. Without a doubt, she's a princess of British royal descent. The British royal family has a tradition: every heir apparent who may ascend the empress's throne must travel the world, visiting great nations. This squad must have come for that very purpose." At this point, Wang Xingyan gave a knowing wink. "Kid, I see Selena has quite the fondness for you. Give it your all, and you might just become the British royal family's son-in-law. Serena is actually a princess with the right to inherit the throne." Hearing this news, Jiang Yun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He knew her status was noble, but he hadn't realized it was this exalted. As for Wang Xingyan's final, tempting words, Jiang Yun merely smiled lightly, not taking them seriously. Finding a wife? Dating? None of that concerned him. He knew he'd have to break through to the king level before even considering such matters. At this thought, the slight flutter in Jiang Yun's heart instantly calmed. "What are those Japanese people doing, hovering around that Western squadron?" Jiang Yun inquired again. "What else could they be doing? They're trying to curry favor with the princess, that's why they're hanging around." Behind Jiang Yun, watching his leisurely stride, stars began to sparkle in Serena's eyes. So handsome, she murmured to herself while snapping photos with her phone, clearly acting like a devoted fangirl of Jiang Yun. Joseph stood nearby, utterly exasperated. If word got out that the Princess of Britannia had taken a fancy to a man from Xinxia, who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? Fortunately, the princess was still young. Once she matured and gained perspective, this infatuation might simply fade away. But Joseph looked ahead at Jiang Yun, his expression grave. Even by his standards, Jiang Yun was a prodigy among prodigies, an elite among elites. Among Britain's new generation, none could compare to Jiang Yun. With such extraordinary talent, as long as he survives, the Divine Summer Kingdom will undoubtedly gain another formidable powerhouse in the future. Joseph made a mental note of this matter, intending to pass on the intelligence regarding Jiang Yun to Britain's intelligence agency upon returning to the mortal realm. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and his group reached the base of the fortress. Compared to the monsters encountered earlier, the fortress was densely packed with creatures, eliminating any need to lure them out. Jiang Yun tossed several soldier ants into the fortress. After a series of explosions, the fortress lay completely empty. Wang Xingyan and the others had grown numb to it all. Throughout this entire dungeon run, they hadn't even seen a single monster, let alone engaged in combat. This felt somewhat unnatural to him, yet deep down, he couldn't help but feel a quiet thrill. So this was what it felt like to piggyback on someone else's strength? Walking through the empty fortress to its center, Jiang Yun opened the treasure chest. In an instant, golden light flooded their vision. 106, Sudden Demon Tide. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Yun shook his head in disappointment. No set pieces, nor the Eye of Calamity. He tucked away the 2 skill scrolls inside and motioned for the others to come forward and inspect the rewards. Before entering the instance, they had agreed everything in the treasure chest belonged to Jiang Yun. If anyone else wanted something, they'd have to trade points or other equivalent items. Most of the items inside were useless to Jiang Yun. If someone offered a fair price, he wouldn't mind trading them on the spot. After all, he'd just sell them anyway once he got back. Soon, everyone had made their selections.
Wang Xingyan selected a dark gold shield, running his fingers over it with a mix of excitement and pained reluctance. Dark Whale Shield, Gold Grade, Constitution plus 100, Permanent Spell, Piercing Whale, Equipment Requirements, Constitution greater than 500, Level greater than 21. The more stringent an item's requirements, the higher its quality. This shield required meeting 2 conditions simultaneously to equip, clearly placing it in the upper middle tier even among gold grade equipment. Consequently, Jiang Yun accepted a full 30,000 points from Wang Xingyan. This price was already double that of ordinary gold grade equipment. Lu Yuehua selected a pendant, spending 10,000 points. The other 3 members of the team eyed coveted gear but, with their meager resources, could only stare longingly. As for the Western squad, none of them paid any attention to these items. Given their status, they looked down on mere gold tier gear. The transaction concluded, and Jiang Yun gathered the remaining gear, his thoughts flickering. A flash of white light. The group returned to the dungeon entrance. Prepare for the next run. Jiang Yun's words trailed off as his expression suddenly hardened. A thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. And eerie, shrill howls echoed from all directions. Jiang Yun looked up to see a spiraling maw rapidly growing larger before his eyes. With a hiss, from Jiang Yun's shadow, a 2-headed black hound burst forth. A ghostly light flashed and a spray of blood mist splattered before Jiang Yun. A twisted carcass crashed to the ground, letting out a wretched howl. Jiang Yun stared at the creature on the ground. Abyssal Hound? Abyssal Hound. Level 23. Skills, Pounce, Blood Rage. This was a quadrupedal creature resembling a dog. Though dog-like, its head lacks facial features, possessing only a massive, blender-like maw. White fangs whirled rapidly within its jaws, sharp enough to crush anything, grotesque and monstrous. Abyssal hounds are quite common around Guaning City. This was especially true during the Abyssal Tide. Nearly 1/3 of the creatures in each demonic surge were abyssal hounds of varying sizes. But how could such creatures suddenly appear here? Jiang Yun scanned his surroundings. The area had now become a battlefield of carnage, the earth stained crimson, scattered limbs littering the ground. Hordes of abyssal hounds rampaged nearby, devouring flesh and blood. Everyone, beware. It's a demonic tide, the spawn of the abyss are coming again. Wang Xingyan's expression tightened at the sight before him. He immediately shouted, drew his shield and greatsword, and rushed to Jiang Yun's side, scanning the surroundings warily. Everyone, including the Western squad, instantly grew solemn. They armed themselves fully, preparing for battle. Joseph, clad in silver armor and wielding a spear and shield, stood vigilantly guarding Serena. Serena caught Jiang Yun's attention. A wand carved entirely from crystal now appeared in her hand. Her entire body floated slightly, and behind her emerged a pair of ethereal, snow-white wings. Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of royal lineage, even the visual effects alone hinted at extraordinary power. At that moment, the abyssal hounds in the distance sensed Jiang Yun and his companions. Howling, they charged forward in packs. Don't panic. Wang Xingyan strode forward, delivering a shield bash that sent 2 abyssal hounds flying. The remaining abyss hounds seemed to sense he was a formidable opponent, swerving around Wang Xingyan to lunge at the group behind him. Whoosh! 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 Behind Jiang Yun, Lu Yuehua drew her bow repeatedly. Each arrow struck a deep abyss hound squarely in the head, sending them crashing down with agonized howls as their momentum shattered. Before the hounds could recover, several massive fireballs rained down from the sky, incinerating them to ashes. The rapid succession of countermeasures was dazzling to behold, possessing an almost artistic beauty. This was true synergy, the combat prowess only an elite professional squad could unleash. Against Wang Xingyan's squad, these abyssal hounds were utterly powerless to retaliate. This shouldn't be happening. Why would the demonic tide erupt at this moment? Wang Xingyan muttered under his breath, turning to look at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, it seems our dungeon run is over. We must return to Guanyang City immediately. Wang Xingyan said solemnly, once the demon tide hits, the number of demons here will be 10-fold, even 100-fold, compared to normal times. Hordes of powerful demons will surge forth from the abyss and launch an assault on human territories. These abyssal hounds are nothing mere cannon fodder. The truly formidable demons lie ahead. Staying here any longer is far too dangerous. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't want it to end like this. Opening his profession panel, Jiang Yun channeled a thread of energy from his innate talent, Abyssal Fate. In an instant, all monsters within 50 meters of him collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. Fortunately, this aura was fleeting, vanishing the very next second. The monsters recovered, and Wang Xingyan and the others didn't notice anything unusual. Confirming the efficacy of his abyssal sovereign talent, Jiang Yun began to scheme. Leaving was out of the question. If he left, who knew when he could return? The uncertainty was too great. With the abyss fate imprinted upon him, the demonic creatures posed little threat. Staying here posed no problem whatsoever. He could even attempt to interact with the creatures to see if he could recruit 1 or 2 as familiars. But he certainly didn't want the others here to discover he possessed the Abyss Dominator fate. Decision may first send them away, then return to continue conquering the dungeon. With his plan set, Jiang Yun turned to the two who had hurried over. Of the dozen or so Neon Nation professionals who had entered the dungeon, only two remained. One of them was Tei Shinichi, his right arm missing a clear sign he'd just endured a brutal battle. Just moments ago, these two had been surrounded by a pack of abyssal hounds. Jiang Yun and his group's arrival had diverted the hounds' attention, allowing the pair a narrow escape. Had Jiang Yun and his group arrived even a moment later, the two would likely have perished on the spot. What exactly happened after we entered? Where did these abyssal hounds come from? Jiang Yun demanded bluntly. 107, 2-star private. Tai Yizhani's lips trembled slightly, his voice thick with fear. I'm not entirely sure myself. Hordes of monsters suddenly appeared. We had no time to react before we were surrounded. Seeing he couldn't get anything more out of Taizhani, Jiang Yun shook his head and moved forward. Wang Xing'an's squad was locked in combat with a pack of abyssal hounds. With their strength, the abyssal hounds should have been easy prey. But as more abyssal hounds poured in from the distance, their numbers swelling into a dark, overwhelming mass, the fight grew increasingly taxing. Just then, brilliant white orbs of sacred light descended upon the group. Instantly, their spirit soared, and ethereal white armor formed around their bodies. Serena had intervened. Hovering in the air, she raised her staff high, unleashing streams of white light that bestowed beneficial effects upon the group. The earlier protective effect had merely been an appetizer. Soon, more buffs rained down. Attack boosts, stamina recovery, vitality restoration, everything they needed. Those who had been struggling moments ago were suddenly rejuvenated, driving back the advancing abyssal hounds. The respect in everyone's eyes toward Serena deepened. A Holy Glory Apostle, a rare support class possessing group buff abilities. On large battlefields, the power of such a class was self-evident. You're too slow. Let me handle this. Jiang Yun declared, waving his hand to summon swarms of golden soldier ants into the air. Wang Xing'an and the others recoiled in fright, scrambling away from the ants. They had witnessed the terrifying destructive power of Jiang Yun's soldier ants exploding in the dungeon. If caught in the blast, they had no confidence they could survive. But this time, Jiang Yun chose not to detonate them. These hellhounds weren't worthy of such a tactic. With a pointed gesture forward, the soldier ants immediately charged toward the densest cluster of abyssal hounds. This time, Jiang Yun unleashed 500 soldier ants in one breath. A single soldier ant charging was like a meteor. 500 charging soldier ants resembled not a meteor shower, but a river of burning golden flame. Boom! 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 The soldier ants swept through mercilessly, their bodies exploding into fragments as they tore through the pack of abyssal hounds, reducing them to splinters. Jiang Yun raised a finger, and the soldier ants turned, charging toward another pack of abyssal hounds. After several such sweeps, the instant's entrance once ravaged by abyssal hounds lay utterly desolate. Not a single intact corpse of the abyssal hounds remained. The earth was now completely drenched in blood. That layer of crimson was the very flesh and blood of the abyssal hounds. Even though they had witnessed Jiang Yun's power within the dungeon, this scene still left the group behind him speechless. Is this really a level 19? The gap between people is just too vast. Tai Yizhani was the most stunned of all. Only now did he realize that Jiang Yun had been holding back all alone. If he had truly unleashed his full power, Tai Yizhani would likely be reduced to nothing but dust by now. He hung his head in defeat, the competitive edge he'd felt toward Jiang Yun vanishing like smoke. Stay close to me. Jiang Yun instructed, positioning the group behind him. After orienting himself, he set off toward Guanyang City. Under his command, soldier ants swarmed around him. Whenever they encountered abyssal hounds, the ants would immediately spring into action, slaughtering the hordes of demons blocking their path. Viewed from above, the land, once a dark, chaotic expanse ravaged by monsters, now bore a stark, cleared swath in Jiang Yun's wake. Under Jiang Yun's leadership, the group advanced swiftly. Though not as fast as their initial ascent, it was considerably quicker than anyone had anticipated. Meanwhile, the military merit badge on Jiang Yun's chest began to hum. Glancing down, he saw a golden star emerging upon the medal. He was finally no longer a blank slate rookie. The smartphone linked to his medal simultaneously buzzed with a notification. Acquired 500 military merits. Obtained 1 soldier star. Just as Ji Tianjiu had explained, the medal automatically detected the number and level of abyss monsters the wearer had slain, converting them into corresponding military merits. The medal had 5 tiers: soldier, officer, general, commander, and god. The number of military merit points required to advance a star varies by tier. Soldier rank required 500 military merits for 1 gold star. The higher the rank, the more absurd the number of military merits required to gain a star. It's no longer achievable by simply slaying monsters, it demands immense contributions to the human race. Abyssal hounds are merely the lowest tier monsters, yielding 2 military merit points per kill. This meant Jiang Yun had already slain over 200 abyssal hounds. This pace was nothing short of terrifying. But Jiang Yun had grown accustomed to it. The speed at which soldier ants cleared such grunt enemies was simply terrifying. Under Jiang Yun's leadership, the group exited the Abyssal Canyon instance. The instance entrance now stood utterly deserted. Moments later, two figures appeared at the instant's entrance. It was the two assassins. They left so quickly? With so many abyssal hounds, they didn't manage to hold them back? That dog-headed man made the Hound Legion sound so formidable, yet they couldn't even hold them back? After all, she is the princess. She must have some tricks up her sleeve. Pursue them. Two figures vanished in an instant. By sheer coincidence, the two assassins hadn't witnessed Jiang Yun in action. They assumed those abyssal hounds had been taken down by Selena's group.
Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions pressed on through the wilderness. Compared to when they arrived, the mist in the wilderness had grown significantly thicker. Beyond 100 meters, figures became nearly invisible. For safety's sake, Jiang Yun released the moon god to patrol the outer perimeter. The wilderness was now a realm of shadows, a perfect hunting ground for the moon god. Whenever they spotted abyssal hounds nearby, Jiang Yun commanded the soldier ants to hunt them down. By now, a second gold star had appeared on the military merit badge pinned to his chest. The number of abyssal hounds he had slain now exceeded 500. He was now a 2-star private. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's expression sharpened. He halted his steps and immediately alerted his men to be on guard. News came from the outer patrol. A professional squad was approaching. Soon, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from the direction Jiang Yun was watching. A 12-member squad came into view. At their head stood a tall, armored knight. Traces of blood still stained his silver armor, evidence of a fierce battle. The military merit badge on his chest confirmed he was from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Most striking was the enormous tiger's phantom shadow trailing behind him. A beast soul knight. Wang Xingyan murmured, his eyes brimming with admiration. This was his profession, a higher-tier existence beyond the barbarian stone knight, an epic-level vocation. The ability to transform slain monsters into beast souls that serve as powerful allies, granting various buffs, was truly formidable. And they're actually in a party? The beast soul knight turned to the group, his gaze sharp as lightning. He barked, "You lot! Get over here and get to work!" His words dripped with arrogance and condescension, causing Jiang Yun's brow to furrow involuntarily. The joy on the Xinsha nationals' faces vanished instantly. This guy didn't seem like someone you'd want to cross. If he insisted on commanding Jiang Yun and forcing tasks upon him, then Jiang Yun would have to be prepared to show him a thing or two. Jiang Yun? Just then, a light, youthful female voice rang out. From the squad behind Wang Hao, a figure darted forward, rushing toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun watched, momentarily startled, a faint smile curling his lips. Ningerin? 108, Ningerin, jealousy and rivalry. Before arriving, Jiang Yun had wondered if he might encounter Ningerin. But he never imagined he'd see her so soon. Ningerin excitedly threw her arms around Jiang Yun for a big hug, her eyes darting up and down his face with delight. "What are you doing here?" No sooner had she asked than her brows furrowed. "Wait, how come you're only at level 19? With your talent, shouldn't you have successfully changed professions long ago? Did something happen at the academy? Could it be the Xiao family?" Her sharp mind had pieced together the entire situation just by seeing his level, leaving her seething with frustration. Jiang Yun smiled. "Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. I've already figured out a way to change professions. I came here for that very reason." "And you? I heard you went to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. I've been curious about that for quite some time." Ningerin chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling like stars. "This is your first time in here, right? Truth is, I've been on missions in the 10,000 tribes battlefield more than once or twice. I'm quite experienced. There are too many people now. Wait until it's quieter, and I'll tell you in private." After half a month apart, the two chatted animatedly, completely oblivious to the increasingly peculiar glances from those around them. Wang Xingyan murmured to Lu Yuehua, "There's definitely something going on between those two. Their relationship is truly extraordinary." As he spoke, he glanced back at Selena. Serena's expression had grown serious as she scrutinized Ningerin intently. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. As the two were catching up, a voice suddenly cut in. "Miss Irin, who is this kid?" The speaker was none other than Beast Soul Knight Wang Hao. His face was filled with murderous intent and wariness as he stared at Jiang Yun, his eyes brimming with threat. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Ningerin snapped, "Wang Hao, this is my friend. Show some respect." Hearing Ningerin defend Jiang Yun, Wang Hao's expression darkened further. Forcing himself to control his temper, he extended his hand to Jiang Yun and introduced himself. "Wang Hao, 5 Elements Academy, Professional Beast Soul Knight, level 38. Jiang Yun extended his hand in return. "Jiang Yun, Jingbei Academy, Beast Tamer, level 19. Only level 19? Wang Hao immediately relaxed, his gaze tinged with a hint of contempt. "Brother Jiang Yun, at your level, you really shouldn't be wandering around the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. You might end up needing Miss Irin to rescue you." His words dripped with sarcasm and disparagement. Ningerin narrowed her eyes, a hint of lethal intent flickering in them. Wang Xingyan murmured, "This Wang Hao has designs on Ningerin. Things are getting interesting now." Lu Yuehua retorted, "Get ready if things come to blows, we'll back Jiang Yun." Just then, a crystalline, snow-white figure appeared beside Jiang Yun. Her Western features instantly drew everyone's attention.
It was Selena. "Drink up, brother." She produced a cup of water from somewhere, offering it to Jiang Yun. Her eyes shone brightly as her pink lips parted softly. "Brother promised to take me through the dungeon. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Jiang Yun's heart skipped a beat. Serena's sudden appearance and these words clearly signaled she wasn't here with good intentions. His gaze instinctively shifted to Ningerin. Sure enough, Ningerin's expression had turned dangerous. She crossed her arms and scrutinized Serena from head to toe. Well, the famed national top scholar indeed. Seems romance follows you wherever you go. And this gentleman appears to be. Serena bowed formally, revealing her identity for the first time. "Princess Serena of Great Britain, at your service, Miss Ning. Your name has reached even the distant West." "Princess?" Wang Hao and the others were startled upon hearing Serena's words. Such a noble title was rare even across the entire Blue Star. They hastily returned the bow in a show of respect. Serena did not acknowledge them, instead fixing her gaze on Ningerin. Ningerin returned her gaze. Though their words were polite, the underlying tension in their exchange was plain for all to see. Wang Xing'an whispered to Lu Yuehua, "This is what they call jealousy over a woman." Jiang Yun watched from the sidelines, sweating profusely. He wasn't entirely sure how things had escalated to this point, but he knew it was undoubtedly connected to him. He dared not utter a word. He had a premonition that if he spoke now, both parties would turn their hostility toward him. Don't ask why. Just trust a man's gut. Everyone, let's keep moving. Wang Hao's face flushed crimson. Watching the goddess he was pursuing actually engage in a verbal clash with another girl over some other guy. The feeling was utterly miserable. He quickly called for a halt, summoning the group to march toward Guanyong City. Jiang Yun and the others followed suit, maintaining a subtle distance. Jiang Yun made a mental decision, recalling all the soldier ants around him, leaving only the moon goddess to patrol. Wang Hao's dislike for him couldn't be more obvious. Since that was the case, he'd keep some cards up his sleeve. As the group grew larger along the journey, even without Jiang Yun intervening, the others could handle the abyssal hounds encountered along the way quite well. Ningerin did not rejoin the 12-person squad but remained with Jiang Yun instead. From her, Jiang Yun learned the purpose of her journey. Not long ago, one of the dungeons around here evolved. Ningerin began with startling news: an instance evolving is extremely rare. More importantly, there's a chance the evolved instance will drop an item called the Light Piercer. This item is crucial. The higher-ups in Xinxiao Nation are taking it very seriously. They specifically transferred me here to leverage my talents and acquire this item as quickly as possible. If it weren't for the sudden demonic tide, I'd still be clearing that instance right now. Ningerin gestured toward Wang Hao and the others ahead. They're the teammates assigned to me by the higher-ups for this mission. We only met a few days ago. That Wang Hao keeps pestering me, it's driving me crazy. The light-piercing spike? Jiang Yun chewed on the words, his curiosity piqued. What exactly does this artifact do? Ningerin shook her head. No idea. The higher-ups just told me to get it, no explanation. Guess I'll find out once I have it. She suddenly sighed. The drop rate for that item is even lower than I imagined. It's been so long and it still hasn't dropped. That instance dungeon takes a whole day to clear each time. At this rate, who knows when I'll complete the task. As Jiang Yun listened, an idea struck him. How about this? I'll take you to run the dungeon, and you help me clear one in return. What do you say? Ningerin's talent, Lucky Star, could actually increase the drop rate of rare items. This was news to Jiang Yun. But recalling the subclass scroll he'd obtained from the Buddha Mother dungeon, he realized he'd been slow to react. With Ningerin's assistance, his progress toward obtaining the Eye of Calamity should accelerate. Ningerin's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded. Sure thing. But her expression quickly clouded over. That damn demon tide. I doubt we'll be able to leave the city to farm dungeons anytime soon. Hearing this, Jiang Yun suddenly smiled mysteriously. Not necessarily. You have a plan. The two conversed as they continued walking. In the distance, the walls of Guaning City came into view. Further away, shrouded in mist, two assassins watched the receding group, their voices tinged with frustration. Why are there more and more people? 109, returned to Guanyang, the gray-haired woman's suspicion. They had worked so hard to summon the demonic tide, hoping to isolate Jiang Yun so they could strike. But who could have imagined that not only did they fail to scatter the group, but the numbers only grew larger? What do we do now? What else can we do? Wait it out. Contact headquarters, this job needs a pay raise. Moments later, Jiang Yun and his group finally arrived at the gates of Guanyang City. Guaning City was now under martial law, its defenses at full readiness. News of the sudden demonic tide outbreak had clearly reached Guaning City. The closer they got to Guaning City, the more squads of adventurers they encountered along the way. Like Jiang Yun, they too had escaped the demonic tide and were returning to Guaning City. Above Guanyang City, several figures stood majestically suspended in the void.
They were Guaning City's mightiest professionals who had undergone at least 2 transformations. They were the guardians of Guanyang City, the true bulwark of the human race on this battlefield of myriad races.
Ji Tianjiu was among them. His gaze scanned the crowd entering Guaning City with intense focus, searching for that familiar figure. He inwardly cursed his luck. The demon tide arrived with clockwork regularity, once every year. How could an unexpected incident occur just as Jiang Yun arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races? With his strength, he shouldn't run into any problems, right? But this was his first time at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. What if he wasn't prepared? Ji Tianjiu clenched his fists, his mind unsettled. He couldn't even bring himself to join the others' discussion. This demon tide is truly strange, it completely defies our previous predictions. It seems the demon spawn in the abyss have stirred. We should send someone to investigate. A solemn-faced elder knight in the center gazed down at the crowd below the city walls and couldn't help but sigh. This sudden demonic tide. I wonder how many more will scatter their bones upon the battlefield this time. Such a tragic loss. The others looked at the old man with a hint of respect in their expressions. This was Li Hu, the current lord of Guaning City. A level 68 sanctuary tier professional. His class was the legendary Fortress Knight. He had guarded Guanyang City for over 50 years, never leaving his post, truly deserving of praise for his tireless service. A gray-haired woman beside him spoke up, her voice cold and sharp. I've investigated. Only the Abyssal Hound was deployed this time. It should be one of the 3 great lords we're facing, the lord of the Abyssal Hounds, Gray. The other 2 have shown no reaction whatsoever. Abyssal Hounds are relatively weak, relying on sheer numbers. As long as the practitioners remain calm, support each other, and survive the ordeal, returning alive should pose no problem. If someone can die in a demonic disaster of this magnitude, it only proves they're not skilled enough. They were bound to die sooner or later. Li Hu gave a wry smile. Xiao Shi, you're right about that. But it's better to be gentler when you speak, it's easy to hurt people. Sigh. Your father entrusted you to my care all these years, yet you haven't changed a bit. Still no partner in sight, it's really. Li Hu was getting old and prone to rambling. The gray-haired woman paid him no mind, turning her gaze instead to Ji Tianjiu. Xiao Tian, what's gotten into you today? You seem so distracted. Aren't you usually the most talkative at this time? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Are you hiding something from me? The moment Ji Tianjiu caught sight of Jiang Yun in the crowd, his body trembled. Relief washed over him, but his heart skipped several beats. He quickly plastered on a flattering smile. Not at all, sis. I just returned to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes and am still adjusting. The gleam in the gray-haired woman's eyes sharpened. Is that so? Then what were you staring at down there just now? Cold sweat trickled down Ji Tianjiu's back as he flatly denied it. Nothing. Just my imagination. I was just looking around. He hadn't expected this sister to be so sharp. Before coming, the revered Abyss had warned him repeatedly under no circumstances was he to let her discover anything about Jiang Yun. After all, knowing her temperament, discovering Jiang Yun's origins could lead to who knows what trouble. The gray-haired woman fixed him with a steady gaze. After a moment, her expression relaxed and she turned her head away. Just as Ji Tianjiu thought he'd made it through, her voice drifted back to him. The flowers you placed at the memorial today were quite beautiful. Where did you get them? Flowers? What flowers? I didn't even go there today. Ji Tianjiu blurted out instinctively, only to freeze mid-sentence, realizing he'd been baited. He hadn't been there. But he had instructed Jiang Yun to go. Seeing his own father's tombstone, it was only natural for Jiang Yun to offer a bouquet. The gray-haired woman slowly turned around, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. So, you were hiding something from me after all. And it's something related to Xiao Yun. Ji Tianjiu. Wait, did I slip up that quickly? While Ji Tianjiu racked his brain trying to evade the gray-haired woman's suspicion, Jiang Yun and the others had already entered the city. This hastily assembled squad dispersed. The others, having stayed in Guanyang City for several days and secured their own lodgings, departed one by one to rest and recuperate. Jiang Yun added Wang Xingyan, Selena, and others as friends. God Jiang, remember to call me next time you run a dungeon. I'm a pro at being a lackey. Wang Xingyan called out loudly before being dragged away by Lu Yuehua, who found him embarrassing. Running dungeons with Jiang Yun was addictive. After all, the feeling of coasting along, slacking off, and riding someone else's coattails was just too satisfying. He didn't even know when his nickname for Jiang Yun had changed to God Jiang. Ningerin didn't say much, merely making a gesture as if dialing a phone. Jiang Yun understood and nodded. The group bid each other farewell, leaving only Jiang Yun behind. He promptly stood up to find lodging. Picking a random inn, Jiang Yun immediately felt the benefits of his military rank on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Now a 2-star private, Jiang Yun enjoyed discounts on all expenses within Guaning City. Though the discounts weren't substantial, they still surprised Jiang Yun. Because as his military rank increased, so would the discount amount.
By this calculation, if he reached the rank of general, he likely wouldn't have to pay for any daily expenses in Guaning City. Purchasing precious materials would also come with a discount.
No wonder all practitioners flock to the multiracial battlefield. Jiang Yun finally grasped the reason.
With such perks, coupled with the formidable purchasing power of military merits themselves, even purely from a profit perspective, a professional's earnings on the multiracial battlefield far surpass those on Blue Star.
Whoever designed this system is a genius.
Jiang Yun murmured in admiration, paid for his room, collected the keycard, and headed toward his quarters. After entering the room, he took a refreshing shower and rested for a short while.
This outing hadn't lasted too long.
After resting for just 3 or 4 hours, his condition had fully recovered to peak form. Checking his phone, he saw Ningerin had sent him a message 2 hours earlier. It contained the address of a hotel and the room number. Beep beep beep. Moments later, Jiang Yun stood before the door corresponding to the address and knocked. The door opened, and a wave of damp air washed over him. Ningerin, wrapped in a towel with her hair still dripping wet, looked at Jiang Yun and smiled sweetly.
110, Assassination.
The hotel room Ningerin rented was naturally far more luxurious than Jiang Yun's suite.
It featured a living room and a balcony. Ningerin invited Jiang Yun to sit down.
Moments later, she emerged wearing a snow-white dress. After placing a call, a waiter soon arrived, pushing a cart laden with an array of delicacies.
They ate and chatted.
Ningerin asked curiously, "You mentioned before that you have a way to leave the city during the demon tide to run dungeons.
Is that really true?"
It's true. Though they'd known each other for less than half a year, they clicked effortlessly, already feeling like old friends. Jiang Yun explained, "I have a way to make the abyssal monsters not attack us."
Ningerin's eyes widened instantly. How? Don't ask. Just tell me, do you trust me?
Jiang Yun didn't wish to reveal much about his innate abyssal destiny to outsiders. Though its origin was above board, it remained an exceedingly sensitive matter. The supreme authority of the abyss, hostile to the human race, implied far too much. Had Jiang Yun chosen to defect to the abyss, he could have instantly become a dominant power. If he chose to stand with humanity, it meant that by his own strength alone, he could tear away at least 1/13 of the abyss's power for the use of the human race. Before gaining the power to control his own destiny, Jiang Yun had to keep such momentous matters known to as few people as possible.
Ningerin stared intently at Jiang Yun and nodded earnestly.
Of course I believe you. You are the Jiang god, after all. Her words left Jiang Yun feeling slightly awkward.
Let others call me that, but why are you joining in the nonsense? Ningerin snorted.
Don't worry, that nickname of yours is only going to spread like wildfire.
The two chatted and laughed, shifting to other topics.
Ningerin complained to Jiang Yun about how exhausting things had been lately. Jiang Yun, in turn, shared his purpose for coming here and recounted the earlier conflict with the Xiao family. When Ningerin heard that Xiao had tried to strip Jiang Yun of his golden sequence status in front of all the new students during the enrollment ceremony, she gritted her teeth in fury. When she learned Jiang Yun had dispatched Xiao with a single strike and seized 800,000 points from the Xiao family, she cheered with excitement. Moments later, the table was strewn with empty cups and plates as they chatted animatedly.
There's no time to waste, let's set out immediately.
Ningerin volunteered, clenching her small fist tightly.
Since you're confident you won't be attacked by the demon tide, the sooner we reach the instance, the better. That means more chances to farm it.
Oh, right. Ningerin voiced her concern, that instance is notoriously challenging.
Are you sure you can handle it? Jiang Yun considered for a moment before replying, what's the maximum entry level?
Level 38.
Ningerin added,
Wang Hao is the highest level player who can actually enter that dungeon. Jiang Yun sighed with relief, level 38, not bad.
I'm unbeatable below second tier transformation.
Jiang Yun hadn't even reached his first class advancement yet he dared to boast that he was unmatched below second class professionals. If others heard him, they'd surely mock his arrogance and lack of self-awareness.
But Ningerin, upon hearing this, nodded earnestly.
She fully believed Jiang Yun's words. Without further hesitation, the two made their preparations and headed out of the city. Moments later, Wang Hao appeared before Ningerin's door, dressed in a suit and tie, looking refined and courteous.
He knocked politely. Miss Erin, would you do me the honor of joining me for a simple meal?
There was no answer. Wang Hao waited for a long time, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. Boss. Wang Hao's subordinate hurried over, glancing at his boss's expression before stammering, well, someone saw that guy Jiang Yun go into Miss Ningerin's room earlier.
He didn't come out for a long time. Then they left together. No.
After a moment of silence, a furious, resentful roar echoed through the hotel. On the other side, two excited voices chattered. Jiang Yun's left the city, and he's only got a woman with him. Good, good, good. This time, Jiang Yun, you're courting death. The two assassins, who had been waiting impatiently for so long, sprang into action and dashed toward the city gates. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Ningerin had already reached the wilderness outside Guanyang City. With the demonic tide raging outside, the main gate of Guanyang City was now sealed shut.
Jiang Yun and Ningerin had to take a long detour before finding an abandoned side gate.
They slipped a small bribe to the guard and managed to slip out. Within a kilometer of Guanyang City, the wilderness had been completely cleared, leaving nothing but emptiness. But the moment they stepped beyond that kilometer, abyssal hounds appeared before them. Spotting the pair, the abyssal hounds snarled and charged forward, gaping their massive jaws wide, ready to devour them. Ningerin tried to intervene, but Jiang Yun stopped her. Facing the charging abyssal hounds head-on, Jiang Yun stepped forward and gently channeled the power of his innate talent, Abyssal Fate. A faint aura of supreme power emanated from him. A mournful whine. Under Ningerin's astonished gaze, the bloodthirsty abyssal hound collapsed to the ground, prostrate before Jiang Yun, trembling violently. "What did you do?" Ningerin curiously edged closer, running her hands over his body. "Is it some kind of intimidation skill? Why can't I sense any aura at all?" Jiang Yun quickly grabbed Ningerin's slightly unruly little hand, cleared his throat, and said sternly, "This is my personal secret. I can't tell you yet. Anyway, you can rest completely assured now, right?" Ningerin nodded excitedly. The two continued onward. Soon, they plunged deep into the desert once more. "Try my method, it can increase our travel speed without tiring us." Just as Jiang Yun was about to let Ningerin try his ant trooper vehicle, her expression suddenly turned grim. "Jiang Yun, watch out!" A dagger materialized out of thin air, lunging viciously toward Jiang Yun's heart. Simultaneously, another dagger materialized behind him, aiming for the back of his head. Both attacks launched simultaneously, each targeting vital points, a testament to the assassin's precision and ruthlessness. Clang! Clang! Two crisp clangs echoed. Less than 30 centimeters in front of Jiang Yun, both daggers collided with a white light, halted in their tracks. Damage transfer? Two gray-robed assassins materialized in the void, one of them instinctively blurting out. Their strike having failed, both figures shifted instantly, landing over 10 meters away. They stared at Jiang Yun in astonishment. Keeping damage redirection active at all times? That's cautious. But after taking our combined strike, your beast companion must be crippled if not dead, right? Jiang Yun's expression darkened. Assassination. This was clearly an assassination attempt. He never imagined anyone would come to assassinate him. That instant had been the closest he'd ever come to death. Had he not activated damage transfer upon entering the wilderness, he would have been killed by the two assassins long ago. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the two gray-robed assassins. "You two, who sent you?" 111, the Dark Knight sect? "You too?" One of the assassins let out a cold laugh. "Why ask so many questions? Just accept your death quietly." Ningerin warned, "They're Nightshade Hall's gray-robed assassins." She quickly briefed Jiang Yun on the Dark Knight sect. It was a fearsome assassin organization whose influence spanned the entire Blue Star, taking bounties for kills. Assassins within the organization were ranked by the color of their robes. The lowest rank wore black robes, followed by gray robes. Attaining gray robes signified that these two had successfully carried out multiple assassinations of high-level professionals. As she spoke, Ningerin summoned her beast companion, positioning it to shield Jiang Yun. Ningerin, level 23, Divine Summoner. She had long since completed her class advancement, now standing as an epic tier sacred summoner. Her summoned beasts had also increased to 3. Alongside the Icefire Cloud Fox and the Phantom Winged Butterfly, a new summoned beast appeared round and plump, resembling a boulder. Black Rock Lava Monster. Level 23. Quality, Elite. Skills, Shield Up, Stone Block, Lava Burst. Attack, 800. Agility, 300. Spirit, 300. Stamina, 5000. This was Ningerin's carefully considered choice. Paired with the other two pets, they formed a complete combat system, frontline, damage dealer, and support. All three pets charged forward simultaneously. Ningerin positioned herself in front of Jiang Yun and whispered urgently, "Jiang Yun, you must leave now. This place isn't far from Guanyang City. Hurry back and call for help. Don't worry about me. I have a life-saving measure left by a powerful being. I'll be fine. Don't worry." Jiang Yun ignored Ningerin's words. Instead, he stepped forward. To her astonished gaze, he shielded her behind him. "Don't worry. These two weaklings are no match for me." His tone brimmed with confidence as his eyes narrowed slightly, a golden light flickering within them. These two were at least 4 levels above him, rendering his appraisal skill useless. But Jiang Yun possessed the heavenly eye, allowing him to see their true nature clearly. Both assassins were level 32 professionals. After discerning their levels, Jiang Yun felt a slight sense of relief. He had feared they were post-second transformation professionals in their 40s. If that had been the case, his only option would have been to flee with Ningerin. "Even if you don't say it, I know it's definitely Xiao Zhong's doing. He really underestimates me, sending only 2 level 30 assassins." Jiang Yun spoke, his tone devoid of panic, only calm and mockery. The two assassins couldn't help but startle. Within mere seconds of meeting him, Jiang Yun had not only deduced their employer's identity but also seen through their levels. Their gray robes, though unassuming, were actually quite decent gear capable of concealing their aura and obscuring their class information. Yet now, Jiang Yun had effortlessly seen through them.
His level should be far below theirs. The eerie aura surrounding Jiang Yun stirred an ominous foreboding within both of them. Attack! A thunderous shout erupted as their figures surged forward, transforming into two black bolts of lightning hurtling toward Jiang Yun. A distance of over 10 meters meant almost nothing to assassins, renowned for their attack speed and agility. In less than a second, their daggers reappeared before Jiang Yun, thrusting toward his forehead and heart. Clang! A white light flared as the damage transfer skill activated, deflecting both attacks once more. Undeterred, they retreated, circling Jiang Yun to find fresh angles for attack. The more talkative assassin sneered, "What a ruthless beastmaster, using your own pet to block blades. Let's see how many of my blades your beast can withstand." He had the confidence to say it. Already possessing high attack power, the assassin's unique skill, Powered Strike, amplified his damage to terrifying levels. Even a knight of the same level, renowned for their formidable physical prowess, would die if struck in a vital spot. And Jiang Yun? He was merely an intermediate-level practitioner who hadn't even reached the first transformation. Even if his beast companion had thick armor, just how thick could it possibly be? Clang! 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 Several more slashes landed, all deflected back by his damage transfer skill. From start to finish, Jiang Yun remained motionless, merely smiling as he watched the two put on a show. The two assassins began to grow uneasy. How could Jiang Yun withstand so many attacks? What kind of joke was this? Even a level 30 shield knight would be dead, yet Jiang Yun remained completely unmoved? What kind of beast is this guy's companion? The two assassins couldn't help but regret their actions. Had they known Jiang Yun was so peculiar, they should have researched him more thoroughly before setting out. But clearly, it was already too late. Exchanging a glance, the two assassins swiftly sheathed their daggers and darted off into the distance. This was classic assassin behavior. One strike missed, and they vanished into the distance. Facing Jiang Yun, they chose not to fight on but to flee. Trying to run now? Too late. Jiang Yun chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. A rainbow-colored glow spread through the air. One by one, soldier ants appeared, a full 1,000 of them. Are you kidding me? So many pets. The two assassins were startled, instantly realizing how Jiang Yun had managed to withstand so many hits using the damage transfer skill. His pets were simply too numerous. Even the most formidable power, when divided into thousands of parts, becomes insignificant. He possessed the rare legion-type pet beasts. In an instant, the soldier ants roared and pounced toward the two assassins. Empowered by the charge skill, the soldier ant's speed matched the assassin's own. Facing the ant charge, neither assassin initially dodged, instead raising their daggers to block. They still possessed the confidence of high-level professionals, unwilling to yield simply because of Jiang Yun's pet beast. But when the first soldier ants slammed into their daggers, sending sparks flying, their expressions instantly changed. The terrifying impact that followed sent both of them reeling backward, their limbs sinking deep into the sand. What immense power! One assassin blurted out, gazing up at the swarm of soldier ants descending from the sky, so dense they seemed to obscure the sun. His skull prickled with dread. The sheer force was bad enough, but the sheer number? It was downright terrifying. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the terror in the other's eyes. This Jiang Yun was truly a freak of nature. His level and actual combat prowess were worlds apart. They simultaneously sheathed their blades and shot off into the distance, having completely abandoned any thought of confronting Jiang Yun. The soldier ants pursued relentlessly behind them. Just as they were about to be cornered, the shadows beneath them suddenly began to writhe. Their figures slowly sank into the darkness. One of the assassin's signature skills, Shadow Stealth. Moving within shadows granted increased speed and allowed evasion of most damage. Combined with skills like Blink, an assassin's escape was nearly impossible to pursue unless the attacker held a significant level advantage. But this time was an exception. The moment they entered the shadows, they were forced back out, screaming in agony. Deep, bone-exposing claw marks gouged their bodies, blood streaming freely, evidence they'd suffered a severe setback within the shadows. The moon goddess's two heads emerged from the shadows, gazing at the horrified pair with a sneer. Playing with shadows in front of him was nothing short of showing off in front of a master. By now, the soldier ant legion had closed in, forming an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, leaving not a single gap. There was nowhere left for the two to flee. Jiang Yun's voice echoed from afar, "Gentlemen, surrender. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll spare your lives." One of the assassins roared in anger, "Jiang Yun, don't think we have no cards up our sleeves." As he spoke, he flung a scroll. As it unrolled, a complex magical formation appeared. It was a summoning formation. As the formation unfolded, a hunched figure materialized, its terrifying aura spreading outward. "Who dares summon me?" 112, I, the Lord of the Abyss, kneel. The radiance of the formation gradually faded, revealing a dog-headed man holding a staff before the crowd. His hunched form and bloodshot eyes were unsettling to behold. His body floated mid-air, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from him made it clear beyond doubt this was a second-class professional above level 40. A demon of the Abyss. Ningerin gasped in shock, her face frozen in disbelief. The Abyss and the human race are mortal enemies. Countless humans have perished at their hands, and you dare to collude with the enemy. Ningerin shouted angrily. The assassin snorted coldly, kill you, and no one will ever know this secret. With that, he bowed to the dog-headed priest, please, my lord, aid me in slaying these foes. Fools! The dog-headed priest scolded him without mercy. The king sent troops to aid you as you requested, yet you still failed. Now I must intervene. The two assassins silently lowered their heads, saying nothing. This mission had been riddled with their mistakes, nearly costing them their lives at the hands of their target. After a few curses, the goblin priest turned to face Jiang Yun and Ningerin, who were sheltered by the soldier ants. A cold aura of murderous intent descended upon them. The goblin priest fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun, astonishment flickering in his eyes. A legendary tier beast companion. No wonder the human race has produced such a prodigy. Given time, you will surely become a grave threat to the abyss. Too bad your kind loves to fight amongst yourselves. Since that's the case, you'll stay right here. As he spoke, terrifying energy fluctuations gathered, coalescing into a twisted cloud above the goblin priest's head. Countless bolts of lightning brewed within, poised to erupt at any moment. An epic tier spell thunderstorm. For adventurers, each class change signifies a massive leap in power. Don't be fooled by the mere 10-level gap between level 30 and level 40. The difference in combat prowess is nothing short of astronomical. This was an enemy utterly impossible to defeat. Jiang Yun, run! Ningerin pressed a silvery white crystal into Jiang Yun's hand, her exquisite face etched with resolute determination. This is a teleportation stone. Crush it to instantly return to Guanyang City. Hurry! I'll hold them off as long as I can. Her tone was quick and gentle, as if she were bidding a final farewell. Though clearly outmatched in strength, she always charged forward first whenever danger arose. Watching Ningerin's retreating figure, Jiang Yun sighed softly, his resolve already set. Under the watchful gaze of the goblin priest, Jiang Yun waved his hand. The swarm of soldier ants vanished amidst a burst of multicolored light, recalled into his beast-taming realm. Actually, I have something similar myself. Sliding the teleportation stone back into Ningerin's hand, Jiang Yun offered her a gentle smile. You wanted to know how I evaded the abyssal fiend's attack, didn't you? I'll tell you now. With that, he began walking toward the goblin priest. As he walked, he began to channel the power of his innate talent, the abyssal fate. Previously, he had only tapped into it slightly. This time, however, he unleashed its full power. Fixing the dog-headed priest with a cold stare, Jiang Yun commanded, kneel. This kid's gone mad. The two assassins instantly reached their conclusion upon witnessing Jiang Yun's actions. He must be losing his mind at the brink of death. How else could he dare treat a powerhouse countless times stronger than himself this way? Kneel? This enraged the goblin priest. Jiang Yun wouldn't even be left with a whole corpse. But what happened next left everyone present utterly speechless. Thud. The dog-headed priest, who had been brimming with murderous intent moments ago, collapsed to the ground after hearing Jiang Yun's rebuke. He scrambled to his feet, repeatedly kowtowing to Jiang Yun. Supreme Sovereign, the humble goblin offers you the highest reverence. Heavens! How could I have dared to lay a hand on a supreme ruler? I deserve to die. By the end of his plea, the goblin priest began pulling his own ears, sobbing uncontrollably as tears and snot streamed down his face. Everyone present, save for Jiang Yun and the goblin priest, stared at the scene in stunned silence. It wasn't merely the goblin priest's utterly humble display, but also the title he used for Jiang Yun. Supreme Ruler. Those 4 words sent a buzzing sensation through everyone's heads. Having navigated the battlefield of 10,000 clans, they were well versed in the rules of the abyss. Especially the existence of the abyss's supreme ruler. They often heard of it from intelligent abyss creatures. They were akin to the pillars of the human race, yet their power dwarfed that of the pillars by countless times. And now, the goblin priest actually addressed Jiang Yun as such? Jiang Yun, the supreme ruler of the abyss? What a joke! Ningerin stared at Jiang Yun's retreating figure, utterly unable to reconcile that title with the man before her. Indeed, the abyss fate held sway over all creatures of the abyss. Jiang Yun immediately commanded the goblin priest, seize those two. He pointed at the 2 assassins. As commanded by the supreme sovereign. The dog-headed priest leapt to his feet, unleashing 2 vine curses that bound the assassins tightly. The assassins tried to struggle, but the disparity in strength between them and the goblin priest was too great they couldn't resist at all. The goblin priest merely waved his staff, summoning 2 stone golems that proceeded to beat the 2 men black and blue until they dared not move again. They felt like crying. Who could have imagined that the trump card they had summoned would end up fighting on the enemy's side? Now, speak. Jiang Yun stepped before them, his voice cold. Your identities, the details of Xiao Zhong's orders to assassinate me, and the evidence. This time, they offered no resistance whatsoever, spilling everything they knew like beans spilling from a sack. This included the recorded phone conversations with Xiao Zhong and the records of advance payments all handed over to Jiang Yun. These were irrefutable evidence of Xiao Zhong's crimes. Jiang Yun carefully stored them away, then gave the dog-headed priest beside him a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Behind him, 2 agonized screams pierced the air.
These two assassins had learned of his identity as the supreme ruler. Naturally, he would not let them live to tell the tale.
Jiang Yun approached Ningerin.
Ningerin stared at him blankly, her face a mask of bewilderment and disbelief.
Who are you? Are you a spy from the abyss infiltrating the human race?
That's precisely why I'd been reluctant to share this secret with others, it's too complicated to explain. Jiang Yun sighed, signaling the dog-headed overlord to step back with a glance.
He then revealed the talent Abyssal Overlord to Ningerin.
He recounted the entire process of how he had acquired this talent to Ningerin. Except for the role played by the hidden Heavenly Eye, there was not a single falsehood in his words.
I see. By the end of his story, Ningerin's expression brightened once more.
Jiang Yun, you're incredibly lucky. This is the supreme entity of the abyss, and you just obtained it like that.
Do you believe me now that I'm not a spy?
Jiang Yun smiled faintly. Ningerin chuckled softly, I was just too flustered earlier. Thinking it through, it makes perfect sense. There are only 12 sovereigns of the supreme abyss.
How could one of them personally infiltrate the human race?
Jiang Yun, this identity is absolutely crucial.
You haven't told anyone else, have you?
113, Mad Mountains. Jiang Yun chuckled softly.
No, you're the only one.
Learning she was the only one privy to Jiang Yun's innate talent, Ningerin's smile grew even brighter.
You made the right choice.
The news of a human being a supreme ruler of the abyss would absolutely shock the world.
Ningerin supported Jiang Yun's decision. Until you've grown strong enough, this secret must be kept well guarded. Otherwise, you'll never have a moment's peace.
Jiang Yun nodded, summoning the goblin priest waiting in the distance.
You know I'm human.
What are your thoughts?
The goblin priest declared with righteous fervor, a supreme ruler is a supreme ruler, race matters not.
Jiang Yun understood. The rules of the abyss differed from those of the Blue Star's human race. Rank and status were everything. To the abyssal creatures, as long as the sovereign's authority and status were genuine, race meant nothing.
Tell me about yourself, your background, and how you came to be connected with these assassins.
Facing Jiang Yun, the goblin priest held nothing back, explaining everything clearly.
His name was Kalin, steward to the Abyssal Hound King, responsible for managing his daily affairs and overseeing the domain.
Ironically, it was actually a faction among the humans who had reached out to them, seeking a cooperative relationship.
The Abyssal Hound King naturally agreed.
Both the previous minor demonic surge and Kalin's current presence were built upon the foundation of that alliance. At the same time, Jiang Yun learned that the Abyssal faction on this battlefield of 10,000 tribes had 3 rulers in total. The King of the Abyssal Hounds, the King of the Ghost Eagles, and the King of the Demon Mountains. Their power equaled that of the human race's sanctuary-level beings. Each commanded armies numbering in the tens of thousands.
Listening to Karen's account, Ningerin trembled with rage.
She never imagined any human could be so shameless as to willingly form an alliance with the abyssal fiends. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Jiang Yun's heart. These individuals were the scum and parasites of humanity. He would hunt them down and eliminate them. After asking a few more detailed questions, Jiang Yun made his decision. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand, and a magical formation materialized before him.
Skill, Abyssal Summon activated. Night Mage Triest was summoned forth by Jiang Yun.
After briefly introducing Kalin to Kalin, Jiang Yun commanded, follow Kalin to meet his master and deliver my orders. Tell him I'll be waiting for you at the Mad Mountains instance. The Mad Mountains were the instance Ningerin had mentioned, where the item Shatterlight Spike could be obtained.
The two monsters obeyed Jiang Yun's command, stepping onto the teleportation array and vanishing from sight. Jiang Yun and Ningerin pressed onward, heading toward the Mad Mountains instance. The Mad Mountains instance was not far from the Abyssal Gorge instance Jiang Yun had previously cleared. In fact, the Mad Mountains instance was quite close to Guaning City. Since its discovery, this instance had never garnered much attention, nor did it yield any special drops. It wasn't until its sudden evolution that it finally caught everyone's attention. Soon, the two arrived. The Mad Mountains instance lay before a small mountain, its entrance resembling a black fissure gapping in the void. At that moment, a large number of abyssal hounds gathered around the instance. But as Jiang Yun drew near, the aura of the Supreme Sovereign radiated out. The hounds froze in terror, cowering on the ground, trembling violently. Get lost. At Jiang Yun's sharp command, the abyssal hounds scattered in a flash. The area before the dungeon was now completely empty. Ningerin had entered this instance many times before. As someone familiar with the place, she explained its features to Jiang Yun. After forming a party, the two stood before the dungeon entrance. Mad Mountains. Access level 1538. Difficulty options, normal, heroic, hard, inferno. According to Ningerin, this dungeon previously had no difficulty options at all, and the entry-level requirement was simply under level 30. These changes were all introduced after the evolution. The Lightpiercer only drops in hard and hell difficulty runs. Should we try hard first? Ningerin suggested. Jiang Yun shook his head, then tapped the screen to finalize their choice. Let's go with hell difficulty. Just as Ningerin was about to speak, a flash of white light swept past their vision. At the instance entrance, both figures vanished. When they reappeared, they were already inside the instance. They found themselves in a cavern, its walls covered in vibrant vines, pulsing with life. Two emerald-green humanoid creatures emerged from the cave entrance. Spotting the pair, they let out shrieks and charged forward, spears raised. Ethereal green sprites. Level 21. Skills: Spear Throw, Poison Coating. Jiang Yun waved his hand, summoning a dozen soldier ants that charged at the two lurking green imps. Both creatures were instantly knocked flying. One bore a gaping hole in its chest, killed instantly. The other remained alive, but the soldier ants encircled it, their razor-sharp mandibles slicing through its body like blades, tearing it apart in an instant. You have slain the, gaining 150 years of lifespan. You have slain a, gaining 200 years of lifespan. Seems being low level has its perks. Jiang Yun nodded with satisfaction. When a professional slays a monster of higher level than themselves, they receive compensatory lifespan gains. A level 30-something professional wouldn't have gained this much lifespan by defeating these two monsters. This is a golden opportunity. While I can't change professions yet and my level is still low, I should grind monsters to stockpile as much lifespan as possible. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun led Ningerin out of the underground cavern. Before them stood a colossal tree, its trunk stretching hundreds of meters wide. Countless vines cascaded downward, reaching toward the tree's crown. Each vine was home to countless shadowy sprites and other monsters, some noticeably larger in stature. The final boss is at the very top of the canopy. Ningerin pointed toward the dense canopy. The greatest challenge in this dungeon lies in choosing the correct path. Every vine leads to the final boss, but the monsters in difficulty vary along each path. And it's incredibly easy to get lost. Ningerin complained, the first time we came in, we wandered around these vines for ages before finally finding the final boss's location. We thought we'd figured it out, but when we came back the second time, all the vines had shifted positions. We had to start searching all over again. Jiang Yun chuckled. No need for such trouble. With a thought, a swarm of soldier ants materialized, forming a platform large enough for both of them to stand on. Lifting Ningerin onto it, he stood with her as the platform slowly ascended toward the treetops under her astonished gaze. Flight was a privilege reserved for practitioners above the second transformation. Below the second transformation, those capable of flight were exceedingly rare. Jiang Yun was one of them. As the platform ascended toward the colossal tree, the monsters clinging to its vines and trunk let out a chorus of snarls. A group of ghostly green creatures raised their spears and hurled them toward the pair. Two enormous flowers arched their stems, unfurling their blooms as streams of pale yellow pollen sprayed toward the pair. Other monsters unleashed their own unique abilities. A barrage of attacks rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. Jiang Yun waved his hand, summoning the soldier ant legion to charge at the monsters in all directions. Speed was crucial in clearing the dungeon. But he wasn't about to let the monsters along the way go unpunished. The great sun ant nest materialized behind Jiang Yun, unleashing streaks of golden light that pierced through one monster after another. Moon Goddess darted through the shadows, and before the monsters could comprehend what was happening, they vanished into the darkness. Jiang Yun unleashed his full firepower. Meanwhile, the dog-headed priest Kalen led the night mage tray into the darkness. 114, I wanna be a dog. A pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness, their cruel gaze appraising the night mage. Let me see, a night mage, Kalen. What's the meaning of bringing him here? The voice of the Hound King carried a hint of displeasure. Had the goblin priest not served him for many years, such a casual act of bringing strangers into his lair would have been enough for the King of Terriers to devour both of them outright. Your Majesty, this is a messenger from a noble being. Karen declared loudly. A noble being? The King of Terriers snorted derisively. Who dares call themselves noble in my presence? His words trailed off abruptly. The King of Terriers' eyes widened in shock. For upon the forehead of that low-ranked yet perpetually haughty night mage, a pale purple mystical emblem had appeared. The overwhelming aura of the supreme ruler seeped from the mark, sending shivers down his spine. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am the supreme ruler, the messenger of Lord Burning Silence. How dare you show me disrespect? The night mage's voice was sharp and haughty. Under normal circumstances, given his strength and status, he wouldn't even dare speak to a king-level being like the king of terrifying hounds, only bowing low in submission. But today was different. He was the supreme ruler's messenger. He represented the supreme ruler's will. None in this world held higher nobility than the sovereign himself. Boom! The earth trembled as a colossal demon hound, its form comparable to a small mountain, emerged from the darkness. It bowed its massive head before the diminutive night mage and respectfully inquired, "Greetings, messenger of the sovereign. What important command do you have for us?" The king of fear dogs was utterly stunned. Holy! Just moments ago, they were discussing that Lord of Burning Silence, wondering when they might catch the sovereign's favor, and now the sovereign's messenger has come of his own accord. His heart raced with both dread and exhilaration. This was an unprecedented opportunity, though perhaps it meant he'd offended the newly risen Lord of Burning Silence? Driz snorted coldly. Just moments ago, you dispatched your minions to aid those assassins targeting the Lord of Burning Silence. Wasn't that rather arrogant? The king of fearful hounds' heart skipped a beat. What? Is the Lord of Burning Silence that assassinated human genius? Truly worthy of a newly ascended supreme ruler, utterly formidable, infiltrating the human race directly. Just like He Ningyi's first reaction upon learning Jiang Yun's identity, the king of fearful dogs instinctively assumed that Jiang Yun, the supreme ruler, had deliberately infiltrated the human race. Not at all, not at all. I was truly deceived. The king of terrifying hounds loudly protested his innocence, swearing solemnly at the same time. Rest assured, Lord. If I catch those assassins, I'll tear them limb from limb. Crest rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Anyone daring to raise a blade against the supreme ruler is already dead as a doornail. He cleared his throat. Now, you have an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to the supreme ruler. Are you willing? Jiang Yun's task for Cui Si was straightforward: recruit the king of terriers. Jiang Yun remained cautious. After all, this was a saint-tier being. But Cui Si dismissed it as no big deal. What good was immense power when one's rank was fixed? That was it for life. The status of an overlord was enough to make the vast majority of demons in the abyss submit. Who wouldn't want to become a follower of a supreme ruler? Willing? More than willing. The king of terrifying hounds was overjoyed and was about to speak when a voice echoed from above his head. A colossal eagle swooped down, its body covered not in feathers but in scales, its appearance utterly fearsome. The aura emanating from it was no weaker than that of the king of terrified hounds. The Ghost Eagle King. Yet this fearsome, terrifying abyssal lord now wore a fawning smile. Messenger, I too can serve the supreme sovereign. Garuda. The king of terrifying hounds roared and lunged at the king of ghost eagles. How dare you challenge my position? The Ghost Eagle King showed no sign of backing down, locking in a fierce battle with the king of terrifying hounds. Such an opportunity comes but once in a lifetime, of course I must seize it. Seeing both were about to fight in earnest, Kretus quickly called a halt. The supreme ruler never said he would only accept one follower. Both of you may go. At these words, the two ceased their struggle, each preparing joyfully to present themselves before the sovereign. This was their first meeting with the supreme ruler, a pivotal moment determining their advancement. Naturally, they must prepare thoroughly. The spectacle must be grand, the presence commanding. At Qingbei Academy, Xiao Zhong, leisurely sipping tea, received a call that left him utterly horrified. What? They failed? Both assassins are dead. As a legitimate assassin organization, the Dark Knight Hall kept a sole token for every assassin at headquarters. When an assassin dies, headquarters can see it immediately. When the Dark Knight Hall discovered that the two assassins assigned to kill Jiang Yun had perished, the news immediately reached Xiao Zhong. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhong's expression turned dark and unsettled. The Nightshade Guild is so professional, yet they still failed? This Jiang Yun is becoming more and more abnormal. Too bad we can't send assassins above the second transformation. Earlier, when Jiang Yun faced the two assassins, he had sincerely questioned their low level. Truth be told, Xiao Zhong wasn't short on funds and had considered dispatching more powerful assassins. But the Dark Knight Hall had refused his request. It wasn't that they lacked assassins of that caliber. The reason lay in the battlefield of 10,000 clans. There, all practitioners above the second transformation level would be under intense scrutiny. They were the main force on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Official missions could be dispatched at any moment. Refusal or any suspicious behavior immediately draws the wary gaze of other powerful figures. They would instantly suspect, are you a spy from the abyss? The Dark Knight Hall once sent several second-tier assassins to the multiracial battlefield. To this day, they're still serving hard labor on the battlefield. Those two assassins were the best Xiao Zhong could find. Who could have imagined that even with them, Jiang Yun still couldn't be taken down? After a moment's thought, Xiao Zhong gritted his teeth. This Jiang Yun, he must die. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that final measure. Moments later, Xiao Zhong departed Qingbei University and returned to his private villa. Sealing the main gate, he descended alone into the villa's basement. The stench of blood permeated the entire basement. Heaps of skeletal remains and flesh littered the floor, creating an exceptionally gruesome scene. He calmly moved these remains aside, revealing an intricate magical array etched into the floor. As energy surged into the array, a chilling aura began to flow. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Zhong's lips. On the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, what was most abundant, easiest to use for killing, and least likely to arouse suspicion? Of course, it was the abyssal monsters. Xiao Zhong hadn't previously considered invoking this hidden family connection, but now, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Jiang Yun, you're just waiting to die. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Jiang Yun finally laid eyes on the final boss of the Mad Mountains. 115, routing the boss, Emerald Crown. Above the treetops stood a massive wooden palace, its doors tightly shut. The moon goddess materialized from the shadows beneath Jiang Yun's feet, unleashing a moonlight cannon that shattered the palace doors with a thunderous crash. Behind the gates, tree spirit knights clad in emerald armor surged forth, colliding head-on with the charging army of soldier ants. In a single wave of the charge, numerous knights fell to the ground amid agonized screams.
Before the remaining knights could react, the soldier ants regrouped and launched another countercharge. After 2 charges, only a handful of knights remained standing. Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. A thunderous roar erupted as blazing golden light blossomed, obliterating the last tree spirit knight attempting resistance. Jiang Yun slowly entered the palace, where he witnessed the final spirit mage perishing beneath the moon goddess's claws. The moment the palace doors opened, the moon goddess slipped inside, striking the mage concealed deep within the palace. Thus, the knights had perished before receiving any support from the mages. By this point, every monster within the palace save for the final boss had been utterly annihilated.
These palace monsters were undoubtedly the most elite in the entire dungeon, yet under Jiang Yun's full-force assault, they offered no resistance whatsoever. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the throne at the palace's center. Seated upon it was a towering figure clad in golden armor, wielding a massive sword, and crowned with a golden diadem. A terrifying aura radiated from his body, making the air within the entire hall feel thick and heavy. The boss remained motionless as the monsters fell. Only after Jiang Yun entered the hall did he slowly rise to his feet. A terrifying pressure descended upon Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's expression sharpened as a golden light flashed in his eyes. Heaven's Eye, activate. Desolate Wood Sovereign Epic Boss. Level 38. Skills, Wood Spirit Blessing, Roaring Slash, Wood Spirit Healing, Blade Storm. Boom! The ground beneath King Araki shattered as his massive form leapt upward, slashing toward Jiang Yun. Skill, Roaring Slash. Layers upon layers of soldier ants formed a barrier before him, halting his momentum mid-air and preventing him from striking Jiang Yun. The king of the wilderness roared in fury, crashing helplessly to the ground as his massive sword swung down to cleave the soldier ants before him. The blow was powerful and heavy. Even from 100 meters away, Jiang Yun could feel its sharp edge pressing against his face. Even the soldier ants, renowned for their formidable defense, couldn't withstand this blow. Surrounding soldier ants were swept away by the shockwave, while the one bearing the full force of the strike met a swift and decisive end. Golden flames erupted in bursts, swelling around the king of Araki. Boom! 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 Golden flames instantly engulfed the king of the wasteland, his agonized screams echoing throughout the entire palace. Even the final boss suffered significant damage from the self-destructive power of the sun-melting golden ant. As the flames subsided, the king of Araki touched the crown upon his head, and a jade-green radiance enveloped him. The wounds on his body began to rapidly heal. Skill, Wood Spirit Healing. Monsters with healing skills are the hardest to kill. Jiang Yun muttered under his breath, directing the soldier ants to close in once more. They circled the king ant, relentlessly dealing damage. Simultaneously, golden flames erupted in torrential streams from the great sun ant nest behind him. From the distant shadows, the moon goddess materialized, unleashing her moon goddess cannon upon the withered king. Wave after wave of attacks came without pause. The Araki king, having just regained some vitality, rapidly deteriorated once more. The colossal sword in its grasp slashed and swept, forcing the surrounding soldier ants back. But soon, more soldier ants swarmed in, launching their assault upon him. King Araki possessed immense offensive power. After activating the Wood Spirit's Blessing skill, his form swelled once more, significantly enhancing both his attack and defense. In this state, a single charged slash could kill a soldier ant. Yet the subsequent self-detonation of the soldier ants engulfed him, inflicting even greater damage. Fighting was no solution, yet retreating was impossible. King Araki found himself in a dilemma. In the struggle with the soldier ants, each one he killed triggered a self-detonation. Unable to evade them, his injuries grew increasingly severe. Seeming to sense his perilous state, he let out a fierce roar and charged at Jiang Yun, blade thrust forward. The boss was going all out. Jiang Yun stood utterly still, watching calmly as King Araki charged toward him. Clang! His blade was halted 3 meters from Jiang Yun by a flash of white light. Skill, Damage Redirection. A barely perceptible crack appeared on each soldier ant's body. The King of Araki roared, swinging his massive sword to spin his entire body, unleashing a rolling storm. Skill, Blade Storm. This was King Araki's ultimate skill. Both its attack frequency and overall damage output were terrifying. As countless blades closed in, Jiang Yun smiled faintly, his form vanishing abruptly from before King Araki. In his place stood a soldier ant. Skill, Castling. Jiang Yun swapped positions with a soldier ant lingering outside the palace. Boom! 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 The blade storm unleashed, engulfing only a swarm of soldier ants. As the soldier ants perished, violent explosions erupted again, one after another. When Jiang Yun stepped back into the palace, the blade storm had ceased. The Wasteland King stood panting heavily in place, his injuries now several degrees worse than before. Most of his body had turned charred black. In some places, golden flames still burned fiercely. A swarm of soldier ants swarmed around him once more, tearing and biting, leaving fresh wounds across King Araki's body. In the distance, Moon Goddess leaned forward, charging a moonlight cannon blast that slammed viciously into King Araki. Another attack struck. The King of the Wasteland let out a mournful cry, seemingly foreseeing his own demise. 10 minutes later, his body crashed to the ground, dissolving into a white light that vanished, scattering pieces of equipment and materials. Defeated King Araki, gained 170,200 lifespan. Outside the palace, Ningerin cautiously stepped inside, her eyes widening in astonishment at the scattered gear. Jiang Yun, you finished him off way too fast. Having witnessed the entire battle from afar, she marveled, it was like watching a performance. You toyed with that boss the whole time, it didn't even scratch you. Jiang Yun smiled faintly. It's because the experience you provided was spot on. Otherwise, while I could have taken it down, it definitely wouldn't have been this easy. Ningerin had previously fought this boss several times with her team, gaining detailed knowledge of its characteristics, skills, and combat patterns. On the way here, she'd shared every detail with Jiang Yun without holding back. Before even facing the boss, Jiang Yun had already mastered its every detail. The outcome of this battle had long been predetermined. He quickly gathered the loot and materials that had dropped. Wood Spirit Greatsword, Gold Grade, Attack plus 500, Sword Skill Amplification plus 30%, Equipment Level 24. Wood Spirit Armor, Gold Grade, Constitution plus 500, Passive Spell, Wood Spirit Healing, Equipment Level 24. Wood Spirit Heart, Special Material, can be used to craft special equipment, item. Emerald Crown, Gold Grade, Spirit plus 1000, Constant Spell, Tree Spirit Summon, no equipment level requirement. Gazing at the golden crown in Jiang Yun's hand, inlaid with emerald gems, Ningerin jumped with delight. Jiang Yun, you're so lucky. You got this gear right off the bat. 116, Mutated Skill, Mobilize All Forces. We farmed this place 5 or 6 times straight and never got this drop. I think this is all thanks to you. You truly live up to your reputation as a lucky charm. Jiang Yun smiled, examining the crown in his hand, equally delighted. Even if nothing else dropped, the mere fact that it lacked an equipment level requirement was enough to thrill him. Since entering the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, he'd looted plenty of gear, but due to level restrictions, he could only gaze at them longingly, unable to equip a single piece. His frustration was palpable. Tree Spirit Summon randomly summons 3 tree spirits to fight for you. Their level will be equal to or lower than the user's. This was also one of the signature skills of the King of the Wilderness. When fighting this boss, you couldn't give him a moment's respite. Otherwise, he would continuously summon hordes of tree spirits to fight for him, making the battle exponentially more difficult. Once before, Wang Hao tried to lure the boss out of the palace to fight. This gave the boss an opening, and he began summoning tree spirits non-stop. Before the earlier spirits could be cleared, new ones appeared. By the end, the number of tree spirits had swelled to hundreds. With no other choice, the team had to retreat, wasting precious stamina in the process. Knowing this, Jiang Yun gave the Wasteland King no chance to use the skill, pressing the attack relentlessly until he was defeated. Of course, if this equipment fell into the hands of a professional, it wouldn't perform nearly as powerfully. It could only summon 3 tree spirits. While not particularly useful to Jiang Yun, it could still serve a purpose in critical moments. Placing the emerald crown atop his head and equipping it, Jiang Yun immediately activated the tree spirit summoning skill. Before them, a dark green magic circle materialized, and 3 towering figures appeared before the pair. Both of them immediately looked peculiar. Tree spirits, a wood-attributed race, possess gentle temperaments and a preference for tranquility. Their aura should have been light and spirited, full of vitality. Yet the 3 figures before them now radiated a sinister, profound aura. This was the aura of the abyss. The 3 figures gradually solidified. They were 3 towering figures clad in armor, their appearance similar to the tree spirit knights Jiang Yun had seen before. Unlike ordinary tree spirit knights, however, their armor was black. A layer of black mist enveloped their entire bodies. No one who saw them would associate these 3 beings with tree spirits. They were clearly 3 abyssal fiends. Fallen Tree Spirit Knights. Quality, Elite. Level, 19. Skills, Wraith Howl, Corrupting Curse, Thrust, Earthquake. Greetings, Supreme Ruler. Thud. 3 fallen Tree Spirit Knights knelt respectfully before Jiang Yun. Under Ningerin's peculiar gaze, Jiang Yun sighed, finally understanding what had transpired. It was his innate talent, the effect of his abyssal destiny. Because of this talent, all his summoning skills would be abyssalized, conjuring beings from the abyss. Even the skills on his equipment were no exception. So there actually exists a race of tree spirits in the abyss. Jiang Yun instructed, when I summon you forth in the future, do not address me thus. The 3 fallen tree spirit knights respectfully acknowledged the order. He ended the skill, allowing the 3 tree spirit knights to return. Jiang Yun and Ningerin thoroughly searched the palace, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The item, the Shatter Light Spike, naturally did not drop. A flash of light, and the 2 exited the instance. The area before the Mad Mountains instance remained utterly desolate. With a trace of Jiang Yun's aura left behind to deter them, no abyssal monsters dared approach. After sensing Kretus's location still some distance away, Jiang Yun turned to Ningerin and said, let's rest a bit, then run the instance again. Ningerin nodded. After a brief recuperation to adjust their states, they re-entered the instance. Armed with the experience from their first run, Jiang Yun acted with greater boldness this time. The entire army of soldier ants charged upward along every vine, leaving no monster untouched in their path.
He reserved only a dozen or so soldier ants to form a platform, carrying both of them upward.
Suddenly, Jiang Yun seemed to recall something. Aaron, don't you find the name of this dungeon a bit odd? The dungeon's name should be directly linked to its content and the boss.
This instance is called the Mad Mountains, yet all we see here are ancient trees, no mountains in sight. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Ningerin paused, her mind turning to ponder the observation.
Now that you mention it, something does seem off.
Ningerin said, previously, this dungeon was called Primordial Giant Trees. The boss and monsters inside haven't changed, only their strength has increased.
It seems there really is something hidden here. Jiang Yun nodded. This time, let's try exploring it.
Meanwhile, deep within the desert, a small team of adventurers struggled forward, fending off attacks from abyssal hounds closing in from all directions. With so many adventurers, there were bound to be a few daring souls. This adventurer squad was one such group. Relying on their formidable strength, they had slipped out of the city, hoping to exploit the time difference and clear the dungeon multiple times.
As they advanced, the leader rallied the group, keep pushing, everyone. Hurry up.
Once we reach the instance, no one will compete with us, we'll have all the time in the world to farm it. This haul will be more than we've earned in a whole week of hard work. The leader laughed heartily. I laugh at those cowardly professionals, a few abyssal hounds scared them off.
Boom, boom.
Before he could finish, the earth suddenly trembled.
Gravel and rocks danced like waves.
The thick fog parted before their eyes, revealing a colossal figure. It was a monstrous black hound, its fury raging like a storm, resembling a black mountain. A terrifying aura radiated from it, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Thud! The captain, who had just been boasting loudly, plopped down onto the ground. The king of terrifying hounds has made his appearance. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. As one of the three great abyss lords facing Guaning City, his fearsome reputation was known to every adventurer who roamed its streets. His every appearance signaled the imminent outbreak of a battle among high-tier powerhouses, with many lives to be lost. Then, the king of terrifying hounds turned his crimson gaze upon them, sending a chill through their bones. This was it. Facing such a formidable foe, they stood utterly defenseless.
The captain felt like crying. Who could have imagined that sneaking out for a quick trip would lead them to encounter the legendary king of terriers? That was a sanctuary-tier powerhouse. Oh, a few humans. Just enough to fill my little ones' bellies. As it spoke, a massive claw lunged toward the group. Just as despair gripped them, a cold command echoed from above. Hold! Do you know what you're doing? To their astonishment, the king of terriers instantly withdrew its claw at the command, forcing a fawning smile onto its face. Have it, just have it. In the sky, the thick fog dispersed, revealing a colossal eagle covered in scales, its wings spanning the heavens, looming before the group. The Lord of Ghost Eagles. Another same-tier being. The crowd was already growing numb to the spectacle. Witnessing two abyss lords acting in concert, death would have been a fair price to pay. But then, the words spoken by the Ghost Eagle King shattered their hearts. Restrain your temper. The Ghost Eagle Lord cautioned, don't forget who the supreme ruler we're about to meet is. Watch your step. 117, Secrets Within the Dungeon, the bashful Ningerin. He was reminding the Lord of the terrifying hounds that the supreme ruler, after all, currently assumed human form. No one knew how he regarded humanity. At this juncture, doing more invites more mistakes, doing nothing avoids them. You're absolutely right. The king of terrifying hounds immediately grew solemn, no longer glancing at the small party of adventurers as he continued forward. The Ghost Eagle King flapped its wings once and vanished from the sky. Only the stunned adventurer squad remained. They were stunned by the exchange between the two abyssal sovereigns. They were to pay homage to a supreme sovereign? This meant an overlord had appeared near Guaning City. The group felt their hair stand on end. One member of the squad hesitated before asking, Captain, should we still proceed to the dungeon? Hell no. The captain slapped him across the face and leaped up, charging toward Guaning City. This is bad news. Report this to the higher-ups immediately. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Ningerin were still battling fiercely within the Mad Mountains dungeon. Armed with the experience from their first attempt, Jiang Yun moved significantly faster this time. Monsters along the path were swiftly cleared. Within an hour and a half, the pair had reached the palace atop the treetops. Following the same pattern as before, the army of soldier ants and the moon goddess swiftly cleared the monsters from the main hall in a very short time. Jiang Yun entered the palace last, confronting the final boss. Another hour passed. With a final, unwilling wail, the colossal form of the Wasteland King crashed to the ground. It dissolved into a blinding white light and vanished, its equipment scattering across the floor. Jiang Yun glanced at it. Wood spirit armor? Wood spirit bracers? Still just various pieces of gear. This time's luck seemed even worse than last time, not even the wood spirit heart dropped. The two cleared away the dropped gear and materials. This time, they didn't rush to leave. Instead, they began exploring the dungeon anew. The dungeon had been completely cleared by Jiang Yun, free of any monster threats, allowing them to explore freely now. The first place they explored was the grand hall before them. After all, this was where the boss had resided, the most likely place to uncover secrets.
But after a thorough search, they exchanged helpless, resigned smiles. They had thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of the entire hall, yet still found nothing.
If the dungeon's secrets aren't here, then where could they be?
Jiang Yun murmured as he stepped outside the hall. His gaze swept over the winding vines and thick tree trunks below, then lifted toward the higher treetops. Summoning soldier ants, he built a platform to carry him higher. But after ascending several hundred meters, Jiang Yun was halted by a wall of light, unable to advance another inch. This was not a hidden secret buried within the dungeon, but the very boundary of the dungeon itself. The path ahead was blocked. He had reached the end.
Not here either.
Jiang Yun sighed in resignation and commanded the soldier ants to descend. By now, even he had begun to harbor doubts.
Could it be that his previous assumptions were wrong? This dungeon held no hidden secrets. Was the discrepancy between its name and its contents merely a beautiful coincidence?
Jiang Yun, trust yourself. Ningerin encouraged him from the side, pumping her little fist.
I absolutely trust your judgment. Ningerin's support steadied Jiang Yun's resolve once more.
He gently squeezed Ningerin's small hand in gratitude. It was a purely instinctive gesture.
Unbeknownst to them, their bond had grown considerably closer.
Ningerin squirmed and hummed a few notes, yet the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide.
In that case, there's only one final move left.
Jiang Yun drew a deep breath and swung his arm with force. A rainbow of light filled the air as swarms of soldier ants appeared, spreading out in all directions.
This was Jiang Yun's decisive move. If he couldn't find the key, then brute force was the only option.
Sweeping the entire dungeon with the soldier ant army, he wouldn't believe he couldn't find the problem. Obeying Jiang Yun's command, the entire army of soldier ants poured out, tearing and destroying everything they could touch or attack.
If one area showed no abnormalities, they charged toward another.
Not a single corner or gap was left untouched. Jiang Yun and Ningerin sat beside the palace, chatting quietly as they waited.
Moments later, his expression suddenly brightened with excitement. We've found it.
Following the vines downward, the two made their way back to the starting point of their dungeon run, the very cave they had entered. Under their watchful eyes, a small hole had been gnawed into the rock wall at the back of the cave by soldier ants. Light seeped through the opening, and the surrounding space warped slightly, as if it might shatter at any moment.
I never expected it to be here. Ningerin couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
Even knowing secrets lay hidden here, with possible monsters or bosses lurking, everyone instinctively searched the palace where the boss resided.
Who could have imagined the true secret lay hidden right where they first entered the instance?
Ningerin suddenly clutched her chest, her face lighting up with excitement.
Jiang Yun, my talent activated.
Under Jiang Yun's curious gaze, Ningerin explained, my talent, Lucky Star, is a passive talent. But under certain special circumstances like encountering a major opportunity, it actively alerts me.
Ningerin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This strong reaction is a first. Looks like there really is something valuable in here. Your talent is a bit too powerful, don't you think? Jiang Yun exclaimed in astonishment.
It actually alerts me proactively when major opportunities arise, ensuring I never miss them.
If you went around out there with this, wouldn't you be rolling in it?
No wonder the higher-ups held Ningerin in such high regard.
Ningerin's expression turned sullen as she pouted. When others say it, I just take it as flattery. But coming from you, Jiang Yun, this is just showing off, isn't it?
Jiang Yun froze, then gave an awkward smile.
Ningerin's talent was truly remarkable and immensely valuable.
But compared to Jiang Yun's, it was like a minor wizard meeting a grand sorcerer. Setting aside the mythic tier skills constantly provided by fishing the heavens, just the abyssal destiny alone was something Ningerin's Lucky Star skill couldn't compare to. So what if she could hunt for treasures? Could that compare to the supreme authority, of which only 13 pieces existed in the entire abyss?
Alright, let's go inside and take a look.
Jiang Yun stepped forward to inspect the opening, summoning the moon goddess.
A moonlight cannon blast slammed into the hole. Sizzle.
Like the sound of canvas tearing, a massive crack appeared in the rock wall before them. Beyond the crack lay utter darkness. Leaving one soldier ant behind, Jiang Yun and Ningerin exchanged a glance before stepping backward into the fissure. After a dizzying sensation akin to teleportation, they emerged onto a snow-covered plain. Surrounding them were snow-covered mountain ridges. A fierce wind swept through, bringing a bone-chilling cold. A single path stretched into the distance. From its end came faint, muffled sobs. Jiang Yun turned to look and gasped in surprise. Behind them stood a massive oil painting. Rich, even intense colors vividly depicted a towering, ancient tree. Countless vines hung down, and within the canopy, a massive palace could be glimpsed. The dungeon he had just traversed was nothing more than a painting. 118, Ice Giant Ape King, Piercing Light Spike.
There must be an ancient story hidden within this. Ningerin murmured softly, sensing an overwhelming intensity of emotion emanating from the painting. Sorrow, resentment, and an irreparable regret.
Jiang Yun pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the painting. The two proceeded cautiously forward. Along the way, no monsters appeared, only various paintings hung on the cliff walls. Unfortunately, these paintings were all incomplete, left unfinished. The narrow path beneath their feet descended steadily, leading them into an underground world of ice and snow. A massive, white-furred figure appeared before them. It was a white giant ape, seated upon a throne carved from ice, crowned with a regal headdress and holding a paintbrush in its hand. It bowed its head, and sobs escaped its lips. A golden light flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes.
Ice Giant Ape King Legendary. Level 39. Skills, Painting, Ice Domain, Throwing, Deterrent Roar.
Jiang Yun immediately went on high alert. A level 39 legendary boss.
This is already the strongest boss that can appear in a dungeon of this level. Roar.
Sensing Jiang Yun's arrival, the Ice Giant Ape King opened its blood-red eyes, fixed them on the two figures, and let out a thunderous roar. It leapt forward, swiftly wielding its brush to sketch a figure clad in silver armor and wielding a spear which charged toward Jiang Yun.
Ice Knight Painting Version. Level 27. Skills, Charge, Ice Armor, Frostbite Envelopment. This boss could actually paint monsters with a brush.
No doubt, that ancient tree scroll was also his creation.
In mere seconds, the Ice Giant Ape King painted relentlessly, swiftly conjuring over 30 Ice Knights. He raised his brush once more, and another colossal monster materialized beneath his strokes. If he were allowed to continue, within minutes, an entire monster army would appear here. This efficiency far surpassed that of the ancient tree king atop the Canopy Palace. Before he could gather more power, Jiang Yun struck immediately. The Soldier Ant Legion materialized and charged toward the Ice Knight Legion. The two sides clashed violently, and one by one, the Ice Knights fell. Some soldier ants, targeted by a swarm of Ice Knights, shattered instantly. Terrifying explosions erupted instantly, golden flames surged upward, and the majority of Ice Knights within the blast radius were instantly wiped out. Jiang Yun's Soldier Ant Legion, operating below level 40, had yet to suffer defeat. Yet Jiang Yun's gaze wasn't fixed on these Ice Knights. Instead, it locked onto the Ice Giant Ape King lurking behind them. Moon Goddess burst from his shadow, weaving through several shadows before swiftly arriving before the Ice Giant Ape King. She lunged forward, clawing at its head. The Ice Giant Ape King roared, its massive form deftly dodging the attack as it scrambled backward. His brush continued to dance across the canvas, bringing new monsters to life with each stroke. Frost Hedgehog Painted Version. Level 27. Skills, Ice Spike Barrage, Curl Up, Bite. 3-meter-tall hedgehogs curled into balls, their spines shooting out like arrows in all directions. Moon Goddess startled and quickly darted into the shadows to hide. This action created distance between her and the Ice Giant Ape King. This boss isn't fighting, it chose to flee. Jiang Yun was astonished. The Ice Giant Ape King's actions had surpassed his expectations. He instantly grasped the challenge this boss presented. This boss would paint non-stop, conjuring all manner of monsters. Moreover, judging from the differing strengths of the Ice Knight and Frost Hedgehog monsters, the creatures it painted would grow increasingly powerful. If he couldn't resolve this quickly, it wouldn't be long before Jiang Yun faced thousands of powerful monsters. This was a race against time. Tough. Jiang Yun muttered under his breath, his expression turning grave. More soldier ants swarmed out, chasing after the Ice Giant Ape King. Encountering obstacles along the way, Jiang Yun hesitated not a moment. A soldier ant shot forth and detonated instantly. Golden flames swept through, clearing most of the obstructing monsters ahead. The remaining soldier ants continued their pursuit unabated, exploding as they advanced. Soon, they were hot on the heels of the Ice Giant Ape King. The Ice Giant Ape King startled, his brush poised to move again. Little Purple, use Phantom Dream. A sharp command rang out from the side. Ningerin's second pet beast, the Phantom Wing Butterfly, appeared. Two purple butterfly wings fluttered as an invisible psychic shockwave enveloped the Ice Giant Ape King. This signature skill of the Illusion Wing Butterfly resembled the awakened ability of the Queen Ant, Xiao Psychic Pierce. However, its lethality was far inferior. Instead, it could create various illusions, inducing effects like dizziness and sensory confusion. Used effectively, this skill's impact far surpassed that of pure damage abilities. Take now, for instance. Enveloped by the Phantom Dream skill, the Ice Giant Ape King's movements suddenly froze, halting for an instant. A two-headed black mastiff burst from the shadow of a soldier ant and lunged at the Ice Giant Ape King. The Moon Goddess, having suffered a setback earlier, seized the moment of the Ice Giant Ape King's stupor and lunged with a claw. Blood splattered, followed by a mournful howl. The Ice Giant Ape King was wounded for the first time. But the searing pain snapped him back to his senses. With a flick of his brush, a massive gate materialized before him. He charged straight through, vanishing entirely as the gate dissolved. Is that even possible? This scene left Jiang Yun utterly stunned. The Ice Giant Ape King actually possessed teleportation abilities? But then, the corners of his mouth turned up. Had you used this move earlier, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But unfortunately, you're a step too late. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, his form shifting as he vanished abruptly from his original spot. In his place appeared a soldier ant. Just moments ago, a soldier ant had silently crawled onto the Ice Giant Ape King amidst the chaos. It was teleported away alongside him. Jiang Yun activated his skill, castling. In the snowy expanse, before the ice giant ape king could even catch his breath, Jiang Yun's figure materialized before him. The ant nest materialized behind him, simultaneously unleashing psychic pierce and golden flame torrent. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun summoned all his pet beasts into the beast-taming realm. Beneath the earth, a flash of multicolored light erupted as the soldier ant legion and moon goddess vanished simultaneously. In the next instant, they materialized beside Jiang Yun, encircling the ice snow giant ape king. The outcome of the battle was now inevitable. Even if the ice snow giant ape king could teleport again, Jiang Yun, relying on the soldier ants and the king chariot's position swapping skill, could still easily track him down. The soldier ant's size was simply too small for the ice snow giant ape king to notice. Even if he understood what was happening, he was powerless to stop it. Half an hour later, the ice giant ape king let out a mournful howl and collapsed heavily to the ground. You have slain the ice giant ape king, gaining 12,800 years of lifespan. Got it. Jiang Yun finally exhaled in relief, glancing down. The ice giant ape king dropped very little loot, only 3 items. Jiang Yun lifted his gaze and immediately spotted the paintbrush. Light Piercer, platinum grade item. Creates a spatial passage between 2 locations for free travel. 119, title acquired, the subjugated Abyssal King. Light Piercer. So the brush held by the ice giant ape king was the legendary piercing light cone? Jiang Yun finally understood why, with Ningerin that lucky charm present, Wang Hao's team hadn't managed to obtain the light piercer item after all this time. It turned out this artifact could never possibly drop from that wasteland king. Only by finding this hidden boss could the item be obtained. After briefly examining its effects, Jiang Yun couldn't help but let out a long gasp. This brush could actually open a spatial passage. Despite the sparse description, Jiang Yun could already envision its terrifying potential. Used effectively, it could transport large numbers of practitioners deep into enemy territory in a single stroke, delivering devastating blows to vulnerable points. If it fell into enemy hands, the same applied. This was an item of immense strategic value. No wonder the high-ranking officials of Xinsha Kingdom were so obsessed with it. Stowing away the light-piercing spike, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the other 2 items that had appeared. Title Sovereign of the Uninhabited Realm. Equipment user including personal pets, all attributes plus 500, skill cooldown reduced by 50%. When soloing dungeons, gains an additional 20% life and increased drop rate for rare items. This title drops only upon defeating the ice giant ape king for the first time. It may drop again after the wearer's death. It's actually a title. Jiang Yun's eyes widened in shock. Titles were rare and immensely powerful entities, something he'd only ever heard about. Each title bestows powerful buffs and unique benefits upon its wearer. More crucially, this effect could only be obtained by finding and defeating the ice giant ape king boss for the first time. In other words, unless Jiang Yun died, he alone would possess this title. The title's effects were exceptionally satisfying to Jiang Yun. The initial attribute boosts were nothing special, but what mattered were the various bonuses during solo dungeon runs. For others, this effect is practically useless. After all, in dungeons useful to adventurers, the monsters are generally the same level as the adventurers, or even higher. No one dared guarantee they could solo such dungeons. But attempting dungeons below one's level triggers a level penalty system. Even with the lifespan bonus, the 2 effects cancel each other out. Jiang Yun turned his gaze to the final item that had dropped. It was a material. Heart of the Snowfield King, a heart brimming with sorrow, whose emptiness can only be filled through painting. Can be used to craft rare items. Having dropped alongside the other 2 items, this material was clearly no ordinary item either. After stowing the 3 items away, Jiang Yun returned to the underground chamber, found Ningerin, and showed her the items. No wonder it took so long to drop, it was here all along. Like Jiang Yun, Ningerin gasped in surprise, nearly jumping for joy. She gave Jiang Yun a big hug. Jiang Yun, you've been a huge help this time. Without him, she had no idea how long it would take to notice something was amiss, let alone how much longer it would take to uncover this hidden boss. With her warm embrace enveloping him, Jiang Yun felt a flutter in his heart. He chuckled, is this hug my reward? Watching Ningerin's cheeks flush uncontrollably, Jiang Yun's heart fluttered again, and he silently cursed himself. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Finally, Jiang Yun cleared his throat softly, breaking the spell. I'll leave the light piercer to you. As for the other 2 items, I'll take them myself. He felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't been unable to break through his own barriers, he might have actually done something. This thought only intensified the urgency burning within him. He must seize the moment to break through to the king tier. Ningerin chuckled softly, you did put in the most effort, so naturally the spoils are yours to distribute. Your lucky star talent also played a significant role. Otherwise, this title might not have dropped at all. Jiang Yun spoke as he immediately equipped the title. The 2 promptly exited the instance. A flash of white light transported them back to the instance entrance. Ningerin suddenly gasped in alarm. She noticed the sky had abruptly grown dark. Looking up, Ningerin's breath caught in her throat. 2 creatures as massive as small mountains crouched before the dungeon entrance. Their very presence blocked out the light. A terrifying aura emanated from them, making it hard for Ningerin to breathe.
In an instant, she recognized the origin of these two beings.
Two kings from the abyss.
At the same time, the King of Terrors and the King of Ghost Eagles were sizing up the two tiny figures who had just emerged from the dungeon.
The Supreme Ruler was one of them?
Just then, Jiang Yun cleared his throat softly, stepping forward to shield Ningerin behind him. The aura of the Supreme Ruler roared out, radiating outward.
Boom! Boom! Upon sensing that supreme aura, the two colossal figures immediately knelt to the ground. We pay homage to the Supreme Ruler. Night Mage Kretus emerged from between the two abyssal kings and bowed to Jiang Yun.
My lord, I have fulfilled your orders. As for this Ghost Eagle King, he came to us of his own accord.
You have done well.
Jiang Yun nodded, and the praise sent Kretus into a frenzy of excitement. Truthfully, Jiang Yun himself was somewhat bewildered. He had thought securing the allegiance of a single abyssal lord would be quite a challenge.
But who could have imagined that Trey would recruit two at once?
Judging by his tone, it seemed like a remarkably easy feat.
You two, would you be willing to pledge your allegiance to me?
Jiang Yun asked bluntly, without any pretense.
We are willing.
Before Jiang Yun could finish speaking, the two abyssal kings eagerly nodded in unison. Their massive bodies shifted, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them.
Their eyes burned with fervor as they looked at Jiang Yun. Ningerin, standing beside Jiang Yun, watched with a distinctly peculiar expression. No matter how she looked at them, these two abyssal kings now resembled nothing so much as her own pet lapdogs.
Her gaze turned to Jiang Yun, her eyes now brimming with even greater admiration.
Only now did she truly grasp the profound implications of Jiang Yun's identity as the supreme ruler of the abyss.
Jiang Yun cleared his throat twice, his heart finally settling. His voice grew cold.
Joining my cause isn't without conditions. What is your stance toward the human race?
Jiang Yun was well aware that these two abyssal kings had fought against the human race for many years. But as an alien race, he couldn't demand too much. He had only one condition: the abyssal creatures under his command must harbor no excessive malice toward humanity, and must never commit large-scale massacres of the human race.
In response to the Supreme Sovereign, we are the ones who have been forced into this position. Facing Jiang Yun's icy gaze, the two abyssal lords exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with relief.
They immediately protested loudly, launching into their explanation.
120, the two great retainers begin their transfers.
Through their explanation, Jiang Yun grasped the complex conflicts unfolding across this battlefield of myriad races. Originally, they were the rulers of this region within the boundless abyss. It was only after the arrival of the human race that they were forced into the role of the abyss's frontline defenders against the humans.
All along, if the humans hadn't initiated attacks, they wouldn't have bothered to intervene.
The annual demon tide, to put it plainly, was simply a necessity. Their legions of demons had grown too vast, forcing them to vent their excess through mutual slaughter, culling their numbers. This was part of the abyss's natural cycle. Before the humans arrived, they slaughtered each other.
After the humans arrived, they fought the humans.
Beyond that, they harbored no inherent malice toward humanity. The true driving force behind the war against humanity is the last of the three abyssal kings, the Savage Mountain King. Unlike the Hound of Terror and the Ghost Infant, the Savage Mountain King was dispatched to this realm after the humans arrived.
He served another supreme ruler, Maheshvara. Maheshvara?
Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes.
What a small world. His abyssal sovereign destiny was forged from Maheshvara's own divine essence. I wonder if Mahesh himself is aware of this matter.
His inquiry was merely to state his position. Whether their claims were true or false didn't truly concern him. After all, once they became his subjects, whether they lived or died was entirely up to him. With a flick of his thoughts, 2 points of light shot forth from Jiang Yun's brow, descending toward the two abyssal demons. This was to bind them with a contract, making them Jiang Yun's familiars.
The two demon kings offered no resistance whatsoever, even seeming eager to comply.
As the two formally became Jiang Yun's familiars, the same sensation that had washed over him when he contracted with TriStar surged through his mind. Checking his profession panel again, the description of his innate talent, Abyssal Destiny, had been updated. Vassals: Tristana Night Mage, Rama King of the Terrifying Hounds, Garuda King of the Ghost Eagles. Having formally become Jiang Yun's familiars, the two abyssal kings let out excited howls to the heavens.
I feel it. I feel it. The bottleneck that's been holding me back is gone.
After stagnating at my peak for over a century, I finally have a chance to advance further.
Humans begin as ordinary beings, requiring step-by-step growth. Their starting point is low, yet each possesses the opportunity to reach the pinnacle.
The abyssal races, however, are born powerful, yet their growth potential is fixed from the start.
Unless favored by a superior being, they can only wait for death. No wonder the two were so overcome with emotion.
By becoming Jiang Yun's followers, their paths to growth had been violently opened. After the two had thoroughly vented their emotions, Jiang Yun began issuing orders.
First and foremost, information about me must be kept strictly confidential. Do not reveal it to anyone.
Jiang Yun did not wish his true identity to become widely known. The two abyss lords eagerly nodded in agreement.
Second, I need to hunt down some monsters.
Jiang Yun stated the numbers. 50 monsters above level 30, 500 above level 20, and 5,000 above level 10 must be slain. Their souls must be bound using specific techniques and a particular ritual completed to fulfill the requirements for class advancement. These were the monsters Jiang Yun must slay for his class change ritual. And all of this must be completed within 3 days. Such numbers could likely only be found in the abyss. No wonder you haven't succeeded in changing jobs for so long, Jiang Yun. Your job change quest is ridiculously difficult? Ningerin murmured in astonishment. Even with her extensive knowledge, she couldn't fathom what kind of profession could possibly demand such an impossibly difficult class change quest. Faced with Jiang Yun's request, the two Abyss Lords huddled together to deliberate before immediately agreeing. No problem. Ram, the king of the Fear Dogs, stated, we'll need some time to gather the 50 level 30 plus monsters, but the rest can be handled immediately. The Abyss has no shortage of low-level monsters. Excellent. Jiang Yun nodded with delight. Please wait a moment, Lord. We'll be ready shortly. With that, the two Abyss Lords let out a long howl and dashed off into the distance. This was the first command issued by the Abyssal Sovereign they served. No matter what, they must fulfill it. It was finally beginning. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, feeling a rare tinge of nervousness. His first class change was finally about to begin. We should start preparing too. Moments later, a mud brick platform emerged before the dungeon entrance of the Mad Mountains. Intricate, mysterious patterns were carved into its surface. Jiang Yun summoned his two beast companions, drew blood from each, and ground their bodily tissues into a paste. He mixed them together and filled the patterns with the mixture. This was the specific ritual mentioned in the job change quest. Throughout the entire class change quest, Jiang Yun could not leave this platform. All kills must be accomplished solely by his pets. Learning of this restriction, Ningerin's astonishment deepened. Jiang Yun, what level is your class change profession? The previous kill requirements were already difficult enough. Adding such stringent conditions elevated the difficulty of the entire job change quest to a whole new level. Was this truly achievable by any human? Returned Spirit Lord. Jiang Yun uttered a class name utterly unfamiliar to Ningerin. He sat cross-legged upon the high platform, gazing silently into the distance. There, a cloud of dust was gradually rising. The horde of monsters was approaching. Meanwhile, within Guanyang City, the atmosphere was grim and tense. Are you certain you heard correctly? Did those two Abyssal Lords mention the Supreme Sovereign? A tall, slender woman with an icy aura spoke with solemn gravity. It was none other than the Mad Heavenly Sovereign, one of the 9 pillars of the Divine Summer Kingdom. The moment the adventurer squad that had encountered the two Abyssal Lords returned to Guanyang City, they reported their sightings to the higher-ups. The entire city was immediately thrown into turmoil, entering full combat readiness. But that was not enough. In everyone's understanding, the title Supreme Ruler was reserved for pillar-level beings within the Abyss. Moreover, due to racial bonuses, the might of an Abyss Supreme Ruler surpassed that of a human pillar. Such an entity could easily overwhelm the entire city of Guanyang, combined. They immediately reported the situation and called for reinforcements. Coincidentally, the Mad Sovereign was returning to the battlefield of 10,000 races and promptly altered his course to arrive here. Mad Reverend now wore a look of deep suspicion. The 12 Supreme Rulers of the Abyss were entities the human race kept under constant, close surveillance. Among these 12 pillars, only 2 had openly declared enmity toward the human race. The others remained largely indifferent toward the human race. Both of those sovereigns were currently under surveillance, showing no signs of unusual activity. So which sovereign had suddenly appeared at the human race's front line against the Abyss? Just as the Mad Sovereign pondered this, the distant earth suddenly trembled. Everyone's expressions tightened as they hurriedly looked toward the commotion. A vast horde of monsters surged toward them in dense formation. By the looks of it, there were no fewer than 3,000. Among them, many emanated formidable auras. But what truly shocked the crowd were the 2 figures trailing behind the horde. The King of Terrifying Hounds and the King of Ghost Eagles. Both sovereigns had gathered here. Just as everyone braced for battle, a scene unfolded that left them utterly speechless. Driven by the 2 Abyssal Kings, the monsters brushed past Guanyang City and raced off into the distance. 121, New Class, Burial Spirit Master. What the hell is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a situation before. The abyssal beasts had actually lost interest in Guanyang City. Lord Mad Sovereign, shall we follow and observe? Li Hu, the city lord of Guanyang City, suggested from the side. Mad Sovereign shook his head. With 2 abyssal kings on the move, I am the only one capable of tracking them undetected. But what if I go, and that rumored supreme ruler suddenly attacks Guanyang City? For now, everyone should remain on standby. As she spoke, she glanced at Ji Tianjiao, who had just arrived, panting and frantically rushing over. Suspicion flashed in her eyes. The mobilization order was issued 10 minutes ago. Why are you only arriving now? Just arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Got lazy?
Ji Tianjiao chuckled without reply. He had just gone to look for Jiang Yun, only to discover that the man had vanished from Guaning City again, without anyone knowing when. After searching for a long time, he reluctantly concluded that Jiang Yun had left Guaning City once more. He wasn't the only one gone. Ningerin, who was close to Jiang Yun, had also vanished. Thinking of the chaos outside the city walls and their unique identities, Ji Tianjiao broke out in a cold sweat. But now, he could only silently pray that they were safe. This was precisely why he had arrived a step too late. At this moment, everyone present could tell Ji Tianjiao was hiding something from them. But at this moment, no one had the heart to concern themselves with his private affairs. Only the gray-haired woman gave him a couple of extra glances. Everyone steeled themselves, maintaining strict vigilance, wary of the supreme ruler who could arrive at any moment. Meanwhile, the supreme ruler they spoke of stood atop the high platform, silently awaiting the approaching legion of demonic creatures. The earth tremors grew increasingly violent, and the horde of demons became clearly visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yun scanned the horde, noting that only a small portion were the abyssal hounds he had encountered before. The rest were monstrous creatures resembling hybrids of turtles and crocodiles. Barbaric Mountain Crocodile Turtle. Level 27. Skills: Charge, Spiral, Stonewall. This was the last abyssal lord in this region, a subordinate of the barbarian Mountain King. The savage Mountain King was a follower of Mahesh, so Jiang Yun felt no pressure at all facing his minions. Begin! Jiang Yun murmured. A dazzling array of multicolored light filled the sky as a full 1,500 soldier ants materialized. With overwhelming momentum and a thunderous roar, they charged toward the demonic horde. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun activated his class change quest. A ding sounded, and a progress bar appeared before him. The progress bar was completely empty. Only by filling it would Jiang Yun's class change quest be considered successful. Boom! 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 The soldier ant legion collided with the monster horde. Blood splattered everywhere. Under the soldier ant's charge, monsters shattered into pieces, meeting a gruesome end. A sliver of green appeared on the progress bar, and the meter began to rise. Roar! 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 Monsters roared one after another, their eyes turning blood red. Facing a life or death crisis, they too began to fight desperately. Water columns erupted from the mouths of the barbarian mountain alligator turtles, crashing down upon the soldier ants in midair. Their bodies contracted, forming impenetrable black mounds. Even the soldier ants' charge struggled to breach them. Behind Jiang Yun, the ant nest erupted, shooting golden flames that pierced through the crocodile turtles one by one. From the shadows, the moon goddess's form materialized. With a single open-mouthed strike, a gaping void appeared within the horde of monsters. Jiang Yun unleashed his full firepower, mercilessly reaping the lives of the monsters. Meanwhile, the attacks of the barbarian mountain crocodile turtles proved effective. One by one, the soldier ants' defenses shattered, and in an instant, terrifying explosions echoed throughout the battlefield. The earth trembled as demonic creatures were engulfed in golden flames, incinerated to ashes. The progress bar surged forward at an accelerated pace. Soon, Jiang Yun had nearly wiped out the first wave of monsters. The second wave of monsters was already approaching. Compared to the first wave, the second wave's monsters were significantly stronger in both level and combat power. The average level of the first wave monsters was only in the teens. But the second wave? Their average level alone had climbed to over 20. Kill! 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 Jiang Yun commanded his two beast companions, launching into a frenzied slaughter. This was the first time he'd ever felt such exhilaration from killing. It was almost addictive. One by one, the monsters fell beneath his hands, the progress bar steadily climbing. Simultaneously, his military merits and lifespan also increased. On the military merit badge pinned to his chest, the third and fourth gold stars appeared one after another. The dense stream of kill notifications began to obscure Jiang Yun's vision. An hour later, the second wave of monsters was completely annihilated. The third wave of monsters arrived. Jiang Yun's expression turned grave. This time, the monsters that appeared were all level 30 or above. In terms of numbers, they reached nearly 100. Clearly, the two Abyss Lords had exceeded expectations in fulfilling Jiang Yun's mission. Faced with this force, Jiang Yun needed to proceed with caution. After all, he was currently trapped on the high platform, unable to move. With a flick of his finger, flying ants swarmed down, plunging into the horde of monsters before exploding with a thunderous boom. Then the second, the third. Blinding golden flashes erupted one after another. The earth trembled as demonic creatures perished in the explosions of the soldier ants. Far away, the moon goddess was not idle either. Moonlight cannons erupted from her hands. She also used the shadows to sneak up on them from time to time, causing one or another demon to meet a violent end. The fierce battle raged on. This was the final wave. Once these monsters were slain, Jiang Yun would complete his job change quest. On one side of the battlefield, two Abyss Lords crouched, watching Jiang Yun clear the monsters with astonishment. The evolutionary potential of these two pets belonging to the Supreme Ruler is terrifyingly strong. Rama, the king of fear dogs, murmured, his crimson eyes fixed unwaveringly on the distant moon goddess. Though the moon goddess's power paled in comparison to his own, he sensed a trace of something within her that filled him with dread. It was the instinctive recognition of kindred spirits, a judgment born of shared bloodlines. To feel this way meant that this two-headed Blackhound's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. After all, it's the supreme ruler. Could anything in his hands be ordinary? The king of ghost eagles, Garuda, murmured, watching the golden flames erupt from the exploding soldier ants as he cautiously retracted his body. Such supremely fierce and yang energy was his absolute nemesis. As if struck by a thought, the ghost eagle king suddenly chuckled darkly. So many of his subordinates slain. That brute in Barbarian Mountain won't be able to sit still now. What's there to fear? We have powerful backers now. Why should we be afraid of him alone? Besides, our hands are clean. He'll never know who did it. King Rama of the Fear Dogs spoke with utter confidence. Previously, because the Barbarian Mountain King had powerful backers, they had no choice but to avoid conflict, carefully flatter him, and obey his commands. But now, with their own powerful backer, their confidence surged. The belligerent king of the fearsome hounds was already itching for a showdown with the king of Barbarian Mountain. Just then, a piercing scream echoed as the last demonic creature collapsed under the relentless bites of the soldier ants. A humming sound filled the air. On the battlefield, shards of shattered spirit essence rose, coalescing into a pillar of light that descended into Jiang Yun's body. Jiang Yun kept his eyes tightly shut. A profound transformation unfolded within his body. Even the ant nest behind him and the distant moon goddess were enveloped in this profound state. Moments later, the pillar of light retracted into Jiang Yun's body. He abruptly opened his eyes, a faint green glow enveloping him, making him appear even more sacred and otherworldly. From this day forward, I am Jiang Yun, the returned burial spirit lord. Class change, success. 122, the terrifying lord of the returning burial, king of the Barbarian Mountains emerges. The class change was finally successful. It seems this abyss was truly the right choice. Jiang Yun drew a long breath, forcing himself to suppress his inner joy as he began to examine his new status. Name, Jiang Yun. Age, 16. Class, returned burial spirit master. Lifespan, 8,528,900. Level, 20. Title, King of the Uninhabited Realm. Talents, Fishing Across Realms, Abyssal Destiny. Skills, Contract, Appraisal, Trade Extraction, Heaven's Eye, Abyssal Summon, Bloodlust, Damage Transfer, Castling, Fusion. Traits, Return to Rest, the attributes of owned beasts are reflected back to the beast master at a fixed ratio. Current ratio, 5%. Attack, 500 plus 200. Agility, 800 plus 500. Spirit, 5,500 plus 500. Constitution, 1,000 plus 800. A beastmaster's combat power is largely concentrated in their own beasts, and their own 4 attributes are not particularly outstanding. Compared to other practitioners of the same rank, they could even be considered weak. But Jiang Yun's 4 attributes were so overwhelmingly strong compared to other beastmasters of the same level. They could even rival warriors and archers of the same tier. This was all thanks to the unique trait of Jiang Yun's new profession, Return to the Grave. His pet's attributes would be reflected back to him at a certain ratio. Even though the initial ratio was only 5%, its terrifying effects were already beginning to manifest. Strength surging through me. Feeling the ceaseless stream of power trickling from his 2 pets, further enhancing his own body, Jiang Yun couldn't help but groan. This sensation of self-enhancement felt incredible. Boom! Jiang Yun couldn't help but slam his fist into the high platform before him. Dirt splattered, instantly forming a small crater in front of him. He sprang to his feet, leaping with all his might. His body traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily back down, leaving 2 deep footprints imprinted in the ground. This feat was achieved purely through physical strength, something Jiang Yun had been utterly incapable of before. Yet the attribute that had truly grown the most was his spirit. After all, the moon goddess possessed formidable mental attributes, while the queen ant Shohei's mental prowess was absurdly powerful. Combined, the enhancement to Jiang Yun's mental attribute was nothing short of terrifying. However, he currently had no suitable means to test the full extent of his mental prowess. Seems it's time to find some decent mental attack spells? Jiang Yun murmured to himself, then looked up to see Ningerin running toward him with excitement. She gently nudged his shoulder, her face brimming with curiosity. Jiang Yun, how did you manage that jump just now? She had witnessed his earlier demonstration of physical strength. As fellow beast masters, Ningerin naturally understood the nature of a beast master's 4 core attributes. She was utterly astonished. Just the nature of the new profession. Jiang Yun smiled lightly. If that's all it takes to surprise you, then brace yourself, you're about to be truly astonished. Saying this, he shifted his gaze to the skill, Fusion, on his class panel. Fusion, merge with your pet beast. Each fusion lasts 10 minutes with a 10-minute cooldown. Fusion duration shortens as level increases. A simple description, yet it formed the core of the spirit master profession. Jiang Yun couldn't wait to try it out. With a thought, he activated the Fusion skill. A rainbow of light flared as the sun ant nest materialized beside him.
The next moment, under Ningerin's stunned gaze, dazzling golden light erupted as their bodies began to merge. A figure clad in golden armor, with a great sun suspended above its head, materialized before Ningerin's eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss. Within a colossal abyss, a massive stone crocodile turtle, its form comparable to a mountain and standing 100 meters tall, slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze was filled with astonishment and doubt. Where are my subordinates? Where are my legions? He was the third abyssal king on this battlefield of myriad races, the king of barbaric mountains. He was also the true commander of the abyss forces on this battlefield. He had just sensed that a large number of his followers had perished simultaneously in the same location. This instantly put him on high alert. Could it be that the humans have attacked? At this thought, he let out a furious roar, about to summon his minions for answers. But the two abyssal lords acted with swift precision. Apart from those in Guaning City who happened to be on the invasion route, not a single sentient being on the abyss side knew what had transpired. After deliberation, the barbarian mountain king could only conclude this was the work of the humans. Those damned humans! How dare they attack my kin? King Heleno of Barbarian Mountain roared, I, Heleno, king of Barbarian Mountain, will make them pay. Moments later, in Guaningcheng, the war horns sounded. Tension immediately gripped the crowd. Scouts dispatched earlier reported that the Barbarian Mountain King, one of the three kings of the abyss, was leading a massive horde of his kin charging toward Guaning City. A great battle was about to erupt. On the city walls, Ji Tianjiu was sweating profusely with anxiety. Oh my god! Where the hell are those two little brats? At that moment, Jiang Yun, having tested his new form, was chatting and laughing with two abyss kings. To be precise, it was the abyssal kings who were fawning over Jiang Yun. Congratulations, Supreme Ruler. Your wish has been fulfilled. Congratulatory words poured out of the two abyss lords like they were going out of style. They even went so far as to flatter Ningerin, praising her unparalleled beauty and declaring her the perfect match for their Supreme Ruler. Even Jiang Yun hadn't anticipated these two abyss lords would be so adept at social niceties, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Just then, beneath the fearsome Hound King Rama, a green magic formation lit up. A voice familiar to Jiang Yun echoed from within the array. In accordance with the contract, I, Xiao, present the offering to establish contact with the great abyssal Hound King. Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao. It was bad enough that he had hired someone to kill him. He never imagined the man would have ties to the abyss. Supreme Sovereign, it is thus. Rama hurriedly explained. About 10 years ago, several humans secretly infiltrated the abyss and came before him, seeking to form a partnership. The offerings they presented were quite generous, and the terms were favorable. Rama naturally agreed. Over the past decade, people occasionally approached Rama, requesting he dispatch his armies to eliminate certain humans. Rama naturally took payment and carried out the tasks. The calamity Jiang Yun had faced with the abyssal hounds earlier was precisely such an instance. This Xiao has gone too far. How many human geniuses have perished at his hands? Ningerin's voice was filled with fury. Jiang Yun's expression darkened. As an alien race, it was perfectly normal and beyond reproach for the abyss and the human race to engage in mutual slaughter. But for a human to secretly collude with outsiders to slaughter his own people's geniuses? That was utterly despicable. A fierce killing intent flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. Connect him. Jiang Yun commanded. 123 Xiao self-destruction. Yes. The king of fearful hounds obeyed the order, extending a finger. Xiao's voice then echoed through the magic array. State your demands. The king of terrifying hounds spoke sternly, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun's expression. Across the formation, Xiao's delighted voice echoed, my request is but a trifle for you. A level 19 professional named Jiang Yun has entered the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. I request your assistance in eliminating him. Xiao's voice continued to echo as Jiang Yun pulled out his phone, found the perfect angle, and began recording. For a deep abyss king like you, this is a simple matter. Should you accomplish it, the corresponding offerings will certainly not be lacking. Jiang Yun gestured, signaling for a way to coax more intelligence out of Xiao. The king of fearful dogs pondered for a moment before saying, has this happened before? What kind of offering did you give back then? Yes, it has. Xiao's voice grew enthusiastic. Do you recall that fellow named Wang Yuan? Back then, I gave you. Jiang Yun recorded every word without omission. To win the Abyss King's trust, Xiao desperately touted his own battle achievements, insisting this matter would absolutely not harm the Abyss King, blah blah blah. Finally, at Jiang Yun's prompting, the King of Terrifying Hounds agreed to the matter without hesitation. Only then did Xiao, satisfied, offer a few flattering words before ending the communication. In the basement, Xiao stood with his hands on his hips, a smug grin spreading across his face. Jiang Yun, this time, with the Lord of the Abyss personally involved, I'll see how you escape this time? He sneered coldly, a look of pained regret flickering across his face. Enlisting a deep Abyss King to handle matters for him came at an exorbitant cost. Even someone as wealthy and powerful as Xiao couldn't help but wince at the expense.
And to make matters worse, Jiang Yun had robbed him of 800,000 points earlier. But as long as Jiang Yun was killed, these sacrifices were worth it. Jiang Yun's potential filled Xiao Zhong with dread. Yet his goal was destined to remain unfulfilled. After ending the communication, the king of terrifying hounds, upon whom he had pinned such high hopes, immediately flashed Jiang Yun a fawning smile. "My lord, how did I perform?" "Very well." Jiang Yun nodded, offering his praise without reservation. Ningerin beside him was seething with anger. Wang Yuan, the top scorer in the National College entrance exam 5 years ago, came from a commoner background just like you, Jiang Yun. His future was limitless. Later, he died inexplicably on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, leaving not even his remains behind. Many lamented his loss, never suspecting it was Xiao Zhong's doing. Jiang Yun nodded, his eyes darkening with murderous intent. These aristocratic clans, ruthlessly slaughtering the human race's prodigies, it's become a deep-rooted scourge within our own kind. But he waved his phone, a faint smile touching his lips. With this evidence, Xiao Zhong and the entire Xiao clan will pay dearly. Jiang Yun's heart was bursting with joy. He had been agonizing over how to deal with the Xiao clan. He never imagined Xiao Zhong would hand him the perfect leverage. Colluding with the Abyss, slaughtering human geniuses. Once these charges were laid, even the Xiao clan wouldn't be able to withstand them. Jiang Yun turned to the king of terrifying hounds and asked curiously, "What exactly does the elevation of status look like for you abyssal creatures?" The king of terrifying hounds hastened to explain. Within the Abyss, the rank of every being is predetermined at birth. They need not strive to grow stronger, advancing naturally until reaching the power ceiling of their rank. To advance beyond that, they must earn the favor of a higher-ranked being. But even that merely grants the opportunity to advance. What lay ahead for the abyssal beings was evolution. Evolving into a new, stronger species with a higher rank. But the specifics of how to evolve remain extremely rare knowledge within the Abyss. Is it similar to pet evolution? That was Jiang Yun's first thought after hearing the explanation. Compared to pet evolution, however, the path to strength for abyss creatures was simpler, yet it also had a clear upper limit. At this thought, Jiang Yun's mind stirred. If it was so similar to pet beast evolution, did that mean his heavenly eye could also be useful to abyss creatures? With that thought, Jiang Yun lifted his gaze toward the king of terrified hounds, a brilliant golden light flickering deep within his eyes. Heaven's Eye, activate. A faint yet undeniably real aura of divine authority emanated from Jiang Yun. This aura was far too faint. Ningerin beside Jiang Yun didn't sense it at all. Yet the two abyssal kings sensed it. Their bodies froze instantly, their hearts filled with shock. This aura surpassed even that of the supreme ruler, supreme and exalted, truly like a legendary god. This supreme ruler, though not exceptionally powerful, truly held many secrets. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, the king of terrifying hounds bristled with fear, yet dared not move. He could only allow Jiang Yun to scrutinize him from head to toe. A hint of delight flashed across Jiang Yun's face. Just as he had suspected, the heavenly eye could also discern the evolutionary paths of abyssal beings. Yet it differed from observing professionals or pet beasts. The evolution of abyssal beings was closely tied to their rank. Unlike a profession advancing from epic to mythic, their evolutionary path could only progress to a higher tier. Rama, let me guess the evolutionary path you've chosen, the abyssal void spirit beast, right? The moment Jiang Yun uttered this, Rama, the king of fear dogs, widened his eyes in astonishment. Master, how did you know? I have my own methods. Jiang Yun smiled faintly, his tone brimming with mystery and confidence. How else could he have seen it? Of course, it was through the heavenly eye. Name, Rama. Race, abyssal fearhound. Rank, legend king. Evolution path, abyssal void beast terror night hound profound demon hound. Rama's racial quality wasn't as high as Jiang Yun had imagined. His evolutionary paths numbered only 3. Among these 3, the strongest was undoubtedly the abyssal void beast. Jiang Yun guessed correctly on the first try. Supreme Sovereign, what about me? At that moment, the king of ghost eagles, Garuda, pushed his way through the crowd. I haven't found a suitable evolutionary path yet. Jiang Yun glanced at him and replied without hesitation, the azure sky dragon hunting bird, how about that? This was the optimal evolutionary path for the ghost eagle, as revealed through the heavenly eye. A dragon hunting bird? That legendary, powerful species that feeds on dragons? Garuda trembled with excitement, shedding several scales. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The two abyss kings exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with relief and joy. Thankfully, they had seized this opportunity. Otherwise, even waiting another 800 years might not bring such fortune. The supreme ruler truly is extraordinary. Following the supreme ruler brings endless benefits. Just then, a ghost eagle swooped in from the distance, landing beside Garuda and letting out a cry. After listening for a moment, Garuda immediately relayed the news to Jiang Yun. Supreme ruler, the king of barbarian mountains has led his forces toward Guaning City. 124, return to Guaning City, great battle imminent. Hearing this, Jiang Yun froze, then turned to Ningerin and said, it seems our dungeon run must come to a temporary halt.
Jiang Yun could surmise that the king of barbarian mountain siege was likely connected to his actions on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. With Guanyong City now under siege, he naturally had to lend his support. Ningerin fully supported Jiang Yun's decision. Jiang Yun turned back to face the two Abyss Kings. Together, can the two of you defeat the barbarian mountain king? The two Abyss Kings exchanged glances and shook their heads honestly. Jiang Yun pressed further, what if the entire Guanyong City joined the fight? The two paused, hesitated, then nodded fiercely. Seeing this, Jiang Yun smiled faintly. He had a bold plan. If successful, the battlefield of 10,000 tribes in the Guanyong City region would maintain relative peace for many years to come. Moments later, the two traversed layer upon layer of desert and once again approached Guanyong City. Looking up, they saw the city now densely surrounded by legions of abyssal creatures. Thick black mist writhed above the city walls, resembling countless vengeful spirits. Within the black mist, even more abyssal monsters lurked in wait. Moon Goddess. Jiang Yun summoned the Moon Goddess. Under her shadow's protection, the two approached Guanyong City silently, reaching the side gate. You're still alive. The city guards were startled to see the pair return. With the chaos outside, he had assumed Jiang Yun and Ningerin were long dead. He had even mourned their loss for a moment, regretting letting them leave. Now, here they were, appearing unscathed before the city gates. He hurriedly let them in. The moment they stepped through, a white light erupted from the gate, enveloping them both. This was Guanyong City's defensive screening mechanism. If they were impersonated by abyssal monsters or showed any other irregularities, they would be immediately identified. The white light swept over them without incident, proving they were unremarkable. Only then did the surrounding sentry soldiers finally relax. A humming sound filled the air. Suddenly, beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone below. Jiang Yun, Ningerin, and a few others in the crowd were blue. Others were purple. This was the rank identification system. Blue light signified practitioners below level 30. Purple light signified practitioners between levels 30 and 40. Jiang Yun had grasped this knowledge on his very first day arriving at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. With a whoosh, the two felt the world spin violently. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves atop the city walls. Practitioners of different levels gathered in designated areas. Though called walls, Guanyong City's ramparts were exceptionally broad, resembling a vast plaza. It seemed as though every practitioner in the city had been summoned here, crowding the ramparts to bursting. Silence! A thunderous command echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see a towering elder standing majestically in the air, surrounded by dozens of figures suspended in the void. They were all practitioners of the second transformation or higher, the true core strength of Guanyong City. That elder was none other than Guanyong City's lord, Li Hu. All practitioners below level 30 remain on the city walls. Do not leave the city. All practitioners below level 40 prepare for combat. Begin forming free squads immediately. A grim, battle-ready atmosphere spread through the air. At Li Hu's command, the crowd immediately stirred. Everyone began seeking out familiar practitioners to form teams. Jiang Yun and Ningerin had already formed their own team and had no intention of seeking additional members, so they remained still. Glancing around, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Jiang Yun's expression hardened slightly as he murmured, "Is this what war feels like?" This was Jiang Yun's first time in the midst of large-scale warfare. Something within him seemed to switch on, a restless heat spreading through his entire body. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him from above. Looking up, he saw Ji Tianzhao glaring at him with vicious intent. Jiang Yun quickly waved at Ji Tianzhao, his face breaking into a bright smile. Ji Tianzhao's expression darkened further. Less than a week had passed since Jiang Yun arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, and already his little heart was struggling to cope. Why did this kid have to run off everywhere? But thankfully, he was unharmed. Ji Tianzhao's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Under normal circumstances, Ji Tianzhao would have stormed over to give Jiang Yun a stern scolding. But with the great battle imminent, he merely tapped Jiang Yun lightly before turning his gaze elsewhere. That glance revealed the gray-haired woman staring intently at Jiang Yun before her gaze shifted to him. "This youth, is he the matter you've been hiding from me?" She murmured. "He bears a slight resemblance to Xiao Yun, but he's more delicate-featured." Ji Tianzhao broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a loud laugh. "Sister Sheer, what nonsense are you talking about?" The gray-haired woman's tone grew even more certain. "It is him, after all. Xiao Tian, your inability to lie hasn't changed a bit over the years." Her voice grew increasingly agitated. "Does this child have any connection to Xiao Yun?" Ji Tianzhao was speechless. With a pained expression, he silently turned away, not uttering a single word. His actions only confirmed the gray-haired woman's suspicions. She fixed a deep, lingering gaze upon Jiang Yun, etching his features into her memory before lifting her eyes toward the distance. Now was not the time. She would wait until this battle concluded before seeking answers. After all, he hadn't reached level 30 yet. He wouldn't need to leave the city for combat, so his safety was assured. "Jiang Yun, I finally found you."
Just then, a furious shout rang out. Wang Hao stormed over with his team, fuming. Where did you take Miss Ningerin? 3 whole days had passed since he last saw Miss Ningerin. The thought of what might happen while she was with that Jiang Yun tore at his heart. After enduring so many days, finally seeing the two of them together, Wang Hao was nearly driven mad. Jiang Yun's expression remained calm. I took her for a walk outside the city. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is outside the city? Taking Miss Ningerin there shows you have no regard for her safety. Wang Hao shouted angrily, then turned to Ningerin. Miss Irin, let's continue our party together. I'll protect you. Ningerin shook her head. No need. Jiang Yun and I are fine together. Wang Hao's expression twisted and shifted, nearly contorting. He finally forced himself to maintain his composure and turned to leave. Glancing at Ningerin's retreating figure, Wang Hao gritted his teeth. Ningerin, I'll make you regret this. For a professional, strength is everything. I will claim glory in this great battle, stand tall among thousands, and make you witness firsthand who the truly reliable man is when real danger strikes. Jiang Yun, you pretty boy, just you wait. 125. The great battle begins, the woman who almost became a mother. Soon, everyone had formed their teams. After a brief wait, a deep, resonant horn blast echoed throughout the entire city of Guanyang. This was the signal for war. Outside the city walls, a dark mist suddenly billowed upward. A deep, resonant voice echoed from within the murky fog. You lowly humans shall pay for your deeds. In the name of Hun Tua, the mighty general of the supreme ruler, the dark heaven, the king of barbarian mountains. The voice stirred up a storm, lingering long after it faded. A chill gripped the hearts of all present. The abyssal king's power surpassed even the sanctum tier humans by several degrees. His personal command of the army posed a formidable challenge to Guaning City. Yet, regarding the deeds he mentioned, everyone was utterly baffled. Hadn't the human side taken any significant actions recently? Only Ningerin gave Jiang Yun a light chuckle. Jiang Yun scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. If he hadn't misjudged, the wrath of the barbarian mountain king was likely directed at him. After all, it was Jiang Yun who had slain so many of the king's followers in one fell swoop. However, the barbarian mountain king never imagined Jiang Yun was responsible, ultimately directing his wrath toward the human race in Guaning City. In a way, he hadn't exactly missed his mark. Boom! The monsters surrounding Guanyang City suddenly stirred. One by one, they burst through the black mist and charged toward the city. Leading the charge were flocks of giant birds engulfed in black flames. Black Flame Bird, level 23. Following behind was a vast army composed of beasts like the savage mountain crocodile turtle and abyssal hounds, surging toward Guaning City in overwhelming numbers. A great battle was about to erupt. Level 30 plus professional teams, engage. With a furious shout from Li Hu, the aerial ruler of Guaning City, streaks of white light flashed along the city walls. In an instant, the level 30 plus professional teams were teleported beyond the city walls, facing the demon horde head-on. In the sky, a gray-haired woman soared through the air, clenching her fist fiercely. A sacred white light surged from her body, splitting into countless beams that descended upon the professional warriors below. Li Xiyue, level 58, Knight of Holy Glory. Shouts erupted from the ramparts. It's her. Li Xiyue, the Legion Queen. A rare professional with massive scale group support skills. In large-scale engagements, she unleashes a 1,000-fold power even a sanctuary-tier warrior can't match her. Guanyang City has remained unscathed all these years, never once falling. The Legion Queen has played a significant role in that. I heard she's the daughter of that abyssal sage. Is that true? Of course it's true. And I've heard she's estranged from her father. Not only has she never married, but she's guarded Guaning City for over a decade without ever leaving. Listening to the surrounding whispers, Jiang Yun gazed at the woman's silhouette in the sky, his heart churning violently. She was the daughter of the revered Abyss, the very woman who had nearly become his mother? He never imagined she would be here in Guanyang City. In the sky, Li Xiyue roared, Divine One, grant me your protection. Blood Madness, grant you strength. Healing, grant you life. Glory, grant you spirit. As her voice echoed, beams of sacred light appeared beneath the feet of the assembled practitioners. This was the Holy Glory Knight's special skill, Group Aura. Each being bestowed different enhancements upon the practitioners. Feeling the surging power within their bodies, the adventurers couldn't help but roar in excitement. Their four-dimensional strength surged by over 80%. Ethereal white light armor now shrouded their bodies, offering defense comparable to golden grade equipment. Pale green light points swirled around their bodies, granting them continuous healing. Injuries were no longer a threat. But it didn't stop there. Li Xiyue unleashed several more large-scale buff skills. Spirit Wind follows, boosting agility. Guardians of the Four Spirits randomly increased resistance to 4 elemental types. Heart of the Ocean accelerated her own stamina and mana regeneration by 50%. After this barrage of skills, the entire legion of professionals surged with overwhelming momentum, their battle cries echoing across the battlefield. Their strength had surged at least threefold compared to before. This scene left Jiang Yun utterly stunned. This was his first encounter with such a large-scale battle, and it was nothing like he had imagined. The sheer power of support skills, especially group-wide support abilities, left him utterly speechless. He couldn't help but think of his own pet beast, the sun-melting golden ant. He wondered if his own soldier ants could benefit from such buff effects. If they could, then no matter what, he needed to learn a few similar skills. If that proved impossible, he'd have to consider contracting a new beast with similar abilities. While Jiang Yun pondered, the battle had already erupted. After applying all the buffs, Su Xiyue swung her arm and roared, "With me, invincible! Charge!" Before the words had fully left her mouth, a group of adventurers began charging forward with loud shouts. Leading the charge were warriors, knights, and other frontline classes, the first to collide with the tide of monsters. Behind them followed archers, mages, and other ranged combatants. Arrows rained down like a torrent upon the demon horde. One after another, dazzling spells sliced through the sky, following closely behind. Boom! 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 The first wave of monsters, before even engaging the human melee classes, suffered heavy casualties in the relentless barrage. Immediately after, the melee classes charged into the horde, each wielding their unique strengths to sweep through the remaining monsters like a whirlwind. The first battle ended in a resounding victory for the humans. Yet not a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Instead, their expressions grew even more solemn. The first wave of attackers were merely cannon fodder. The true elite had yet to appear. In an instant, the second wave of monsters surged forward, clashing violently with the human warriors. The second battle was about to erupt. The monsters that appeared this time were noticeably stronger than the previous wave. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Amidst the chaos, powerful elite practitioners began to stand out from the crowd, drawing intense attention. A red-haired girl clad in silver mage robes murmured incantations, unleashing a barrage of fire spells as if they were free. Compared to her casting efficiency, the other mages nearby seemed like they were worlds apart. Confronting of the Five Elements Academy, a fire affinity adept. Her casting speed is over 5 times that of a normal mage. She's practically a human spell machine gun. Someone on the city walls recognized her and exclaimed in awe. Not far beside her, Serena chanted loudly, her white wings standing out prominently behind her. After the siege of Guaning City, this noble princess did not retreat into the city but stepped onto the battlefield herself. Due to her level, she couldn't grant buffs to an entire legion like Su Xiyue could. But buffing a dozen individuals? That was child's play. Centered around her, a small squad roamed the battlefield, slaying any who stood in their way. Her angelic appearance drew admiring glances from many the moment she appeared. Further ahead on the battlefield, Wang Hao, clad in silver armor and fighting fiercely, also drew considerable attention. A beast soul roared behind him, enveloped in a dim, yellow glow. Wielding his massive sword, he sliced through several monsters with a single swing. Occasionally, he unleashed several blade storms, effortlessly slaughtering large numbers of monsters. His killing efficiency was every bit as impressive as Confronting's. Slicing a demon in two before him, Wang Hao sheathed his blade and turned his gaze toward the city walls, his eyes brimming with defiance. "See that, Ningerin? This is the man you should marry. He has the strength, he is powerful enough. Not like that Jiang Yun, who doesn't even have the qualifications to fight." 126, tension mounts, Jiang Yun enters the fray. The earth suddenly trembled. From the black mist, a colossal figure emerged. It was a colossal minotaur, its skin deathly pale, wielding a massive warhammer that came crashing down toward Wang Hao. Ox Demon, level 37. Wang Hao raised his sword to block. A clanging sound echoed as immense force surged through him. He staggered back several steps, his arms feeling weak and numb. "What immense strength!" The minotaur bellowed with laughter. "Human adventurer, you look like you'd taste delicious." Wang Hao's expression turned wary. Countless abyssal monsters roamed the depths, most possessing only primitive animal instincts, fit only as cannon fodder. Only those possessing true intelligence were the elite among the abyssal beasts. Take the ox demon before him, for instance. Before Wang Hao could prepare, the ox demon charged forward with a cackling laugh. Its massive hammer swung like the wind, leaving Wang Hao gasping for breath and forced into passive defense. Had it not been for his teammates' support nearby, he would have fallen long ago. Don't be fooled by the ox demon being one tier below him. Abyssal monsters often surpass practitioners of the same rank and power. A fierce battle erupted between them. Meanwhile, Confronting and Serena also faced their respective opponents. Two humanoid creatures with eagle talons and wings descended from the sky, cackling as they lunged toward the pair. Fallen Hawk-Eyed Harpy, level 35. Hee, little sisters, join us in ascending to bliss. Hawk-Eyed Harpies. This race was quite notorious on Blue Star. Normal Hawk-Eyed Sirens already had the habit of abducting human males and females for mating and reproduction. The fallen Hawk-Eyed Sirens, however, take particular delight in killing and devouring their mates after copulation, a brutally cruel practice. Confronting's expression froze as flames engulfed her form. In an instant, she retreated 10 meters away, evading the Hawk-Eyed Succubus's attack. Terrifying energy fluctuations radiated from her body. Confronting was getting serious. Serena remained motionless, continuing her incantation.
A full 5 professionals stood before the hawk-eyed succubus, preventing her from advancing a single step. As a support class, battling the hawk-eyed banshee was never Serena's role. The combat professionals beside her were her fortress. The battle grew increasingly tense. More and more intelligent elite abyssal monsters appeared, launching fierce assaults against the human adventurers. The human front lines began to slowly retreat, showing signs of being overwhelmed.
Second wave of fighters, prepare.
Watching the scene unfold, Xiao bellowed from high above. The recent mass teleportation had only brought a portion of the level 30+ adventurers from Guanyang City. Another contingent remained stationed on the city walls, precisely anticipating this scenario. At that moment, a figure stepped forward from the crowd and shouted to Xiao, "I volunteer to fight." The speaker was none other than Jiang Yun. Xiao froze, staring at the face that resembled an old acquaintance. She instinctively refused. "No, your level is too low. Only professionals above level 30 are qualified to fight outside the city." Others nearby chimed in with their own pleas. "Young man, we understand your eagerness to fight, but this truly isn't your battlefield. Stay put on the city walls. If you go down there, you'll be enemy fodder within 3 minutes. But Jiang Yun showed no sign of backing down. He pulled out the teleportation scroll Ji Tianzhou had bought for him. "I have this. It's my safety net. I won't die. And I believe in my abilities. I can definitely make a difference. Please give me this chance." Jiang Yun's resolute stance, coupled with the persuasive power of the scroll, caused Xiao to hesitate for a moment before unexpectedly yielding. "Go then. Stay safe." With that, she waved her hand. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Yun's figure materialized beneath the city walls. One after another, beams of white light descended. Bloodlust, healing, glory. The same buff skills landed upon him. He flashed a grateful smile toward Xiao in the sky. Ignoring her slightly dazed expression, Jiang Yun stepped forward and walked on. "Young man, you're a beast master. Come over here." A middle-aged-looking professional called out. As a spellcasting class, beastmasters positioned themselves slightly closer to the front lines than mages, yet still remained in the rear. Though Jiang Yun's level was low, his boldness in venturing beyond the city walls to fight earned him unexpected respect. To the beastmaster's invitation, Jiang Yun shook his head. Under the puzzled gaze of the beastmaster, he continued walking forward. "Thanks, but I think a spot a bit closer to the front might suit me better." Jiang Yun took a deep breath, feeling power surge through his body. His fighting spirit surged as he continued forward. It had been some time since he completed his class change. He knew the returned Burial Spirit Master class was powerful, but just how powerful remained to be seen in actual combat. This battlefield was the perfect stage. That was precisely why Jiang Yun insisted on joining the battle. He couldn't wait to test his own strength. Opening his class interface, Jiang Yun examined the lifespan column. Lifespan, 8,528,900. Over 8 million, nearly 10 million years of lifespan accumulated by Jiang Yun during this period. Swish, swish, swish. Flashes of white light flickered as he took a few steps forward. Jiang Yun's level had already reached 25. A full 5 levels. Had he not feared that ascending too many levels at once might cause his power to spiral out of control, he could have continued climbing. This level is sufficient. With that, Jiang Yun summoned a soldier ant. The soldier ant was also enveloped in white light. This was a sign of the buff effect taking hold. A look of satisfaction spread across Jiang Yun's face. His hypothesis was correct. These buff skills still worked on the ant colony. With that confirmed, it was time to unleash the enhanced soldier ant army's full might. With a flick of his finger, a rainbow-hued aura appeared, and soldier ants began to materialize one by one, gathering sand to form a river. After completing the transformation, the sun-melting golden ant queen could now spawn 3,000 soldier ants once more. Due to the urgency of time, Jiang Yun currently possessed a total of 2,000 soldier ants. At this moment, he released them all. Like a golden river, they swirled above Jiang Yun's head. "Go!" Jiang Yun pointed his finger, and the empowered army of soldier ants roared forward toward the horde of demons. Boom! 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 Blood mist erupted. In a single charge, hundreds of monsters fell beneath the soldier ants' onslaught. Blood soaked the earth. But it wasn't over. Under Jiang Yun's command, the soldier ants launched a second charge mere moments after the first. One wave of charge followed another. Within less than a minute of Jiang Yun's arrival, the number of demons on the battlefield had visibly decreased by an order of magnitude. Especially before him, the area had even become somewhat empty. What kind of beast is this? So many of them, and so powerful. Is this even human? Mo Kongqing and the others are already considered geniuses, but this guy must be a prodigy. On the battlefield and atop the city walls, everyone except Ningerin, who had long known Jiang Yun's capabilities, stared in stunned silence. Any lingering doubts or underestimation of Jiang Yun vanished completely in that moment. Power speaks for itself. High above, countless eyes gazed down, fixated on Jiang Yun on the battlefield. 127, Jiang Yun. Great Sun form. Who is this young man?
Such a low rank, yet such overwhelming power? And he actually possesses a legendary tier beast companion? Watching Jiang Yun unleash his might across the battlefield, sweeping all before him, Li Hu, the city lord of Guanyang City, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Ji Tianjiao proudly declared beside him, his name is Jiang Yun, the top scholar of this year's Divine Summer National Examinations. Upon hearing he was the top scholar, the assembled powerhouses murmured in astonishment. Li Hu snorted coldly. Coming to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes at this level? Even for someone in the divine sequence, this is reckless. To actually dare step onto the battlefield, he clearly doesn't value his own life. Li Hu's displeasure wasn't directed at Jiang Yun personally, but rather at his reckless disregard for his own life. Having guarded Guanyang City for so many years, he'd seen countless geniuses perish and had grown utterly sick of such reckless behavior. Ji Tianjiao nodded in agreement beside him. Exactly. Once this battle ends, chain him up in Guanyang City and don't let him out. Just then, someone nearby gasped in surprise. What's going on? What is Jiang Yun trying to do? Why is he still moving forward? Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yun pressed forward, his stride unbroken. His figure had already passed through the ranks of beast tamers, archers, and knights, standing among them. This was the very front line where the two armies clashed. The core combat power of beastmasters lay in their beasts. Never before had a beastmaster ventured so deep into enemy territory during battle. It was nothing short of suicide. Jiang Yun pressed forward, the army of soldier ants surrounding him showing no sign of stopping, slaughtering with frenzied intensity. Wherever they passed, hordes of abyssal monsters fell in droves. Without realizing it, he had become the focal point of the entire battlefield. Wang Hao stared at Jiang Yun, his mind reeling. Jiang Yun, this powerful? The memory of his earlier taunts before Jiang Yun stirred a surge of anger, shame, and resentment within him. Was I the clown all along? Watching Jiang Yun's figure, Wang Hao's resentment grew fiercer, his heart filled with utter loathing for Jiang Yun. If not for Jiang Yun, the spotlight should have been his, the one everyone admired, the one radiating brilliance. But now, Jiang Yun had stolen all the glory. He had indeed fought fiercely, slaying dozens of demons since the battle began. His achievements were undeniably impressive. Had that ox demon not held him back, he could have slain even more. Yet these accomplishments were utterly insignificant in Jiang Yun's shadow. In less than 2 minutes since his appearance, hundreds of demons had already fallen by his hand. He had become nothing more than a backdrop to Jiang Yun's glory. At this thought, a glint of murderous intent even flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. Kill him. The ox demon roared, watching Jiang Yun slaughter the monsters with frenzied abandon, a mix of rage and dread gripping him. This human's pet beast was terrifying. The abyss's greatest strength lay in its seemingly endless hordes of demons. A single human practitioner had to contend with 7 or 8, even a dozen or more demons at once. But this human beastmaster's slaughter speed was terrifying. It had completely nullified that advantage. If he were allowed to grow any further, what would become of them? As Jiang Yun closed in, the ox demon suddenly bellowed, flinging Wang Hao aside and lunging toward Jiang Yun. Attack! The two eagle-eyed succubi flapped their wings and immediately lunged toward Jiang Yun. From the black mist, another mantis-like figure materialized and lunged at Jiang Yun. Mantis Demon, level 32. This demonic creature had concealed itself for who knows how long, only now revealing itself to kill Jiang Yun. In an instant, 4 elite demons simultaneously chose to surround and attack Jiang Yun. Stay right there. Their intent was clear to the other practitioners present. Mo Qing Kong barked, unleashing a barrage of fire spells that slammed into the two hawk-eyed succubi. Though inwardly resentful that Jiang Yun, a fragile beastmaster, had ventured so far forward, she immediately acted, attempting to alleviate the pressure on him. The other adventurers made the same choice. On the battlefield, comrades should support and aid one another. Especially someone like Jiang Yun, a pivotal figure capable of sweeping the entire battlefield single-handedly. Only through unity could they stand against external threats, a truth everyone understood. But one man was an exception. That was Wang Hao. Seeing the ox demon target Jiang Yun, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes as he sidestepped. Kill him. He screamed inwardly, fervently praying these demons would slay Jiang Yun. Only then would the dazzling glory that captivated the world, along with the beauty, return to his embrace. The others' attempts to stop them proved largely futile. The 4 demons charged at Jiang Yun with unwavering resolve, determined to crush this human prodigy before he could blossom. In an instant, the 4 beasts closed in from all sides, launching their attacks simultaneously. At that moment, it seemed the outcome was already sealed. Yet Jiang Yun remained composed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Behind him, an ant nest as vast as the sun appeared. The next instant, golden light surged forth. To the horrified gazes of the monsters, the ant nest and Jiang Yun began to fuse together. The special skill of the returned spirit lord, fusion. Clang! 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 The attacks of the 4 demonic beasts struck Jiang Yun simultaneously, producing a crisp metallic clang. The immense impact forced all 4 demons to stumble back a step. As the golden light dissipated, the figure that emerged caused every witness to stare in astonishment.
There stood a figure clad in splendid golden armor, a blazing sun suspended behind its head. The entire being floated mid-air, as if the sun god had descended upon the mortal realm. The attacks of the four monsters left not a single mark upon him. This was Jiang Yun's new form after merging with the Great Sun fusing gold ant. Jiang Yun referred to it as the Great Sun form. In this form, Jiang Yun fully inherited all the attributes and skills of the Queen Ant. Both his mental and physical stats had surpassed the 10,000 mark. Combined with the defensive power of the golden armor formed from the ant nest, even standing completely still, the four monsters couldn't budge him. In his fused state, Jiang Yun's physical strength now utterly crushes knights of the same rank. Snap! Under the stunned gazes of the four monsters, Jiang Yun slowly clenched his right fist and delivered a punch toward the ox demon. Clang! The ox demon's massive hammer collided with Jiang Yun's fist, sending it flying backward. The ox demon staggered, retreating with eyes filled with terror. How could his strength be this formidable? The two eagle-eyed succubi emitted shrill, piercing screams. This was their signature ability, soul-piercing scream, a sonic attack designed to shatter the spirit. But to Jiang Yun at this moment, it was utterly useless, nothing more than fleeting dust. With his mental attributes surpassing 10,000 points, Jiang Yun was now utterly immune to the influence of these two hawk-eyed succubi's psychic abilities. He glanced up at the two hawk-eyed succubi, a flash of insight lighting his brow. Spiritual piercing. After merging with the sun-melting golden ant, he could now wield this ability. The invisible piercing struck true. Without so much as a sound, the two hawk-eyed succubi plummeted toward the ground. A single mental pierce rendered both eagle-eyed succubi unconscious, completely incapacitating them. From the sun wall behind Jiang Yun, two streams of golden flame shot forth, piercing both hawk-eyed succubi. You have slain two hawk-eyed banshees, gaining 2,300 years of lifespan. 128. The Wrathful King of Barbarian Mountains. The mantis demon let out a shrill screech as crimson blood energy erupted from its body, its speed surging. Circling Jiang Yun rapidly, its blade-like arms slashed with blinding speed. Layers upon layers of blade shadows surged like crashing waves. The clanging of blows rang out continuously, sparks flying from Jiang Yun's golden armor. Fast, but the damage is too low. Jiang Yun glanced down and shook his head. Despite the barrage of blows, only a few white marks remained on his armor. This wasn't even a superficial wound, it hadn't even broken the skin. With a boom, Jiang Yun's mind stirred. A golden flame erupted from his body, spreading outward. The mantis demon was likewise engulfed in the golden flames. The flames roared, igniting its body. The mantis demon let out a wail and staggered backward. But swarms of soldier ants had already closed in, voraciously gnawing at his body. In mere moments, the mantis demon was reduced to a pile of fragments. The third demon creature was dead. Jiang Yun turned to look at the ox demon, only to discover with astonishment that he had already fled far away. After taking that punch, the ox demon had grasped Jiang Yun's terrifying power. Realizing they were no match for him, he had decisively chosen to flee. Quick decision, but unfortunately, useless. Jiang Yun shook his head. With a wave of his hand, countless soldier ants swarmed forth, forming a disciplined line behind him. Golden flames suddenly swelled upon the soldier ants, transforming each into a miniature sun. Golden beams shot out from each miniature sun. Each soldier ant was a beam of golden light. Jiang Yun had now unleashed 2,000 soldier ants, meaning 2,000 beams of golden light. It was a spectacular sight. Golden rays rained down, scorching everything in their path. Monsters fell one after another, incinerated by the golden flames until nothing remained. This was the new skill born from Jiang Yun's fusion with the sun-melting ants. Sun Shower. Under Jiang Yun's command, the overwhelming majority of golden sparks converged densely upon the ox demon. After merely a few steps, the ox demon's imposing form was riddled with holes. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed onto the ground. With that, all four demons besieging Jiang Yun were slain. On Guaning City's walls, not a bird chirped. Everyone was stunned speechless by Jiang Yun's performance. This was simply too overwhelming. For elite demons, taken down effortlessly in less than a minute. Who could believe this was a youth who had just reached level 20, unless they witnessed it themselves? The Beastmasters were driven to near madness. As practitioners of the same profession as Jiang Yun, they understood all too well just how godlike his skills were. A Beastmaster engaging in close combat, with such formidable physical prowess that he could withstand being surrounded and attacked by four monsters unscathed? Such a thing was unheard of. The other Beastmasters seethed with envy and resentment. Is that all? After eliminating the four elite monsters, Jiang Yun didn't feel as elated as everyone expected. Instead, he sighed helplessly. His purpose in coming out this time was to test his strength in his fused state. The result? He was simply too powerful. He'd barely warmed up before all his enemies were dead. Sighing, Jiang Yun turned and headed toward Guanyang City. Suddenly, the dark mist in the distance began to churn. Two enormous, blood-red eyes pierced through the gloom, fixed intently on Jiang Yun. A deep, resonant voice echoed from within the darkness, causing the very ground beneath his feet to tremble. "Human scum, you've slaughtered so many of my kin.
You have earned the right to tell me your name. State your name. Abyss, king of the barbarian mountains. Jiang Yun had actually drawn the attention of this abyssal king. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. On the battlefield, nearly half of the demonic beasts had been slain by Jiang Yun. All 4 elite demons had also fallen by his hand. His achievements were simply too dazzling, too outstanding. Facing the barbarian mountain king's inquiry, Jiang Yun merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Behind him, the soldier ants once again glowed intensely. Golden streams of flame shot forth, striking the king of barbarian mountains shrouded in black mist. Sun shower. Only this time, the rain fell solely for the king of barbarian mountain. The crowd on the city walls watched in stunned silence. Jiang Yun had actually taken the initiative to attack the barbarian mountain king. Equally stunned was the barbarian mountain king himself. He froze in place for a moment. Even with Li Hu present, he hadn't expected to kill such a genuine human prodigy right here. But he never imagined Jiang Yun would dare to strike him directly. Could it be that he was being humiliated by a mere human upstart barely at the 20th level? And it wasn't over yet. Over a dozen soldier ants charged into the black mist, slamming directly into the king of barbarian mountains. Then, they detonated with a thunderous boom. You're asking for death. The barbarian mountain king erupted in fury, unleashing a terrifying storm from within the black mist. With a loud thud, Jiang Yun was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Cracks appeared across his golden armor. The soldier ants beside him also developed cracks. With just one strike, Jiang Yun's golden armor defense was shattered, forcing him to immediately activate his damage-sharing skill, distributing the force to the other soldier ants. The power of the Abyss King was truly terrifying. He's not dead? From within the black mist, the king of barbarian mountains' voice carried a hint of surprise as he prepared to strike again. At that very moment, a divine light descended from the heavens, blocking the king of barbarian mountains' path. It was none other than Li Hu, the sole sanctuary tier existence within the entire city of Guanyang. Li Hu, level 68, Phantom God Fist Master. Li Hu roared with laughter. Why get so worked up over a mere child, my friend? How about we spar instead? Simultaneously, he waved his hand. A flash of white light erupted, and Jiang Yun instantly materialized atop the city wall. Li Hu! The king of barbarian mountain roared in fury, yet ultimately held back from striking. They had faced off for years, neither able to gain the upper hand. He turned his gaze to Jiang Yun atop the city wall and snarled, Jiang Yun, student of Qingbei University, right? I'll remember you. On the city wall, the gazes of the crowd instantly turned sympathetic toward Jiang Yun. Being on the hit list of an Abyss King was no small matter. But the words the barbarian mountain king spoke next caused everyone's expressions to change. This time, I came here to vent my anger. Now, Jiang Yun, you've angered me. This won't end so easily. Just wait. Soon, the second war will begin, and I will return with vengeance. Jiang Yun, remember this, those people died because of you. With that, the black mist gradually receded. The colossal figure of the king of barbarian mountains slowly receded into the distance. This battle had finally ended. Yet the expressions on everyone's faces did not brighten much. All eyes turned to Jiang Yun. The next battle was imminent. And that battle was entirely because of the youth before them. Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was somewhat surprised himself. He had assumed the king of the barbarian mountains was a reckless type, but now he realized the man was anything but foolish. Those final words before departure instantly pitted Jiang Yun and the other practitioners against him. 129, Wang Hao, asking for trouble. The black mist shrouding Guanyang City gradually receded. With the king of barbarian mountains' retreat, the great battle finally came to an end. Swish! 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 Flashes of white light streaked through the air. The professionals who had been fighting outside the city walls were teleported back onto the ramparts. Even though he had witnessed this scene twice already, Jiang Yun couldn't help but utter a gasp of astonishment. Group teleportation, this is something only high-level mage classes can accomplish. Yet in Guanyang City, whenever major battles erupt, it can be used freely. Moreover, it appears no one is controlling it, it's simply Guanyang City's autonomous response. This alone makes Guanyang City a veritable war machine. It's no wonder Guanyang City has stood so long upon the battlefield of the myriad races. Jiang Yun, do you know your crime? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Wang Hao, who had just returned to the city walls, stormed toward Jiang Yun, his tone brimming with righteous indignation. Because of your actions, we have to fight another battle. Do you have any idea how many lives will be lost? You are the criminal. You belong in a court-martial. His words drew the attention of everyone present toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's thoughts flickered, and he dissolved the fusion state, reverting to his original form. He stored the ant nest back into his beast-taming space. Observing Wang Hao, he instantly grasped the other man's intentions. Having witnessed Jiang Yun's power, Wang Hao knew he couldn't match him in raw strength, so he resorted to underhanded tactics. He intended to use this opportunity to strike a severe blow against him, to make him the target of universal condemnation and isolation. He even intended to send him to a court-martial. Recalling how Wang Hao had deliberately or inadvertently allowed that ox demon to charge toward him on the battlefield, a flicker of murderous intent passed through Jiang Yun's eyes. Conflicts among professionals were commonplace, but Jiang Yun never imagined Wang Hao would be bold enough to sabotage the battlefield. His actions had crossed Jiang Yun's final line. I don't see it that way. On the contrary, I think this is a golden opportunity. Jiang Yun replied calmly. Wang Hao sneered coldly, liar. Go ahead, tell me what kind of opportunity this is? More and more people were noticing the confrontation between the two. Among them, many who didn't know the full story sided with Wang Hao. War meant death. Since Jiang Yun was about to wage a completely unnecessary war, resentment naturally brewed in their hearts. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky and landed beside them. They were the group of second transformation powerhouses from Guanyang City. Li Hu, Li Xie, and Ji Tianjie were all present. Li Xie paid no attention to their argument, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun, her eyes brimming with excitement. Jiang Yun suspected that if not for the crowd present, she would have charged at him immediately. Beside him, Ji Tianjie shot him a look that said, good luck with that. Li Hu observed the two and chuckled. Guanyang City was founded precisely to resist the abyss. War is only a matter of time, it will inevitably come. Because in other cities, attackers of abyssal monsters face punishment, but here in Guanyang City, that rule doesn't apply. Li Hu's voice grew louder as he surveyed the crowd, bellowing, if the monsters come, then let's fight. What? Are you afraid? Stirred by Li Hu's words, the assembled adventurers' blood boiled. They shouted in unison, no fear. No fear. One by one, we'll slay them all. In the blink of an eye, the previously flagging morale surged to a fever pitch. Seeing the city lord siding against him, Wang Hao's face darkened, and he fell silent. Li Hu turned to Jiang Yun, curiosity in his voice. But I'd like to ask, what exactly was that opportunity you mentioned earlier? Jiang Yun's tone was calm, yet his words were earth-shattering, the chance to utterly destroy the king of the barbarian mountains. The words hung heavy in the air, silencing the entire rampart. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. This was the king of Barbarian Mountain, a Saint Hall tier being who had ruled this land for untold ages. And Jiang Yun claimed there was a chance to kill him? Jiang Yun, do you know what you're saying? Li Hu's expression turned stern. On the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, all matters are governed by military law. If you speak recklessly, even if you made significant contributions in the previous battle, I will punish you. Wang Hao perked up at this, exactly. Jiang Yun, you better back that up with something substantial. Judging by his expression, he clearly couldn't wait to see Jiang Yun suffer punishment. Jiang Yun glanced at Wang Hao, his voice growing colder. But before I speak, there's another matter to attend to. Wang Hao, I suspect you deliberately failed to act on the battlefield, betraying your comrades. At these words, the expressions of everyone present instantly turned grave. Compared to the fabricated charge Wang Hao had just leveled against Jiang Yun, this accusation was less severe, yet it carried far greater weight with the group. After all, they were all about to face off against monstrous creatures, relying on other classes to watch their backs. No one wanted to encounter a teammate who would betray them. You're lying. Wang Hao panicked instantly. Earlier, while everyone was focused on intercepting the abyssal fiends, he had deliberately held back, allowing the ox fiend to slip through. He thought he'd been discreet, but never imagined Jiang Yun had noticed. Even if you did notice, it doesn't matter, you have no proof. With that thought, Wang Hao's confidence surged, and he shouted back at Jiang Yun. The truth will be clear enough. Li Xie, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. She stepped forward, a circular piece of equipment suddenly appearing in her hand. Light Discernment Ring, Platinum Grade Equipment, Spirit plus 3000, Constant Spell, Light Discernment, Cloud Piercer, Equipment Level 50. This equipment is what I use to command the battlefield. Its constant spell, Light Discernment, can fully record everything that happens in a specific area over a set period of time. As she spoke, she tapped her finger, and the battlefield scene from moments ago appeared before everyone's eyes. After some adjustments, Wang Hao appeared on the screen. He saw the hatred on his face when he spotted Jiang Yun, deliberately stepping aside to let the ox demon charge toward Jiang Yun. Even the look of schadenfreude on his face as Jiang Yun was surrounded and attacked was perfectly captured. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Jiang Yun's accusations were correct. The evidence was irrefutable. Everyone turned to Wang Hao, their faces filled with disgust. This was the battlefield of 10,000 clans, where they fought against demonic beasts. Wang Hao had betrayed his comrades for personal grudges. Who would dare fight alongside such a man? Wang Hao, sabotaging combat operations and attempting to harm comrades. Li Hu shot Wang Hao a disgusted look and declared, all combat merits from this battle are nullified. 1 week of confinement. Wang Hao slumped, plopping down onto the ground. The punishment wasn't particularly severe. After all, Jiang Yun had emerged unscathed, and Wang Hao's malicious intent had failed to achieve any tangible effect. But he knew his reputation was now utterly ruined. 130 Rewarding Merit, the Furious Mad Sage. 2 soldiers led Wang Hao away toward the detention cell, disappearing from view. Li Hu patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder and announced loudly, "Alright, now it's time to reward merit." The crowd instantly perked up. After every major battle, the moment professionals anticipated most was the distribution of rewards. Killing monsters in battle earned regular military merit points. After the war concluded, additional military merit rewards were granted based on each individual's contributions during the conflict. Many fought with joy precisely for this reason. Under the gaze of all, Li Hu's booming voice echoed across the city walls. All defenders of the city receive 2,000 military merit points. All who fought outside the city walls receive 5,000 military merit points. Professional warriors shall receive military merit rewards of varying tiers based on the number of monsters slain. First, the top-ranked individual. Li Hu glanced at Jiang Yun and announced, "First place, Jiang Yun, awarded 10,000 military merits." The crowd remained unmoved, clearly having anticipated this outcome. After all, the vivid memory of Jiang Yun commanding his pet beast to sweep across the entire battlefield still lingered in their minds. In this battle, the overwhelming majority of the demonic creatures had been slain by Jiang Yun's army of soldier ants. His strength spoke for itself. For Jiang Yun's ascent to the top, the crowd could only describe their feelings with one word: respect. Next, the runner-up, Mo Kongqing, earning 8,000 military merits. Third place goes to Wang Hao, but his results have been disqualified. Substitute recipient, Lu Yinfei, awarded 6,000 military merits. Li Hu continued reading the list before patting Jiang Yun on the shoulder. "Congratulations, the youngest 4-star sergeant." Jiang Yun looked down and noticed that, unbeknownst to him, his military merit badge had turned silver, now adorned with 3 gold stars. At that moment, a new gold star was slowly emerging. As the reward was credited, Jiang Yun earned another gold star. He was no longer a mere private, he was now a sergeant. Li Hu chuckled, "Your promotion speed has even surprised me. Keep pushing yourself, and you might just challenge the title of youngest divine general." Jiang Yun inquired curiously, "What rewards come with being the youngest divine general?" "Of course there are, and plenty of them. For instance, your name could be engraved on the monument in the virtual universe space. That's a tremendous honor. Only those who've made truly significant contributions to humanity get that chance." The last person to achieve this was Jiang Xiaoyun. At this point, Li Hu instinctively glanced at Li Xiyue beside him. Jiang Yun's fist slowly clenched. The moment he heard his father's name, his resolve had already solidified. The title of youngest divine general, he would claim it. As for the virtual universe space, a concept he was hearing for the first time, having experienced the Void Tower and the Academy's combat simulation chambers, Jiang Yun could roughly guess what it entailed. In an instant, Jiang Yun's fighting spirit surged. After the rewards were distributed, Li Hu and the others led Jiang Yun into a secret chamber. After ordering the guards to close the door, the entire chamber was left with only Jiang Yun and the assembled second transformation powerhouses. "Now you can speak, right?" Li Hu's voice was deep and solemn. "Tell us. What exactly do you mean by the opportunity to kill the king of Barbarian Mountain?" Jiang Yun still shook his head. "This matter is too critical. Lord City Master, it would be best to reconsider. There are too many people here." Li Hu pondered for a moment, then unexpectedly waved his hand, signaling for some of the professionals to leave. Finally, only 4 remained in the chamber: Li Xiyue, Ji Tianjiao, Li Hu, and himself. Those standing here now are the absolute core of the core. There is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Can you speak now? Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Yun nodded and pulled out his phone, opening a video. He explained, "Due to encountering a demonic tide, we left the instance entrance and are heading back. Before leaving, on a whim, I activated the phone's recording mode and hid it in a concealed corner. I wanted to see what actually happened here after I departed. None of us could have imagined that when we returned to the dungeon entrance and retrieved the phone, we'd discover this video." This was the explanation he had prepared long ago. The others in the chamber immediately turned their attention to the video. At first glance, they were all startled. The footage revealed not 1, but 2 abyssal lords. But the truly shocking revelation was yet to come. In the video, the man calling himself Xiao Zhong used a magical formation to contact the Abyssal King, offering up vast sacrifices all to kill Jiang Yun, the human genius. Xiao Zhong? The Xiao plan has truly become lawless. As the video reached this point, a voice filled with rage echoed through the secret chamber. A figure bearing a sword abruptly materialized before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stared at the arrival, astonished. "Mad Venerable, what are you doing here?" Mad Reverend offered no reply, his eyes fixed intently on the video as a murderous aura spread across his face. At any time, secretly contacting the Abyss was an unforgivable crime. Especially when Xiao Zhong sought to use the Abyss's monstrous forces to eliminate the geniuses of the human race. It was tantamount to dancing on the human race's minefield. And when Xiao Zhong revealed he had once used this very method to kill a prodigy named Wang Yuan, a terrifying aura of murder erupted from the Mad Reverend. For a moment, Jiang Yun felt as if he were facing a terrifying beast towering above a sea of blood, unable to breathe. Li Hu immediately stepped in front of Jiang Yun, pleading, "Mad Reverend, control your emotions, there are children present." Prompted by Li Hu's reminder, the Mad Reverend took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent surging within.
She looked at Jiang Yun, her voice tinged with regret.
I'm sorry. I lost control for a moment.
She sighed. Wang Yuan, he was my very first disciple. His death has always been my regret. I never imagined he would be betrayed and killed by someone like Xiao Zhong. Her voice grew icy as she concluded, the Xiao family, I will never let you off the hook. Jiang Yun, rest assured. Jiang Yun shook his head, signaling understanding, then asked in puzzlement, since the mad revered one is here, slaying an Abyss King shouldn't be a problem, right?
I cannot intervene.
The mad revered one explained proactively, our combat power is simply too terrifying, we could easily obliterate an entire city. Thus, both sides agreed long ago that pillar-level beings must not attack foes of lower rank. Breaking this taboo would provoke the enemy's pillar-level beings to retaliate, leading to catastrophic casualties. Therefore, even if I could sever the head of that so-called barbarian mountain king with a single stroke, I cannot act. That said, the opportunity you mentioned to slay the barbarian mountain king, I haven't seen it yet. Jiang Yun smiled faintly. Mad Reverend, just keep watching. Under everyone's gaze, the king of terrifying hounds and Xiao Zhong ended their communication and resumed their conversation with the king of ghost eagles beside them. This time, their conversation turned to the only absent member of the three kings, the barbarian mountain king. 131, foster mother, Ningerin's second uncle. That bastard from Barbarian Mountain is getting more and more arrogant. Find a way to take him down. Ha ha ha, that bastard doesn't know I killed his entire brood. He'll definitely come looking for trouble with the humans. We'll strike while the iron's hot. The assembled powerhouses grew increasingly alarmed and increasingly excited as they listened. The three rulers of the abyss were actually at odds with each other. Two of them were plotting an assault on the Barbarian Mountain King. Jiang Yun, the intelligence you've brought back is absolutely crucial. Even Li Hu, known for his seasoned composure, couldn't suppress his excitement. His body trembled as he gave Jiang Yun a firm pat on the shoulder. If we play our cards right, this could be the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Barbarian Mountain King. These two abyssal kings likely don't intend to kill the Barbarian Mountain King outright. After all, he is the ruler of this war-torn land of myriad races. But if we intervene, things would be different. As Li Hu spoke, the excitement in the chamber grew palpable. Killing a deep abyss king? That was no small matter. No one questioned the intelligence Jiang Yun had brought back. The video and dialogue were right there before them. This was solid, undeniable proof. Unless Jiang Yun could convince two abyss lords to stage a performance with him. But that was impossible. Jiang Yun was just a human, not some legendary abyss overlord. How could he possibly have such power? At this point, even if Jiang Yun told the truth, no one would believe him. Jiang Yun, even if this mission ultimately fails, merely for retrieving such invaluable intelligence, I shall count it as a major achievement for you. The Mad Sovereign added, regarding Xiao Zhong, I can assure you on behalf of Divine Xia he won't have an easy life. By the end of her statement, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeated her tone. Jiang Yun nodded, silently mourning Xiao Zhong in his heart. The Xiao family, well, that was another matter entirely. But the moment Jiang Yun brought this intelligence back and revealed it to everyone, his life began its countdown. Had matters here not remained unresolved, Jiang Yun was certain that, given the Mad Reverend's temperament, he would have stormed Qingbei Academy himself to claim Xiao Zhong's head. Immediately afterward, the group began discussing specific action plans. Jiang Yun had no place in such matters. Even though he had spearheaded the campaign against the Barbarian Mountain King, his strength remained too weak to truly participate in such matters. Moments later, the plan was finalized. Everyone dispersed to make their respective preparations. The vast secret chamber instantly grew empty. Yet three individuals remained behind. Jiang Yun, Li Xie, and Ji Tianzhou. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Li Xie rushed to his side, her eyes darting excitedly over his form. Her voice trembled slightly. What's your relationship with Xiao Yun? Jiang Yun froze, glancing at Ji Tianzhou. He recalled that the revered Yuan had personally warned Ji Tianzhou to keep his affairs hidden from Li Xie. How could he have been exposed so soon after arriving at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? Ji Tianzhou gave a bitter laugh. You know me, I'm not very good at lying. She found out. Jiang Yun sighed, turning to Li Xie. My name is Jiang Yun. Jiang Xiaoyun is my father. Even though she had anticipated this answer, Li Xie couldn't help but gasp aloud, he's still alive, and he has a child. Seeing Li Xie's dazed expression, Jiang Yun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His old man had died so easily, only to leave him with this mess. And now he had to comfort his father's confidant? What kind of situation was this? Sisterly, it's like this. Jiang Yun hurriedly relayed everything he knew to Li Xie. After a moment of emotional turmoil, Li Xie gradually regained her composure. Returning from the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, bringing back a foreign woman, and hiding away in a small city like Luoshui. There's something seriously wrong here. Li Xie instantly grasped the crux of the matter. I will investigate this matter. Jiang Yun, what you should focus on now is rapidly enhancing your own strength.
Li Xie's words echoed those of the revered Yuan and Ji Tianjiao from before. She turned to glare at Ji Tianjiao and snapped, Xiao Yun has a child. How could you keep something this important from me? Ji Tianjiao looked aggrieved. It was your father's decision. He was worried you might become emotionally unstable and cause some major trouble. Li Xie laughed bitterly, I know exactly how things stand. To wipe out an entire divine squadron and keep Xiao Yun from returning to the divine capital all these years, the waters run deep indeed. Her gaze softened as she looked at Jiang Yun, then she suddenly asked, Jiang Yun, would you be willing to call me mom? How about I take you as my godson? Jiang Yun opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to disappoint Li Xie's heartfelt wish. Her profound devotion to her father was something Jiang Yun had witnessed firsthand. Godmother. Li Xie responded, pulling Jiang Yun tightly into her embrace. Moments later, the group emerged from the secret chamber. Jiang Yun's head still felt a bit fuzzy. In just half an hour, he had gained a godmother. Jiang Yun felt somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden change. If anything happens, remember to notify me. Within Guanyang City, my word still carries some weight. Li Xie ruffled Jiang Yun's hair before soaring skyward and vanishing from sight. You little rascal, I'll be keeping a close eye on you for a while. Don't even think about leaving the city. Having learned from the previous two incidents, Ji Tianjiao issued a stern warning to Jiang Yun before finally departing. Jiang Yun turned and walked away. Moments later, he returned to the inn where he rented a room. Looking up, he saw Ningerin standing with her hands on her hips, grinning at him. Beside her stood a burly man, scrutinizing him closely. Jiang Yun, you sure made quite a splash today. Let me introduce you. This is my second uncle, Ning Fanchun. He's the one overseeing the mission to obtain the light-piercing spike. Before Jiang Yun could ask, Ningerin took the initiative to introduce them. Jiang Yun looked at the man and was slightly startled. He wore a simple, long robe, and the military merit medal hanging on his chest was black, the same as Ji Tianjiao's. 4 gold stars adorned them. 4-star General. Jiang Yun's expression turned solemn as he bowed respectfully to the man. Greetings, Senior Ning. To have earned so many military decorations, he must have made tremendous contributions to the human race. That alone commanded Jiang Yun's profound respect. Ning Fanchun scrutinized Jiang Yun from head to toe, letting out a cold snort. So it was you, boy. You dared to bring Yiren alone to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Jiang Yun froze, suddenly realizing that from his own perspective, taking Ning Yiren out alone seemed perfectly safe. But from others' perspectives, it was indeed reckless. No wonder Ning Fanchun was so furious upon learning the truth. Second uncle. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Ning Yiren flashed forward and stood before him. Jiang Yun went through so much trouble to get that shattered light cone. Not only are you not grateful, but you speak to him like that. Watch out, or I'll stop talking to you. 132, side job secured. Ning Fanchun grew even angrier. You brat! Why are you always siding with outsiders? A terrifying possibility suddenly struck him. Staring at Jiang Yun, shock spread across his face. Could it be, you two are dating? Second uncle. Ningerin gave a coy pout, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks, yet she offered no denial whatsoever. This reaction instantly confirmed Ning Fanchun's suspicions. His gaze toward Jiang Yun grew even more hostile. Young man, I'll admit you did a great service by bringing back the broken light spike. But don't even think about using that to kidnap my daughter. Do you have any idea how precious my Yiren is? How many prodigies from prestigious clans and noble families covet her? Ning Fanchun stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed down upon Jiang Yun. His gaze was icy cold, the warning in his words growing ever more pronounced. Second uncle, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't hold back. As Ning Fanchun's words grew increasingly outrageous, Ning Yiren's expression darkened noticeably. She took Jiang Yun's hand firmly, glaring back at her uncle without flinching. She glanced at Jiang Yun from time to time, her gaze filled with concern, fearing her father's words might hurt him. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. He knew Ning Fanchun had misunderstood him. He thought Jiang Yun was the kind of person who, knowing Ning Yiren's extraordinary background, had approached her to deceive her into falling for him, hoping to gain the Ning family's support. Yet that condescending tone still rankled Jiang Yun. Earlier, when he learned Ning Yiren was a scion of a prestigious family with the Ning clan backing her, he had been genuinely surprised for quite some time. He hadn't detected the typical arrogance of those from prominent clans in Ning Yiren. Instead, she was lively and approachable. He'd initially thought the Ning family was an exception, but now it seemed most prestigious families were cut from the same cloth. Ning Yiren was the exception. Just as he was about to retort, a cold voice cut through the air from behind him. Ning. If you can't explain why my Jiang Yun isn't good enough for your Ning Yiren, I'll knock out 2 of your front teeth. Godmother? Jiang Yun turned to see Li Xie, whom he'd just parted ways with moments ago, approaching him with a beaming smile and a cheerful wave. Her gaze turned icy again when she looked at Ning Fanchun. Miss Li, wait. What did you just call him? Godmother? Seeing Li Xie, Ning Fanchun gasped in surprise before letting out a strange cry, staring at Jiang Yun with utter disbelief. We hit it off, so we adopted him as our godson. Got a problem with that? Li Xiyue showed Ningfanchen no courtesy whatsoever. My Jiang Yun, top scholar nationwide, the youngest sergeant in the army, and Ningerin? They're a perfect match. What era do you think this is? Don't assume that just because Ningerin's elder, you can decide her marriage. Every word implied that Ningerin and Jiang Yun were already a couple. Ningfanchen opened his mouth, stammering, unable to speak. Despite his domineering demeanor around Jiang Yun, he couldn't put on airs in front of Li Xiyue. Setting aside other factors, Li Xiyue's background alone was something he couldn't afford to provoke. Her father was none other than the revered Yuan, one of the 9 pillars of the Divine Summer Kingdom. Though not born into a prestigious clan, his status as a pillar alone was enough to crush most noble houses. Alright, second uncle, I've handed over the piercing light spike. Now hurry up and complete your mission. Ningerin didn't wish to exchange another word with Ningfanchen. She pulled Jiang Yun along and headed toward the inn. Li Xiyue followed suit. Ningfanchen stood alone, frozen in place, feeling utterly lost. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and set off toward the depths of Guaning City. Inside Jiang Yun's room. Godmother, why did you suddenly come over? Jiang Yun poured tea for Li Xiyue as she asked curiously. Of course I came to see you, and to bring you something. Li Xiyue said with a smile, as one item after another props and potions appeared from her hands. Under the stunned gazes of Jiang Yun and Ningerin, Li Xiyue arranged a large number of skill scrolls and potions of various colors and hues on the table. These are all for you. Too bad Xiao Tian said I couldn't give you high-level gear, it'd draw too much attention and hinder your growth. I've got several platinum tier sets just sitting there. Enough. This is already too much. Jiang Yun gasped in astonishment. With Jiang Yun as her godson, Li Xiyue was clearly overflowing with maternal affection. After clanging away with a huge pile of items, she finally departed, thoroughly satisfied. The room was now empty except for Ningerin and Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, don't be too hard on second uncle. That's just his nature. Ningerin spoke, her voice tinged with weariness. It's not just him, many in our clan are like that. Ever since my talents awakened, noble families have been lining up to propose marriages. Our elders have accepted their gifts and relentlessly pushed various suitors on me. That's exactly why I refuse to stay at home. Seeing the gloom in Ningerin's eyes, Jiang Yun felt a pang in his heart. He instinctively stepped forward and gently embraced her. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll always be on your side. His voice was firm. Anyone who tries to force you will have to get past me first. Ningerin lifted her head, her cheeks flushed like sunset clouds. Her eyes sparkled like stars and otherworldly beauty. She murmured a soft An air of intimacy hung in the air. Jiang Yun swallowed hard, suddenly overcome by an irresistible urge to kiss her. But he held back. Who knew what kind of situation his mother meant when she said, "Don't lose your virginity before reaching the king level"? And what if things got out of hand? Power. Pure, raw power. Never had Jiang Yun craved power so desperately. After chatting for a while, Ningerin reluctantly took her leave. Jiang Yun sat on the bed and opened his profession panel. Gazing at the staggering lifespan count, a thought flashed through his mind and a white glow emanated from his body. Jiang Yun, level 26. From level 19 to now, Jiang Yun's journey to class change had been exceptionally arduous. It took him nearly a month to finally succeed. As a result, he had accumulated over 8 million life points. This amount of lifespan would be enough for Jiang Yun to level up several times over. Yet he still chose to use it sparingly. The higher a professional climbs, the more reliant they become on lifespan. Death in dungeons, and even certain specialized skills, all require the expenditure of lifespan. I've been focused on leveling up until now. It's time to convert that foundation into actual strength. In his room, Jiang Yun pondered silently, adjusting to his new state. Another flash of white light erupted. He leveled up once more, reaching level 27. For beast masters, leveling up consumes twice the lifespan of ordinary adventurers. Advancing from level 26 to 27 consumed 2.93 million lifespan points. Jiang Yun's accumulated 8 million lifespan was now nearly depleted. A multicolored glow flickered in his hand and a scroll appeared. Rare Life Change Scroll. Effect, grants the practitioner a brand new life profession. Usable at level 21. This was actually obtained back when Jiang Yun and Ningerin teamed up to pioneer the Village of Calamity instance. He had expected to use it soon, never imagining it would be delayed for so long. With a swish, Jiang Yun activated the scroll. A streak of multicolored light shot out, entering his body. A line of text suddenly appeared before Jiang Yun. Acquired rare life profession, Spirit Chef. 133, Spirit Chef, a new mythic tier skill. Spirit Chef? Jiang Yun had heard of this profession before. It was a lifestyle profession, similar in nature to an alchemist or blacksmith. However, this profession creates various delicious foods imbued with extraordinary abilities. The dishes crafted by spirit chefs were not only exceptionally tasty but also bestowed all sorts of wondrous buffs upon those who consumed them. For this reason, though less widespread than alchemists or blacksmiths, this profession was highly sought after in certain settings. Many wealthy families would invite spirit chefs to prepare exquisite dishes for grand occasions, viewing it as a mark of prestige. Who'd have thought I'd end up being a cook? Jiang Yun muttered with a hint of sarcasm as he opened the spirit chef's profession panel to examine it. Profession, spirit chef. Rarity, rare. Level, 1. Skills, specific food summoning, delicacies. Specific food summoning. The spirit chef expends a certain amount of energy to summon a specific food item with unique properties. The effects of the summoned food will increase as the practitioner's level rises. Summoned food, to be determined. Delicacies, select a specific dish to study and master. Upon completion, the dish gains special effects. Successfully crafting grants a certain amount of lifespan. Choose one special effect from vigorous growth, stamina recovery, or physical recovery. Note, due to innate talent, your spirit chef skill has mutated. After cooking, the special effect options will include 2 additional choices, Abyss and Divine. Jiang Yun stared at the spirit chef class description, whistling in admiration. Support classes truly are worlds apart from combat classes. No combat was required whatsoever, even gaining lifespan depended solely on crafting dishes. And as expected of a rare tier profession, it came equipped with 2 skills from the start. Jiang Yun's Beastmaster profession only started with 1 skill. When he saw the description of the skill mutation, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It mutated again. His tree spirit summoning skill had previously been altered by the Abyssal Dominion talent, transforming into Abyssal Summoning. This time, the same thing happened again. Moreover, this time, 2 distinct mutations emerged. The special effect Abyss was naturally the influence of the Abyss Lord. But what about that god? Could it be the Heavenly Eye? Jiang Yun's mind flickered, and he activated the spirit chef's skill, Food Summoning. A steaming Xiaolongbao suddenly materialized in midair, landing in his palm. Stamina restoring steamed bun. Consuming this bun restores 30% stamina. The skill description for food summon also changed. Summon food, steamed bun. Swallowing the steamed bun in one bite, Jiang Yun felt a surge of warmth rise from his stomach, instantly filling his entire body with boundless energy. Jiang Yun summoned again, and another steamed bun appeared. Strengthening Xiaolongbao, consuming this dumpling increases strength by 30% for half an hour. He swallowed it in one bite and summoned again. Another steamed bun materialized. This time, however, the steamed bun was pitch black, emitting a dark mist that looked utterly terrifying. Abyssal steamed bun, upon consumption, grants abyssal empowerment. All strength is converted to abyssal attributes, increasing all stats by 30% and reducing cooldowns by 50%. Lasts for half an hour. This powerful? Jiang Yun gasped in astonishment. Compared to the ordinary buff granting buns, the Abyss-enhanced buns bonuses were downright excessive. Jiang Yun calculated that even disregarding the abyssal attribute conversion, the sheer stat and cooldown boosts alone would elevate his power by a full 10%. And this was for a beastmaster who relied on their own beast companions in battle. For classes like warriors or mages, the power increase would be even greater. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun stowed the steamed bun away without consuming it. He immediately began summoning more steamed buns, continuing until his energy was completely depleted. Soon, another steamed bun appeared before him, this one radiating golden divine light, crystal clear and pure white. After examining its effects, a hint of delight flashed across Jiang Yun's face. Now I have an extra edge against the king of barbarian mountains. Stowing the item away, Jiang Yun began leveling up his secondary profession, Spirit Chef. For support class practitioners, the only way to gain longevity was to grind away at their primary profession's crafting tasks. But Jiang Yun was different. Spirit Chef was merely his secondary profession. The lifespan he gained from his combat profession could also be used to level up his secondary profession. Swish, swish, swish. Flashes of white light danced across Jiang Yun's body. His Spirit Chef profession level skyrocketed. After reaching level 19, Jiang Yun stopped. His remaining lifespan was still within a safe range, but the Spirit Chef profession also required a class change to continue leveling up. Jiang Yun had no intention of wasting too much time on this matter for now. For Spirit Cooks, each level primarily increased 2 attributes, Spirit and Constitution. The Beast Tamer class primarily increased the Spirit attribute. Benefiting from the dual class bonuses, Jiang Yun's Spirit attribute was once again elevated to a terrifying level. It reached 8,000 points. No wonder everyone covets a secondary profession with sufficient lifespan. One can rapidly evolve into a formidable dual-class powerhouse. With the attribute bonuses from 2 professions, their strength far surpasses that of ordinary single-profession powerhouses. But the demand for lifespan just increased dramatically. Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on. His Beastmaster profession already demanded twice the experience points of other classes, and now he had to factor in the Spirit Chef's requirements as well. The amount of experience required for each level up had reached a terrifying level. Even though the title, King of the Uninhabited Realm, increased the lifespan he gained, Jiang Yun still felt it wasn't quite enough. Looks like I'll need to start gathering items that boost lifespan gains. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, closing the profession panel as his expression gradually grew excited. It was time to acquire a new mythic tier skill. Talent, Fishing Across Realms, activate. The familiar golden fishing rod in Starlit Pond materialized before his eyes. Jiang Yun swung his arm, casting the line into the pond before swiftly reeling it back in. Mythic skill, Heart of Steel. You again? Jiang Yun was astonished. He couldn't even recall how many times he'd caught this skill. If skills possessed a spirit, this one was remarkably persistent. But alas, it still wasn't suited for him. Every mythic tier skill had its unique uses. Jiang Yun had only one principle: choose only what suits him. The rod lifted and fell again. One by one, orbs of light symbolizing mythical tier skills were reeled in, glanced at, and then discarded. Jiang Yun remained impassive. As yet another mythical tier skill was reeled in, Jiang Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of delight spread across his face. What incredible luck! I actually caught this mythical tier skill. Decided you're my new mythical tier skill. World Tree. 134, New Pet Beast, World Tree. Mythical Skill, World Tree. Obtained a World Tree sapling, loyalty 100%, contractable. That's it. The skill description is that simple. But after pondering for a moment, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and decided to take this skill. Why? For that one phrase, can be contracted. As a beast tamer, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up at the sight of those 3 words. He knew firsthand just how powerful mythic tier skills could be. Characteristic extraction could transform the most basic beast into a supreme being. As for Heaven's Eye, that went without saying. With this skill, Jiang Yun effortlessly recruited a large number of subordinates. His very possession of the Return to Burial Spirit Master profession was also thanks to the Heavenly Eye. Moreover, Jiang Yun felt he had barely scratched the surface of this skill's potential. Now, the emergence of a mythic tier skill one that offered nothing but a World Tree sapling set Jiang Yun's imagination racing. Just how powerful was this World Tree sapling? Its very name alone reminded Jiang Yun of the colossal entity from Greek mythology in his previous life, the one that supported the 9 great worlds. If his world tree could evolve to that level, he would become a creator god. Suppressing an abyss would be a mere trifle. With that thought, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer, immediately clutching the light orb in his hand. The orb shattered, and a green light shot into Jiang Yun's brow. A chill spread downward, stopping only at Jiang Yun's lower abdomen. A flicker of bewildered, exuberant consciousness emerged, pulsing and interacting with Jiang Yun's own awareness, radiating waves of childlike affection. The world tree had taken root within his own lower abdomen? Startled, Jiang Yun boldly attempted to connect and communicate with this thread of consciousness. He opened his palm and gazed at his hand. From his palm, a tiny emerald green sprout emerged. It swayed without wind, radiating a playful and spirited energy. World Tree Infant. Quality, Radiant. Level, 1. Skill, Miniature World. Traits, Divine Favor, Primordial Absorption. Attack, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 1000. Constitution, 100. Mini-worlds. The world tree is born with one fully fledged mini-world. By investing resources, this mini-world can expand. As the world tree grows, the number of mini-worlds will also increase. Divine Favor. The bearer of the world tree is favored by heaven and earth, granting them heightened fortune. Primordial Absorption. Once rooted, the world tree continuously absorbs primordial essence from the world, converting it into lifespan. Absorption rate, 1 year per hour. Note, the world tree requires nourishment from primordial energy to grow. Lifespan equals primordial energy. Gazing at the world tree's attribute panel, Jiang Yun let out a long sigh, his face lighting up with relief. Thankfully, he hadn't missed out on this skill, otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. The world tree itself possessed no offensive capabilities, with its 4 core attributes alarmingly low. But its skills and traits? Each one is a heavyweight. Its sole skill, Miniature World. The world and Jiang Yun's beast-taming space were 2 entirely different concepts. Only Jiang Yun's beasts can survive within the beast-taming space. Beyond that, only inanimate objects can be stored. But the little world is different. Despite the small in its name, it is a veritable world and independent realm on par with Blue Star or the Abyss. Its 2 defining characteristics are exceptionally formidable. The favor of the heavens trait goes without saying. It's comparable to Ningerin's lucky star talent. The source extraction trait nearly made Jiang Yun leap out of bed. So, I don't have to do anything? Just lie here and gain lifespan? Jiang Yun was so astonished he couldn't speak. Though it currently only absorbed 1 year of lifespan per hour, this figure would increase as the world tree grew. And the world tree's own grade sent Jiang Yun's heart racing. Radiant. Even in its juvenile stage, it was of the highest quality radiant. What grade would it reach once fully grown? His guess was correct. The familiar practitioner grading system was incomplete. Beyond Radiant and Pillar, there was still a path. These matters were still premature for Jiang Yun at present. He gently touched the tender sprout in his palm and activated the skill, Contract. Beast masters could only contract pets of equal rank to themselves. But there are exceptions when the beast willingly offers itself, as was happening now. A flash of light erupted, forging an invisible bond between Jiang Yun and the world tree. Thus, he gained his third pet beast and his highest grade one at the World Tree. After exchanging a few words with the World Tree, Jiang Yun's figure abruptly vanished from the room. The next moment, he materialized amidst a sea of green grass. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yun stared in disbelief. "You call this a small world?" He stood in the middle of a grassland, a babbling brook flowing past his feet, winding its way toward a distant forest. Across the grassland, creatures resembling sheep and horses strolled leisurely, grazing on the tender grass. Further into the forest, Jiang Yun could make out the figures of green tree spirits. These were the native inhabitants of this microcosm. Information from the World Tree flooded Jiang Yun's mind, revealing the world's details. This small world currently spanned an area of 100,000 square kilometers. Compared to the real world, this size was indeed rather small. But to Jiang Yun, it was already vast enough. It was equivalent to a large city. Jiang Yun strolled across the grasslands. Wherever he passed, creatures resembling sheep and horses instinctively stepped aside, bowing their heads in reverent salute. As the master of the World Tree, in the eyes of these native creatures, Jiang Yun was indistinguishable from the legendary creator god. After exploring the entire realm, Jiang Yun placed the moon goddess and the ant queen, Xiao, within this miniature world. He instructed them to cherish it carefully and not to meddle recklessly before withdrawing. His figure reappeared in the room, gently stroking the tender sprout in his hand, a radiant smile lighting up his face. That night, though his power hadn't increased significantly, his intangible foundation had grown considerably stronger. This foundation would sustain him, enabling him to journey further along the path of a professional practitioner. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, who was bonding with the World Tree, the moment he obtained its tender sprout, the tree realm billions of miles away was shaken to its very foundations. At the heart of the 10,000 trees realm, within the sacred cathedral of the World Tree, a dazzling green radiance shot skyward, faintly manifesting the colossal shadow of a towering tree that seemed to prop up the heavens and earth. Every living being across the realm could clearly see this colossal tree's form, while simultaneously feeling waves of submission surge from the depths of their very bloodlines. An ancient legend resurfaced once more, passed from mouth to mouth. It was said that the realm of 10,000 trees was but a single leaf transformed from a World Tree. One day, the World Tree would return to this realm, leading the realm of 10,000 trees to its glorious destiny. Thud. Within the sacred temple of 10,000 trees, the patriarch of the 10,000 trees church knelt upon the ground, repeatedly prostrating himself before the giant tree's apparition, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Issue the decree. The World Tree has descended. Wherever it may be, bring it back. He shall be the supreme sovereign of our realm of 10,000 trees. 135. The Return of the Barbarian Mountain King. Jiang Yun remained unaware of the upheaval in the 10,000 trees realm, nor did he know he had been designated its supreme ruler. For the next several days, he found himself unusually at leisure. Each day, Ningerin would seek him out for casual chats and strolls through the streets. Their conversations flowed easily, and Jiang Yun gained much previously unknown knowledge from Ningerin. For instance, among the great clans of Xinxia, there existed a hierarchical system. Though unwritten, this hierarchy was undeniably present. First tier, second tier, third tier. Only those who could establish a foothold in a super-metropolis like the divine capital could be called third tier. Only those wielding considerable influence within the divine capital could be called second tier. Only families with a pillar-level expert at their helm are deemed first-tier clans. Across the entire Xinxia, aside from the Mad Sovereign and the Abyssal Sovereign, neither of whom hailed from established clans, only 7 first-tier families exist. The Xiao family, with whom Jiang Yun had a grudge, was a second-tier family. This unwritten knowledge of Xinxia's upper echelons broadened Jiang Yun's horizons. Beyond shopping with Ningerin, Jiang Yun kept himself occupied. He negotiated with the innkeeper to assist in the kitchen while learning culinary skills. Jiang Yun's secondary profession skill, divine cuisine, required selecting a specific dish to activate its effect. Fortunately, having lived alone for nearly a decade, Jiang Yun had developed considerable expertise in the kitchen. He quickly got the hang of it and chose a home-style dish as his first special creation. Fish fragrant shredded pork. Delicious blessing, fish fragrant shredded pork. Extremely delicious. Upon consumption, grants the user sacred armor protection, absorbing 2000 damage for 24 hours. Compared to potions crafted by alchemists, dishes created by spirit chefs, besides being delicious and filling, boast the key advantage of extended effects. Typical potions last 10 minutes at best, half an hour at most. But a spirit chef's dishes often last an entire day. Truly enduring. 3 days later, Jiang Yun emerged from the inn. Along the way, everyone, regardless of what they were doing, turned their gaze toward Jiang Yun. The 3-star military officer medal on his chest shone brightly. A 3-star sergeant at his age was a rare sight. Thus, everyone instantly recognized his status. After the great battle 3 days prior, Jiang Yun's name had become known throughout the entire city of Guanyang. It is common knowledge that a youth newly arrived on the battlefield of the myriad races achieved remarkable feats of valor, rising to become the foremost warrior. But he also caught the attention of the Abyss King. For him alone, the Abyssal King was poised to ignite another war. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd held sympathy, discontent, and a myriad of other expressions. Jiang Yun, however, remained unfazed. A hint of frustration flickered in his expression, though it had nothing to do with this matter. Is this skill, favor, actually useful? Just moments ago, he had exhausted every skill scroll on his person. This included those he'd obtained from dungeon runs and those gifted to him earlier by his foster mother, Li Xie. A total of 86 scrolls. Of these, 35 had failed roughly half. The rest activated successfully, but none unlocked any truly useful skills. A basic lightness technique. The rest were various passive skills. Wind element resistance, water element resistance, and so on. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a bit down. In the past, he could have accepted everything calmly. He never harbored any expectations about his own luck. But now, with the World Tree's favor skill in his possession, facing this situation again made him suspicious. Could it be that the favor skill had failed? Gurgle. Sensing Jiang Yun's mental fluctuations, the World Tree within his body stirred, emanating discontent. Alright. It's not your fault. Jiang Yun chuckled. Reflecting on the experience, Jiang Yun realized it truly wasn't the World Tree's fault. It was more accurate to say his luck had been downright terrible. Without the boost from the favored skill, the outcome this time would have been even worse. Looks like if I want to steadily improve my skills, I'll need to get my hands on higher quality skill scrolls. The thought made Jiang Yun wince inwardly. Ordinary skill scrolls were silver grade, costing nearly 1,000,000 Xinsha coins to purchase. Purchasing them with points still required 1,000 points. Higher tier scrolls, needless to say, came with even steeper price tags. And the failure rate remained just as high. Acquiring the desired skill would demand a significant number of scrolls. That's a hefty sum. While you can learn skills through the virtual learning hall, the pace is painfully slow. So, when it comes to spending money, you just have to spend it. Just as Jiang Yun pondered this, the earth suddenly trembled. The bell tolled urgently, 3 times in quick succession. This was the war alert, the signal summoning professionals to battle. Jiang Yun startled. The next moment, a white light flared from the metal on his chest, enveloping his entire body. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished and reappeared atop the city walls. Beside him, streaks of white light flared as other professionals materialized in the same manner. Jiang Yun. Ningerin waved excitedly at Jiang Yun and stepped up to stand beside him. After a few casual words, Jiang Yun looked up at the city walls. Thick black fog rolled toward Guanyong City once more. Within the darkness, hideous figures lay layered upon layered. 3 days later, the king of the barbarian mountains arrived as promised. Roar! A deep, resonant roar echoed, stirring up a storm. The king of barbarian mountains stepped out of the shadows of his own accord. His massive crocodile head loomed like a small mountain, its 2 blood-red eyes glaring at the crowd upon the city walls. Humans, as I said before, I shall unleash another great war. And this time, I do not come alone. As he spoke, 2 more colossal auras surged forth from behind him. Gigantic figures sliced through the sky, casting deep shadows. The king of ghost eagles, Garuda. A massive black hound appeared behind the king of barbarian mountains, its presence sudden and unannounced. The king of terrifying hounds, Rama. Feeling his dignity insulted, the barbarian mountain king had now brought along the other 2 abyssal kings to teach the human race a harsh lesson. The overwhelming auras of the 3 abyssal kings dominated the sky, making Guanyong City appear dwarfed beneath them. On the city walls, the air seemed to freeze. The barbarian mountain king growled, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Of course, if you're willing to hand over the Jiang Yun fellow, this battle could be avoided. A murmur rippled through the crowd on the ramparts. Many turned their gaze toward Jiang Yun, their expressions visibly wavering. 3 abyssal kings, no less. If sacrificing a single practitioner under level 30 could avert this battle, it seemed like a bargain. Jiang Yun remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation. Under the pressure of 3 abyss lords, such reactions were entirely expected. Ningerin, however, gave a cold snort. She stepped in front of Jiang Yun and glared fiercely at the others. King of barbarian mountains, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop playing these petty games to sow discord among us, it only makes you look ridiculous. Our human race has never surrendered without a fight, not in the past, nor now. If you want people, break through my Guanyong City first. Very well. You will regret this. The king of barbarian mountain roared in fury. Ghost eagles, fearsome hounds charge. 136, striving to break through, Jiang Yun's hidden card. Having brought 2 other abyssal kings with him this time, there was no reason for him to strike first. His voice brimmed with arrogance and command. This was only natural. On the surface, the 3 abyssal kings were equals. But with the supreme sovereign Maheshvara backing him, the king of barbarian mountains was the true ruler of this domain. He had always treated the other 2 abyss lords as servants to command. And neither had ever defied his commands. As you wish. As before, the 2 abyss lords exchanged a glance and answered in unison. In the next instant, 2 colossal figures surged forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 colossal figures simultaneously lunged at the barbarian mountain king, launching their assault. Roar! The Mountain King roared in shock.
Blood spattered, scales shattered. The attack came too suddenly for him to guard against, forcing him to stumble backward repeatedly, relying solely on his formidable defenses to withstand the assault.
Rama, Garuda, have you lost your minds? He couldn't comprehend what was happening.
The two who had always obeyed his commands had suddenly turned against him.
Did they not know they were the favored servants of Mahakala, the supreme ruler?
To offend him was to offend Mahakala himself.
Did they intend to survive in this abyss?
Garuda cackled maniacally. "Han Duo, you've oppressed us for so many years.
Did you really think we had no fight left in us? Die!"
Rama roared, sinking his teeth into the tortoise shell of the king of the savage mountains, sending sparks flying.
"We've been waiting for this day for a very long time."
These were the lines Jiang Yun had carefully prepared earlier, all for this very moment. Of course, only humans would believe such words. The barbarian mountain king, Han Tua, naturally didn't believe a single word.
Was the focus on his own attitude? Wrong.
The crux lay in the supreme sovereign behind him, great black heaven.
Seeing the two men so brazenly confident, could it be that they too had a supreme ruler backing them?
At this thought, the king of barbarian mountains shuddered in terror. He spun on his heel and charged toward the distance. He seemed utterly unwilling to fight any longer. A flash of light streaked across the sky as Li Hu's figure blocked the king of barbarian mountains' path, delivering a heavy punch.
"King of the barbarian mountains, your time ends here."
Li Hu roared with laughter.
The barbarian mountain king roared with fury. "You two are actually collaborating with the human race."
Li Hu retorted instantly, "Wrong. It's merely a matter of circumstance." Seeing this, the two abyssal kings instinctively lunged toward the barbarian mountain king. Seeing this, a heavy weight lifted from Li Hu's heart. His greatest fear had been that the two abyssal kings would set aside their racial prejudice against the barbarian mountain king. If that happened, this battle would never commence. But expecting the barbarian mountain king to perish so easily was out of the question. Roar! Surrounded by his attackers, the barbarian mountain king roared in fury, "Come on!
Do you really think the three of you can stop me?"
In that instant, the battle between the four sanctuary-level beings erupted. A terrifying energy storm swept forth, ravaging the heavens and earth. Above Guaning City, a protective shield glowed, trembling incessantly as it was battered by the energy tempest. Only with the shield's protection could Jiang Yun and the others stand their ground on the city walls. Otherwise, the mere residual energy waves would have been enough to crush everyone present. As for the battle itself, none could see clearly beyond the few king-tier beings involved. All they could perceive was the terrifying energy storm swirling outside Guaning City, stretching from heaven to earth, with several blurred figures flickering within it from time to time.
"Is this what a Saint Hall-level battle looks like?" Jiang Yun exclaimed in awe. This scene was nothing short of world-ending destruction.
"I wonder when I'll ever reach such power.
Then, I'll finally be able to break through, right?"
Glancing at Ningerin beside him, Jiang Yun felt the urge to grow stronger surge even more intensely within him. But as he watched the battle outside the city walls more closely, his expression darkened.
Something was amiss.
Though he couldn't see the specifics of the battle, he could still observe the energy storm slowly moving outward. The king of barbarian mountains was still breaking through the encirclement. And even with three sacred hall-level beings combining their efforts, it was proving difficult to hold him back.
"Is the king of barbarian mountains this powerful?"
Jiang Yun looked up. In the sky, the expressions of Ji Tianjiu and the others confirmed his suspicions. It seemed he would have to play his trump card after all.
Jiang Yun sighed inwardly.
A flash of multicolored light appeared, and several flying ants materialized, lifting his body into the air. This action instantly made Jiang Yun the center of attention. Watching Jiang Yun soar toward him, Ji Tianjiu wore a look of astonishment. "Jiang Yun, you stay put down there.
We're preparing to provide backup at any moment."
His voice held no confidence whatsoever. Clearly, even with all of them joining the fight, he had no certainty they could hold back the king of Man Mountain.
The higher the level, the greater the gap in strength between each tier. Ji Tianjiu is indeed transparent, even I can see right through his thoughts. No wonder he can't keep secrets.
Jiang Yun muttered to himself before asking with a smile, "Uncle Ji, fancy scoring a major achievement?"
Question mark. A question mark seemed to appear above Ji Tianjiu's head.
Jiang Yun said nothing, simply extending his right hand. Under Ji Tianjiu's gaze, a small steamed bun radiating divine light appeared in his palm.
Sacred steamed bun, upon consumption, grants the effect of a divine being descending.
All attributes transform into sacred properties, increasing all stats by 30% and reducing cooldowns by 50%.
Lasts for half an hour. Sacred attributes deal bonus damage to dark, abyssal, and similar attributes. The user's attack power increases by 200% and ignores all defenses. Reading the description of this steamed bun before him, Ji Tianjiu's eyes widened in shock. Swish! A beam of light shot skyward, hurtling toward the energy storm. It was Ji Tianjiu. "What the hell are you doing here alone? Looking for death?" Li Hu, locked in fierce combat, cursed at Ji Tianjiu as he arrived. A king-tier fighter was nothing but cannon fodder in a saint-tier battle.
especially against a defensive powerhouse like the King of Barbarian Mountain.
Ji Tianjiao's full power strike couldn't even leave a mark on him.
Li Hu's momentary distraction allowed the King of Barbarian Mountain to seize the opening. His form accelerated, dashing another 100 meters. Li Hu was startled and threw himself into intercepting him. He cursed inwardly. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The only problem was that he had slightly underestimated the King of Barbarian Mountain's strength. Unexpectedly, even 3 sacred halls working together couldn't stop his escape. That turtle shell is way too thick. Ji Tianjiao let out a long, piercing cry, charging forward with excitement surging through him. His right fist clenched, channeling all his power into a single, thunderous punch.
Facing Ji Tianjiao's full force strike, the Barbarian Mountain King didn't even deign to spare him a glance. Such an attack couldn't even scratch his turtle shell. But the next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air.
Under the horrified stares of Li Hu and the 2 Abyss Kings, Ji Tianjiao's fist had somehow pierced through the Barbarian Mountain King's shield armor, striking his flesh.
A crimson spray erupted instantly. 137, the death of the Barbarian Mountain King, the descent of Mahesh.
All present were left speechless. In this battle, the most severe injury the Barbarian Mountain King had sustained was inflicted by Ji Tianjiao, a mere king-level opponent. The King of Barbarian Mountain's terrifying defenses seemed non-existent before Ji Tianjiao.
What the hell?
Li Hu's face was etched with shock. Scrutinizing Ji Tianjiao closely, he noticed a layer of sacred light enveloping the young man.
Listening closely, one could even hear faint, murmuring hymns.
Ji Tianjiao now radiated an aura of divine sanctity, as if a celestial deity had descended to the mortal realm.
What the hell is going on?
Li Hu was utterly bewildered.
Ji Tianjiao chuckled. That little rascal Jiang Yun's doing.
You might not know this, but he also has an auxiliary profession called Spirit Chef.
This is the masterpiece of his auxiliary profession.
As he spoke, he produced another sacred steamed bun.
He actually has a secondary profession.
Li Hu remained utterly dumbfounded.
He'd thought Jiang Yun was already monstrously talented enough, but never imagined he was holding back. He actually had a secondary profession.
That was a rare thing indeed. Li Hu had once sought to acquire one for himself, but despite his relentless search, he remained unsuccessful even after reaching a level where his character could no longer accommodate a secondary profession.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun actually had one.
And a rare spirit chef at that.
What kind of luck does this kid have?
Looking at the steamed bun again, Li Hu was stunned. The stat boosts weren't the issue after all. Jiang Yun's level was too low, and for someone like Li Hu at the sanctuary tier, the benefits of the steamed bun were practically negligible. What mattered was its trait.
It was practically a special attack against abyss attributes. Could Jiang Yun, at his current level, really have crafted something like this?
Without pausing to think, Li Hu grabbed the steamed bun and swallowed it whole. Rich, savory juices burst forth as the steamed bun's skin split open.
The rich, savory aroma instantly filled Li Hu's mouth.
Even amidst the perilous battlefield, Li Hu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Delicious.
The next moment, a wave of warmth swept through Li Hu's entire body, and the same divine glow appeared upon him.
You have obtained the divine descent state. Li Hu roared, clenching his right fist.
A fist-shaped seal, formed from divine light, shot forth with a piercing whistle, slamming heavily into the King of Barbarian Mountains. The previous scene repeated itself. The Barbarian Mountain King's defenses shattered, leaving him wounded. This time, it was Li Hu, a Saint Hall tier powerhouse, who struck.
The damage inflicted far surpassed that of Ji Tianjiao.
The King of Barbarian Mountains roared in fury, his voice now devoid of its former confidence, replaced by panic. He had never imagined such a turn of events. The one who had been utterly confident in his defenses now sensed a premonition he might truly perish here. He abandoned the fight, casting aside all concern for his pride, and charged headlong into the distance. The other 2 Abyss Kings watched the tide of battle turn, their faces betraying a hint of fear.
This thing, is it just too powerful against the Abyssal race? What? That's the work of His Majesty, the Supreme Sovereign we swear allegiance to? Then it's fine.
Knowing their supreme ruler was watching nearby, the 2 dared not hesitate. They lunged once more, closing in around the Barbarian Mountain King to tear at him. Li Hu and Ji Tianjiao charged forward as well. The descent of a celestial being comes with a time limit. They must finish off the Barbarian Mountain King before the effect ended. On the ramparts of Guanyang City, witnessing the tide of battle turn, Jiang Yun turned to the stunned group of second transformation experts and inquired with a smile, "How is the effect?" The effect spoke for itself. The instantly reversed battle situation spoke volumes.
Jiang Yun, do you still have those little steamed buns? Li Xiyue asked excitedly.
Of course I do. Jiang Yun extended his hand, and 12 steamed buns appeared before everyone.
Sacred steamed buns had a much lower drop rate than other varieties.
Jiang Yun had spent every spare moment these past 2 days using his food summoning skill to gather these 12. But for the second-class professionals in Guanyang City, 1 per person was still enough. Without further ado, everyone immediately consumed the steamed buns and rushed to the battlefield. Previously, they hadn't joined the fight because in a sanctuary-level battle, even king-level fighters would be of little use. But now, empowered by Jiang Yun's steamed buns, the situation was different. Each of them could now inflict damage on the barbarian Mountain King. Watching their receding figures, Jiang Yun's face twisted into a dangerous grin. Barbarian Mountain King, let's see where you run now. Beside him, Ningerin gazed at Jiang Yun's profile, her eyes sparkling with a complex mix of emotions. Admiration, excitement, and delight. Of all those present, only she knew the truth. The king of Barbarian Mountain had clearly been outmaneuvered and trapped to his death by Jiang Yun. Despite being the same age as her, he had orchestrated the demise of a Saint Hall tier powerhouse. Compared to him, the so-called geniuses from those prestigious clans and families were utterly insignificant. A sudden flush spread across Ningerin's cheeks as she averted her gaze from Jiang Yun, lost in thought. The battlefield situation unfolded exactly as anticipated. With the addition of numerous king-tier powerhouses, the Barbarian Mountain King could no longer hold out. Under the relentless assault of 3 peers and over a dozen king-level opponents, he stubbornly held on for half an hour before collapsing with a mournful cry. Blood pooled across the ground. The attackers gasped for breath, their faces betraying their excitement. A deep Abyss King had fallen at their hands. This was undoubtedly a monumental event on the battlefield of 10,000 races. I refuse to accept this. The king of Barbarian Mountain, filled with bitter resentment, had lost his life inexplicably. Even in death, I won't let you off easy. He roared, terrifying energy rippling out from his body. Everyone scrambled backward, terrified of being caught in the king of Barbarian Mountain's death throes. But something unexpected happened. The king of Barbarian Mountains did not unleash any dreadful attack. A complex magical formation materialized above his body, beginning to draw his blood in an unending stream. Black Son of the Abyss, unfallen. Final path for all living beings. My servant, Mahakala, heed my call. Hearing the king of Barbarian Mountain's low roar, Li Hu's expression darkened. This is bad. Stop him. He's summoning Mahesh. It was too late. A deep purple light shot skyward, and a dark shadow emerged from the formation. In an instant, a terrifying, icy aura enveloped the entire scene. Even Li Hu's body froze solid, unable to move. This was the terror of the Supreme Ruler. The Supreme Ruler, Mahakala, descends. Oh. Let me see. Someone dares to kill my kin? Quite bold. Mahakala murmured, extending a hand and pressing downward. Enough. You shall all perish. The sky suddenly darkened as a colossal hand appeared, obscuring the sun and moon, crushing downwards. This strike aimed to level Li Hu and his companions along with the entire city of Guanyang to the ground. Rip! A colossal blade materialized. With a flash of icy light, it cleaved the giant hand in two, shielding Guanyang City. The mad sovereign stepped out of the void, blade in hand, his icy gaze fixed on the great black heaven as if facing a formidable foe. Oh, so there is a pillar here. No wonder, no wonder. De Haitian remained unperturbed, even letting out a light chuckle. The strength of a human pillar was slightly weaker than that of an Abyss Lord. Moreover, Mad Sovereign was a newly ascended pillar, ranking among the weaker ones. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly sense something. His gaze abruptly shifted away from the Mad Sovereign and fixed upon the city walls of Guanyang City. The next moment, a furious roar erupted from his mouth. Jiang Yun. 138 Grudge. That roar contained the utmost fury and hatred. Merely by the sound of it, one could tell that Great Black Heaven harbored a hatred for Jiang Yun so deep it felt like it could grind his bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. Li Hu was stunned. The Mad Reverend was stunned. The crowd atop Guanyang City stood dumbfounded. All eyes fixated on Jiang Yun, brimming with shock and utter disbelief. For a practitioner not even at level 30 to have offended a king of the abyss driving him to unleash a war was outrageous enough. But now, everyone realizes what's offending the Abyss King compared to this? Long before that, he had already crossed the supreme ruler of the abyss. Judging by Maheshvara's tone of deep-seated hatred, Jiang Yun, what exactly did you do to him? Jiang Yun understood perfectly why Mahesh was so enraged. His innate talent, Abyssal Sovereign, was bestowed by Mahesh's avatar. The position of the supreme ruler of the abyss was a form of authority. By doing this, Jiang Yun had torn a piece of that authority from Mahesh and made it his own. If the Abyss Sovereign were an emperor, then Jiang Yun had effectively seized a portion of his imperial authority. Such enmity surpasses even the most brutal extermination of a clan. It was only natural that Maheshvara, upon realizing this, was enraged. A grim smile curled his lips as he uttered words that sent a chill through the crowd. Maheshvara, it truly has been an age since we last met. Jiang Yun, I will kill you. De Haitian roared furiously, stepping forward with a roaring charge toward Jiang Yun. With the power of an Abyss Sovereign, this distance was mere inches. A flash of blade light erupted, blocking Great Black Heaven's path. Mad Reverend struck, his gaze intense. With a flick of his wrist, the blade glinted faintly, unleashing a storm of slashing energy that enveloped Great Black Heaven. Though she didn't know what enmity Jiang Yun and De Haitian shared, De Haitian could forget about killing Jiang Yun in front of her.
Tian let out a piercing roar and unleashed a devastating punch. He knew that unless he dealt with the mad revered one, he could never kill Jiang Yun. Two pillar-level powerhouses clashed fiercely in the air. Even with the mad sovereign's distracted protection, Guaning City's shield flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of shattering. The crowd couldn't make out the details of their clash, only glimpsing a giant blade flashing with icy light colliding with a black sun in the sky. Jiang Yun stood motionless atop the city wall, sweat soaking his back. He had already commanded a flying ant to journey far from Guaning City, now reaching the maximum distance to resist the activation of the king's move skill. With a single thought, he could swap places with the soldier ant and find himself thousands of miles away. But Jiang Yun knew full well it would be useless. The pursuit of an overlord was futile, his resistance was utterly meaningless. Now, his only hope rested on the mad sovereign holding firm enough to withstand Maheshvara. Moments later, the strange phenomenon in the sky vanished. Mad Sovereign stood above the city walls, gasping for breath, his robes nearly torn to shreds. In the previous battle, she had clearly been at a disadvantage. Already inferior in power to Mahakala, she had also been distracted by protecting Guanyang City. Defeat was only to be expected. But defeat was not the same as death in battle. As one of the pillars, Mad Reverend might not be able to defeat Maheshthani, but if she chose to leave, Maheshthani couldn't stop her. Yet if she did so, Guanyang City and Jiang Yun would be lost. Taking a deep breath, the Mad Sovereign flickered forward, blocking Maheshvara's path once more. "You're courting death." Maheshvara's voice was icy as he prepared to strike again. But a sudden, gentle voice cut through his arrogance. "Hey, Dark Heaven, is bullying juniors really that amusing?" The voice came from beside Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun startled, turning to look. A man in white robes had appeared beside him at some point, hands clasped behind his back, radiating both scholarly grace and commanding presence. "Venerable Yuan." Venerable Yuan smiled faintly, patting Jiang Yun's shoulder before stepping forward. In the next instant, his figure materialized before Mad Reverend. His tone was steady yet utterly commanding. "Great Black Heaven, is it? I still owe you for that time you stormed my void tower." Tian snorted coldly and turned to leave without hesitation. With two pillars present, he stood no chance. Staying any longer would likely result in significant losses. His figure plunged into the formation. A flash of purple light erupted, and he vanished, leaving only his words echoing in the void. "Jiang Yun, the humiliation and losses you've inflicted upon me will never be forgotten. Between you and me, only one can live." As he departed, the last words of the Great Black Heaven were still directed at Jiang Yun. Only then did Jiang Yun finally breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure of being watched by a pillar of the sect had been immense. Though there had been more twists and turns than expected, this plan had still been a resounding success. At this thought, a bright smile spread across his face. Beside him, Ningerin muttered, "You're smiling even after being targeted by a pillar? If it were me, I'd be ready to jump off a cliff." Her words echoed the thoughts of nearly everyone present. "What exactly did you do to the Black Heaven avatar back then? Why does he hate you so much?" A flash of light appeared, and the figures of the Abyss Venerable and the Mad Venerable materialized beside Jiang Yun. He looked at Jiang Yun, asking curiously. Jiang Yun grinned. "Who knows? Maybe he's just naturally petty?" The Abyss Sage didn't press the matter further. "But you'd better watch your back from now on. A deep Abyss Sovereign's pursuit is no laughing matter. The aura of the Abyss permeates the battlefield of 10,000 clans. If you venture outside the city, the pursuit of the Great Black Heaven will reach you before long." "Yeah, what a pain." Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on. The battlefield of 10,000 clans was a land of bloodshed, yet also a treasure trove. The higher one's level, the more essential it became to venture there for monster grinding and leveling. Jiang Yun was no exception. He needed more lifespan. But if he was being watched by the Great Black Heaven, the multiverse battlefield was naturally off limits. Could the instances on Blue Star provide sufficient lifespan? Moreover, his divine sequence quest remained unfinished. Seeing Jiang Yun's troubled expression, the revered Abyss laughed heartily. "Rest assured, there is a solution. But we'll discuss that in detail later." Turning his gaze toward the city gates, he noticed Li Hu and the others returning. Jiang Yun followed his gaze and saw Li Hu and the others returning. As for those two Abyss Lords, they had long since fled when Great Black Heaven and Mad Reverend began their battle, leaving no time to spare for them. Li Hu approached Jiang Yun, first bowing respectfully to the two pillars before grabbing Jiang Yun's arm and raising it high. "Everyone, listen carefully. I want to introduce you to a heroic youth." It was he who brought back news of discord among the Abyss Lords from the battlefield. He was the one who proposed the plan to ambush and kill the barbarian Mountain King. It was his steamed buns that gave us the strength to slay him. He is Jiang Yun. 139, the youngest divine general. The crowd erupted in uproar. Shock spread across every face. This plan, it was Jiang Yun who proposed it? So that's why he attacked the barbarian Mountain King. It was intentional. We've all misunderstood him. A teenager not even at level 30 participating in the slaying of an Abyss King? Is this even possible? Whispers and murmurs spread through the crowd as excitement gradually crept onto their faces. Regardless, this time, they had achieved a resounding victory. A Lord of the Abyss has fallen at their hands. This news would surely send shockwaves across the entire world. Simultaneously, the name of Guaning City would resound across the world. Such a resounding victory would bring benefits to every soul within Guaning City. The second transition powerhouses who participated in the slaying need no further mention. The lifespan gained from slaying the barbarian Mountain King would be generously shared among them all. At their level, avenues for acquiring substantial amounts of lifespan are few and far between. For the rest of Guaning City's inhabitants, the King of Barbarian Mountain's corpse alone would be more than enough to satisfy them. Countless high-grade materials, equipment, artifacts. Jiang Yun. No one knew who started it. A cry of Jiang Yun's name suddenly erupted from the crowd. The voices grew louder and louder, swelling like a rising tide that engulfed Guanyun City. This was the people's heartfelt gratitude toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, you've certainly made quite a name for yourself this time. The revered Yuan chuckled. Jiang Yun, however, remained modest. I merely brought back some intelligence. He knew full well he'd merely capitalized on the situation. The real hard work had been done by Li Hu and the others. Curiosity piqued, he asked, Venerable Yuan, how did you suddenly appear in Guanyang City? The timing of the revered one's arrival was uncannily perfect, directly averting a disastrous situation. Let me answer that. Li Xiyue stepped forward, patting Jiang Yun's shoulder lightly with a smile. This old fellow couldn't rest easy without me. He gave me an infinite teleportation stone. When I saw things were going badly, I immediately crushed it to summon him here. Jiang Yun gasped in surprise. Teleportation stones were already precious items. Preceded by the word infinite, they were absurdly precious. But considering the status of the Abyss Venerable, it was hardly surprising he would entrust such a life-saving artifact to his own daughter. Venerable Yuan stared at them in astonishment. You too. Li Xiyue embraced Jiang Yun generously. That's right, I've taken him as my godson. What's it to you? Though unspoken, Li Xiyue's decision to adopt Jiang Yun as her godson clearly indicated she was aware of his origins. Venerable Yuan looked deeply moved, then smiled warmly. Come, Jiang Yun, call me grandfather. Jiang Yun looked awkward, stammering for a long while before finally managing to utter, grandfather. Venerable Yuan roared with laughter, his spirit soaring. Who would have thought I, Li Yuan, would ever get to hold my grandson? His current elation surpassed even the joy he felt when he had driven away Maheshvara. Earlier, he had agonized over how to connect Jiang Yun to himself without arousing suspicion. But with Li Xiyue's intervention, he could now ride the wave. Li Hu watched the scene unfold beside him, utterly astonished. He knew Li Xiyue had adopted Jiang Yun as his godson. He had assumed she'd staged this stunt merely out of frustration with constant marriage pressure, expecting it to end there. This was also a boon for Jiang Yun, at least he now had some backing. But now it seemed Jiang Yun's popularity was truly extraordinary. Not only did the revered Yuan not deny this relationship, but he had actually acknowledged Jiang Yun himself. With such a pillar as his backing, this kid's path ahead was truly wide open. Li Hu shot Jiang Yun an envious glance before stepping forward to pay his respects to the revered Yuan. He then addressed Jiang Yun, as previously agreed, victory in this battle is largely thanks to your efforts. Speak your wish. Whatever reward you desire as long as it's reasonable and within Guanyang City's means I shall grant it. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before replying, I wish to receive military merit sufficient to elevate my rank to that of a general. He hadn't forgotten about the virtual universe monument. His father had been the youngest divine general, a title he was determined to vie for, no matter what. Li Xiyue and the revered Yuan, standing nearby, instantly grasped Jiang Yun's meaning, their eyes flickering with a trace of emotion. Let's change it. Li Hu smiled faintly. A mere military merit is hardly worthy of your achievements. The portion of military merit you require, we will collectively gather for you. Jiang Yun nodded. In that case, find me an item that can increase my lifespan acquisition rate. Li Hu nodded in agreement. Moments later, Li Hu's voice echoed over Guaning City. The distribution of rewards based on merit begins. All within Guaning City shall receive 1,000 military merit points. All participating professionals receive 5,000 military merit points. All who participated in the battle against the King of Barbarian Mountain shall receive 20,000 military merit points. Now, for individual rewards. Jiang Yun receives 80,000 military merit points. Exclamations of astonishment rose from every corner of Guaning City. Though aware of Jiang Yun's immense contributions, no one had anticipated such an extraordinary reward. Jiang Yun looked down at the military merit badge pinned to his chest. Golden stars began to appear. In an instant, his metal transformed into the same jet-black hue as those worn by Ji Tianjiu and the others. The record for the youngest divine general on the multiracial battlefield had been broken. The new record belonged to Jiang Yun, just 16 years old. Immediately after, Li Hu announced one name after another. Each announcement sparked thunderous cheers. In the battlefield of 10,000 clans, where the sky remained perpetually gloomy day and night, Guaning City was engulfed in a rare, grand celebration. Yet at some point, Jiang Yun, who should have been at the center of it all, vanished without a trace. In a secluded chamber, Jiang Yun, the revered One Yuan, and Li Xiyue sat facing each other. Venerable Yuan examined the small steamed bun in his hand, which glowed with a sacred light, marveling at it. I wonder what sort of mutation your secondary profession as a spirit chef has undergone to produce something like this. It's practically a special attack against the abyss and the dark sanctuary. Be cautious. Until your strength grows, do not casually reveal the existence of this item, lest you invite enemies. Venerable Yuan gave Jiang Yun a meaningful look and quipped, though the enemies you've already drawn are top tier enough. Back when I was just a mere lord, I offended a second-rate noble house. In the end, I carved my own bloody path out of there, relying solely on my own strength. I thought I was formidable enough, but it turns out new talents emerge in every generation. How does it feel to be level 23 and already hated by a pillar? Jiang Yun shook his head honestly, letting out an embarrassing cry, terrible. Big shot, save me. The abyssal sage roared with laughter, tossing an item into Jiang Yun's hands. Take this. Use mine to hold the fort until you forge your own shielding gear. Remember to return it when you find yours. Jiang Yun caught it and stared intently. It was a shield-shaped metal. Torrent of Fate, legendary equipment. Shields against all prophecy, divination, and curse effects. No level restriction. In the Torrent of Fate, we are all but mortals. 140, Torrent of Fate, Prayer Holy Grail. Legendary equipment. Jiang Yun gasped. This was his first encounter with gear of this caliber. This is far too precious, I cannot accept it. Jiang Yun promptly returned the metal to the abyssal sage. Even an ordinary legendary tier item was already worth a fortune. And this was a special piece without any wear level restrictions. The abyssal sage did not take it back, smiling as he said, I'm giving it to you, so take it. I haven't needed this for a long time, and it's just what you need. Seeing the Venerable Yuan's firm stance, Jiang Yun had no choice but to accept it, pinning it to his chest just below his military merit medal. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yun pulled out his phone and showed the video of Xiao Zhong to the revered abyss. Venerable Yuan's face darkened so much it could have dripped water. I knew someone would be a spineless coward, colluding with the abyss. But I never imagined it would be the Xiao family. Jiang Yun, when you return to Blue Star, that will be the end of this matter. Jiang Yun nodded, knowing that the revered Yuan had made up his mind. He said no more. After a few more casual words, the revered Yuan rose and departed. As one of the pillars, he was quite busy. Before departing, he still couldn't help but caution, I'll order all information about you to be sealed off, but you must also be careful. And don't tell Ji Tianjiu anything, that kid can't keep a secret. Jiang Yun suppressed a smile and nodded. By now, Ji Tianjiao's inability to keep secrets had become common knowledge. Jiang Yun, when you're strong enough, remember to come to the Xinyo Central Hub and take my place. The revered abyss departed without a sound, leaving only those words echoing in the air. The Yin-suppressing hub? Jiang Yun silently committed the name to memory. This must be where the abyss reverend guards the depths. Turning his head, he saw Li Xiyue staring in astonishment at the Fate's torrent medal on his chest. I never imagined the old man would actually give you this piece of equipment. Jiang Yun froze. Isn't this something he doesn't need? Li Xiyue chuckled lightly. You actually believe that? Actually, if you asked around outside, you'd know the Torrent of Fate is a very famous piece of equipment. Shield-type equipment is already extremely rare, let alone one of such a high grade. It's precisely because of this item that Father has managed to stay safe all this time, even with enemies lurking everywhere. Giving this to you must have been agonizing for him. His earlier generosity was just for show, to save face. After hearing Li Xiyue's explanation, Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. It seemed the revered abyss truly regarded him as his protege. A resolute gleam flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. He must find a replacement shielding device as soon as possible and return this item to the revered Yuan. His enemies were no fewer than his own. Over the next few days, Jiang Yun rarely ventured out. Apart from meeting familiar faces like Ningerin and Ji Tianjiao, he mostly stayed in his room or practiced his culinary skills in the inn's restaurant. There was no helping it, his fame had grown too immense. Stepping onto the street meant being recognized, followed by a full-service request for photos and autographs. Some bold young admirers would even rush up and start hugging him. Having abstained for over a decade, Jiang Yun was in the prime of his youth. Could he really endure this? To avoid trouble, he simply stopped going out. 3 days later, Guaning City officially announced that the wilderness had fully returned to normal, save for a slightly higher number of monsters. Professional adventurers could now freely venture into the wilderness for exploration. For Jiang Yun, it was time to head into the wilderness and continue the dungeon quest he hadn't finished. It was also a good opportunity to test the gear Li Hu had procured for him and see how effective it truly was. Early in the morning, just as Jiang Yun rose from bed, he heard a loud knocking at the door. Opening the door, he found Ningerin's charmingly smiling face. She held a large food box in her hands. Have you had breakfast? Today's breakfast was simple, soy milk and fried dough sticks, along with the steamed buns Jiang Yun had conjured. After they finished their hearty meal and tidied up, they headed out the door and walked toward the city gates. Jiang Yun had traversed the path from Guaning City to the Deep Gorge instance at least 3 times, making it as familiar as the back of his hand. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Deep Ravine dungeon. Why are there so many people here? Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he scanned the area, asking curiously. The entrance to the Deep Ravine was unusually crowded today. If it were merely the sheer number of people, Jiang Yun wouldn't have reacted this way. But many of them clearly weren't Xinsha natives. High noses, deep-set eyes, different clothing, and distinct manners. Where had all these foreigners come from? You don't know? Ningerin smiled. News travels fast between cities. Word spread that Guanyong City was under siege by the king of the barbarian mountains, so professionals from surrounding cities rushed here to help us. The closest city to us is called White Frost, belonging to the White Bear Kingdom. That's why many of those you see are White Bear Kingdom citizens. But they arrived a step too late. All they saw was the king of barbarian mountains' corpse. Since they're already here, why not tackle a few dungeons? Jiang Yun understood, a warm wave washing over him. Though petty squabbles persisted among the human nations, they remained remarkably united when facing external threats. The two headed toward the Deep Ravine dungeon. Greetings, God Jiang. God Jiang is here to clear dungeons too. God Jiang, please carry us. Along the way, many recognized Jiang Yun. They rose to their feet, saluted him with their eyes, and greeted him. Professionals from the White Bear Kingdom resting nearby witnessed this. Glancing at Jiang Yun, they instinctively cast appraisal, only to find nothing. With the Fate's torrent metal on him, Jiang Yun could completely ignore appraisal spells. Stunned and uncertain, he asked a nearby Xinsha professional in his unpolished Xinsha language, "Is this person famous around here?" The man chuckled and replied, "Well, you wouldn't know. Let me tell you that king of the savage mountains? He was outmaneuvered step by step and killed by the very youth standing before you." The White Bear Kingdom practitioner sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze toward Jiang Yun now tinged with both reverence and apprehension. He must be cautious around this man from now on. To outmaneuver even the Abyss King to his death, just how deep were his schemes? He immediately relayed what he knew to the other White Bear Kingdom adventurers. Jiang Yun's name began circulating among the foreign populace. And his image began to distort, spiraling irreversibly toward the direction of the Great Shadow. Soon, as one team of adventurers exited the instance, it was Jiang Yun's turn to enter. Many hoped Jiang Yun would take them in, offering various benefits. But Jiang Yun remained unmoved. First, the benefits they offered held no sway over him. Second, these people were neither family nor friends. Helping one would inevitably lead to resentment from another. To avoid trouble, he simply refused to help any of them. This left everyone with the impression that he was extremely aloof. Before entering the instance, Jiang Yun gave his equipment one final check. A flash of multicolored light erupted, and a silver goblet appeared in Jiang Yun's hand. Engraved upon it was a relief of a nun with hands pressed together in prayer. Prayer chalice, diamond tier item. Upon use, generates a cup of holy water for one person. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Holy water effect, after drinking, your experience gain increases by 50% for the next half hour. Holy water expires after 24 hours. 141, Moon Goddess form, terrifying monster spawn rate. The prayer chalice was the reward he had obtained during this great battle. When Li Hu handed it over with a pained expression, Jiang Yun instantly recognized its value. Upon witnessing its effects firsthand, he couldn't help but marvel. The holy water remains effective for 24 hours. A fresh portion could be obtained every 15 minutes. With proper handling, an entire squad could consume the holy water, gaining extended lifespans and accelerated leveling. This was no longer an item to aid the growth of a single practitioner, it was a powerful tool capable of rapidly cultivating an entire squad of practitioners, making it invaluable. Presenting this to Jiang Yun as a gift from Jiang Yun himself speaks volumes about Li Hu's sincerity. Jiang Yun wasn't about to believe that a place like Guanyang City would have only one item with such functionality. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a pale red liquid slowly overflowed from the bottom of the cup, its wine-like fragrance wafting toward him. This was holy water. He downed it in one gulp, then handed the bottle of holy water he'd prepared earlier to Ningerin. Once ready, their figures flickered and vanished from sight. They found themselves back at the familiar canyon entrance. Jiang Yun's figure materialized. Having fought here multiple times before, Jiang Yun knew this dungeon environment like the back of his hand. But this time, instead of unleashing his army of soldier ants to sweep through, he summoned the Moon Goddess. This time, let's test the Moon Goddess's fusion state. Jiang Yun murmured, once again using the skill of the Spirit Lord's Return, fusion. A magnificent light, as radiant as moonlight, flared up as two figures intertwined. Under Ningerin's astonished gaze, an elegant, slender humanoid form materialized. Cloaked entirely in pitch-black bone armor, even its face bore a ferocious beastly mask. Two claws, gleaming with a chilling, icy light, protruded from its forearms. Even the tip of the long tail trailing behind was a sharp bone spike.
The entire being resembled a spirit that ruled the night, radiating a quiet elegance tinged with lethal intent.
Jiang Yun. Moon God form. Wait for me here.
After instructing Ningerin, Jiang Yun's figure sank into the shadows and vanished. Seconds later, his figure materialized behind a Yomi warrior. With a flick of his right hand, 3 dark claw marks flashed across the figure, instantly tearing it apart. The areas touched by the claw marks vanished as if devoured by an invisible force. Abyssal Claws. Passive skill, any damage dealt to enemies is converted into dual spatial and darkness attribute damage, devouring portions of the enemy's limbs while granting the user a measure of recovery.
The Nether warriors always operated in groups of 3.
Sensing their comrade's death, the other 2 warriors instantly turned to attack the enemy.
But they found nothing. SSSSH.
Another flash of light erupted, and their bodies simultaneously shattered into pieces, meeting the same fate as their comrade. From the shadows, Jiang Yun's figure emerged. Now he could move freely within the shadows. These netherworld warriors couldn't even see him if he wished to remain unseen, let alone attack him. If merging with the sun melting golden ant made me akin to a knight or warrior strength enhanced, defense impenetrable, then merging with the twin-headed moon devouring hound transforms me into the ultimate assassin. Shadow traversal, terrifying offensive power, and impressive endurance. Such an assassin is an enemy's worst nightmare. Jiang Yun silently summarized his experience. While its combat power doesn't match the Great Sun form, its utility in certain situations far surpasses that of the Great Sun form.
Compared to the Great Sun form, each has its own merits. I wonder what kind of form merging with the World Tree would create.
Jiang Yun murmured, shaking his head helplessly. He had attempted merging with the World Tree long ago, but failed. The message transmitted during the fusion had informed him that the World Tree was newly born and too fragile to sustain the union. Jiang Yun could only abandon the attempt for now, waiting until the World Tree matured. He looked down at his shadow. Under Jiang Yun's gaze, the shadow gradually solidified, eventually rising from the ground. Finally, a figure identical to Jiang Yun appeared before him. Much like his Great Sun form, Jiang Yun's Moon God form also granted him a new ability. In the Sun God form, it was Solar Rain. In the Moon God form, it was the clone. This clone possessed basic combat intelligence and attributes at 70% of the original strength. Even so, it was already formidable enough. Let's begin. This time, using only the Moon God form, let's see how long it takes to clear the entire dungeon. 2 figures flickered like bolts of black lightning, shooting toward the distance. Cold gleams flashed as their figures materialized behind one monster after another, launching their attacks. The monsters shattered into fragments. Turning to Jiang Yun, he had already materialized behind another monster, launching another assault. 1, 2, 3. If the shadows were an ocean, then Jiang Yun was a shark lurking within it. Each time he surfaced, enemies fell dead. Under the relentless slaughter of Jiang Yun and his clones, in less than 10 minutes, nearly all the Netherworld soldiers were wiped out. The Nether mages in the distance finally noticed the anomaly, unleashing a barrage of spells that rained down from the sky. Jiang Yun flickered, reappearing within another patch of shadow, effortlessly evading the onslaught. He then raised his hand, aiming toward the Nether mages. A moonlight cannon erupted, sweeping across a dozen underworld mages, reducing them to ashes. Boom! The dungeon's strongest combatant, the Nether general, moved. 3 Nether generals charged toward Jiang Yun. This time, Jiang Yun did not evade. His clone, having slain the last Nether mage, materialized beside him. Moonlight protection. Jiang Yun murmured, and a layer of moonlight suddenly enveloped his body. Under the moonlight blessing, he became immune to control effects while his attack power surged dramatically. The next moment, Jiang Yun crouched slightly. The earth beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous roar as his entire body transformed into a black bolt of lightning, lunging toward the Netherworld general. His clone followed close behind. Clang! 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 2 bolts of black lightning slammed into the lead underworld war general, followed by a relentless series of leaps and collisions. Each collision represented Jiang Yun's full force strike. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yun and his clone unleashed nearly 100 attacks. Such terrifying attack frequency, combined with the devastating damage amplified by the moonlight, proved too much even for the high defense, thick-blooded underworld war general to withstand. In less than 10 seconds, the first underworld war general collapsed with a wail, transforming into experience for Jiang Yun. Next came the second, then the third. With all the Nether warriors slain, Jiang Yun's figure didn't pause, charging straight toward the canyon's end. At the canyon entrance, Ningerin sat obediently atop the black smoke lava monster, her face filled with astonishment as she watched the canyon interior. Since the start, dense kill notifications had been cascading like a waterfall, their rapid succession making it impossible for Ningerin to discern the details. Swish! A figure flickered, and Jiang Yun suddenly appeared before Ningerin. All done. Let's go, time to open that treasure chest. At his words, Ningerin's eyes widened instantly. What do you mean? You cleared the dungeon? Jiang Yun nodded. Ningerin immediately pulled out her phone and checked the time. 35 minutes had passed since they entered the instance.
35 minutes clearing the entire Abyssal Canyon dungeon. That was Jiang Yun's current power. 142 Gilded Sovereignty Set Holy Flame Cathedral. Moments later, the two figures appeared within the fortress. Ningerin was still marveling, 35 minutes to clear the entire instance? If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I think someone was pulling my leg.
Jiang Yun, you really should try those dungeons with completion records.
There are such dungeons?
Jiang Yun perked up with interest.
Ningerin nodded. Yes, Qingbei University has quite a few.
Some require a specific clear time, others demand a solo run, or you have to kill a certain number of monsters to clear it.
It's a real hassle.
But as long as you meet the requirements, there are extra rewards and the chance to make a name for yourself. Plenty of people like to give it a shot. As they spoke, they had already reached the very center of the fortress. Pushing open the wooden door, the treasure chest lay before them. Jiang Yun rubbed his hands together excitedly, but instead of stepping forward, he turned to look at Ningerin. He trusted Ningerin's luck more than his own. He refused to believe that with both favor of the gods and lucky star working together, they wouldn't get something good. Ningerin took a deep breath, stepped forward, and opened the treasure chest. A dazzling golden light spilled forth. Amidst this dazzling display, a single, even more brilliant crimson glow shone with radiant brilliance. Ningerin flashed a radiant smile as she lifted an oval-shaped crimson crystal from the chest, holding it up for Jiang Yun to see. At the crystal's center, a droplet of black liquid swirled, making the entire thing resemble an eye. Eye of Calamity, diamond-grade material, capable of crafting certain rare items and equipment. Finally mine. Jiang Yun excitedly took the Eye of Calamity and examined it closely. I wonder what this material is used for. Could it be needed for the God sequence assessment? The purpose of the Eye of Calamity is considered confidential, but I've heard some rumors. Ningerin said, legend has it this material is somehow connected to the advancement pillars. Advancement pillars? That's still a bit too far off for me. Jiang Yun shook his head. I'll think about it once I become a saint or a deity. As they chatted, they began inspecting their other loot. Gold tier equipment and skill scrolls were naturally nothing special. Among the remaining items, only one caught Jiang Yun's attention. Gilded Sovereign's Robe, Gold Tier, Spirit plus 500, Equipment Level 23, Gilded Sovereign Set 1/6. Another piece of the Gilded Sovereignty set. Combined with the previous bracers, Jiang Yun now held two separate pieces. So this is the set. Ningerin gasped in surprise, clearly recognizing its significance. Jiang Yun, you're incredibly lucky. This is reputed to be the best Gold Tier set for spellcasters among the Lord Tier gear. Ningerin looked envious. Not only is the set effect powerful, but it's also extremely rare, a set that can change its appearance. With this set, you can basically transform into any outfit you want. Jiang Yun. So the set effects weren't important and all this transformation ability was the real prize? Girls' minds are so hard to figure out. Jiang Yun chuckled, well then, let's work extra hard to collect as many sets as possible, ideally, several sets. After organizing their loot, the two exited the instance. Outside the instance, Jiang Yun drank the holy water again before retrieving his cooldown item and flipping the hourglass. The instance cooldown reset to 0. The two entered the dungeon once more. Same old formula, same old routine. In his moon god state, Jiang Yun rampaged through the canyon, slaughtering indiscriminately. Jiang Yun was even beginning to crave the exhilaration of this frenzied slaughter. Half an hour later, the pair stood before the treasure chest once more. This time, however, the rewards inside left them somewhat disappointed. No cataclysmic heart, nor any set pieces. Disappointed, they turned back. It seemed that even with their talents and skill enhancements, they couldn't guarantee a reward every time. But upon reflection, it made sense. The concept of luck itself was inherently elusive. If it could truly guarantee a reward every time, it wouldn't be called luck anymore. They exited the instance. This time, Ningerin pulled out her cooldown item, a delicate revolving lantern. Time Wheel, gold grade cooldown item. First use, resets instance cooldown to 0. Second use, reduces instance cooldown to 1/12 of original duration. Subsequent uses follow the same pattern. The quality of Ningerin's cooldown item was even better than Jiang Yun's. The two re-entered the instance. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What kind of family is this? Everyone has their own cooldown item? Is that the point? Didn't you notice how fast they came out? They're out after only half an hour in the dungeon? How did they do that? Are they even human? So what? That's Jiangshan we're talking about. As the group chattered away, the sudden clatter of hooves shattered the tense atmosphere. The group of adventurers instinctively leapt to their feet, alert and wary, fearing some monstrous creature might appear. 6 towering warhorses, clad in intricate silver armor, pulled a gilded, opulent carriage as it thundered toward them. Wherever the carriage passed, a crimson carpet materialized, unfurling beneath it. A squadron of grim-faced cavalry flanked the carriage. The crowd was stunned. Who could this be, with such a grand display? Shoo! Keep your voices down. Someone recognized the visitor's status and whispered urgently, that's the protocol for a high-ranking figure of the Holy Flame Church making an inspection tour. 6 horses pulling the carriage, protected by the Holy Flame Cavalry Regiment. It must be either a bishop or someone of the caliber of a holy son or holy daughter. At the mention of the Holy Flame Church, the crowd immediately fell silent. The Holy Flame Church stood as a powerful force independent of any nation, wielding considerable influence throughout the entire Western world. Not only that, but they were a faction built upon 2 pillars. They were notorious for their petty nature, frequently using the banner of protecting the Holy Flame to persecute those who didn't believe in the Holy Flame Church, earning them a truly infamous reputation. But their power was undeniable. While people might vent online, in reality, most would avoid them if possible. As the carriage rolled into the instant's entrance, cavalry on both sides began clearing the area and setting up camp. A figure clad in ornate armor stepped down from the carriage, surveying the surroundings. So this is the Abyssal Canyon instance, the drop location for the Gilded set? Inside the instance. Another half-hour passed. The two stood before the treasure chest once more. This time, it was Jiang Yun's turn to open the chest. As the chest opened, a blinding golden light flooded their vision. They examined its contents closely, their smiles gradually broadening. Their luck was quite good this time. A full 2 individual pieces dropped. Gilded Sovereignty long boots, gold grade, agility plus 500, equipment level 22, Gilded Sovereignty set 16. Gilded Sovereignty bracers. Jiang Yun already had the bracers, but he wasn't complaining about having more. With the boots, Jiang Yun now had half the set. Let's go. Stowing the items away, the two exited the dungeon. Move aside. A flash of white light erupted. Just as solid ground touched Jiang Yun's feet, a sharp command rang out. 2 fully armored knights charged toward them, brutally shoving the crowd gathered before the dungeon entrance aside. 2 squads that had just exited the instance were shoved aside before they could grasp what was happening, some stumbling and falling to the ground. Soon, the knights reached Jiang Yun, reaching out to grab his collar with brutal force. 143, Holy Fire Cathedral, Soros. Seeing the large hand reaching for him, Jiang Yun frowned. He stepped forward, raising his hand to block the attacker. The knight sneered coldly, tightening his grip with sudden force. With a glance, he judged from Jiang Yun's attire and demeanor that he was a magic-based class. A mage dared to challenge his strength, a level 25 knight strength? Absolutely ridiculous. But when he shoved hard, the knight's expression changed. Jiang Yun didn't budge an inch. He felt as though he were wrestling against a mountain. Was this truly a frail, magic-wielding class? He growled under his breath, unwilling to concede, and mustered every ounce of strength once more. Still, not a single inch budged. The core ability of the Burial Spirit Master class, Return Burial, allowed the pet beast's attributes to partially transfer to the Beast Master. Bolstered by the attributes of his 3 pets, Jiang Yun retained his original, scholarly appearance. Yet his strength now rivaled that of a knight of equal rank. Narrowing his eyes at the knight before him, Jiang Yun coldly asked, "Are you seeking death?" As the words left his lips, the arrogant knight froze, sensing the air around him turn instantly frigid. A terrifying aura of killing intent enveloped him. Cold sweat beaded on the knight's forehead. Who exactly was this youth? So young, yet his killing intent was no less formidable than that of the elders within the Holy Flame Church. Moreover, he had a distinct feeling that if he made any further reckless moves, this youth would truly kill him. Enough. Withdraw. Do not be impolite. A man's voice rang out from nearby. Hearing the voice, the knight's momentum deflated instantly. He seized the opportunity to back down, retreating to the side and bowing respectfully toward the source of the voice. This alone demonstrated the immense authority the voice's owner commanded among these cavalrymen. Jiang Yun followed the sound and saw a young man in elaborate armor stepping down from an ornate carriage that bordered on ostentatious. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He studied Jiang Yun intently before offering a slight bow to the group of adventurers gathered at the dungeon entrance. Greetings, all. I am Soros, the Holy Son of the Holy Flame Cathedral. Level 32. Profession, Holy Flame Protector. A low gasp rippled through the crowd. The title of Holy Son of the Holy Flame Church alone was enough to intimidate the vast majority. Jiang Yun frowned. He had certainly heard of the Holy Flame Church, and his impression of them was far from favorable. As one of the few major factions on Blue Star besides the 5 great nations, their adventurers rarely appeared on the battlefield of 10,000 races. In the name of faith, they drained the people's wealth without action. As a citizen of Xinsha Nation, Jiang Yun naturally despised them intensely. Ningerin explained softly from the side, the Holy Fire Church has 4 holy sons, who are candidates for the next pope. Their status is revered. His profession, Sacred Flame Protector, represents the pinnacle of the Holy Flame Church's practitioner path. Soros' voice rang out again. Today, I come for one thing only, the Golden Sovereign set. Whoever obtains any piece and hands it over to me will receive a generous reward. Naturally, refusal to hand them over means you're crossing the Holy Flame Church. I have means to track them down. I hope you'll all cooperate. His tone was courteous and his manners impeccable, yet his arrogance was unmistakable, leaving the crowd feeling distinctly displeased. Jiang Yun froze upon hearing this. Why did these words sound so familiar?
Back in the Nightmare Dungeon, the Night Owl Guild had used the exact same tactic to seize the Nightmare Heart. Little did he expect that time would bring him face to face with this very scenario once more. If I refuse, what can you do to me? Soros froze, a flash of savagery darting through his eyes as he turned toward the voice. The speaker was none other than Jiang Yun. Seeing Jiang Yun step forward, the others instantly found their courage, glaring angrily at Soros one after another. Soros cast an appraisal spell, yet received no feedback. With the Fate's Torrent medal on him, Soros couldn't detect Jiang Yun's status at all. Soros stepped before Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him. And who might you be, my friend? Jiang Yun, Beast Tamer, level 23. Jiang Yun displayed his level. Seeing Jiang Yun was only level 23, a flicker of contempt crossed Soros's eyes. Let me be frank, that set of armor is crucial to me. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. I imagine you wouldn't want to cross the Holy Flame Church, would you? Before Jiang Yun could respond, Ningerin piped up from the side, so arrogant. I wonder how many monsters your Holy Flame Church manages to kill in a year. The remark was met with a wave of low, mocking laughter from the surrounding crowd. Soros's expression darkened instantly. Rarely engaging in combat against demonic creatures on the battlefield of 10,000 races was indeed a significant black mark on the Holy Flame Church's record. But Soros hadn't anticipated anyone daring to bring this up in his presence. I seek this set of armor as a gift for Her Royal Highness Princess Serena of Noble Britain. Soros's face turned ashen as he snapped. Do you intend to bear the blame for damaging relations between our two nations? Serena? Jiang Yun froze, recalling the doll-like, exquisitely delicate young girl. He pulled out his phone and sent Serena a message, explaining the situation he'd encountered here. The very next second after sending the message, Selena replied. Bro, do whatever you want. He's just a suck-up. Don't bother with him. Oh, got it. Just a pathetic loser. Jiang Yun shot Soros a pitying glance, then ignored him completely. He took Ningerin's hand and walked away. Soros's face darkened. The next moment, he pulled out a golden crystal ball and tossed it into the air. Golden light radiated out, forming a golden arena in the sky. Jiang Yun looked up and couldn't help but gasp. Fair golden arena, diamond grade item. The user may select an opponent for a one-on-one duel. Before the duel, both parties must pledge equally valued spoils. The victor takes all spoils. Duelist levels, 1045. Such an item exists. Before Jiang Yun could process this, Soros pointed at him and declared loudly, I choose him as my opponent. A golden light descended, and in the next instant, Jiang Yun materialized atop the arena. On the opposite side of the arena, Soros materialized. With a smug look, he pointed at Jiang Yun and shouted, I stake 100,000 points as the prize. Behind him, a golden orb materialized, hovering mid-air. Inside it was the number 500,000. He sneered coldly at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, is it? I'll show you what happens when you cross me when you cross the Holy Flame Church. If you refuse to pay, what I demand now isn't just the scattered items on your person, it's far more. A cold voice rang in Jiang Yun's ear, please pay with items of equal value as compensation. Failure to provide items of equal value will result in automatic defeat. Jiang Yun whistled in astonishment, so there really are such items in this world? He showed no sign of panic, his expression calm as he looked at Soros across from him, letting out a soft sigh. The Holy Flame Church truly holds grudges over the slightest offense. Such petty-mindedness today, I've seen it firsthand. This path was your own choice. 144, the arena, pounding Soros. Jiang Yun had no desire to engage Soros, nor did he intend to provoke the Holy Flame Church. In fact, he had exercised restraint to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, he already had more than enough enemies. But since Soros had initiated the provocation, he saw no reason to back down. Jiang Yun tossed out the 3 separate pieces of the gilded royal authority set he'd obtained from the Abyssal Gorge. Then came various golden equipment and materials. A golden light enveloped them, suspending them at the same level as the spoils behind Soros. This signified that the value of Jiang Yun's loot was now nearly equal to that of his opponent. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yun produced his cooling artifact, flipped the hourglass, and tossed it out. The light sphere behind Jiang Yun rose, while the one behind Soros dropped significantly. The value of Jiang Yun's loot had now surpassed Soros's. Under Soros's stunned gaze, Jiang Yun produced a silver holy grail and tossed it out. An item that increases lifespan, the prayer holy grail. Immediately after, Jiang Yun produced a crimson oval crystal and tossed it inside. The Eye of Calamity. Then came the Emerald Crown. The volume of the light sphere continued to expand, its height growing ever greater. In contrast, Soros's orb had been crushed to the ground, unable to descend any further. Finally, as Jiang Yun produced a crystal heart, Soros was utterly numb, his face frozen in shock. How could this guy possess so many valuable items? If he kept going, he might not be able to afford the spoils of war. Fortunately, after tossing the crystal heart, Jiang Yun made no further moves. It wasn't that he lacked valuable items, but rather that he too feared Soros couldn't afford the spoils. After all, while defeating an enemy without a fight felt satisfying, Jiang Yun still wanted to give him a proper beating. Your turn. Jiang Yun said with a smile. You wouldn't be unable to pay for even this small amount of spoils, would you? Soros's expression shifted, but he finally gritted his teeth and began rummaging through his belongings. But by the time he finished, the glowing orb on his back still hovered a considerable distance from Jiang Yun's. Soros was stunned. As the holy son of the Holy Flame Church, how could his possessions be worth less than Jiang Yun's? Jiang Yun continued to mock him. Is that all? Is the Holy Flame Church that poor? Who carries around this much loot like you do? Soros cursed inwardly. Finally, he could only shout, I stake everything I have as spoils of war. The moment the words left his mouth, the light sphere behind him shot upward, subtly surpassing the one behind Jiang Yun. Both sides' spoils are of equal value. The battle officially begins. Clang! 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 The bell rang 3 times, signaling the start of the battle. Jiang Yun. Soros stepped forward, his voice a low growl. Thanks to the fair golden arena item, forcibly stripping others of their possessions had become second nature to him. But he never imagined he'd suffer such a heavy loss at the hands of Jiang Yun, this obscure nobody. The original wager of 100,000 points had skyrocketed to an astronomical figure. How could this guy be so loaded? But it didn't matter. Once he defeated him, all these things would be his. Soros was utterly confident in this outcome. Level 32 versus level 23, how could he possibly lose? With a thunderous boom, blazing golden flames erupted from his body, coalescing into a colossal flame giant that clung to Soros' form. Flames also swirled around the long sword in his hand. Fire Soul Armor lasts 5 minutes. During this time, the user gains immunity to control skills, plus 80% fire damage and 40% damage reduction. This was the special skill of the Holy Flame Guardian. Soros was arrogant, but his strength was undeniable. The title of Holy Sun wasn't bestowed lightly. A terrifying heat shrouded the arena, palpable even to those watching from the sidelines. Jiang Yun's expression grew peculiar. For some reason, the flames surrounding Soros felt strangely familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, Soros crouched slightly, then charged toward Jiang Yun like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, a torrent of golden flames engulfed Jiang Yun. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the air. But as the golden flames gradually dispersed, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, causing the assembled practitioners to gasp in astonishment. Before Soros stood a majestic, sacred presence clad in golden armor, with a blazing sun suspended above its head. Soros's sword blade was firmly grasped in a golden palm. I was right after all. Observing Soros's horrified expression, Jiang Yun shook his head. This golden flame is the one wielded by the sun-melting golden ant. However, your purity is far too lacking, it's not pure enough. You can't even harm me. With that, Jiang Yun stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and slammed it down hard toward Soros. It was still Jiang Yun's sun form's signature attack, a crushing punch. No mechanics involved, only the most extreme raw power. This blow was too much for even higher-level demons to withstand, let alone Soros. With a thud, Soros was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Driven mad by the relentless chain of events, he roared and lunged forward, swinging his long sword at Jiang Yun. Golden flames coalesced into a colossal sword, slashing toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun didn't even flinch. He stood still, watching the flaming greatsword crash toward him, engulfing him. Soros watched, a flicker of delight crossing his face. But that flicker of delight lasted less than a second. Heavy footsteps echoed from within the flames. Jiang Yun emerged from the flames, unscathed. Then, with a single slap, he struck Soros squarely across the face. Soros flew sideways through the air. Empowered by his fire-bathing state and bolstered by damage transfer, Soros's attacks couldn't breach Jiang Yun's defenses. The ensuing battle was simple and tedious, akin to beating up a child. Soros leapt into the air, unleashing a series of flashy, grandiose ultimate moves that engulfed Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stepped forward, landing a single punch or slap that sent Soros crashing back to the ground. The scene left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Wait a minute, who exactly was the one with the lower level? After repeating this 6 times, Soros finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Unconsciousness meant defeat. The battle is over. The voice rang out once more. A flash of golden light erupted, and the arena vanished. Jiang Yun materialized beside Ningerin. Before him stood 2 enormous spheres of light. One belonged to him, the other to Soros. Now, these things all belonged to Jiang Yun. With a thud, Soros plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground and lying motionless. He wore nothing but a pair of shorts, his skin a sickly pallor. He had treated every single item on his person as spoils of war. Now, all these things belonged to Jiang Yun. After a moment of silence, the onlookers erupted into a burst of joyful laughter. I thought he was some big shot, but turns out he's just a nobody getting beaten by everyone. And this is the holy son of the Holy Fire Church? Put. Jiang Yun, you nailed it. 145, the set is complete, Ningerin's kiss. Soros arrived with great fanfare, his arrogance palpable. He even made the first move against Jiang Yun, acting as if victory were already his.
Then, in less than 10 minutes, he lost everything, left lying naked on the ground. The stark contrast between his arrival and his downfall was too much for the crowd to contain, and they burst into laughter.
Ningerin doubled over in laughter. First time I've seen someone practically begging to be beaten. The Holy Flame Church isn't all that after all.
Jiang Yun shrugged helplessly, no longer paying attention to Soros, and began inspecting his winnings. Nothing else was particularly noteworthy, except for one item that caught Jiang Yun's attention, a small, exquisitely crafted miniature arena. Soros had wagered his entire fortune on it, and now even the platform itself had become Jiang Yun's prize.
This is a real gem. Jiang Yun marveled, stowing it away.
Without another glance at Soros, he led Ningerin off to rest nearby. Along the way, wherever they passed, the crowd parted to make a path. Previously, people had only heard of Jiang Yun's fame, without a clear understanding of his true strength. Now, after his decisive defeat of the revered Holy Son of the Holy Flame Church, they finally understood just how formidable Jiang Yun truly was. Awe welled up from the depths of their hearts. Only then did the other members of the Holy Flame Church recover from the shock of their Holy Son's decisive defeat, crowding around Soros.
Your Excellency. Are you unharmed, Your Excellency?
Amidst the knights' voices, Soros quietly opened his eyes and growled through clenched teeth, "Fools.
Do you want to embarrass me further? Carry me back."
Only then did the others grasp the situation, scrambling to hoist Soros back into the carriage. Immediately, the thunderous clatter of hooves echoed as the knights and carriage swiftly departed the scene. Gone was the imposing presence they had carried upon arrival. Their retreat now looked utterly disheveled. Soros lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun's receding figure, his eyes filled with venomous hatred.
Jiang Yun, just you wait.
Jiang Yun paid no heed to Soros's venom.
Many hated him.
If they were to lay low now, Jiang Yun couldn't be bothered with them. But if they dared to jump in front of him again, he wouldn't be held responsible for his actions.
After the cooldown ended, the two re-entered the instance.
Half an hour later, they emerged. Then it was time for the next run. In his moon god form, Jiang Yun devoured a portion of each enemy's limbs upon killing them, replenishing his own energy expenditure. After 5 or 6 consecutive runs through the instance, Jiang Yun had only consumed 1 bottle of basic stamina potion to replenish his energy, yet he remained at peak condition. Ningerin's prowess was already exceptional among her peers. Yet against Jiang Yun, she couldn't even get a chance to strike, suffering no significant wear and tear. The two entered and exited the instance non-stop, leaving the surrounding crowd numb with astonishment.
This pace was simply too godlike. Such relentless dungeon grinding yielded abundant rewards.
Though the two were killing monsters together, preventing the activation of the title, King of the Uninhabited Realm, Jiang Yun still gained over 1,000,000 lifespan points under the blessing of the Holy Water. Yet that wasn't the greatest reward. With the blessings of Favor and Lucky Star, Jiang Yun finally completed the Gilded Royal Authority set. Moreover, he unexpectedly obtained a Catastrophe Eye. Even Ningerin was both astonished and delighted, wondering if her luck today had been a bit too good.
Jiang Yun smiled without answering.
Gilded Sovereignty set, Gold Tier set, Spirit plus 2000, Agility plus 1000, Constitution plus 1000, Skill cooldown reduced by 30%, Spirit type skill effects enhanced by 50%.
Set effect 1, Sovereignty Gravity based spell. Inflicts gravitational suppression on enemies within 500 meters.
When cast on a single target, extends the skill's range to 1000 meters. Set effect 2, Metamorphosis, freely alter the set's form and color to suit different situations. Truly worthy of a set, these bonuses far surpass other gold tier gear.
Not to mention it boasts 2 additional set effects.
Ditching some obsolete gear, Jiang Yun equipped the Gilded Sovereignty set and tested its transformation effect.
The Gilded Sovereignty set comprised 6 pieces: bracers, crown, robe, boots, pendant, and cloak.
Equipping the full set transformed him into a dazzling, ancient-style monarch, a look that bordered on the extravagant. Jiang Yun thought about it, and his clothes quickly changed. He tried the school uniform from Experimental High School No. 1, then his everyday casual wear.
Finally settling on a combination of black pants and a black jacket with a white inner layer.
Seeing Ningerin's envious expression, Jiang Yun smiled faintly and checked his beast-taming space. During the dungeon run, besides the complete set of Gilded Royal Authority armor, numerous duplicate pieces had also dropped. Counting them carefully, there were as many as 4.
Once we farm another set, shall we head back?
Jiang Yun suggested.
Ningerin nodded repeatedly, her gaze sparkling with admiration as she looked at Jiang Yun.
She knew exactly who Jiang Yun was doing this for. Both of their cooldown items were nearly depleted. The next few dungeons took longer than all their previous runs combined. The vast majority of that time was spent waiting. On the multiverse battlefield, they spent nearly half a day without rest, day and night, before finally securing the last 2 scattered pieces. This was only possible because both were blessed with luck and Jiang Yun's monster killing speed was exceptionally fast. For ordinary players, grinding for a month or 2 might not even be enough to assemble a full set. The items in hand, Ningerin couldn't wait to equip them, manipulating her gear to constantly change. Long dresses, short skirts, jeans. Black, white lace, sheer. Jiang Yun was dazzled.
Though he couldn't quite grasp girls' obsession with different outfits, Ningerin was simply too stunning to ignore.
Jiang Yun stood by, quietly admiring the sight. Moments later, Ningerin finished her fitting and emerged in a snow-white dress. She looked at Jiang Yun, suddenly breaking into a smile. Her body sprang forward, wrapping him in a big hug. Then, her moist lips gently brushed against his cheek. The blushing, passionate affection of a young girl washed over him. Jiang Yun's thoughts stirred, and he was startled at the same time. He hadn't even figured out if kissing counted as part of losing her virginity. Fortunately, after checking himself over, he found nothing amiss. Only then did Jiang Yun breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at Ningerin in his arms, Jiang Yun gently kissed her back. They shared a knowing smile, words unnecessary.
After leaving the instance, they rested briefly before setting off toward Guanyang City.
Moments later, they arrived at Guanyang City and found the Mad Reverend, presenting him with the 2 catastrophe eyes they had obtained.
Very good.
Mad Reverend smiled faintly, showing little surprise. She had witnessed Jiang Yun consecutively slaying 3 formidable demons on the battlefield. Naturally, she understood that with his prowess, passing the trial was only a matter of time. Still, the speed with which he had obtained the Eyes of Calamity did surprise her. But upon glancing at Ningerin beside him, she understood. The trial only requires 1 catastrophe eye. The Mad Sovereign tossed the other one to Jiang Yun. Keep this one yourself. It will prove invaluable in the future. Pack up and prepare to return to Blue Star. 146. The weather has turned cold. It's time to bring down the Xiao clan. Jiang Yun's spirits soared. This day had finally arrived. Because of Xiao Zhong back then, he couldn't get the job transfer support from Qingbei University. Jiang Yun had no choice but to head far away to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. He remembered this grudge. Now, it was time to settle the score. Moments later, following the Mad Sage, the 2 arrived at the teleportation hall. The hall had been cleared, leaving only one person waiting inside.
Ningerin's second uncle, Ning Fanchen.
He too was to follow the Mad Reverend back to the mortal realm. Seeing the Mad Reverend enter, Ning Fanchen bowed respectfully. But upon seeing Jiang Yun, especially the intimate manner between Ningerin and Jiang Yun, his expression darkened. Yet he said nothing more, clearly wary of Li Xi's presence. The teleportation array was ready, primed for activation at any moment. As the 4 stepped into the array, a flash of silver light erupted, and their figures vanished instantly from the Grand Hall. At Qingbei Academy, within a secluded courtyard, the 4 figures materialized. Surveying their surroundings, Jiang Yun felt a pang of surprise. No wonder they had to clear out the entire teleportation hall. The treatment afforded to a pillar was indeed different. The destination of that teleportation array was not the Tiandu Tower on Qingbei Academy's side. Welcome to my humble abode. A familiar voice rang out. The crowd turned to see the revered Yuan seated at the stone table in the courtyard, sipping tea while smiling warmly at them.
Greetings, revered Master Yuan.
All present bowed respectfully to Venerable Yuan, save for the Mad Venerable.
Ning Fanchen trembled with excitement.
He had never before experienced such an occasion, being in the presence of 2 pillars at once.
Could it be that because I completed the task with the light-piercing spike, the 2 reverends now regard me differently? He wondered silently, never considering that he was merely riding on Jiang Yun's coattails. Please, take a seat. Venerable Yuan gestured for them to take a seat. After sipping some tea, the revered Yuan asked with a smile, Jiang Yun, what do you most want to do now?
Naturally, to cause trouble for the Xiao family.
Jiang Yun understood and replied.
Jiang Yun, I advise you to reconsider.
Ning Fanchen snorted coldly. The Xiao family, aside from lacking a pillar to anchor them, is practically indistinguishable from a first-rate noble house.
Offend them, and you'll have no foothold in the capital. What you should do now is hurry to apologize to Master Xiao Zhong and beg him to spare you. Ning Fanchen wore an earnest expression, adopting the authoritative demeanor of an elder as he earnestly admonished him. In his view, his advice was nothing short of perfect, the most suitable path for Jiang Yun to take. The Xiao family's influence was so vast that even the Ning family couldn't match it. Xiao Zhong was merely one member of that powerhouse. Even if Jiang Yun grew powerful enough to overthrow Xiao Zhong, could he overthrow the entire Xiao family? In the end, he'd only make countless enemies and find himself unable to move forward.
No one paid him any mind.
Jiang Yun didn't even glance at him. Ning Fanchen, realizing he was being ignored by Jiang Yun, felt a surge of irritation and was about to speak again.
At that moment, the revered Abyss spoke. Jiang Yun, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before replying, kill Xiao Zhong? He hired someone to kill me. The debt is settled here. No matter what, I won't let him off the hook.
Venerable Yuan shook his head and smiled.
But what about the Xiao family? Have you considered that?
Ning Fanchen proudly puffed out his chest.
I knew it. This is exactly how it should be handled. Look, even the revered Yuan supports me.
Catching the deep meaning in the Reverend Yuan's gaze, Jiang Yun suddenly understood. Under Ning Fanchen's gaze, which treated him like a madman, he declared, enunciating each word deliberately, uproot the entire Xiao family root and branch.
Agreed. Venerable Yuan roared with laughter. So be it. Do you think we've been waiting here all this time for nothing? Come. I'll take you to wipe out the Xiao clan. The weather's turning cold. It's time for the Xiao family to meet their end. Before the words had even faded, the revered One Yuan seized Jiang Yun's shoulder, soaring skyward as a streak of light streaking toward the horizon. Mad Reverend followed closely behind. The two pillars and Jiang Yun vanished into the sky. Only Ningerin remained, smiling serenely, while Ning Fanchen stood frozen in place, stunned, shocked, and utterly bewildered. He even felt as if he were dreaming. The two pillars, had they truly agreed to Jiang Yun's request to wipe out the Xiao family? At Qingbei University, in Xiao Zhong's office, Xiao Zhong was leisurely sipping tea, waiting for news of Jiang Yun's demise. To him, it was nothing more than another commoner genius meeting his end at his hands. Such incidents had occurred far too often. Boom! At that moment, the floor suddenly shook. The next moment, the entire office shattered. A terrifying aura descended from above. Staring at the three figures in the air, Xiao Zhong's face was etched with shock and disbelief. Two pillars of power descended together. Wait, who was that person behind them? Jiang Yun. Impossible. How could he still be alive? The mad sovereign's gaze was icy as he declared, Xiao Zhong, you colluded with the abyss and slaughtered the geniuses of the human race. Your crimes are unforgivable. By law, you deserve execution. His voice echoed over Qingbei Academy, lingering long after. I'm innocent. Xiao Zhong instinctively protested. But when the mad sovereign produced a recording and projected it into the air for all to see, his words of defense died in his throat. The footage showed him communicating with two abyss lords through a magical array. Not only did he reveal his full name, but he also admitted to having done this multiple times before assassinating human geniuses. In an instant, the entire Qingbei University was thrown into uproar. The Dean of Education is actually an abyss spy. Senior Wang Yuan, I remember him. Never imagined he was Xiao Zhong. Watching the aerial footage, Xiao Zhong's face turned deathly pale. He never imagined his secret dealings with the Abyss King would be recorded. What the hell was going on? Without time for further thought, Xiao Zhong let out a roar and shot off into the distance. He was fleeing. A terrifying blade descended with a piercing whistle, cleaving him in two. Before the pillar, he, a mere Lord-class practitioner, possessed no power to resist. The mad revered one reached out and seized him. Xiao Zhong let out a piercing scream as an invisible force bound him. You killed my disciple. I want to grind your bones to dust right now. But rest assured, I won't kill you yet. I'm going to make you spill every last secret. With that, she vanished in a flash, taking Xiao Zhong with her, clearly off for interrogation. Let's go. It's our turn now. The abyssal revered one declared, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he carried Jiang Yun toward the distant horizon. Moments later, they hovered above a castle spanning over 1,000 acres. To possess such an estate in the land-scarce capital of Shan, the depth of the Xiao family's resources was beyond doubt. Xiao Tianyao, come forth to meet me. The revered Yuan roared, stepping forward and reaching out to grasp. A thunderous roar shook the earth, tearing it asunder. The entire castle was wrenched from its foundations, rising to float mid-air. Next, he snapped his fingers. Under Jiang Yun's astonished gaze, the castle shattered inch by inch at the revered Yuan's finger, turning to ash. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic castle vanished completely from this world. Yet the people and animals within remained unharmed, struggling frantically in the air. Truly worthy of being the pillar that had suppressed the abyss for decades. With just a light gesture, the abyssal sage had reached a level of power Jiang Yun could not begin to comprehend. 147. The Fall of the Xiao Clan. A white-haired elder flew out from deep within the estate, his face twisted with terror, and bowed before the Abyss Venerable. Honorable Abyss Venerable, why such a massive mobilization? Is there some misunderstanding? The Abyss Reverend sneered coldly, no misunderstanding. Are you unaware of your clan member Xiao Zhong's collusion with the Abyss? Simultaneously, he explained to Jiang Yun beside him, though Xiao Zhong is the clan head of the Xiao family, the one who truly holds the reins of power is the Xiao Tianyao. Sanctum Tier Powerhouse. The words Sanctum Tier Powerhouse coming from the mouth of the revered Abyss carried a distinct note of irony. Xiao Tianyao looked utterly flustered. That little brat actually did such a thing? I truly had no idea. Venerable Yuan stared at Xiao Tianyao and sneered coldly, do you really think I'd just barge into someone's place without proof? Xiao Tianyao's expression shifted. Without another word, he spun and shot away into the distance. He was attempting to flee. A flash of multicolored light erupted. 7 enormous beasts materialized behind him, blocking the Venerable Yuan's path. He was a beast master too. As a Saint Hall tier being, he possessed 7 pet beasts, each of them also Saint Hall tier. Such is the path of a beast master, long in cultivation, heavy in resource expenditure. Yet their power became increasingly formidable as they advanced. 7 sanctuary tier beasts equaled a formidable army. Among them, Jiang Yun recognized 2 instantly. Mythical tier beasts, the sky-soaring eagle and the earth-crawling worm.
These two alone were enough to let Xiao Tianyao walk tall within the sanctuary realm. Yet, in the presence of pillars like the Abyss Venerable, they still fell short. The Abyss Sage let out a cold snort, nearly extending a finger. A flash of silver light erupted. Boom! 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 The four beasts instantly exploded into a shower of blood.
The remaining three trembled violently at the touch of the revered Abyss's aura.
Yet, driven by Xiao Tianyao's pressure, they still charged madly toward the revered Abyss. The Skyfeather's soaring eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of energy-condensed blue feathers that fell like a storm. Each feather could effortlessly pierce through a fortress. The Skywing Eagle's signature skill, Skyfeather Shatter. The earthworm writhed, spewing streams of molten lava from its maw. The ground around it rapidly melted, transforming into a seething pool of molten lava. Left unchecked, within less than a day, the earthworm could turn hundreds of kilometers of land into molten lava. Another tiger-like beast, whose name Jiang Yun couldn't recall, vanished abruptly. Clearly, it had activated its stealth ability to sneak closer to the Abyssal Sage. Resisting to the bitter end. Yuan Zun coldly remarked, glancing upward. Countless silver ripples flashed, and the myriad green feathers vanished instantly. The next moment, the feathers materialized above the sunworm, descending in a torrential downpour of attacks. Even with the earthworm's formidable defenses, it couldn't help but emit waves of pained cries. A tiger-like beast materialized behind the revered Abyss, its claws reaching out to strike, only to be blocked by a silver flash. The next instant, a silver longsword of elegant design suddenly appeared in the Abyss Sage's hand. With a single, light swing, the tiger-shaped beast was cleaved clean in two from head to tail, meeting its end. Next came the earthworm. Countless sword lights erupted from its body, shredding it to pieces in an instant. Seeing this, the Skyfeather's soaring eagle in the sky disregarded its master's command. Flapping its wings, it flew off into the distance. But mid-flight, its form shattered into fragments, plummeting from the sky. Not even a minute had passed since the 7 ferocious beasts had appeared. Feeling the icy gaze behind him, Xiao Tianyao's face twisted with bitterness before he suddenly roared. Li Yuan, you forced my hand. Countless twilight-hued beams erupted from his body. His form rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal figure clad in bone armor, his eyes ablaze with twilight light. To actually accept the blessing of the Twilight Realm. Xiao Tianyao, you're even more depraved than I imagined. The revered Yuan roared in fury, his form flickering as he appeared before Xiao Tianyao, thrusting his sword forward. A terrifying energy storm erupted. Moments later, as the storm dissipated, the revered Abyss materialized once more before Jiang Yun. In one hand, he held his sword, in the other, Xiao Tianyao's severed head. Clearly, even with his final trump card played, Xiao Tianyao was no match for the revered Abyss. This battle left Jiang Yun utterly amazed. He couldn't help but exclaim at its brilliance, having gained immense insight. The divine vessel wielded by the revered Abyss was the Void Tower, yet he himself fought with a sword. The chief villain is eliminated. The Abyssal Sage tossed Xiao Tianyao's head aside, sighing, the Xiao clan is about to vanish from this world. Turning to Jiang Yun, he added, you shall deliver this news. Venerable Yuan smiled faintly. The Xiao family was ultimately a second-rate clan. Deep-rooted and extensive, even in ruin, they still have numerous partners and friends scattered far and wide. Once you speak, you'll bear the pressure from these people. Do you have the guts? Jiang Yun paused, then understood. Ever since he had delivered the intelligence about Xiao Zhong's collusion with the Abyss to the higher-ups, the investigation into the Xiao family had already begun. Their fate had been sealed from that moment onward. This was merely the final chapter. Whether he was present or not made no difference. The reason the Abyssal Sage insisted on waiting for him was to grant him an opportunity. An opportunity to make a name for himself, an opportunity to face the storm head-on. Pressure is what fuels rapid growth. If I remained sheltered by the revered one of the Abyss, I could never become a true powerhouse. Jiang Yun felt a surge of fervor, blurting out, I accept. Excellent. Venerable Yuan roared with laughter, his spirit soaring. Moments later, a clear voice resounded across the heavens and earth, enveloping the divine capital. Xiao Zhong, you have defied the law, colluded with the Abyss, and slaughtered the loyal and virtuous of the human race. Xiao Tianyao, colluding with the Twilight Realm, accepting its blessings, and plotting treason. The Xiao clan shall be judged by the law. None of these individuals shall be spared. Thus, the Xiao clan is destroyed. The voice reverberated over the divine capital, leaving the crowd stunned, their whispers rising in waves. Xiao Zhong, wasn't he the dean of Qingbei University? Who would have thought he was such a person? Good riddance. He deserved it, a traitor to humanity. I heard the ones who acted were the revered one of depth and the revered one of madness. Who was the one speaking? This year's national top scholar, Jiang Yun. Qingbei University. Xiao Chang and Tuoba Tao walked down the path. Having both suffered heavy losses at Jiang Yun's hands, their relationship gradually grew closer. Especially Tuoba Tao, who began fawning over Xiao Chang, the wealthy young master. Xiao Chang's family fortune far surpassed that of the Tuoba clan. Rest assured, young master Xiao, that Jiang Yun is merely a commoner.
Don't be fooled by his current arrogance. With just a slight effort from your family, he'll amount to nothing. Exactly. Xiao Chang replied arrogantly. Though he knew Jiang Yun wasn't so easily dealt with, Tuoba Tao's flattery still felt incredibly satisfying. Just then, Jiang Yun's voice rang out, echoing across the heavens and earth. Xiao Chang froze in disbelief. What? My home is gone? And why is it always this Jiang Yun? Turning to Tuoba Tao, he had already sprinted over 100 meters away, never looking back, rapidly widening the distance between himself and Xiao Chang. Several figures clad in black appeared beside Xiao Chang without warning. Xiao Chang, come with us for questioning. 148. The true purpose of the light-piercing spike, professional tournament. Tonight, every noble house in the divine capital would be frozen in terror. Back when the revered Yuan emerged from a bloodbath to become a pillar of strength, he earned the title of Godslayer. However, as the Divine Squad project stalled, the revered Abyss grew disillusioned and withdrew from the fray. Over time, they gradually forgot the revered Abyss's true nature. Today, however, all memories resurfaced. Simultaneously, the name Jiang Yun was quietly etched into the minds of many. This man was undoubtedly connected to the Xiao family's downfall. A second-rate noble house, one of the few such families in the divine capital, had fallen at the hands of a commoner youth. Jiang Yun's name was destined to shake the world. After completing all this, Venerable Yuan led Jiang Yun back to the small courtyard. Mad Reverend was already waiting there. Her expression alone made it clear she had thoroughly vented her anger on Xiao Zhong. Ningerin, standing nearby, spotted Jiang Yun and waved excitedly. Jiang Yun, you've made quite a splash this time. Ning Fanshan remained silent, even shifting restlessly in his seat. His gaze toward Jiang Yun now held an added layer of awe and dread. From his perspective, it seemed Jiang Yun had sought to destroy the Xiao family, and then the two pillars had actually intervened to help him wipe them out. As for colluding with the Abyss? That was clearly just an excuse. This Jiang Yun, how could he possess such influence the two pillars would work for him? He had spoken disrespectfully to him before. Was it too late to make amends now? As they took their seats, the mad revered one handed several pages to the abyssal revered one. This time, I managed to pry quite a bit of useful intelligence out of Xiao Zhong. The abyss reverend took them, flipped through them, and sighed. If only Xiao Tianyao had accepted the Twilight Realm's blessing. We could have kept him alive to extract even more intelligence. Mad Reverend sneered coldly. I hear his body has aged to its absolute limit. No amount of extra lifespan could save him now. He's desperately searching for a way to survive. He's truly ruthless to have embraced Twilight transformation outright. Turning to Jiang Yun and the others, she added, remember this, should you ever encounter Twilight transformed enemies like Xiao Tianyao, show no mercy. Execute them on the spot. Jiang Yun nodded, committing the Mad Reverend's words to heart. The Twilight Realm, another great enemy of the human race. Yet compared to the Abyss, the Twilight Realm displayed a far more intense desire to invade the human race. Creatures from the Twilight Realm possessed eerie abilities imbued with Twilight attributes, making them terrifyingly powerful. Strangely, however, creatures from the Twilight Realm rarely appeared on the front lines of battle. This was all Jiang Yun knew about the Twilight Realm. The intelligence extracted from Xiao Zhong was immediately taken by the Abyssal Sage, who did not allow Jiang Yun to see it. Though Jiang Yun was envious, he understood the revered Abyss had his reasons and did not press the matter. The group shifted their discussion to a new topic. Jiang Yun, you've achieved such a great feat this time. I must show my appreciation. Venerable Yuan suddenly spoke up. You know, we issued that mission, even summoning Ningerin, all for the sake of obtaining the light-shattering spike. Do you know why? Because in the war. Jiang Yun explained his understanding. The ability to teleport large numbers of practitioners deep into enemy territory, that alone made the light piercer crucial. That's correct, but if that were the only reason, we wouldn't have been so urgent. Venerable Yuan smiled. The real reason is this, soon, the elemental realm will converge with Blue Star. Using the light piercer, we can rapidly transport large numbers of practitioners to the elemental realm to acquire resources. The elemental realm? Jiang Yun was startled. He knew the elemental realm's name well. It was a legendary treasure trove, an independent world teeming with limitless resources. Especially the crystal cores and elemental essences dropped by various elemental creatures. These were essential ingredients for crafting high-grade potions and weapons. The diverse minerals and materials found there were also immensely valuable. In short, a single trip into the elemental realm meant striking it rich. Jiang Yun already understood what the Abyssal Sage was about to say. The Void Tower must be used to suppress the Abyss and cannot be moved lightly. That's why we need to find such an artifact. But even the light-shattering cone can only transport a limited number of people, so there are restrictions on the number of participants. I have 2 slots available. You may allocate them as you see fit. Jiang Yun nodded with delight and thanked the Reverend Yuan. This reward was incredibly valuable. Moreover, for Jiang Yun, there was another significant advantage. Perhaps during this journey through the elemental realm, he could gather some of the materials needed for the Great Sun Gold Melting Ant's evolution.
Like the black flame melting iron ants, the great sun melting gold ants required vast quantities of fire attribute minerals for their evolution. This time, both the quality and quantity had reached an entirely new level. Jiang Yun's top priority now was advancing his own level, so he hadn't given this matter much thought. But if he could acquire sufficient resources within the elemental realm, perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question to consider it. Jiang Yun looked at Ningerin. Ningerin understood immediately and smiled. My second uncle already told me earlier I have my own quota. Jiang Yun nodded. This meant he now had an extra spot available. So, to whom should this spot be given? Or should he sell it? A petite figure suddenly appeared in Jiang Yun's mind. The professional tournament is about to begin, Jiang Yun. You must bring glory to our divine summer kingdom. Elder Yuan said, his voice brimming with expectation for Jiang Yun. Right. I almost forgot about that. Jiang Yun slapped his forehead, a flicker of excitement lighting his eyes. The National Professional Tournament, a quadrennial event that was a grand spectacle for the entire Blue Star. All practitioners could participate, vying for the ultimate championship. From city-level competitions, provincial tournaments, and national championships, all the way to international showdowns between nations. By now, the professional competition had evolved from a pure sporting event into a clash between major factions and nations. It had also grown far more intense. To stand out in the professional competition is the dream of every practitioner. Jiang Yun was no exception. You must seize this opportunity. This year's competition holds many more variables than in previous years. The revered Yuan cautioned. But when Jiang Yun inquired about the nature of these changes, the venerable elder merely offered a cryptic smile and remained silent. Moments later, two beams of light shot skyward, vanishing into the distance. Jiang Yun bid farewell to Ningerin and left the revered Yuan's courtyard, heading toward his own villa. Calculating the time, nearly a week had passed since he'd gone to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Thinking about it, he found himself feeling a bit nostalgic. Though he couldn't quite tell whether he missed the villa itself or the person within it. Arriving at the villa, Jiang Yun knocked lightly on the door. Within seconds, the door creaked open. Lu Xiaoxue, dressed in a nightgown, appeared before him, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight. Xiaoxue, it's been a while. 149, Jiang Yun's terrifying image, virtual universe. Moments later, seated at the living room dining table, Jiang Yun savored the dishes Lu Xiaoxue had meticulously prepared, engaging in a casual, meandering conversation with her. Jiang Yun recounted his experiences on the battlefield of 10,000 races to Lu Xiaoxue. In turn, Lu Xiaoxue shared with Jiang Yun the developments at Qingbei Academy during his absence. So Ningerin was the one who spent all those days with you on the battlefield of 10,000 races? Lu Xiaoxue's focus was distinctly different. Amidst all the details Jiang Yun shared, she fixated solely on the fact that Ningerin had met him on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes and that the two had fought side by side for such a long time. Her mood couldn't help but sink a little. Jiang Yun then brought up the matter of the elemental realm. I still have one slot left to enter the elemental realm. Let's go together. The elemental realm slot was time-sensitive and would expire if not claimed promptly. Once the elemental realm separates from Blue Star, this quota will become worthless, so it must be spent as quickly as possible. Sell it? Jiang Yun wasn't that short on cash just yet. To whom? Ningerin had a spot, but after much consideration, Jiang Yun could only think of one person, Lu Xiaoxue. She was the first member he'd personally selected for his team. Any good opportunity naturally belonged to her. Really? Lu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with delight and disbelief. After receiving Jiang Yun's confirmation, her earlier gloom vanished instantly. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and even a strange fighting spirit stirred within her. After exchanging a few more words, they each went to rest. After a refreshing shower, Jiang Yun drifted comfortably into sleep. Early the next morning, guided by Lu Xiaoxue, Jiang Yun made his way to his classroom. While Qingbei University maintained a relaxed approach to student management, requiring only the completion of annual assessments. It was still considered excessive for someone like Jiang Yun to have never once appeared before a teacher or engaged in any communication since the very start of his university career. Over the past few days, Lu Xiaoxue had heard her homeroom teacher complain about this situation repeatedly. Students at Qingbei University were also divided into classes. Each class contained a dozen or so students from different professions, facilitating team formation and pairing among students. Class advisors are typically Lord-level professionals with extensive frontline combat experience. They were responsible for teaching students combat experience, dungeon clearing techniques, and various other skills. Regarding issues different professions encounter during leveling and class changes, they also act as intermediaries, introducing powerful professionals to resolve students' doubts. Jiang Yun was assigned to Class 3 of the first year. The homeroom teacher was Xia Roland, a level 45 professional with the class of Hurricane Roarer, an advanced form of the mage profession. Led by Lu Xiaoxue, Jiang Yun arrived at his class's classroom. The moment they entered, the burly man at the front and the dozen or so students below immediately focused their attention on the pair. Lu Xiaoxue and her group were naturally recognized. But who was that boy behind her? Student, please refrain from bringing unrelated individuals into the classroom during class hours. Xiao frowned from the front of the classroom.
Su Xiyue introduced, Teacher, this is Jiang Yun, a student in our class.
Before she could finish, Xiao sprang to her feet, her expression tense and tinged with reverence.
The other students immediately shifted their gaze toward Jiang Yun.
Fear, admiration, a mix of emotions filled their eyes.
Xiao stammered, Mr. Jiang Yun, please take a seat.
Jiang Yun looked utterly puzzled.
Was this supposed to be dissatisfaction with him? Wasn't this a bit too much respect?
Jiang Yun sat down reluctantly, and the surrounding students immediately made space for him. Only Su Xiyue dared to sit beside him. The stares from the crowd felt like they were looking at a monster.
It wasn't until Su Xiyue made inquiries around that Jiang Yun finally understood what was going on.
He had severely underestimated the repercussions of the Xiao family's downfall. Xiao Zhong, the head of the Xiao family, served as the Dean of Academic Affairs at Qingbei University, a figure second only to the university president, commanding immense authority. Other members of the Xiao family also held significant positions and status in various fields.
The entire Xiao family represented an unattainable ideal for the vast majority of students. Yet this second-tier family had been utterly destroyed. The official announcement made it clear the Xiao clan had colluded with foreign tribes. But some simply refused to believe it.
From their perspective, the truth was entirely different.
First, Xiao Cheng clashed with Jiang Yun and was soundly beaten.
Then Xiao Zhong stepped in and dealt with Jiang Yun.
The result?
Jiang Yun vanished for several days, only to return with 2 pillars of support and uproot the entire Xiao clan. This was clearly Jiang Yun exacting revenge. By now, after the story had spread, Jiang Yun's image in everyone's minds had transformed into that of a terrifying figure, one who held grudges, possessed immense power, could command pillars, and was not to be trifled with. His commoner background was merely a cover. How could a mere commoner possibly have ties to the pillars? Jiang Yun found the rumors both laughable and exasperating, yet he had to admit they hit the mark in a few key points. He dismissed the swirling rumors with disdain, feeling no urge to defend himself. Rumors were too numerous, trying to explain them all would likely be futile. Staying true to oneself was what truly mattered.
Once seated, Xiao resumed her lecture.
His demeanor was noticeably more serious now, glancing at Jiang Yun's expression from time to time as he spoke. He seemed afraid Jiang Yun might frown or show any dissatisfaction with his teaching. Fortunately, Jiang Yun remained perfectly composed throughout, even taking notes.
This calmed Xiao considerably. By the time class ended, Xiao realized his back was soaked through.
It could only be said that after eliminating a second-rate family and personally announcing the matter, Jiang Yun's imposing presence had become somewhat terrifying. Jiang Yun, however, held Xiao in high regard. Much of the knowledge she imparted proved highly enlightening to him. These were insights Xiao had gleaned through countless battles, knowledge worth its weight in gold. Though they might not prove immediately useful, they could save a life in moments of life or death crisis. Classes were limited to 1 session per day. After class, Jiang Yun would immediately head toward the virtual learning hall. He had long coveted access to this place. The virtual learning hall was laid out much like the virtual combat arena. However, upon entering, there were no elaborate scenes, only a vast starry sky. Select the skill you wish to learn, and a starlight figure would appear, demonstrating the technique repeatedly. It could also simulate different environments to enhance practitioners' proficiency in skill application. Moreover, within the virtual learning hall, both rest and training proceeded at twice the speed of the outside world. All these factors combined make this an excellent place for skill training. It costs just 100 points per hour. Still too slow. After experiencing it firsthand, Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. It was fast, but still fell short of Jiang Yun's expectations. Given the rapid pace of Jiang Yun's power growth, this conventional method of skill learning felt far too sluggish. In the end, I'll still have to rely on skill scrolls. I wonder where I can find a stable source for them. Muttering to himself, Jiang Yun prepared to leave the virtual learning hall. Just then, a line of flashing text caught his attention. Your medal rank qualifies you to activate the virtual universe. Proceed? 150. My name shall be engraved upon the monument. I am Jiang Yun. Virtual universe? Jiang Yun froze, suddenly recalling that he had heard this term during the Battle of the 10,000 Tribes. The monument bearing his father's name was right here. But he had never known how to enter this virtual universe. Now, upon seeing these small words, he finally understood. So the major virtual arenas served as direct gateways to the virtual universe. The only catch was that most people's military ranks weren't high enough to trigger the access. Higher military rank truly brings many advantages. With that thought, Jiang Yun immediately selected to enter. The surrounding starry sky began to collapse rapidly. Different colored blocks piled up, eventually forming towering silver-gray skyscrapers. Finally, Jiang Yun found himself in a modern metropolis. He stood by the roadside as vehicles streamed past endlessly, neon lights flickering along both sides of the street. On the massive mirrored facades of buildings, different scenes danced across the surfaces.
News headlines flashed by in rapid succession. Jiang Yun watched, momentarily lost in thought. Was this the virtual universe? Hey, are you new here? A voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Jiang Yun saw a blue-haired youth in a silver tight suit staring at him. He floated mid-air, his feet resting on a silver-white hoverboard. Jiang Yun was blocking his path. Sorry. Jiang Yun quickly stepped aside to let the youth pass. But the youth didn't simply walk away. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yun curiously. Need directions? 100 points will do it. Jiang Yun paused, then nodded in agreement. When arriving in a new place, having someone to guide you was naturally a good thing. Seeing Jiang Yun's nod, the blue-haired youth chuckled. His skateboard vanished beneath him as he led Jiang Yun forward. No need to panic. I'm well versed in these matters. The virtual universe is gradually opening up. Eventually, it will become a virtual space encompassing the entire Blue Star human race. Many people arrive here every day. Through the youth's explanation, Jiang Yun finally gained a basic understanding of this place. The youth's name was Li Zhikong, a student of the Five Elements Academy among the 3 great academies. According to him, he was quite fortunate having assisted his teacher in completing a task had earned him the privilege to enter here as one of the first users of the virtual universe. The virtual universe hadn't officially opened to all humanity yet. To gain entry, one had to meet extremely stringent requirements. The most common methods involved spending massive amounts of points or possessing sufficiently high military rank. Know why I spotted you as a newcomer at a glance? You're wearing the most basic attire, completely unmodified. That alone was enough for me to tell. The virtual universe you see now isn't its true form. The true virtual universe will only unfold during the professional tournament. Very few people can access the virtual universe right now. You should take this chance to explore it thoroughly. The ultimate goal of the virtual universe is to accommodate everyone on Blue Star. I've heard that once this goal is achieved, the virtual universe will leap into becoming a pillar-level artifact. Li Zhikong was a chatterbox, and through his words, Jiang Yun gleaned a wealth of intelligence and knowledge. What astonished him was hearing his own name mentioned. You're from Qingbei Academy? Then do you know the Demon King, Jiang Yun? What? You don't know him? The virtual universe gathers geniuses from all corners of Blue Star. It has the fastest updated intel. Now everyone knows there's a freshman at Qingbei University named Jiang Yun, hot-tempered and unforgiving. He even targeted the Xiao family, a second-rate clan, and wiped them out completely. I heard he's actually from a commoner background. Is that true? Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His own intelligence had already spread this far. And judging by the situation, it seemed a new version had emerged. With Li Zhikong's guidance, Jiang Yun quickly got the hang of the virtual universe. Spending a few credits, he swapped out his default outfit for a pair of casual clothes. After walking for a while, the two arrived at a phone booth. The virtual universe is theoretically boundless. If you tried to traverse it on foot, you'd never reach the end in a lifetime. You need mobile hubs like this to quickly travel between key nodes. After selecting a location on the pop-up map, Li Zhikong vanished from the spot, taking Jiang Yun with him. After a sensation akin to teleportation, Jiang Yun opened his eyes to find himself standing amidst lush greenery. Looking up, a colossal monument stood before him, towering thousands of meters high, a grandeur scarcely imaginable in the physical world. Engraved upon it were glowing names. At a glance, Jiang Yun noticed one name written in bold, sweeping strokes. Jiang Xiaoyun. His father. Li Zhikong continued his incessant chatter. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the human race or broken through their limits are worthy of having their names inscribed on this monument. That's a pretty high bar. Even at the Five Elements Academy, I'd say fewer than 10 people qualify to have their names inscribed there. Hey, where are you going? Under Li Zhikong's stunned gaze, Jiang Yun stepped forward, approached the monument, and gently traced its icy surface. A prompt window immediately popped up. Esteemed General, as the holder of the record for the youngest divine general, you are qualified to inscribe your name upon this monument and be remembered by future generations. Please inscribe your name. Jiang Yun paused briefly, then, under Li Zhikong's stunned gaze, his fingers moved with a flourish. Suddenly, a divine light shot skyward from the monument, capturing everyone's attention. Across the virtual universe, this divine light was visible everywhere. All who witnessed it understood its significance and stirred with anticipation. This phenomenon only occurred when a newcomer inscribed their name upon the monument. Another worthy soul had emerged. Could it be someone from the celestial genius rankings this time? Moments later, the divine light faded, revealing a bold name etched upon the monument. Jiang Yun. Li Zhikong stared at the name, then glanced at Jiang Yun before him, his mouth agape. So you're the Demon King Jiang Yun. Recalling all the conspiracy theories about Jiang Yun that had spilled from his own mouth along the way, Li Zhikong's face instantly flushed crimson. How utterly humiliating. Jiang Yun, however, wasn't dwelling on such thoughts. Seeing his name inscribed beside his father's, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His gaze then shifted to another stone tablet beside the memorial. Inscribed upon it were 3 small characters. The Celestial Genius List. Jiang Yun's gaze landed on it, and information immediately popped up. The Celestial Prodigy List. Only practitioners under the age of 30 qualify to be called Celestial Prodigies and ascend to this list. The list ranks 1,000 individuals, updated weekly. Those listed receive substantial point rewards. Clearly, this was a means to encourage young professionals to strive for constant advancement. Though 1,000 may seem like a large number, it represents a selection from among the hundreds of billions of practitioners across the entire Blue Star. This number was already remarkably small. Those who gain admission are geniuses among geniuses, elites among elites. What a variety of tricks! Jiang Yun remarked, beckoning to Li Ji with a wave before vanishing from the virtual universe in a flash. His purpose here fulfilled, lingering any longer held no meaning. The virtual universe was still in its infancy, with not all features unlocked. It felt rather desolate and wasn't a place for aimless wandering. For now, matters in the real world held greater importance. Within the virtual universe, Li Jikong stood motionless for a moment before suddenly dashing toward the genius ranking to scrutinize it closely. Finally, he spotted a name that had never appeared before. Jiang Yun, rank 988. Chapter 151, The Professional Tournament Commences, Choosing Teammates. For the next few days, Jiang Yun's schedule became exceptionally rigid. Classes, the virtual learning hall, the library. In his spare time, he would go shopping with Su Xiyue and meet up with Ningerin. Occasionally, he had to deal with messages from Serena. Even Yiling, whom he hadn't contacted in ages, sent a message asking if Jiang Yun was truly responsible for the Xiao family's downfall. After receiving the affirmative response, Yiling remained silent for a long while before instructing Jiang Yun to proceed with utmost caution. Incidentally, she also mentioned that Su Mingxi was particularly concerned about the matter. Yet as Jiang Yun's nominal fiancé, she hesitated for a long time before finally having Yiling make the call on her behalf. Over these days, while Jiang Yun's strength hadn't progressed much, his knowledge had grown significantly. He learned about different dungeons, monster knowledge, and as a beast master, how to handle various classes. Part of this knowledge came from their homeroom teacher, Xiao, while the rest he acquired by consulting books he recommended from the university library. Qingbei University's library was vast in size and possessed an incredibly rich collection of books. Without a teacher's guidance, finding the desired materials was extremely difficult. Ordinary students required 10 credits to borrow books and faced borrowing restrictions. But as a member of the Golden Sequence, Jiang Yun faced none of these restrictions and could borrow any book he desired. With such an advantage, Jiang Yun absorbed knowledge like a starving man, refining his intellectual framework. 5 days later, Jiang Yun's phone buzzed loudly during class. Not only his, but the phones of every other student in the class vibrated simultaneously. Xiao face lit up at the front of the classroom. Students, registration for the professional competition has begun. Hurry up and sign up, don't miss out. Jiang Yun opened his phone to find it was indeed a notification about the professional competition. The professional competition had been held since the dawn of the professional era 300 years ago. This marked its 75th iteration. Each edition of the competition is hosted by a different nation. This time, it was Xinxia Nation's turn to host, making the event especially lively. As before, the tournament was divided into 3 tiers based on 10-level increments, 30-40, 40-50, and 50-60. The tournament consists of preliminary rounds and the main competition. The preliminary round is a 500-to-1 elimination. Only 1 out of every 500 professionals advances to the main tournament. The main tournament featured 3 formats: individual duels, team battles, and random challenge matches. The top 3 finishers in each competition mode will represent Xinxia Nation in battles against elite competitors selected from other nations, ultimately determining the supreme champion. The competition is brutal, but the rewards are substantial. Simply advancing to the main tournament grants substantial point rewards. Securing a national top 3 finish offers rewards so enticing they would captivate even the worldly Jiang Yun. As for the ultimate global champion, the prize was simply described as a mysterious grand prize, maintaining an air of intrigue. But whatever reward awaits the world champion, it will surely be nothing short of spectacular. A diamond tier orientation skill scroll? The national champion reward for the level 40 tier is this good? Jiang Yun was stunned. Even for his role in repelling the Great Black Heaven invasion, the reward from the Abyssal Sage had been merely a gold grade concentrated directional skill scroll. Diamond grade was far more valuable than gold grade. If I obtain this scroll, the skill I've been longing for will finally be within reach. Recalling the agonizingly slow progress while learning skills in the virtual learning hall, Jiang Yun's expression hardened with determination. This championship was his for the taking. As for further details regarding the professional tournament, no additional information had been released. However, the final sentence in the announcement stating that the tournament would be held within the virtual universe caught the attention of many. I really hope this professional tournament doesn't end in a first-round exit. Speaking of which, what exactly is this virtual universe? Does anyone know? Amidst the buzz, some eyes turned to Jiang Yun. For the team battles in the 3 major tournaments, you'd at least need a team to participate, right?
Teammates, of course, the stronger the better. After spending so many days together, the group of students discovered that although Jiang Yun was a bit aloof and didn't talk much, he had a surprisingly good temperament.
The real standout was his strength, deeply unfathomable. Jiang Yun, your team only has 2 members left now, right? What do you think of me? A handsome youth volunteered.
He was also a member of Qingbei University's Golden Sequence, namely Guanxi, a hurricane warrior by profession quite formidable.
Jiang Yun was tempted, but his phone rang at that moment. An incoming call.
Glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Yun smiled faintly. Sorry, I'm already booked. He answered the call, and Ningerin's voice came through. Jiang Yun, did you see?
Registration for the professional tournament has opened.
I'm reserving a spot for your team.
What about your original team?
That Wang Hao was a teammate my family arranged for me.
I kicked him out. Ningerin feigned a pitiful tone. Jiang Yun, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?
Jiang Yun chuckled.
Of course not. Just get yourself over here when you're ready.
Hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Guanxi before him and shook his head helplessly.
Li Guanxi sensed the mood and left with regret.
Su Xiyue murmured from the side, even with Ningerin joining, our team still only has 3 members. The team competition requires at least 5 members per squad.
We still need 2 more. We'll find them gradually. If you have any recommendations, let me know.
Jiang Yun said, several figures already forming in his mind.
Just then, his phone rang again.
Glancing down, Jiang Yun smiled softly, stood up, and said to Su Xiyue, let's go.
It's time. Su Xiyue knew exactly what he meant.
Her eyes lit up as she stood up and began gathering her things.
After days of waiting, the elemental realm had finally opened. Moments later, the two appeared on the first floor of Tindu Tower.
They were among the latecomers. The place was already packed. Jiang Yun took a quick glance around. Roughly 100 people were present, most of them around levels 30 to 40.
He couldn't help but be taken aback. This trip to the elemental realm had drawn quite a crowd. And this was just from Qingbei Academy alone.
Add in the members from other factions, and the number of people entering the elemental realm this time was truly substantial. Jiang Yun's arrival drew considerable attention. After the Xiao family's downfall, Jiang Yun's name had become household knowledge at Qingbei University. Everyone knew that a new freshman had arrived at Qingbei University this year. He had killed the university's dean of education without a second thought, then casually wiped out his entire family. Truly brutal. Jiang Yun had long grown accustomed to these gazes, some filled with astonishment, others with wariness, as he stood to the side with Su Xiyue. Soon after, Ningerin arrived. She exchanged greetings with Jiang Yun before taking Su Xiyue's hand and pulling her aside for a private conversation. Jiang Yun couldn't hear their conversation, but he sensed an intense battle brewing behind them, as if they were fighting over something. Moments later, several more figures entered. All eyes immediately turned toward them. These individuals were all professionals above level 40.
Among them was Jiang Yun's homeroom teacher, Xiao.
152, entering the elemental realm, the world tree's disturbance.
Everyone, I will now explain the details of this mission. A refined middle-aged man stepped forward, displaying his profession panel.
Du Lu, level 48, fire suppressor. The elemental realm we are about to enter is not a typical instance dungeon, but a small world unto itself.
Du Lu continued, the beings within possess life and intelligence, harboring deep hostility toward outsiders. Please exercise caution.
The maximum level permitted to enter the elemental realm is 48, meaning only Lord-tier professionals like ourselves can access it.
The Academy takes only 30% of the resources obtained from the elemental realm.
The remaining 70% is yours. How much you gain depends entirely on your own abilities. With that, he retrieved 2 crystals, 1 golden, 1 crimson from his storage space, and tossed them to the group. One is a teleportation stone.
Use it to exit the elemental realm immediately and return to Tindu Tower. It's for survival. The other is a summoning stone.
Use it to call us if you encounter danger or resources you can't handle on your own. After discussing a few more details, Du Lu pulled out a crystal-clear brush. It was the light-piercing spike Jiang Yun had obtained from the Mad Mountains instance. Closing his eyes to sense the energy for a moment, Du Lu drew a swift stroke with his brush. Instantly, a portal of light appeared before the group. A terrifying suction force emanated from the portal, pulling everyone inside. Elemental realm. In the gloomy sky, streaks of meteors rained down like a torrent. Within the 4 elements hall at the center of the elemental realm, a grand and solemn voice resounded. It's them again, those outsiders, plundering our mineral resources. Men, go. Slaughter every last one of these outsiders. Notify the 4 elemental kings a new round of combat is about to begin. As you command, 4 element kings. The sensation of weightlessness faded as Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes. He found himself standing in a vast wasteland, where dark red sand stretched as far as the eye could see. A river of molten lava snaked its way from the distance, its intense heat warping the very air. Not far away, several figures stood, other practitioners like Jiang Yun, though none he recognized. The fire element realm, huh? Jiang Yun murmured, recalling his knowledge of the elemental realms. The elemental realm was divided into 4 major parts: earth, wind, water, and fire.
Each realm was ruled by an elemental king. Above the 4 elemental kings stood the 4 elements sovereign, who ruled over the entire elemental realm.
Judging by the situation, the realm he now found himself in was the fire elemental realm among the 4 great elemental realms.
But I never imagined the teleportation would be random. We've all been scattered.
Fortunately, just in case, I entrusted 1 soldier ant each to Su Xiyue and Ningerin before we came. Now, I can track them down using the mental link with the soldier ants. As he spoke, Jiang Yun gazed toward the magma river. A monstrous creature, engulfed in flames and encrusted with chaotic red crystals, crawled out of the magma river, followed by several smaller ones. It growled at Jiang Yun and charged forward. Fire Elemental Elite. Level 26. Skills: Fire Elemental Projection, Firestorm, Scorch, Self-Destruct, Fire Elemental Immunity.
Fire Elemental Common. Level 21.
Skills: Scorch, Self-Destruct.
This is one of the most common monsters in the elemental realm.
Kid, get out of the way.
A knight-like adventurer rushed forward, blocking Jiang Yun's path. How did you even get this spot? Your level is way too low. Kid, take my advice, stop wandering around. Find a secluded spot and focus on mining.
While the highest level monsters here are only around level 50, there are tons of level 20-30 monsters everywhere. At your level, it's way too dangerous here.
3 other adventurers hurried over.
Though silent, their expressions made it clear they shared the knight's opinion. Jiang Yun was only level 23. Here, even the most basic monsters were on par with his level. Thanks, but I don't think they pose much of a threat to me. Jiang Yun snapped his fingers, summoning a dozen soldier ants. The sky seemed to fill with a dozen miniature suns in an instant. At Jiang Yun's command, the soldier ants surged forward, trailing golden flames as they charged toward the fire elemental monster.
No fancy maneuvers, just straightforward collisions. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Under the horrified gazes of the assembled professionals, the fire elemental squad didn't last even a second. Shattered by the soldier ant's charge, it disintegrated into several fragments of red crystal.
That's it? They're all dead?
The knight professional glanced at Jiang Yun behind him, then back at the battlefield, his jaw dropping in disbelief. After all, this was the fire elemental's home turf.
Dealing with these fire elementals here would normally require considerable effort on their part. Yet in Jiang Yun's hands, it took less than a second.
He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yun again, double-checking his level.
He was truly only level 23. If he's this formidable at level 23, what about level 33?
No doubt about it, this must be a super genius cultivated by a top-tier academy or powerhouse.
In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Jiang Yun grew intensely eager.
But Jiang Yun paid no heed to their interest. Taking the crimson crystal brought by the soldier ant, Jiang Yun examined it closely.
Fire Element Fragment, gold-grade material.
A shard saturated with fire elemental energy, exhibiting extraordinary efficacy when forging fire elemental artifacts.
The elemental realm truly is a treasure trove everywhere you look.
Jiang Yun murmured in admiration, stowing away all the crystals.
Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, he turned and walked off into the distance.
Only when his figure was nearly lost from sight did the others dare to speak.
If he'd join our team, that'd be amazing. We'd definitely hit the jackpot this time. Don't even think about it. A genius like him? His party roster is definitely booked solid ages in advance. Ah, we're clearly not meant to be in the same world. No point dwelling on it. Should we form our own team?
Jiang Yun walked forward, deep in thought.
Elite-level fire elementals possess fire elemental immunity.
Though my sun melting golden ant flame possesses high-quality fire, its power gets at least halved when striking them.
Looks like this trip to the elemental realm, at least in the fire elemental realm, will depend entirely on the moon goddess.
With that, he summoned the moon goddess.
The moon goddess's attributes were moonlight and darkness, unrestrained by any force within the elemental realm.
Emerging from Jiang Yun's shadow, the moon god stood tall and proud, brimming with excitement. Several soldier ants materialized beneath Jiang Yun's feet, lifting him up and dashing away at high speed. The moon goddess, relying on the shadows, darted back and forth around Jiang Yun. Along the way, they encountered several fire elemental squads, all of which the moon goddess dispatched with ease.
What is this?
Suddenly, Jiang Yun halted.
He sensed a deep tremor emanating from within his body.
It was the spiritual fluctuation of the world tree, seemingly yearning for something. Summoning the world tree into his palm to sense its spiritual fluctuations, Jiang Yun took out a fire element crystal and brought it close to the tender sprout of the world tree. The tender sprout unfurled, coiling around the crystal and greedily sucking it in.
The fire element crystal was shrinking at a visible rate. Jiang Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. The fire element crystal actually nourished the world tree.
153, Jiang Yun's fame, severed arm for mercy. After communicating briefly with the world tree's consciousness, Jiang Yun was both shocked and delighted. The good news was that not only fire element crystals but any element crystal greatly benefited the world tree, accelerating its growth.
Elements served as the world's foundation and fuel. With sufficient crystal infusion, the realm within the world tree could rapidly expand, thereby nourishing the tree's growth. The bad news, the quantity required is immense, truly enormous. At least it's a glimmer of hope, better than waiting idly for the world tree to grow. A fiery determination ignited in Jiang Yun's eyes. It seemed his elemental realm strategy would require some adjustments. Elemental crystals. The most crucial thing now was elemental crystals, massive quantities of elemental crystals. Thanks to the knowledge he'd acquired in the library during this period, Jiang Yun had gained a deep understanding of elemental crystals. This substance is extremely rare on Blue Star, found only in specific geological formations and dungeons where certain elements are exceptionally concentrated. Yet in the elemental realm, such items are practically lying around everywhere. Besides dropping from slain elemental monsters, the largest sources are the various elemental ore deposits. While slaying monsters requires constant travel, elemental ore deposits remain stationary and exist in vast quantities. Having identified his target, Jiang Yun pressed onward. Through his mental link with the soldier ants, Jiang Yun pinpointed the direction of one of them. He was now not far from Su Xiyue. Moments later, Jiang Yun arrived at a canyon. The number of adventurers gathered here was noticeably greater than where Jiang Yun had first arrived. Some practitioners had even begun constructing dwellings, clearly intending to establish this place as a permanent base. Jiang Yun immediately spotted Su Xiyue in the crowd, alongside Su Mingxi. Those two besties were together again? But soon, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed. He saw a large crowd surrounding the two, seemingly arguing about something. Trouble was brewing. His expression tightened as he hurried closer. Wang Zijin, don't push your luck. Su Mingxi shielded Su Xiyue behind her, angrily rebuking the spoiled brat-looking youth before her. Wang Zijin chuckled, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. Su Mingxi, this isn't inside the Five Elements Academy. No one's here to protect you now. You can barely protect yourself, yet you dare stop me from flirting? His gaze shifted to Su Xiyue as he flicked his hair in a self-important flourish. Hey, pretty lady, fancy getting to know me better? I'm the legitimate heir of the Wang family, you know the Wang family, right? Come with me, and you'll reap all sorts of benefits. But all he met was Su Xiyue's gaze, filled with disgust. Her pink lips curled slightly as she coldly spat, get lost. Wang Zijin froze, his feigned composure instantly evaporating. Raging, he shouted, fine, fine. Every last one of you dares defy me. Guards, attack. With that, he commanded the group of professionals following him to close in. Both women drew their weapons and slowly backed away. The enemy's mercenaries vastly outnumbered them, they stood no chance. The best course of action now was undoubtedly to shatter the teleportation stone and return directly to Qingbei University. But to be forced back so soon after arriving in the elemental realm? Neither of them could bear the thought. Shatter the summoning stone and call those powerful lords here? Not only was there only one summoning stone, but their teachers had also warned them beforehand that the stones they possessed couldn't directly transport people. Such artifacts were beyond the reach of even lords like them. The summoning stone merely alerted them to their location, urging them to hurry over. It was best not to rely on this in dangerous situations. After much deliberation, they could only proceed cautiously, taking things one step at a time. Just as the two women's options grew increasingly limited, preparing for a desperate last stand, Su Xiyue's robe suddenly stirred. A soldier ant, shimmering with golden light, emerged and flew before the two women. What is that? Wang Zijin startled, instinctively drawing her staff and hurling a fireball spell at it. The fireball collided with the soldier ant, exploding into a burst of flames that engulfed it. As the flames faded, Wang Zijin's eyes widened in shock. Despite her fireball spell, the golden flying ant remained completely unharmed, not even a scratch marred its exoskeleton. What the hell is that? Startled, Prince Jin prepared to strike again. At that moment, a flash of white light erupted. The flying ant vanished, replaced by a handsome youth standing before him. The youth stared coldly at Prince Jin and spoke, "You're courting death." His words were cold, yet laced with murderous intent, causing Prince Jin's movements to freeze. Jiang Yun, you finally showed up. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yun. Using the King's Castle skill, he had directly swapped positions with the soldier ant and arrived before the two women. Seeing Jiang Yun arrive, Su Xiyue and Su Mingxi instantly relaxed. Xiao's eyes glistened with tears, while Mingxi stared blankly at Jiang Yun's retreating figure. She couldn't even count how many times Jiang Yun had saved her now. Who the hell are you? Wang Zijin scrutinized Jiang Yun from head to toe, satisfied he wasn't one of those heirs from major clans his elders had repeatedly warned him never to offend. His attitude grew arrogant once more. Seeing the intimate manner in which Ningerin and Su Mingxi treated Jiang Yun only soured his mood further. Before Jiang Yun could speak, the pale-faced sycophant behind him suddenly stepped forward. His eyes filled with terror as he leaned close to Prince Jin's ear and whispered. Wang Zijin's face visibly drained of color. You're Jiang Yun? The Jiang Yun from Qingbei University? Jiang Yun froze, puzzled as to how this man knew his name. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me, sir.
Under Jiang Yun's astonished gaze, Wang Zijin, who had been arrogantly domineering moments ago, now cowered like a timid rabbit, pleading for mercy. Boom! Seeing Jiang Yun showed no sign of letting him off, Wang Zijin swung his staff. A wind blade materialized, slicing toward Prince Jin himself. Blood spattered as Prince Jin's left arm was severed clean off. Cold sweat poured down his face as he bowed deeply to Jiang Yun. Then, accompanied by his henchmen, he hurriedly fled into the distance. In this age of practitioners, a severed arm was not an incurable injury. Finding a higher-level support practitioner could mend it. But offering an arm as atonement demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Even Jiang Yun felt it unwise to detain him. The onlookers, witnessing this absurdly begun and absurdly ended commotion, fixed their astonished gazes on Jiang Yun. They were all stunned. Who exactly was this youth? Merely by uttering a name, he had frightened the esteemed eldest son of the Wang family into severing his own arm as an apology? Jiang Yun was equally bewildered and turned to ask Su Mingxi behind him. Su Mingxi looked oddly amused. You've seriously underestimated your own reputation. You have no idea, at the Five Elements Academy, you're practically synonymous with Demon King. 154, target identified, alliance to eliminate Jiang Yun. From Su Mingxi, Jiang Yun finally grasped the full extent of the Xiao family's downfall. Its repercussions far exceeded his expectations. Unlike Qingbei University's inclusive approach, Wuyun University had formed agreements with numerous aristocratic families, making it home to the largest number of their offspring. Consequently, when news of the Xiao clan's downfall reached them, the academy erupted in fervor, etching Jiang Yun's name into their collective memory. Though lacking divine beings or pillar-tier powerhouses, the Xiao family's strength alone could crush most other clans. Yet even such a formidable presence had been uprooted by Jiang Yun. How could they not be terrified? At Wuyun Academy, Jiang Yun's name was nothing short of legendary. Simultaneously, he learned the true identity of that Prince Jin, the legitimate heir of the Wang family. The Wang family's strength matched that of the Xiao family, both being second-tier clans. As the Wang family's legitimate heir, Prince Jin was accustomed to arrogance and womanizing. Back when Su Mingxi first entered the Five Elements Academy, he had harassed her. Even her explicit refusal proved futile. It was Yi Ling who stepped in and kept him at bay. Yi Ling's family background was equally formidable, leaving her entirely unafraid of the Wang family. This time, like Jiang Yun, Su Mingxi was also selected to enter the elemental realm. Who could have imagined that, by sheer coincidence, she would end up in the same location as Wang Zijing? Su Xiyue was here too, and had caught Prince Jin's attention. That was the reason for the scene that had just unfolded. After hearing the account, Jiang Yun gazed in the direction Prince Jin had departed. He reacted quickly this time. If there's a next time, hey, he might just stay here forever. The matter with Prince Jin was temporarily settled. Since they'd met, Jiang Yun naturally invited Su Mingxi to team up. After what happened last time, Su Mingxi wasn't as awkward about it anymore and readily agreed to join Jiang Yun's party. At the same time, she presented a surprise that caught Jiang Yun completely off guard. You have maps of mineral veins and monster distributions in the elemental realm? Su Mingxi nodded proudly. The elemental realm has bordered Blue Star more than once or twice. My teacher entered it last time and sketched a map from memory. It's rough, but it'll do. She produced the map for them to examine. The entire elemental realm resembled a circular disc, divided into 4 major elemental plates. At its center lay the dwelling place of the 4 elemental kings. Jiang Yun studied it carefully, then combined it with the location of Ningerin he sensed, quickly pinpointing their target. We're going here. Jiang Yun pointed to a mountain range marked on the map. The Crimson Mountains, not far from here, were rich in fire element crystals and teemed with fire element monsters. Jiang Yun, the resources here aren't of high quality. Shouldn't we prioritize gathering higher-grade resources? Su Xiyue hesitated. The group's time in the elemental realm was limited just 1 week. Even with storage items prepared in advance, the amount they could carry out was limited. Under these circumstances, prioritizing premium resources was only natural. Fire element crystals were relatively rare on Blue Star, but in an elemental realm like this, they held little value. Don't worry, I have my ways. Jiang Yun declared with confidence. While others had to contend with limited storage space, he did not. After all, he carried an entire miniature world within him. Though they didn't understand his true intentions, the 2 women had long since developed the habit of following Jiang Yun's lead without question. Seeing his resolute stance, they complied. A flash of multicolored light erupted, and a swarm of soldier ants materialized. Under the astonished and envious gazes of the others, they lifted the 3 and flew toward the Crimson Mountains. In the shadows of the canyon, a pair of eyes fixedly watched the direction Jiang Yun vanished. Moments later, a figure darted out, sprinting into the distance until it reached a hidden cliffside. Several figures gathered there, clearly having waited for quite some time. Young master, I found Jiang Yun's trail. The assassin reported breathlessly. Good. Very good. From within the group, Xiao Cheng slowly opened his eyes, a twisted smile spreading across his face. The revered abyss was not one to act unreasonably. Though he had wiped out the Xiao clan, he had only executed the principal culprits. The remaining members of the Xiao clan were merely scattered and forbidden from acting in the name of the Xiao family, but they were not immediately exterminated. After all, the vast majority had neither participated in the collusion with the Abyss nor the Twilight, nor did they know anything about it.
Xiao Chang was among them. For reasons unknown, Xiao Zhong never revealed the family's secrets to Xiao Cheng. He truly knew nothing. But clearly, Xiao Cheng didn't interpret his narrow escape from death as a call to cherish life and live well. He had somehow obtained a spot to enter the elemental realm. Yet his purpose was not to seek resources, but to assassinate Jiang Yun. The three involved in the Xiao clan's downfall, Venerable Yuan, Venerable Kuang, and Xiao Chang, dared not entertain even a shred of blasphemous thought. All his hatred was focused solely on Jiang Yun. Xiao Chang slowly rose to his feet, surveying the room with gritted teeth. "Gentlemen," he growled, "I entrust the task of eliminating Jiang Yun to you." 7 figures rose, their overwhelming auras warping the very fabric of space. The elemental realm space was fragile, capable of sustaining only practitioners up to level 50. That such phenomena accompanied their movements proved they were all over level 40 Lord tier powerhouses. "We'll avenge our clan leader without hesitation. Pay us to kill? Trust the expertise of our Dark Knight Hall." After the Xiao clan's downfall, a handful of loyal powerhouses rallied under Xiao Qing's banner. Added to this were 3 Nightshade Hall assassins Xiao Cheng had hired by selling everything he owned. A formidable force of 7 Lords-level warriors had been assembled solely for the assassination of Jiang Yun. Just these 7 tickets into the elemental realm cost Xiao Cheng a fortune. Very well. Xiao Cheng took a deep breath, about to speak, when a voice suddenly rang out from the distance. "Hold on." Xiao Cheng's expression tightened. He spun around and barked, "Who's there?" "Relax. We're actually on the same side." A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Behind him stood 4 professionals radiating the aura of lords. "Because I'm here to kill Jiang Yun too." The moment the name Jiang Yun was uttered, the murderous intent in the newcomer's voice became impossible to conceal. Xiao Chang relaxed slightly, then asked warily, "Who are you?" "Holy Flame Church." "Soros." "And me too." Another voice echoed. Wang Hao of the 5 Elements Academy leapt out from another direction. Behind him stood 2 Lord-level practitioners. Gazing at the stunned Xiao Qing, Wang Hao sneered coldly, "Are you still wondering why so many people showed up at the secluded spot you found and all here to kill Jiang Yun? Simple. I contacted them all and gathered them here." Wang Hao's tone was icy. "I investigated Jiang Yun's history and gathered his enemies together all for today. Kill Jiang Yun." No one knew who shouted it first, but instantly, the cliffside erupted in a roar. "Kill Jiang Yun! Kill Jiang Yun!" An alliance to kill Jiang Yun was thus formed. Moments later, 13 figures soared skyward, pursuing Jiang Yun's direction. 155, the fortunate Ningerin, cleansing the Crimson Mountains. Jiang Yun remained unaware that his enemies had united to bury him within the elemental realm. At that moment, he was leading Su Xiyue and Su Mingxi on their way to the Crimson Mountains. But instead of heading directly to the Crimson Mountains, he took a detour, following the soldier ant's guidance to retrieve Ningerin. Ningerin was not too far from them. When they finally found her, the scene before him left Jiang Yun feeling both amused and exasperated. Ningerin was being chased by a swarm of crimson serpentine monsters. The creatures were covered in crystalline scales, their tail tips blazing with flames. Flame-tailed serpent. Quality, elite. Level, 32. Skills, bite, fire poison, fireball, fire element immunity. Jiang Yun had once seen descriptions of this creature in the library. Flame-tailed snakes only inhabit areas rich in fire elemental energy and are quite lazy. As long as you don't invade their territory, they usually won't react much. Though they live in colonies, they rarely travel in large groups. Who knew what Ningerin had done to attract so many flame-tailed snakes chasing her for this long? With a flicker of thought, the soldier ants in Ningerin's embrace took flight. The king's move skill activated, and Jiang Yun's figure abruptly materialized between Ningerin and the flame-tailed snakes. Facing Jiang Yun's sudden appearance, the flame-tailed snakes showed no retreat. Their tails snapped upward, launching a barrage of fireballs toward him. Just as the fireballs were about to strike, a flash of white light intercepted them all. The damage transfer skill was now permanently active on Jiang Yun. Such attacks couldn't harm him at all. The next moment, a crack suddenly split open beneath the flame-tailed serpent's shadow. The moon goddess burst forth, clawing and biting at the flame-tailed serpent before plunging back into the shadows. The flame-tailed serpent's swarm instantly parted, leaving a large gap. The flame-tailed snakes refused to give up, preparing to launch another attack. A flash of multicolored light appeared, revealing dozens of soldier ants forming a battle formation as they charged toward the flame-tailed snake swarm. With just one charge, the flame-tailed snakes scattered in disarray. They could only flee reluctantly and in disarray, vanishing into the distance. Watching the flame-tailed snakes retreat, Jiang Yun turned and offered Ningerin a smile. "Jiang Yun, I knew you'd show up. You're my lucky star." Ningerin's face lit up with a radiant smile as she gave Jiang Yun a big hug. What on earth did you do to get chased by such a huge swarm of flame-tailed snakes? Jiang Yun asked curiously. Ningerin stuck out her tongue. Maybe because I stole the leader's egg? She pulled a crimson snake egg, barely the size of a fist, from her storage space. Jiang Yun stared in surprise, exclaiming, "You truly are a lucky charm. You've made a haul the moment you landed. Now you have your 4th pet beast." Though flame-tailed snakes were merely elite-tier beasts, their leader, the crimson fire snake, was epic tier. Moreover, the crimson flame serpent was one of the few beasts with a clearly defined evolutionary path. With minimal cultivation after reaching adulthood, it could become a legendary tier pet beast. Such a beast, if offered in a beast shop or auction house, would fetch at least 100 million. Yet Ningerin had obtained it the moment she landed. Truly a lucky charm. Just then, Su Xiyue and Su Xiyue arrived. The 3 women gathered together and began chatting. Jiang Yun watched from the sidelines, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Each of the 3 young women was a beauty chosen from among thousands. Standing together, they were a dazzling display of beauty. Ningerin was charming and vivacious, her smile as radiant as a blossoming flower. Su Xiyue was cool and serene, her beauty as ethereal as moonlight, with skin as fair as jade and bones as delicate as porcelain. Su Xiyue radiated a dazzling brilliance, luminous and captivating, like a lotus in full bloom. Together, they surpassed most earthly scenery in beauty. Yet for some reason, the atmosphere in their conversation felt anything but harmonious, sending chills down Jiang Yun's spine. Oh my, when Jiang Yun and I were training on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, we were so grateful to Sister Su Xiyue for holding down the fort. It's fine. I just find it a bit odd sleeping without Jiang Yun around. I'd grown so used to falling asleep to the sound of his breathing. During my absence, thank you both for looking after my fiancé. He's still immature, I hope you'll bear with him. Invisible sparks flew between the 3. Jiang Yun wanted to say something, but whether it was the effect of the favor, skill or not, he hesitated for a long moment before ultimately remaining silent. Watching the 3 of them, a peculiar thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The professional tournament doesn't require all members of a team to come from the same school, does it? If that's the case, then my team of professionals is only 1 member short of being complete, right? Jiang Yun immediately spoke up, sharing his thoughts with the others. Ningerin and Su Xiyue had no objections, they'd already decided to join Jiang Yun's team. Su Xiyue was tempted, but remained cautious. I'll need to consult my teacher about this. If she's willing, I certainly have no objections. Speaking of which, Jiang Yun, what's the name of your adventurer squad? Jiang Yun scratched his head. He'd long since given up on his talent for naming things. You guys can decide on it yourselves. With that, the 4 continued on their way, racing toward the Crimson Mountains. Soon, the Crimson Mountains came into view. Though called a mountain range, it was actually a cluster of small hills forming a contiguous area. The undulating peaks were mostly bare rock, with only sparse patches of elemental realm flora dotting the landscape. Countless streams of magma seeped from the rock crevices, forming rivers that flowed freely through the mountains. Countless elemental creatures roamed the mountains. They drew strength from the elemental energy within the lava. So many elemental crystals. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he spotted the crimson crystals exposed on the surface. The concentration of fire element crystals here far exceeded his expectations. With a wave of his hand, multicolored light surged forth. 3,000 soldier ants materialized in the air, roaring as they charged toward the Crimson Mountains. Clear this area, then start mining. Boom! 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 The army of soldier ants swept through the mountain range like a golden storm. Wherever they passed, elemental monsters shattered into fragments, vanishing with agonized screams, leaving only scattered shards of elemental crystals behind. The elemental creatures here were of low grade. Against Jiang Yun unleashing his full power, they weren't even a match for a single round. You have slain a fire elemental elite, gaining 350 lifespan. You have slain a fire elemental common, gaining 150 life points. Kill notifications flooded the screen. A thunderous roar echoed. As countless fire elementals perished, the summit of a small mountain suddenly shattered and collapsed. A colossal humanoid creature, its entire body encrusted with fire element crystals, emerged. It let out a roar, its 2 eye sockets, spewing searing flames, fixed on Jiang Yun. With a fierce swing of its hand, a meteor shower of flames erupted, raining down upon Jiang Yun. Fire Elemental Lord. Quality, Legendary. Level, 38. Skills, Flamestorm, Throw, Flame Burst, Fire Resistance Ring. There it was, the boss of the Crimson Mountains. Jiang Yun's expression sharpened, though he showed no panic. Fire meteorites crashed down, striking the soldier ants. The soldier ants were momentarily disoriented by the impact, but quickly regrouped. Not a single one perished, and scarcely any were injured. The fire ants' damage was halved against fire elementals. Similarly, the fire elemental monsters' damage to the soldier ants was significantly reduced. With such an advantage, Jiang Yun, already confident in his invincibility below the Lord tier, was naturally brimming with confidence in taking down this boss. 156, Bountiful Harvest, Pursuers arrive.
Under Jiang Yun's command, the soldier ants coalesced into a golden storm, encircling the fire elemental lord. With each whirl of the storm came countless assaults and tearing strikes from the worker ants. The fire elemental lord's body shrank visibly before their eyes. Sensing danger, the fire elemental lord roared furiously. A ring of fire appeared, expanding outward and scattering the storm. Fire resistance ring. One of the signature skills of fire elemental mages. Jiang Yun had heard of it. But when unleashed by the fire elemental lord, its power far surpassed that of ordinary fire mages. Suddenly, the fire elemental lord let out a cry of pain. A jet-black fissure tore through his chest, leaving behind a hollow scar. Moon Goddess darted out from the shadows of the flames, delivering a full-force strike that instantly devoured part of the fire elemental lord's body, inflicting horrific damage. Before the fire elemental lord could retaliate against the Moon Goddess, the soldier ants gathered once more, and the golden storm erupted again. This pattern repeated. Within mere minutes, the fire elemental lord let out a mournful cry as his form disintegrated. A torrent of fire element crystals rained down, mingled with fragments of what had exploded from within. The fire elemental lord was dead. Gazing at Jiang Yun's distant figure, Su Xiyue lowered her head to examine the long blade in her hand. Seems he forgot again that he actually has teammates, right? She murmured. Xiao smiled softly. He's always like this. I'm used to it. Just like the previous times, Jiang Yun didn't give his teammates a chance to act, defeating the enemy with effortless precision. Jiang Yun waved his hand, and countless elemental crystals vanished. They weren't stored in his beast-taming space, but instead tossed directly into the small world. In the miniature world, upon the grasslands, fire element crystals piled up to form a small mountain. This small mountain was slowly dissipating, transforming into pure fire elemental energy that merged into the microcosm, fueling its growth. The world tree emitted waves of jubilant spiritual fluctuations. After collecting all the fire element crystals, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the items dropped by the other fallen fire element lords. Part of the fire element lord, platinum grade material, imbued with the purest fire elemental power, possessing numerous wondrous uses. Fire element bracers, gold grade equipment, spirit plus 500, fire attribute skill bonus plus 50%. Fire element crown, gold grade equipment, constitution plus 1000, fire resistance plus 500. The equipment wasn't particularly remarkable, but the fire element lord's heart drew Jiang Yun's attention. Even he could sense the terrifying fire elemental power contained within that crimson heart. The world tree within his body stirred with a yearning emotion. But after a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun decided against feeding the heart to the world tree. Fire elemental power was abundant here, but the lord's heart was one of a kind. Perhaps it had other uses better to keep it. As for the gear, he'd let whoever in the team wanted it take it. Jiang Yun surveyed the surroundings. After the fierce battle, the entire dark red mountain range had been thoroughly purged. Let's get to work. Jiang Yun commanded the soldier ants to begin excavating the mineral veins. For other practitioners, it would likely take 2 or 3 days to see any results. But for Jiang Yun, it was a different story entirely. The sun-melting gold ants, whose very nature fed on minerals, found this task utterly second nature. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 women, within mere minutes, the small hill had shrunk by a section, revealing the underlying vein of fire element crystals. The soldier ants methodically separated the fire element crystals from the vein, stacking them before Jiang Yun in an endless cycle. Soon, a small mountain of crystals piled up before him. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yun summoned more soldier ants to continue tunneling deeper, searching for fire element crystals hidden further within. Several large pits now gouged the surface of the mound. Before long, vast quantities of fire element crystals were hauled out of the mine shaft and piled before Jiang Yun. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Yun's face. Once the small hill had grown sufficiently large, Jiang Yun waved his hand, storing it into his pocket dimension. Immediately afterward, a new hill began to rise. The first time, the 3 women didn't think much of it. But the second time, watching that crystal mountain vanish, they all realized what was happening, their eyes widening in shock. Jiang Yun, is your beast-taming space really this large? Ningerin couldn't help but ask. All told, the elemental crystals Jiang Yun had gathered now resembled a mountain peak. Yet he could keep gathering, as if his beast-taming space had no limits. Typical beast-taming spaces were at most a few hundred square meters in size. What Jiang Yun had gathered far exceeded that scope. I'll tell you when I'm strong enough. Jiang Yun chose to keep it secret. Possessing an entire miniature world was simply too astonishing to reveal. Without absolute power, Jiang Yun dared not reveal a single word. Soon, the elemental crystals on the surface were nearly all collected by Jiang Yun. Probing his mental energy into the miniature world, Jiang Yun gazed upon the mountain piled high on the grassland with great satisfaction. He could clearly see that the small world had expanded by a full circle. Moreover, the creatures roaming the grasslands now bore a distinct crimson pattern. The tree spirits within the forest had also learned to manipulate fire in various ways. It seems the influx of fire elements has subtly brought about quite a few changes to this world. Jiang Yun pondered inwardly when suddenly, his brows furrowed sharply. Through their mental link, the moon goddess patrolling in the distance sent him a warning.
Over a dozen terrifying auras were rapidly closing in on their location. As he processed the information from the moon goddess, Jiang Yun was startled. Over a dozen Lord-level powerhouses? Why come here instead of seeking out the Elemental King for high-grade resources? After me? Thoughts raced through Jiang Yun's mind. He addressed the three women. Enemies are approaching. Hide in the mine shafts first. Don't show yourselves until I return.
With that, he commanded a portion of the soldier ants to escort the three women into the mine shaft.
Jiang Yun, be careful.
Though they didn't understand what was happening, the urgency in Jiang Yun's tone made it clear the situation was dire. After voicing their concerns and slipping several life-saving tools into his hands, the three women followed the soldier ants into the mine shaft. Beneath the earth's surface, deep within the mine, the soldier ants continued carrying out the tasks Jiang Yun had assigned them, protecting the three women while simultaneously mining crystals. Above ground, a profound stillness reigned. Jiang Yun left 2,000 soldier ants behind, keeping the remaining 1,000 to guard him. After completing these preparations, he flew away under the ants' protection, striving to distance himself from the Crimson Mountains region. Moments later, over a dozen powerful auras descended upon the Crimson Mountains. They did not linger, but charged after Jiang Yun. So it was me they were after all. Jiang Yun snorted coldly, his mind already clear on what had transpired. Only the remnants of the Xiao family could muster such a massive force to hunt him down. The price he'd paid for bringing the Xiao family to trial, a trial that had shaken the very foundations of the capital, was now coming home to roost. Jiang Yun had become the target of everyone's hostility. But he had anticipated all this. A flicker of battle fire ignited in his eyes.
Level 40 or above? Noble rank practitioners?
I've been itching to see just how strong they really are. 157, Fierce Battle with the Lord. His last encounter with a Lord-tier powerhouse dated back to the mock battle in the Void Tower during the Grand Trials. In that battle, even Jiang Yun could only rely on the moon goddess's shadow stealth ability to play hide-and-seek with the boss.
Face-to-face combat?
Don't be ridiculous, a single swipe from them could crush Jiang Yun flat. But now, after so much growth, Jiang Yun was eager to see how he would fare against a Lord-tier professional once more. Within the shadows, the moon goddess emerged and merged with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun activated the moon god form. Retracting his soldier ants, Jiang Yun's form shifted, transforming into a black streak as he shot toward the distance. In the blink of an eye, he covered 1,000 miles. In the moon god form, though Jiang Yun could not fly, his speed remained terrifyingly fast. The Lord-level powerhouse pursuing him stared at the mirror in his hand and cried out in shock. How did his speed suddenly increase so dramatically? To eliminate Jiang Yun within the elemental realm, Xiao had spared no effort. He had specially procured rare tracking artifacts to pinpoint Jiang Yun's location. Otherwise, even a Lord-level practitioner would struggle to locate Jiang Yun so swiftly across the vast elemental realm.
Keep pursuing. Another Lord-level practitioner shouted, so many of us Lord-level practitioners, and we can't even handle one Jiang Yun? This is an embarrassment.
At these words, the group's spirits lifted, and their pace quickened further. One of the mages even drew his staff, casting a speed-enhancing spell upon the group. The pursuit continued. The four Nightshade assassins, moving even faster, surged ahead to the front. But as minutes passed, the crowd gradually sensed something was amiss. Why was Jiang Yun's speed still increasing, showing no sign of slowing down? Apart from a handful of assassins barely keeping pace, the gap between the others and Jiang Yun was steadily widening. The assembled lords and elite practitioners were utterly horrified. Wasn't Jiang Yun supposed to be a beastmaster? How could his speed reach such staggering levels? Just as several of them began to sense trouble, the Lord-level powerhouse holding the tracking device suddenly exclaimed with delight, Jiang Yun has stopped. Seems he's reached his limit. Catch him and finish him off quickly. Soon, atop a rocky cliff, they caught sight of Jiang Yun's elegant figure clad in pitch black bone armor. A wave of astonishment swept through the group. I'll say it again, the intelligence must be flawed. How could he possibly be a beastmaster? Jiang Yun's icy gaze fixed upon the advancing group of Lord-level professionals. His lips moved slightly. 13 Lord levels, you really do think highly of me. Golden light flickered in his eyes as the Heaven's Eye skill activated, revealing the information of all the Lord-tier professionals before him. All hovered around level 45, their professions a diverse mix. Having undergone 2 class changes, even with Jiang Yun's knowledge base, he could only barely distinguish whether they were melee or ranged classes. Jiang Yun, you are indeed a genius. Pity you've made too many enemies. Resisting is futile, I'll grant you a swift death. The burly leader bellowed. At that moment, a figure darted out from the shadows behind Jiang Yun, a jet-black dagger thrust toward the back of his head. The Nightshade assassins had struck. True to their profession as assassins, they valued efficiency above all else. Without a word, they struck directly at Jiang Yun. Stealth, Shadow Walk, Dark Blessing, and a charged strike. Multiple skills combined, all for this one decisive strike. But the instant the assassin stepped out of the shadows, Jiang Yun whipped his head around, meeting him with a cold, mocking gaze. In his moon god form, Jiang Yun owned the shadows.
For this assassin to think he could lurk in the shadows before him was laughable. Assassins of the Dark Knight sect. It's you again. His voice was calm and unhurried. Under the assassin's stunned gaze, the Jiang Yun before him vanished abruptly, replaced by a golden flying ant. The full power strike of a lord-level assassin easily pierced through the soldier ant. The soldier ant's self-destruct mechanism was triggered. A blazing golden fire instantly engulfed the assassin. The next moment, Jiang Yun appeared behind the group of lord-level experts, bursting from the shadows below the cliff. His claws gleamed with a sharp, icy light as he lunged toward a woman standing behind the group. This was a mage of profession with a relatively frail physical constitution. Jiang Yun chose her as his first target. Clang! Sparks flew. A barrier materialized beside the woman, blocking the strike. Yet the terrifying force shattered the barrier instantly, sending the woman crashing into the cliff face beside her. You have some nerve. The burly man roared in fury and charged forward. 3 illusory forms: a tiger, a black eagle, and a green snake materialized upon him. His form instantly swelled, a silver spear materializing in his hand. It tore through the air, thrusting toward Jiang Yun. His profession was Soul Conqueror. The Soul Knight profession possessed by Wang Hao, whom Jiang Yun had encountered earlier, was a lower-tier version of his own. Each beast soul he commanded greatly enhanced his attributes. This strike possessed terrifying power, enough to pierce through a small mountain. Other class holders also struck. The terrifying assault from the Lord-tier professional instantly engulfed Jiang Yun. Where is he? But as the crowd focused their gaze, they cried out in shock. Jiang Yun had vanished from his original position without warning. A soldier ant was torn apart by the group. Jiang Yun stepped out of the shadows. He had now shed his moon god form, fused with the queen ant, and transformed into the great sun form. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, radiant golden light shone as the divine and imposing Jiang Yun spread his arms wide. Behind him, soldier ants began to materialize one after another. 500 soldier ants formed a massive wheel behind him, slowly rotating as blazing light coalesced. Solar rain. Golden will melting sky explosion. Jiang Yun murmured. Under his command, the light from all 500 soldier ants converged at the core of the golden wheel. That was where the queen ant's nest resided. A thunderous roar erupted as a dazzling torrent of golden light surged forth, slicing across the sky and striking the knight who had just attacked Jiang Yun. A piercing scream. Enveloped in golden light, the knight was hurled far away. A small hill in the distance collapsed under the impact. Jiang Yun, you're asking for death. The knight roared as he soared upward, his body charred black, armor shattered, looking like a dark figure clearly badly injured. So it still wasn't enough? Jiang Yun sighed, finally gaining a clear understanding of his current strength. The golden will melting heaven explosion, the moonlight enhanced profound claw, and the soldier ant's self-destruction. These 3 techniques corresponded respectively to Jiang Yun's great sun form, moon god form, and his standard state. These were his 3 most powerful offensive techniques at present. They were indeed effective against lord-level adversaries, yet they couldn't deliver the one-hit kill impact he'd achieved against previous foes. If only 1 or 2 lords had come, Jiang Yun would still have confidence in rallying the full firepower of his soldier ant legion to eliminate them. But now, facing a full 14 lords, Jiang Yun knew his limits. He simply couldn't win a direct fight. His pause here was merely to gauge his own strength. With that assessment complete, it was time to depart. Dismissing the sun form, Jiang Yun shifted back into the moon god state, blending into the shadows. In the next instant, his figure leapt from the shadows 100 meters away, darting swiftly into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, the assembled lords and professional practitioners were plunged into profound shock. 158, reverse tracking. Before arriving, they had already heard of Jiang Yun's legendary talent. Yet they remained unconvinced. What good is genius if one cannot grow? The gap between first transition and second transition professionals was simply too vast. They even grumbled that their employer was being overly cautious, sending over a dozen lords to hunt down a mere student barely in his 20s. If word got out, it would be a total embarrassment. Yet after this battle, their contempt for Jiang Yun vanished completely, replaced only by shock and dread. The battle had been brief, yet the power Jiang Yun displayed left even these seasoned lords utterly dumbfounded. Not a single one of them had managed to scratch Jiang Yun. Instead, Jiang Yun had wounded 2 of them. With their expertise, they could clearly see why they hadn't perished at Jiang Yun's hands. The reason was simple. His level was too low, his attributes too weak, his damage insufficient, that was all. In other words, once he leveled up, he could face a lord head-on without needing to change a thing and even emerge victorious. Is this even human? This realization plunged the group into profound silence. Old Lu, what level do you think Jiang Yun needs to reach before he can fight the lord? The knight asked in a low voice. The mage, who had just scrambled to his feet after being sent flying by Jiang Yun's claw, stared at the shattered protective artifact in his hand, his face twisted with heartache and terror. Heartache because the protective artifact she'd paid a fortune for had been torn to shreds by Jiang Yun's single claw strike. The terror stemmed from the sheer power of that strike far exceeding her expectations. Without the talisman's protection, she might have survived, but the blow would have left her in agonizing pain.
After all, as a mage, she lacked the knight's formidable constitution. Absorbing Jiang Yun's blow head-on would have left her far worse for wear.
At the knight's question, the female mage's expression darkened. After a moment, she replied, level 35. No, level 30. If he's reached level 30, I turn tail and run the moment I saw him, especially without any teammates. Jiang Yun is currently at level 23. From level 20 to level 30, all he needs to do is accumulate lifespan. There are absolutely no obstacles in his way. So, in no time, Jiang Yun will be able to fight them head-on?
Realizing this, the group fell silent. Several assassins emerged from the shadows.
Their shock ran even deeper than that of the other lords. As professionally trained assassins, they realized they were being outmaneuvered in the shadows by Jiang Yun. Who was the real professional here? What do we do now? What else can we do? Keep chasing.
The knight gritted his teeth. They were now in a situation where they couldn't back down. Turning to the Dark Knight Hall assassin beside him, he ordered, "You're the swiftest.
Return immediately and relay our situation to the employer. Communication in the elemental realm is unreliable.
We'll have to rely on our legs.
Tell them to pay more."
This Jiang Yun is far trickier than the mission briefing made him out to be. Hearing the knight's orders, the Nightshade assassin was initially reluctant. But the words "add money" instantly lit up his eyes, and he fell into line. Thus, the 14 lords split into two groups.
13 continued pursuing Jiang Yun.
The lone assassin returned to report the situation to his employer. As the group departed, the valley quickly fell silent. Moments later, Jiang Yun emerged from the shadows, gazing thoughtfully in the direction the assassin had departed. Indeed, he had never truly left. Upon entering the shadows, he immediately activated the special ability of his moon god form, the Split. He commanded the clone to dash toward the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, his true self slipped directly into the microcosm, vanishing from the elemental realm. The existence of the microcosm was the very reason Jiang Yun could face so many lords without fear.
When faced with uncertainty, retreat to the microcosm.
With the microcosm at his disposal, Jiang Yun always had a way out.
The employer?
Jiang Yun murmured, narrowing his eyes as a dangerous gleam flashed within them.
Xiao? Or Wang Hao?
Poof.
If I can't defeat a domain lord, how could I possibly lose to you lot?
Transforming back into the moon god form, Jiang Yun flickered forward and pursued. In the moon god form, Jiang Yun moved through the shadows with ease. As long as he maintained the right distance, even a lord-level assassin couldn't detect his presence. Soon, following the assassin, Jiang Yun arrived at the base of a cliff. He was startled to discover this spot wasn't far from the canyon where he'd first met Su Xiyue. It seemed these people had been tracking him since that very moment. Halting just outside the cliff, Jiang Yun released a soldier ant to sneak closer. Using the mental link between himself and the soldier ant, he peered inside to observe the activity. A voice echoed through the air. "What? Jiang Yun fought all of you lords alone, and you failed to capture him? He actually got away." That voice was all too familiar to Jiang Yun Xiao, no doubt. You paid well, but the intel you provided was inaccurate." The assassin's tone was less than pleasant, clearly embarrassed by the situation. Xiaoqing's tone grew increasingly agitated. "You took all that money from me, even the entry slot into the elemental realm was paid for by me, and now you're demanding more? Have you lost your minds?" The assassin's tone grew harsher. "This job carried significant risks for us. You're the ones who failed to provide accurate intelligence." Another voice cut in, "Here. Whatever's missing, I'll cover it. No matter what, I'm getting Jiang Yun's head today." Another voice chimed in, "Exactly. I've got some money here too." Outside the cliff, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes. "Wang Hao, Soros. These guys are all teaming up?" A wicked grin spread across his face. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Having settled the price, the assassin departed satisfied, resuming the pursuit of Jiang Yun. Below the cliff, a gloomy atmosphere hung heavy. The fresh intelligence brought by the assassin weighed heavily on every member of the alliance bent on killing Jiang Yun. Over level 20, able to go toe-to-toe with a lord, is this even human? Soros even felt a twinge of regret. His grudge against Jiang Yun wasn't that deep, just a petty rivalry. It was something that could be put behind them. He'd just let Wang Hao's persuasion cloud his judgment, joining in on a whim. Now, extricating himself was no easy task. Now, he could only hope those professional lords would deliver and finish off Jiang Yun soon. This was the best location they could find to strike. Outside the elemental realm, with two revered masters protecting Jiang Yun, they truly had no chance. "Want something to eat?" A voice suddenly rang out. Soros snapped irritably, "Eat my ass. This is no time for." His words trailed off abruptly. His face gradually drained of color. For there, before his very eyes, stood Jiang Yun, the very man they had just been discussing moments ago. A faint, chilling smile played on Jiang Yun's face. "Have some food. I think being stuffed to death is far more comfortable than starving to death." 159, Murder, a single word to oust the Lord. Jiang Yun. With a shriek, Soros leaped to his feet, reaching into his pocket to grab the teleportation stone, ready to crush it. As the holy son of the Holy Flame Church, he felt no fighting spirit whatsoever when facing Jiang Yun, choosing instead to flee immediately.
Not a moment's hesitation, he even abandoned the gains from the elemental realm.
This alone showed how terrifying Jiang Yun was in their eyes. But it was already too late. A cold gleam flashed, blood spattered, and the arm clutching the teleportation stone shot skyward. Before Jiang Yun in his moon god form, Soros didn't even get the chance to use the teleportation stone. Jiang Yun's voice was icy. "You attack me first. I've already spared you once. There won't be a second chance. Spare me, and I swear never to oppose you again. If you insist on killing me, I won't let you off easy." Soros roared, flames erupting from his body as he transformed into a fiery colossus, raising his fist to smash down upon Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun flickered and vanished from his sight. The next moment, Soros's body froze abruptly. He looked down. A pitch-black arm pierced through his chest. Emerging from the shadows, Jiang Yun delivered a fatal blow to his back. Knowing these men had hired over a dozen lords to kill him, Jiang Yun's killing intent burned fiercely. This time, he would not let a single one of them leave alive. He held nothing back. With a single move, he effortlessly disposed of Soros. Watching Soros's body collapse, Jiang Yun didn't pause. His form blurred into a black streak, instantly appearing before Wang Hao. From the moment Jiang Yun appeared, Wang Hao froze, offering no resistance. He was already a criminal, unworthy of entering the elemental realm. It was his own unwillingness and jealousy that drove him to seize this opportunity to kill Jiang Yun. He had used his family's connections and paid a hefty price to secure several spots. Thus, he naturally lacked the teleportation stones that Jiang Yun and the others each possessed. When Jiang Yun appeared, Wang Hao knew his fate was sealed. "On the battlefield, you abused your authority for personal gain and deliberately plotted to kill me. Back in Guanyang City, if I'd wanted to, I could have killed you long ago. But I didn't. I gave you a way out." Jiang Yun shook his head. A cold gleam flashed, and a gaping hole appeared in Wang Hao's chest. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes gradually dimmed, losing all their former brilliance. He likely never imagined, when he came here, that events would escalate to this point. What had once been barely a minor skirmish now cost him his life. With Wang Hao dealt with, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to the last man standing. Xiao. He was now scrambling to flee the scene. Whether the mercenary lord had spent too much or not, Xiao didn't possess a teleportation stone either. Spotting Jiang Yun's approach, he could only scream for mercy while frantically scrambling to escape. His men scattered in all directions, fleeing just as frantically. Jiang Yun moved swiftly, giving chase. However, he did not pursue Xiao, but instead went after the others to kill them. In an instant, the cliffside echoed with continuous screams. The current Jiang Yun was invincible against anyone below the lord level. Not a single one of these men could escape. The screams pierced Xiaoqing's back like sharp blades. Faced with mortal peril, Xiaoqing unleashed his full potential. Every spell and artifact at his disposal was unleashed. A mage, yet he ran with speed rivaling that of a warrior. Soon, he plunged into the nearby canyon. The area was bustling with people, and the sight of Xiaoqing fleeing frantically drew curious stares. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the Elemental King had invaded? Prince Jean heard the commotion and emerged from the stone hut. Now acting as the leader here, he busily directed everyone to mine various materials and slay monsters. His right arm remained empty. In the elemental realm, there was clearly no powerful being capable of repairing his right arm. He would have to wait until returning to Blue Star to make further plans. Prince Jean froze upon seeing the frantically running figure, Xiaoqing. Both belonging to second-tier noble families, the Wang and Xiao clans had some history of interaction, and the two knew each other. The moment he spotted Xiaoqing also saw him. Xiaoqing was overcome with joy and shouted, "Prince Jean, save me. I'll repay you handsomely someday. The Xiao family is gone. What the hell are you going to reward me with?" Wang Zijin grumbled, yet his feet moved of their own accord toward Xiaoqing. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Xiao clan had fallen, the resources left behind by a second-rate noble family were enough to tempt Wang Zijin. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. His face paled, and he scrambled backward. "What the hell is crawling on your waist?" Xiaoqing looked down, his movements halting abruptly as his face drained of color. A golden soldier ant had crawled onto his lower back, unnoticed. He hadn't noticed it at all. "It's over." Xiaoqing's face was etched with despair. He had thought Jiang Yun couldn't pursue him because he lacked the strength. But now he understood. All along, he had been held firmly in Jiang Yun's grasp, never once escaping. A flash of white light erupted, and Jiang Yun clad in elegant black bone armor appeared before Xiaoqing, replacing the soldier ant. He looked down at the limp Xiaoqing and shook his head. "Why bother? It was your Xiao family who first made things difficult for me. Besides, your father colluded with the Abyss. The facts are clear, and there's ample evidence. Your entire Xiao clan was destined for imprisonment. Yet the revered Abyss, considering your family's past contributions, spared your life. Why must you still oppose me? Jiang Yun, spare me."
Xiao could no longer hear Jiang Yun's words, only desperately pleading for mercy. Do you really think that's possible? Jiang Yun shook his head. With a flick of his tail, the razor-sharp tip sliced across Xiao's neck before plunging into his chest. Xiao collapsed with a thud. The last direct descendant of the Xiao clan had finally met his end. The scene played out before the eyes of the surrounding crowd, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. Had this man lost his mind? He actually killed a professional right in the street. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation once he stepped outside? Who among those who made it to the elemental realm didn't have some family background to fall back on? Gulp. Wang Zijin swallowed hard, silently hiding his figure behind the crowd, terrified that Jiang Yun might spot him. He was immensely grateful for his quick reflexes earlier, otherwise, he might not have survived this long. This Jiang Yun was truly a killing star. Fortunately, Jiang Yun paid him no mind, instead lifting his gaze toward the sky. Boom! A terrifying aura descended from above, more than a dozen of them, instantly enveloping the valley. Lords! 14 lords descended together. The entire canyon fell instantly silent. Some practitioners with weaker constitutions even fainted on the spot. Jiang Yun, however, remained remarkably composed. He was merely surprised at how swiftly these lords had returned. He hadn't expected his clone to deceive them for long anyway. After all, a clone couldn't draw energy from the shadows like the original body could. After operating too far from the main body for too long, the clone would gradually dissipate. And so it proved. After pursuing for a while, the lords immediately sensed something was amiss. Realizing they'd been tricked by Jiang Yun, they deduced his likely destination and immediately turned back. Along the way, they encountered Nightshade Hall assassins rushing toward their position, and the two groups converged. Jiang Yun, how dare you! 160, Journey to the Wind Elemental Realm. Seeing Xiao Chang's corpse on the ground, a lord loyal to the Xiao family roared in fury. The other lords' faces darkened as well. It wasn't that they truly cared about Xiao Chang, but rather that they were hired mercenaries. Now that their employer was dead, who would settle their final payments? Gentlemen! Amidst the fury of the 14 lords, Jiang Yun remained composed as he bellowed, enough with the irrelevant talk. We've fought before. I can't touch you, and you can't touch me. Let's just put this behind us. Everyone should focus on gathering resources within the elemental realm. How about it? Or is there someone here who still wants to waste time fighting over these dead bodies? His words fell silent among the lords. The final payment was undoubtedly lost. The elemental realm was brimming with treasures. Seizing the moment to gather resources was paramount. Getting entangled with Jiang Yun over a few dead bodies simply wasn't worth it. Of course, they knew the real reason deep down. They simply had no way to deal with Jiang Yun. In a direct confrontation, Jiang Yun was naturally no match for them. But Jiang Yun wanted to leave, and they couldn't stop him. Soon, figures in the sky began to move. Several figures broke away from the group and flew off into the distance. These were the lord-level professionals privately hired by Xiao Qing, Wang Hao, and Soros. Having neither past grievances nor recent enmity with Jiang Yun, they departed most freely. Next came the assassins of the Dark Night Hall. Finally, even the lords loyal to the Xiao family departed. With the death of Xiao Qing, the last legitimate heir of the Xiao family, they now had no one left to pledge their allegiance to. Now was the time to think of themselves. It took only a few minutes. Under the stunned and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yun had only spoken a few words before the formidable group of lords dispersed one by one. The crowd expressed utter bewilderment. Watching the lords and professionals depart, Jiang Yun lowered his head. With a sweeping glance, he removed a silver bracelet from Xiao Qing's wrist. Silver moon ring, platinum grade, high-level storage item. This was the greatest reward from Jiang Yun's strike. With everything done, Jiang Yun vanished in a flash before the crowd's eyes. Only after Jiang Yun's departure did Prince Jin dare approach, gazing at Xiao Qing's corpse with a sigh. A subordinate ran up from afar, panic etched on his face. Sir! Many people are dead over there. Moments later, Wang Zijin gazed down at the river of blood flowing from the cliff's edge and couldn't help but gasp in horror. Wang Hao? And Soros, the holy son of the Holy Flame Church? They're both dead? Holy, this Jiang Yun, he's a true god of slaughter. Once again, Prince Jin felt fortunate for his earlier cowardice. Otherwise, he might well have joined the others lying dead here. Does this Jiang Yun truly fear no retaliation from the powerful backgrounds of those who remain? Jiang Yun had naturally considered this. The Xiao family had already been wiped out, no need to dwell on that. The family behind Wang Hao was certainly no ordinary one. And the Holy Flame Church backing Soros was a name known far and wide. But after pondering it, Jiang Yun simply stopped thinking about it altogether. After all, they had come to kill him first. Could he possibly let them off? Everything that followed, he would leave to the revered abyss to handle. With no psychological burden weighing him down, Jiang Yun quickened his pace and soon reached the Crimson Mountains once more. The place looked unchanged from when he had left. Following the connection with the soldier ants, Jiang Yun entered a mineshaft.
Winding downward, he soon spotted the soldier ants laboring to excavate the tunnel, along with the 3 women waiting anxiously nearby.
Jiang Yun.
The 3 women swarmed excitedly around him upon his arrival, demanding to know what had happened.
Nothing serious. Just handled a few minor matters.
Jiang Yun brushed off the earlier events with a casual dismissal before inspecting the soldier ants' hall. Once again, the ground was piled high with several small mountains of ore. Beneath the entire Crimson Mountains, the soldier ants were nearly hollowing out the entire area.
The 3 women gasped in astonishment.
Ningerin exclaimed, while elemental crystals aren't particularly valuable individually, such a massive quantity means the total worth is staggering.
Jiang Yun, you've struck it rich this time.
Jiang Yun smiled faintly and shook his head.
Get rich? This still isn't enough.
After gathering all the fire element crystals, the group exited the mine. Jiang Yun communicated telepathically with the World Tree, confirming their next objective. The World Tree had absorbed far too much fire elemental power, to the point it felt almost stuffed.
Within the microcosm, various anomalies began to manifest. The once lush green grasslands now bore patches of scorched yellow.
Fires occasionally broke out in the forests. This was a manifestation of the World Tree's excessive accumulation of fire elemental energy. The 4 fundamental elements composing the world earth, water, wind, and fire must maintain equilibrium. Next, he needed to gather elemental crystals of other attributes. Opening the map for a glance, Jiang Yun quickly identified his next target.
Next target, the wind element domain.
The fire element domain and the wind element domain were adjacent to each other, and their shared border was not far from Jiang Yun. Naturally, he set his sights on it. With their destination set, the group immediately set out. The soldier ants formed a platform, supporting the 4 figures as they flew toward the distance.
After their departure, the dark red mountains fell into silence. Boom!
The earth suddenly trembled. A colossal fire elemental monster emerged from the magma river, bellowing, "Lord Sod, the fire elemental king summons you." There was no response. The fire elemental scanned its surroundings, let out a terrified scream, and immediately plunged back into the magma river, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, within a palace formed entirely of crystallized fire elemental matter, a towering giant crowned with a crimson diadem roared in fury.
Damned humans! How dare they slay my commanding general? The fire elemental king bellowed, "Kuda, Benlo, Yasi, join me. We must aid the 4 elemental kings in confronting these powerful humans. As for the rest, lead the troops to purge the remaining humans." After issuing his orders, the fire elemental king departed the palace, accompanied by several of his lords. The remaining fire elemental monsters obeyed the fire elemental king's command, scattering in all directions to hunt down the humans. In the blink of an eye, the vast fire element palace was emptied. Save for a few guards, not a single figure remained. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, accompanied by the 3 women, finally entered the wind element domain. Compared to the explosive, extreme nature of fire elementals, wind elementals were far more temperate and ever-changing, yet their lethality remained undiminished. The moment he entered the wind element realm, Jiang Yun had to descend from the high altitudes, recall his soldier ants, and rely on his legs to travel. The reason was simple: unlike the empty skies of the fire element domain, the wind element domain was exceptionally lively. Translucent green monstrous birds swarmed around them, launching relentless attacks. A terrifying barrage of wind blades rained down upon them. Gale Bird. Level 24. Skills, Wind Blades, Charge. Even Jiang Yun didn't want to fight a flock of birds in the sky, so he had to descend to lower altitudes before making further plans. 161 Time-san, news from the Wind Element Palace. Jiang Yun and his companions returned to the ground. But the fiery wind birds showed no sign of letting them off the hook. In fact, sensing they were easy prey, the birds swarmed in, jostling for position. Just as Jiang Yun was about to strike, Ningerin stopped him. "Come on, we're your teammates. You can't just have us hanging around as decorations forever, can you?" Ningerin flexed her slender, fair arm. "Don't worry, I've got these birds covered." The other 2 women nodded in agreement, their faces flushed with battle fervor, clearly sharing the same resolve. Seeing this, Jiang Yun smiled softly and nodded in agreement to Ningerin's request. He stepped back, watching quietly as the 3 women took action. As the flocks of blazing wind birds closed in, Ningerin struck first. 3 pet beasts materialized at her command. The black rock lava beast rose like a towering black mountain, shielding the group and blocking the first wave of wind blade attacks. Covered entirely in black rock, this pet beast possessed immense defensive power, rendering the Stormbird's attacks utterly ineffective. Realizing the black rock lava beast was a formidable opponent, the flame wind bird flock immediately changed course. Splitting into 2 groups, they bypassed the black rock lava beast and charged toward Jiang Yun and his companions. The phantom wing butterfly took flight, its wings quivering as they cast rippling waves of light that enveloped the flock of Stormbirds. The fiery wind birds instantly became disoriented, circling in the air. The Icefire Cloud Fox let out a roar as 2 orbs, 1 blue, 1 red, shot skyward, crashing into the flock before colliding mid-air. The collision of water and fire, 2 utterly opposing elements, triggered a terrifying explosion.
A vast gap opened in the flock and chunks of wind element crystals rained down. Su Xiyue let out a low shout, leaping upward as a pair of fiery phoenix wings spread behind her. Soaring into the sky, she swung her slender crimson blade downward. A phantom phoenix roared forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever its shadow passed, every fiery wind bird perished. Su Xiyue had now reached level 26, completing her class advancement. Her profession had transformed into the epic tier Fire Phoenix Guardian. In terms of burst damage and survivability, she stood among the elite of warriors. Clang! 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 Su Xiyue also made her move. A massive bow, carved from ice, appeared in her hands. With a light flick of the string, frost arrows formed from condensed energy burst forth, raining down like a storm. In an instant, the swarm of fiery wind birds before her was swept away. But that wasn't all. Su Xiyue drew the bowstring once more. Countless energies converged into a massive ice blue arrow, instantly piercing through the entire flock of stormbirds. The sheer power of this strike startled both Ningerin and Su Xiyue, who stared at Su Xiyue in stunned silence. Among the three of them, Su Xiyue had been the quietest and least formidable. Yet after just over a month apart, her strength had surged to the pinnacle of her tier, leaving both women genuinely stunned. This, of course, was inseparable from Jiang Yun. After all, this career path was one Jiang Yun had personally guided Su Xiyue toward. And the facts proved it was indeed the most suitable path for Su Xiyue. The two women exchanged a glance, a sense of urgency rising in their hearts. They had grown somewhat complacent lately. They needed to buckle down. With the combined efforts of the three women, the insolent flame-wind bird flock was swiftly slaughtered to the last. A vast quantity of wind element crystals scattered across the ground. Jiang Yun didn't rush to collect them, instead turning his attention to the green mist nearby. Such mist was commonplace throughout the wind element domain. Come out, everyone. You've watched long enough. Several figures materialized from the green mist. What impressive skills, ladies! With this compliment, a party of adventurers materialized before the group. A knight, a warrior, an archer, a mage, and a cleric. A classic 5-person adventurer party, each around level 30. What caught Jiang Yun and the others' attention was their attire. Wrapped in headscarves, sporting full beards, their garments carried a distinctly exotic flair. A party of adventurers from the White Elephant Kingdom? Ningerin asked curiously, her eyes brimming with caution. Jiang Yun observed the group without betraying any emotion. While Ningerin and the others were engaged in battle, he wasn't idle either, constantly using the moon goddess to survey the surroundings. These individuals' movements naturally did not escape his notice. However, they remained largely inactive, and Jiang Yun refrained from intervening. It wasn't until the battle concluded that he abruptly exposed their whereabouts. The leader of the White Elephant Kingdom Knight stepped forward with a chuckle, his face wearing a friendly expression. When I saw the flame wind birds swarming you earlier, I thought to offer assistance. Little did I expect your strength to be so formidable. They introduced themselves. The leader was named Apuba. As for the names of the four others, they were too long for Jiang Yun to bother remembering. After some flattery, Apuba casually dropped a piece of intelligence. We've just returned from ahead. The ruler of this region has departed with his entire army. His palace stands empty, with virtually no defenses remaining. That's the Wind Element King's palace, crafted entirely from wind element crystals, filled with countless treasures. You may go and see for yourselves if you wish, but be cautious. With that, the small squad departed, their figures gradually fading into the green mist. Watching the departing White Elephant Kingdom professional squad, Ningerin turned to Jiang Yun with a look of caution. Jiang Yun, be careful. Those Indians definitely don't have good intentions. Jiang Yun nodded. I understand. In the elemental realm, there are no rules, everything revolves around amassing sufficient profit. Not even one's own country's professional squad could be trusted. Much less a White Elephant Kingdom team that had appeared out of nowhere. Let's keep moving forward. Whatever they're up to, they'll slip up eventually. Jiang Yun pondered, the Wind Elemental King's palace? If those Indians were telling the truth, and they could consume this palace forged entirely from wind element crystals, then this journey would be well worth it. But the specifics? Jiang Yun needed to see it with his own eyes before making a decision. After collecting the monsters' dropped items, the group pressed onward. Shortly after their departure, the White Elephant Kingdom's professional squad reappeared at the site. The knight leading them stared intently at the direction Jiang Yun and his companions had departed. Brother, why didn't we strike just now? Asked the warrior behind him. Fish lips. The Indian knight cursed. Those three women are no pushovers. If we force to fight, we might not come out on top. But once they see the Wind Element Palace, they won't be able to resist exploring it. Then they'll provoke that being. There's an old saying in Xinxia, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. This time, we'll be the sparrow. That way, we'll not only seize the treasures from those Xinxia people, but perhaps even the treasures within the Wind Element Palace will be ours. At this, Apu Ba burst into laughter. The other four joined in the laughter. The boss is absolutely right. That Xinxia brat, I've envied him for ages.
One man gets to have 3 beautiful women by his side. Kill them.
They chattered on, each adding their own words, and followed after them. Unseen by anyone, something seemed to stir within the shadow of one of them. 162, the strange token, Jiang Yun's mad thoughts. Up ahead, Jiang Yun's squad encountered another group of monsters. This time, it wasn't the blazing wind birds, but the windswept snakes.
Wind-flowing serpent. Level 27. Skills, thrust, wind spike. The windswept snakes were noticeably stronger than the blazebirds. Particularly among them were several enormous specimens, their bodies completely wrapped in lightning threads.
These are mutated forms of the windswept serpent, the thunderwind serpent. Thunder is a mutated attribute of wind. After awakening the lightning attribute, the wind thunder snake's attack power and speed have both greatly increased.
Yet they remained within the 3 women's capabilities.
Armed with the experience from their first engagement, they once again refrained from calling upon Jiang Yun. The 3 women joined forces to confront the wind thunder snake horde. Jiang Yun could only stand leisurely at the edge of the battlefield, quietly waiting for the fight to conclude.
In his hand, he held a silver bracelet.
It was a storage item he had stripped from Xiao Qing's body. Though the Xiao clan was now defunct, a starving camel still outweighs a horse. They surely left behind considerable hidden wealth. A portion of these resources was highly likely hidden within this storage item. However, Xiao Qing had sealed the storage device, requiring mental energy to gradually break through the barrier.
This was an extremely time-consuming task.
Even with Jiang Yun's mental strength, it would take at least a week or 2 to break through.
Fortunately, the Queen Ant Xiaohei's psychic power far surpassed Jiang Yun's.
Jiang Yun decided to hand this task over to Xiaohei to handle.
Xiaohei's mental power was more than double Jiang Yun's.
With full force unleashed, the grinding had nearly done the trick. It wouldn't be long before he could unlock this storage item. Just then, the moon goddess darted out from Jiang Yun's shadow, her 2 massive heads nuzzling his pant legs. Through their psychic link, Moon God relayed everything she'd gleaned from those Indians earlier. A flash of understanding crossed Jiang Yun's eyes.
So that's how it is.
These Indians truly harbored ill intentions. They came with the intent to rob, yet feared the overwhelming strength here and dared not confront us head-on.
They could only resort to underhanded tactics.
The Wind Element Palace actually exists, but it's nowhere near as secure as they claimed. It stands to reason even if the Wind Element King marches out, he'd certainly leave some forces behind to guard the palace. At this thought, Jiang Yun suddenly smiled softly. It seemed having Ningerin and the others intervene had its advantages after all. Had he personally dealt with those blazing winged birds, his terrifying power would have intimidated these Indians, deterring them from targeting him and his companions. But then, his side wouldn't have obtained the intelligence on the Wind Element Palace. As he pondered this, the silver bracelet on his wrist emitted a soft chime.
Jiang Yun's spirits lifted.
Under the Queen Ant's mental bombardment, the psychic seal on this storage artifact had been broken. Jiang Yun immediately probed inside with his own psychic energy.
A look of disappointment flashed across his face. As the last legitimate son of the Xiao family, Xiao Qing naturally possessed considerable wealth.
The storage item was packed with all manner of gold and diamond-grade equipment and artifacts.
Numerous skill scrolls were also present.
Yet these treasures fell far short of what Jiang Yun had anticipated, hardly befitting the supposed wealth of the Xiao family, a second-rate clan. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yun accepted it.
Xiao Qing had indeed inherited some of the Xiao family's wealth.
But to exact his revenge, he had likely spent a large portion of it.
The fees for hiring multiple master-level practitioners, plus the costs to secure entry slots into the elemental realm, these were no small sums. As a result, Xiao Qing's personal fortune had been largely depleted. Oh well, something was better than nothing.
Jiang Yun muttered a few words of self-comfort before suddenly startling. Within Xiao Qing's storage item, he spotted something profoundly familiar. A flash of white light appeared, and in Jiang Yun's hand materialized a pale golden token. Its design was ornate, engraved with numerous strange symbols. Another flash of white light appeared in Jiang Yun's other hand, revealing an identical token. This token was the one Jiang Yun had taken from Soros. Back then, before the Deep Gorge instance, Soros had used that arena artifact to force a duel with Jiang Yun, staking his wager on the outcome. Alas, against overwhelming power, all scheming proved futile. In the end, he had pledged everything he possessed to Jiang Yun, leaving himself utterly stripped bare, a laughingstock. Among the items he lost to Jiang Yun was this very token. When Jiang Yun inspected his spoils and saw this token, he didn't give it much thought. Perhaps it was some sort of internal pass for the Holy Flame Church. To Jiang Yun, it held no value whatsoever, so he tossed it straight into his beast-taming space. Now, upon seeing a second identical token, Jiang Yun finally sensed something was amiss.
Xiao Qing and Soros had never met before, yet both possessed identical tokens.
There must be some hidden secret behind this.
Jiang Yun, it's done. Let's go.
At that moment, as the last wind thunder serpent collapsed with a mournful cry, the remaining wind serpents, deprived of their leader, could no longer hold their ground and scattered in all directions. This horde of monsters had finally been defeated by the 3 women.
Aaron, take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Jiang Yun handed the token to Ningerin. Coming from a distinguished family, she was well-traveled and knowledgeable. Perhaps she would recognize its purpose. Ningerin took it, examined it for a moment, and shook her head. No recollection. Jiang Yun could only put it away with a sigh. For now, he can only wait until they return to Blue Star and ask the revered abyss directly. If this token held any hidden secrets, the revered abyss would surely know. After a brief rest, the group pressed onward. Soon, a palace came into view. The palace floated mid-air, suspended by thick, azure mist. Just as those Indians had said, the palace was crafted entirely from wind element crystals, crystal clear and radiantly luminous. How beautiful. Truly beautiful. This place is definitely super photogenic. The three women exclaimed in awe. Jiang Yun, standing nearby, also lit up. So many wind element crystals. We're in for a fortune. The scale of this palace far exceeded his expectations. He had toiled for half a day mining, emptying the entire Crimson Ridge mountain range, yet the fire element crystals he gathered didn't even amount to a fifth of what lay within this palace. World Tree, can this thing actually consume it? He immediately asked the World Tree through their mental link. Learning of such a palace, the World Tree grew excited as well. After a moment's thought, the World Tree gave Jiang Yun its final answer. Yes. To fully digest this elemental palace and establish it as the foundation of a microcosm would undoubtedly take at least 10 days to half a month. But given some time, the World Tree could absolutely transfer this palace into the microcosm. In that case, the palace would become Jiang Yun's private property. He could do with it as he pleased. Receiving this response, Jiang Yun's gaze instantly hardened with resolve. A wild notion took root in his mind. He revised his objective for coming to the elemental realm once more. From acquiring as many elemental crystals as possible, it became stealing the elemental palace. If the Wind Element King possesses an elemental palace, that means the other three kings must have them too. And at the very center of the elemental realm, there must be a four-element king. He must have a palace too. If I could seize them all, my gains this time would be beyond imagination. At this thought, Jiang Yun's heart began to race with excitement. 163, Fierce Battle against the Stormlord, the Reckless Third Squad. We're going in. His mind made up, Jiang Yun immediately declared, leading the three toward the Wind Element Palace. The Wind Element Palace loomed high above. As they drew nearer, a staircase carved from wind element crystals emerged step by step. This setup is truly extravagant. Jiang Yun roughly estimated the weight of the wind element crystals used to carve these steps and couldn't help but gasp. His resolve to seize the palace only grew stronger. They ascended the steps. Soon, the four reached the palace's main entrance. The entire hall was a deep blue, its floor polished to a mirror-like shine. Not a single soul was in sight. Ningerin commanded her pet beast to open the palace doors, and the four stepped inside. Within the hall, thick pillars supported the vaulted ceiling, and at the far end stood a massive throne. Boom! The moment the four entered, the palace doors slammed shut. Monsters with human upper bodies and lower halves formed by swirling storms surged in from all directions, their spears gleaming coldly. Storm Guardians. Level 32. Skills, Wind Elemental Sanctuary, Storm Thrust, Gale Resistance. A Stormlord of imposing stature, clad in silver armor and wielding twin blades, emerged from behind the throne. He let out a cold snort. You humans never learn. One lesson wasn't enough, now you come back for a second. A mere handful of level 20s dare covet the throne of the Elemental King? Kill them. At his command, the surrounding storm guards immediately charged toward Jiang Yun and his companions. The three women gasped in shock. Those Chinese men hadn't been telling the truth after all. This palace was not without defenses. They had entered before, only to be driven back. Now they spread false information to lure Jiang Yun and his companions in, clearly hoping to reap the benefits of a conflict between others. Step back. A golden light flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes as he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the group. He activated his heavenly eye, scanning the area. It was clear Ningerin and the others stood no chance against these monstrosities. It was time for him to step in. Su Xiyue, blade in hand, scanned the surrounding enemies warily and whispered, Jiang Yun, we can still leave now. I have a powerful burst skill that can open the palace gates. Su Xiyue also looked at Jiang Yun with concern. Jiang Yun shook his head. No need. This grand hall was his to claim. Besides, the defenses left behind by the Wind Elemental King likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Beside them, Ningerin chuckled softly, Xiao Mingxi, how long has it been since you last saw Jiang Yun unleash his full power? You probably have no idea just how absurdly powerful he truly is. As Su Mingxi watched in astonishment, an ant nest resembling a great sun emerged behind Jiang Yun, merging with him. Heavy yet magnificent golden armor draped over Jiang Yun's form. Golden flames surged around him, as if draping Jiang Yun in a golden cloak. Jiang Yun. Sun God form. The palace was cramped, and with so many enemies, this form was far superior to the moon god form. At that moment, a group of storm guards charged forward. Their spears, coiled with wind elemental power, thrust forward. Clang! 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 The spear tips halted 5 meters from Jiang Yun, repelled by a blinding white light that sent sparks flying. They could advance no further. Jiang Yun clenched his palm lightly, and golden flames surged forth, instantly engulfing the surrounding storm guards. Under the terrifying heat of the great sun's golden flames, these storm guards were slain within mere breaths, their wind elemental crystals scattering across the floor. Jiang Yun stepped forward, and swarms of soldier ants appeared around him, thick as a forest. He released them all at once, a full 3,000. Behind Jiang Yun, soldier ants swirled and coalesced into a golden wheel as the storm guard battalion charged forward. Golden beams shot forth from the wheel, raining down upon the storm guardians like a torrential downpour. One by one, the storm guards were pierced through and collapsed. A single volley claimed the lives of over 100 storm guards. Their lives were mowed down by Jiang Yun like grass, utterly powerless to resist. How is this possible? The colossal storm lord beside the throne roared in fury, raising his twin greatswords as he leaped toward Jiang Yun. Storm Lord mutated. Level 38. Skills: Blade Storm, Wind Attribute Protection, Wind and Thunder Empowerment, Continuous Slashes, Thunderstorm. Jiang Yun glanced up at him. Facing this ferocious slash, he neither blocked nor dodged. A thunderous crash echoed through the palace as both blades struck Jiang Yun's shoulder, shattering the floor beneath him. The Storm Lord's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His full power strike struck Jiang Yun, only to be completely blocked by the golden armor covering his body, inflicting not a single point of effective damage. The combined effects of the Spirit Lord's Return to Burial trait, the Ant Nest's terrifying defensive capabilities, and damage transfer skills had elevated Jiang Yun's defense in his Great Sun form to a terrifying level. Even the attack from this elite Storm Guardian couldn't breach his defenses. Jiang Yun raised his fist and delivered a thunderous punch, sending the Storm Lord flying. A Mental Pierce skill followed immediately. In his Great Sun form, Jiang Yun's truly strongest attribute was actually his spirit power. Despite being far lower in level than the Storm Lord, his mental attack skills remained effective against it. The Storm Lord let out a muffled groan, his form suddenly frozen. Behind Jiang Yun, the golden wheel spun, gathering golden flames. A torrent erupted, striking the Storm Lord. The Storm Lord let out a piercing scream, his form seemingly evaporating as he instantly shrank by a full size. Simultaneously, he used the agony to break free from the mental skill's influence. With a furious roar, his form abruptly expanded and shot skyward. Bolts of thunderlight erupted from his body, transforming him from a pure wind elemental being into a wind and thunder entity. His form grew several times larger, spanning a diameter of 300 meters and enveloping half the palace. In this form, his movement speed was nearly zero, but his attack and defense power surged dramatically. Each strike now carried additional lightning damage. Assuming this form signified that the Storm Lord was prepared to fight to the death. Howling winds swept in, interwoven with fine threads of electricity. They slammed against the golden armor, sparking showers of sparks. A heavy sense of oppression washed over him, and Jiang Yun's expression grew increasingly solemn. A great battle was about to begin. Boom! At that moment, the palace doors were violently smashed open. The excited Asan squad charged inside. Ha! You fell for it. Stay right here. The knight leader, Apuba, shouted loudly, shield in one hand and scimitar in the other. But when he saw the scene inside the palace, he froze in place. In his mind, Jiang Yun and the others should either be dead or desperately fleeing from the palace guards. His arrival would be the final straw crushing them. But what was this? The three young women were completely unharmed, staring at him with guarded expressions. And what was that golden armored figure at the front? That terrifying aura. Had he come to the wrong place? Before he could make sense of the situation, a piercing scream echoed from behind him. Turning around, he was horrified to see his two teammates lying on the ground, covered in blood. A massive black two-headed dog stood over one of the fallen teammates, glaring menacingly at him. Jiang Yun glanced over, gave a faint smile, and then turned his attention away from the Indian squad. Knowing their plan, Jiang Yun naturally had countermeasures ready. Upon entering the palace, he had already instructed Moon Goddess to lie in wait at the palace entrance. He had been waiting for this very moment. 164. The three women's open and covert struggles, seizing the Grand Hall. A piercing scream echoed from behind. The Moon Goddess's hunt had begun, and the battle between Jiang Yun and the Storm Lord commenced. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the Storm Lord swung his arm, unleashing a barrage of thunderbolts that instantly engulfed Jiang Yun. Thunderstorm! Jiang Yun burst forth from the thunderstorm, lightning flickering across his golden armor, yet it remained unscathed. The destructive power of the thunderstorm proved insufficient to threaten Jiang Yun. He looked up to see the soldier ant formation behind him beginning to crumble. Lightning bolts spread between the soldier ants. While these bolts were insufficient to kill the soldier ants, they were enough to slow their movements, preventing them from forming the golden wheel. Jiang Yun's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger toward the Storm Lord. The golden wheel dispersed, and the soldier ants, roaring, charged directly at the Storm Lord. The Storm Lord roared, hurling bolts of lightning and wind blades in an attempt to halt the ants' advance. His attacks did prove somewhat effective, as many soldier ants were blown apart mid-charge.
But soldier ants never relied on individual strength to win, they relied on sheer numbers. The main force of the soldier ants ultimately reached the Stormlord, tearing into him viciously, charging back and forth. The golden flames on their bodies also inflicted considerable damage upon the Stormlord. Electricity crackled around the Stormlord, zapping the soldier ants with a series of sharp hops. Many soldier ants were instantly killed, their bodies shattering as they exploded. Golden flames exploded repeatedly across the Stormlord's body. The Stormlord let out a cry of pain. In his current state, escape was impossible. Killing the soldier ants would only cause them to self-detonate, drawing even more damage upon himself. Finally, the Stormlord roared, abandoning the soldier ants altogether. He channeled both wind and thunder energies into his hands, ultimately forging a spear of intertwined blue and purple. With a thunderous thrust, he lunged at Jiang Yun. This was his all-out strike, clearly intent on eliminating Jiang Yun first. The strike was terrifying. The intertwining wind and thunder attributes amplified its power to an unprecedented level. Jiang Yun felt the gale force winds bearing down on him. His eye twitched, and a faint smile touched his lips. The strike was blindingly fast. Jiang Yun's speed alone couldn't possibly evade it. Yet it seemed Jiang Yun's fierce demeanor had given the Stormlord a false impression. He was a beast master, after all. A flash of white light erupted as Jiang Yun vanished, replaced instantly by a flying ant. Under the Stormlord's stunned gaze, Jiang Yun materialized before him, his fist enveloped in golden flames crashing down with devastating force. Simultaneously, Moon Goddess, having dealt with the Asan squad, arrived to attack from the side. Her long claws tore deep gashes into the Stormlord's body. At this point, the outcome of the battle was decided. The Stormlord had played every last card in his hand, yet still couldn't overcome Jiang Yun. All that awaited him now was a slow, agonizing death. 5 minutes later, the Stormlord roared in fury before reluctantly disintegrating. You have slain the Stormlord, gaining 230,000 lifespan points. With his demise, the defensive forces the Wind Elemental King had left within the palace were utterly wiped out by Jiang Yun. Dismissing his fusion state, Jiang Yun immediately began inspecting the spoils of this battle. Gale Twin Blades, Platinum Grade Equipment, Attack plus 1000, Constant Spell, Gale Edge, Equipment Requirements, Level 34 plus, Constitution 1200 plus. Gale Armor, Platinum Grade Equipment, Constitution plus 800, Equipment Level 32 plus. Wind Element Lord's Heart, Platinum Grade Material, imbued with the purest wind elemental energy, possessing numerous wondrous uses. Another Elemental Lord's Heart. Jiang Yun gathered these finds and turned to look at Ningerin and the other two. The three women had already piled up the equipment looted from the deceased members of the Asan squad, waiting for Jiang Yun. Ningerin looked relaxed. Having witnessed Jiang Yun's might on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, she recognized his new form and terrifying combat prowess, finding nothing unusual. But Su Xiyue and Su Mingxi, who hadn't witnessed it, stared at Jiang Yun in utter shock. The power Jiang Yun had displayed was utterly staggering to them. Su Xiyue had long since placed unconditional trust in Jiang Yun. In her eyes, even if Jiang Yun were to become the pillar of the world tomorrow and rule the entire globe, she would accept it as naturally as breathing. Her shock would pass quickly. Su Mingxi's feelings, however, were far more complex, a tangled mix of emotions. She had strived so long with Jiang Yun as her goal, believing she was finally drawing closer to him. Yet unexpectedly, the distance between them only grew wider. At that moment, the two women exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Ningerin, who wore a radiant smile. This woman seemed closer to Jiang Yun than either of them, and knew far more. They needed to be wary. With just a few glances, the two women instantly united against a common foe. Ningerin, sensing their gazes, proudly straightened her posture. After all, she was the one closest to Jiang Yun. They'd even met each other's parents and shared a kiss. Though the surface atmosphere seemed harmonious, the silent comparisons between the three women had never ceased since their first meeting. However, what they were competing for was their place in Jiang Yun's heart. Moreover, they tacitly avoided each other, each presenting only their most favorable aspects to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun paid no attention to this. He briefly examined the gear of these three individuals, then let out a startled gasp. From the pile of equipment, he retrieved a small, greenish-blue disc. Storm Wall, gold tier item, casts a storm protection spell on up to 5 people, reducing 5,000 points of wind elemental damage. Cooldown, 15 minutes. So that's why they dared to barge in so boldly. They had this item with them. Jiang Yun mused. This item could serve as a specialized counter against wind elemental monsters. With this, as long as they were careful not to provoke that wind element lord, sneaking in and out wouldn't be too difficult. Beyond this artifact, nothing else here was worth paying attention to. Surveying the empty wind elemental palace, Jiang Yun drew a deep breath, a smile gradually spreading across his face. From today onward, this place belongs to the Jiang family. Jiang Yun, let's hurry and loot while we can. If that wind elemental king returns soon, we'll be in trouble. Ningerin cautioned. Jiang Yun shook his head. No need. Follow me. With the three women trailing behind him, their faces brimming with curiosity, Jiang Yun stepped out of the palace. Placing his palm against the palace's outer wall, Jiang Yun gave the three women a mysterious smile.
Don't be too surprised in a moment. With that, he communicated with the World Tree. A faint, imperceptible green ripple spread outward from the center of Jiang Yun's palm. This was the power of the World Tree. This World Tree was still in its infancy, weak and fragile. Transferring a palace of this scale into a microcosm was a tremendous strain. Yet, lured by the promise of delicious food, the tiny World Tree managed to pull it off. After about 10 minutes, the green glow enveloped the entire palace. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of the three women, the entire wind element palace vanished before their eyes. 165, what about my huge palace? What just happened? Where did that huge palace go? The three women cried out in alarm as their bodies began to fall. Standing atop the palace, its sudden vanishing left them with no choice but to plummet downward. Fortunately, Jiang Yun had anticipated this. Soldier ants appeared beneath them, supporting the four as they descended slowly. The moment they landed, the three women began circling Jiang Yun, their faces filled with utter disbelief, as if they were staring at some kind of monster. It was an entire palace, after all, one inhabited by towering elemental creatures. Compared to human palaces, it was even more colossal. Though no precise measurements had been taken, its footprint alone covered dozens of acres by visual estimation. This far exceeded the capacity of any storage item. No storage item in the world could possibly be that large. At least, Ningerin and the others had never heard of such a thing. Watching the three girls already reaching out to touch and feel his body, Jiang Yun felt ticklish all over. He chuckled, alright, I told you once I'm strong enough, I'll tell you. The three women finally relented. They knew that to store a palace this vast in one go, Jiang Yun must be hiding some extraordinary secret. The fact that he was willing to reveal it to them was proof of his deep trust in them. Especially Su Mingxi, a warm wave surged through her heart. She resolved firmly never to betray Jiang Yun's trust. Ningerin then asked, Jiang Yun, where do we go next? Without hesitation, Jiang Yun answered, naturally, to other elemental realms to collect more elemental palaces. The elemental realm held abundant resources, and Jiang Yun required numerous elemental crystals. But there was one problem: these resources were scattered far and wide. Even with an army of soldier ants capable of depleting an entire vein in no time, gathering large quantities of all four major elemental crystals in a short period remained an incredibly difficult task. Therefore, upon learning of the existence of elemental palaces, Jiang Yun immediately shifted his focus. A single elemental palace could sufficiently meet his needs. If he could secure all four elemental palaces, his mission would be considered an extraordinary success. This thought sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Yun, while simultaneously praying that the powerful lords would delay their actions just a little longer. The four elemental kings had clearly heeded the summons of the four elemental sovereigns to engage in battle with those lord-level powerhouses. The fiercer the fighting on their side, the greater the opportunity for Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, you move faster alone, go by yourself. After a moment's thought, Ningerin spoke up. Our strength is too weak to be of much help. We might even slow you down. Your chances of success might be higher if you go alone. The other two women nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun paused, then agreed to the plan after some thought. Ningerin was right. This time, he was highly likely to face the elemental king. Taking the three women with him would be irresponsible toward them. However, to ensure their safety, Jiang Yun left half of his soldier ant army behind his protection, along with numerous small steamed buns imbued with various effects. Moments later, Jiang Yun transformed into his moon god form, streaking away like a black lightning bolt. He returned to the fire elemental realm, searching for the fire elemental palace. Watching Jiang Yun's figure vanish from sight, Ningerin turned to the other two. Everyone, it's time for us to move as well. Jiang Yun's strength grows ever greater. We cannot afford to fall behind. Otherwise, one day, we'll be left completely in his wake, watching his figure grow ever more distant, just as we do now. The two women nodded resolutely. The three women were among the most formidable within their tier. With the army of soldier ants Jiang Yun had left behind, they could even face an elemental lord head-on and emerge unscathed. With Ningerin's lucky star talent quietly at work, their adventures in the elemental realm were destined to be spectacular. Meanwhile, at the heart of the elemental realm, a magnificent four-colored palace stood atop towering mountains. The four elemental kings, each commanding their own followers, were positioned around the palace, locked in a standoff with the human lords. Here, the elemental concentration was highest, yielding the most abundant and highest grade materials and treasures. Only the four elemental kings possessed the authority to utilize and distribute these resources. With the arrival of the human practitioners, this place naturally became the target of the lord-level practitioners. Only the resources here could satisfy their ambitions. Thus, every time human adventurers arrived, a great battle erupted here. Battles between the elemental kings and the lord-level practitioners. Only by securing the majority of victories could human practitioners gain entry to seize resources, a rule set in stone. Within the Hall of the Four Elements, the elemental kings stood, each enveloped in a halo of their respective colors, sacred and resplendent. He addressed the four elemental lords beside him. Which of you is willing to be the first to fight?
The fiery elemental king, known for his explosive temper, was about to speak when the wind elemental king beside him roared in anger. "What is it?" the others asked in unison. The wind elemental king roared, "Someone has breached my palace and slain the guards stationed there." As elemental beings, each king shared a mystical bond with their subordinates. When trouble arose, they felt it instantly. The 4 elemental kings consoled him, "It's nothing. We elemental beings can regenerate. As for those so-called treasures in the palace, only narrow-minded humans would covet them. After this battle, I shall bestow upon you even more." Hearing this, the wind elemental king forced himself to suppress his anger. The group continued discussing battle plans. Barely 2 sentences later, another furious roar echoed through the air. It was the wind elemental king again. This time, his voice carried even more fury, mixed with a touch of bewilderment and confusion. "Where did my enormous palace go?" On Jiang Yun's side. Moving alone, Jiang Yun's speed surged dramatically. Within just over 10 minutes, he had returned to the fire elemental realm. He unfolded the map for a closer look. The map left by teacher Su Mingxi didn't mark the location of the fire element palace, but it did highlight red danger zones, warning Su Mingxi to avoid these areas. The fire element domain must lie within these marked zones. After determining the direction, Jiang Yun accelerated, rushing forward with a whoosh. Soon, he entered one of the danger zones marked on the map. Hordes of fire elemental monsters appeared before his eyes. Organized into squads and led by powerful elemental beasts, they hunted human practitioners in all directions, igniting fierce battles. Jiang Yun paid them no mind, focusing solely on his journey. With his shadow shuffle ability, the fire elemental monsters were unable to detect him in the vast majority of cases. On the rare occasions he was spotted, by the time the fire elementals roared warnings to their comrades, Jiang Yun's figure had already flashed back and forth between them several times. Icy claw marks flashed across their bodies, their forms instantly disintegrating, leaving only a few elemental crystals to fall. Jiang Yun scooped them up and vanished into the distance without looking back. By the time nearby fire elemental monsters arrived, nothing remained. Traveling at such breakneck speed, Jiang Yun soon located the fire element hall nestled within the magma. Its scale was comparable to the wind elemental hall. Circling the hall once, a look of bewilderment flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. Not a single monster? 166. The Shocked Elemental Kings. The elemental palaces served as the residences of the great elemental kings. Even if the elemental kings were no longer present, this place should still be heavily guarded. Yet now, atop the fire element palace, not a single figure was in sight. It was utterly deserted. Jiang Yun circled around several times, cautiously stepping onto the palace before finally confirming that there were truly no traps here. It was simply deserted. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Little did he know that in the fire elemental king's eyes, no one could infiltrate his palace while his legions were out purging the land. Even if someone did sneak in, it would be pointless. For within his palace, there was nothing of value to be found. Did he seriously think someone could just up and move his entire palace? Really no guards at all? Jiang Yun chuckled. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Repeating his previous tactic, Jiang Yun summoned the World Tree. Green ripples spread to every corner of the Grand Hall. With a whoosh, the fire element palace vanished before Jiang Yun's eyes. Within the miniature world, the fiery red palace plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the grasslands and coming to rest beside the adjacent wind element palace. Job done. Having effortlessly claimed the fire elemental palace, Jiang Yun pulled out his map, identified his next target, and turned to leave. Moments later, a fire elemental lord returned to the site with his subordinates. Having just vanquished numerous human practitioners and acquired some rare trinkets from Blue Star, they were eager to return them to the fire elemental palace to please their king. Then they saw the empty lava river. The triumphant joy on their faces instantly froze. Where was the palace? Where was my enormous palace? At the heart of the elemental realm, the 4 elemental kings finally decided their order of battle, stepping forth to confront the human lord. No matter how many human lords arrived, only 4 could be selected to fight the elemental kings one-on-one. After 4 battles, if the human race won 2, they would earn the right to enter the outer regions of the elemental realm center to gather resources. Each additional victory unlocks more territory. Victory in all 4 battles would unlock the most central region. Though both are at the lord tier, elemental creatures of the same rank possess greater strength than humans. Moreover, this is the elemental creature's home turf. This places stringent demands on the strength of the human lords sent into battle. Those who step forward to represent both humanity and the elemental race in battle are undoubtedly the cream of the crop among human lords. The air thickened with tension. The first to appear was the Wind Elemental King. In the past, the Fire Elemental King always fought the first battle. But this time, his palace vanished inexplicably, leaving the Wind Elemental King furious. He chose to take the field first, determined to vent his rage. On the human side, the lord they sent forth was Du Lu from Qingbei Academy. Seeing the Wind Elemental King step forward, Du Lu's heart sank, a bitter expression crossing his face. Among the lords, his strength was only average. He was chosen because his profession was the extremely rare fire suppressor, granting him an advantage against the Fire Elemental King.
Who could have imagined the enemy would send the Wind Elemental King?
This was trouble. Just as Du Lu's heart was filled with dread, a furious roar suddenly echoed through the air. The Fire Elemental King charged forward, his gaze fixed on the human lord across from him with pure malice.
Who? Who exactly is it? He roared, who took my enormous palace? You humans, what kind of underhanded schemes are you plotting? The Wind Elemental King chuckled upon hearing this, his anger dissipating considerably. Your palace is gone too? Boom!
The 4 Elemental Kings rose to their feet, their eyes, shrouded in 4-colored light, growing solemn.
2 Elemental Kings' palaces vanished simultaneously within a mere hour? What on earth was happening outside? Seeing this, the other 2 Elemental Kings felt their hearts sink. Could it be their turn next? The Elemental Palaces were the very symbols of their authority. Even setting that aside, the sheer number of elemental crystals used to construct the palaces was astronomical. Only Elemental Kings possessed such grandeur enough elemental crystals to build palaces.
Of course, they had never imagined that one day, their own grand palaces could be stolen. Hearing the Fire Elemental King's greeting, the human lord across from him looked utterly bewildered.
They knew well what an elemental palace was. But who could possibly move a palace of that size?
They certainly didn't possess such power. The atmosphere froze. With the Fire Elemental King in such a furious state, this battle suddenly seemed impossible to wage. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had already located the Earth Element Palace. The Earth Element domain appeared barren, a vast expanse of yellow sand devoid of anything, yet all its secrets lay hidden beneath the surface. It was an underground world. The Earth Element Palace lay at its deepest depths. Thanks to the darkness of the underground environment, Jiang Yun moved with ease, swiftly locating the Earth Element Palace. This time, however, things would not be so straightforward. The Earth Element Palace's defenses were exceptionally tight. Rock-armored figures patrolled everywhere. Jiang Yun lurked in the shadows, launching surprise attacks from the darkness. Starting from the outer perimeter, he gradually dismantled the entire defense system. Monster after monster fell silently to Jiang Yun's hands. It wasn't until he reached the Grand Hall that his presence was discovered by the Elemental Lord within during one of his hunts.
Earth Pangolin King Elemental Lord. Level 37. Skills: Vibration Sense, Earth Power, Earth Wave, Heavy Hammer.
A 50-meter-tall, earth-colored pangolin, resembling a small mountain, let out a low roar. Using its Vibration Sense skill, it accurately pinpointed Jiang Yun's location. Curling its body into a ball, it slammed toward him. Jiang Yun shifted swiftly, rapidly creating distance.
As the earth trembled violently, boulders surged like tidal waves, crashing toward Jiang Yun in wave upon wave. With a deft twist, he vanished into the darkness.
The next instant, he materialized beneath the pangolin. With a few fluid movements, the Pangolin King let out a cry of pain. In his moon god form, Jiang Yun's attacks pierced even the thick, heavy scales of the Pangolin King. The King Pangolin unleashed another wave of earth, forcing Jiang Yun to evade momentarily. Then, he raised both claws, channeling energy, and slammed them down with tremendous force toward Jiang Yun.
This Vibration Sense skill is the natural enemy of assassins.
Jiang Yun murmured in admiration as his form abruptly split into two, charging at the Pangolin King from opposite directions. This time, the Pangolin King froze. He could hear the vibrations of Jiang Yun's movements and track his location. But now Jiang Yun was two people, he had no way of distinguishing the real from the fake. 167, walk by the river long enough and you're bound to get your feet wet. Clang! 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 2 black lightning bolts crisscrossed the Pangolin King's body. Each thrust left a gruesome scar on its hide. The soldier ants summoned by Jiang Yun burrowed into the King Pangolin's body through the wounds, tearing and exploding. With this dual assault, within moments, the King Pangolin let out a mournful cry and collapsed heavily to the ground. He glared at Jiang Yun with hatred. You won't live long. I curse you with my life. I've marked your location. My king will avenge me. Jiang Yun startled, opening his profession panel to find, sure enough, a new status, Vengeful Wraith, appended after his name. Vengeful Spirit, every 30 seconds, reveals your location to enemies of the same faction as the deceased. Enemies who can view the location, Earth Elemental King. Jiang Yun sucked in a sharp breath. Walking down dark paths long enough, you're bound to encounter ghosts. But Jiang Yun regained his composure, his emotions settling once more. This wasn't a hopeless situation. He still held a teleportation stone in his hand. If danger arose, he could always teleport straight back to Qingbei University. Of the 4 elemental palaces, Jiang Yun had already collected 3. To leave now, abandoning the final one, was simply too much for him to bear. So be it, he would take his chances. Facing the Elemental King head-on, this is quite thrilling, isn't it? Jiang Yun murmured, reaching out to touch the ground. Moments later, with a swish, the Earth Element Palace was also absorbed into his miniature world. Jiang Yun's form shot upward like lightning, leaping out of the subterranean realm. After orienting himself, he dashed toward the Water Elemental realm.
At the center of the elemental realm, before the 4-element mountains, the Earth Elemental King let out a furious roar. My palace is gone too. The Earth Elemental King, towering over the other 3 elemental kings at a staggering 500 meters, glared fiercely into the distance, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. My subordinate marked his location with his life. Mo Tai. He turned to the Wind Elemental King, calling him by his true name. My feet are too slow. You must carry me. The Wind Elemental King nodded without hesitation. I'll go with you. With that, he shifted form, transforming into a green storm that enveloped the Earth Elemental King. In this form, the 2 kings sped toward the distance. I'm coming too, declared the Fire Element King, joining the pursuit. Now, the last Water Elemental King could no longer sit idly by. With all 3 elemental halls now gone, there was no doubt that the little thief's next target would be his Water Elemental Hall. He followed closely behind. Everyone. As the 4 elemental kings departed, the 4 elemental kings stepped forward, floating into the air. A 4-colored spear materialized in his hand, its elements intertwining. Strange phenomena erupted around him, and his terrifying aura was in no way inferior to that of the group of human lords facing him. This battle is temporarily suspended. A thief has stolen the palace of one of my elemental kings. At these words, the human lords erupted in commotion, their faces frozen in shock. Most had seen the palaces of the 4 elemental kings before, structures entirely forged from elemental crystals corresponding to their respective attributes. Among the resources of the elemental realm, elemental crystals were among the least valuable. But that was measured by individual price. To construct an elemental palace required tens of thousands of tons of elemental crystals. The sheer quantity of light alone would rank among the top 10 treasures in the entire elemental realm. Yet even when presented with the elemental palace, these human lords scarcely gave it a glance. At most, they would gather a few precious items before departing. The reason was simple: it was simply too vast, and cast as a single monolith from elemental crystals, making it incredibly sturdy. Even a week of labor wouldn't budge the palace an inch. Moreover, their storage items simply couldn't hold something that massive. It was utterly impossible to carry away. They'd be better off spending that time hunting for other valuable resources. Now, the 4 elemental kings were telling them someone had stolen the elemental palace? Judging by the tone of the elemental king, it seemed more than one had suffered misfortune. How did he manage this? When did such an incredibly powerful lord emerge? Indeed, until now, in the minds of all human lords, that audacious, cunning thief must surely be a lord himself. Who among the first-tier professionals beneath a lord would dare act so brazenly? Let's go check out the commotion. Someone shouted, leading the group away in the direction the 4 elemental kings had departed. Seeing this, others were similarly tempted and chose to go gawk at the spectacle. Within mere minutes, the number of human lords gathered here dwindled by a third. Yet the vast majority remained, their eyes fixed intently on the 4 elemental kings across the way. These 4 elemental kings possessed terrifying power, equivalent to the rulers of the elemental realm. Though her level was only 50, her combat prowess within the elemental realm was such that even if they all attacked together, they would stand no chance against her. They hoped the 4 elements king would lose her temper and pursue the little thief herself. That way, they could seize the opportunity to plunder the heart of the elemental realm, the 4 element mountains, while she was occupied. The 4 elements king clearly understood this logic. Holding his war spear, he stood motionless, locked in a standoff with the human lords. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had arrived at the water elemental realm. Here lay an ocean. Water elemental monsters, shaped like marine creatures, roamed freely across the ocean. Every so often, a floating island could be seen. This is troublesome, Jiang Yun murmured, his brow furrowing with worry. The water element palace was most likely located beneath the ocean's surface. Though called an ocean, given the scale of the elemental realm, it was merely a large lake by Blue Star's standards. Yet it still posed a tremendous challenge for Jiang Yun. He could swim, but searching for a palace underwater and likely engaging in combat was beyond his capabilities. Should we just call it off? Jiang Yun murmured, his spirit reaching out to the world tree to communicate. Goo goo. The world tree grew impatient. With the 4 elements poised to achieve balance, its microcosm stood on the brink of a major upgrade. To abandon all progress now was unthinkable. Within the microcosm, the 3 great elemental halls trembled. Infinite suction surged from all directions, rapidly reverting the elemental crystals that built the halls back into their purest elemental energy. This energy flowed endlessly toward the world tree. Clink. Jiang Yun's body trembled as a streak of aqua blue light suddenly enveloped him. The profound ocean before his eyes also seemed to hold a hint of familiarity. This is... Jiang Yun opened his profession panel and scanned it, astonished to discover he had suddenly gained a Water Elemental Blessing status. Water Elemental Blessing, the highest tier elemental blessing. The bearer gains the following states: underwater breathing, 50% water elemental damage reduction, water elemental affinity. Essentially, every status related to water elements with a single water element blessing, Jiang Yun possessed them all. 168, the World Tree's efforts, water elemental blessing.
Though the maximum effect of these abilities depended on Jiang Yun's level, they were more than sufficient to overcome the challenges of the underwater environment. After scanning the area, Jiang Yun finally located the source of the water elemental blessing. It was the World Tree. Just moments ago, the World Tree had forcibly absorbed vast amounts of the 4 elemental energies, completing a minor upgrade. Its rarity hadn't increased, but it had gained several new skills. Elemental blessings. The water element blessing Jiang Yun had obtained was one of them. The World Tree is truly formidable. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed with genuine admiration. It seemed he had underestimated the World Tree. Though lacking offensive capabilities, its support abilities were truly first-rate. Goo goo. The World Tree let out a few triumphant coos, its aura growing listless. Clearly, such a forced power surge had taken its toll. Had the Water Element Palace not been so tempting, he wouldn't have pushed himself this far. After offering a few words of comfort to the World Tree, Jiang Yun's figure flickered and he plunged into the ocean. The sea waves were crystal clear. As soon as Jiang Yun entered, the layer of deep blue radiance grew even brighter. He took a deep breath without the slightest obstruction. The seawater transformed into oxygen before reaching his nostrils. This was the effect of underwater breathing. Nearby water elemental creatures detected Jiang Yun and charged toward him with fierce momentum. Leading the charge was a colossal octopus. Each tentacle stretched over 10 meters long, reaching out to grab Jiang Yun. Catastrophe Octopus. Level 32. Skills: Entangle, Jet, Ink Stain. Seems the water elemental blessing doesn't make water creatures like me or stop them from attacking. Jiang Yun muttered under his breath, his form shifting into a black line that instantly circled the octopus. The octopus monster's 8 tentacles snapped clean off at the base. Then its body began to shatter, fragmenting into countless small pieces. In that single instant, Jiang Yun had sliced the octopus monster into shreds. With the blessing of water elementals, his speed in the sea was no slower than on land. In fact, the unique nature of the ocean allowed him to attack with 360-degree coverage, making him even more agile than on land. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Yun shot like an arrow toward the ocean depths, searching for the water element palace. Moments later, the wind howled fiercely from the horizon. 4 figures swept in with a roar, landing on the seashore. It was the 4 elemental kings, arriving together. Rest assured, everyone. The water elemental king declared triumphantly, my palace lies buried beneath 10,000 tons of seawater, surrounded by countless servants. Humans couldn't even take a single step in there, let alone seize anything. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The unique nature of the water elemental realm indeed made the water elemental king's palace far more secure than those of the other 3. The earth elemental king stared intently at the ocean expanse. He waited for the mark of vengeance to refresh. Suddenly, his body trembled and he let out a furious roar. That bastard has already infiltrated beneath the sea not far from your palace. How could he move so fast? He's just a human. The water elemental king looked utterly disbelieving, but now only the earth elemental king could track Jiang Yun's trail. He had no choice but to believe. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering indigo wave of light flared up, enveloping the 4 elemental kings. Led by the water elemental king, the 4 kings plunged toward the depths below. The stronger an elemental being, the purer the element within it. Without the water elemental king's protection, it would be exceedingly difficult for the other 3 elemental kings to operate here. As they descended, the water elemental king's confident expression gradually faded, replaced by terror and disbelief. Along the way, the corpses of countless water elemental creatures floated and sank. The positions of these corpses reveal what just transpired. Someone plunged into the sea, heading straight downward. Along the way, every monster that instinctively attacked him was instantly cut down. That person paid no heed to the other monsters, descending rapidly with a clear objective. How could he be so fast? As a native of these waters, the water elemental king could discern more. His speed underwater seems completely unaffected. It's absurdly fast. Even I might not be able to match that. Realizing this, the water elemental king grew genuinely anxious and accelerated his pace. As the 4 elemental kings descended rapidly, the sky above them gradually darkened. The sea turned a deep, almost blackish blue. At the edge of their vision, a brilliant blue light rose like a luminous pearl, illuminating the undersea realm. That was the water element palace. This was also the most heavily guarded place in the entire water elemental realm. Yet now, corpses littered the landscape. Every water elemental monster had been slain, including the elemental lord specifically spared by the water elemental king, the deepwater megalodon. A shadowy figure crouched in the palace square, emanating waves of eerie green light from his hands that spread across the entire hall. What are you doing? The water elemental king roared, a trident suddenly appearing in his hand. He thrust it forward, sending a torrent of seawater surging toward the figure. That figure was none other than Jiang Yun. Turning to face the 4 elemental kings, Jiang Yun gasped in surprise, letting out a soft sigh. I was still a step too late. Though he had rushed as fast as he could, his power remained constrained beneath the water.
The soldier ants, lacking the blessing of water elemental energy, saw their speed and attack power greatly diminished, rendering them useless. This delay cost him the chance to eliminate the water element lord in time. As the howling attack closed in, Jiang Yun's expression hardened. He didn't meet it head-on. Instead, his form sprang upward, dashing toward the distance. With the 4 elemental lords converging upon him, he wasn't foolish. Retreat was clearly the wisest course. Blazing speed. Watching Jiang Yun vanish like a black lightning bolt after just a few swift movements, the water elemental king's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Is this even human? Pursue him. No time for second thoughts. The water elemental king led the chase after Jiang Yun. Though his speed couldn't match Jiang Yun's, as the water element king, this was his domain. A flick of his trident sent the surrounding sea surging, propelling them forward. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun felt the water beside him writhing like a living creature, squeezing inwards to restrain him. Yet the instant it neared him, the water regained its calm. The water elemental blessing had taken effect. Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief and pressed forward. The water elemental king exclaimed once more, the water elemental blessing. He actually possesses the blessing of water element? How is that possible? No time to think. He swung his trident again, using the sea's momentum to close in on Jiang Yun swiftly. One pursued, one fled. Jiang Yun soon neared the surface, where sunlight was already visible. Turning back, he saw the figure of the 4 elemental kings drawing ever closer. Even with the blessing of water elemental power, the vast disparity in their ranks caused the distance between them to rapidly shrink. A savage grin spread across the 4 elemental kings' face. The other elemental kings prepared to intervene. Beneath the water elemental king held sway. The others dared not interfere, fearful of disrupting his domain. But the moment Jiang Yun surfaced, the attacks of the 4 elemental kings would descend upon him simultaneously. Jiang Yun paused, gazing at the 4 elemental kings with a wry grin. The next instant, his form vanished abruptly. A soldier ant materialized in his place, charging toward the 4 elemental kings with unyielding resolve. 169, toying with the elemental kings, treasure secured. The soldier ant detonated itself underwater, erupting in a golden blaze. Though it caused no harm to the 4 elemental kings, their faces darkened nonetheless. That little thief has outmaneuvered us. He's over there. The Earth Elemental King scanned the area, relocating Jiang Yun's position, and barked. The 4 kings moved in unison, charging toward the direction indicated by the Earth Elemental King. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun materialized on the shore, his figure darting relentlessly toward the distance. Fortunately, he had habitually left one soldier ant outside as the prop for his castling skill. Otherwise, he would have suffered a major setback this time. After a few breaths of thought, Jiang Yun split into 2 forms, each dashing off in a different direction. Before long, the 4 elemental kings charged toward him. Upon reaching land, the Wind Element King unleashed his power. A blue storm enveloped the 4 kings as they charged forward. The Fire Elemental King also contributed, and as flames and wind merged, their speed increased even further. None of them glanced toward the direction the clone had departed. They pursued Jiang Yun's true form directly. Seems that mark of vengeance only binds to my true self, useless against duplicates. Jiang Yun glanced back, a faint smile curling his lips. He abruptly vanished into the shadows, reappearing within an instant 500 meters away. A roaring storm of flames charged toward him. Jiang Yun's speed was extraordinary. Had any single one of the 4 elemental kings pursued him alone, he would have been confident he could shake them off. But with all 4 elemental kings arriving together, united in their hatred, the power they unleashed was far more than the simple sum of their individual strengths. Even pushing his speed to its absolute limit, Jiang Yun couldn't escape. The gap between them was actually closing. You won't escape, you little thief. The Earth Element King roared in fury, reaching out to grab him. A crushing pressure instantly descended upon Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's speed immediately slowed. The reason he was called the Earth Element King, rather than the King of Earth Elements, was precisely because his abilities far exceeded the scope of Earth Elements alone. Gravity was merely one facet of his power. Jiang Yun let out a cold snort. In the next instant, an invisible repulsive force erupted around him, counteracting the gravity imposed by the Earth Element King. His speed surged once more. The special effect of the Gilded Sovereignty set, Sovereignty, could create a gravitational field to suppress enemies. This was Jiang Yun's first time using it, not to control an enemy, but to counter the Elemental King's damage. Watching Jiang Yun merely pause briefly before accelerating wildly, completely immune to his control effect, the Earth Elemental King was dumbfounded. Leave it to me. The Fire Elemental King roared, and with a single wave of his hand, over a dozen fireballs, each as large as Jiang Yun himself, appeared. Like a barrage of fiery meteors, they hurtled toward Jiang Yun. Facing the Fire Elemental King's assault, Jiang Yun didn't even bother to dodge. He directly summoned the Queen Ant, Xiao, to bestow upon himself the Bath of Fire state. Then he called upon the World Tree, bestowing upon himself a Fire Elemental blessing. Bath of Fire grants the recipient the Bath of Fire status. Fire resistance plus 100%. During duration, nullifies 5,000 points of fire attribute damage. Fire Elemental Blessing, the highest tier elemental blessing.
The recipient gains the status, 50% reduction to fire elemental damage taken, increased affinity with fire elements.
With both effects stacked, Jiang Yun's resistance to fire damage reached an unprecedented level.
Unless the Fire Elemental King was powerful enough to bypass fire resistance entirely and deal true damage to Jiang Yun directly. Otherwise, harming Jiang Yun with mere fireballs was utterly out of the question. Under the stunned gazes of the four kings, the fireball slammed into Jiang Yun with a roar, erupting into a blaze.
Instantly,
Jiang Yun burst forth from the flames, charging toward the distance as if nothing had happened.
The Fire Elemental King was dumbfounded.
"I'll handle this." The Wind Elemental King roared, condensing a whirlwind into a spear in his hand.
He launched it forward with explosive force, aiming to pierce Jiang Yun's back.
Jiang Yun ducked low, slipping into the shadows while summoning several soldier ants to shield his back.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The Gale Lance blasted away the soldier ants in its path, yet its trajectory kept veering off course with each successive explosion, unable to lock onto Jiang Yun. Ultimately, it plunged into the nearby mountain.
Jiang Yun reappeared from the distant shadows, flipped the four stunned elemental kings the middle finger, then soared away. Rage and disbelief flooded the minds of the four elemental kings.
They never imagined that even the four of them together couldn't defeat this little thief.
Damn it! Speed up! His strength isn't formidable.
Once we catch him, I'll crush him with one hand.
The Earth Elemental King roared. Easy for you to say.
His speed is too great, and he can traverse shadows. We simply can't catch him. The Wind Elemental King cursed angrily, yet summoned his strength, transforming into a raging gale as he gave chase after Jiang Yun. Even knowing the odds of catching him were slim, they refused to give up.
Otherwise, how could they maintain their standing in this world?
Equally stunned by this spectacle were the human lords who had just arrived.
To their eyes, that black figure was utterly toying with the four elemental kings as if they were mere playthings.
Not only had the chase failed to inflict any harm, but they had been thoroughly humiliated.
Who is this man? I've never heard of a lord like him. Scanning skills are useless. He's got some powerful shielding gear.
The crowd stood bewildered, utterly unable to guess the identity of that shadowy figure.
A lord of such formidable power couldn't possibly be an unknown figure. Yet they couldn't recall a single trace of him.
Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had discovered the elemental blessing most suited to him, once again distancing himself from the four elemental kings.
Wind Elemental Blessing. Wind Elemental Blessing, the highest tier elemental blessing. The bearer gains the following states: swiftness, 50% wind elemental damage reduction, wind elemental affinity.
Under the wind element blessing, Jiang Yun's speed surged dramatically. 2 ethereal azure wings appeared behind him, and with the slightest movement, he could cover 100 li.
Too bad the 4 elemental blessings can't stack. Otherwise, my power would have risen to a whole new level.
Jiang Yun murmured to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and a faint smile touched his lips. Jiang Yun abruptly halted, spinning to face the 4 elemental kings closing in at breakneck speed. The fire element king beamed at the sight.
"Kid, you can't run anymore. Come and die."
The next moment, Jiang Yun flashed a grin, flipped the 4 kings off once more, and vanished without a trace.
That trick again. The water elemental king grew irritable, then froze in shock. Something's wrong. Where's my palace? I can't sense it anymore.
Panic spread among the 4. He was clearly being chased by us the entire time.
How is this possible? Could he have accomplices? A wave of humiliation washed over them.
All 4 kings had joined the pursuit, yet this petty thief had somehow stolen their final elemental palace using some unknown method.
Shameful. Truly shameful.
Kill.
The 4 kings roared in fury.
At this point, only by slaying that petty thief could they wash away the shame upon them. The Earth Elemental King attempted once more to sense Jiang Yun's location, but despair instantly washed over his face.
I can't sense him anymore. 170. The 4 great palaces secured. Return to Blue Star.
Jiang Yun's strategy, when put into words, was actually quite simple. It was inspired by the World Tree. The World Tree could temporarily branch off a shoot and implant it into another being. Realizing this, Jiang Yun immediately created a clone, placed the branch on the clone, and had it circled back to the Water Element Palace. Then, using the World Tree branch, he incorporated the Water Element Palace into the microcosm. After completing all this, the World Tree branch returned to the microcosm, and the clone dissolved itself. Upon sensing the clone's dissolution, Jiang Yun promptly returned to the microcosm. It sounded simple enough, but Jiang Yun had no certainty of success.
The clone had a time limit. If the task wasn't completed within that duration, the clone would automatically dissipate, and all his efforts would be for naught. Various complications could arise along the way. Fortunately, it all worked out in the end.
Standing upon the grasslands, gazing at the 4 colossal palaces standing not far away, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yun's face. The World Tree within him also sent forth joyful spiritual fluctuations. Now that all 4 elements were present, the miniature world would soon undergo an upgrade. And the World Tree would grow alongside it.
This time would not be long, and Jiang Yun eagerly anticipated it. 2 tray ants approached from afar, respectfully presenting Jiang Yun with containers fashioned from fruit shells. Inside flowed a pale green, fragrant liquid. In the mere half-month since the microcosm's birth, civilizations had already emerged among its creatures. To them, Jiang Yun, who occasionally appeared in the microcosm, was a true deity. This was sap collected from a special tree within the microcosm, possessing a refreshing taste. Jiang Yun took a sip, his eyes lighting up. He drank more than half of it before storing the remainder. This sap might prove useful in culinary creations. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a side profession. He took a leisurely break in the small world. He took advantage of this time to organize his recent acquisitions. The 4 element halls were undoubtedly the greatest prize of this journey. Needless to say, it was well worth the immense risk Jiang Yun had taken. Recalling the fury of the 4 elemental kings, helpless against him, a radiant smile spread across Jiang Yun's face. Next came the 4 hearts from different elemental lords. 1 each from earth, water, wind, and fire. Elemental lord hearts were prime materials for crafting artifacts and equipment. With all 4 gathered, they should prove remarkably useful. Jiang Yun knew little about this field and would have to consult experts once he left. After touring the 4 great elemental halls and retrieving the collections of the elemental rulers within, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. While high-grade materials were plentiful, the truly valuable items fell short of his expectations. After all, this was a minor realm. Even the so-called kings didn't possess such vast fortunes. What a pity. The center of the elemental realm, the 4 elements mountain, I'll never get the chance to go there after all. Jiang Yun sighed, a sense of regret washing over him. That place was the very heart of the elemental realm, teeming with countless high-grade materials. Yet only Lord-level practitioners possessed the strength to venture there. Having interacted with several Lords-level practitioners, Jiang Yun understood the reality and naturally harbored some interest in that place. Yet plans change, and in the end, he never made it there. Having seized the 4 great elemental halls, if Jiang Yun dared show his face there again, what awaited him would be far more than just the 4 elemental kings. The true sovereign of the elemental realm, the 4 elemental king, resided there. The 4 elements king. I wonder what his palace looks like. Muttering to himself, Jiang Yun organized his various acquisitions. With a flash, he departed the microcosm and returned to the elemental realm. Surveying his surroundings, he found not a single soul in sight. Evidently, after failing to find him, the 4 elemental kings had departed as well. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun retrieved the teleportation stone and crushed it in his hand. A silver light enveloped his entire body. After silently counting to 3, the world before Jiang Yun suddenly spun into chaos. The heavens whirled and the earth reeled as his figure vanished completely from the elemental realm. Within mere breaths of Jiang Yun's departure, the 4 elemental kings arrived, their aura fierce and menacing. Soon after, another furious roar echoed through the air. Qingbei University, Tiandu Tower. A flash of silver light erupted as Jiang Yun materialized from the teleportation array. "It's you!" The staff member who saw Jiang Yun descending exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang Yun, it's only the 3rd day, why are you back already?" The fusion period between the elemental realm and Blue Star lasted 1 week. As long as the time hadn't expired, the longer everyone stayed inside, the better. The longer they stayed, the more resources they could acquire. Only when facing mortal danger or when exploration becomes unsustainable would one choose to shatter the teleportation stone and exit prematurely. At this moment, several figures remained within the Tiandu Tower, gathered together in conversation, their expressions sour. They too were among those who had entered the elemental realm this time. For various reasons, they had been forced to exit prematurely, leaving them in a foul mood. Hearing the staff's call, they immediately looked up and turned their gaze toward Jiang Yun. The smiles on their faces gradually turned into wicked grins. Jiang Yun's name was already known to everyone in Qingbei Academy. Rumors of all kinds circulated. Some even called him the foremost student in all of Qingbei Academy. Many resented this but were forced to swallow their grievances due to Jiang Yun's formidable track record. Seeing Jiang Yun suffer misfortune just like themselves, they couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. "So you finally met your match." Jiang Yun's expression remained impassive. Having offended the sovereign of the 4 great elements, it was only natural I'd have to step out. At these words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Offended the 4 elemental kings? How did you manage to survive? Offending even one elemental lord was more than they could bear. An elemental king? Jiang Yun, you're just bragging, right? Someone blurted out, eyes wide with disbelief. Accidentally bumping into an elemental lord and escaping their pursuit is perfectly normal. No need to lie about it. Clearly, they thought Jiang Yun was exaggerating. Jiang Yun merely glanced at them before striding toward the exit of Tiandu Tower. No need for words, the truth would prove everything. Watching Jiang Yun's figure gradually recede, a staff member called out, "Jiang Yun, the spoils you surrendered." "I remember. I'll hand it over when the others come out." With that, Jiang Yun stepped outside the Tiandu Tower and pulled out his phone to send a message to the revered Yuan. Is Reverend Yuan available? I have something I need to discuss with you. Venerable Yuan replied promptly. You're back so soon? What happened in the elemental realm? Never mind. Come over and we'll talk. I'll wait for you in the courtyard. Moments later, Jiang Yun appeared before the small courtyard. Half a month ago, it was from this very place that Venerable Yuan had led him to utterly annihilate the Xiao family. Opening the door, the benevolent face of the revered Yuan greeted Jiang Yun. No need to stand. Sit down and have some tea. Jiang Yun sat as instructed. The revered Yuan poured him a cup of tea, watching him sip slowly before offering comforting words. Life inevitably brings setbacks. Everyone experiences them. The elemental realm is merely a minor hurdle. A temporary setback is nothing to fret over. You must maintain the right mindset. Clearly, he assumed Jiang Yun had faced setbacks in the elemental realm, perhaps even returning empty-handed. But Jiang Yun's next words nearly made him spit out his tea. Venerable Yuan, I have slain the holy son of the Holy Fire Church Soros. 171. The Overlord's dominance, the ingenious use of the elemental lord's heart. What happened? Tell me all about it. Jiang Yun proceeded to recount his experiences in the elemental realm to revered Yuan. Of course, he omitted the part about raiding the homelands of the four elemental kings. He merely spoke vaguely, saying he had taken advantage of the four elemental kings gathering at the center of the elemental realm to take a stroll through the elemental palace, slaying a few lords and seizing some items. This, he added, had drawn the wrath of the four elemental kings. Venerable Yuan paid little heed to this. For a pillar of existence, the entire elemental realm's output was insignificant, beneath his notice. What truly astonished him was Jiang Yun's strength, that he had reached a level where he could hold his own against a lord without defeat. Jiang Yun, your rate of growth truly astonishes even me. The revered abyss gazed at Jiang Yun and sighed. Even your father at this age wasn't as prodigiously gifted as you. His tone then turned sharp with murderous intent. I never imagined those scoundrels would be so audacious as to conspire against you. Jiang Yun, well done. Venerable Yuan declared with towering heroism, for geniuses like you and me, born of humble origins, the path is bound to be more rugged than that of the scions of great clans and noble families. There will always be those who stand in your way, who seek to break your spirit before you reach your destination. The only thing you can do is charge forward with all your might. Those who stand in your way, kill them. The tone of the revered one Yuan was filled with a sea of blood. One could easily imagine that he, too, had walked such a path in his youth. Jiang Yun nodded earnestly, his blood boiling within him. With the venerable Yuan's assurance, he felt grounded. He feared none among his peers, but dreaded those power-hungry old fools without scruples who might strike him down. Immediately after, Jiang Yun produced the four elemental lord hearts he had obtained. Placed together, the four hearts intertwined in a dazzling display of light. Elemental lord hearts? 4 of them? Venerable Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. It's no wonder the four elemental kings pursued you relentlessly. These are precious treasures. A single one might fetch no more than 100,000 points, but with all 4 gathered, selling them for several million points or even more is entirely possible. As he spoke, he rose, collected the 4 elemental hearts, and seized Jiang Yun's arm. Come. We're going to see Luo Chunsheng. He's the expert for this sort of thing. In a secluded courtyard, Luo Chunsheng sipped tea, his face radiating contentment. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Yun and the revered Yuan materialized before him. Jiang Yun, why are you out? Where's Su Xiyue? Reverend Yuan. Luo Chunsheng first noticed Jiang Yun, then spotted the Reverend Yuan beside him. He leapt to his feet and bowed respectfully. Even as a premier St. Hall level forging master, he remained utterly deferential before a pillar. Sit down. Jiang Yun brought back something valuable from the elemental realm and wants you to forge it. Venerable Yuan explained the previous events before producing the 4 elemental lord hearts. Hearing of Jiang Yun's remarkable achievements in the elemental realm, Luo Chunsheng sucked in a sharp breath. But his eyes lit up the moment he saw the 4 elemental lord hearts laid out on the stone table. The forging master's professional instincts made his hands itch. These are truly exceptional materials. Earth, water, wind, fire, the 4 fundamental elements that compose the world. Taken individually, they're nothing special. But all 4 together? That's priceless. Gazing at the 4 elemental lord hearts, Luo Chunsheng pondered for a moment before saying, Jiang Yun, I'll give you 3 options. First, you can use these 4 elemental hearts to complete a 4 great elements blessing ritual. Through this ritual, you can obtain the blessing of the secondary 4 elements. Don't underestimate this blessing. With it, your strength will at least double, a comprehensive enhancement across all aspects. Jiang Yun looked disappointed. Only a secondary blessing? Luo Chunsheng nearly laughed in exasperation. You're still not satisfied? Do you have any idea how incredibly difficult it is to obtain a genuine 4 elements blessing? Unless you're exceptionally fortunate and favored by heaven and earth, it's nearly impossible.
The secondary 4 elements blessing is already the pinnacle within the category of blessings. Jiang Yun nodded, but inwardly, he had already dismissed this option. The sub-grade 4 elements blessing was indeed formidable. But alas, I possess the genuine article. Currently, the World Tree could only bestow a single elemental blessing upon Jiang Yun. However, as the World Tree absorbed the elemental power from the 4 elemental palaces and completed its evolution, casting the genuine 4 elemental blessing was not entirely impossible. With the genuine article in hand, Jiang Yun naturally had no interest in the so-called secondary 4 element blessing. Luo Chunsheng continued, the second option is an enormous storage space. As I mentioned before, earth, water, wind, and fire are the 4 fundamental elements that compose the world. A storage space forged from these 4 elemental lord hearts would possess certain worldly properties. Jiang Yun didn't even blink an eye before shaking his head, prompting Luo Chunsheng to move on to the next option. He already possessed a small world, such an inferior imitation naturally held no appeal. Luo Chunsheng pinched the bridge of his nose with a headache and said, the third one, I think you'll find it even more distasteful. The 4 elemental avatars, they're both equipment and a special artifact. It's a humanoid form crafted entirely based on your appearance, essentially your second body. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. Luo Chunsheng waved his hand dismissively. Don't get too excited just yet. The avatar won't develop on its own. With 4 elemental lord hearts, you can only create a level 1 elemental avatar. Each level upgrade demands not only lifespan but also vast amounts of elemental power to strengthen itself. In short, if you can cultivate it successfully, it will be like a second you, extremely powerful but also incredibly resource intensive. Many give up halfway through the process, forced to abandon it with regret. You'd better think this through carefully. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and nodded. Too many fleas won't make you itch. Worst case, he'd just grind dungeons harder to save up lifespan. As for elemental power? After robbing the 4 elemental kings, that was the last thing Jiang Yun lacked. Seeing Jiang Yun's resolute determination, Luo Chunsheng ceased his persuasion and began discussing the details with him. From Luo Chunsheng, he learned that the elemental avatars classes weren't fixed. They typically chose one from among mage, warrior, knight, or archer. Secondly, the 4 elemental avatars had a growth cap. They could only reach the lord rank at most. To surpass this limit, one must evolve them using the heart of a new elemental lord, or even an elemental king. Though numerous restrictions apply, this option remains preferable to the previous 2 choices. After some discussion, Jiang Yun recalled something and retrieved 2 gleaming golden tokens from his beast-taming space. Venerable Yuan, please examine these 2 tokens. These tokens had been obtained by Jiang Yun from Soros and Xiao respectively. He hadn't paid much attention to them initially, but acquiring them consecutively from 2 unrelated individuals piqued his curiosity. The moment Luo Chunsheng saw the tokens, he sat bolt upright, his beard quivering with excitement. Venerable Yuan also wore an expression of astonishment. Admission tokens to the spirit realm. Jiang Yun, you've truly acquired quite a few valuable items from the elemental realm. 172, Spirit Realm, a harsh extortion. Seeing Jiang Yun's puzzled expression, the revered one explained. When practitioners above the Holy Hall perish, they don't always die completely. Their residual souls linger, merging with the surrounding environment to manifest various anomalies, even artifacts and equipment. For practitioners above the divine tier, however, there exists another path. After death, their spirit and flesh coalesce to form a dungeon. That is the spirit realm. They leave behind the knowledge and skills they've mastered throughout their lives within the spirit realm, awaiting successors to inherit them. This is how a powerful being gives back to the next generation and to Blue Star. At this point, a hint of emotion flickered in the eyes of the revered abyss. As for their own soul, it remains eternally bound within the dungeon, denied rest, until the day their accumulated wisdom is fully drawn by successors and the dungeon dissipates. Jiang Yun felt a deep sense of reverence. Such a powerful being was undoubtedly the true backbone of Blue Star and the human race. Venerable Yuan continued, unlike natural dungeons, such dungeons cannot accommodate many entrants, which is why admission tickets exist. It serves both to limit numbers and to screen out the unworthy, ensuring the legacy of our predecessors is not dishonored by falling into the hands of fools. At this point, the revered one of the abyss couldn't help but smile faintly. Of course, the final outcome invariably sees them divided among the great clans. Very few ever make it into the open market. That you obtain too is truly a remarkable stroke of luck. Let me see. Ah, an entry ticket to the Glory's secret realm. That's the burial site of a Saint Light Archmage, a god-tier powerhouse. It will open within the next few weeks, just before the professional tournament. With this token, you can gain direct access. Jiang Yun, could you sell me one of these tokens? Luo Chunsheng exclaimed excitedly, this forging session no, the next 10 sessions I won't charge you a single coin. Elder Yuan teased from the side, that Archmage of Holy Light wasn't just a god-tier master in his primary profession. His secondary profession divine forging was also god-tier. He gave Jiang Yun a knowing look. Luo Chunsheng nodded. Back then, I pursued my craft with that holy light archmage as my ultimate goal. Little did I know that by the time I completed my apprenticeship, he was already dead. I never got the chance to pay my respects at the spirit sanctuary either. The spots there are guarded like the gates of hell, not a single one was left open. Jiang Yun and the revered Yuan exchanged a glance, instantly understanding. He looked at Luo Chunsheng, chuckled, and held up 2 fingers. 20 free forging attempts. You brat think I'm some beast of burden? 20 times? Trying to work me to death? Not happening. Master Luo, think carefully. Once this chance is gone, it won't come again. After some haggling, the price for this ticket to the Glory Secret Realm was finally settled at 15 free forging opportunities. That value alone was terrifying enough. Watching Luo Chunsheng curse under his breath while carefully stowing away the token, the revered Yuan and Jiang Yun exchanged a knowing smile. Such an opportunity to fleece a master blacksmith was indeed rare. Jiang Yun produced his cooling device, flipped the hourglass, and placed it before Luo Chunsheng. Master Luo, first help me upgrade this cooling item. You brat! Luo Chunsheng glared at him. Free forging is fine, but you'll have to cover the materials. I won't charge you for the miscellaneous bits, but you'll have to cover the crystal heart. It's essential for upgrading the cooling device. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. Jiang Yun produced a sparkling crystal heart and placed it before him. Back in the Pure White Dunes instance, Jiang Yun had obtained 2 crystal hearts in total. He had saved this one until now. Previously, he'd hesitated because asking Luo Chunsheng for help once was simply too costly, and the basic cooling items were barely sufficient. The plan to upgrade the cooldown items had been put on hold. Now that a free forging opportunity had presented itself, Jiang Yun naturally wouldn't pass it up. After completing everything, the 2 bid farewell to Luo Chunsheng and returned to the small courtyard of the Abyss Venerable. For the time being, I must journey to the Abyss to suppress the disturbances. Take care of yourself. Jiang Yun nodded, exchanged a few more words with the Abyss Venerable, then took his leave. Watching Jiang Yun's departing figure, the Abyssal Sage smiled faintly before instantly transforming into a rainbow-colored streak of light and vanishing from the courtyard. He should have departed earlier. But upon receiving Jiang Yun's message, he had deliberately lingered a little longer. The time of a pillar was exceedingly precious. This alone revealed Jiang Yun's exceptional standing in the revered Yuan's heart. Walking toward the villa, Jiang Yun pondered as he went. In 4 days, Ningerin and the others will return from the elemental realm. We can begin accepting registrations for the professional tournament. Registration for the professional tournament could be completed via mobile phone. Jiang Yun had already completed his individual registration. But for team registration, he naturally needed a squad. That would have to wait until Ningerin and the others returned. Moreover, even if Su Mingxi could join Jiang Yun's team, his squad still needed 1 more member. Jiang Yun held no concerns for Ningerin and the others' safety. Their strength ranked among the top of their generation, backed by teleportation stones and protected by soldier ants. Add to that Ningerin's lucky star talent, and there were truly few threats to them within the elemental realm. As for his own side, he couldn't afford to slack off either. Come to think of it, Jiang Yun hadn't even touched the various dungeons or tower climbing challenges within the academy yet. It was time to carve out some time and tackle them. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yun had already returned to the villa. After freshening up, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, within the elemental realm, the scene was nothing short of a frenzy. Having completely lost Jiang Yun's trail, the 4 elemental kings had no choice but to return to the center of the elemental realm. The temporarily halted contest resumed once more. This time, the situation for the human race was far from rosy. Having suffered such a crushing defeat at Jiang Yun's hands, the 4 elemental kings could only vent their seething fury upon the human lords, fighting with reckless abandon as if their lives were nothing. This left the human lords in utter disarray, their battle record looking dismal. Last time, when Blue Star intersected with the elemental realm, the human lords faced off against the elemental lords, ending with a final tally of 3:1. They had come so close to entering the core region of the elemental realm. This time, however, facing the enraged elemental king, the battle proved grueling. The final tally ended in a 2:2 stalemate. This meant human practitioners could only gather resources from the outermost layers. This left everyone disappointed, and they couldn't help but curse that nameless human lord under their breath. You got to enjoy the good stuff, even snagging the palace while we're stuck suffering. Don't let me find out who you are. As the contest concluded, the 4 elemental kings swung their spears. At the heart of the elemental realm, the seals binding the 4 elemental mountains shattered. The practitioners immediately rushed inside, beginning their search. Moments later, a tall, coldly beautiful woman emerged from the 4 element mountains, a satisfied smile on her face. Clearly, she had found what she sought within. Suddenly, she looked up toward the distance, surprise flitting across her face. In a flash, she transformed into a blazing streak of fire, landing before a small squad. Mingxi, didn't I tell you not to approach the danger zone? 173, Luo Nichao's attitude, Candle Prison Dungeon. The arrivals were Ningerin's squad, with Su Mingxi among them. Upon seeing the woman, Su Mingxi respectfully addressed her as master. This woman was none other than Su Mingxi's teacher Luo Nichao, the overlord of the Five Elements Academy. She was the most powerful among all the lords. It was she who had just represented the human lords in battle, decisively defeating the Wind Element Lord and securing a crucial victory for humanity.
Greetings, Master. Ningerin brought me here, saying this place would benefit us.
Seeing Luo Nichao arrive, Su Mingxi bowed respectfully, her demeanor a mix of reverence and apprehension. She then introduced the two figures behind her.
So this is Ningerin of the Ning family.
And this young lady as well, both are quite formidable. Luo Nichao glanced at them, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes as her tone softened considerably. With her discerning eye, she could easily recognize the extraordinary nature of these two young women. Ningerin, of course, needed no introduction. She was one of the few rising talents even Luo Nichi had heard of, someone absolutely untouchable. Given her talent, if she said this place held benefits for her, then it undoubtedly did. Su Xiyue radiated an icy aura, excelling at the top tier among her peers in both profession and rank. Add to that her beauty, which in no way paled in comparison to the other two, and Luo Nichao couldn't help but give her a second look.
Curiosity stirred within her. Su Xiyue was one thing, she and Su Mingxi were close friends. But how did they come to know Ningerin? Soon, Luo Nichao got her answer from Su Mingxi. What? You all met through Jiang Yun? Luo Nichao's eyes widened in shock.
She knew exactly who Jiang Yun was. The relationship between her and Su Mingxi wasn't that of a teacher instructing a student, but rather that of a master passing on her legacy to an apprentice. She was well aware of Su Mingxi's background and her fiancé. The national top scholar who recently wiped out a second-rate family. Her rise was nothing short of extraordinary.
Gradually, she'd formed a vague impression of Jiang Yun.
Not one for words, yet sharp-tongued when she spoke, powerful to the point of defying reason, and so on. And today, she discovered yet another trait of Jiang Yun.
This kid, his romantic prospects were a bit too abundant. Watching the three women vying for his attention, Luo Nichao's gaze grew sharp. She pulled Su Mingxi aside and asked with a grave expression, Mingxi, do you have confidence in your fiancé?
The question was veiled, but Su Mingxi understood instantly, her ears flushing crimson. After a moment of awkward hesitation, she stammered, well, I do have some confidence in him.
Master, this is between us. Please don't meddle.
Embarrassed by her master's intrusion into her personal affairs, Su Mingxi hastily changed the subject.
Master, I was wondering if I could join Jiang Yun's team.
Before she could finish, Luo Nichao agreed without hesitation.
This surprised Su Mingxi.
She had expected Luo Nichao to refuse with excuses like bringing honor to the academy.
But to her surprise, Luo Nichao agreed outright. Seeing Su Mingxi's puzzled expression, Luo Nichao smiled gently and touched her cheek. As long as you place in the professional tournament, that alone will bring honor to our Five Elements Academy. Besides,
a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. I don't want you to end up like my aunt, never finding true love in your lifetime.
Aunt? Su Mingxi's face lit up with curiosity. The one from the Sacred Hall of Burning Butterflies? Luo Nichao nodded.
Back then, she had feelings for a prodigy from Qingbei Academy. But for various reasons, she ended up burying that affection deep within herself. In the end, that prodigy met with an accident while on a mission and never returned.
From that day on, my aunt remained unmarried. What was that prodigy's name? I believe it was Jiang Xiaoyun?
Moments later, Su Mingxi returned, her excitement palpable and her smile impossible to hide, having received Luo Nichao's approval.
Luo Nichao didn't leave either.
Instead, she led the three of them deep into the heart of the Four Elements Mountain. She couldn't trust these three to explore a place teeming with lords. Guided by Ningerin's innate talent, they entered the Four Elements Mountain, embarking on their own adventure. Meanwhile, deep within the core region of the Four Elements Mountain, a realm inaccessible to others, a dazzling palace shimmered with the radiance of the Four Elements. Within it, the Four Elements King sat alone upon his throne. A voice, indistinguishable as male or female, echoed through the empty hall. A century has passed, and with each arrival, the strength of the human race grows ever greater.
In contrast, we elemental kindred remain bound by the world, unable to advance further.
As a ruler, perhaps I too must make a decision.
It is decided. I shall journey to the human lands and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, at Qingbei Academy, the crisp chirping of birds roused Jiang Yun from his slumber.
Jiang Yun stirred awake, smacking his lips regretfully.
He had been having a wonderful dream.
In it, Ningerin, Su Mingxi, and Su Xiyue were there. They were playing by the sea, dressed lightly, waving to him. The rest was unspeakable. So, it really is that time of life. Jiang Yun murmured, suddenly feeling energized. No slacking off, Jiang Yun. If he kept slacking off like this, how long would it take him to reach the king tier and become a real man? With that thought, Jiang Yun sprang to his feet, washed up, and dressed. After grabbing breakfast at the cafeteria, he headed toward the instance hall.
He intended to use this window to clear all the Academy's dungeons and climb a tower while he was at it. This way, he could accumulate a substantial amount of points and even extend his lifespan. Soon, Jiang Yun arrived at the dungeon hall. The place was bustling as always. He had visited several times before, but always rushed in and out without taking a proper look around. As Jiang Yun observed his surroundings with keen interest, a timid voice suddenly spoke up. "Excuse me, are you Jiang Yun?" Turning around, he saw a rather pretty girl. He vaguely recognized her. They'd crossed paths a few times during his first days at school. Seeing Jiang Yun eyeing her curiously, the girl gathered her courage and said, "I don't know if you remember me, but I'm Bai Shuang. I was a freshman in the same year as you." "Hello, Bai Shuang. What brings you here?" Seeing Jiang Yun's gentle demeanor, Bai Shuang finally relaxed. Jiang Yun was too busy taking in the surrounding scenery to realize he had become a sight to behold himself. His reputation was now widely known. Many people observed him from afar, intimidated by his reputation, but only Bai Shuang dared to approach. Bai Shuang inquired warmly, "Is it that you wish to tackle a dungeon, Comrade Jiang Yun, or are you seeking a specific material from one? I know this place well. For just 20 points, I can provide guidance services." In other words, she was offering tour guide services. Jiang Yun understood, yet remained puzzled. "Doesn't running this business slow down your leveling progress?" Bai Shuang stuck out her tongue. "It's just a side gig during my free time. Points are hard to come by, every little bit helps. Of course, someone as important as you, Jiang Yun, probably wouldn't understand these things, right?" Jiang Yun scratched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Being called that by a classmate from the same cohort felt rather peculiar. Compared to his peers, however, Jiang Yun had indeed advanced far beyond them. "Are there any dungeons with leaderboards?" Jiang Yun recalled Ningerin's words and asked. Bai Shuang nodded. "Of course there are. Those types of dungeons are always very popular. Like this one." She pointed to a section of the Grand Hall. The Candle Prison Dungeon. 174. The Greedy Wolf Squad's Provocation, Bizarre Dungeon Monsters. Led by Bai Shuang, Jiang Yun made his way toward the Candle Prison Dungeon. As they walked, Bai Shuang explained the dungeon's details. Different instances have different leaderboards. Some track fastest clear times, while others count the number of monsters defeated. The Candlelight Prison instance follows a time-based leaderboard. The top 10 fastest clear times on the leaderboard not only receive extra treasure chests from the instance but also additional points awarded by the Academy. Many players actually find this a form of entertainment, meticulously studying every detail just to shave off even a single second from their completion time. By the time they spoke, the two had already reached the starlight representing the Candle Prison Dungeon. The area was packed shoulder to shoulder, just as Bai Shuang had described, bustling with activity. Suddenly, cheers erupted from ahead. "Congratulations to Team Wolf for setting a new clearing record." A 5-member team emerged amid the cheers, each member beaming with pride as they waved to the crowd, radiating the aura of superstars. Bai Shuang explained beside them, the Greedy Wolf Squad consists entirely of second-year students, with members generally around level 32. They specialize in this dungeon. They set the previous record, and now, less than a month later, they've broken it again. Jiang Yun felt his decision to hire Bai Shuang was absolutely spot on. With her around, he saved himself a ton of effort. A team averaging level 32 could barely scrape into the top tier among Qingbei Academy students. It wasn't that Qingbei Academy lacked stronger students. But the truly exceptional ones had long since grown restless within Qingbei Academy's walls, venturing out to forge their own paths. The multiracial battlefield and major wilderness instances, those were their true gathering grounds. Few remained within Qingbei Academy. Jiang Yun? At that moment, the knight clad in black armor from the Greedy Wolf Squad suddenly noticed Jiang Yun and called out. Under the stunned gazes of the others, he stepped forward, his eyes burning as he fixed them on Jiang Yun. "Everyone else thinks you're dangerous and powerful, that you destroyed an entire clan. But I believe you're merely riding on the coattails of Reverend Yuan." The words carried a thick layer of provocation. Clearly, as Jiang Yun's fame grew, so did the number of those harboring grievances against him. "If everyone fought like you, things would be much easier for me right now," Jiang Yun retorted, his gaze unwavering as he walked forward. "You!" The Black Knight erupted in fury. He sensed utter contempt in Jiang Yun's demeanor and tone. He hadn't encountered such an attitude in a very long time. A mere freshman, what gives him the right to act so arrogant? Watching Jiang Yun's direction, he suddenly chuckled darkly. "Judging by your look, you're off to tackle the Candle Prison Dungeon, right? How about we race? See who finishes fastest?" "Whatever you say." Jiang Yun's tone remained as indifferent as ever. The dungeon information appeared before Jiang Yun. Candlefire Prison. Access level, 2035. Top clear times. Greedy Wolf Squad, 2 hours 23 minutes. Nephilim Squad, 3 hours 01 minutes. Surprisingly, there was no difficulty selection, which left Jiang Yun feeling a bit unsettled. Just then, another member of the Greedy Wolf Squad noticed something amiss. "Huh? Where's your teammate?" Why are you here alone? Jiang Yun's voice echoed, one is enough. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of white light erupted, and he vanished before everyone's eyes, heading toward the instant's entrance. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Soloing the Candle Prison Dungeon? That was something no one had ever heard of. The Black Knight scoffed, just one person? What's he trying to pull? Let's see how he handles this. With that, he stopped moving and stood aside, clearly intending to watch Jiang Yun make a fool of himself. The commotion quickly drew a crowd. Curious onlookers gathered around, waiting to see the outcome. Jiang Yun, a name that rang like thunder, yet shrouded in mystery. He rarely showed his face at the academy. Everyone knew he had brought down the academy's dean and destroyed an entire noble family. Yet those who had actually witnessed him in action were few and far between in truth, only during the freshman initiation ceremony. Everyone was intensely curious about the true extent of his abilities. Countless others were eager to witness Jiang Yun's downfall. After all, attempting the single candle prison dungeon solo was something unheard of before. Among those present, Bai Shuang was likely the only one who genuinely hoped Jiang Yun would accomplish this feat. Bai Shuang clasped her hands before her chest, silently praying for Jiang Yun's success. At that moment, Jiang Yun had arrived at the dungeon entrance. It was a pale purple door, nestled amidst a sea of white flowers. A flash of white light erupted, and Jiang Yun vanished into the instance. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes to find himself trapped within an iron cell. His limbs were bound by chains. Monsters with candle-shaped heads and metallic bodies, wielding scythes, paced around the cell like prison guards. Interesting. Jiang Yun exerted slight pressure with his hands. With a clang, the chains binding his limbs snapped cleanly. Under the influence of the Lord of Return's burial domain, his physical strength grew ceaselessly, long since reaching superhuman levels. Such flimsy chains could never hold him. The commotion of his escape drew the attention of the monsters. They closed in on Jiang Yun's iron cell, growling lowly. Golden light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. With a single glance, the monster's information appeared before him. Ghost Candle Jailer. Level, 25. Skills, Ghost Flame Incineration, Tear. Jiang Yun's gaze fixed on the skill Ghost Fire consumes life. Ghost Flame Consumption. Attacks imbued with ghost flames inflict damage while draining the target's lifespan. If the caster is killed by the enemy, the consumed lifespan is returned. However, if the caster dies before being killed by the enemy, the consumed lifespan is not returned. What a vicious skill. Jiang Yun sucked in a sharp breath. He came here to earn lifespan, yet this guy actually wants to take lifespan from him. Get the hell away from me. Jiang Yun roared, and multicolored light flared as soldier ants materialized, charging toward the monster. The iron cage imprisoning Jiang Yun shattered instantly, followed by the ghostly fire jailer's body crumbling apart. The soldier ants spread out, slaughtering every monster in sight. Having grown accustomed to monsters easily reaching level 30 in the elemental realm, mere creatures in their 20s were utterly insignificant to Jiang Yun. You have slain the Ghost Fire Jailer. Gained 230 years of lifespan. You have slain the Ghost Flame Jailer Elite, gaining 350 years of lifespan. Jiang Yun stepped out of the shattered cage and surveyed his surroundings. This was a dark, damp dungeon. The iron cage that had held Jiang Yun was just one among many. Beyond it lay a dozen more empty iron cages. If they had come as a party, these cages should have held his teammates. As Jiang Yun pondered, his eyes suddenly lit up as he activated the castling skill. Just moments ago, he had received a message from the soldier ants. The scattered soldier ants had already located the exit to the dungeon. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Yun materialized before a dilapidated iron door. Pushing open the door, a magnificent scene unfolded before Jiang Yun's eyes. 175, not a leaf on his body, the pure evil Pope. A towering snow-capped mountain stood between heaven and earth. Layers upon layers of fortifications crowned its peak, with only a few paths leading to the colossal cathedral at its summit. Countless monstrous figures swirled within the fortress, an aura of grim menace piercing the heavens. Jiang Yun swept his heavenly eye across the scene and spotted numerous monsters in their 30s prowling the fortress walls. The dungeon he had just escaped was merely an appetizer. This heavily fortified snow-capped mountain before him was the true battlefield. At least 1,000 monsters. The greedy wolf squad clearing this in 2 hours? Looks like they've got something special. Jiang Yun murmured, raising his hand to summon the soldier ant legion. But after a moment's thought, he withdrew the army. This dungeon tested speed. Given that, perhaps a shortcut existed. Summoning the moon goddess, he merged with her, once again entering the moon goddess state. Cloaked in black bone armor, his form became slender and graceful. In the next instant, Jiang Yun's form shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, charging toward the snow-capped mountain. Clang! 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 The moment Jiang Yun entered the snow-capped mountain, the bells tolled, and a blood-red giant eye materialized atop the church on the mountain's peak. A crimson beam shot forth from the giant eye, enveloping Jiang Yun and marking his location. The entire snow-capped mountain rumbled violently. The castle gate slammed open, and hordes of monsters poured out, creatures similar to the ghost flame jailers roaring as they lunged toward Jiang Yun. Looks like this instance is tougher than I anticipated, Jiang Yun thought to himself. He had assumed this instance would be similar to the Abyssal Canyon, allowing him to clear it quickly using stealth and focus solely on the boss. But unexpectedly, this instance had anti-stealth mechanisms. The monster's aggression was also far higher than anticipated. But if that were all, the dungeon's difficulty would be manageable. Did they truly believe Jiang Yun's strongest ability in his moon god form was stealth? Beneath his mask, Jiang Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. In the next instant, his figure shot forward like a black bolt of lightning, streaking past the monsters charging toward him. Their bodies froze instantly. The next instant, their bodies shattered, crumbling to the ground. With the boost of extreme speed, Jiang Yun's shadow claws merely grazed the monsters' bodies, yet effortlessly tore them apart. The black lightning streaked through the horde of monsters. Wherever it passed, monsters fell like wheat in a field. Countless monsters swarmed in, yet not a single one could harm Jiang Yun. They couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. And this was all while Jiang Yun had no intention of fighting them. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have slaughtered them all within 2 minutes. Jiang Yun darted into the shadows, reappearing in another dark recess. His form darted swiftly between the fortifications. Even when these monsters clearly saw his position, they couldn't keep up with his pace, easily left behind. Within mere seconds, Jiang Yun had already breached the first layer of fortress defenses and was advancing toward the mid-slope. Boom! At the mid-slope, the fortress gates swung open, releasing another wave of monsters. These monsters were clearly of a much higher level and strength than those at the base of the mountain. Upon the fortress walls, candle-headed monsters resembling mages appeared, each wielding a staff. Beams of crimson light, like piercing eyes, locked onto Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's movements froze instantly, his speed plummeting. Slow. Jiang Yun looked up. Candle Executioner. Level 32. Skills: Flame Attachment, Roar Spell, Slow Spell, Tracking Fireball. The next moment, a moonlight glow illuminated his body. Empowered by the moonlight, Jiang Yun became immune to all control effects. His speed returned to normal as he dashed away with a whoosh. A mere second after his departure, countless fireballs slammed into his former position. Watching Jiang Yun break through layer after layer of obstacles with his swift elemental speed, the Candle Executioner roared, raising his staff to cast another spell. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness beneath them. With a flick of its hands, a cold gleam flashed, and a row of Candle Executioners instantly shattered into fragments. Jiang Yun's clones proved remarkably effective at this moment, swiftly eliminating the mages who posed a threat to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun's true form had already crossed the mid-slope, advancing toward the mountaintop chapel. The paths leading to the chapel converged here, merging into a single one. Steps rose straight upward, leading directly to the church entrance, flanked by towering stone statues over 5 meters tall, each clad in armor and wielding a massive sword. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled. As Jiang Yun drew nearer, the statues' eyes flashed crimson. They began to move, charging toward Jiang Yun and blocking his path. Foolish Knight. Level 35. Skills: Shield Bash, War Stomp, Holy Light Enhancement, Powerful Swing, Continuous Slashes. Jiang Yun gasped in astonishment. There were no fewer than 12 of these knights. Even on the battlefield where the king of the barbarian mountains had appeared, they would have been a formidable force. Little tree, give me a blessing. Jiang Yun mentally communicated with the world tree. Goo goo. The world tree responded cheerfully. A flash of azure light enveloped Jiang Yun as 2 ethereal blue wings unfurled behind him. The wind element blessing was now in place. Jiang Yun thrust his feet against the ground, causing the earth beneath him to shatter with a thunderous crash as he leapt skyward. Empowered by the wind elemental blessing, he achieved a brief moment of gliding. His form traced a graceful arc through the air, spanning a kilometer, soaring over the advancing Night Legion, and landing at the church entrance. Ignoring the chaos of stone statues behind him, Jiang Yun kicked open the church doors and stepped inside. Sacred hymns washed over him. Beneath the soaring dome, sunlight refracted through the stained glass rose window, casting a sacred radiance that descended in brilliant splendor and solemn grandeur. On either side of Jiang Yun, figures draped in white cloth knelt reverently, chanting hymns as they paid homage to the figure atop the pulpit. There sat an elderly man, dressed in a magnificent purple robe embroidered with gold, crowned with a regal diadem. His head was bowed, as if in peaceful slumber. Only when Jiang Yun approached did he lift his head. From the withered, skin-covered skull, a pair of empty sockets long since devoid of eyeballs stared fixedly at Jiang Yun. Corrupt Pure Evil Pope. Level 38. Skills: Divine Sealing, Devourer, Castling, Distorted Blade Form. Foolish Cultists. Level 20. Skills: None. Golden light filled Jiang Yun's eyes as he scanned the area, finally fixing his gaze upon the Pure Evil Pope. Excuse me, your death warrant. Sign for it. With that casual remark, Jiang Yun's figure surged forward. His shadow claws left after images as they struck directly for the Pure Evil Pope's head. A flash of white light erupted. The Pope vanished before Jiang Yun's eyes, replaced by a foolish cultist. The foolish cultist's body shattered under the claw's strike. Turning, Jiang Yun saw the pure evil Pope rising from a crowd of foolish cultists. 6 withered, branch-like fingers slowly unfolded behind him. From his hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames erupted. 176, 12 minutes. Castling. This is the first time I've seen a monster possess a skill I have myself. Jiang Yun muttered under his breath, not overly surprised. He had already glimpsed the pure evil Pope's abilities through his heavenly eye and anticipated this. His form shifted again as Jiang Yun lunged toward the pure evil Pope. This time, the Pope did not dodge. 2 of his 6 arms gripped a crystalline diamond staff, while the other 4 each held a flaming longsword. As Jiang Yun closed in, the Pope's scepter flickered. A ring of fire expanded outward, repelling him. A repelling ring of fire. Immediately, the 4 swords in the Pope's hands erupted into frenzied slashes. Streaks of fiery sword energy held forth, charging toward Jiang Yun. Still cultivating both magic and martial arts? Startled, Jiang Yun twisted mid-air. Empowered by the blessing of the wind element, he forcibly evaded the assault, vanishing into the shadows. The pure evil Pope roared, smashing his staff down violently. A sacred light radiated outward from him like ripples. Divine sealing. All subspace traversal is forbidden here. Jiang Yun tumbled out of the shadows, his face filled with astonishment. Who knew such a skill existed? Even shadow travel is useless now. Whoa, this boss kinda counters the moon god form. In that case, Jiang Yun's expression turned serious as he leapt forward, charging toward the pure evil Pope. The distance between them rapidly closed. His move was entirely within the pure evil Pope's expectations. The pure evil Pope raised 4 flaming swords in his hands, merging them into one massive, blazing sword that came crashing down from above. Simultaneously, his other 2 hands wielded wands, conjuring a crimson fireball before him that instantly exploded. Flames erupted, surging toward Jiang Yun. Fireball. In an instant, Jiang Yun was engulfed by the raging flames. The next instant, a golden armored figure burst through the flames, appearing before the pure evil Pope. Jiang Yun grinned, delivering a punch straight to the pure evil Pope's face. This was Jiang Yun's great sun form. Upon realizing his moon god form was being countered, Jiang Yun instantly switched to his great sun form. Bathed in fire and empowered by the blessings of the fire element, the pure evil Pope's full force strike left only faint streaks upon the golden armor covering his body. Boom! The entire church trembled. The pure evil Pope was sent flying by Jiang Yun's fist, knocking over countless deluded followers along the way before slamming into the wall. Though Jiang Yun's attack power in the Great Sun form was not as formidable as in the Moon God form, the sheer force of this punch remained formidable. The pure evil Pope wrenched himself free from the wall and staggered to his feet. Watching Jiang Yun advance step by step, he raised his staff and swung his flaming sword, unleashing an endless barrage of attacks that once again engulfed Jiang Yun. This time, Jiang Yun was only knocked back 2 steps before steadying himself. He forced his way forward, bearing the onslaught. One slap sent the pure evil Pope crashing to the ground. This time, the pure evil Pope had learned his lesson. A flash of light erupted as he activated the castling skill once more, swapping places with the foolish cultist. The pure evil Pope steadied himself, reaching out to grab a nearby foolish cultist. Creak, creak, a sound akin to gnawing emanated from his hand. The foolish cultist's body rapidly withered. The pure evil Pope's head, slightly dented from Jiang Yun's punch, quickly regained its round shape. Before he could finish consuming the foolish cultist in his grasp, a familiar golden armored figure abruptly materialized before him. Is that all you've got? While shifting into the Great Sun form, Jiang Yun also unleashed the Soldier Ant Legion. This time, however, the army of soldier ants did not attack. Instead, they positioned themselves above the foolish cultists' heads. They waited for the moment the boss used his castling skill. With a thunderous punch, the pure evil Pope was sent flying once more. Before he could scramble back to his feet, behind Jiang Yun, the soldier ants formed a great sunwheel, slowly rotating. A golden light erupted, engulfing the pure evil Pope. Having sensed the boss's ability to devour fools and regain health, Jiang Yun accelerated his attacks, leaving him no room to breathe. Moments later, a mournful wail echoed. Under Jiang Yun's relentless assault, the pure evil Pope staggered and collapsed, his form crumbling to ash. You have slain the corrupted pure evil Pope, gaining 72,000 years of lifespan. Clang! A golden treasure chest appeared before Jiang Yun. Scarlet Pope's sword, gold grade, attack plus 500, spirit plus 500, constant spell, sacred fire sword. Scarlet Pope's staff, gold grade, spirit plus 1000. A pile of golden equipment, some materials, and several skill scrolls. Only one gold grade skill scroll caught Jiang Yun's attention. He grinned and tucked it away, while the rest were rather ordinary. With Jiang Yun's current wealth, purchasing a single gold grade skill scroll was a breeze. But he needed far too many skill scrolls. After all, learning skills in the virtual learning hall was far too slow. Yet it was the fastest way to acquire skills outside of using scrolls. If you don't want to put in the effort, then you'd better be prepared to spend big.
Every penny saved counts. Come to think of it, maybe I should learn 1 or 2 attack skills. In Sun God form, just spamming basic attacks isn't cutting it feels like a waste. Muttering to himself, Jiang Yun pulled out his phone to check the time. He had deliberately checked the time when entering the instance. Morning, 8:36. Now, 8:58 a.m. 12 minutes spent. Emerging from the dungeon took 1 minute. Rushing from the base of the mountain to the summit and entering the church took about 5 minutes. Defeating the boss actually took the longest 6 minutes. It wasn't that hard after all. Jiang Yun shrugged, confirmed nothing was left behind, and exited the instance. Outside the instance, in the instance hall, the group crowded beneath the star representing the Candle Prison instance, listening to the Black Knight brag. With nothing else to do, he decided to share some insights about the Candle Prison Dungeon. Candle Prison Dungeon has high monster density and formidable foes. It's a trap at every turn. You need to stay vigilant at all times. He added smugly, it's set in a snowy mountain. Weaker teams won't even make it halfway up before getting swamped by monster swarms. You're probably thinking about stealth, right? Forget it. No chance. This dungeon has anti-stealth mechanics. The moment you enter, your position gets marked. Our team was specifically assembled and trained for this dungeon. Yan Lei, mage, with area of effect mind shock spells. Wang Xian, assassin, can swiftly eliminate those terrifying ranged mages. Me, Li Tianhua, knight. I have an ultra-powerful charge skill that can clear a path fast. And Lin Qingling, Beastmaster, her flying pet, can help us evade the final wave of stone golem legions. Dealing with these isn't the end, the boss is the real nightmare. It teleports instantly, attacks at an extremely high frequency, deals massive damage, and can directly negate stealth spells. Not only that, but it can devour its own cultists. His expression darkened as he spoke, clearly haunted by the memory. Absorption doesn't just heal its wounds. If he devours over half his cultists, he enters phase 2, fully restoring his peak power, utterly unbeatable. Even we, who specialize in this dungeon, frequently fail. Finally, he concluded, Jiang Yun trying to clear this dungeon solo is pure overconfidence. When he emerges, I'll make sure to mock him thoroughly. Those nearby nodded in deep agreement. Li Tianhua was practically an expert on the Candle Prison instance. Judging by his description, this instance ranked among the top tier in difficulty for players below level 40. Jiang Yun daring to attempt it solo was nothing short of the ignorance of the fearless. Bai Shuang listened, her gaze drifting toward the instance entrance as worry crept into her expression. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and a figure materialized before the group. It was Jiang Yun. Li Tianhua leapt to his feet, roaring with laughter. Well, Jiang Yun, got your ass kicked, huh? TSK, even the top scholar in the nation isn't all that. You couldn't last an hour in there. Let me guess, how much life did you lose? Jiang Yun ignored him, calmly stepping forward. Anger flashed across Li Tianhua's face. Just as he moved to confront Jiang Yun, his gaze suddenly fell upon a light screen behind him. His body froze in place. The smug, gloating smile faded from his face, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. The light screen displayed the leaderboard for the Candle Prison Dungeon. The top name had changed at some point. Jiang Yun, time, 12 minutes. 177, Savage Battlefield Dungeon, full throttle. Ding! 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 The chime echoed throughout the hall, followed by an ethereal female voice. Congratulations to Jiang Yun for setting a new record in the Candle Prison Dungeon, 12 minutes. Reward, 50,000 points. Jiang Yun smiled upon hearing this. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to China, the artificial intelligence that had appeared during the election. As for the 50,000 points, Jiang Yun paid them no mind whatsoever. For ordinary students, it was a substantial sum, but to Jiang Yun, it was merely a trivial bonus. He approached Bai Shuang and said, let's go. We'll check out the next instance. The crowd fell silent. No gasps. No clamor. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Yun's retreating figure, momentarily unable to recover. 12 minutes, that number was simply too outrageous. The previous best time, set by the Greedy Wolf professional team, was 2 hours and 23 minutes. Now, Jiang Yun's time had effectively reduced the completion time to 1/10 of that or even less. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Clang! Li Tianhua, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, plopped down onto the ground, his face etched with confusion and despair. As one of the few who had studied this dungeon most deeply, he was the most shaken. He could accept Jiang Yun being powerful enough to clear the Candle Prison Dungeon, but he couldn't fathom how Jiang Yun managed to do it in such a ridiculously short time. He couldn't fathom how Jiang Yun had managed it. Looking up, Li Tianhua was stunned to see that the once bustling crowd had thinned considerably. Except for his own team members, everyone else had left this place, following Jiang Yun's footsteps. At that moment, guided by Bai Shuang, Jiang Yun had already arrived before another instance. This is the Savage Battlefield instance, Bai Shuang explained. Unlike the Candle Prison, the leaderboard here ranks players based on the number of monsters they kill. Bai Shuang explained, you can only stay in this instance for 2 hours.
The more monsters you kill within that time, the higher your ranking.
It's unclear which senior student started this tradition, but this dungeon has become a mandatory test for Qingbei University students to gauge their strength. Because of this, the leaderboards are split into two categories, team rankings and individual rankings. A light screen extended before Jiang Yun.
Team leaderboard. First place, Blood River Squad, 12,902.
Second place, White Hair Squad, 9,838.
Third place, all the good names were taken by Dog Squad, 8,796. Individual leaderboard. First place, Hong Liang, 7,787. Second place, Li Chansheng, 4,768.
Jiang Yun pointed at Hong Liang, the top name on the individual leaderboard, and asked, "Who is this person?" He had noticed this individual at a glance.
His kill count alone surpassed the bottom 5 on the team leaderboard and far outstripped everyone else on the individual leaderboard.
Senior Hong Liang has held the top spot on the individual leaderboard for nearly 5 years. Bai Shuang explained, he's a legend at our Qingbei University, an inspiration to countless students.
The second-ranked senior, Li Chansheng, is currently a junior.
To surpass this veteran, he's deliberately remained at the advanced professional level, refusing to undergo his second-class change. He left campus long ago to pursue his career elsewhere.
His strength should be nearing the king tier level by now, right? I see. Jiang Yun nodded, then tapped his finger.
A flash of white light erupted, and his figure vanished from everyone's sight. A dark red door materialized before him. The door stood within an underground hall, surrounded by utter emptiness.
Barbaric battlefield. Access level, 2538.
A flash of white light, and Jiang Yun formally entered the instance. A blood-red desert stretched before his eyes, the ground densely covered with thumb-sized fragments of petrified rock. A line of blood-red characters spread out before him.
2 hours. Survive. Boom.
The blood-red text vanished as the earth suddenly trembled, sending dust billowing into the sky from the distance. Jiang Yun looked up to see countless enormous monsters roaring toward him.
Scarlet Flame Giant Ape. Level 32.
Skills, Flame Breath, Heavy Strike, Bloodlust.
Savage Black Rhino. Level 34.
Skills, Charge, Heavy Armor, War Stomp.
All manner of ferocious beasts, each leveling up no lower than 30. Is the pressure this intense?
Jiang Yun drew a deep breath of the cold, blood-tinged air, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes.
Little Black, Moon Goddess.
He summoned his 2 pet beasts, and the soldier ant legion materialized alongside them. He merged with the ant queen, Xiao, transforming into his great sun form. He then communicated with the world tree, bestowing a fire elemental blessing upon himself and a wind elemental blessing upon Moon Goddess. With a flick of his wrist, 2 small steamed buns materialized before him. One radiated intense black mist, the other shimmered with sacred hues. Abyssal steamed bun, upon consumption, grants abyssal empowerment. All power transforms into abyssal attributes, increasing all stats by 30% and reducing cooldowns by 50%.
Lasts for half an hour.
Divine steamed bun, upon consumption, grants the descent of the heavenly god effect. All power transforms into divine attributes, increasing all stats by 30% and reducing cooldowns by 50%.
Lasts for half an hour.
Throughout this period, Jiang Yun never forgot to use his food summoning whenever possible, stockpiling various types of Xiaolong Bao. Even the rarest divine and abyssal Xiaolong Bao now had several in his stash. The moon god's attributes aligned with the abyssal attributes, allowing her to consume them, while Jiang Yun himself ate the sacred Xiaolong Bao. After consuming the steamed buns, the golden armor on Jiang Yun's body shone even more brilliantly, and an ethereal crown appeared above his head. Meanwhile, the moon god was enveloped in a swirling black mist, his aura becoming eerie and elusive. With all this done, the beast tide was now upon them.
Let's begin,
Jiang Yun murmured, stepping forward toward the beast tide. This was the first time Jiang Yun had unleashed his full power like this. He was eager to see just how many monsters he could slay within 2 hours.
Could he surpass that venerable predecessor, Hong Liang?
Behind him, the soldier ant legion coalesced into a wheel, unleashing a dazzling golden light that roared forth, pouring into the beast tide. The moon goddess's figure had long vanished. Deep, dark fissures continuously appeared within the beast tide, devouring the lives of one ferocious beast after another. Sunshower roared, piercing the bodies of the beasts charging at the forefront, causing them to fall in droves. At this close range, many beasts with ranged attacks launched assaults at Jiang Yun. Acid rain, fireballs, and ice arrows fell thick and fast, striking Jiang Yun with a series of thuds. Yet not even the slightest tremor shook his form. Instead, Jiang Yun's speed increased, until he finally charged headlong into the oncoming tide of beasts. The battle between Jiang Yun and the beast tide had officially begun. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the virtual learning hall, several youths, assisted by staff, dialed a phone number. Brotherly Changsheng, someone's challenging the savage battlefield dungeon. 178, Li Changsheng shock, frenzied slaughter. A slightly weary male voice answered from the other end.
I thought it was something serious. If he wants to challenge it, let him challenge it. This time is different. The youth said anxiously, this time, he might actually surpass you?
Fearing Li Changsheng might doubt him, he quickly added, that person is Jiang Yun.
Brother Changsheng, you must know him, right?
He just finished the Candle Prison Dungeon.
Do you know how long it took him to clear it? 12 minutes. Silence fell on the other end of the line.
As everyone waited for a response, the doors of the virtual learning hall suddenly swung open. A young man, bare-chested, stepped out. The most striking feature was undoubtedly his completely hairless, gleaming bald head.
Brother Changsheng. Li Changsheng nodded and asked, 12 minutes, are you sure? Absolutely. Chang'e has already notarized it.
A flicker of disbelief and shock crossed Li Changsheng's eyes.
This time frame was simply outrageous.
He had tackled the Candle Prison Dungeon himself. So he couldn't fathom how Jiang Yun had managed it. Let's go check it out. Within the savage battlefield instance, Jiang Yun was engulfed in a frenzy of combat. The monsters here weren't particularly powerful, but their numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, they fought in coordination. Monsters with different attributes and abilities worked together like a well-trained army, achieving a synergy where the whole was greater than the sum of its parts. Initially, Jiang Yun wasn't paying attention and suffered several heavy blows, getting knocked flying. Fortunately, his physique was sturdy enough that he suffered no serious injuries. Soon, he adapted to the rhythm of the beast tide's attacks, leveraging his strengths to launch a counteroffensive. Boom! Golden torrents rained down like a storm, instantly clearing a vast expanse before Jiang Yun. In the next instant, the great sun disk behind Jiang Yun shattered. Countless soldier ants coalesced into a golden storm, sweeping across the blood-soaked battlefield. One by one, ferocious beasts were torn apart within the storm. Even those relying on thick hides to force their way through the golden tempest met only Jiang Yun's merciless iron fists. Kill! Blood-soaked and nearly mad with fury, Jiang Yun fought on. He let his army of soldier ants spread out, leaving his side to slaughter the beasts at an even faster pace. He retrieved the newly acquired equipment from his storage space. Scarlet Pope's Sword, Gold Grade, Attack plus 500, Spirit plus 500, Constant Spell, Sacred Fire Sword. Holy Fire Sword, each attack generates a flame sword chi. Sword chi damage diminishes with distance. Jiang Yun knew nothing of swordsmanship, but his strength reached terrifying levels thanks to the attribute boost from his Great Sun form and the unique trait, Return to Burial. This dual sword equipment allowed Jiang Yun to wield one in each hand. Simply swinging them dealt immense damage, cleaving through the bodies of one ferocious beast after another. Once the solar rain's cooldown neared completion, the soldier ant legion regrouped behind Jiang Yun. Another wave of solar rain was unleashed, instantly clearing a path before him. In the distance, flamingo-like beasts raised their necks, poised to spew streams of fireballs. Beside this group of beasts stood a swarm of giant, ice-blue toads. Each bore a massive circular protrusion on its back, resembling a cannon barrel. Icy energy gathered within, poised to erupt. The ranged beast legion had locked onto Jiang Yun. Suddenly, their attacks halted. Thick black mist surged up, enveloping them in its midst. Thud! A flamingo collapsed, its head vanished without a trace. Then a second, a third. Within the black mist, four crimson eyes opened, gazing at the beasts with a bloodthirsty intent. The hunt of the moon goddess had begun. Rather than indiscriminate slaughter, it precisely targeted the fragile yet high-attack beasts in the distance, conducting pinpoint extermination that saved Jiang Yun considerable effort. Even the world tree within Jiang Yun remained active, continuously bestowing blessings of the four elements. The kill count soared rapidly under the flawless coordination between Jiang Yun and his three beasts. At first, Jiang Yun tried to keep track, but soon abandoned the effort, immersing himself entirely in the battle. Once his stamina was nearly depleted, Jiang Yun summoned the moon goddess to assist him in temporarily withdrawing from the battlefield. A flash of multicolored light appeared, and 2 plates of shredded pork with fish sauce materialized in his hands. Jiang Yun's secondary profession now possessed 2 skills. One was food summoning, and the other was delicacies. Food summoning randomly selects one food item for summoning. Jiang Yun obtains Xiaolong Bao. The other skill, delicacy, allows the practitioner to actively designate a specific dish and grant it special effects. Jiang Yun chose a home-style dish he particularly loved. Fish fragrant shredded pork. Essence fish fragrant shredded pork, upon consumption, restores 80% stamina and 80% energy. Grants a refreshed mind effect, accelerating spirit recovery by 30% for 30 minutes. Note, due to the user's innate talent, dishes crafted will randomly acquire one of 3 effects, essence, sacred, or abyssal. Like food summoning, this skill was also influenced by Jiang Yun's innate talent. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun has yet to produce shredded pork with fish fragrance featuring the other 2 effects, nor does he know what those effects entail. Dishes crafted by a spirit chef grant their effect upon the first bite. The dish itself would then revert to an ordinary dish. Jiang Yun and the moon goddess each took a bite from their respective plates. Instantly, a wave of warmth radiated outward from their stomachs. Lost stamina instantly replenished, vitality surged.
An inexplicable coolness flowed through their nostrils and mouths, lifting their spirits to an exhilarating height. This was the effect of the fish-fragrant shredded pork. Now I feel refreshed and invigorated. With a roar, Jiang Yun, clad in golden armor and wielding twin swords, mounted the moon goddess and returned to the battlefield, launching another wave of slaughter. He lost track of time. When Jiang Yun finally came to his senses, the area around him was completely empty. Save for the bloodstains on his body, the entire beast horde had vanished. The fierce battle moments before seemed like nothing more than an illusion. Before Jiang Yun, the blood-red characters reappeared. 2 hours have ended. Congratulations, you survived. Clang! A treasure chest materialized before him. Is that it? Jiang Yun sighed with a hint of regret, deactivated the Great Sun State, stowed his gear, and opened the treasure chest to inspect its contents. This time, the gear was scarce, almost non-existent. The vast majority of the contents were various materials. Jiang Yun didn't bother examining them closely. He casually stowed them away before choosing to leave the instance and return to the real world. His figure reappeared before the others. This time, Jiang Yun didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned to face the light screen. He was also curious just how many monsters had he slain this time? 179, New Miracle, Li Changqing's invitation. The onlookers reacted just like Jiang Yun. They craned their necks, tiptoed, and stared intently at the screen. Everyone was eager to see what kind of miracle Jiang Yun, who had just achieved a 12-minute speedrun of the Candle Prison Dungeon, would create this time in the savage battlefield. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, Jiang Yun's name appeared on the light screen. He had overtaken Hong Liyang to become the new top-ranked player. First place, Jiang Yun, 9,123. The AI voice of Chang'e chimed in at the perfect moment. Congratulations to Jiang Yun for setting a new record in the Savage Battlefield Dungeon. 9,123 monsters slain. Reward, 50,000 points. The crowd erupted in an instant, and even Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned. He'd been on a killing spree in the dungeon and hadn't paid attention to his kill count. He knew it was high, but never imagined it would be this high. This surpassed even the third-place team on the leaderboard. The top spot in the Savage Battlefield has changed hands. Jiang Yun has overtaken Hong Liyang to claim the top spot. The crowd erupted in cheers, snapping photos with their phones to capture the moment. No wonder the reaction was so intense. Hong Liyang's name had dominated the top spot in the Savage Battlefield for a full 5 years. Countless challengers had attempted to dethrone him over those 5 years, but all had failed. Li Changsheng, the second-ranked fighter, was the most promising contender, yet only promising. Today, a new legend was born. And it was plain to see that this achievement would remain unmatched for the foreseeable future. 9,001 that kill count would place in the top 3 even on the team leaderboard. Jiang Yun smiled and turned toward Bai Shuang. At that moment, a bald, muscular man stepped forward and extended his hand. Simultaneously, he displayed his profession panel. Hello, Jiang Yun, right? I'm Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, level 39, Punisher of the Sin Domain. Li Changsheng, the man who had ranked second on the Wild Battlefield's individual leaderboard? Jiang Yun paused, then shook his hand. What's up? He couldn't help but glance at Li Changsheng's profession panel a few more times. The Punisher of the Sin Domain. This profession was too famous. In online discussions of the top 10 most grueling professions, it consistently ranked among the top 3 in the epic tier. It was an epic tier advanced class for swordsmen. Practitioners must collect various sword-type equipment and embed them into their own bodies, enduring the agony of flesh rubbing against blades day and night to absorb their power. Eventually, their bodies harden like metal, gaining various enhancements depending on the swords absorbed. Powerful, but utterly twisted. Choosing such a profession speaks volumes about Li Changsheng's unwavering resolve. The atmosphere in the dungeon hall instantly grew tense. The onlookers' expressions tightened. Everyone knew surpassing Hong Liyang had been Li Changsheng's lifelong dream. For this goal, he had even suppressed his own advancement, refusing to enter the Lord-level realm. Now, that honor had been snatched away by Jiang Yun. No one dared to guess what Li Changsheng was thinking at that moment. Would a great battle erupt here? Li Changsheng appeared calmer than anyone expected, his words crisp and decisive. Interested in joining my Changsheng guild? Guild? Seeing Jiang Yun's curious expression, Li Changsheng explained, it's a guild I founded, composed entirely of students from Qingbei Academy. We already have several hundred members. Every member is exceptional. I can assure you, this guild has a bright future ahead. If you're willing to join, the position of vice president is yours. Students admitted to Qingbei University were all prodigies. A guild composed of Qingbei scholars, just imagine it. Its future prospects couldn't possibly be anything but bright. And Li Changsheng was willing to offer the vice president position as bait proof of his sincerity. But Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I already have a team. I can't make this decision alone. As the squad leader, Jiang Yun joining the Changsheng guild would mean Ningerin and the others joining too. Then that's a refusal.
Li Changsheng sighed regretfully and stepped aside.
Should you ever change your mind, come find me anytime.
Jiang Yun nodded, and they passed each other.
Jiang Yun approached Bai Shuang. What's the next dungeon?
It took several calls before Bai Shuang snapped out of her stunned state. Gazing at Jiang Yun with reverence, as if he were a deity, Bai Shuang replied, there aren't any more.
For dungeons under level 40 with leaderboards, there are only these two. Jiang Yun nodded. In that case, let's head to Tiandu Tower. You know the rules and such for Tiandu Tower, right?
Yes, I know. Bai Shuang nodded and immediately led Jiang Yun toward the Tiandu Tower.
Hearing this, the onlookers grew excited. The Tiandu Tower.
Jiang Yun is going to challenge the Tiandu Tower again.
He's already broken the highest clear records for 2 consecutive dungeons. Is he still not satisfied? Good heavens, he's going to break the record for the highest floor reached by a player below level 30 in the Tiandu Tower? Everyone immediately followed suit. An inexplicable premonition gripped everyone's hearts. This time, they might just witness history.
Li Changsheng did not follow. He stood still where he was, watching Jiang Yun's departing figure with a lonely gaze. He turned to his younger brother beside him and said, I need to prepare for my class change.
I'm breaking through to level 40.
The subordinate looked stunned.
Brother, you're not going to keep challenging the leaderboard? No more challenges.
Li Changsheng glanced back at Jiang Yun's score on the display screen, a bitter smile curling his lips. Because I know full well that even if I train myself for another decade, I could never reach that level.
Back then, Senior Hong Liang was hailed as a miracle at Qingbei University. I thought I'd be the next one, but now it seems Jiang Yun is.
But I won't be discouraged.
The path of a professional is still long.
Li Changsheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with resolve. Jiang Yun, I'll be waiting for you at the Lord Tier.
Ding dong.
The twilight light enveloped the land, and also the small mountain piled with monsters. A man with a buzz cut, clad in black combat gear and wielding a blood-stained battle blade, sat atop the monster pile, smoking with a contented expression. He glanced at his constantly buzzing phone and froze.
What? My record has been broken? Hong Liang chuckled softly. Seems new talents truly emerge in every generation.
Jiang Yun, is it? I'll be waiting for the day you grow strong enough to challenge me. The earth suddenly trembled.
A colossal monster, formed from countless piles of flesh and blood, tore through the earth, rising up and roaring at Hong Liang. Hong Liang, you dare invade my twilight realm alone? You seek death.
Hong Liang drew the last drag of his cigarette and rose slowly. The flesh sovereign of the twilight realm, you've finally chosen to show yourself.
You wish to kill me? Well, I happen to want to kill you too.
His gaze sharpened.
You had a hand in the death of my elder brother, Zhang Xiaoyun, didn't you? Within the twilight realm, the great battle commenced.
Meanwhile, at Qingbei Academy, Jiang Yun had reached the base of the Tiandu Tower. 180, if you're a man, climb all 999 floors. The Tiandu Tower was arguably the place Jiang Yun knew best within Qingbei Academy, aside from the virtual learning hall. For traveling to other regions, teleporting from the Tiandu Tower was the most convenient and swift method. For some inexplicable reason, gazing upon the towering Tiandu Tower piercing the clouds, Jiang Yun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After searching his mind for a long while, he finally recalled that this tower bore an uncanny resemblance to the Void Tower held by the revered Abyss. Moreover, it possessed the same spatial teleportation capabilities. I wonder if there's some connection between them?
Jiang Yun muttered to himself as he entered the Tiandu Tower, guided by Bai Shuang.
He had visited the Tiandu Tower many times before, but this was his first time climbing it.
The first floor is for teleportation. The virtual battlefield for challenging the Tiandu Tower is on the second floor.
As Jiang Yun ascended to the second floor, rows of precision-engineered silver-white stasis pods came into view. On the adjacent wall, a light screen displayed the current rankings of the Tiandu Tower's conquered levels.
First place, Li Yuan, 999 floors.
Second place, Lu Qingmei, 999 floors. Jiang Yun hadn't expected to see two familiar names the moment he looked up.
The top 2 spots in the Tiandu Tower were held by the revered Yuan and the revered Quang.
Bai Shuang explained beside him, the Tiandu Tower Challenge has a total of 999 levels with no rank restrictions whatsoever.
Even a level 1 cultivator can attempt it. However, the highest challenge tier is King level. Above King tier, the simulation cannot be replicated.
The leaderboard displays the top 10,000 rankings. For practitioners below level 30, the highest rank achieved so far is 9,876.
What about those below Lord level, level 40?
Jiang Yun inquired. A nearby staff member replied, 8,798th place, achieved by a professional named Zhang Xiaoyun.
That's my dad.
Jiang Yun suddenly fell silent.
This silence lasted only an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Let's begin. Jiang Yun stepped forward and entered a hibernation pod.
The silver metal hatch closed instantly, and a faint blue mist surged from within the chamber, enveloping Jiang Yun.
The voice of the AI Chang'e sounded in Jiang Yun's ear. Detecting physical condition. Building virtual body. Loading data. Professional Jiang Yun, welcome to the virtual battlefield. Endless radiance unfolded before Jiang Yun. The next instant, Jiang Yun found himself standing in the middle of a desert. Before him stood a black minotaur, bristling with anticipation. Minotaur Lord. Level 20. Skills, Charge, Great Axe Sweep, Bloodlust. A familiar monster. Jiang Yun recalled facing one just like it during his first dungeon run. Ignoring the minotaur, Jiang Yun checked his own status. This is different from the virtual learning hall and the grand election. Those were simulated environments, but this place simulates actual practitioners. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, noting that among his pets, the Queen Ant, Soldier Ant Legion, and Moon Goddess could all be summoned normally. However, the World Tree remained unsummonable, replaced instead by an epic tier pet beast called the Sacred Spirit Guardian Tree Ant. Clearly, the Tiandu Tower lacked the capability to simulate the World Tree itself, resorting instead to a substitute pet beast with similar abilities. This outcome was entirely within Jiang Yun's expectations. If it could simulate even a World Tree of the Radiant tier, the Tiandu Tower's capabilities would be downright absurd. Simultaneously, he discovered that with a mere thought, his consciousness could effortlessly detach from this virtual world and return to reality. It seems my abilities are somewhat weakened within this virtual realm. Jiang Yun murmured, the upcoming professional tournament will employ the same technology. No wonder this virtual technology is only used in the preliminary rounds. By the time the finals roll around, virtual universe technology simply can't accurately replicate the participants' true strength. As he pondered, the Minotaur charged forward, eyes bloodshot, its massive axe swinging down toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun paid it no mind. A soldier ant materialized, whizzing past the Minotaur. The Minotaur's body froze instantly, a gaping hole appearing in his chest. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. First-tier monsters, dealt with. A flash of white light appeared, and the second wave of monsters began to materialize. Still Minotaurs, same level, but now accompanied by several goblins. Jiang Yun raised his hand, summoning several more soldier ants. A golden glow flickered. Second layer, cleared. Immediately after, the third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer. Jiang Yun cleared them all effortlessly within a second. Upon reaching the 10th layer, the monster types changed to a herd of Earthshaker Minotaurs, numbering 30 in total. The difficulty level also reached 25. Jiang Yun unleashed 500 soldier ants. The golden storm erupted once more, and he cleared the floor with ease. The 11th, 12th, 13th. Jiang Yun swept through them all, crushing everything in his path. By the time he reached the 20th level, his pace finally slowed. The monster type had now changed to Golden Flame Mad Lions, and the level had risen to 30. Their numbers had also surged to 100. This is only the 20th layer, and it's already this intense. How powerful must the 999th layer be? Jiang Yun muttered under his breath as he unleashed his entire army of soldier ants, finally clearing out all the monsters. The floor number kept climbing, and the monsters' power kept increasing. Finally, they reached the 30th floor. The monsters hadn't reached level 40, only level 38. But their numbers had swelled to 300. Kill! Jiang Yun roared, summoning the Great Sun form once more. He led the Soldier Ant Legion into a fierce charge against the horde of beasts. A bloody battle ensued. Moments later, Jiang Yun was sent flying, crashing violently into the ground before leaping back up. He glared viciously at the emerald-green humanoid monster across from him. It's you again. The 35th layer a Lord-level monster had finally appeared. And it was none other than the powerful being from the 10,000 Trees realm whom Jiang Yun had encountered during the grand selection. Back then, I had no choice but to flee from you. Now, come and try again. Jiang Yun roared, and the Soldier Ant Legion surged forward, guided by his will, charging toward the Lord-level monster. This was a virtual space. Everything here including Jiang Yun himself and the Soldier Ant Legion was virtual. Thus, Jiang Yun could unleash any technique without restraint. Now, he unleashed the all-out battle he had envisioned, the desperate fight when facing a Lord-level monster with no escape. Against a second transformation Overlord-level powerhouse, most of Jiang Yun's attacks proved ineffective. His only recourse was the self-destruction of the Soldier Ant Legion. Boom! 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 A deafening roar echoed across the wasteland. Thus, the soldier ants completely surrounded the Lord-level monster and detonated themselves. A brilliant sun blazed over the wasteland, its light lingering long after the explosions faded. Under Jiang Yun's tense gaze, a mangled corpse plummeted from the blazing sun, crashing onto the ground and lying utterly still. Jiang Yun let out a hearty laugh. He had won. To ensure the full force of the soldier ant's self-destruction struck the monster, he had risked his own life to lure it in. For this, he had taken 2 blows from the monster. Even with the defensive power of the sun form, his golden armor had nearly shattered, leaving him grimacing in pain. But the outcome proved Jiang Yun's sacrifice entirely worthwhile. He had truly slain a Lord-level monster with his own hands. Even within the virtual realm, this achievement was enough to fill him with exhilaration.
Before he could savor the taste of victory, two figures materialized before him. Level 36 two Lord-level monsters. In an instant, Jiang Yun was overwhelmed by attacks. 181, new record, spending like crazy. Moments later, the stasis pod slowly opened, and Jiang Yun emerged from within. The 36th floor. This was Jiang Yun's ultimate level. After exhausting all his strength to defeat one Lord-level monster, he encountered two more. This was beyond Jiang Yun's capabilities. If this were reality, with the world tree protecting me, even two lords couldn't touch me. With the protection of the small world, I might have been able to take down one more lord, but a third? That would have been beyond my strength. Two lord-level opponents, that's likely the absolute limit of my strength. Speaking words that would leave anyone else speechless, Jiang Yun stepped out of the stasis pod. His gaze immediately fell upon Bai Shuang, her face aglow with excitement, along with the staff members. Congratulations, Jiang Yun. You've broken the record for the highest floor cleared below level 40. The staff member looked astonished. The 35th floor is a lord-level monster. How did you get past it? The previous highest record under level 40 was 35 floors. Facing a lord-level foe with such an overwhelming level gap, even a prodigy like Jiang Xiaoyun could only fall helplessly. Today, that record had been shattered by Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun smiled faintly, offering no reply, and instead motioned for Bai Shuang to leave. Add me as a friend. I'll need your help again later. Bai Shuang's professional competence today had saved Jiang Yun a great deal of trouble. Given the chance, he would seek her out again. After exchanging contact information with a flustered Bai Shuang and bidding her farewell, Jiang Yun departed Tiandu Tower and headed toward the trading hall. After he departed, the crowd that had followed him all the way, now aware of the level he had challenged, erupted into a frenzy. Jiang Yun's name once again echoed throughout Qingbei University. This time, it wasn't because of the downfall of a clan, but purely because of his strength. From this point onward, Jiang Yun's prowess was beyond doubt within Qingbei University. Whispers began to emerge, hailing him as the foremost student at Qingbei University. By now, Jiang Yun had arrived at the trading hall. He first sold off some equipment and materials he no longer needed. The pair of swords looted from the pure evil Pope, however, proved unexpectedly comfortable to wield, so he kept them. Everything else went up for sale. A minor stir erupted within the trading hall. The sheer volume of items Jiang Yun put up for sale left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. But upon recognizing the seller, their surprise vanished. Jiang Yun? That explained it. At this moment, only Jiang Yun could have surprised them, perhaps by suddenly announcing he'd slain a lord. After selling all his equipment and materials, Jiang Yun's fortune skyrocketed to 20 million points. It seemed like a lot, but it would vanish just as quickly when it came time to spend. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yun addressed the staff. Hello, give me the skill scrolls, the gold ones. Silver grade skill scrolls were now practically useless to Jiang Yun. Even with the Yi favor, skill boosting his chances, the failure rate remained far too high. Only gold grade scrolls could deliver a noticeable boost to his strength. And with that came a steep price tag. A single gold grade skill scroll cost 100,000 points. It might not seem like much, but don't forget these things carry a failure rate. Moreover, the more you use it, the higher the failure rate becomes. Combined, the number of gold tier skill scrolls required becomes an astronomical figure. But there's no way around it. If you don't want to suffer in the virtual learning hall, you'll just have to shell out big bucks. Hello, Jiang Yun. How many do you need? The staff member asked in a gentle tone. Jiang Yun paused for a moment, then held up one finger. 100. At 100,000 per scroll, 100 scrolls amounted to a staggering 10 million. Jiang Yun blew half his fortune in one go. Even the staff member was startled, glancing at Jiang Yun with an expression reserved for the ultra-wealthy before lowering their head to search. Moments later, the staff member reported, I'm afraid we only have 80 gold tier skill scrolls in stock at the moment. For the remaining 20, please provide your address. We'll deliver them to you once they arrive. Gold tier skill scrolls were indeed precious. They require a scroll master of at least level 50, or even higher, to produce reliably. Even the trading halls of prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking wouldn't stock such a large quantity of gold tier scrolls at once. After leaving his address, Jiang Yun placed the crate containing 80 gold tier skill scrolls into his beast-taming space and turned to leave. Moments later, Jiang Yun returned to the villa. Cross-legged in his room, Jiang Yun pulled out a gold tier skill scroll and tore it open with a sharp rip. Another skill upgrade, begin. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Jiang Yun reopened the villa's main gate and headed toward the virtual combat arena. He intended to hone his newly acquired skills. Another day passed. Jiang Yun emerged from the virtual combat arena and headed toward Tiandu Tower. Today was the day the group returning from the elemental realm would arrive. The Tiandu Tower bustled with activity. Some had already begun returning. Jiang Yun, over here. As soon as Jiang Yun stepped inside, he heard Ningerin's call. He looked up to see her standing with Su Xiyue, both beaming at him. It was clear that after this adventure, the two women had grown much closer. Looks like you're both in good spirits.
Has Su Mingxi returned to the Five Elements Academy? Jiang Yun walked over and asked. Ningerin nodded, her voice brimming with excitement. Jiang Yun, you'd never guess what we discovered in the elemental realm. But her expression immediately fell. Sorry, Jiang Yun. We lost all the soldier ants you gave us. Jiang Yun smiled faintly upon hearing this. I already knew that. The army of soldier ants numbered only 3,000. Half were under his command, and half were with Ningerin. Half a day earlier, Jiang Yun had sensed the army's numerical limit had reset, allowing the queen ant to resume production. To Jiang Yun, the soldier ants were expendable resources. Losses were simply losses, they could be replenished. What truly intrigued him was what Ningerin and the others had encountered within the elemental realm. A 1,500-strong soldier ant army could hold its own against even a lord-level powerhouse. In the elemental realm, the only true lords among elemental creatures were the handful of elemental kings. Ningerin's luck couldn't have been that bad, could it? Did she actually run into one of them? This isn't the place to talk. Ningerin whispered, I'll tell you when we get back. But I can tell you this much, we encountered that 4-element king. The 4-element king? Jiang Yun startled, about to ask for details. Just then, a voice rang out, please submit your spoils of war. This had been agreed upon earlier. The slots to enter the elemental realm were secured by Qingbei Academy. The academy naturally had the right to share in the spoils obtained within. Of course, the rules weren't that strict. As long as the quantities were roughly equal. For practitioners who exit early, they may even be exempt from sharing if they have a valid reason. But if you try to cheat or cut corners, well, that's where your own cleverness will be put to the test. If the academy catches you, well, sorry, you won't be invited on the next similar mission. At that moment, a man glanced at Jiang Yun and sneered, Jiang Yun, you're out this early? TSK, how pitiful. Why not skip the payment? 182, Treasure Crystal. This was unmistakably a provocation. When Jiang Yun entered the Tiandu Tower, many had already noticed him. These individuals had just emerged from the elemental realm, their impressions of Jiang Yun still frozen in time 7 days prior. The nationally renowned top scholar Jiang Yun had been forced to exit prematurely. This was undoubtedly a major embarrassment. Immediately, someone seized the opportunity to mock him. Jiang Yun recognized the speaker. He was Li Tianhua, a fellow Golden Sequence member from Qingbei Academy. Li Tianhua. What was his relationship with that Black Knight Li Tianhua of the Greedy Wolf sequence? They even bore a striking resemblance. Ningerin glared at Li Tianhua, ready to charge forward and confront him. But Jiang Yun gently pulled her back, shaking his head to signal her not to engage.